Chapter 1. The King's Cup final begins. Zinedine Zidane, the French king of football. You are as soft as a noodle. David Beckham, the heartthrob. What do you have besides your looks? Luis Figo, the Portuguese star. Your speed is slower than a tortoise. And what about you? What's your name? Su something? Suhang? Your inclusion in this match's roster is a disgrace for Real Madrid. It signifies the decline of European football. It is a blasphemy against the sport, driven by money. You caused us to lose the only championship we could have claimed this season. In the locker room, Real Madrid's head coach, Carlos Queiroz, railed against a contingent of superstars. This was the scene of the 2-0-0-3-2-0-0-4 Copa del Rey final, where Real Madrid faced Zaragoza. No one anticipated that the star-studded Real Madrid, boasting 3 Balon d'Or winners and 6 superstars, would be cornered by the newly promoted Zaragoza. Madrid initially took the lead twice, yet Zaragoza managed to equalize both times, dragging the match into extra time. The humiliation of entering a trophyless season had already left fans discontented, and the King's Cup represented the only silverware within reach for Madrid this season. In short, this match was a door-die for them. Under the coach's furious glare, no one dared to retort, until the sound of a shattering water bottle pierced the air. In a corner, Suhang, head bowed, rose and shook the water off his hands. You can berate others all you want, but I'm just a bench warmer. How can you blame me for our defeat? In competitive sports, inability is the original sin. If you lose, you must accept the blame. Suhang understood that his presence in the match roster was thanks to his father's sponsorship of the team, which has made Queiroz harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. He could accept being viewed as a nepotist, but to be held accountable for a loss without even stepping onto the pitch was something he could not abide. What did you say? After a moment of shock, Queiroz seethed. Well done. You think I'll be dismissed because of you, right? You're a finished kid. No matter how much your father sponsors Real Madrid, I'm going to kick you out of the youth team. Get out. You don't deserve to be in this locker room. You're a player as worthless as refuse. That statement is an affront not only to you, but to garbage itself. Queiroz unleashed his wrath, but the very next moment, an even louder crash was heard. Suhang lunged forward, shoving Queiroz against the locker. Having already crossed Queiroz, with his career hanging by a thread, he decided to unleash the pent-up frustrations of both himself and his teammates. Do we have to find scapegoats in this locker room whenever we lose? When Mackle left at the last moment last summer, did it not occur to you that Real Madrid could face this day? Who do you blame? Blame Florentino for giving other stars salaries of 6 or 7 million euros, yet refusing to grant Mackle even a mere 4 million. Are you brave enough to confront Florentino? You wouldn't dare. Suhang's barrage of questions left Queiroz momentarily speechless. Zidane's eyes widened. Such sharpness. The locker room erupted in chaos. These words had long dwelled in the hearts of the players, yet no one had dared to voice them. For in this team, everyone who doubted President Florentino had been cast out. Bosch, Hierro, Mackle, whether coach or captain. It made no difference. The atmosphere in the locker room reached a freezing point. Only when Suhang gradually released Queiroz did everyone finally exhale in relief. Of course, they all understood that by fiercely rebuking Coach Queiroz, he too was courting expulsion from the team. Alas, what a pity! The unpleasantness in the locker room did not impede the match's progress. Suhang remained on the bench. As the match announcer called out, the battle reignited. Minute 112, Zaragoza star forward David Villa scores a pivotal goal, propelling his team to a 32 lead over Real Madrid, just one step away from lifting the King's Cup. Real Madrid has 8 minutes to rewrite the score. Will they preserve the dignity of the elite? Stay tuned. Suhang kept a watchful eye on the game. Despite this potentially being his final 8 minutes in both Real Madrid and football itself, he hoped for his team's victory, entirely devoid of any lingering animosities with Queiroz, simply out of his genuine love for the sport. Minute 118. Real Madrid forward Portillo fell to the ground. After the team doctor assessed him, he shook his head at Queiroz. Portillo couldn't continue. Queiroz turned to the only forward left on the bench, and a glint of inspiration flashed in his eyes. Suhang felt a sense of foreboding. Suhang, get ready to come on. As expected, Queiroz had called his name. The surrounding players were stunned. Suhang felt as if had swallowed poison. Just moments ago, filled with bravado while confronting Queiroz in the locker room, He now recognized his own limitations. Are you kidding? I can't even comprehend the youth league matches. How can I possibly step onto the pitch in a King's Cup final? Is this to publicly execute me before a worldwide audience of fans? Suheng couldn't help but admire Queiraz's ruthlessness. However, was it truly worth it to humiliate me at the cost of a single King's Cup? Queiraz looked at Suheng, disdain evident in his eyes. What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you're not brave enough to take the field, then apologize to me. I don't mean some half-hearted verbal apology. I want you to write a 10,000-word reflection for me. Aren't you Asians known for excelling at that? Bang! He truly felt his fighting spirit ignited, not just for himself, but for his heritage. I am a true descendant of the Yellow Emperor, a son of China. What do I have to fear? On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 11, Portillo, was replaced. Number 24, Suheng, was brought on. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into boos. Who is this? Suheng, an 18-year-old still playing with the U16 at Real Madrid's youth academy. Oh hell, please tell me this isn't real. This is the King's Cup final. Portillo was already bad enough. This Su is 1,000 times worse. This is utterly ridiculous. Is Queiraz involved in match fixing? He must face inquiry after this. Get Queiraz and this Suheng out of Madrid. The Real Madrid fans unleashed a barrage of obscenities. But their fury could not alter the course of events. As Suheng stepped onto the pitch, the match resumed. Ding! You have participated in an official match, activating the Football King system and obtaining the moment card. Cristiano Ronaldo, 2016. Chapter 2: A shot from the heavens. What is this? Before Suheng, a line of subtitles appeared that only he could perceive, accompanied by a card adorned with the image of Cristiano Ronaldo. The card depicted Ronaldo with his iconic noodle hairstyle, brimming with vigor, as he led his team to consecutive UEFA Champions League victories that year. Ding! Detection indicates that you are participating in a match. Would you like to use a moment card? Ding! You have activated the moment card for Cristiano Ronaldo 2016. The card shattered instantly, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles that surged into Suheng's body. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His understanding of the game underwent a profound transformation. The opponent's impregnable defensive formation began to reveal its flaws in his eyes. This was the unique attacking acuity that belonged solely to Ronaldo. However, to outsiders, Suheng appeared utterly dazed upon entering the field, as if he had been struck dumb by fear. The fans of Zaragoza erupted in derisive laughter. While Real Madrid supporters cursed Suheng for his perceived foolishness on the field, Zidane executed a remarkable no-look back pass, finding Figo on the right flank. Figo advanced with the ball, cutting inside to draw a defender away, creating an opportunity. This was the awareness and movement that a professional forward should possess. Inno defenders followed Suheng to the right. He was utterly disregarded. No one cared about how a novice maneuvered on the pitch. This was the utmost insult to a forward. In a fleeting moment, Figo found himself besieged by multiple opponents, desperately in need of support. Suheng called out, "Figo, here." His interpretation of the field allowed him to make the optimal choice. Figo instinctively passed the ball to him. Suheng could even discern the regret in Figo's expression. He believed that Suheng would likely squander the ball. On the right, Suheng recalled Ronaldo's method, deftly stopping and flicking the ball forward, instantly accelerating. With a mere feint, he completely outmaneuvered Toledo. It was a display of sheer, unadulterated skill. But Suheng's performance did not end there. Immediately after evading his marker, he cut inside. The inward maneuver was a hallmark of Ronaldo's essence. He possessed an abundance of experience and techniques in this regard, capable of dismantling any defender. The previously jeering Real Madrid fans fell silent. They seemed to be gripped by Suheng's prowess. They understood the game. Suheng's cut-in was even more incisive and efficient than Figo's. The only question that remained was whether this was merely Suheng's luck or a testament to his skill. The commentator voiced the thoughts of the Real Madrid supporters. Before the commentator's words faded, Suheng collapsed to the ground, felled by Toledo's reckless tackle from behind. But in the next moment, Toledo's expression soured. Suheng had fallen within the penalty area. The referee's whistle pierced the air. A penalty. The referee awarded a penalty. And he brandished a red card at Toledo. A penalty package. Heng had succeeded. Zaragoza lodged complaints, claiming Heng had not entered the penalty area before going down, but the referee clearly disagreed. Real Madrid not only had an extra player but also gained a direct opportunity to equalize. Zidane stepped up to take the penalty, a beautiful goal, 3-3. Zidane converted the penalty, equalizing in the 119th minute. A heart of steel, Zidane had always been that kind of player. Of course, Real Madrid fans had to thank the substitute, Heng, for this penalty resulting from his breakthrough. Heng dashed toward the goal, retrieving the ball and signaling to his teammates not to waste time celebrating. He wanted to win. He did not wish for a penalty shootout. His desire to triumph was palpable. There was still time. They could still win, Heng urged his teammates. The match resumed. There were 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. In the 120th minute, Beckham delivered a cross from the wing. But Zidane's header went astray. In the 121st minute, Figo cut inside and unleashed a long-range shot that was parried away. Ponzio controlled the ball's landing, passing it to David Villa to initiate a counterattack. However, Beckham intervened with a tackle in midfield, disrupting Villa's possession. Zizou, a through ball. Heng waved his arms while making an unmarked inward run toward the center. Zidane's through ball pierced Zaragoza's midfield. Heng merely caught a glimpse of the ball, instantly realizing its rapid speed and high difficulty. Stopping it conventionally would likely result in a mishap. Heng used his left foot to control the ball, sending it flying to his right side. But this was not a mere stop. It was a seamless control and flick. In the blink of an eye, he had bypassed Ponzio. This stop transformed the pass's flaw into an advantage. In that moment, between Heng and the goalkeeper lay only one center-back, Milito. Attack. Heng swiftly maneuvered his feet over the ball, swaying left and right while rapidly closing in on Milito, a series of bicycle kicks. This was an exceptionally deceptive dribbling move, a technique favored by Ronaldo. Left, right, left. No, it was right. With a thud, Milito collapsed, completely fooled by Heng's feint. Heng charged into the penalty area. Zaragoza's goalkeeper, Lanes, charged forward, angrily roaring, attempting to intimidate the inexperienced youth. Did Heng feel fear? A shot. Heng took a shot. Bam. The camera followed the ball as it swiftly soared toward the goal. The ball did not travel as quickly as the director had anticipated. This was not a thunderous strike. Rather, it was a delicate lob. Lanes was clearly taken aback. He adhered to the principles of an excellent goalkeeper, charging forward, roaring, quickly going to ground to expand his defensive coverage, blocking all possible shooting angles. Had Heng shot directly, he would have had a 99% chance of stopping it. But Lanes had not anticipated that Heng's shot would come from the heavens. Whoosh! A beautiful arc was born, soaring over Lanes' head and heading for the Zaragoza goal. Yet the ball found the net before they could react. Silence. The stadium fell into a deathly hush. No one could have foreseen a goal at that moment. Even less could anyone have predicted that the scorer would be the young Heng. Even more astonishing was his choice of a perilous lob shot. If Zidane's equalizing penalty showcased a heart of steel, then Heng's stunning lob was an extraordinary heart of steel. In the next moment, the entire stadium erupted. Goal. The ball is in. A lob shot. This was a flawless lob. Unbelievably, he had dribbled past 2 defenders. He was as swift as lightning. 4-3. Real Madrid had turned the score around in the final minute of stoppage time. The substitute, Heng, had secured victory for Real Madrid with the most spectacular shot of the match. Drawing a penalty, scoring a goal. He seemed capable of anything. He was a born assassin. Champions. Real Madrid are champions. Heng is a champion. Immediately following the goal, Heng raced towards the corner flag, his mind filled with his favorite celebration move. He leaped high, executing a 180-degree turn mid-air to showcase the number and name on his back to the cameras and the fans in the stands. In the footage, Heng's arms were outstretched, and he descended like a deity. Shoo! He let out an unknown celebratory roar. This was the roar of a king. Meanwhile, the Zaragoza players felt as if they were plunged into hell. Chapter 3: Superstar Skills. Ronaldo's noodle hairstyle they had lost. There was no chance left. They could have lifted the King's Cup atop the carcass of the galactic battleship, but now, a minute later, as Beckham kicked the ball into the stands, the referee blew the whistle 3 times in quick succession. The match was over. Congratulations to Real Madrid. After 10 years, they had once again lifted the King's Cup. Yet more significant than the King's Cup was the discovery of a striking superstar. In the wake of injuries to both the alien Ronaldo and the ring king Raúl, Su Heng's emergence might herald new possibilities for Real Madrid. Fans watching the live broadcast of the match were fortunate, as they witnessed a future superstar's meteoric rise with a single goal. Remember this name, Su Heng. His appearance seemed to announce to the world of football, attention, attention. The galactic battleship is officially setting sail. The bench assassin secures victory for Real Zaragoza, aiding Real Madrid in lifting the King's Cup after 10 years. Real Madrid's youth academy emerges, a penalty drawn, a goal scored, post-match ratings rivaling Zidane. Su Heng's identity revealed. Joined Real Madrid's La Fabrica Academy at the age of 9. His father has close business ties with club president Florentino Zidane. Su is a super forward. His positioning, dribbling, and shooting are impeccable. Figo. I never witnessed an 18-year-old Pele or Maradona, but I have seen an 18-year-old Su Heng Beckham. I see the shadow of little Ronaldo in Su Heng, but he is even more lethal. Villa. We were once winning the match, but Su Heng's entry changed everything. He became our collective nightmare. After the match, major media outlets rushed to report on this encounter. This match contained all the elements that fans found intriguing. A powerhouse trailing, an underdog leading, superstar goals, and 3 red cards. Fan riots ensued, leading to a suspension of the match. However, none of this could compare to the exhilarating rise to fame of an unknown youth player who, under pressure, scored a decisive goal. Even some fabricated rumors garnered significant clicks as a result. For instance, Juan Yulia, a journalist from Marca, claimed, "We discovered broken door panels and shards of glass in the Real Madrid locker room, which gives us reason to believe that a conflict occurred within." Considering Queiroz' bizarre decision to send Su Heng onto the field, we suspect that Su Heng may have confronted him in retaliation. Queiroz arranged for Su Heng to take the fall, yet no one anticipated the dazzling performance he would deliver. Yulia nearly deduced everything correctly. However, given Marca's long-standing bias against Real Madrid, few took him seriously. Ding! The moment card effect has concluded. You have learned much from Cristiano Ronaldo, such as his hairstyle and height. You have acquired the star-level skill. See Ronaldo's instant noodles hairstyle. You have gained height 2 cm. See Ronaldo's instant noodles hairstyle. Ronaldo's career is divided into several phases. Some argue that his peak was during the golden-haired era, while others believe it was during the instant noodles phase. During the instant noodles period, Ronaldo's heading ability reached its zenith. When you are within the opponent's penalty area, your jumping, strength, heading, and offensive positioning attributes will be enhanced. When you are in the opponent's small box, there is a chance to gain the aerial domination effect, aiding you in winning aerial duels. Upon receiving the system notification, Su Heng opened his profile to review his personal data. Name: Su Heng. Age: 17 years and 159 days. Height: 178 centimeters 2 centimeters. Weight: 68 kilograms. Team: Real Madrid. U16 squad. Overall rating: amateur player skills. See Ronaldo's instant noodles hairstyle. Shooting: 70. Heading: 75. Aside from basic statistics, most data remains locked and inaccessible. Only shooting and heading have been unlocked. The release of these attributes is likely no coincidence, possibly stemming from the moment card of C. Ronaldo. Note: diligent training can enhance your abilities. The effectiveness of training varies across different league levels and teams. Note: gaining the recognition of stars can further strengthen you. Ding! Queiroz is highly displeased with your rough behavior in the locker room. He will not allow you to appear in the lineup for the next match. Su Heng pondered these messages. He had anticipated Queiroz' actions, and this was not necessarily a bad thing. With C. Ronaldo's moment card, Su Heng had indeed carried a match. However, without the moment card, his presence would only result in a disastrous performance. Football enthusiasts: amateur level, youth training level, professional level, lower league level, top 5 leagues level, star level, first-class star level, top star level, superstar level, legendary leveled, from low to high. An amateur player like Su Heng could never possibly compete in a Real Madrid match. Thus, not appearing in the game was for the best. Yet, for the sake of training efficiency and gaining star recognition, he must enter Real Madrid's first team. Of course, he needed an opportunity. March 20, 2004.3 days had passed since Real Madrid lifted the Copa del Rey trophy. The team faced the 29th round of the league, away against Athletic Bilbao. However, fans were puzzled as Su Heng, who had shown in the Copa del Rey final, was not included in the lineup for this match. The result was a disheartening 2-4 defeat for Real Madrid. Portillo was lackluster throughout the game, tormented by the players from Bilbao to the brink of tears. After the match, Real Madrid fans expressed outrage regarding Queiroz' tactical decisions. Meanwhile, Suheng happened to be wandering the streets of Madrid. He fortuitously encountered Clara Cecilia, a journalist from Marca, who had received a tip-off from a concerned citizen. Clara eagerly interviewed the newly famous Real Madrid star and broached a sensitive topic. Why were you not included in the matchday squad for Real Madrid? Is it true, as Queiroz said, that you were unprepared? Suheng smiled at the camera and replied, How could that be? I am always ready. I can hardly wait to serve Real Madrid. I suggest Queiroz should at least call me up to the first team. Clara responded, Aren't you worried about offending Queiroz by saying that? Suheng shrugged, There's no choice. My situation is quite urgent, and I must join the first team soon. Chapter 4. If I can't play football, I must return home to inherit the family business. What are you saying? Clara was taken aback. I asked this person not in his right mind. Moreover, he is not just popular in Spain but throughout Europe. In this era where financial power is sweeping through European football, people crave pure stories of passion like this. Real Madrid's prodigy Suheng slaps Queiroz in the face. He is always ready to serve Real Madrid. The countercurrent of the golden football era, Suheng. In his eyes, football is above all else, at least above 100 million euros. In no time, voices from all walks of life were calling for Real Madrid to summon Suheng to the first team. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, Real Madrid officially announced, the older youth training player Suheng from the U16 squad has been called up to the first team, where he will train alongside first-team players. Suheng expressed his satisfaction with this development. Any gimmick would suffice for the unscrupulous paparazzi of the Fleet Street to celebrate. However, it was somewhat unethical, and he should use it sparingly in the future. March 21. Real Madrid's training ground. First-team players scrutinized the new addition, Suheng. Among them, Zidane was particularly puzzled. Was Suheng not very bright? He thought about playing for Real Madrid. Yet, why did he have to offend Queiroz? Queiroz stated he was unprepared. Suheng claimed he was always ready. What was he trying to achieve? Was he really attempting to create a rift? Now, it was unfortunate that although Suheng had utilized public opinion to join the first team, Queiroz, as the head coach, could easily keep him out of the lineup. A simple statement about Suheng's poor form could sideline him for at least 2 months. Let's see how Suheng handles that. Or perhaps Suheng was doing this on purpose. He wanted to join the first team but did not wish to play in matches. Zidane shook his head, thinking he must have been foolish from too much playing time. How could there be a player who does not want to play? Absolutely impossible. Beep, beep, beep. Queiroz's phone rang. After answering the call, his expression grew serious, frequently glancing at Suheng. The call was from Florentino. He stated that the fans were clamoring for Suheng to play, and regardless of the conflict between Queiroz and Suheng, he must be on the field in the next match. This Suheng's expression mirrored Queiroz's displeasure. Oh no. This had backfired. Not only did Queiroz want to put Suheng on the back burner, but even Florentino could not afford to let Suheng sit out. The public can support a boat but can also capsize it. While popular sentiment was favorable, it regrettably did not comprehend Suheng's true intentions. Suheng, prepare well. You will be in the lineup for this weekend's match. Queiroz announced with indignation before storming off. Teammates looked at Suheng with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Suheng appeared indifferent, but internally, he was weeping. At least he hoped to obtain a moment card before participating in the match. Wouldn't stepping onto the field directly expose him? Well, Zidane, you are indeed the best. Suheng turned to Zidane, truly worthy of being the future master. He really knew how to handle people. I would bestow upon you the title of Real Madrid's timely reign. The French song of fame, Zidane, sensing Suheng's fiery gaze, felt a chill. This child wouldn't. Ding, Zidane, concerned about your unconventional inclinations, plans to discreetly provide you with some adult literature to guide your healthy development. Suheng smiled even wider. Who would have thought you were this kind of Zidane? Let's borrow a copy for conversation. Oh my heavens. Is this truly a player from our Real Madrid first team? My goodness. His technical skills are alarmingly poor. I haven't witnessed such absurd ball control in years. He moves like a headless chicken, completely oblivious to positioning. It's hard to believe he was the one who played in the Copa del Rey final. He looks like he can't play football at all. He should be an amateur player, right? With such a level of skill, he doesn't even qualify as a youth training player. On the training ground? Both Real Madrid players and coaches were astonished by Su Heng's shockingly poor fundamentals. This player helped Real Madrid secure the Copa del Rey title. On the sidelines, Queiroz' face drained of color as he furiously shouted, "Su Heng, go to the side and train alone. With that attitude, you'll never set foot on the pitch. Never." Little did Su Heng know, he was overjoyed. "Really? It's a deal." Zidane and the others couldn't help but laugh. Su Heng was truly mischievous. Was he intentionally performing so poorly to provoke Queiroz? It was the kind of attitude that said, "You look down on me, but you can't get rid of me." Absolutely, neither Zidane nor Figo, Beckham, believed Su Heng's skills could truly be this poor. After all, they had fought alongside him in the Copa del Rey match. Although Su Heng's touches appeared somewhat stiff, he was still efficient and quick. His ball control may not have been top-notch, but it certainly surpassed that of over 80% of professional football players. See Ronaldo? See Ronaldo. Are you sure it's just over 80%? In response, Su Heng could only wonder if it was possible that his skills were indeed lacking. In the following days, Su Heng's performance in training showed no significant improvement. However, he felt no shame. On the contrary, with his heading attribute rising from 75 to 76, he was filled with enthusiasm for training. Remaining in Real Madrid's first team, he was certain that within a year, his heading and shooting abilities would reach world-class standards. By that time, he could undoubtedly become a goal-scoring machine, capable of standing his ground anywhere. Nevertheless, the French footballing legend Zidane discerned a slight flaw in the otherwise concealed Su Heng. Su's heading capabilities were commendable. During a casual chat with his teammates, Zidane spoke of Su Heng, noting that his ability to receive the ball with his back to the goal was also impressive. This quality was particularly rare for a forward. On March 28, the Bernabeu Stadium welcomed 65,000 fans. Prior to the team's elimination from the Champions League, attendance had been as high as 75,000. Chapter 5. The first start, please don't pass to me. The loss in the Champions League had inevitably disheartened some fans. Today's match saw Real Madrid face Sevilla at home. Given Sevilla's amicable ties with Barcelona, they had naturally become fierce rivals of Real Madrid, making today's match highly charged. Before the match, Queiroz announced the starting 11. Su Heng, Solari, Raul, Zidane, Beckham, Guti, Carlos, Bravo, Helguera, Salgado, and Casillas. This was a 4-2-3-1 formation, with Figo suspended for this round. As the only forward in the squad. Su Heng's first start positioned him as the sole striker, placing a heavy burden on him to score. This tactical arrangement was, in fact, rather unsound. Those knowledgeable could already see that Queiroz was setting Su Heng up for failure. In a dual or triple striker formation, if goals were not scored, at least 2 or 3 individuals would share the blame. However, if Su Heng, as the sole striker, failed to score, all the blame would rest squarely on his shoulders. Queiroz justified this by stating that the team needed to strengthen their defense. Only by doing so could they secure victory. As time passed, the players began to take the field, and the new face of Su Heng naturally drew attention. Not all fans recognized him. Who was that Asian player? What about Ronaldo? Isn't Ronaldo still injured? Why isn't Postiga playing? Surely Postiga is better than this player. Nobody has ever seen him before. Hey, you must have been too busy to read the papers lately. That's Su Heng, the key contributor to Real Madrid's Copa del Rey triumph. He is a talented homegrown player. He is a striker with a big heart. With the help of some informed fans, more people began to recognize Su Heng, yet those who truly acknowledged him remained few. After all, Real Madrid fans have always been the most discerning. Ordinary forwards could hardly win their favor. Too many stars had left the field in disappointment here, each one of them holding a higher status than Su Heng. On the pitch, just before the match commenced, Zidane was imparting crucial insights to Su Heng. They were employing a 4-4-2 formation today, with dual forwards Silva and Baptista. Baptista posed a significant threat. Nicknamed the Beast, he had transitioned from a defensive midfielder to an attacking midfielder and even a forward. Therefore, if he found himself in front of you, don't be surprised. He is a player capable of dominating the field. Their right-back Alves is fast, possesses excellent passing, and is strong in attack but weak in defense. If you plan to make runs to the flanks, focus on exploiting his side to gain an advantage using your physique. Su Heng nodded. Zidane's guidance was invaluable. As the world's premier midfielder, he always managed to identify the opponent's critical vulnerabilities. With a whistle, the match officially began, and the home fans erupted in cheers, rallying support for their team. In the first minute, Guti spotted an opportunity and attempted a through ball to connect with Ral. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by Sevilla's defensive midfielder, Casquero, in the 5th minute. Ral made another forward run, forcing the opposing center-back to cover. Sevilla's defensive formation became disordered. Bang! Zidane delivered a lateral pass to Zidane. The distance, power, and spin were impeccable. Bang! Beckham struck the ball with a long pass, lofting it into the left side of the penalty area. Solari made a run inward, receiving the ball and continuing forward. With a powerful shot, the ball found the back of the net. 1-0, goal. Solari. What a splendid effort! Beckham directly linked up with Solari, demonstrating Real Madrid's layered attack that sliced through Sevilla's defense. Of course, Zidane, Ral, and Zidane played indispensable roles in this goal. The commentator, well-versed in the game, recognized Zidane's contribution to the goal. However, Queiroz was not pleased on the sidelines, as Zidane had indeed been fortunate. Although he had neither scored nor assisted, he still managed to garner a modicum of credit. Alas, Zidane was in an offside position. What a pity. Zidane aimed for a through ball, but Zidane was offside, rendering the pass impossible. To Ral, in possession, looked to Zidane, but Zidane was in an offside position. In the ensuing minutes, the Real Madrid fans grew increasingly anxious. Why does Zidane keep being offside? On the field, Zidane wiped the sweat from his brow, not out of exhaustion but out of fear. Fear that his teammates would pass to him. Why was he repeatedly offside? Because it was intentional. Only in this manner could he avoid receiving passes from his teammates. Otherwise, if he received too many passes, his poor ball control and trapping skills would be exposed, providing Queiroz with a valid reason to expel him from the first team. In reality, this tactic was astute. Zidane not only evaded passes from his teammates, but also created an illusion of diligently pressing the opponent's defense. No one would blame a hard-working player. Would they? Yet Zidane interpreted Zidane's movements differently. Could Zidane truly be unaware of positioning? Absolutely not. So, what was the reason behind his frequent offsides? Deception. He was lulling Sevilla's defenders into a false sense of security. Through his frequent offsides, he was gradually dulling their sharp instincts, and then, during one of his runs, he would create a genuine opportunity. Zidane was indeed no ordinary player. This long-term strategic thinking was something many less astute forwards severely lacked. What a cunning little fox! In the 19th minute, Sevilla's forward Baptista broke through with the ball, resulting in a foul by Guti, who received a yellow card. In the 26th minute, however, Zidane gained a positional advantage, cleared the ball, and was subsequently kicked by Casquero. The referee immediately blew the whistle and showed Casquero a yellow card. The home fans erupted in applause. Well done, Zidane. Speaking of which, his playing style bore some resemblance to Morieni's. Don't mention him. I still don't know how to face Morieni's. I certainly don't want Zidane to become a traitor like Morieni's. In the 43rd minute, Zidane, who had managed to evade Zidane's attention for so long, finally fell victim to him. Just because he was a bit slow and not in an offside position, Zidane executed a precise diagonal pass, placing the ball just in front of Zidane. Gritting his teeth, Zidane rushed toward the ball. Damn it. Curse you, Zidane. Chapter 6, Shoo. Zidane. Indeed. He is clearly deceiving the opponent. He is waiting for my through ball. Besides Zidane, Sevilla's centre-back Alvaro also sprinted toward the ball. However, Zidane had a slight head start and was closer to the ball. Zidane realized that if he rushed to receive the pass, the ball would undoubtedly soar away. That would expose his lack of ability to the entire world. Therefore, he opted to shoot without controlling the ball. Missing the target was certainly better than poorly trapping the ball, right? Bang. Watching the ball roll toward the right front, Zidane was momentarily stunned. He had overestimated his own capabilities. While moving at high speed, Zidane lacked the ability to adjust his stride. This resulted in him unintentionally striking the ball with his left foot before his right leg could properly shoot, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly to the ground. Just then, Ral dashed past Zidane, reaching the ball and unleashing a powerful shot. Bang! The ball struck the crossbar and flew away. Ral immediately covered his face, kneeling on the ground in pain. Oh my goodness! Rai was practically committing a crime. He squandered Zidane's brilliant assist. What? The fallen Zidane was bewildered. Did he just hear that correctly? He quickly lifted his head to gaze at the big screen. It turned out that his earlier touch not only deceived himself, but also Alvaro and the opposing goalkeeper, Esteban. It resembled a fake shot that turned into a true pass. Yet, Raúl, facing an open goal, struck the crossbar. From Raúl's expression of regret, it was clear how undeserving that miss was. Instinctively, Zidane rushed over to help Raúl up. However, Raúl pulled him in for an embrace. Feeling deeply ashamed as he said, "Su, I'm so sorry. Your pass was so perfect. I really did. I'm such a fool. Could it be that I simply slipped? It's all right, Raúl. There will be many more opportunities. You re the best." Zidane patted Raúl on the head, causing the latter's eyes to well up with emotion. Zidane, Beckham, and Guti, those passing maestros, were also drawn from the big screen, all expressing admiration for Zidane's imaginative passing. In fact, it wasn't just the imagination that mattered. It was Zidane's acting skills and faking the shot. That strike looked like he was genuinely preparing to shoot. Zidane, I really was preparing to shoot. Zidane even gave Zidane a thumbs up. In the 45th minute, Zidane unleashed a long-range shot, resulting in a corner kick. Beckham approached the corner flag, preparing to take the set piece. Zidane proactively maneuvered towards the far post, positioning himself to evade the reception of the ball as corner kicks typically target the center. Castro, who had received a yellow card for his confrontation with Zidane earlier, positioned himself closely beside him. Marking him tightly, Zidane offered a faint smile, indicating that his opponent was overthinking the situation. He had no intention of contesting the corner kick. After all, it was not his forte. Wait, is that Ronaldo's instant noodle hairstyle? In the penalty area, he leapt with vigor, his strength evident in his aerial prowess and attacking runs. Within the 6-yard box, he had a chance to exert high-pressure dominance. Bang! Beckham delivered the corner kick. Indeed, finding his teammate in the middle, Zidane immediately surged towards the center of the penalty area. Castro, initially blocking him, found himself pushed aside by Zidane, who exerted considerably more force than before. Castro lost his grip on Zidane in the next moment. Zidane charged from the far post towards the center, leaping high from the line of the 6-yard box. Inside the area, the beastly Baptista was poised to head the ball away, overpowering Zidane. Yet, in an instant, the sky darkened above him, a shadow looming. To the astonishment of all, Zidane leapt, his head rising a good half-head above Baptista's. Bang! Zidane's powerful header sent the ball hurtling towards the Sevilla goal. Sending up a spray of white, Zidane, Baptista, and Zidane tumbled to the ground. But Zidane sprang up almost immediately. He had seen it. The ball had gone in. He turned and raced towards the corner flag. His excitement palpable. The crowd and commentators echoed the moment. Goal. Good heavens! It's Zidane. Zidane has scored. He has changed the score to 2-0. He truly can score. Queiroz' decision to start him was undoubtedly the right choice. Oh, Zidane leapt so high. Baptista, standing at 1.85 meters, was 5 centimeters taller. Yet Zidane soared even higher. This was a header as forceful as a mountain crashing down. He had overpowered the beast. This prodigious talent from the youth academy had officially taken flight at the Bernabeu. On the pitch, Zidane's steps grew larger as he leapt high, executing a 180 turn in midair. Arms outstretched, crashing down like a deity descending upon the earth, he let out a triumphant roar of celebration. Shoo! Though most fans did not comprehend its meaning, they joyfully echoed it. Shoo! 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 The Bernabeu transformed into a sea of white. Soon, Beckham, Zidane, Raúl, and others joined in the celebration. At this moment, Real Madrid desperately needed a victory in the league to uplift their spirits, especially at home. Zidane had delivered. Shortly after his goal, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. He hoped Portillo could seize the opportunity. Portillo nodded repeatedly. Asa forward, failing to compete with Ronaldo, Raúl, and others was one thing, but if he couldn't even measure up to Zidane, it might be time to consider leaving. As the second half commenced, Sevilla made an adjustment, substituting the lackluster Silva with the backup forward, Corridos. It was evident that Sevilla still aimed to secure points at the Bernabeu. In the 56th minute, Zidane proactively drifted to the left, facing off against Alves. Initially, he merely intended to feign activity for Zidane's sake, ensuring Zidane wouldn't suspect anything amiss. After all, the correct answer had been laid out before him. Neglecting it would surely indicate a problem. Beckham, now playing as a defensive midfielder, quickly recognized the opportunity. Bang! Beckham launched a long pass towards Zidane. Zidane sprinted desperately towards the ball's trajectory. Feeling hopeless, he could hardly control it. Such a high and distant pass from the back was challenging to receive. He might not even make contact on the first touch. This kind of ball demanded refined stopping skills. Wait, is Alves colliding with me? Su Heng turned to see Alves, resembling a bulldog, and suddenly chuckled. Chapter 7. You can stop humanity, but you cannot stop a deity. Su Heng began to engage in a fierce struggle with Alves. Standing barefoot at 1.80 m, Su Heng had the height advantage over Alves, who, in shoes, stood at 1.70 m. Su Heng leaned into Alves, asserting dominance through intimidation. Feeling humiliated, Alves, in a moment of rashness, seized Su Heng, and they both tumbled to the ground. Bang! The ball rolled aside, unattended. The referee blew the whistle, rushing toward Alves to brandish a yellow card. He cautioned Alves that if such actions continued, he would be sent off. Su Heng's strategy was remarkably astute. Forcing a yellow card was far more advantageous than merely stopping the ball, particularly since Alves was a defender. A booked defender would experience a significant decline in defensive capability, as they would constantly worry about receiving a second yellow card. This marked Su Heng's second yellow card induced in the match. The first was against Castro. Furthermore, Su Heng's header had been scored after evading Castro. Castro's inability to contain Su Heng likely stemmed from his fear of accumulating another yellow card. It all came full circle. Su Heng's actions were even described as a closed loop by the commentators. And everyone seemed to agree. Even Zidane, upon approaching, praised Su Heng's impactful play. Well done. Previously, only Ronaldo possessed such lethal capability within this team. Though your methods differ from Ronaldo's, the results are undeniably effective. Keep playing well. I'll look for an opportunity to pass to you shortly. Su Heng shook his head repeatedly. No, you needn't pass to me. I'll just disrupt their play. Raúl, Solari, and Guti can handle the passing. Zidane chuckled. I understand. You're of Chinese descent, and you value the virtue of humility. Rest assured, I am quite intrigued by Chinese culture. What was that saying? He who gathers firewood for the many cannot let them freeze in the snow. I shall ensure you have ample space to showcase your talents. Trust me. Su Heng despondently patted Zidane on the shoulder. Mimpy, no wonder you're bald. With such intelligence, how could you not be bald? Shortly thereafter, Raúl stepped up to take a well-placed free kick. He opted for a direct shot on goal. However, Raúl's touch was decidedly off today, as the ball struck the wall. Sevilla immediately launched a counterattack, with Baptista charging into the penalty area. Helguera, in a fierce contest with Baptista, inadvertently clipped his foot, sending Baptista sprawling. Beep. The referee approached Helguera, issuing a yellow card. Due to the infraction occurring in the penalty area, Sevilla was awarded a penalty kick, a yellow and a penalty. 10 seconds later, the few Sevilla fans erupted in cheers as the score shifted to 2-1. In the 60th minute, Portillo began warming up on the sidelines. Oh, is Portillo about to come on? Indeed, Su Heng had seen limited touches today. He had primarily contributed to the team's flow. Despite Su Heng's commendable statistics, including a goal and inducing a yellow card, he had not fully integrated into the team. It was reasonable for Portillo to be substituted in. The fans voiced their discontent, indicating a stronger endorsement for Su Heng. Previously, in the match against Athletic Bilbao, Portillo had disappointed the Madrid supporters, who had yet to forgive him. Su Heng observed the commotion on the sidelines with a welcoming attitude. On one hand, his stamina was waning. He was not fit enough to endure such an intense match for a full 90 minutes. On the other hand, Zidane would need to pass to him. He needed to hurry. Yet, he had performed decently today. What if Queiroz decided to start him again next time? He truly did not want to endure this anxious existence. He simply wished to capitalize on his time with the first team to earn system rewards. He really didn't want to play matches anymore. What could he do to ensure Queiroz sidelined him? An idea struck him, and he immediately adopted a sullen expression. The director's camera quickly captured this moment. Oh, Su Heng is sulking. He appears quite unhappy. Clearly, he wishes to remain on the pitch. Indeed, Su Heng had scored today. And with the team leading, it would be rather unkind of Queiroz to substitute him. Queiroz remained resolute, the fourth official preparing the substitution board. Rumor had it that Su Heng's relationship with Queiroz was strained, and this situation did not seem unfounded. When Su Heng was eventually substituted, would there be a confrontation with Queiroz? Young players can be quite impulsive, the commentators expressed their concern. Real Madrid fans began to pay close attention to the situation on the sidelines. As soon as a stoppage occurred, if a substitution was made, a potential conflict within the team could arise. In the 63rd minute, Zidane caught Zidane's gaze. Zidane intended to pass to Zidane. Zidane shook his head while pointing skyward, signaling for a high ball. "Don't play it to my feet. I can't control it." Zidane then pivoted, evading a potential pass from Zidane. Zidane, somewhat resigned, delivered a cross to find another teammate. Simultaneously, he grasped Zidane's intent, as Zidane wanted an aerial ball, not one played at his feet. On the left side of the penalty area, Solari advanced, colliding with the opposing center-back, Alpha. Alpha managed to head the ball out of the penalty area, but under Solari's pressure, he lost sight of the ball, allowing Zidane to seize it from the perimeter. Zidane deftly hooked the ball, sending a pass into the penalty area. Inside, Raúl was already in an offside position. Upon witnessing the football hurtling towards him, he swiftly sidestepped. In the next moment, the advancing Zidane leapt high into the air. Sevilla's other central defender, Navarro, desperately attempted to jump. Yet, propelled by his momentum, Zidane soared upward, seizing the advantage. Navarro found himself pinned beneath Zidane's abdomen, utterly unable to rise. His head merely aligned with Zidane's midsection. At that moment, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Zidane appeared to soar through the heavens. With a Cristiano Ronaldo-esque pompadour, aerial dominance, bam! With effortless finesse, he executed a powerful header towards the goal. Although the force was modest, the angle of the shot was exceedingly wide. Even if the Sevilla goalkeeper lunged, he would be unable to intercept the ball as it veered towards the far corner. Goal, 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 goal. Zidane. It is indeed Zidane. A brace. Zidane has achieved a double on his debut at the Bernabeu. He is on fire. Sevilla cannot contain him. They might be able to thwart mere mortals, but they stand no chance against a deity. Chapter 8. The yellow card hat-trick. The players of Sevilla protested, claiming RAI was offside. However, it was RAL, not Zidane, who was in an offside position. RAI had deftly evaded detection, causing no disruption to the match. Indeed, the referee deemed Zidane's goal valid. Today, Zidane is playing as if he were floating in the sky. Zidane's lofted pass was tailor-made for Zidane. This young prodigy is generating remarkable synergy with the world's premier midfielder. Oh, Zidane is dashing towards the sidelines. Does he seek to celebrate with Queiroz? The camera captures Zidane sprinting towards Real Madrid's bench. Queiroz is left bewildered. What does Zidane mean? Is this a gesture of submission? Has he scored and come over to celebrate, expressing gratitude, while simultaneously pleading for Queiroz to keep him on the pitch? Queiroz chuckles. If only this young man had displayed such understanding earlier, perhaps there would have been no issues. As for now, I'm afraid you'll have to cool your heels on the bench for a bit. Maintain this contrite attitude for a week, publicly apologize during training, and compose a 10,000-word reflection. Perhaps then, I might consider letting Zidane. Come on, substitute me, Queiroz. The players on the Real Madrid bench were utterly astounded. Zidane is challenging Queiroz. You don't think much of me, do you? 2 headers, 2 goals. This is what I bring to Real Madrid. Zidane boldly declared to Queiroz, I, Zidane, can lead this team to victory. Dare you substitute me? Go ahead, try it. Let us see who can outshine me. Who can, damn, Beckham, Zidane, and others rushed over to separate Zidane. Otherwise, they feared he might confront Queiroz physically. Meanwhile, the players on the bench restrained the agitated Queiroz, who appeared on the verge of a heart attack. The Real Madrid fans were left in shock. The commentators could scarcely believe their eyes. My goodness, is Zidane in conflict with Queiroz? Oh, goodness. This will undoubtedly attract attention post-match. Has Zidane lost his mind? Of course, we can empathize with Zidane's emotions. His performance has been stellar, having scored 2 goals, yet he faces substitution. I believe anyone would feel discontent. However, his method of expression is perhaps too direct. I even thought I heard him claim he could bring victory to Real Madrid. No one would dare utter such words, not even Ronaldo, perhaps. Yet, what the commentators did not expect was that, after a brief silence, the Real Madrid fans erupted into fervent cheers. They began chanting Zidane's name. Zidane, Zidane, Zidane. Queiroz's expression darkened further. This was a clear indication of the fans' dissatisfaction with Queiroz's management. With superstars like Ronaldo, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, RAL, and Roberto Carlos, how could Monaco eliminate such a team? Currently, They languished in second place in the league, their title hopes in jeopardy. This was not the caliber of performance expected from the Galácticos. In the minds of the Real Madrid supporters, with such a lineup, the team should have easily topped the league, leading by more than 10 points and breezing into the Champions League semi-finals, ultimately claiming the trophy. Yet HRR had failed to deliver. While there may be many objective reasons, the fans were indifferent. They perceived Zidane as their voice, expressing their frustrations towards HRR. Moreover, Zidane's confidence perfectly mirrored the fans' expectations of their club's players. Real Madrid has acquired the world's most expensive players, one after another. Naturally, our players should boldly proclaim their supremacy. This is what Real Madrid players should embody. The cheers of the fans grew louder. The referee intervened. Despite this being merely an internal conflict, the referee deemed Zidane's actions disruptive to the match and issued a yellow card. Zidane felt a twinge of regret. Why not a red card? Referee, you are being too lenient. Don't treat me lightly just because we are at the Bernabeu. Show me a red card, I'm counting on you. The referee offered words of comfort to Zidane. On the sidelines, the assistant coach inquired of HRR. Are we still making substitutions? The fourth official is asking us. HRR, in a fit of rage, replied, substitute? How can we substitute now? You tell me how we can make a change in this scenario. I feel like they should substitute me instead. This is simply outrageous. Portillo looked utterly dejected. He had never encountered such a situation. Someone daring to confront the head coach and actually winning. Wow! The stands erupted with cheers from the Real Madrid supporters. Their protest had succeeded. They had kept the finest player on the pitch die in response. The finest player, Zidane, felt a pang of heartbreak. Really? They aren't substituting him. HRR, this is unacceptable. He must continue to focus on evading the ball. In the 66th minute, Salgado fouled Baptista on the flank and received a yellow card. Sevilla took the free kick, sending the ball into Real Madrid's penalty area. Helguera won the aerial duel, heading the ball clear of the box. By sheer coincidence, the ball flew towards Zidane in that moment. Zidane felt despair. He engaged in a fierce battle for position with Casquero. In such a high-intensity confrontation, it would be nearly impossible for him to control the ball. This was far beyond his capabilities. He was unable to outmatch Casquero. The latter gradually gained the upper hand in the duel, becoming more likely to secure possession. Out of the corner of his eye, Zidane noticed another Sevilla player, Alejandro, and in a flash, he shouted, "Attack! That ball is mine!" Raul, Carlos, Solari, Zidane, and others immediately surged into the half, a counterattack. The Real Madrid players trusted Zidane completely, confident he could execute a splendid counterattack. Similarly, Alejandro grew anxious, rushing towards Zidane, attempting to sandwich him between himself and Casquero before the ball arrived, toppling Zidane in the process. Beep. The referee halted the match. Alejandro, yellow card. Alejandro sacrificed a yellow card to thwart Real Madrid's counterattack. This marked the third yellow card generated by Zidane in this match. His impact is undeniably visible. He is undoubtedly the best performing player for Real Madrid today. Casquero, utterly bewildered, remarked, "I had already secured my position." "What are you doing?" "I can handle him," Alejandro retorted. "Huh. Were you not the one who said you couldn't do it?" The Real Madrid players are all counterattacking. The two exchanged silence, while Zidane offered a slight smile. "Did you really believe that? You are far too naive." Chapter 9. Does the hothead not deserve to stay at Real Madrid? Once again, the Real Madrid supporters applauded. They were celebrating Zidane's yellow card hat-trick. Fouling was the only means Sevilla had to restrain him. Zidane is indeed formidable. What reason could there be for not promoting such a player to the first team? Surely, HRR is deliberately suppressing Zidane. He does not wish for Real Madrid's youth training to shine, having continuously sought to recruit Manchester United striker Van Nistelrooy. I believe Zidane is no less talented than Van Nistelrooy. Zidane is merely 18. Van Nistelrooy is already 28. The fans engaged in animated discussions, expressing satisfaction with Zidane's on-field performance. While acquiring superstars is undeniably extravagant, the sense of achievement in nurturing homegrown talent is immeasurably greater. Zidane has already demonstrated such potential. On his debut at the Bernabeu, his performance was not inferior to that of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo during his first appearance here, in the 74th minute. With Real Madrid leading 3-1, they remained unsatisfied, encircling Sevilla's penalty area and frequently mounting attacks. Zidane repeatedly called for aerial balls within the small box, as here he had a chance to trigger his aerial dominance effect. However, Calling for the ball from this position demanded exceptionally high passing skills from his teammates. Even Zidane, after 2 attempts, failed to connect successfully. In the 75th minute, Salgado and Guti surged forward. Salgado dashed directly to the byline. However, the opposing players quickly followed him, thwarting Zidane's attempt to assist him. Observing the flank no longer viable, Zidane lofted another pass towards the center. The ball was deflected by Casquero, heading towards the near post of the penalty area. Once again, it was a situation where one could see high but not far. Su Hang immediately sprinted forward. Alfaro and Su Hang leapt simultaneously. Su Hang failed to trigger his aerial dominance, but Alfaro had already developed a psychological block against Su Hang's jumping and heading abilities. He relinquished the aerial duel, instead focusing on restricting and obstructing Su Hang, positioning himself between Su Hang and the goal, thereby eliminating any possibility for Su Hang to take a direct shot. Bang! The soccer ball struck the ground and rebounded, as Salgado galloped forward, delivering a stunning volley. Whoosh! The ball found its way into the Sevilla net from an almost impossible angle. Salgado, what a magnificent shot from such a tight angle. With such skill, are you certain Salgado is a right back and not a right winger? 4-1. Real Madrid has dismantled Sevilla. Once again, Suong is stirring the pot in the penalty area. His head seems to be illuminated today. Every touch he makes is golden, not only scoring goals but also providing assists. While I cannot speak for other aspects, I believe Suong is truly world-class when it comes to heading. Real Madrid has finally welcomed a super header. This completes the final piece of the puzzle for the team. Though the extraterrestrial Ronaldo is omnipotent and the French king Zidane has delivered many classic headers, neither can be considered a true aerial threat. Of course, this is contingent upon resolving the issues between Suong and Queiroz. Given the current circumstances, it seems Suong may face stern repercussions from Real Madrid post-match. In the 79th minute, Real Madrid made a substitution. Youngster Medja replaced Carlos, a tactical switch. In the 83rd minute, they continued to make changes, bringing on centre-back Pavon for Beckham. Real Madrid signaled the end of their efforts. In the 88th minute, Guti dribbled past defenders, drawing attention before passing to Zidane. Zidane intended to thread the ball through to Suong, yet Suong remained static in an offside position, hands on hips. No more running. I'm done with this, do as you please. Bang! Zidane unleashed a long-range shot, opting to take it on himself. However, his glance towards Suong deceived the Sevilla defenders, who anticipated a pass and reacted accordingly. Yet Zidane went for it himself. By the time the ball was airborne, it was too late for the Sevilla defenders to intervene. Whoosh! Zidane struck a world-class goal. 5-1. Absolutely insane. This marks one of Real Madrid's rare, monumental victories this season. Zidane's shot pierced through, his technique as formidable as ever. Sevilla players voiced their grievances, claiming Suong's offside position had assisted the team unfairly. The referee shook his head. Suong had done nothing, standing still and not obstructing the goalkeeper's line of sight, far from the goal. Suong's positioning was more legitimate than Raúl's in previous instances. Should this goal be disallowed, the referee would have to annul Raúl's header as well. In the 90th minute, Real Madrid substituted Borja for Zidane. The referee then blew his whistle 3 times, signaling the end of the match. He granted Sevilla no additional time, a merciful gesture from the official. Otherwise, Real Madrid might have scored again. After all, it was evident that Su Hang seemed reluctant to continue playing in the last 10 minutes. He was clearly struggling to keep up. The youth, after all, is still too kind-hearted. Yet, isn't this the brilliance of humanity? Even as Sevilla players departed the pitch, they cast grateful glances at Suong, remembering this kindness. Surely, Suong was not incapable of moving in those final 10 minutes? What a joke, Suong. Well, whatever you say. Soon, Suong was summoned to the sidelines to accept the champagne representing the player of the match. Meanwhile, numerous media outlets surged forward to interview him. Each journalist posed questions, but Suong could hardly comprehend the cacophony. However, he spotted a familiar face among them. It was Clara Cecilia from Marca. Clara, please go ahead with your question. Suong, ever grateful, acknowledged her. Clara beamed. Suong, during the match, you had a disagreement with Coach Queiroz. Will you apologize for that? The other reporters fell silent. We were expecting to simply ask about Suong's goal experience. And you went straight for the jugular? Suong might refuse your interviews from now on. You're really putting him in a tight spot. Yet Suong smiled. Clara truly understands me. Suong feigned anger. As a distinguished forward, Being substituted while in peak physical condition is a disgrace. I believe Queiroz has shown me a lack of respect, and thus he shall not receive my respect in return. I do not target Portillo. My grievances lie solely with Queiroz. Therefore, I will never apologize to Queiroz. Never. A gasp swept through the crowd. Suong is truly prepared to sever ties with Queiroz. In any team, such an overt conflict between player and coach is catastrophic. The outcome often leads to the player being cast aside. It seems unlikely that Suong will remain at Real Madrid next season. Chapter 10. Marseille turn and beastly physique. Even if Queiroz departs, the new head coach will not favor such a headstrong individual. Ronaldo, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, who among them is not more illustrious than Suong? Yet who would dare voice discord with the head coach? Suong has breached the club's taboo. No matter how well such a disunited player performs, they risk being sidelined. Did I perhaps ask an inappropriate question? Clara, perceiving the reactions around her, realized she may have put Suong in a difficult position. No, it was splendid. You are an excellent journalist. Suong even exchanged a high-five with Clara. Winning the Copa del Rey was no accident. Real Madrid's rising star helps the team crush Sevilla 5-1. 1 assist, 2 goals, and 3 yellow cards. Suong conquers the Bernabeu, named player of the match. The Chinese striker explodes in 2 consecutive matches. This is no coincidence. Real Madrid's youth academy bears fruit. Florentino's Zidane Pavon policy may not succeed. But the Zidane-Suong combination works wonders. The beast Baptista. His aerial dominance is unparalleled. If I am a beast, then he is the aerial beast. Sevilla's goalkeeper. Suong bombarded our penalty area. He dominated the skies. Post-match, Suong completely monopolized the entire La Liga football page. Such is the influence of Real Madrid. The sentiments surrounding Morientes among Madrid fans are complex. Yet Suong's emergence has resolved a dilemma for the club. Morientes was originally a key striker for Real Madrid, but after the arrival of Ronaldo, he was relegated to the bench. Last season, he made 28 appearances for Madrid, but only 2 were as a starter. As long as Ronaldo is present, Morientes will have no opportunities. For the sake of team harmony, this season Real Madrid loaned Morientes to Monaco. This was seen as an affront to the renowned player. However, not long ago, the loaned Morientes led Monaco to eliminate his true parent club, Real Madrid, in the Champions League quarterfinals. This was difficult for Madrid fans to accept. Many labeled Morientes a traitor. This stands as one of the most classic acts of revenge in history, leading to the establishment of the Morientes clause. Henceforth, when Real Madrid loans players, they often require that the loaned players refrain from competing against them to avoid similar situations. Nevertheless, some support Morientes, arguing that such a talented player should never have been loaned out. Now, there is no longer a need to discuss Morientes. Let that traitor be forgotten. Isn't Suong more appealing? After Suong's resurgence, Clara received the opportunity to establish her own column in Marca. This privilege is reserved for renowned journalists. In her column, Clara continuously promoted Suong, even stating, Suong, as a high-caliber version of Morientes, can definitely coexist with Ronaldo and Raúl. He can alleviate pressure on Ronaldo to the greatest extent, sparing the extraterrestrial from injuries. He is willing to undertake the hard work on the front line. In this match, he even drew 3 yellow cards. As long as he is present, Ronaldo will not face as many fouls. It is time for Real Madrid to consider a 3-forward formation. This is not merely for Suong, but for Ronaldo, to achieve the pinnacle of attacking prowess for Real Madrid. I even devised a name for the front trio of Suong. Ronaldo and Raúl. HRR stands for Suong S, while R represents Ronaldo and Raúl. This is akin to the abbreviation for House of Rolls-Royce HRR, the most prestigious attacking trio in Europe. House of Rolls-Royce, I must say. Clara possesses a certain talent. The name HRR resonated throughout Spain. Even media outlets from other European leagues took an interest. After all, Ronaldo is a 2-time Balon d'Or winner and a 3-time FIFA World Player of the Year. Raúl is also a superstar, having ranked second in Balon d'Or voting at his peak. So what of this H? It is the platform of Real Madrid, the fame of Ronaldo and Raúl, propelling Suong to rapid renown across Europe. However, as people delve deeper, perceptions of this player among various clubs were not particularly favorable. This is due to Suong's blatant disrespect towards the coach as a manager. No club desires such a player. Many fans, embodying the role of club management, also disapprove. Ding. Your outstanding performance during the match has astonished Baptista. He regards you as an aerial beast. You have been awarded the superstar-level skill Baptista's beastly physique. Baptista is an all-round player, capable of excelling in multiple positions, with his physical prowess being a common trait across these roles. Your strength, jumping ability, foot power, stamina, and injury resistance attributes have all been enhanced. When engaged in physical confrontations, there exists a probability of triggering the physical domination effect, which can significantly enhance your chances of prevailing in such encounters. Furthermore, when faced with malicious personal attacks from adversaries, the fight or flight response is inevitably activated, greatly augmenting your grappling abilities until the conflict reaches its conclusion. However, following the cessation of the conflict, you will succumb to a period of weakness lasting double the usual time. What a revelation! Baptista, my friend, you have truly impressed me. Su Heng had not anticipated Baptista's formidable prowess. Strength and physical domination aside, the potency of the fight-or-flight response is particularly striking, as its applicability extends beyond the confines of the playing field. In the context of Europe, where public safety can be precarious, this skill serves as an exceptional means of self-defense. You have begun to grasp this technical maneuver and can execute it in relatively relaxed settings. Upon successfully utilizing this move to evade an opponent, your speed, shooting, passing, and other abilities will experience a temporary enhancement. Well done. Su Heng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. How could one not acknowledge the stature of the French football king? Observe this grand design. With the generous contributions of these two star players, Su Heng's attributes for strength and jumping have also been unlocked. Strength 75, jumping 70, heading 77, shooting 71, with the latter two seeing a modest increase. Likely due to Su Heng's training and match appearances. Chapter 11. Intensifying conflicts. Regrettably, the dribbling attribute remains inaccessible. Zidane? Zidane. Is it not the case that your fundamentals are too weak to be compensated for? HRR, HHR, high-spec Morieni's, aerial beast, Shu. Su Heng arrived at the training ground, where a multitude of Real Madrid fans had gathered, displaying immense enthusiasm for his presence. Some even approached with Su Heng's number 24 jersey, eagerly requesting his autograph. Naturally, Su Heng was elated. "Do not rush. Everyone will receive my signature," he proclaimed, thus commencing his impromptu signing event. AS Esteban Cambiasso, a substitute for the first team, passed by. He glanced at the time and approached Su Heng, reminding him, "Su, training time is approaching." Su Heng smiled at Cambiasso, expressing his gratitude before continuing to sign autographs. Cambiasso, feeling the urgency, hurried into the training ground. Soon after, Real Madrid's training session commenced. However, Su Heng was notably absent. It was nearly half an hour later when he finally arrived, rubbing his right hand, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Real Madrid fans. All the players trained while discreetly casting glances at Su Heng, well aware of his signing event. Clearly, Su Heng had orchestrated this delay intentionally. "Stop. You are late." Queiraz's countenance darkened, sensing the collective gaze of the team. If he failed to address Su Heng's tardiness with seriousness, his authority within the squad would be irrevocably diminished. "Yes, my apologies. Outside." Su Heng attempted to explain. "Silence. I did not grant you permission to speak." Queiraz pointed towards the training field, commanding, "Run 5 kilometers before you engage in any other activities." Before Queiraz could finish his sentence, Su Heng had already turned and begun to run. He bore no aversion to training, recognizing that running was a vital component of a player's regimen. What Queiraz sought was not merely Su Heng's compliance in running, but rather a display of contrition, an acknowledgement of wrongdoing, a plea for forgiveness. Such arrogance. "I have never encountered a player as conceited as you." Queiraz berated, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Heng. "No one in this team compares to you. Look at the others: Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Raúl, Carlos. All punctual. Even Ronaldo has arrived. Today marks his first day back from injury, and yet he is timely. This is the attitude expected of a Real Madrid player. Do you truly believe yourself superior to Ronaldo?" Numerous players ceased their training activities, captivated by the unfolding confrontation. Yet, the singled-out Ronaldo remained composed, continuing his shooting drills with Casillas. "Hey, Ronaldo." Su Heng approached him. Raúl furrowed his brow. Su Heng was still too young. He had allowed Queiraz's few words to provoke a confrontation with Ronaldo. In this team, or indeed in contemporary football, no one dares to stand against Ronaldo. Morieni's experience serves as a testament to that. Even Zidane, who previously vied for the title of the world's best player against Ronaldo, now avoids conflict with him. Such is the influence of the extraterrestrial Ronaldo in this era. "Hey, Ronaldo, you cannot proceed like this." Su Hang stood before Ronaldo. Ronaldo turned, his expression one of confusion. "You have only just recovered from injury. Your muscles and tendons have only recently rejoined." Su Hang grasped Ronaldo's arm, though his hold was not firm. It merely reflected superficial observation of healing, not true recovery. "You may engage in light jogging and modest weight training for rehabilitative purposes, but you must refrain from high-intensity activities such as shooting drills. Engaging in such strenuous exercise could lead to injury before complete healing has occurred. I have studied your injury history, which is not solely linked to your playing style, but also to your recovery process." Ronaldo's expression shifted from skepticism to earnest attentiveness. Interestingly, despite Europe's self-proclaimed advancements, the field of sports medicine remains undervalued in this era. Players often fail to grasp the significance of sports medicine, with many taking the field with painkillers. A pervasive misunderstanding exists among the public, equating playing through injury and returning to action as heroism. In Su Hang's perspective, Ronaldo's return was entirely unnecessary. Observing the engaging discussion between Su Hang and Ronaldo, Queiroz realized that his scheme to pit them against each other had faltered. He interrupted their medical discourse, stating, "Do not disseminate your peculiar ideas. You are undermining our team's morale." Queiroz was acutely aware of Ronaldo's condition, as was Su Hang, yet they both understood it far better than he did. Ronaldo's condition was excellent. He would soon score a goal by deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper. Upon hearing Queiroz's assessment of his role, Su Hang nearly burst into laughter. "It's a deal." He shrugged. "No, you are mistaken. Perhaps Ronaldo is aware, but I am certain I understand him better. Honestly, I wish for Ronaldo to remain healthy more than anyone. I harbor no objections to sitting on the bench as long as this team thrives. I can remain a substitute indefinitely. However, the issue lies in your approach, which will ultimately jeopardize Ronaldo's well-being. You mentioned the pendulum maneuver, and that is precisely where I assert that Ronaldo's style of play is scientifically flawed. This dribbling technique is nearly insurmountable, with rapid directional changes that are the bane of goalkeepers. Yet simultaneously, it poses a grave threat to Ronaldo's knees. Each time he executes this maneuver, he risks not only his opponent's downfall but also his own knees. Are you aware of the strain each change of direction places on his knees? Do you comprehend the permanent damage inflicted upon them after every pendulum maneuver, including his ankles? When coupled with frequent acceleration, deceleration, and explosive shots, his legs will inevitably falter. At that point, you will have no choice but to start me. Understand? In truth, this issue extends beyond Ronaldo. When players exceed the age of 28, they must prioritize physical maintenance, reducing their training volumes accordingly. For those surpassing 30 or with a history of severe injuries, this becomes even more imperative. Such measures can enable many of us to maintain a commendable level of athleticism well into our mid-30s, rather than witnessing the decline of so many players immediately after turning 30. Su Hang's fervor intensified as he spoke, and more teammates gathered around. Chapter 12. Requesting the media not to speak on my behalf. This was a new theory for the Real Madrid players, the vast majority of whom attributed injuries solely to external forces. They revered self-assertion yet seldom acknowledged their own limits. They were reluctant to recognize that pushing beyond one's limits could be a form of self-harm. They genuinely perceived turning 30 as a calamity in their professional careers, squandering their youth without considering that proper maintenance could postpone such a trial. I believe Su is correct. Every era has its sages, and Zidane embodies such wisdom. We need a truly healthy Ronaldo, capable of enduring an entire season. Otherwise, achieving our desired results will be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, rigorous training imposes burdens on injured and aging players. Observing the players' expressions, Queiroz recognized Su Hang's persuasive arguments had taken effect. He remained skeptical of the notion of maintenance, championing relentless and arduous training. Anyone unwilling to train was simply lazy. Zidane's support for Su Hang stemmed from his own age of 32. Having achieved great success, he sought to lessen his training load. Queiroz believed he had discerned Zidane's ulterior motives but refrained from exposing them, aware that the influence of Zidane and Su Hang within the team was starkly different. Queiroz stormed away. In the following days of training, Queiroz pretended not to notice Su Hang's presence. Naturally, Su Hang was quite pleased with this state of affairs. He felt utterly at ease. With the absence of the team's stringent demands, he could devote all his energy to honing his shooting, heading, strength, and jumping attributes. It is futile for him to train on other projects at this time. Only these few projects can lead to rapid improvement. With his specialized training, It soon became apparent to everyone that he possessed remarkable strengths. Suhong's shooting is quite commendable. Indeed, he has reached a level befitting a forward. In the last match, he did not take a single shot, and I had assumed he was lacking in that department. However, this fellow's heading ability is truly impressive. Although he is not particularly tall, standing at 1.80 m, his jumping ability is extraordinary. Moreover, I feel that he leaps even higher during actual matches. Yes, I share that sentiment. In yesterday's training match, he appeared as if he were taking flight. This chap also excels in physical confrontations. I sense he can withstand impacts better than Raúl. Let us refrain from disparaging remarks. I am not a confrontational type of forward. Raúl is merely trying to preserve his dignity. The atmosphere within the Real Madrid squad remains quite pleasant, at least until the day before the next match. On this day, HRR is set to announce the players selected for the upcoming match, including the starting lineup. Currently, there are 30 players in the first team, yet only 18 can make the squad, and just 11 can start. The competition is undeniably fierce, particularly for the forward position, as there is only one available, and Ronaldo has returned from injury. Before HRR's announcement, Suhong proactively stated, "I can forego a spot on the squad. I believe many forwards in the team are stronger than I am." He spoke the truth. In training, despite some advantages, nearly all the players outshine him. After all, this is Real Madrid. Even the substitutes led by Portillo, who have scarcely seen any playing time, possess a significantly stronger overall skill set than Suhong. Most importantly, being selected for the squad entails traveling with the team and potentially disrupting training time. Suhong demonstrated notable improvement yesterday, gaining an additional point. He is thoroughly engrossed in the gradual process of becoming stronger and wishes to avoid interruptions. HRR, observing from the sidelines, was infuriated. This Suhong must be doing it on purpose. Just after being named man of the match in the previous game, he cannot even secure a spot on the squad this time. Isn't that a blatant indication that I, as the head coach, am petty and placing personal preferences above the team's interests? How despicable! Now that he has said this, he has garnered the goodwill of his teammates. I am left with no choice but to include him in the squad. How utterly exasperating. Ultimately, in an atmosphere filled with HRR's barely concealed ire, Suhong was included in the 18-man squad for the next match. However, Suhong found solace in the fact that he was a substitute, not a starter. The likelihood of him having to nervously await his turn on the field was significantly reduced, especially with Ronaldo present. Indeed, following the announcement of the squad, the public expressed their approval. Even Suhong's most ardent fans did not believe he deserved a starting position after Ronaldo's return. Not to mention competing for the title of man of the match, most would undoubtedly choose Ronaldo over Suhong. Even if Suhong were to be named best player of the season, on April 40th, in the 31st round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Albacete away. With Ronaldo scoring twice, Real Madrid triumphed 2-1. Achieving their second consecutive victory, after more than 70 minutes, HRR could have substituted Ronaldo, allowing him to rest while giving Suhong and other young players more playing time. Yet he chose not to. He understood that if Ronaldo were to be substituted, Suhong would undoubtedly take his place, as the fans would not accept any other option. Thus, he refrained from making any changes. The result was after the match. Ronaldo felt slight discomfort in his ankle. On April 11th, in the 32nd round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Osasuna. This match drew 60,000 fans to the stadium. However, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating defeat. Losing 0-3. In the aftermath, the club faced criticism from various sectors of society, with several media outlets highlighting HRR's shortcomings in match management. Marca reported, "It is hard to imagine that Suhong was not included in HRR's substitutions. Given Ronaldo's evident decline in form, was it not reasonable to let this young star of Real Madrid take a shot?" AS commented, "Even if he did not substitute Ronaldo, could he not have shifted to a 2-forward or 3-forward formation by introducing Suhong? I believe the HRR trident is absolutely worth a try," Diario Sport remarked. Real Madrid has recruited so many superstars, yet here we are debating why young Suhong is not on the field. This in itself is deeply ironic, Mundo Deportivo added. If Ronaldo cannot accomplish certain feats, it is only natural that Suhong cannot as well. HRR's decision not to play Suhong is understandable, especially since Suhong has yet to apologize for the altercation that occurred during the match. Marca's Clara column even published several training photos of Suhong, stating he is among the hardest working players in the Real Madrid training sessions. After daily training, he would head to the gym for strength training. His physique has undergone significant changes in a short span, presenting a fit appearance both in and out of clothing. Yet Queiroz grants Suong no opportunities whatsoever. His pettiness is truly alarming. He seems to be using the team's performance to take revenge on Suong. To be fair, the news articles advocating for Suong have caused him considerable distress. Chapter 13. I suspect Queiroz is mentally manipulating Suong. Especially Clara, this girl is truly too supportive of Suong. Ultimately, Suong had no choice but to invite Clara out for a meal, seeking to subtly address the situation. Suong. In truth, I find great joy in training. Whether or not I play does not matter. Clara. Is Queiroz forcing you to say that? Suong. I am speaking voluntarily. Truly, I still have areas for improvement. This is not the best time for me to contribute to Real Madrid. Clara, even at this juncture, you are still focused on Real Madrid. You should think more about yourself. Suong. I understand this may be difficult to grasp. There are things I cannot disclose directly. However, as long as you comprehend that my absence from matches is beneficial for everyone, that is all that matters. Clara expressed her understanding of Suong's intentions. The following day, Marca's Clara column stated, I have met with Suong, and his condition is dire. I seriously suspect Queiroz is mentally manipulating Suong. I even heard Suong utter the words, not playing is better for everyone. Suong is far too naive. This is workplace bullying. I, Clara Cecilia, a media professional, hereby issue a serious warning to Queiroz. Immediately cease your mental manipulation of Suong. I have contacted doctors at the Madrid mental hospital. Should Real Madrid consent to Suong undergoing an evaluation, we will swiftly obtain evidence. When Suong saw this news, he was utterly flabbergasted. Clara appeared quite attractive, possessing curves, yet she seemed utterly devoid of common sense. Is she attempting to pressure Queiroz? This is, in fact, pressuring me. Is it so difficult to not want to play football? I observe many substitute players who spend their entire careers on the bench seem to manage just fine. Right, Hazard? Clara's article sparked considerable uproar in Spain. Real Madrid officially rejected the Madrid mental hospital's request for an evaluation of Suong. They had every reason to do so. Players are unable to ascertain their injury status from hospitals without the club's approval. However, Clara subsequently allied with the Real Madrid Fans Association, once again advocating for Suong to undergo a mental assessment. They believe Suong has been subjected to mental manipulation, which they deem exceedingly sinister. Of course, this matter would later be referred to as workplace PUA, becoming increasingly prevalent in everyday life. Europe places great emphasis on various human rights, and this situation caught the attention of European human rights organizations. They intend to bring Real Madrid and Queiroz to court, which could lead to serious ramifications. Upon learning of this news, Real Madrid's president, Florentino, was both amused and bewildered. Mental manipulation? How is that even possible? The last time Suong spoke in front of the team, he was nearly at odds with Queiroz. How could he possibly be controlled? Moreover, Queiroz had not spoken to Suong for a full 2 weeks following that incident. How could he have controlled him? It is utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, Florentino was not in a rush to intervene in team affairs. This situation brought considerable attention to Real Madrid, which he viewed as a positive development. After all, as long as the matter is clarified, the club would suffer no reputational damage. Florentino is a highly successful businessman. He understands the importance of allowing things to unfold. Simultaneously, he analyzed Suong's motives. Indeed, Florentino perceived Clara merely as Suong's spokesperson. But what was Suong's true intention? According to reports, Suong was not vying for a starting position. He even preferred not to be included in the squad. He seems to be leveraging public sentiment to secure a starting role while genuinely expressing his desire to assist Ronaldo in regaining form. What is this young man truly orchestrating? If Suong were merely seeking the former, Florentino would undoubtedly take action against him. He does not wish for such troublemakers within the ranks of Real Madrid. However, could it be that he aims to instigate a tactical reform within the team, forcing Queiroz to abandon the single-forward strategy and compelling him to adopt a dual or triple-forward formation? In any case, Florentino found Suong to be quite intriguing on April 18th in the 33rd round of La Liga. Queiroz believed Suong was deliberately creating a stir through the media, hence he excluded Suong from the 18-man squad. Portillo finally made the cut. However, in this match, Real Madrid lost 1-2 to their city rivals. Atletico Madrid, marking their third consecutive defeat. Real Madrid has been dethroned from its position at the pinnacle of La Liga, now relegated to second place, while their fiercest rivals, Barcelona, have ascended to the top. To compound matters, during this match, Real Madrid star player, Ronaldo, has sustained yet another injury. The team's fortunes seem to have plummeted. Following the conclusion of the match, a group of passionate Real Madrid supporters gathered outside the club's headquarters, where they publicly burned their scarves in protest. They demanded unity, not infighting. They called for Zidane, not Queiroz. They yearned to see Zidane on the pitch. The fans could no longer tolerate Queiroz' abysmal squad selections. The following day, Florentino personally summoned the head of the medical staff to inquire about Ronaldo's condition. The team's sporting director, Queiroz, and Zidane were also present. This was perhaps why Queiroz was unusually deferential towards Zidane. Zidane's role at Real Madrid transcended that of a mere player. He was someone with whom Florentino could engage as an equal. Although Ronaldo enjoyed greater favoritism, he did not receive the same level of respect. Bang! Florentino smashed his cup in frustration. Next match? What about the next match? The next match is against Barcelona. Florentino erupted in anger, exclaiming that in a game where they desperately needed Ronaldo, he would be unavailable. You bunch of incompetent doctors. Have you even listened to Zidane's theories on injuries? If you had followed his advice and allowed Ronaldo a gradual recovery, would he truly be unable to participate in this match? Useless. We have the most professional football players in the world, yet we lack the corresponding sports physicians to match them. Find me the best sports doctor in the world. Next season, I do not wish for any of Real Madrid's key players to suffer significant injuries, especially those stemming from poor recovery leading to the reoccurrence of old ailments. After dismissing the medical staff, Florentino turned to Queiroz. Queiroz, if Barcelona leaves the Bernabeu with their heads held high in the next match, you will leave Madrid with your head bowed. You understand what I mean. Now, I want to hear the starting lineup for the next match. With only 5 days remaining until the match, no lineup had yet been established. Chapter 14. The starting 11, the Spanish National Derby. Queiroz was compelled to concoct one on the spot. Point 4-2-3-1. With Zidane as the forward, and then, enough, Florentino interrupted, you may leave. Clearly, Florentino had received the answer he sought. Queiroz was not entirely foolish. After Queiroz departed, Florentino looked towards Zidane. Zidane shook his head. He is extremely hardworking, and his training regimen is quite rigorous. However, his training is highly focused, honing in on the strengths he has already demonstrated. This is peculiar, as most would train their weaknesses unless they are concealing something. He does not wish to reveal more. But one thing you need not worry about is that he is not the type to bully others or spread rumors. Clara's exclusive interview was likely an unfortunate misunderstanding. I believe Clara misinterpreted the situation. Zidane consistently takes the time to sign autographs for fans outside the training ground. Not just one or two, but for everyone. He has maintained this commitment for as long as he has been here. He shows respect to all players, including those who may harbor hostility towards him, like Portillo. He even attempted to advise Portillo on how to better leverage his strengths. But unfortunately, Portillo was not receptive. Zidane possesses a keen ability to identify each player's characteristics and offer constructive suggestions. I genuinely believe he is correct in his assessments. He is assisting everyone on the team, even when not on the field. My conclusion is, you can trust him. Zidane spoke at length. He rarely bestows such high praise upon anyone. Florentino nodded. So, what characteristics has he identified in you? Or rather, how does he believe you should improve? Zidane smiled slightly. He mentioned that I tend to be a bit hot-headed, and that if I could avoid receiving red cards on the pitch, I would be more than just the king of French football. Ha ha ha. Florentino laughed heartily. Interesting. And what about me? What does he think of me? Zidane replied. The greatest president of Real Madrid since Santiago Bernabeu. A glimmer of light shone in Florentino's eyes. A high compliment. Zidane added, however, the mention of Santiago is merely out of respect for our late predecessors. In other words, the title of the greatest president of Real Madrid could stand alone. Florentino was momentarily taken aback. He harbored such determination, yet he was uncertain if he could live up to it. Meanwhile, Zidane seemed to have great confidence in Florentino, that young man. Florentino was evidently pleased and hoped for a stellar performance from him in the Spanish derby. Simply possessing a kind heart, a love for Real Madrid, and respect for predecessors does not qualify one to be the heir apparent. The heir apparent. Zidane's pupils contracted, feeling a pang of regret for Raul. It appears that this golden boy of Real Madrid ultimately failed to garner Florentino's approval. All of these qualities belong to Raul. On the morning of April 25th, Real Madrid announced their squad for the evening's Spanish derby. Zidane, Raul, Figo, Beckham, Cambiaso, Carlos, Bravo, Helguera, Salgado, Casillas. Cambiaso's inclusion to substitute for Guti is due to his slightly stronger defensive capabilities. It is evident that Queiroz remains wary of Barcelona's offensive prowess, particularly that of the football wizard. Ronaldinho. Reporters relentlessly questioned Queiroz about Suhang using Suhang a response to external pressure. Have you exercised psychological control over Suhang? Did personal reasons prevent you from fielding Suhang until now? Some say your reluctance to play Suhang led to overusing Ronaldo, resulting in his injuries. How do you explain that? Queiroz declined all interviews, sitting alone in the card he regretted coming to Spain. This place had become his hell. He was eager to see how Suhang would perform in this match. Judging by Suhang's training performances, it seemed likely that Real Madrid had no chance in this match. For Suhang's level had yet to reach that of a starting player in one of the top 5 leagues. Queiroz, with his decades of coaching experience, was certain of this. In the evening, the Bernabeu Stadium was packed to capacity. The battle for the top spot between Real Madrid and Barcelona. The Spanish derby. A clash of the old and new titans in midfield. Zidane versus Ronaldinho. The showdown between the goalkeeping prodigies of their respective academies, Casillas and Valdes. Additionally, it was a matchup between Barcelona's young star forwards, such as Saviola and Overmars, and Real Madrid's own homegrown forward talent, Suhang. The stadium was flooded with 80,000 fans, with every seat occupied. The atmosphere was unparalleled, surpassing even that of the Copa del Rey final. This was Suhang's first experience in such a grand spectacle. Barcelona's starting lineup featured Ronaldinho, Saviola, Overmars, Xavi, Cocu, Davis, Van Bronckhorst, Puyol, Olger, Reiziger, Valdes. In terms of flair, Real Madrid undoubtedly eclipsed Barcelona. Yet, on the points table, it was Barcelona that held the lead. Just within the players' tunnel, the tension between both teams was palpable, charged with animosity. This was a clash of bitter rivals. As the match commenced, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. The level of physicality was intense. The referee recognized this level of confrontation, understanding that a meticulously regulated match was implausible. This degree of intensity posed significant challenges for Suhang. His dribbling, ball control, and passing abilities were insufficient to navigate the tumultuous conditions on the field. In the 9th minute, Barcelona launched a counterattack. Ronaldinho, from 25 meters away from the goal, initiated the match's first threatening advance. Fortunately, Casillas showcased an extraordinary performance, deflecting the ball away. In the 12th minute, Suhang attempted to make amends and took a shot on goal. Alas, he miscalculated, sending the ball soaring into the stands. In the 15th minute, Ronaldinho outmaneuvered Cambiaso with a dazzling move, leaving him behind. Cambiaso, having already received a yellow card, resorted to pulling down Ronaldinho, incurring another caution. Chapter 15. The tough guy, Suhang. Real Madrid's defensive strategy against Ronaldinho had failed within just 15 minutes. Cambiaso's defense bore no distinction from Guti's. Guti quipped, "You better be complimenting me." In the 18th minute, the liberated Ronaldinho began to pose genuine threats, threading a through ball to Saviola, who found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The entire Bernabeu held its breath in despair. Yet, goalkeeper Casillas executed a perfect stop, thwarting Saviola's shot. He was in remarkable form today. In the 20th minute, Suhang also attempted something audacious. Although he had yet to develop a proper passing ability, that did not preclude him from attempting. Perhaps the outcome was merely less effective. He shielded the ball from Puyol's view, receiving a pass from Raúl, and deftly flicked the ball behind him. Puyol, standing at only 1.78 meters, found himself obscured by Suhang. Unable to see a thing, the ball slipped through his legs. A beautiful pass. Suhang executed a clever nutmeg on Puyol. Raúl shot. Valdes denied the ball at the goal line. Both goalkeepers were currently performing at an exceptionally high level. However, this particular pass led to a misjudgment by the Real Madrid players. They acknowledged Suhang's performance and began to frequently seek him out for collaboration. Suhang frantically attempted to evade the offside position, but it was impossible to avoid receiving the ball forever. In the 25th minute, Zidane delivered a masterful through ball. To what degree was it masterful? It was so exquisite that Suhang couldn't even evade it if he wanted to. Bang! Suhang was compelled to extend his foot to stop the ball. The football flew directly to the feet of Puyol on the opposite side. Puyol appeared somewhat bewildered. "Are you serious? Does my red and blue jersey look white to you?" He thought to himself. realizing that his color blindness was not limited to red and green, but extended to red, blue, and white as well. Bang! Xavi lifted his head to survey the field, preparing for a counterattack. Figo, in a moment of desperation, could only embrace Xavi. The referee blew the whistle and issued a yellow card to Figo for disrupting a promising counterattack opportunity. Zidane cast an apologetic glance towards Figo, who reassured him that it was nothing to worry about. Occasional mishaps in ball control were entirely normal. Even Ronaldinho was not immune to errors. In the 31st minute, Figo made a series of breakthroughs down the right flank, delivering a delectable cross. All Zidane needed to do was to charge in and strike. But Zidane failed to make contact. Some balls seemed deceptively simple, as if even a grandmother could score. Yet the reality of executing the shot is often fraught with difficulty. Such crosses are easy to miss or mishit. One must possess an acute awareness of the ball's speed and trajectory, while also adjusting one's own pace and rhythm. Zidane was grappling with Puyol, but he could only hold his ground, unable to execute a precise shot simultaneously. His beastly physique granted him strength, yet it did not endow him with top-tier shooting technique or instinct. Bang! Real intercepted the ball on the opposite side, accelerating to initiate a counterattack. Zidane executed a flying tackle, sending both player and ball out of play. Barcelona's players immediately converged, igniting a minor skirmish. The referee issued a yellow card to Zidane. Although Zidane had indeed made contact with the ball first, his action was deemed dangerous. Zidane refrained from arguing with the referee and instead sought an opportunity to speak with Zidane. You need to adjust your state. Get excited. Focus like you did against Sevilla. Zidane nodded. It was difficult for him to convey to Zidane that he was indeed fully focused. And no matter how hard a vocational student tries, it is challenging to gain admission to Peking University in a short time. Peking University Qingyao. Really? I don't believe it. In the 39th minute, Ronaldinho created another threat. After bypassing two defenders on the left flank, he was brought down by Helguera just outside the penalty area. Helguera received a yellow card. Had Helguera been slightly later, it would have been a red card. Helguera's defending could be considered successful. Yet Barcelona earned a dangerously positioned free kick. Due to the perilous nature of the position, Real Madrid had to deploy as many players as possible to form a wall and mark the Barcelona players. Thus, Zidane was compelled to participate in the construction of the wall. Standing within the wall, Zidane attempted to close his eyes. However, the fear brought on by darkness and uncertainty overwhelmed him, prompting him to quickly reopen them. Being part of a wall is indeed a tormenting experience, severely testing a player's fortitude, particularly for a forward. It is not that forwards lack grit. Many forwards are fiercely courageous, willing to charge through fire and brimstone for a goal. They do not hesitate to contest headers against the cleats of others or throw themselves against goalposts. But that is all in the pursuit of scoring. Asking a forward to take a hit for defensive purposes is a different matter altogether. Most would be reluctant. The type of player chosen for each position reflects the attributes nurtured within that role. This is why forwards increasingly shy away from the construction of defensive walls. Beep! The referee blew the whistle. Ronaldinho charged toward the ball and executed a direct free kick. The football curved through the air. Zidane leapt into the air, but because he had his eyes open, he saw the ball hurtling toward him. Oh no! Zidane quickly turned his head, attempting to dodge the ball. However, Ronaldinho had taken a curling shot. Zidane's instinctive movement perfectly obstructed the ball's trajectory. Only he could have made that block, as he was the highest jumper in the wall. Bang! The ball struck Zidane's forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground. What transpired next was beyond his concern. His vision went white, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone surrounded him. The team doctor rushed over. Zidane understood that they were speaking to him, but he was completely unaware of the content. He repeatedly waved his hands, signaling that he was done, that he could not continue. However, after receiving Zidane's response, the medical staff gave him a thumbs up and swiftly exited the pitch. Oh, Zidane is fine. He truly is a tough guy. The team doctor attempted to persuade him to rest on the sidelines, but he continuously waved his hands, indicating he did not need it. This is a true man. He executed a remarkable block. Had he not intervened, Ronaldinho's free kick would undoubtedly have found the back of the net. This is precisely why Real Madrid fans repeatedly called for Queiroz to field Zidane. He is not only capable of creating plays and performing the dirty work in the front line, but he can even thwart Ronaldinho's efforts. Of course, his performance in attack today was not sufficiently stable. but that can be attributed to his long absence from the pitch. Queiroz must take responsibility for this. Queiroz sat on the bench, feeling somewhat speechless. All right, all the credit goes to you, Sue, and all the blame falls on me. Queiroz.is that fair? Chapter 16. This is a Rolls-Royce level forward. The entire first half saw both sides engage in fierce competition, with multiple attacking opportunities created, yet neither side managed to score. Judging by the play, Barcelona appeared closer to scoring as they generated threats nearer to the goal. On the other hand, Real Madrid's threats largely stemmed from outside the penalty area, hampered by Zidane performance. After the halftime break, neither side made personnel changes. Barcelona, currently in the lead, had no need for adjustments. Real Madrid had already given their all and had no room for alterations. However, tactically, Barcelona made a shift. With Ronaldinho at the core, Xavi and Van Bronckhorst relentlessly attacked the left flank, targeting Figo, Cambiasso, and Salgado. Barcelona further solidified their dominance. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Real Madrid conceded a goal. This was apparent to any discerning observer. In the 54th minute, Cambiasso successfully intercepted the ball. He then passed it to Beckham. In this manner, Real Madrid stabilized possession. Beckham subsequently distributed to Carlos, who advanced with the ball, coordinating with Zidane to finally penetrate Barcelona's territory. Zidane, noticing Zidane slowly moving forward from the midfield, signaled to him. Zidane instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, bang! Zidane executed a lofted pass, sending the ball toward the center, just ahead of Zidane. Zidane quickly accelerated, rushing toward the ball. Zidane was considerate. At least this wasn't a ground pass. Bang! Zidane and Cocu engaged in a fierce battle for position. However, Cocu had previously held the upper hand, being a world-class hexagonal warrior, particularly adept in the defensive midfield role. But this time, Cocu sensed something was amiss. Zidane smiled slightly, as he had triggered his physical dominance effect. Bang! Zidane outmuscled Cocu to reach the ball, choosing to head it forward. As the ball landed, Zidane immediately surged toward it. Cocu, having lost his balance in the contest, stumbled, missing the opportunity to pull Zidane back. The ball fell to the edge of the penalty area. Puyol emerged from the box. Zidane had not headed the ball too far. He was confident he could reach it before Puyol. Unless Puyol made a tackle. Whoosh! Puyol lunged. Regardless, he was determined to disrupt the ball's trajectory. Yet in the next moment, Puyol's eyes widened, or rather, his reaction was anticipated by Zidane. There were no further obstacles between him and Barcelona's goalkeeper. Vault Est decisively charged out, but it was too late. After a slight adjustment, Zidane unleashed a powerful shot, reminiscent of a training exercise. A shot from just over 70 meters, while challenging in motion, would yield commendable results in a training session. This strike, in terms of contact point, power, and speed, was top-notch. Whoosh! Vault S failed to intercept the ball. Barcelona's goal was breached. They had dominated the game for over 50 minutes. Yet it was Real Madrid who struck first. That is football goal. Zidane. Once again, it was Zidane. A perfect individual performance. In a single attack, Zidane triumphed over Cocu, Puyol, and Vault S. Remarkable. This attack was a flash of genius. Truly, he is the rising star of Real Madrid. Yet, despite such excellence, he had previously been relegated to the bench by Queiroz. Queiroz was indeed being unreasonable. If only Zidane could form an attacking trio with Ronaldo and Raúl. The HRR, the Rolls-Royce combination, Real Madrid's previous 3 consecutive losses could have easily turned into 3 consecutive victories. Zidane raced toward the corner flag, leaping high into the air. This was his signature celebration. The next moment, the 80,000 fans at Bernabeu erupted in unison, chanting, "Shoo!" Zidane descended from the sky, exuding charisma. Countless cameras focused on his number 24 jersey, emblazoned with the Pinion Hang Su, the Spanish national derby. Zidane boldly ventured into the lion's den, achieving victory. In the 57th minute, Barcelona made 2 substitutions. The Dutch hound, Kluivert, replaced the underwhelming Saviola. The latter, originally a winger, had been ill-fitted to play as a center-forward. Furthermore, the seasoned Luis Enrique of Barcelona substituted for Overmars. After acquiring a plethora of young talents, Barcelona's conclusion was clear: the veterans remain invaluable. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Merely a minute later, Van Bronckhorst received a pass from Ronaldinho on the left flank and delivered a cross. Cruyff soared high, executing a straightforward yet forceful header that equalized the score. All the convoluted tactics paled in comparison to the efficiency of a simple cross from the byline. Following his goal, Cruyff celebrated exuberantly, clearly displeased at having been relegated to the bench in favor of a squad overhaul. While it appeared that Van Bronckhorst made a brilliant assist, the true credit lay with Ronaldinho. By drawing the attention of nearly all defenders, he facilitated the pass with such ease that Van Bronckhorst's delivery and Cruyff's header seemed like mere practice drills. Ronaldo of Real Madrid possessed this capability as well. But alas, in the 69th minute, calamity struck. Ronaldinho, in yet another dazzling display of dribbling, evaded most defenders before threading a pass to Xavi. Figo, left with no choice, committed a foul to bring down the receiving Xavi. However, the very next moment, he regretted his actions, as he was already on a yellow card. As anticipated, the referee, impervious to sentiment, issued Figo a second yellow card, resulting in a red. 2 yellows turned to 1 red. Real Madrid was now reduced to 10 men. This alteration would fortify their midfield defense, yet it also stripped them of any forward threat, thereby liberating Barcelona's offensive capabilities. In the 72nd minute, Ronaldinho once more dazzled the crowd, weaving past 3 defenders before delivering a lateral pass. This time, no one could obstruct Xavi. He surged forward and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball found the back of the net. 1-2. Barcelona had taken the lead. Real Madrid was in trouble. Chapter 17. Zidane leaves the field, yet Zidane remains present. 10-man Real Madrid was evidently unable to withstand the prowess of Barcelona, led by Ronaldinho. The Bernabeu fell silent. Barcelona had conquered this hallowed ground. On the pitch, Barcelona players celebrated wildly, especially Puyol, who repeatedly glanced at Suong, as Suong's maneuver had left him embarrassed following the goal he conceded. Suong looked at Puyol and a thought struck him. Indeed, Puyol is fond of reckless tackles, and if he were sufficiently enraged, and I were sufficiently unfortunate, might I not be injured by his tackle, of course? Suong was no fool. He had no intention of getting hurt. However, the head of Real Madrid's medical staff had already been dismissed by Florentino, until a new esteemed physician arrived, as long as Suong maintained that he felt unwell. Those inept doctors would never dare to declare him injury-free. The story of Ronaldo's rapid return to the field followed by another injury was well known. Those physicians now feared the players, and the public would accuse them of disregarding player health, pressuring players to compete while injured. Therefore, if a player claimed discomfort, they would hesitate to conclude that the player was merely feigning injury. Do you see that? Did you score the goal? Suong approached Puyol, mimicking the way Puyol had been deceived, asking if Xavi had indeed left him for dead before scoring. Puyol's anger ignited instantly. The taunt was too timely. What did you say, you little ball boy? Do you think you're so impressive? Your first touch is rubbish. Puyol stepped towards Suong, the two colliding. Suong was slightly taller, but Puyol, a robust center-back, was physically imposing. Fortunately, Suong managed to assert his physicality, resulting in a stalemate. Thank you for your compliment on my skills, but could you perhaps jump a little when you speak? It's quite tiring to converse while looking down at you. It could lead to cervical issues. Suong unleashed his retort. Puyol swung his fist, but Suong, having anticipated this, seized Puyol's arm. Soon after, teammates intervened, separating the two. The atmosphere on the pitch heated once more. Real Madrid fans began hurling insults at the Barcelona players. The Bernabeu, having been conquered, finally regained its composure and spirit. The referee approached, issuing yellow cards to both Suong and Puyol, particularly admonishing Suong. Before the referee, Suong feigned decorum, nodding continuously and even offering Puyol a friendly smile. His face almost seemed to bear the words, "Come tackle me, well done." After the conflict subsided, Zidane praised Suong. Suong, perplexed, thought, "You're not scolding me for causing trouble. Instead, you commend me." Zidane glanced toward the sidelines. Barcelona has gained momentum. Without that recent altercation, our morale, players and fans alike, would have been crushed. You restored the belief in victory. You are quite perceptive about morale. You possess the potential to be a team leader. In response to Zidane's assessment, Suong felt unworthy. No, I did not intend to uplift morale. I merely, all the better. This indicates it is your instinct. You are naturally suited to be a leader. Suong, initially intending to clarify, he noticed Zidane's expression change. Looking toward the sidelines, he saw Queiroz making a substitution. He replaced Zidane with the Golden Wolf Guti. Zidane appeared visibly displeased with this change. True leaders would never accept being substituted in a crucial moment when the team is trailing. Even if the current Real Madrid lacked a designated leader, Zidane held himself to high standards. Moreover, this was the Spanish El Clásico. Oh, Queiroz must be concerned about Zidane's yellow card. Zidane was unhappy. He didn't even exchange a high five with Queiroz. Given that both bore yellow cards, Queiroz should have substituted Cambiasso instead of Zidane. It was unreasonable to expect defensive solidity at this juncture when they were trailing. The team needed to chase the score and devise offensive strategies, yet he replaced the player most capable of facilitating goals. Queiroz made an erroneous decision in the ensuing minutes. Real Madrid's offense showed no signs of improvement. In the 84th minute, Queiroz signaled for Portillo to warm up, intending to substitute the fatigued RAL for one final push. Suong observed Zidane's dark expression, filled with gloom, and made a pivotal decision. Ding! You have activated the moment card Zinedine Zidane 1993. In an instant, Suong's mind flooded with the youthful Zidane's various insights about football. In 1993, Zidane was only 21, having wed his wife Veronique early that year. It was also during this year that Zidane grasped the true meaning of a man's responsibility, his playing style becoming notably more tenacious. He began merging his tall, robust physique with his technical prowess. During the 1993-1994 season, he was awarded League One's Best Young Player. 2 years later, he shed the young label, claiming the title of League One's Best Player and transferring to Juventus, officially embarking on his illustrious career. It is safe to say that 1993 held immense significance for Zidane. According to the youthful Zidane's perspective on this match, he had reservations about Queiroz's substitution. Suong promptly approached the sidelines, pointing at midfielder Borja, exclaiming, "No, no, no, not Portillo. I want someone like him. I need more midfielders. Someone faster, with a penchant for making runs." Portillo's forward position would raise alarms within Barcelona's defense. Up with the midfielders. Only midfielders can make those forward runs. We're down a man. Each midfielder must double their efforts to compensate. Suong swiftly articulated his strategy. In essence, forwards should solely fulfill the forward role, while midfielders could assume dual roles as both midfielders and forwards. This was Real Madrid's optimal choice with one less player. Otherwise, Barcelona would surely score again. You have no right to criticize my substitutions. Queiroz clenched his fists. Are you deliberately opposing me? If you substitute Portillo, then I won't play. After all, we can't win anyway. Suong spread his hands, his resolve unwavering. Zidane, observing Suong's demeanor, experienced a moment of distraction. He recalled his own youthful temper, which was similarly fiery. Now, however, he concealed it, evidenced by his anger at Queiroz's decision to substitute him. I believe Suong has a point. Zidane finally spoke, expressing his frustration about being substituted. Should Queiroz heed Zidane's advice? The matter would be resolved. Otherwise, should Zidane confront Queiroz, it would certainly be Queiroz who would take the fall. Chapter 18. Not just football, but art. This always seems to happen. Whenever Suong steps onto the field, the match slips from his grasp. No, it must be mere coincidence. Suong and scoring have no correlation. It's just his good fortune. With the team trailing, he can't expect to win by using his head. If they lose, Suong will take the blame. Oh, does Suong have objections to Queiroz's substitution? Is Suong specifically calling for Borja? It appears there is a heated discussion underway. Borja has entered the field without even warming up. Does Suong possess some sort of magic? Is Borja's entry specifically to complement Suong? Does he hold such a high tactical standing? That seems unlikely. This could potentially spark controversy post-match. Suong lacks the respect typically afforded to a head coach. Real Madrid fans expressed confusion over this substitution, beginning to hurl insults at Queiroz. Queiroz looked utterly aggrieved. It's your demands for midfielders, so blame him. Make those runs, more runs. Guti, you must charge forward with greater determination. Borja, make frequent sprints. David, if the opportunity arises, do attempt to make a run. Cambiasso, focus on your defense, do not stray. However, there is no need to rush for a tackle, as it is unlikely you will succeed. Simply maintain the pressure, stay close to your defensive target, and ensure he feels uncomfortable. Understood. Suong has begun issuing commands on a grand scale. His demeanor is such that one might forget he is the youngest and least experienced player on this team. Yet, everyone must heed his words, for he is the only one who has thus far scored for Real Madrid in this match. A display of sheer grit. In the 86th minute, Guti and Borja immediately initiate their forward thrust. Suang positions himself against Cocu, and with a splendid turn, delivers a precise through ball to Guti. Reiziger intervenes just in time, clearing the ball out of play and thwarting a potentially dangerous pass. Guti gives Suang a thumbs up, signaling his approval of the pass. Suang moves to the sideline, once again holding off Cocu. Guti throws the throw into Suang, who deftly flicks the ball into the air for Carlos behind him. Bravo finds Cambiasso, who in turn passes to Beckham. The ball circulates through Real Madrid's defense as the team needs to reorganize their attack. Here, Beckham immediately sends a pass. Suang plays as if he were a midfielder. Borja and Guti once again make their forward runs. Cocu trails behind Suang. Bang! Suang astonishingly performs an overhead flick, sending the ball soaring over Cocu to Borja. Cocu is left bewildered. Suang pivots, pushing past Cocu and charging ahead. Here, Suang's voice directs Borja, who makes a lateral pass. Bang! Suang nudges the ball and sprints directly into the penalty area. Puyol, occupied with defending Borja, cannot shift his position in time to intercept Suang, Barcelona's goalkeeper. Vault S is known for his aggressive approach. As Borja passes, he rushes out. This time, he will not grant Suang another chance. Vault S and Suang face off directly. In an attempt to outmaneuver Puyol, Suang accelerates with the ball. At such a high speed, effective feints become nearly impossible. Thus, Vault S is resolute in his intention to block the ball under Suang's feet. Unless Suang possesses Ronaldo's prowess to perform the pendulum dribble, this opportunity is poised to be extinguished by Vault S. Bang! Suang plants his right foot, spins, and with a swift pull of his left foot, transitions from a forward to an angled advance. Zidane's pupils constrict. This is an extraordinarily challenging maneuver. The irregularity, the shift from forward to diagonal, results from the ball's speed. The player's turning angle cannot reach 360 degrees without a halt, lest the ball slip from control. Only Zidane could master this technical feat. Bang! After spinning, Suang even need not steady himself, effortlessly executing a push shot. Although Ronaldo did not arrive, Zidane has not truly departed either. Goal! The Bernabeu erupts in an explosion of jubilation. 2-2, an equalizer. In the 87th minute, Suang assists the team in leveling against Barcelona, a masterpiece. Is this truly Suang and not Zidane? The subsequent push into an open goal poses no challenge. Suang advances as if strolling along a tranquil morning road, with Barcelona players utterly unable to impede him. Cocu once more loses sight of his defensive assignment. Suang glides past Puyol's domain. Valtes has succumbed to Suang twice today. Once more on home turf, once more with a brace. Suang is perfectly suited to this stadium. He has preserved Real Madrid's dignity. Although he could not assist the team in overtaking Barcelona, at least he prevented the gap from widening. Borja provided the assist, proving that his inclusion was a wise decision. Portillo's passing skills pale in comparison to Borja's. After all, Borja Valero is affectionately referred to by Real Madrid fans as their very own Xavi. Of course, Portillo is also dubbed the heir to RAL, seemingly more impressive than Borja. Who completed the assist? Suang has charged into Barcelona's goal. Is he unable to halt his momentum? He desires victory. He seeks to vanquish Barcelona. He will not permit them to leave with even a single point. The Barcelona players are incensed by his audacious play. Puyol even attempts to intercept Suang, but Suang deftly sidesteps him. Zidane knows time is of the essence. He has no time to indulge Puyol. With Real Madrid pushing forward, how can Barcelona afford to waste time? If Real Madrid seeks victory, Barcelona desires it even more. They have 11 players, while Real Madrid has 10. Suang's actions are a perilous gamble. Barcelona swiftly substitutes, bringing on young Mata to replace the underperforming defender Olger. Mata is not a defender. He is a midfielder. His deployment in a defensive role effectively bolsters Barcelona's attacking prowess. Barcelona, too, aims for victory. Chapter 19. Barcelona, depart the Bernabeu. In the 90th minute, Ronaldinho punishes the arrogant Real Madrid. Mata delivers a direct over-the-top pass without touching the ball. To prevent Ronaldinho from entering the penalty area, Cambiasso must bring him down. The referee immediately blows the whistle. The Bernabeu is filled with lamentation, as Cambiasso already bears a yellow card. The referee issues another yellow card. 2 yellows lead to a red. Cambiasso is sent off. His eyes welling with tears, Cambiasso fears his departure may cost the team dearly. Hey, Cambiasso. Suang catches up to him, resting a hand on his shoulder, saying, "You are a hero. You did nothing wrong. Had you hesitated just a moment longer, Ronaldinho would have either scored or drawn a foul. Rest assured, we can withstand this." Subsequently, Suang raises his hands above his head, applauding and signaling for the Real Madrid fans in the stands to show appreciation for Cambiasso. A wave of applause ensues. Initially, some fans who had critiqued Cambiasso begin to clap. The applause grows louder, soon joined by cheers and encouragement. Zidane murmurs from the bench, "I knew I made the right choice." This is the leadership quality that Suang possesses. He has salvaged Cambiasso's career. In the Spanish El Clásico, being labeled a villain could have spelled doom for Cambiasso. Suang's applause transforms Cambiasso from a scapegoat into a hero. Many Real Madrid substitutes express their agreement. It is impossible to avoid mistakes. Everyone hopes for a teammate like Suang to step up after their own errors. Well done, Suang. Meanwhile, Barcelona's coach Rijkaard looks on in confusion. Could it be that Suang is merely stalling for time? Can it be interpreted this way? Amidst complaints from Barcelona players, the referee instructs Cambiasso and Suang to cease delaying the match. Cambiasso exits, leaving Real Madrid with only 9 players on the field. The match has become nearly unplayable. Any fervent Real Madrid supporter can only pray for the conclusion of the match. Winning seems unrealistic. A draw would be the best outcome. Subsequently, Barcelona unleashes a barrage against Real Madrid. In the 92nd minute, Ronaldinho crosses from the flank. Cruyff, under Suang's interference, heads the ball against the crossbar. In the 94th minute, Van Bronckhorst, a foreigner in a foreign land, crosses from the byline. Casillas comes out, punching the ball out of the penalty area. Borja receives the ball on the periphery, turning to initiate a counterattack. Ronaldinho immediately wraps his arms around Borja. The referee issues a yellow card to Ronaldinho. Casillas signals for his teammates to move into Barcelona's half, as he personally takes the free kick from the back. Bang! Casillas launches the ball with a powerful kick. Real Madrid defender Bravo gets to the first touch, directing the ball to Carlos. Roberto Carlos deftly touches the ball to accelerate, overpowering Luis Enrique. Carlos then delivers a diagonal cross. The ball lands. Suang aims to make a forward run, but Cocu brings him down. The referee, with the whistle poised between his lips, refrains from blowing it. As possession remains with Real Madrid, the attack is favorable. Carlos draws the attention of the left side players, enabling Guti to make a seamless overlap. Guti receives the ball and subsequently sends in a cross. Unfortunately, Reisiger, in a valiant effort, lunges and makes contact with the ball. The ball sails high and far, toward the edge of the penalty area. There, Suang, who had just been felled by Mata, struggles to rise, as he gazes at the descending ball. He twists his body, arms swinging, his gaze resolute upon the football plummeting from above. Almost simultaneously, everyone on the Real Madrid bench rises to their feet. Even the Real Madrid fans stand in unison. A singular image flashes through their minds. It is the 2002 Champions League final. Zidane stands precisely where Suang now stands, preparing to execute the same motion toward the ball descending from the heavens. That night, Real Madrid claimed the Champions League title. Zidane's legendary strike, bang. Suang, with his left foot, rarely used for shooting, swings at the ball. It hurtles toward the upper left corner of Barcelona's goal. Whoosh, a cascade of white waves erupts. Zidane once stated after the 2002 Champions League night that he would never replicate that celestial strike again. He did not lie. But the younger version of him, at just 9 years his junior, may very well. The entire Bernabeu reverberates with anticipation, though not a sound is heard. 80,000 fans tremble with excitement, creating a spectacle akin to an earthquake, until Suang turns, arms outstretched, racing toward the bench. Goal, 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 Suang, Suang. It is indeed Suang, 3-2. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Suang delivered a stunning last-minute goal to vanquish Barcelona. This was undoubtedly a match-winning strike. A hat-trick. Suang, with his remarkable feat, propelled Real Madrid to victory in this Spanish Clásico. He has become the youngest player to achieve a hat-trick in the history of the Spanish Clásico. Suang rushed towards Zidane, brimming with elation. The goal he scored, the decisive one, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zidane's own last-minute goal in the Champions League 2 years prior. Moreover, upon Zidane's substitution, it seemed as though Suang inherited Zidane's legacy. Emerging as the focal point of the team's attack, some may claim he lacks passing ability and imagination. Yet, In the final 10 minutes of the match, Su Heng's performance was entirely comparable to the world's most elite footballers. He is the new Zidane of Real Madrid, a forward-positioned Zidane. The commentary was heart-wrenching, but understandably so, as there was not a single composed soul left in the Santiago Bernabéu stadium. Remarkable, Su Heng's display was nothing short of extraordinary. How could you, HRR, keep such a player on the bench for 4 consecutive matches? You are truly committing a grave error. Su Heng is racing towards the Barcelona side. What could he possibly be up to? Indeed, Su Heng's feigned injury plan has failed. However, he is genuinely unable to continue playing. The ace-up Zidane's leave has been fully utilized. Should he return next time? He would undoubtedly expose himself, therefore, my apologies, Puyol, but prepare to face my wrath. Here lies Real Madrid. Here, I hold the reins, Su Heng shouted at Puyol, demanding that the Barcelonians vacate the Bernabéu. Otherwise, if you come at us again, I shall ensure your defeat time and time again. Su Heng's audacity resembled that of a madman. Chapter 20. The white-clad god of death, Su Heng bears a striking resemblance to the villainous characters from various films. Yet regrettably, this is the stronghold of the villains. The fans of the Bernabéu erupted in applause, chanting alongside Su Heng, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The Bernabéu issued a profoundly insulting expulsion order. The Barcelona players could no longer contain themselves. After enduring insults throughout the match, they were now defeated in the dying moments. Their mentality had truly collapsed. Damn it! Puyol led the charge, followed by Enrique, Reisiger, Valdez, Mata, Van Bronckhorst, Cocu, and others, all rushing towards Su Heng. A fierce battle ensued unexpectedly. Su Heng executed a shoulder throw that knocked Puyol out cold, but was subsequently overwhelmed by the sea of Barcelona players. Only then did the Real Madrid players awaken from their stupor and rush to the scene. How dare you bully our hero of victory? This is utterly audacious. You must learn the true nature of Real Madrid. The Real Madrid players had yet to reach the fray when suddenly, the sea of Barcelona players parted, and indeed, it was parted. Su Heng, with Valdez hanging from his left leg and Enrique clinging to his right shoulder, proceeded to push down Van Bronckhorst, Mata, and Cocu in one sweeping motion. Then, with a flick of his left foot and a throw of his right hand, he spun around and knocked Reisiger to the ground. The Barcelona death squad was utterly obliterated. Su Heng took on 7 adversaries, clearing the field in an instant. The approaching Real Madrid players were momentarily taken aback. Who, exactly, is bullying whom? Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly. The security personnel arrived belatedly. Oh. This is a situation I find difficult to articulate. Should I say that the Barcelona players were beaten by Su Heng alone? Or that Su Heng single-handedly defeated 7 Barcelona players? My goodness! I believe we have witnessed the prowess of a Chinese warrior. Su Heng, being of Chinese descent, embodies the spirit of resilience known to every individual with Chinese blood. How terrifying! If playing football were as simple as fighting, Real Madrid would be invincible. They would merely need to field Su Heng. It is astonishing to realize that Su Heng possesses such formidable combat skills. He is nothing short of a beast. A fighting beast. Yet now, he finds himself in trouble. A red card. Just as anticipated, the referee issued a red card to Su Heng. His boxing was spectacular, but this is a football pitch. Furthermore, post-match, Su Heng will undoubtedly face additional sanctions from the Spanish Football Federation. Regardless of the circumstances, such violence on the pitch must be punished. It is worth noting that not only does Su Heng deliver decisive strikes akin to Zidane, but his temperament mirrors that of Zidane as well. His previous public altercation with HRR was evidently not a chance occurrence. His temperament. Those with talent often possess strong wills. All of this can be traced back to Puyol, who provoked Su Heng. His initial taunt towards Su Heng was the catalyst for all ensuing consequences. Puyol is likely to face additional disciplinary action as well. Exchanging one Puyol for a Su Heng may be the most astute transaction Barcelona has made this season. In my view, Su Heng is nothing short of a youthful embodiment of Ronaldo and Zidane. The referee consistently brandished cards. Su Heng and Puyol received red cards, while Enrique and Valdez received yellow cards. Following this, he blew the whistle thrice, concluding the match. The score settled at 3-2. Real Madrid triumphed over Barcelona in the league standings. They surpassed Barcelona but remained in second place, unable to ascend to first due to Valencia claiming all 6 points in the last 2 rounds, thereby taking the top spot. This truly exemplifies a fisherman reaping the benefits. Due to the fervor of the Real Madrid supporters at the Bernabeu, the Barcelona players fled in disarray under the protection of security, preventing reporters from obtaining any thoughts from Barcelona players regarding the match. However, the Real Madrid players had no such concerns, as they were thoroughly interviewed. Zidane stated, "I have no objections to Queiroz' substitutions. As head coach, it is normal for him to have his own considerations. This was a challenging match. We were once trailing, but fortunately, players stepped up. This is Real Madrid. Many players in this team have the ability to alter the course of a match single-handedly. Indeed, I refer to Su Hang. He is a player capable of changing the dynamics of a game with his individual skills. He is exceptionally talented. I cannot say whether he intentionally paid homage to me with that decisive strike, but I certainly see my own reflection in him," Raul remarked. "I anticipated that Su would contribute to the team in this match, as his strengths have always been prominent. Yet, he showcased many facets we had never witnessed before. It was truly astonishing. Perhaps we should genuinely consider trying a trio of forwards. The Real Ronaldo Zidane trident would harmonize splendidly with Real Madrid's essence, as they all exude greatness," Figo exclaimed. Su once again delivered a performance to remember. This was his match. I have completely fallen for him. But Su has resolved this issue. In a sense, Su has redeemed both Cambiasso and myself. We must treat Su to a meal, Beckham stated. Su was unstoppable in this match. I felt as though I was playing alongside Ronaldo and Zidane simultaneously. I do not believe his celebration was excessive. The Barcelona players have committed far worse acts. The only difference lies in our respective attitudes towards defeat. It must be acknowledged that the Barcelonians lack a certain gentlemanly decorum. The players of Real Madrid showered Su Hang with accolades, expressing their utmost admiration. Among the fans, the calls for Su Hang reached even greater heights. Major media outlets reserved their front-page headlines for Su Hang.as, the youngest hat-trick scorer in the history of the Spanish Clásico. Su Hang build. Unstoppable, invincible. Real Madrid's youth academy player Su Hang transforms into the white-clad god of death, executing a hat-trick to reverse the tide against Barcelona. Sky Sports. The new chant echoing in the Bernabeu. Shu. This celebration initiated by Su Hang has flourished in La Liga, Tuttosport. Whether the Real Ronaldo Zidane trident can create chemistry remains to be seen. But Su Hang has undoubtedly become the Prince of Real Madrid, kicker. The rebellious player overcomes the head coach. Esteemed manager Queiroz publicly apologizes, admitting that previously sidelining Su Hang was the gravest mistake of his coaching career. Indeed, Queiroz publicly acknowledged his error. After the match, in the presence of numerous reporters, Queiroz's statements left the crowd astounded. This was an epic confrontation, and Su Hang demonstrated dominion over the game. This was something I had never anticipated. This was not the Su Hang I had known. Queiroz appeared somewhat aged before the cameras, his hair now streaked with gray. I have never encountered an 18-year-old player capable of adapting so seamlessly to high-stakes matches. My decades of professional experience had led me to doubt Su Hang, whether due to his age, skin color, or heritage. This is not prejudice. I merely wish to convey that prior to Su Hang, no one with his background had achieved success in world football. I made a mistake that every coach is prone to make. Chapter 21. A historic reconciliation, the Prince of Real Madrid. And it is through Su Hang's remarkable performances and victories that I have come to realize this error. Now, before so many media representatives and the entire global fanbase, I sincerely apologize to Su Hang. I am truly sorry, Su Hang. From this moment forth, you shall always be the first choice in my attacking lineup. The audience erupted in applause for Queiroz's sincerity in life. It is not the mistakes one makes that matter, but the willingness to rectify them. Queiroz's public apology is unprecedented in the world of football. How often do leaders apologize to their subordinates? Queiroz possesses considerable fortitude. Subsequently, reporters turned their gaze towards Su Hang. At the post-match press conference, it was inconceivable for Su Hang not to attend. Otherwise, the media would have dismantled the press area for Real Madrid. To speak candidly, Su Hang's reaction to Queiroz was utterly surprising. He had just meticulously verified that Queiroz had not spoken in jest. It appeared he was sincere. He was genuinely captivated by Su Hang's extraordinary hat-trick. As if a divine being had graced the pitch. Such is the allure of competitive sports, which can sometimes wield the power to transform adversaries into allies. In light of this situation, provoking Queiroz further would serve no purpose for Su Hang. His opportunity to play was inescapable. Moreover, It must be acknowledged that while HRR made mistakes, Su Heng's repeated provocations towards him were equally inappropriate. Now that HRR had already offered a heartfelt apology, there was no need for Su Heng to kick him while he was down. No, in fact, I wholeheartedly endorse Mr. HRR's methods of utilizing me. Su Heng began. My abilities are far from what everyone perceives. I am essentially still a youth academy player. There is much for me to learn. My performance in training has not been up to par, and it would be unjust for me to start ahead of those in better form. Reporter, fans, HRR. Was this the very Su Heng who had taunted HRR after scoring? He was offering HRR an escape. Such emotional intelligence displayed. What happened to the supposed rebellious player? Su Heng continued. HRR is undoubtedly an exceptional coach. I fully agree with his rigorous management of the team, and he has the ability to help players improve. He possesses profound expertise in tactics and training. The fluctuations in Real Madrid's performance this season can be attributed to numerous factors, and Mr. HRR has performed admirably. Though Su Heng had not finished speaking, and HRR had already been moved to tears. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. HRR turned around and embraced Su Heng, tears streaming down his face. He felt so wronged. Truly, the entire world misunderstood him, except for Su Heng. It is said that Real Madrid boasts a plethora of stars with an incredibly strong roster on paper, but in reality, Ronaldo's continuous injuries, Zidane's efforts without full commitment, Figo's evident decline in form, Raúl's incapacity to play as a lone striker, Beckham's struggle to integrate into the team, Carlos's offensive prowess overshadowed by defensive frailties, Gudi's erratic performances, alternating between brilliance and folly. Most critically, the absence of Makelele's defensive stability. One must ponder where the strength of this Real Madrid lies. The remaining players, Cambiaso, Juan Fran, Borja, Pavin, Portillo, and others, lack sufficient skill. HRR truly finds himself in a position where even a skilled artisan cannot craft a masterpiece without materials. Ironically, it was Su Heng, who previously had conflicts with him, that pierced through this veil. How could HRR not be touched? Thus, the image of Su Heng comforting HRR was disseminated by the media, a monumental reconciliation. The Prince of Real Madrid, Su Heng, displays chivalry in embracing coach HRR to mend their rift. A touching moment following the Spanish national derby. The rebellious player Su Heng comforts his coach HRR, showcasing his character, playing with flair, living humbly. Observing Su Heng's philosophy of life through the reconciliation of Real Madrid's hierarchy reveals a remarkable prince. If you seek peace, I will offer you an embrace. If you desire war, I will respond with a roar. Subscribe to unveil the wisdom of Real Madrid's Prince Su Heng. If the term emotional intelligence might strike some as excessively smooth or not entirely complimentary, then words such as sincerity, magnanimity, responsibility, and masculinity truly encapsulate the media's and public's assessment of Su Heng. This grand spectacle of reconciliation within Real Madrid is profoundly moving. In a fleeting moment, even voices emerged in support of HRR. A notion that was previously unimaginable. Barcelona's mouthpieces unleashed a barrage of criticism towards Su Heng, targeting Real Madrid. Daily Sports. Is this football or a bloodbath? Su Heng's actions have reached a sensational level in European football history. World Sports. We strongly protest. A player like Su Heng should be permanently expelled from La Liga. Jatai Post. Barcelona has lodged a complaint with the Spanish Football Association, demanding severe punishment for Su Heng, the instigator of the national derby conflict. We hope for a 3-year suspension for Su Heng. Barcelona launched an offensive against Madrid. The world of football was instantly captivated. If the match between Real Madrid and Barcelona failed to capture the attention of all European fans, then their brawl undoubtedly would. According to videos and images released by Barcelona-affiliated media, Su Heng appeared utterly ruthless. Many neutral fans expressed that Su Heng had crossed a line, inflicting severe damage upon Puyol. What kind of quality do Real Madrid players possess? Had it not been for the brawl, Barcelona would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. He even assaulted Enrique. After all, Enrique is his senior. Did he really strike a child like Mata? The Barcelona players never intended to harm him. They merely sought to stop him. Yet he took advantage of the situation to overturn them. Truly despicable. This Su Heng has drastically diminished my impression of Real Madrid. However, as more comprehensive videos emerged, public sentiment began to shift. So many from Barcelona rushed towards Su Heng. Goodness. It felt as though Barcelona was not there to play football, but to commit murder. How fierce. No wonder the Spanish media dubbed him the white-clad killer. Taking on 7 opponents, Zidane is incredible. This was exhilarating. No exaggeration, Barcelona truly embarrassed themselves with their failure to win despite having the numerical advantage. They faltered on the pitch and in the brawl. What else could Barcelona accomplish? Barcelona did not receive the justice they sought. For the truth, at times, cannot remain concealed. Regardless of whether Zidane provoked first. Did you all not charge at him in a group? Marca even published images of Zidane single-handedly confronting 7 Barcelona players, captioning, "You may play a match at the Bernabeu. But here, you may also brawl, however. We advise you to focus on playing." In the following days, Barcelona's upper management frequently criticized Zidane through the media, attempting to pressure the Spanish Football Association in this manner. Their lowest expectation for punishment was a 1-year suspension. Chapter 22. Superstar Skills, Zidane's Vision. Meanwhile, at Real Madrid, Florentino personally gave an interview, stating, "Zidane is a warrior of Real Madrid, upholding the dignity of the Bernabeu. His actions mirror those of the Barcelona players at Camp Nou. Yet why did we not create such a significant conflict in news? I believe it is all because Zidane emerged victorious. Barcelona cannot accept the conflict on the pitch. They merely cannot tolerate their own ineptitude. I respect the Spanish Football Association's reasonable handling of the situation regarding Real Madrid and Zidane. But I also remind everyone that Zidane is an invaluable member of Real Madrid. We will stand firm in defending Zidane and the dignity of Real Madrid." The two sides remained at an impasse. Eventually, the Spanish Football Association officially announced the decisions regarding the conflict that transpired during the Spanish National Derby. On Barcelona's side, Puyol received a 5-match suspension, while Enrique and Valdes were suspended for 3 matches. Barcelona was fined €30,000 as for Real Madrid, due to their failure to manage the emotions and actions of their home fans. The next home match at the Bernabeu would be played without spectators. Additionally, they were fined €30,000. Finally, Zidane was suspended for 4 matches. Considering that only 4 matches remained in La Liga, Zidane and Puyol effectively had their seasons cut short. Barcelona fans were profoundly dissatisfied with this decision, as it meant that Puyol bore the brunt of the punishment. This indirectly indicated that Puyol was primarily responsible for the conflict, as he was the one who first charged at Zidane and struck him. Regardless of how fiercely Zidane retaliated, the one who initiated the altercation would inevitably face severe penalties. This classification essentially informed everyone that this time, the fault lay with Barcelona. Could Barcelona accept such a punishment? They immediately filed an appeal. On the other hand, Real Madrid fans also demanded the club to appeal. Currently, they ranked 2nd in La Liga, but could easily be overtaken by 3rd-placed Barcelona or 4th-placed La Coruña. Simultaneously, the gap between them and 1st-placed Valencia was minimal. Should Zidane and Ronaldo participate in the final 4 matches, Real Madrid's chances of securing the league title would remain intact. However, without Zidane, their worst-case scenario could see them finishing 4th in the league. Thus, Real Madrid had to appeal. This was the consensus reached in their internal discussions. But Queiroz' phone rang, and with Florentino's nod, Queiroz activated the speakerphone. "Zidane, I suggest the team refrain from appealing. Real Madrid, Zidane, the authority of the federation must not be lightly disrespected. Regardless of right or wrong, a decision has been made. If there are constant changes, then any future decisions by the federation will be called into question. Applying pressure on the federation at this juncture would likely result in further penalties. Moreover, offending the federation might lead them to create difficulties for us in the scheduling of next season's fixtures, which would be quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, it is not worth it. I personally believe that this Real Madrid frontline can do without any one of us. Our luxurious configuration should guarantee victory. If we fail to win, it would be a matter of concern for anyone. Thus, there is no need to appeal on my behalf. Having Ronaldo is sufficient." Zidane's analysis provided the management of Real Madrid with a lesson from multiple perspectives. In summary, he conveyed one crucial message: as long as I don't have to play, please don't create any complications for me. After a prolonged silence, Florentino addressed the phone. "Sue, your breadth of character and expansive vision are truly awe-inspiring. If every player at Real Madrid were to think as you do, we would undoubtedly become the greatest team in the world." Zidane countered, "Are we not that already?" Hiss. Many executives in the conference room were left in shock. The 4th captain. Florentino intends to make Zidane the 4th captain of the team? The title of the Prince of Real Madrid is almost palpable. Is it merely because Zidane can score goals, win matches, speak well, endure hardship, unite teammates, show respect for the management? or perhaps his handsome appearance and affluent background. Upon reflection, the title of fourth captain seems somewhat beneath Suwanji. It is merely due to his limited experience. Had he played for the team for another 3 or 4 years, the position of first captain would have been assured. He is truly the successor to Raúl. For Portillo, whether in terms of gameplay or his role in the locker room. He pales in comparison to Suang. Ultimately, Real Madrid's official statement announced their respect for and acceptance of the penalties imposed by the Spanish Football Federation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Barcelona was entangled in their own appeals. The disparity is evident. The Spanish Football Federation swiftly responded to Barcelona's appeal, increasing the fine threefold. Puyol's suspension escalated from 5 matches to 6. Barcelona joyfully received this super doubling. Ding! The Zidane moment card has bestowed upon you an extraordinary experience. The world as perceived by one of the top midfielders is truly magnificent. You have acquired Zidane's early game vision. Zidane's early game vision, a superstar-level skill that forcibly elevates vision to level 8. Upon meeting the passing criteria in a single match, the special effect total concentration can be activated. For 10 minutes, your vision will rise to level 10, the highest. Borja, benefiting from your request, received the long-desired opportunity to play. He sincerely thanked you and showcased his specialties: short pass and forward movement. Short pass, a player-level skill that enhances short-distance passing ability. Forward movement, a player-level skill that allows for better identification of open spaces ahead. This is precisely why the moment card is deemed everlasting. Zidane's early game vision is extraordinarily powerful, directly elevating Suhong's field vision from level 2 to level 8, and under specific conditions, even to level 10. What level is that? A vision level of 8 is a waste if not utilized in a playmaking role. Many pace-oriented wingers often possess a vision level of only 4 or 5. Additionally, Suhong's attributes in attacking awareness, short passing, and vision have also been enhanced. His shooting and heading attributes each increased by 1 point. Attacking awareness, 75, shooting, 72, short pass, 72, heading, 78, strength, 76, jumping, 70, vision, 8. This directly results in an expanded array of training projects for Suang. Previously, he focused primarily on shooting and heading, but now he also endeavors to practice short passing during team training. His performance in training matches has significantly improved, with his positioning becoming increasingly proactive and proficient. This is the transformative power of vision. Vision is an immensely vital professional quality that is often underestimated in many sports. Chapter 23. If anyone can save Real Madrid, it must be you. Oftentimes, the opportunities visible to fans are entirely invisible to players on the field. Most individuals with experience in basketball, football, or stage performances initially feel as if the world has blurred or that they can no longer see the people around them. That state of mental blankness is what players must adapt to and resolve. This is their on-field vision. After some familiarity with this state, most people's vision will improve, allowing them to return to their normal levels, which is approximately level 4, 5, or 6. However, some individuals are unable to recover their vision. When on the field, they appear as if blinded. It is not that they cannot pass, nor that they do not wish to. They simply cannot see their teammates, and no matter how exceptional these players may be, they cannot develop this ability. It is difficult for them to play even as role players, as they require an exceedingly stringent tactical framework to be effective. Furthermore, if any tactical movement goes awry, they often become incapacitated. Conversely, some individuals possess an innate vision that is extraordinary. Not only can they see exceptionally far and clearly, but they also exhibit a wide-angle perspective and remarkable dynamic vision. Their peripheral awareness is broader, allowing them to accurately gauge the distances between different players aligned on the same line, as well as assess the movement speed of teammates or defenders. If such players also possess strong memory and spatial imagination, they can almost visualize a panoramic, three-dimensional map in their minds, an embodiment of godly vision. Suhong's vision was initially thought to belong to the category that could not be developed, or at best, could only reach level 5 after extensive practice. But now, he has leaped into the realm of superhuman vision. Within Real Madrid, those possessing such a level of vision include Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Ronaldo, and Raúl. The world's foremost left-back, Roberto Carlos, likely did not reach level 8, as during his time at Inter Milan, Coach Hodgson wished for Carlos to play in midfield, but Carlos struggled to adapt, ultimately departing for Real Madrid. Additionally, Gudi's situation remains ambiguous. He often executes brilliant through balls but frequently gifts opportunities to opponents due to insufficient passing ability or vision. This is still Real Madrid, the Galácticos, the most luxurious team in the world. Here, even level 8 vision is scarce, let alone in other teams, where it is possible that none possess a single player with level 8 vision. Regarding Suhong's improved vision and enhanced ability to find open spaces, defenders such as Bravo, Pavin, and Helguera have become acutely aware of the challenge. May 2 ND, La Liga round 35. Real Madrid face Deportivo La Coruña away, currently ranked 4th in La Liga. 2-0, Deportivo La Coruña defended their home honor. Once at the top of La Liga in the 11th round, they fearlessly confronted Real Madrid. May 8th, La Liga round 36, Ronaldo returned. Real Madrid suffered a 2-3 home defeat to Mallorca, allowing Barcelona to catch up once more. May 16th, La Liga round 37. Real Madrid shockingly lost 1-2 to Murcia, who ranked last in La Liga this season and had already secured relegation. Losing even this match was truly inexplicable. Consequently, their league position fell to 3rd. May 23 RD, the final round of La Liga. Real Madrid faced a 4th consecutive defeat, being trounced 1-4 at home by a disinterested Real Sociedad, concluding this disastrous season in 4th place. The entire world was left in astonishment. It is worth noting that Real Madrid had spent the longest time atop La Liga this season, holding the first position for a full 17 rounds. How could the Real Madrid fans accept such a situation? Queiroz out of Bernabeu. The useless Queiroz does not deserve to coach Real Madrid. A promising situation has turned into a loss. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Pavin is nothing but a pile of garbage. In the last 4 rounds, we conceded 10 goals. Even a wooden post would be better than immature defenders like Pavin and Bravo. Before his suspension, Suhong had provided you with a chance to contend for the top position. Yet you have led the team to 4th place. How can you face Suhong? How can you face Real Madrid fans around the world? Florentino must step down. You are unworthy of being the president of Real Madrid. The fans' fury demanded someone to take the blame. Yes, it became clear that some were eager to shift the fire onto Florentino. The esteemed president swiftly dismissed head coach Queiroz. Queiroz had no choice but to accept this fate. He had arrived in Madrid with great enthusiasm, welcomed by thousands at the airport. Yet now he departed in disgrace without a soul to bid him farewell. No, there was one boss. Suhong waved at Queiroz at the airport entrance. Queiroz was puzzled by Suhong's intentions, surprised by his words. Suhong? I thought. You thought I hated you? Suhong helped Queiroz with his luggage, stating, I am not the kind of person who plays both sides. When I was displeased with you, I truly was. But when I said I would reconcile, I meant it. You are an excellent coach. You simply came to the wrong team. I hope you can quickly move past this misfortune. In truth, no one can save the current Real Madrid. Zidane, Ronaldo, Beckham, none can. And that is not a shameful matter. Queiroz was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that the person who understood him best in the team would be Suhong. I apologize for my past criticisms of you. You are the most promising player in the world. You possess remarkable character. Queiroz embraced Suhong. I will continue to follow your growth. If anyone can save Real Madrid, I believe it must be you. Best of luck. Queiroz bid farewell to Suhong. Real Madrid fires Queiroz. The Galácticos can falter. Queiroz's coaching career may be abruptly interrupted. Experts analyze Real Madrid's unbalanced roster. Strong attack but weak defense will inevitably lead to failure. Queiroz is merely a scapegoat. Manchester United's coach Ferguson invites Queiroz to join the coaching staff. Queiroz lands in Manchester, becoming Manchester United's chief assistant coach. Together with Ferguson, they aim to dominate the Premier League and challenge for the Champions League. English media flocked to interview Queiroz. They yearned to hear the less favorable aspects of Real Madrid from Queiroz's lips, perhaps to substantiate the notion that the Premier League eclipses La Liga. In Chapter 24, Manchester United set their sights on Suhong. However, Queiroz, possessing a commendable sense of professionalism, while appropriately commenting on the imbalances within Real Madrid's squad, consistently lauded Suhong during interviews. Suhong may not be the most gifted player in the world, but he undoubtedly is the most astute in the art of playing the game. His instinct for scoring is unparalleled. He is a true clutch player, excelling in the most crucial matches. Suhong transformed my perspective on training. His training regimen for injured and aging players is poised to revolutionize the world of football. Suhong exhibits a maturity beyond his years and embodies the qualities of a natural leader. Yet, currently, Queiroz seems almost enchanted in his praise for Suhong. Apart from Suhong's exceptional prowess, no other reasonable explanation can be found. Indeed, Queiroz has repeatedly urged Ferguson to acquire Suhong. Ferguson finds himself in a quandary. Queiroz was invited by Ferguson, yet now he desires a player. Would it not be ungracious to deny him? Last year, Real Madrid poached Beckham from Manchester United. Would it not seem somewhat degrading for United to pursue one of their youth products? If they have taken your superstar, shouldn't you have the means to acquire theirs? What significance does one Suong hold? Ultimately, however, Queiroz's persistent requests proved irresistible, and Ferguson made an offer to Real Madrid to eye in an instant. Suong's name once again ascended to the headlines. Manchester United inquires about Real Madrid's Prince. Suong, 10 million euros. Manchester United officially submits an offer for Suong. 18 years old, 3 matches, 10 million euros. Suong sets the record for the fastest player valuation to exceed 10 million. Transfermarkt assesses Manchester United's offer as highly risky, asserting that Suong's true market value should not exceed 2 million euros. The entire world is eager to see how Real Madrid will respond. Ferguson finally felt he could fulfill his obligations. Yet, Queiroz remained undeterred, suggesting that Manchester United should attempt to loan Suong. Subsequently, United issued a loan inquiry. Manchester United submits a loan request. Is Suong truly indispensable for reinforcements? Suong is Queiroz's white moonlight, after witnessing Suong's performance. Who could remain unconquered by him? Soon, Florentino dialed Suong's number, granting him the autonomy over the loan decision, a gesture of respect. Suong pondered for a moment. Manchester United is undoubtedly a team brimming with superstars. They even boast Cristiano Ronaldo, yet the squad at Real Madrid is evidently more illustrious. Moreover, Suong has already established connections within the Madrid hierarchy, allowing him to reap the rewards in the coming years. To venture to Manchester United would render everything uncertain. He had no reason to embark on a new risk. Likewise, could Suong be unaware of Real Madrid's intentions? The rising star, England's golden boy, the only active Balon d'Or winner from the UK. Michael Owen, how splendid. Finally, he could rest comfortably on the bench without the fear of being summoned to play. That would be a true nightmare. Suong resolutely declared. Unless I cannot fit into the first-team roster at Real Madrid, I would rather remain on the bench than seek opportunities elsewhere. In that moment, Florentino was deeply moved. He even contemplated abandoning the pursuit of Owen. Of course, this sentiment lasted only a few seconds. Very well. I shall reject Manchester United's loan offer. In the upcoming season, you will continue to serve Real Madrid. Do you have any preferences regarding your jersey number? How about the number 8 or 11? The number 8 is typically worn by starting midfielders. However, as it is close to the number 9, which belongs to the starting striker, many prominent players who cannot don the number 9 opt for the number 8. This number is likely to belong to Morientes. The number 11, on the other hand, is reserved for key wingers, often chosen by forward players who cannot secure the number 9. Florentino aimed to compensate Suong with a favorable jersey number. Suong chuckled. I would prefer the number 24. I have quite an affinity for it.As for the 8 and 11, let those be reserved for our 2 new teammates. Florentino was taken aback. New teammates? How does Suong know? How could he possibly know that Real Madrid intends to recruit forwards? The world believes Real Madrid is in pursuit of a defensive midfielder. Florentino, why do you assume the new teammates will all be forwards? Suong replied, weren't you considering loaning me out? This indicates that apart from Morientes, the other should also be a forward. Florentino, is it not acceptable to have Ronaldo starting, Morientes as a substitute, and Portillo as the third substitute? Suong, while it may seem disrespectful to Portillo, the only fans who would equate me with him are likely not true supporters, and why competition is Morientes, and considering Real Madrid's policy of only acquiring superstars, any new arrivals will inevitably rank ahead of Morientes. Florentino, you are quite astute. I enjoy engaging with intelligent individuals, much like Zidane. Suong, indeed, I admire Zidane. Therefore, in the next season, you need not worry about me causing turmoil in the Real Madrid dressing room due to a lack of playing time. On the contrary, I will do my utmost to maintain harmony within the squad. Florentino's inquiry regarding Suong's interest in a loan essentially revealed his concern over potential unrest next season. A disturbance caused by the prince would be the most challenging predicament. Ignoring it would yield no results, while excessive control would displease the fans, potentially leading to team division. Ultimately, after this phone call, Florentino could not be more satisfied with Suong. Marca subsequently featured the headline, Real Madrid has rejected Manchester United's loan request, asserting that the issue is not the loan amount. Suong is a cornerstone of Real Madrid, with significant plans for him next season. Thus, Manchester United finally relinquished their pursuit of Suong, subsequently investing €37 million to acquire Everton's rising star. Wayne Rooney. They spent €10 million to secure centre-back Gabriel Hines from Paris Saint-Germain. €9 million were used to snatch the last remaining star from Leeds United's youth academy, Alan Smith. €5,250,000 were spent to bring young centre-back Gerard Piqué from Barcelona. Chapter 25. Good news. The new coach dislikes Suong. This summer's transfer market became lively as a result. Last summer, Chelsea, acquired by the Russian oligarch Abramovich, was the undisputed king of the transfer market, with their spending surpassing that of the other 19 Premier League clubs combined. This year, they remained extravagant spenders, investing €38,500,000 to recruit striker Didier Drogba from Ligue 1 side Marseille, marking the most expensive transfer of the summer. They also secured Carvalho from Porto for €30 million. The third priciest transaction of the summer. €20 million were spent on Ferreira from Porto. €18 million were allocated to bring Arjen Robben from the Eredivisi's PSV Eindhoven. Following closely was Serie A powerhouse Juventus, who spent €28 million acquiring Emerson from Roma, the fourth most expensive deal of the summer. They invested €16 million to bring Zlatan Ibrahimovic from Ajax, and €10 million for Cannavaro from Inter Milan. On the Barcelona front, following a season devoid of glory, they were compelled to take action to appease their fans. They expended €27 million to acquire Samuel Eto'o from Mallorca. Prior to joining Mallorca, Eto'o was a Real Madrid player, a castaway who later emerged as a tormentor for Madrid. In the last 4 consecutive defeats for Real Madrid, the match where they were defeated by Mallorca was particularly memorable, being Eto'o's crowning achievement. In addition to Eto'o, Barcelona also invested €21 million to secure Deco, the new Portuguese midfield linchpin from Porto. Lastly, they spent €8 million to bring Julian from Monaco, the very same player who eliminated Real Madrid alongside Morientes in the Champions League last season. Barcelona's signings are highly targeted. If Real Madrid's acquisitions reflect their ambition to become the world's best, then Barcelona's signings are aimed at defeating Real Madrid. Ultimately, Liverpool also emerged as a team with considerable investment this summer, spending €20 million to acquire Sissoko from Auxerre. €16 million were used to secure midfield maestro Xabi Alonso from Real Sociedad. €9 million were spent to bring in the talented Luis Garca from Barcelona. In the last match of the previous season, Real Madrid was thoroughly outplayed by Real Sociedad, with the linchpin being none other than Xabi Alonso. In the world of football, matches are the overt narrative, while transfers are the hidden story. Many outcomes were already predetermined during that summer before the season commenced. Last season's Real Madrid can only be described as abysmal. Although they secured the Copa del Rey with Suhong's assistance, their simultaneous failures in the Champions League and League left fans discontented. This also signaled the failure of Florentino's Zinedine and Pavon policy. Thus, the urgent need arose to recruit reliable, expensive, and renowned defensive players. However, to uphold Florentino's dignity, Real Madrid must also continue to recruit superstars in the attacking front, thereby fulfilling Florentino's annual promise of signing a superstar. Otherwise, his competitors would seize this opportunity to undermine him. Ultimately, Real Madrid acquired the speedy young forward Owen from Newcastle for the paltry sum of €12 million, igniting outrage among countless Liverpool fans. €25 million were expended to acquire the world-class central defender, Walter Samuel, renowned for his rock-solid defensive prowess, from Roma. Additionally, €18 million were invested in bringing Woodgate, one of the 4 premier central defenders of New England, from Newcastle United. Real Madrid's lineup has nearly reached a theoretical state of perfection. The term perfection is employed here because they have bolstered their defense, and nearly because enhancing the defense entails not only acquiring quality central defenders but also securing a competent defensive midfielder, a position Real Madrid has yet to strengthen. It is evident to the discerning observer that Escalates cannot possibly fill the void left by Makelele's departure. Thus, the foundation of Real Madrid's squad for the new season is taking shape. Forwards: Ronaldo, Raúl, Owen, Morientes, Suong, Portillo, Soldado. Midfielders: Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Solari, Guti, Salades, Borja. Defenders: Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, Helguera, Pavon, Bravo, Juanfran. Goalkeepers: Casillas, Sanchez, Diego Lopez. The order reflects their ranking. Given such a formidable roster, the fans of Real Madrid have ample reason to harbor tremendous expectations for the upcoming season. Champions League title, La Liga championship, Copa del Rey triumph. The supporters yearn for it all. However, news soon emerged that the newly appointed head coach, Camacho, was dissatisfied with the squad. Camacho is an iconic figure from the 70s and 80s at Real Madrid, having embarked on a coaching career post-retirement. Yet, aside from successfully leading Rayo Vallecano and Espanyol to promotion, his coaching credentials are rather unimpressive. His tenure as coach of the Spanish national team was marked by a series of humiliating defeats for Spanish football. This marks his second term at Real Madrid, having previously held the position for a mere 22 days, a record for the swiftest dismissal in the club's history. According to Marca, Camacho is not pleased with Real Madrid's acquisitions. He seeks a top-notch defensive midfielder, but Florentino has brought him Owen instead. Furthermore, the media disclosed some dining photos shared by Suong on social media this summer, commenting that Suong has a penchant for Chinese cuisine, particularly spicy and oily Sichuan dishes, which are detrimental to an athlete's physique. His physical condition is a cause for concern. He ought to consume healthy salads daily. Camacho would certainly disapprove of such an undisciplined player. From Suong's reported weight, it appears he has gained 15 pounds this summer. This news garnered even more attention than Camacho's critique of Real Madrid signings. The rise to fame and the fall from grace are two of the most captivating narratives in the world of football. Could Suong's downfall arrive so swiftly? Opinions are rife. Alas, with such wealth in his family, is it any wonder that playing football is merely a pastime for him? Perhaps he spent the summer globetrotting? I noticed on his social media that he visited at least 5 different countries. Fame seems to have dulled his competitive edge. I have heard some refer to him as the Prince of Real Madrid, a notion I cannot endorse. It is players like Portillo, who have emerged through years of hard work, who are truly deserving of such a title. Let us not overly praise Portillo. He is indeed commendable. But how does he compare to Su? Su is meant to form the illustrious Ronaldo trident. Morientes is not even on par with Su, for heaven's sake. Chapter 26. Internal conflict, standing up for Su Ha. Morientes inferior to Su. Such a statement reveals you as a superficial fan. Moreover, with Owen's arrival, both Su and Morientes must yield their positions. Owen is prone to injuries, and Ronaldo also grapples with health issues. Given Suong's poor dietary habits, he may well become another fragile player. It would be fortunate if the three of them do not form a glass trident. Amidst this turmoil, Real Madrid's pre-season training officially commenced. Every player underwent a medical examination. Most players had gained weight over the summer, which is a natural occurrence. However, when Suong's test results were revealed, the entire team was taken aback. Ronaldo, Su, didn't you say you were eating nothing but junk food? Beckham, an 8% body fat rate. This has been my best state in years. Didn't you gain weight? Zidane, Suong, surely those 15 pounds didn't all come from that muscle? Figo, wasn't it supposed to be a summer of travel for you? Raúl, you didn't happen to train all summer, did you? Their speculations were strikingly close to the truth. Suong nodded. How can one trust the media? I do indulge in Chinese cuisine. For anyone who has tasted it finds it hard to resist. Nevertheless, Chinese food encompasses a wide array of dishes, and its nutritional balance can rival that of red wine, salads, and steaks, can it? Indeed, I have gained weight, but it is not mere fat. The increase consists primarily of muscle. 15 pounds is the upper limit. I am still in my growth phase and must avoid sudden weight gain to prevent additional strain. A body fat rate of 8% is yet to meet my standards. As my fitness regimen progresses, I aim to maintain it around 6%. Ultimately, I have indeed trained throughout the summer, as I am aware that even with such effort, I remain far from my peers. I have visited several countries, but that was to recruit top-tier trainers, covering sports medicine, training design, football training, physical training, visual training, and more, totaling around 10 individuals. Should anyone need assistance, I can have my training team provide their services. Many stars deem this a waste, but time will reveal that spending money is a means of earning more. In the realm of personal teams, one cannot afford to be frugal. Under scientific training. This summer, Suong's strength surged from 76 to 82, and his jumping ability increased from 70 to 74. Suong spoke confidently, engaging in light-hearted banter with the group of superstars. Not far off, players like Bravo, Pavon, Borja, Fran, Soldado, and Lopez looked on with envy. Although they were several years older than Suong, they felt particularly intimidated in the presence of such giants. If they felt this way in private, how could they possibly perform naturally on the field? How could their performance be anything but subpar? Soon, Camacho arrived, and the team commenced its first day of training. While the exercises were quite basic, the physical data was revealing. Endurance tests, 30-meter sprints, explosive power tests, agility tests, strength tests, and more all provided evidence of who was strong and who was weak. The data for the superstar players was hardly disappointing. For instance, Beckham's physical fitness was exceptional, while Ronaldo, Owen, and Carlos showcased astonishing speed. Zidane, Figo, and Owen exhibited extraordinary agility, while Samuel, Woodgate, and Morientes displayed considerable strength. Suong, aside from managing to keep up with the first group in terms of strength, fell considerably short in other areas. Despite a month of specialized training, his foundational skills remained too weak. Such results would not impress the notoriously stringent Camacho. The following day, the team engaged in ball drills, further widening the gap between the superstars and ordinary players. Among the stars, Ronaldo and Zidane stood out as unique entities, shining even brighter. As for Suong, he was considerably less skilled. His ball-handling ability, to say the least, could only be described as atrocious, placing him firmly at the bottom of the team rankings. Camacho was astounded. He inquired of his coaching staff whether Suong had indeed performed this poorly last season. The goalkeeping coach, Simon, shook his head. No, he is performing significantly better now than he did during training last season. His progress has been quite rapid. Camacho nearly choked on his own frustration. This was the performance after his improvement. Did the fans of Real Madrid know their prince could not control the ball even 10 meters away? How absurd. How did such a slacker manage to enter Real Madrid? Camacho began to feel sympathy for his predecessor, Queiroz, to have such a player, nearly incapable of playing on the team, while external pressures demanded that he take the field. How challenging must that be for any head coach? Camacho began to brainstorm, for he faced the same dilemmas Queiroz had encountered. The pre-season training quickly reached its conclusion, and Real Madrid partook in a couple of friendly matches, though the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Camacho had an important task: to transition Real Madrid from a single striker formation to a dual striker setup. Otherwise, the luxurious midfield would be squandered. This was a non-negotiable directive from Florentino. However, Camacho soon encountered a dilemma. He did not field Suong in either of the two friendly matches, which incited significant discontent among Real Madrid supporters. Why was Suong not utilized? If Camacho maintained this stance, he might as well prepare for dismissal. If Suong was not given an opportunity, would he once again be relegated to the sidelines this season? Owen is undeniably sharp, and Morientes seamlessly integrates into the team, but isn't it excessively harsh to deny Suong a chance to compete? Is Camacho biased against youth? Waves of public opinion began to assail Camacho. He was genuinely infuriated. On August 17th, Real Madrid conducted an intra-squad training match. Suong, serving as a forward for the substitute team, struggled against the defenses of Woodgate and Helguera. Camacho shook his head in disappointment. Would you dare to field such a player? What chance do you have against victory? Following the training match, a heated argument erupted in Real Madrid's locker room, sparked by Woodgate and his fellow Englishman Owen criticizing Suong. Woodgate asserted that Suong's skill level was woefully inadequate, rendering him unworthy of competing with Owen for a starting position. Owen did not elaborate much on the matter. He advised Woodgate to be cautious with his words, considering they were newcomers to the team, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Unfortunately, Borja overheard this conversation. Borja may not have been an exceptional player, but he was certainly the most grateful to Suong within the squad. He would not permit anyone to speak ill of Suong. Borja immediately demanded that Woodgate apologize to Suong. Woodgate, who considered himself one of England's top defenders, was reluctant to concede to Borja, a mere mediocre product of Real Madrid's youth academy. Chapter 27. Bad news. Back in the starting lineup, the argument escalated, and upon entering the locker room, Pavon, Bravo, Fran, and others quickly rallied to Borja's support, nearly resulting in a physical confrontation. It was only when team captain Raúl intervened that the situation was brought under control. As more players entered the locker room, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Many players turned their gaze towards Suong. Logically, Raúl could have directly decided how to resolve the issue. However, after last season's crucial matches, Suong had already established a certain standing within the team. Additionally, his good rapport with superstars like Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, and Beckham, particularly Zidane, meant that Raúl had to respect Suong's opinion. When Raúl too looked towards Suong, Owen realized Suong's true status within the team. Disaster. The €2 million substitute forward was regarded by Raúl and the other players as more important than Woodgate, who had been acquired for €18 million. Raúl had never even watched Woodgate play. This was astonishing if Pavon, Bravo, Fran, and the other supported Suong due to positional conflicts with Woodgate. The frontline superstars had no reason not to back Woodgate. A defensive stalwart, there's no need to be so serious, Suong interjected. Woodgate is not wrong. I have much to improve upon in various aspects, of course, Woodgate, in the future, if you have any opinions, feel free to share them with me directly. If it's during a match, you can always communicate with me or with Captain Raúl afterward. We are a unit. We all belong to Real Madrid. Pointing out a teammate's shortcomings and assisting them in improvement is one of the purposes of our locker room. Owen was left speechless. Woodgate's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. This Suong was exceedingly generous. No one is without flaws. We all have the potential to improve. Suong scanned the room and then pointed at Ronaldo. You, Ronnie, I must warn you that you did something quite poorly today. Ronaldo furrowed his brow. Did you use the pendulum dribble again? Suong replied. Although you didn't do it repeatedly, I saw you definitely used it. IVE told you, you must be responsible for your knees. It's acceptable in real matches, but during training sessions or friendlies, you are not permitted to use the pendulum dribble. Such a deceptive maneuver should only be employed against opponents. If you don't mind, I can arrange for my team to provide you with some therapy tomorrow to help alleviate your knee fatigue. The newly joined Samuel nodded discreetly. This kid has remarkable emotional intelligence. He not only criticized Ronaldo but also fostered a closer relationship with him while shifting everyone's attention away from Woodgate. What is this? Leadership. This kid is a natural leader. He knows how to interact amicably with superiors, peers, and subordinates. This is quite rare. This single book on emotional intelligence has baffled countless heroes. Suong further declared that he would treat everyone to a lavish dinner that evening, a gesture of camaraderie. Zidane was the first to nod in agreement, demonstrating his support for Suong through action. The others naturally felt compelled to accept. During dinner, Suong made a point to toast Borja and others who stood up for him, expressing his gratitude for their friendship, promising never to forget his brothers. A few of the young Real Madrid players, having indulged a bit too much, nearly swore brotherhood with Suong. That night, the news reached Camacho and Florentino. Camacho realized Suong's unique influence within the team. Suong was not merely an ordinary youth player and substitute. He understood that failing to address Suong promptly would result in him losing control over his coaching tenure at Real Madrid. Simultaneously, players such as Escalates, Borja, Pavon, and Guti were included in the substitute list. Meanwhile, superstar Ronaldo was absent from the match due to potential fitness issues. The media quickly delved into an analysis of this lineup, Camacho's first match in charge of Real Madrid. It concerns whether the team can advance to the Champions League group stage, but their opponent, Krakow, is of little concern. Significant implications, minimal difficulty. Camacho chooses to rest Ronaldo, Raúl, and others, while also assessing new signings, rather than a match. It resembles a selection trial. Players who perform excellently may find themselves in Camacho's actual starting lineup, the Golden Boy and the Prince of Madrid. Will this forward lineup bring surprises to Real Madrid fans? Can the high-priced center-back duo of Samuel and Woodgate withstand the test? Nearly everyone expressed satisfaction with Camacho's roster. The injury-prone players were given rest, new signings received evaluation, and the new formation was tested. Most importantly, Prince Su finally took the field. Everything seemed perfect, except for Clara, a columnist for Marca, who harbored suspicions regarding Camacho's intentions. Camacho appears to have aligned with the sentiments of Real Madrid fans by allowing Suong to play. However, his motives may not be as benevolent as they seemed on the front line. Owen and Suong had never played together, resulting in a lack of chemistry. Previously, Suong played as a sole striker, and abruptly switching to a two-striker formation could lead to tactical disarray. Choosing two new defenders might also yield catastrophic consequences due to their lack of coordination. Should Suong underperform or the team fail to secure a victory, Camacho could justifiably sideline him. Such comparisons would only serve to validate Camacho's decision to utilize Suong. Camacho was deftly maneuvering the situation to establish true authority within the team. August 11, Champions League qualifiers, first leg, Krakow versus Real Madrid. The match was held at the Henrik Raymond Municipal Stadium in Krakow, which could accommodate only 10,000 spectators. Yet, it was completely sold out, with throngs of fans outside. Despite the absence of Ronaldo and Raúl, numerous football stars were present. The Polish fans would not miss the opportunity to witness their idols. As for the match's outcome, they had no strong convictions. Scoring a goal would suffice for them, considering their opponents were Real Madrid. Chapter 28. Is this Prince a bit weak? As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially commenced. Suong appeared solemn, though internally, he was quite anxious. Every match without a timekeeper was a trial. However, he soon sensed a difference. The heightened visibility felt akin to stepping into a new world. Suong realized that even deliberately offside plays had become effortless. There was no longer a need to cling to the offside line, appearing foolish. He merely needed to position himself in an offside haven 5 to 10 seconds before his teammates intended to pass. The likelihood of being caught with a lackadaisical attitude had significantly diminished. It was truly delightful. Simultaneously, Suong observed that the abilities of the Krakow players paled in comparison to those of Real Madrid. His offside runs even drew the attention of some Krakow defenders, creating several opportunities for Owen. In the 7th minute, Suong's movement created space, leading to a cross from Figo that connected with Owen. Owen's shot was parried by the goalkeeper. In the 12th minute, Suong again pulled defenders away from his position, allowing Zidane to unleash a long-range effort that resulted in a corner. Beckham took the corner, and Woodgate's header struck the crossbar, nearly netting his first goal since joining Real Madrid. In the 18th minute, after dropping back to receive a pass from Zidane, Suong initiated a forward run. Zidane distributed the ball to the left flank, where Solari awaited. On this occasion, Suong's run was perfectly timed, drawing the attention of the opposition. The defensive line in front of the Krakow box was left exposed. Solari advanced into this area and struck a powerful shot, which narrowly missed the goal, yet remained highly threatening. Overall, Real Madrid's offensive onslaught was relentless, and it seemed only a matter of time before a goal would materialize. The atmosphere among the Real Madrid players was relaxed. Except for Camacho. Camacho wore an expression of disbelief. He never anticipated that this makeshift lineup could dominate Krakow so thoroughly. The standard of football in the Polish league was indeed lacking, providing no challenge to Real Madrid whatsoever. In the 20th minute, Samuel triumphed in an aerial duel, directing the football towards Beckham. The latter immediately launched a long pass aimed at Suong. However, Owen's subsequent long-range shot was poorly executed, soaring into the stands. Nonetheless, Owen later sent a thumbs up to Suong, who frowned in response. He realized that in this match, he did not need to dodge the ball much, as the Krakow players, both in defensive awareness and physical prowess, fell short of La Liga standards. Suong had effortlessly won a recent header. If Krakow managed a well-executed counterattack, Real Madrid could find themselves at a disadvantage. Apart from that earlier assist with the header, Suong had not posed any significant threat. This was not the performance befitting a competent forward. He was often hailed as the Prince of Real Madrid, a striker to rival Ronaldo and Raúl. Yet, at this moment, he seemed markedly inferior to Owen. It appeared that Ronaldo's partner would emerge from either Owen or Morieni's, leaving Suong with little hope. Many knowledgeable commentators criticized Suong's performance. After all, who else could one blame in this star-studded Real Madrid midfield apart from him? Everyone else was a superstar with a legion of supporters. The only non-superstar, Solari, was performing admirably. Thus, it seemed Suong was left to bear the brunt of the criticism. In the 23rd minute, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zidane, who appeared surprised, as Suong had aligned his thoughts with Zidane's. Bang! Zidane passed to Suong. Bang! Suong held off the opposing defensive midfielder, deftly played a diagonal pass, and executed a wall pass with Zidane. Simultaneously, he turned and surged into the penalty area. Bang! Zidane, too, executed a wall pass, nudging the ball forward to Suong. The glance Suong had given earlier had signaled this intent, a continuous series of wall passes. What a splendid opportunity! Suong and Zidane's collaboration culminated in a beautiful 1-2. Suong was in possession at the edge of the penalty area, with a chance to shoot. However, the Krakow center-back advanced with arms behind his back, adopting a blocking stance, obstructing Suong's shot path. While this shot was feasible, a pass would have been even better. Owen was well positioned on the other side, yet Suong might not have seen him as another Krakow defender blocked his view. Bang! Suong delivered a lateral pass. The football was mere inches from the Krakow center-back, who was unprepared for Suong's decision to pass. Even Owen, positioned nearby, was caught off guard and nearly let the ball slip past him. Fortunately, Owen displayed remarkable adaptability, using one foot to halt the ball before bringing it under control and unleashing a low shot. Swish! The football found its way into the Krakow net. Goal. A stunning strike. 1-0. Real Madrid had predictably taken the lead. The recently signed speedster Owen netted the first official goal for Real Madrid this season. Owen became the 4th Balon d'Or winner to don the Real Madrid jersey, following in the footsteps of Figo, Zidane, and Ronaldo. The English superstar lived up to his reputation. Of course, 50% of the credit for this goal belonged to Suong, who provided the assist. He orchestrated the midfield play, executing a perfect collaboration with Zidane before setting up Owen. Applause erupted in the stands. Camacho, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Suong assisted? This was astonishing. That lucky rascal. Zidane had drawn too much attention, thereby liberating Suong. On the field, everyone gathered around Owen to celebrate. Owen expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Suong. "Su, thank you for the pass. It was splendid." Suong smiled. "Your shot was impressive too." Zidane leaned in and asked Suong, "Hey kid, has your vision improved?" Suong was taken aback. Truly, Zidane was perceptive enough to notice. There was no synergy in the positioning between him and Owen. He hadn't adhered to the team's tactical run, so he should not have been able to see Owen. Zidane patted Suong on the head. Suong smiled silently. Indeed, the recent goal had little to do with synergy. It was purely about having a keen eye. Even the continuous wall passes with Zidane were a result of Suong's enhanced vision, a capability he previously lacked. In the 25th minute, Samuel once again executed a successful interception. Beckham passed the ball to Zidane, who, after evading a defender, sent a lateral pass to Solari. Suong called for the ball at the edge of the penalty area. However, Solari opted for a long-range shot, which veered off target once more. Solari had failed to notice Suong, leading Suong to conclude that Solari's vision had not reached an elite level, a tad underwhelming. Perhaps. In the 33rd minute, Owen's breakthrough with the ball resulted in a free kick from the front. Beckham took the free kick. His curling shot struck the post, just missing the mark by a hair's breadth. In the 38th minute, Figo successfully dribbled down the flank and delivered a through ball. Owen, making a run towards the near post, connected with the ball and scored from a tight angle. However, before the celebration could commence, the referee signaled for offside. Owen had perhaps started his run a fraction too early, or Figo may have underestimated Owen's speed, delivering the pass a beat late. Ultimately, it was a matter of timing and synergy. Nevertheless, one could not disregard the difficulty of Owen's disallowed goal. His talent quickly garnered the admiration of the crowd. It seemed Morientes had no chance. Owen's sharpness alongside Ronaldo would undoubtedly conquer La Liga. As for Suong, aside from that earlier assist, he had not showcased any remarkable performances. Regardless, all that remained was the image of a mediocre forward. I could not fathom why he was heralded as the Prince of Real Madrid. I was equally perplexed as to why HRR held Suong in such high regard. Sky Sports broadcasted this match due to Owen and Woodgate. Yet their commentary on Suong was far from flattering. Recently, the German transfer market had released a list of promising young stars in football for 2004. This list featured a plethora of new talents: Torres, Quaresma, Kompany, Sneijder, Eschen, Iniesta, Adebayor, De Rossi, Milner, Tevez, Robinho, Rooney, Cristiano Ronaldo, and many more. These players either exhibited prodigious talent from a young age, led underdog teams to remarkable victories, or became beacons of hope for their prestigious clubs. Yet Suong, having played only 3 matches last season, found himself on that list, igniting considerable controversy. Astonishingly, Suong's ranking even surpassed that of the English prodigy Wayne Rooney. Can you believe it? The English media harbored a significant amount of malice towards Suong as a result that in the 41st minute, the opposing defensive midfielder intentionally obstructed Suong, severing the connection between Zidane and Suong. Bang! Zidane redirected the ball towards Figo. Figo once again broke through down the flank. In the past, Suong would have felt a sense of panic, unsure of how to position himself, especially with several new teammates around him. However, now, even if many teammates failed to position themselves correctly, Suong could still discern some openings amidst the crowd. When unsure of where to run, heading towards an open space was always a reliable choice. Suong drifted to the right, positioning himself at the periphery of the right side of the penalty area. Bang! Figo delivered a cross from the flank. The football was deflected by a defender, altering its trajectory. By sheer coincidence, it flew towards Suong. Without hesitation, he took 2 steps forward and struck the ball with a powerful shot. The 72 shot was not particularly high, but in the vast open space with no defenders. The accuracy remained commendably reliable. Swish! The football nestled into the Krakow net. The Sky Sports commentator's expression was one of pain. Just moments ago, they had labeled Suong as inconsequential, and he had responded by scoring. Indeed, Suong was remarkably fortunate. The deflected football had landed at his feet. And this shot felt almost effortless. It was an opportunity that even my grandmother could have scored. 2-0. Real Madrid's advancement into the Champions League knockout stage was virtually assured. The Sky Sports commentary downplayed the situation, yet Queiroz, who was also watching, held a different opinion. The deflection of the football was fortuitous, but Suhong's positioning was no mere coincidence. Opportunities favor the prepared. Suhong had positioned himself where he could easily receive Figo's pass. Furthermore, had Figo lost possession, Suhong's position would have served as the first line of defense against the opposition. This was an exemplary open space. Only Suhong and Zidane recognized that position. After noticing Suhong's movement, Zidane shifted to occupy another, more concealed spot. Subsequently, the first half concluded with a score of 2-0, while Real Madrid aimed to field more players to regain match fitness. This was Camacho's exact phrasing. During halftime, he made 3 substitutions. Borja replaced Zidane, Guti took Beckham's place, and Pavin came on for Samuel. While it appeared to be a sound strategy, Zidane, the midfield linchpin, had enjoyed a plethora of connections with Suhong during the first half. Coupled with Samuel's outstanding defensive performance, Camacho had effectively replaced the players who had excelled and connected well with Suhong. Unsurprisingly, Real Madrid's performance deteriorated significantly in the second half. Zidane, as the midfield core, operated seamlessly, whereas Borja's role was that of a midfield workhorse. Additionally, Guti's defensive and passing capabilities were not on par with Beckham's reliability. In the 68th minute, Krakow earned 3 consecutive corner kicks. Real Madrid's defense faced mounting pressure. Pavin's defensive shortcomings compared to Samuel became evident. In the 74th minute, Borja delivered a difficult pass, and Suhong's ball handling skills, already lacking, faltered further under such challenging conditions. The opponent promptly seized the opportunity to intercept the ball and initiated a fluid counterattack. Pavin's defensive misjudgment allowed the opposition to exploit the situation and score effortlessly. 1-2. The atmosphere is electric with a fervent crowd of 10,000 fans who are utterly exhilarated. They even believe that their team has accomplished the season's paramount objective. They have breached the gates of Real Madrid. Oh, Pavin's performance has been abysmal. He has made quite a few blunders today, despite having been on the pitch for merely 20 minutes. However, the principal culprit for this goal conceded should be Suhong, whose ball handling skills have been dreadfully inadequate. This counterattack was initiated by a theft of possession from him. Sky Sports seemed utterly blind, offering no commentary on Borja's pass, as the opposing team celebrated. Suhong approached Borja. Borja, no need to force a pass to me. Distribute it to the other teammates instead. My role is primarily to draw the opposing fire. Borja, enlightened, nodded repeatedly. He shares a good rapport with Suhong. Thus, he often thinks of passing to him, inadvertently creating complications for Suhong. In the 79th minute, Borja, while holding the ball in the center, found himself besieged. He passed to Suhong, successfully extricating himself from the predicament. Then turned to make a forward run. Borja followed suit, also making an advance. Woodgate delivered a pass to Guti, who suddenly seemed possessed by Beckham, launching a long ball towards the vicinity of the penalty area. Guti's passes are generally not on par with Beckham's, but occasionally he delivers a ball that surprises everyone, which is why he is nicknamed the Demon Blade. Chapter 30. Superstar Skill, the Wind-Chasing Youth. This pass was nearly aimed at Suhong's head as he surged forward. The 2 central defenders of Krakow, upon witnessing this, advanced together to attempt to intercept Suhong. However, the earlier theft of the ball from Suhong occurred precisely because the opponent's challenge was overly aggressive, bordering on a foul. Yet, the referee did not call it, indicating a lenient officiating style. With this in mind, Suhong felt emboldened to give his all. He immediately exerted himself, colliding with the opponent, successfully activating his physical dominance. He single-handedly bore down on 2 defenders, using his head to deftly redirect the ball to the side for Owen. To Suhong's right, Owen received the ball. To his left, Borja made his run. The 2 central defenders, upon realizing the situation, abandoned their pursuit of Suhong, splitting to either side. Bang! After receiving the ball, Owen took a moment to assess the situation before executing a diagonal pass. The ball rolled into the penalty area. From a 2-on-1 scenario to an unmarked Suhong, he effortlessly entered the penalty box, receiving the ball at the penalty spot to complete the shot. Once again, the setup was reminiscent of a shooting practice scenario. Whoosh! The ball soared past the outstretched arm of the Krakow goalkeeper into the far corner. This shot wasn't a curled effort, nor was it taken from an acute angle. But fortunately, The opposing goalkeeper's caliber was equally unimpressive to goal. 3-1. Su Hang. Once again, Su Hang. Su Hang scores a brace. Well done. He has utterly dismantled the opponent's defense. With 2 goals and an assist, Su Hang has been nothing short of phenomenal today. The commentators, who had previously criticized Su Hang, have changed their tune. Although Su Hang may not have contributed significantly for most of the match, the beauty of his goal was undeniable. That header assist, against 2 defenders, resembled a divine warrior. After scoring, Su Hang bent low to evade the celebrating Owen and raced toward the corner flag. Owen could only follow behind. Su Hang leaped high, executing a 180-degree spin in midair. Arms outstretched, descending with a thud. Shoo! The camera captured number 24, Su Hang, in full view. At Su Hang's request, the order of his name on his jersey was altered to reflect Chinese conventions. Many Polish fans will forever remember this moment. The applause from the crowd was relentless. It was as if the Polish fans had been enchanted by Su Hang's goal. Nevertheless, every goal scored today was met with jubilation from them. This was not a betrayal of their home ground, but rather a testament to their admiration for a star player. Wow! What a magnificent celebration! This is Su Hang's signature celebratory gesture. Last season, when he clinched the Copa del Rey, defeating Barcelona, he executed this exhilarating celebration. The Su he uttered could be a rallying cry of celebration or simply a reference to his surname. Regardless, Real Madrid fans have adopted this celebratory chant. He has captivated this stadium. He has won over the Polish people. In this moment, everyone knew the match was concluded. Krakow could not alter their fate. For standing before them was the indomitable warrior, Su Hang. Yet, astonishingly, this formidable prince of Real Madrid was not even the first choice in the forward line. Not even the second choice, can you believe it? Similarly, Su Hang was quite frustrated. He had not intended to shine so brightly. But alas, Camacho's malice was too great. He sought to expel him from Real Madrid. How could he tolerate that? In the 85th minute, Guti once again delivered a through ball, further underscoring the abysmal quality of Krakow's defense. Solari once more disregarded Su Hang's calls for the ball, sending a long-range shot that soared over the bar. This time, he noticed Su Hang but desired to score himself. Yet, the competition for a stable substitute position in Real Madrid's midfield was so fierce that Solari felt compelled to excel. This spirit inspired Su Hang. What a splendid player Solari is. Zidane and others should learn from him. If all the first-team players at Real Madrid possessed such a mentality, ensuring they controlled the game, Su Hang would not have to feel such trepidation. Thus, Su Hang gave Solari a thumbs up, signifying his approval of the play. This, in turn, made Solari feel somewhat embarrassed. Su Hang was exceedingly magnanimous. Solari vowed that next time he would make a concerted effort to pass to Su Hang. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3-1. Su Hang's 2 goals and 1 assist outshone Owen's 1 goal and 1 assist, earning him the title of man of the match. Given that this lineup was essentially Real Madrid's second team, the fact that Krakow could not withstand them was telling. 2 goals and 1 assist. The Prince of Real Madrid secures their place in the Champions League group stage. Man of the match. Su Hang eclipses Owen to claim the title. Genuine talent. Su Hang's commanding performance truly warrants the label of a rising star. He may even be underrated. His standing should not fall significantly short of that of players like Ronaldo, Iniesta, or Torres. Incoming. Su Hang and Owen demonstrate remarkable synergy, exchanging assists. Is Morientes in danger of being sidelined? Successful verification. Owen, Samuel, and Woodgate shine, as Real Madrid's forward line upgrades and the defense remains secure. Kicker releases the Champions League prediction rankings. With Real Madrid topping the list for the championship odds, a comfortable victory has allowed Real Madrid to emerge from the shadows of last season. Everything appears to be flowing smoothly. Through his assist to Owen, Su Hang has also gained Owen's friendship and, ding, Owen finds the collaboration with you highly enjoyable. At least Ronaldo finds it challenging to offer him an assist during prime scoring opportunities. However, Owen believes your speed is somewhat lacking. Thus he has granted you the moniker Wind-Chasing Youth. Wind-Chasing Youth. Superstar-level skill. There are many wind-chasing youths, and Owen is the brightest among them. Your speed, explosiveness, and positioning will be enhanced in the final 5 minutes of the match. You have a single opportunity to activate the wind-chasing effect, which will significantly boost your acceleration. Owen is remarkable. Look at how generous he is compared to the stingy veterans at Real Madrid. Just 1 match in, and he is already uplifting the team's technical prowess. Magnanimous. I shall forever admire you, Kyrie Irving, Michael Owen. Thanks to Owen's generosity, Su Heng's explosive attributes have been unlocked. Starting at 74, immediately after team training, Su Heng began his personal practice. Camacho was extremely displeased with such ostentatious behavior. Was it not sufficient that he had not provided comfortable training? Must Su Heng also engage in additional practice? That day, Camacho communicated with the training ground administrator, hinting at the need for heightened security, ensuring no unauthorized personnel entered the training grounds. However, the following day, Camacho discovered that Su Heng's team had returned. He confronted the training ground administrator, who informed him that Su Heng's team had received direct approval from Florentino. Camacho was furious. Was Su Heng essentially bypassing him? Did he not regard him as the head coach? The reality was that Florentino had invited stars such as Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, and Beckham to a team event the previous night, where they had discussed Su Heng's team and expressed envy. They had also enjoyed the restorative massages and therapies provided by the team, which were indeed beneficial. It was then that Florentino granted Su Heng's team the green light. Roughly 10 days later, Real Madrid completed their third warm-up match and prepared for the most crucial preseason encounter, the Spanish Super Cup. Chapter 31. The youngest fourth captain in Real Madrid history. The Spanish Super Cup features the champions of the previous season's La Liga and Copa del Rey, serving as the opening match of the new season. If the champions of both competitions are the same team, the runner-up of the Copa del Rey takes their place. Last season's La Liga champions were Valencia, while the Copa del Rey champions were Real Madrid. Thus, they faced off for the Spanish Super Cup. Other countries have similar competitions: the Italian Super Cup, the French Super Cup, the German Super Cup, and the English Community Shield. The rules may vary slightly, but the essence remains the same. It is a contest of kings. Each year's Champions League and Europa League champions also compete for the European Super Cup, which is the grandest of them all. The Super Cup is an accolade that enhances prestige, albeit with less weight, yet it is still a championship title. Many future treble winners and quintuple champions will include this honor in their tally. Although Valencia is the La Liga champion and has recently reached the Champions League final twice in succession, most believe Real Madrid will triumph in the Spanish Super Cup. Such is the influence of the Galácticos. Given the formidable nature of the opponent and the stakes involved in this championship match, Camacho dared not take risks lightly. Before the match, he unveiled what he believed to be Real Madrid's strongest lineup: Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, and Casillas. Except for Woodgate, who may not necessarily surpass Helguera, this formation possesses no flaws on paper. To accommodate Owen, Camacho altered Real Madrid's traditional single-striker formation, dismantling a defensive midfield position, specifically that of Guti. The pivotal question of whether Beckham, playing as the sole defensive midfielder, could shoulder the responsibilities of the backline became a focal point of the match. Just how luxurious is this lineup? It features 4 Balon d'Or winners: Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, and Figo. Raúl, Beckham, and Carlos all achieved a highest ranking of second in the Balon d'Or. As for the players from Valencia, their identities became insignificant in the face of such a formidable squad. However, it soon became apparent that the new point of interest within the Real Madrid lineup was not the starters, but rather the substitutes. Not the renowned benchwarmers like Morientes, Guti, Helguera, or Solari, but rather Suang. According to Marca, am I seeing things, or has Real Madrid made an error? In this year's La Liga player registration, Real Madrid surprisingly included Suang in their captaincy list. This revelation ignited a fervor across Spain. All major leagues require a team to have 4 captains, 1 primary and 3 deputies. Given the nature of football, with its myriad rotations and substitutions, if the captain is absent, the armband must pass to the second captain, and so forth. Raúl serves as the first captain, Guti the second, and Salgado the third. According to Real Madrid's regulations, the fourth captain, determined by tenure in the first team, should be Casillas. Yet, the submitted list revealed that their fourth captain is Suang. Everyone was bewildered. How could it be Suang? He was the last to join the first team last season and had participated in the fewest matches among the players. By all standards of tenure, ability, and influence, he should not even be considered. This indicated external influence in Real Madrid's captaincy declaration, undoubtedly orchestrated by Florentino. If previously Suang was merely regarded as the Prince of Real Madrid as a hopeful sentiment, henceforth, he would be recognized as the true prince of the club. This was an official endorsement. In light of this, when Real Madrid declined Manchester United's loan request for Suang, it took on a new significance. It was clear that Real Madrid had already solidified Su Hong's status at that time. Casillas, who should have been the fourth captain, expressed disappointment but did not escalate the matter. After all, he merely failed to attain the fourth captaincy. Not being stripped of his captaincy title, his dignity remained largely intact. Prior to the match, a journalist interviewed Su Hong. "Su Hong, congratulations on becoming the youngest fourth captain in Real Madrid's history." Su Hong humbly responded, "I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I am fully aware that I do not deserve this role as fourth captain. Casillas is far more qualified." The reporter couldn't help but chuckle. Su Hong was still too young. It was he who mentioned Casillas. Such a statement could very well sow discord within Real Madrid. So, what do you intend to do? Will you resign the fourth captaincy in favor of Casillas, or do you wish to retain it? Su Hong shook his head. Other reporters grew eager, drafting sensational headlines. "The Prince of Real Madrid is reluctant to return the fourth captaincy taken from Casillas, underhanded. Su Hong's qualifications do not merit him as the fourth captain. Making Casillas the victim." Listen to those headlines. Aren't they thrilling? Regardless, the internal situation at Real Madrid would inevitably become tumultuous. Yet Su Hong swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Casillas is the finest goalkeeper I have ever encountered. He is world-class. To label him as anything less is an affront. He requires no assistance from anyone. He earns everything through his own prowess. I will cherish this honor of being the fourth captain and fulfill my role within the team. I hope that by the end of the season, everyone will feel I have performed well in this capacity. I will strive to provide my teammates with superior training services through my personal team. I aim to invite the entire squad to dine together at least 5 times this season to foster camaraderie. When tensions arise, I will be the first to step forward as a mediator. Even if it means enduring some criticism, I am willing to bear the team's negative sentiments to the best of my ability." Su Hong's attitude was commendably upright. At first glance, he may appear humble. Yet upon closer inspection, his statements reveal a desire for both the fourth captaincy and a friendship with Casillas. He intends to involve himself in team management. This is true capability. Wouldn't you agree? It is rare for an average player to navigate such a situation with grace. However, reporters from Catalonia were unwilling to relinquish their opportunity to stir the pot, relentlessly pursuing Su Hong. "Oh, when competition for positions arises within the team, how will you respond? Will you leverage your status as fourth captain for personal gain, such as securing a starting position?" The Catalan reporters were laying bare their agenda. Zidane, noticing the onslaught, attempted to shield Su Hong from the barrage of questions. But Su Hong would not allow Zidane to intervene. The Catalan journalist had posed the question Su Hong most relished. With a smile, Su Hong replied, "You clearly do not grasp the culture of humility we uphold in the East. It is quite simple. I will not partake in the competition for a starting forward position. Should any conflict arise with any teammate over positions, I am willing to unilaterally withdraw from the competition. If permitted by the team, I would even forego being listed as a substitute. This is what I, as the fourth captain, ought to do for the team." Zidane was taken aback, hearing a player articulate such sentiments for the first time. Other reporters were equally astonished. Su Hong's transparency was astonishing. To compensate for this seemingly unearned fourth captaincy, he was willing to relinquish his position and dedicate himself to supporting the team. Such a mindset starkly contrasts with many players who fiercely compete for their positions. Is this the essence of Eastern virtue? It has certainly cleansed the tainted souls of many in Europe. Looking at Su Hong's genuine smile, the reporters found themselves reluctant to utter any negative remarks. Su Hong was indeed a beacon of humanity in the football world. They had anticipated that he would exploit his fourth captaincy to pressure others for personal gain in the lineup. Is this truly Su Hong? This is akin to Jesus, Real Madrid's greatest fourth captain. Su Hong is willing to withdraw from the competition for a forward position. "Su Hong, I am still young. I wish to give opportunities to those in greater need. Su Hong, allowing the best players to compete is my responsibility as the fourth captain, willing to sacrifice for the greater good." Su Hong has illuminated the beauty of humanity in the football world. This is the true prince. Su Hong's compassion rivals that of Jesus. For the team, he is willing to make personal sacrifices. Upon reading these headlines, Su Hong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He simply had not yet developed his skills and did not wish to compete for a spot in the immediate term. Once he had spent a couple of years training at Real Madrid, he would see how things had changed. As for now, this opportunity to play as a substitute for Ronaldo was up for grabs. Whoever desired it could take it. Su Hong's ambition was to have Ronaldo as his substitute in 2 years. Ronaldo, wow, Su, what is this? Ronaldo, I thought we were friends. Suong, ahem, circumstances dictate, my friend. Even close brothers must be clear about such matters. In the following days, Suong noticed a noticeable softening in the attitudes of Portillo and Morientes towards him. Perhaps they were unaware, but their previous demeanor had indeed been somewhat cold. The fickleness of human nature. Sue, are you certain? Really? You truly wish to withdraw from the competition? Sue, I'm on the verge of tears. Zidane, Beckham, Guti, and others occasionally inquired about Suong, and even Casillas began to self-reflect, acknowledging that he could not measure up to Suong's disposition. Thus, Suong's ascension to the fourth captaincy seemed entirely justified. The atmosphere within Real Madrid became exceedingly harmonious. On August 22, the Spanish Super Cup commenced. Valencia's strength had been commendable, yet in recent years, they had lost numerous players to clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Lazio. Collectively, these players could comprise an entirely new Valencia team. Thus, their potential was limited. They were a first-rate club, but not a top-tier powerhouse. Had it not been for Real Madrid's own shortcomings last season, Valencia would not have secured the championship. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially began. In the third minute, Valencia's winger Vicente surged into the penalty area, evading Woodgate to execute a sweeping shot, which was expertly saved by the informed Casillas. Woodgate's vulnerabilities began to surface. In the ninth minute, Real Madrid initiated an attack. Carlos made a low cross, yet both Ronaldo and Owen failed to capitalize, resulting in the ball sailing out of play. Ronaldo is undoubtedly one of the most flawless strikers, yet his physical attributes leave room for discussion. Standing at 1.8 meters, he is slightly shorter than ideal. While his heading ability is commendable, it pales in comparison to his footwork. Owen, even shorter at 1.73 meters, is certainly not adept at heading the ball. Carlos's low cross is most effectively deployed when both Morientes and Suong are present on the field. The passer and the scorer often fail to establish a direct connection. In the 26th minute, during Valencia's corner kick attack, centre-back Pellegrino's header struck the crossbar, nearly giving the team the lead. In the 29th minute, Real Madrid launched a counterattack. Zidane's incisive pass found Ronaldo, who attempted a wall pass with Owen. However, the two exhibited a notable lack of synergy. Owen suddenly made a run to the flank, failing to receive Ronaldo's pass. This was a most regrettable error. In the 42nd minute, Ronaldo once again posed a threat, unleashing a long-range shot that deflected off an opposing defender's leg. The ball veered to the side, and Owen darted in for a low shot, which struck the goalkeeper's body and ricocheted back towards Owen's chest, ultimately flying out of play without Real Madrid securing even a single corner. Despite boasting 2 Ballon d'Or forwards, Real Madrid clearly displayed a lack of attacking potency. Ronaldo and Owen produced an effect of 11, being less than 2. Florentino was present at the stadium today, and judging by his attire, he seemed prepared to collect the Spanish Super Cup. Should Real Madrid ultimately lose, Camacho could very well find himself in a precarious position. Camacho could only look towards Suong and Morientes. Who should he choose? Upon returning for the second half, commentators noted a change in Real Madrid. Owen was substituted after an unremarkable first half, leaving Camacho dissatisfied with his performance. The English golden boy appeared to be struggling to find his form, unless partnered with Suong. Interestingly, it was Suong who replaced Owen, rather than Morientes. This substitution was rather intriguing. The camera panned to Morientes, whose expression was somewhat grim. Suong had previously stated he would not engage in positional competition, yet here he was, overshadowing Morientes, which seemed rather unjust. On the field, Suong wore a face of disbelief. Camacho was undermining him. Suong had just declared he would not compete, yet he became the primary substitute. How must others perceive this? They would surely consider Suong a hypocrite. Should Suong's internal team relations collapse, Camacho would have little resistance in sidelining him. Moreover, through the adjustment of Suong, Camacho achieved a deterrent effect. After all, he lacked the courage to confront superstars like Ronaldo and Zidane directly. Yet he was a coach who enjoyed asserting his authority through the punishment of players. If Queiroz was rigid and demanded high training loads, leading to conflicts with the stars, Camacho purely desired to dominate the players, making a clash with Real Madrid's superstars inevitable and likely more severe. Chapter 33. Unwittingly carrying the team in the 56th minute, with Suong's entrance, the dynamics of the match changed. Zidane feigned a shift, then executed a sharp breakthrough that left a defender bewildered. Bang! Zidane delivered a perfectly arced ground pass that sailed over Pellegrino, finding Ronaldo behind him. Ronaldo capitalized on the opportunity, effortlessly slotting the ball into the net goal. 1-0. Real Madrid had finally broken the deadlock. The connection between Zidane and Ronaldo, two of the world's finest, was evident. I had long asserted that Real Madrid could score at any moment. They merely needed to find their rhythm to outpace Valencia. One must commend Souhong's critical involvement. His recent assist to Zidane was a display of profound intelligence, seemingly unremarkable yet effectively tearing through the opposition's defense. Souhong had orchestrated an attacking move within minutes of his introduction. Souhong stared in disbelief. Was this truly considered orchestrating? Did he think Zidane's dribbling was mere pretense? The credit for this goal belonged solely to Zidane, did it not? That exquisite cross was the essence of the play. Souhong glanced at Morientes on the bench, noting his increasingly dark expression. In the 63rd minute, Carlos and Zidane executed a brilliant overlapping play. Carlos, after maneuvering past defenders, spotted Ronaldo making a run to the left. Bang! Carlos passed the ball to Ronaldo, who cut in directly. The path to success is often paved by those who have gone before, with others following and learning, the essence of progress. Ronaldo deftly eluded two defenders and surged into the penalty area, eager to continue his dribble. However, the Valencia goalkeeper rushed out early, colliding with Ronaldo. The referee hesitated. The Valencia goalkeeper had committed a foul. This should have warranted a penalty, yet the whistle remained silent as Ronaldo and the opposing goalkeeper tumbled. The ball rolled aside, and Real Madrid's number 24 player arrived just in time to net an open goal, 2-0. The match was firmly in their grasp. Once again, it was Souhong. He received Ronaldo's fortuitous pass and scored. This seemingly simple goal showcased Souhong's positional awareness and attacking instinct. He and Ronaldo truly had a remarkable synergy. I wondered if he would unveil his signature celebration. The answer was no, for Souhong noticed a grimace on Ronaldo's face. No way. Oh, Ronaldo, please don't scare me like that. If you're injured, I might have to start in the next match. Souhong rushed to Ronaldo's side, deeply concerned for his teammate's condition. The team doctor entered the field. Oh, this is dreadful news. Ronaldo appeared injured and could not continue. Real Madrid substituted Morientes for Ronaldo. The match had taken a turn. Both Morientes and Souhong lacked a bit of impact, and Real Madrid's attacking momentum was likely to stall. As anticipated by the commentators, Valencia launched a counteroffensive following Ronaldo's departure. In the 69th minute, Valencia's midfielder Alma skillfully navigated through defenders, earning Beckham a yellow card. Alma's greatest achievement in life was not shining at Valencia but rather being Messi's football idol. Real Madrid had no choice but to substitute Guti for Beckham in the 73rd minute. Alma took a corner, and forward Francisco successfully scored. However, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the goal was invalid. Francisco had committed a foul on Souhong prior to scoring. Valencia immediately swarmed the referee, resulting in Alma receiving a yellow card in the 82nd minute. Real Madrid struggled to advance past midfield. Yet Guti failed to grasp the situation, launching a long ball forward. Much to Zidane's dismay in the forward area, Souhong and Navarro engaged in a fierce positional battle. As the ball approached, Souhong leapt early, seizing the first touch and directing it aside. Morientes, standing at 1.88 meters, was taller than Souhong and also jumped, heading the ball towards Zidane, who surged in for a header. The ball pierced the Valencia net. 3-0. Zidane sealed the match. Souhong, Morientes, and Zidane. This sequence of attacks left no opportunity for the ball to touch the ground. What an imaginative collaboration! Souhong and Morientes appeared to share a remarkable connection. Thus far, he was the only player able to harmoniously coordinate with all of Real Madrid's attacking players. This brings to light Souhong's exceptional vision. Regardless of where his teammates were positioned, he could always see them. How infuriating, Solari. MMP. In the first minute of stoppage time, everyone awaited the final whistle. Valencia seemed disinterested in pressing. Yet Guti, disregarding the norm, spotted a direct passing lane through the relaxed crowd. Bang! Guti executed a surgical pass. Charge. Souhong signaled Morientes. Morientes positioned himself even closer to the penalty area than Souhong and faced the opposing goal. Souhong's shout caught Morientes unawares, and he was immediately surrounded by two defenders due to his threatening position. Morientes was swiftly marked, but the defenders lost the opportunity to contain Souhong. All eyes were on Souhong as he emerged from the crowd. Valencia's midfielder Alberta attempted to chase Souhong, both players initiating their runs almost simultaneously. Yet in just a second, Souhong left him behind. Souhong's acceleration exceeded everyone's expectations in that moment. Onlookers could even see echoes of Owen and Suong. This was the wind-chasing youth, the effect of speed. In the final 5 minutes of the match, there was a singular opportunity to amplify that speed. Suong surged ahead, breaking away for a one-on-one. In the next instant, the ball was in pursuit behind him. Man in position, ball in position, bang. Faced with the approaching Valencia goalkeeper, Suong needed little finesse. A powerful strike would suffice as a finishing practice. Sometimes, the simplest approach is the most incisive. Chapter 34. The sleepy meets the pillow. The Valencia goalkeeper anticipated that Suong would faint, yet he was taken aback by Suong's decisiveness. Before he could even react, the ball whizzed past him. Whoosh, 4-0. Real Madrid was on a rampage. Suong had scored twice. He performed today like a superhero. Suong, Suong, Suong. The Real Madrid fans in attendance began to chant for Suong, urging him to showcase his signature celebration. Even Zidane gestured to Suong to hurry up and celebrate, lest the audience grow impatient. With no choice, Suong dashed towards the corner flag, leaping high into the air. After a full 180-degree turn, he descended majestically. The entire stadium erupted in unison with Su Hang, chanting, Su-uu. The fervor was palpable, and one could sense the envy radiating from Morientes, who longed for the glory of scoring a goal himself. Alas! Ultimately, thanks to Su Hang's splendid performance, Real Madrid triumphantly lifted the Spanish Super Cup with a resounding 4-0 victory, heralding a promising start to the new season. Su Hang netted a brace and contributed to 2 additional goals, boasting an unparalleled display that earned him the title of Best Player of the Spanish Super Cup. This marked his first genuine personal accolade. The Prince of Real Madrid, basking in the limelight. It is nearly impossible for him to maintain a low profile now. Real Madrid clinches the Spanish Super Cup, a victorious start to the new season, truly deserving as the youngest 4th captain in Real Madrid's history. Su Hang silences the naysayers with a brace. Not a starter, yet surpassing a starter. Su Hang, coming off the bench, orchestrates a 4-0 spectacle in just 45 minutes, in perfect harmony with all. Su Hang possesses a unique synergy, seamlessly integrating with various player types like Ronaldo, Owen, and Morientes, an agonizing dilemma. Perhaps Su Hang is meant to be Ronaldo's ideal partner. However, he has previously declared his withdrawal from the competition for the forward position. Will he go back on his word? Consecutively scoring braces, Su Hang is in prime form. How can such a player settle for a bench role? This marks the 2nd trophy Su Hang has brought to Real Madrid. It is high time we acknowledge the true prowess of this Prince of Madrid. Please let Su Hang start. It is a mark of respect for all Real Madrid fans and the sport of football. In the aftermath of the Spanish Super Cup, the media buzzed with excitement. Everyone was abuzz discussing Su Hang's position. Some genuinely cared for his well-being, while others sought merely to stir controversy regarding Real Madrid's forward lineup, causing frustration for the team. Yet, one thing was certain. Su Hang's capabilities were undeniable. Even his rival Morientes acknowledged his talent. Ding. Morientes expressed his enjoyment in collaborating with you, though he believes there are aspects in which he excels over you, such as turning in duels, etc. As a result, you have mastered the skill of turning in duels. Mastery of turning in duels, a player-level skill. The ability to turn while holding the ball in duels is essential for a pivot center forward, and it serves as a crucial criterion to evaluate the quality of such a player. Your success rate for turns has improved, as has your speed in executing them. If Morientes' disdain can fortify Su Hang's prowess, might we not wish for an abundance of such disdain? Su Hang has developed an affinity for Morientes. Influenced by this, Su Hang's attacking awareness, explosiveness, strength, and jump have all skyrocketed to 1. Though this is merely a player-level skill, its impact is indeed colossal. It perfectly encapsulates the essence of fried rice. So simple yet so challenging. As for this match, Krakow was truly lacking. Despite Su Hang's lackadaisical demeanor throughout, he inadvertently managed to secure an assist, aiding his team in a 5-0 rout of the visiting Krakow. Hazard. Is this how careless we are? The Champions League undoubtedly belongs to Real Madrid. Many professional media outlets echoed this sentiment, simultaneously lauding Real Madrid's shift from a single forward to a dual forward formation. This left Camacho somewhat restless. He had his own strategies for a dual forward setup, but not in the current format. His envisioned dual forward formation was 4-4-2, necessitating 2 defensive midfielders. However, the current configuration leaned more towards 4-1-3-2, which proved too risky with a single defensive midfielder. Camacho had initially opted to start Su Heng to demonstrate the inadequacies of this formation and Su Heng's capabilities, thus allowing him to utilize a double defensive midfielder strategy without pressure. The distinction between the two formations lies in the fact that the double defensive midfielder setup requires sacrificing a frontline star for a more industrious player. Real Madrid fans would undoubtedly oppose this. They would prefer a star-studded lineup, eschewing defensive midfielders for a more glamorous appearance, though the effectiveness of such a setup remains questionable. Yet, Su Heng performed admirably, leading many to believe that a single defensive midfielder could also succeed. How could Camacho allow such a scenario to unfold? The following day, Camacho announced to the team that, for the sake of stability, they would primarily employ a single forward strategy for the new season since it was more familiar to everyone. Players like Guti and Solari undoubtedly supported this decision, as a single forward formation created an additional midfield position. Even Figo and Beckham were in favor, as they occasionally found themselves without a place to play. However, the forwards remained silent. This implied that, aside from Ronaldo, everyone else would be relegated to the bench. The difference between having one starter and three substitutes versus two starters and two substitutes is immense, in the latter scenario. Nearly everyone gets playing time. With two players able to start, the former leaves half the players without a chance to play. And those who do see limited time on the pitch, it's akin to the difference between a week with 2 days off and a week with only one. The apparent gap of a single day belies the reality of vastly differing levels of satisfaction. Su Heng, do you have any objections? Camacho called out Su Heng directly. Should Su Heng oppose the single forward strategy, Camacho would readily bring up Su Heng's earlier declaration of stepping back from the competition for the position, thus exposing his inconsistency to the entire team. This would serve to discipline Su Heng and establish Camacho's authority. I believe the single forward formation is indeed more prudent, and I support this decision. Su Heng nearly burst into laughter. He was lamenting that if the team adopted a dual forward strategy, his chances of playing would significantly increase. Yet, Camacho insisted on the single forward approach. Was this not serendipity? With a single forward setup, as Ronaldo took the field, Owen would follow suit, then Morientes, and Su Heng would no longer have to fret. Blissful indeed. Camacho nearly choked on his own frustration. He had prepared his insults, only to find Su Heng in agreement. Well, that if we proceed with a single forward, your chances of playing will dwindle significantly, and you may even find yourself out of the 18-man roster. Camacho urged Su Heng to protest immediately. Chapter 35. Su Heng's lifelong advantage. Who would have thought that Su Heng would not only refrain from protesting but would relish the situation, nodding repeatedly, I have no issues. As long as I can train with everyone. Whether I play or not is inconsequential. Su Heng's demeanor left Camacho with no room for criticism. Conversely, Morientes stepped forward. I don't think a single forward is a good choice. Our dual forward setup has been so fluid. I believe we should. Morientes rambled on. Camacho nearly wept. How wonderful it would have been had these words come from Su Heng. Yet, it was Morientes who spoke them. Camacho's twofold objective of diminishing Su Heng's standing while asserting control over the team became untenable. Morientes' intervention thwarted both endeavors. Even if Camacho managed to discipline Morientes, he would inadvertently raise Su Heng's chances of playing, creating a conflict between the two objectives. With gritted teeth, Camacho berated Morientes, insinuating that he had no right to critique his tactics. Then penalized Morientes with a 3-kilometer run. This successfully established his authority but cost him the opportunity to address Su Heng. On August 29, the 2004-2005 season commenced in the first round of La Liga. Real Madrid faced Mallorca away. The team deployed a perplexing single-forward formation. Ronaldo, who had sustained a minor injury during the Spanish Super Cup, made a hasty return in the 56th minute. Ronaldo scored, propelling the team to a 1-0 lead. Camacho then substituted Ronaldo for Owen to prevent further injury. In the 73rd minute, Su Heng replaced Raúl, taking up the attacking midfielder position. Shortly thereafter, in the 75th minute, Morientes substituted Figo and moved to center forward, with Owen shifting to right winger. This adjustment was nothing short of disjointed. Following these changes, Real Madrid failed to score again and nearly conceded an equalizer to Mallorca. Ultimately, the match concluded with a narrow 1-0 victory for Real Madrid. However, post-match, the media lambasted Camacho for his abysmal substitutions. If he intended to utilize a single forward, why did he then substitute every forward onto the field? The key players, Owen and Su Heng, were placed in positions they were ill-suited for, such as right back and attacking midfielder, rendering Camacho's substitutions seemingly nonsensical. Yet, If one were to glean Camacho's underlying intentions, the rationale behind these substitutions becomes clearer. Owen replacing Ronaldo was expected. His ideal pairing consisted of Ronaldo and Owen, with Morientes as a backup. Raúl could occasionally adapt to the forward position, which would suffice. However, the team's foundational weaknesses made it challenging to execute Camacho's tactical directives. Casual observers focused solely on goals, while discerning analysts scrutinized tactical execution. Su Hang was favored by fans for his scoring ability. Conversely, his lack of favor with the head coach indicated that Camacho possessed a certain level of expertise. A sole emphasis on scoring would ultimately harm the team. Thus, Camacho needed Su Hang to falter before the team transitioned to a dual forward setup. Therefore, Su Hang had to play, and his performance needed to be subpar. However, once Su Hang took the field, Morientes had to as well. Otherwise, the perception that Su Hang surpassed Morientes would persist, forcing Camacho to rely on Su Hang as a substitute. This led to the convoluted substitutions witnessed. On September 11, in the second round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted the promoted team, Minutia. Yet, against such a weak opponent, the formidable Real Madrid only managed to secure a goal in the 17th minute via Beckham's exquisite free kick. In the second half, Owen, Su Hang, and Morientes were substituted in, once again plunging the team into disarray. Although the team achieved another 1-0 victory, the fans' dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. Many began to vocally criticize Camacho, something Su Hang had not anticipated. After all, he had played rather poorly, likely losing possession more than any other player on the field. Yet, the fans were not directing their ire at him. Come on, brothers, fire away at me, don't go easy. On September 18, during the third round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Espanyol in an away match. Under tremendous pressure from public opinion, Camacho was compelled to adopt a forward-heavy formation, deploying a rather peculiar 4-3-3 lineup consisting of Raúl, Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, and Casillas. This arrangement was unconventional, as both Raúl and Owen were not traditional wingers, while Figo did not fit the mold of a conventional midfielder. And Beckham could hardly be considered a typical defensive midfielder. The outcome was predictably disappointing, with Real Madrid trailing 0-1 at halftime. In the second half, Camacho introduced Suong, Morientes, and Guti, but the situation only grew more absurd. If Owen and Raúl could serve as shadow strikers in a three-forward setup, then Morientes and Suong alongside Ronaldo formed a trio of genuine center forwards, rendering the substitutions futile. The match concluded with a 0-1 defeat for Real Madrid, leading to a torrent of criticism directed at Camacho. Suong, when interviewed by reporters regarding Camacho's tactics, expressed a love-hate relationship. He appreciated the single-striker approach, but resented being called upon to play in such a formation. Were there no attacking midfielders or wingers available? Would utilizing Borja or Solari be too much to ask? Borja remarked, "I have reason to question your judgment," while Solari added, "Is this even reasonable?" Consequently, Suong conveyed to the media that Camacho was a capable coach, but he ought to reconsider the positional roles of his players. A player cannot excel in every position. Perhaps he should allow players to occupy the roles they are best suited for. In simpler terms, he implored Camacho to let midfielders play in midfield and refrain from insisting on his presence on the pitch. However, the media misconstrued Suong's intentions, interpreting his comments as a critique of Camacho's rigidity in adhering to a single striker system. They suggested that with so many forwards at his disposal, he ought to adopt a more offensive formation, reducing the number of defenders. Marca reported, "The Prince speaks out." Suong fiercely criticized Camacho's inflexible tactics, stating he failed to adapt and forcibly transformed strikers into midfielders and wingers. As stated by AS, Real Madrid's fourth captain dares to speak. He articulates the sentiments of both fans and players. If Camacho continues to mismanage Madrid's star-studded midfield, he should resign. According to Diario Sport, disrespectful to authority, Prince Suong takes advantage of his position, pressuring the coach to adopt a forward-heavy formation, plainly seeking more playing time. And from Mundo Deportivo, Camacho seethes with anger. He vowed to permanently bench Suong. As long as he coaches Real Madrid, Suong will not make the matchday squad. When Suong encountered these headlines, he felt a sense of relief, albeit for the wrong reasons. Although everyone had misunderstood him, the outcome was fortuitous. He would no longer have to fear being substituted onto the field. In the previous two matches, people had assumed Suong struggled to adapt to the attacking midfielder role. Little did they know, that was his true capability. Stripped of the offside privilege and unable to drift outside the team system, Su Hong's performance was indeed subpar. Thus, Camacho's decision to bench him, perceived externally as oppressive, was in Su Hong's view a selfless act of self-preservation. Now, all Su Hong desired was for Camacho to demonstrate through a series of matches that this Real Madrid could thrive without him, allowing him to remain comfortably on the bench. Chapter 36. Alas, Camacho proves ineffective. On September 21, during the fourth round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Osasuna. Camacho, having sidelined Su Hong, forcefully promoted his 4-4-2 formation with two defensive midfielders. The lineup included Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Guti, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, and Casillas, with Guti and Beckham playing as the two defensive midfielders. Although neither were traditional in that role, their combined presence offered some defensive capacity. In the second half, Camacho made 3 substitutions. Morientes replaced Ronaldo. Raúl substituted for Owen, and the defensive midfielder Escalates took over for Guti. Theoretically, this was a flawless formation and substitution strategy. However, the results were less than impressive, as Real Madrid managed only a narrow 1-0 victory over a relatively weak opponent. The performance was also lackluster, attributable not only to tactical misalignment but also to the players' morale. Firstly, Raúl transitioned from a starter to a substitute, a significant blow for the legendary captain of Real Madrid. How could Raúl maintain his dignity in such circumstances? Furthermore, it was the year Owen won the Balon d'Or, while Raúl finished as the runner-up. Raúl could accept being a substitute for anyone, but not for Owen. As for Ronaldo, he, being the type of forward he was, preferred to play the full 90 minutes, yet Camacho only granted him 70. Was he truly satisfied with that? When Ronaldo was substituted, he didn't even acknowledge Camacho with a handshake. Zidane, too, was discontented that he preferred a more liberated role as an attacking midfielder or central figure in midfield, but the left midfielder position constrained his abilities, leaving him feeling ineffective. Thus, what appeared to be a perfect formation did not yield the desired results. Camacho's predecessor, Queiroz, had faced similar challenges the previous year. This was the detrimental side effect of an abundance of superstars. Yet, Camacho remained obstinately resolute. On September 25, in the fifth round of La Liga, Real Madrid suffered a 1-2 defeat against Athletic Bilbao. On October 3, in the sixth round, they lost at home 0-1 to Deportivo La Coruña. On October 16, they managed a 1-1 draw against Real Betis away. Subsequently, they faced a humiliating 0-3 defeat to Serie A giants Napoli in the Champions League group stage. Following Su Hong's sidelining, Real Madrid experienced a dismal streak of 1 win, 1 draw, and 3 losses, yielding a mere 20% success rate. Was this the renowned Galácticos? It was a situation more tragic than the wandering earth. When Su Hong observed these results, he was left in a state of shock, absolutely hopeless. He thought, if Camacho had simply taken a few of the stars out for karaoke, perhaps the results would not have been this dire. Did he not notice that Ronaldo had ceased shooting? That Zidane was no longer making incisive passes? That Raúl was not making forward runs? The only 2 players willing to exert themselves, striving to prove their worth, Morientes and Owen, were often substituted for each other. Rendering simultaneous play impossible, it was absurd to expect favorable results under such circumstances. For the first time, Su Hong felt that having Camacho at the helm was less reliable than assuming the role himself. Was it truly a matter of formation and tactics for Real Madrid? No, it was a question of team spirit. Once you addressed the morale, even a chaotic front line of stars would yield better results than this. On October 17, Real Madrid had just returned to Madrid. As soon as the plane touched down, reporters surged towards Camacho. Camacho, are you aware that you have been dismissed by Real Madrid? Camacho appeared bewildered. He had not received any notification. However, the news was now undeniable. Thus, Camacho was once again relieved of his duties with Real Madrid. Outside the airport, a throng of Real Madrid fans celebrated his departure, many holding up large banners featuring Su Hong's image. The media documented every moment. Su Hong represents not just a display of confidence for Real Madrid, but genuine combat prowess. Without Su Hong, Real Madrid's success rate plummets to a mere 20%. With him, it soars to 80%. Camacho's gravest error was sidelining Su Hong. His disregard for reality has resulted in reality's disregard for him. Camacho retreats from Madrid like a defeated dog. Prince Su Hong may very well be the key to the club's revival. The search for Real Madrid's new coach is on. Regardless of who it may be, the reinstatement of Su Hong is a foregone conclusion. So who would be the new head coach of Real Madrid? The club was not inclined to settle for an ordinary manager. Consequently, they struggled to identify a suitable candidate. Yet, a team cannot function without a leader for even a single day. Ultimately, Real Madrid opted for Simon, the seasoned goalkeeping coach from the coaching staff, to temporarily take charge as the interim head coach. While a few held confidence in Simon, many understood the club's predicament while hoping for the appointment of a reputable manager during the winter break. Simon believed his opportunity had finally arrived. However, his inaugural match as coach was far from pleasant. In the restroom of the Real Madrid facilities, Carlos, Ronaldo, Samuel, Solari, and other Latin American players were engaged in lively conversation. Carlos proclaimed, "I believe the team should invite Luxemburgo to coach. He knows how to bring out the best in Ronaldo." Ronaldo responded positively to this suggestion. Luxemburgo is a celebrated figure in South American football, known for leading teams to remarkable achievements, including multiple Brazilian championship titles and the Copa América victory in 1999. Meanwhile, Suang found himself in an awkward position, having inadvertently overheard their discussion while hiding in the restroom. Exiting now would undoubtedly lead to an uncomfortable encounter. He remained in the restroom, acutely aware that Carlos's enthusiasm for Luxemburgo was driven by ulterior motives. As for the four team captains, in the eyes of fans, their status as captain may not significantly affect their goal-scoring or assisting abilities. However, human nature often ties one's feelings to their social circles. Within a group, individuals possess a corresponding social standing, and no matter how wealthy, famous, or powerful one may be, if those you associate with surpass you in these aspects, contentment remains elusive, even if you have surpassed 99.99% of the population. This explains why many affluent individuals lead unhappy lives. Many country gentlemen and wealthy individuals live so blissfully that it breeds a sense of arrogance within them. The captain, after all, epitomizes status. Once one ascends to the role of captain, one gains the authority to voice opinions on any matter within the team, even intervening in disputes between players and management. This signifies an obligation to contribute more, yet it equally promises greater rewards. Carlos, on the field, has already reached the pinnacle of his aspirations. Having once secured the second position for the Balon d'Or, he is acutely aware that this is his ceiling. As a fullback, statistics hold little significance for him. His only pursuit now is the elevation of his standing within the team. Chapter 37. I can sacrifice myself. Carlos hopes for Luxemburgo, with whom he shares a good rapport, to take the helm, bringing in more South American and Brazilian players, thereby enhancing his own status within the squad. What of Pavin and Bravo? With their capabilities, can they truly secure a starting position? Clearly, they cannot. Yet, within the ranks of Real Madrid, led by the Spanish contingent, they maintain a relatively secure position on the pitch. Can Raúl be compared to Ronaldo? Not in the slightest. Nevertheless, regardless of which coach arrives, they must find a way to include Raúl in the starting lineup, even if it means shifting Zidane to the left flank to accommodate Raúl in the attacking midfield role. Such is the nature of status, not to mention the benefits and respect that local Spanish players garner off the pitch. Carlos harbors no grievances against Su Hang. He appreciates Su Hang's character. The emperor takes turns, and this year it is my turn, he muses. Thus, Carlos actively facilitates Luxemburgo's appointment as coach of Real Madrid. After Carlos and the others depart, Su Hang, upon opening the door, discovers that the adjacent room has also opened. He finds himself locked in a staring contest with Simon, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. How about we step out for a drink? Su Hang suggests. A drink sounds necessary, Simon replies, nodding glumly. Inside the tavern, Simon imbibes copiously, lamenting his contributions to the team and expressing his dismay over the attitudes of Carlos and others. He is uncertain how to commence his coaching career at Real Madrid. Yet he understands that if he does not begin soon, all will come to an end. Ultimately, Su Hang presents a solution. Su Hang: reinstate the Spanish contingent, allowing Raúl and Ronaldo to play as dual strikers. Solari can occupy the left wing, while Guti rotates with Beckham and Figo. If there is to be rotation among the forwards, let Morienti substitute for Raúl, thus both can accept it. You have cultivated connections here over the years. As long as the Spanish contingent supports you, securing your position becomes feasible. However, this arrangement would most adversely impact Owen and Su Hang, who would find their playing time nearly non-existent, followed by Figo and Beckham, who would face frequent substitutions. Yet, these individuals wield the least influence. This is the most advantageous strategy for Simon. But Su, this will harm you. You will have to sit on the bench, Simon feels compelled to remind Su Heng of the consequences of this suggestion. Su Heng smiles. I have no objections. You may even exclude me from the substitute list. This way, it appears that you are not favoring the Spanish contingent. Su Heng also considers himself part of the local contingent. By prioritizing Raúl, Solari, and Guti while marginalizing Su Heng, it becomes challenging for outsiders to claim Simon is forming cliques. They will merely assume his decisions are tactically driven. Observing Simon's reluctance to take a hard stance, Su Heng musters a sense of urgency. Simon, time is of the essence. Real Madrid has already slipped to 6th place in the league. At this juncture, someone must make a sacrifice. If that sacrifice is to be me, then I shall not hesitate. This is my responsibility as the 4th captain of Real Madrid. Simon is taken aback. Is this the resolve of a prince? It is utterly humbling. With reddening eyes, Simon raises his glass. To Real Madrid. Su Heng nods repeatedly. To Real Madrid. With the drink downed, Su Heng feels a sense of relief. The following day, newly appointed Simon reveals his unyielding demeanor. During a training match, Su Heng performs inadequately. Simon declares that Su Heng will not be included in the squad for the next 3 matches. The team is stunned. It is widely rumored that Camacho's departure was due to Su Heng's influence. Why, then, is Simon targeting Su Heng? Does Simon wield some extraordinary authority? Uncertain of Simon's depths, the South American contingent remains cautious, while the local Spanish players recognize that Simon's tactics favor their performance and thus lend him their support. On October 23, in the 8th round of La Liga, Real Madrid adopts a 4-4-2 formation, albeit with some positional adjustments. Ronaldo, Raúl, Solari, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Carlos, Samuel, Woodgate, Salgado, and Casillas. This lineup generally pleases all. The French, Portuguese, and English players are all fully engaged. Compounded by the pressure from the local contingent, the South American players are compelled to exert themselves fully, resulting in a commendable overall performance from Real Madrid. Ultimately, they triumph 1-0 against Valencia, marking their 2nd victory over the team this season. On October 31, in the 9th round of La Liga, Real Madrid secures a 2-0 home victory against Getafe, with Raúl and Solari scoring, significantly boosting the morale of the local contingent. On November 7th, in the 10th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faces Malaga away, with Ronaldo and Raúl netting goals in a 2-0 victory, achieving 3 consecutive league wins. Everything is progressing favorably. Su Heng could not be more delighted. This is his ideal scenario. With undistracted training, his short passing and shooting attributes have increased slightly, reaching 73. Major media outlets are also rallying behind Simon.as. The miraculous coach Simon, after ending Real Madrid's 3-match winless streak. He has led the team to seize 9 points, Marca. Real Madrid need not search for anyone else. Simon is the most suitable coach for the team this season. He should be confirmed in his role. Daily Sports. Simon's heavy reliance on the local Spanish contingent has left Owen languishing on the bench for 270 minutes. The Balon d'Or winner does not deserve such treatment. Madrid Daily. Su Heng has not complained about being omitted from the squad for 3 matches. So what of Owen sitting on the bench? Clara's column. Su Heng endorses Simon's arrangements. As long as the team can win, he is willing to remain off the pitch for the entire season. Yet, as the saying goes, happiness is often fleeting. After the 10th match, the South American contingent grows increasingly restless. If Simon continues to lead the team to victories, Luxemburgo will be rendered irrelevant. Thus, on a particular training day, Carlos confronts Simon due to dissatisfaction with his directives regarding positioning. Carlos exclaims, "You have no right to dictate my movements. You are merely a goalkeeping coach, and a rather obscure one at that. I, Roberto Carlos, the world's premier left-back, ranked 2nd for the Balon d'Or, know better than anyone how I should play." Carlos's barrage of remarks was intended to rattle Simon. However, after a moment of color change in Simon's face, he retorts angrily, "It is precisely because each of you believes yourselves to be extraordinary that Real Madrid repeatedly fails to meet expectations. Look at our points tally. Your arrogant words lead me to believe we are top of the league. Yet, what is the reality? We are merely 3rd. Chapter 38. Simon is bewildered. Zidane reluctantly tightens his purse strings. You are correct. Each of you is exceptionally successful, extraordinarily remarkable. However, in terms of contributions to Real Madrid, none of you can compare to Su Heng. While practicing shooting nearby, Su Heng slips, executing a stunning long-range strike. Is Su Heng truly inadequate? No, Su Heng is, in my estimation, one of the finest forwards. Simon reveals. But for the sake of team harmony, he has voluntarily asked me to exclude him from the lineup. This way, more dissenting players can take to the field, thereby preserving team cohesion. He has sacrificed his playing time. Yet you all still bicker over a meager portion. Do you possess no heart? Su Heng rushes forward, attempting to halt Simon. Do not say any more. If you continue, there will be no way to backtrack. Do not restrain me, Su. I must let everyone see your contributions. Otherwise, they will think you are merely a slacker. Simon erupts. Simon. Even if I am dismissed from the team tomorrow, today I declare, in the next match, Su will start. Not even Jesus could change my mind. Do you truly believe Su Heng cannot score if he starts? Do you genuinely think we cannot win with Su Heng in the lineup? Let me inform you, Su Heng has played 9 matches for the team, earning 4 Man of the Match awards. He has helped the team secure 2 championships. Only 1 match has ended in defeat. He is the player with the highest win rate on this team. Bar none. You may bully me, ignore me, trample on me, but you must not fail to appreciate Su's contributions. You should learn from Su. He treats Real Madrid as his true home. Simon's fury is profoundly impactful. When an honest person erupts, it is always formidable. Yet, even more formidable is Su Heng's unwavering dedication to Real Madrid behind the scenes. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. The news rapidly spreads throughout Spain. Did you know? Su was omitted from the squad to maintain team harmony. He has relinquished his time for others, yet hearsay suggests some remain unsatisfied. To be frank, I believe no one in this team deserves a starting position more than Su Heng. Look at the championships he has brought us. Su is admirable in every aspect, except perhaps for his excessive kindness. He never fights for anything. After all, being of Chinese descent, it is ingrained within him to prioritize humility, which is truly heart-wrenching. If this child were to exhibit even a modicum of selfishness, he might have already ascended to the status of the next superstar. Su Heng is undeniably remarkable. It is said that in order to avoid making the competition roster, he feigned ignorance during training, pretending he could not control the ball, pass, or dribble. Is this not absurd? Surely Su cannot lack these fundamental skills. His talent is of historical caliber. Now, it seems, Su is set to start in the next match. At that moment, the entire world will witness the extent of his sacrifices. As Su scrolled through the comments, tears streamed down his face. Is it possible that Su has not sacrificed at all? Perhaps he genuinely lacks a solid foundation. Is it not cruel to thrust such a struggling player into a match? In an instant, the otherwise mundane upcoming La Liga fixture saw its anticipation soar. Those unaware might mistake it for the Spanish national derby, but upon closer inspection, Albacete? Real Madrid fans promptly educated everyone. Naturally, this increased interest among fans eager to support Su Heng. Ultimately, the number of broadcasting media outlets surged to over 240, and the 80,000 tickets at the Bernabeu were sold out in an instant. On the black market, ticket prices skyrocketed 2- or 3-fold. However, the more fervent the market became, the more trouble Su faced. He was acutely aware of the fickleness of these fans. Some inconsequential matches could be overlooked, but in games of genuine significance, any poor performance would render him the scapegoat point. One could swiftly transition from being the darling of the fans to being cast aside. This would significantly influence the team's decisions regarding player selections. Take Karius, for instance. He had a stellar season but was banished to the fringes due to a single Champions League final blunder, leading to a rapid decline in his career. If Su truly possessed exceptional skills, he would not be concerned about the opinions of fans and outsiders. The issue, however, is that he has yet to prove himself. He cannot allow the world to see that he is unworthy of a place in Real Madrid's first team. Hence, during practice matches, he could afford to be lackluster, but in genuine competition, he must deliver. To enhance his performance, Su sought counsel from Zidane after the regular training session the day before the match, hoping the bald-headed maestro could impart a crucial moment card to aid him. I understand your feelings, Zidane said, patting Su's shoulder. In previous matches, you performed exceptionally well, which has led to some psychological pressure. Worrying about how to respond if you underperform or fail to score or assist is a positive sign. Su, not every player is as fortunate as you to have such a brilliant start to their career. Even I spent considerable time in smaller teams before having the chance to join a prestigious club. Your anxiety stems from not fully understanding yourself. In truth, based on my observations, while you may seem to struggle with many fundamentals, you possess the most crucial quality needed to become a superstar. A flash of genius. Therefore, surrender yourself to the game, and in critical moments, you will instinctively know what to do. Zidane is an excellent psychological mentor. Yet, Su Heng is not a genius. He lacks those flashes of brilliance. Those are merely systematic skills and moment cards. Zidane. Oh, by the way, if I must suggest anything, I think you should utilize wall passes more frequently in the attacking phase, Zidane added. Though simple, this tactic is remarkably effective and consistently successful. Ding! Zidane has imparted significant guidance to you. You have mastered the wall pass skill. Wall pass. Player level skill. The success rate of wall passes has increased as you wiped the sweat from his brow. At least he had gained something. Unfortunately, Zidane had grown increasingly stingy, moving from moment cards to superstar skills, and now even player skills were being withheld. How shameless! It seemed time to foster closer relationships with other superstars. Zidane, you might be losing favor. Meanwhile, Zidane emerged from the training ground with a furrowed brow. Could a talented player like Su Heng, with such a big heart, truly be nervous? Absolutely not. What was the purpose of his earlier comments? Was it boasting? Unlikely, as Su is not that type of person. Yet, Su's mention of previous good performances and concerns about this match, could it be a subtle hint to Zidane to create more opportunities for him? Was Su preparing to make a significant impact in the next match to stand out for Simon? Zidane pondered. Assisting Su could be beneficial, especially since he preferred the Spanish contingent over the South American group. Chapter 39. The only one who can manage Zidane after all. A conflict has always existed between Ronaldo and Zidane. They were both considered the best in the world during the same era. Even when playing for the same team, it was inevitable that one would eventually overshadow the other. Even if they did not compete directly now, future evaluations of their historical significance would certainly draw distinctions. With the South American group gaining prominence, Zidane's contributions would undoubtedly be downplayed, while Ronaldo would receive heightened acclaim. This is beyond their control. It is merely the natural progression of events. On November 14th, in the 11th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Albacete. To be frank, the players of Albacete were likely the most disheartened individuals in the world at this moment. What merit did they possess to enjoy the privileges typically reserved for Barcelona? Simply because their name contained the word Bacete? The streets were deserted. The 80,000 home supporters, the sea of white scarves and banners. Were it not for their Albacete jerseys, these players would have eagerly joined the ranks of Real Madrid fans, cheering for the Royal Madrid. Such an atmosphere would undoubtedly affect both teams' performances. As the players entered the pitch, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with cameras frequently focusing on Su Heng, who was starting after a 3-match absence from the lineup. Discussions surrounding Su had proliferated online. Some believed the buzz to be genuine, while others dismissed it as mere fabrications from Su's fans seeking to bolster his reputation. Regardless, after this match, we would obtain our answers. Additionally, following 3 consecutive victories under Simon's leadership, he unveiled his understanding of Real Madrid with Su's return, deploying a rare 3 center-back formation, 3 forwards, Su Heng, Ronaldo, and Raúl. In reality, Su's characteristics were more suited for a central position. But considering Ronaldo's stature, he had to occupy the left flank. 4 midfielders, Carlos, Zidane, Beckham, and Figo. Carlos, rarely seen in the left forward position, was believed to possess the necessary technical skills to excel there. The 3 center-backs were Samuel, Woodgate, and Helguera, with Casillas in goal. A3-4-3. This was Real Madrid's first attempt at a 3 center-back formation in recent years. After all, one of Real Madrid's significant shortcomings was the lack of top-tier center-backs. However, under Su's influence, Simon had gained a fresh perspective on the 3 center-back system. The rationale was that since our 2 center-backs struggled to contain the opponent, we ought to employ 3. Is that not logical? In a 3 center-back system, the defensive coverage expands, thereby supporting the less defensively adept Beckham. This adjustment would enhance the defensive capabilities of the midfield. Of course, gains come at a cost, and Real Madrid's wing defense would be severely compromised. However, to be frank, Carlos's defensive skills were already subpar. It would be better to abandon the flanks, liberating him to focus solely on the attack. In the 3rd minute, Carlos showcased his attacking prowess by driving down the flank and delivering a low cross. Unfortunately, he was not yet familiar with the opposing goalkeeper, who was adept at controlling his area and swiftly intercepted the cross. Zidane had an opportunity for a follow-up, but the opposing center-back positioned himself well, causing Zidane to strike the opponent's ankle instead. The referee called a foul on Zidane for an offensive infraction. In the 7th minute, Carlos passed the ball to Zidane, who feigned observation before deftly nutmegging the opponent. Infuriated, the opponent tackled Zidane hard. The referee only awarded a foul. Zidane was incensed, believing a yellow card was warranted. Yet, the referee's reluctance to issue a card had its reasoning. Earlier, when Zidane committed a foul, he had struck an opponent's ankle. While Zidane likely had no malicious intent, it was undeniably a yellow card offense. However, the match had just begun, and with Real Madrid playing at home, the pressure was immense, leading the referee to refrain from issuing cards promptly. The opponent's yellow card-worthy actions went unpunished, creating a semblance of balance. Consequently, Zidane continued to contest the referee's decisions. To uphold the referee's authority, he was ultimately shown a yellow card to maintain decorum. Zidane was vexed. This French king had many admirable qualities, but he occasionally let his temper get the best of him. Observing him on the verge of further confrontation, Su hurried over to pull Zidane away. Zizou, don't be angry, I'll take care of things. And you find an opportunity to score and show them what you're made of. Su coaxed, managing to calm Zidane somewhat. It is curious to note that most individuals would struggle to restrain Zidane. Given his history of berating teammates, only someone like Su, a true novice, could manage it. Raúl offered an awkward smile in the foreground. This was Zidane. When his temper flared, he would forget even his teammates. Throughout the day, Su likely had little hope of receiving a pass from Zidane. Commentators criticized Su, asserting that as a winger, he should venture out wide more often. In the 13th minute, Helguera executed a long clearance from the backfield. Su Heng engaged in a tussle near the center circle, vying for position. Bang! Zidane deftly flicked the ball over, sending it back to Su Heng before making a forward run himself. The Albacete players were momentarily bewildered. Weren't they just denying Su Heng a pass? How did these two manage to connect so seamlessly? Bang! This time, Su Heng nodded the ball back toward himself. Zidane dashed in, seizing the ball and charging toward the penalty area. In that fleeting moment, 3 Albacete players converged around Zidane, prepared to thwart him. Yet, Zidane remained unfazed. Not only was he not slow to sprint, but he also constantly adjusted his angles, making it difficult for defenders to close in. Just as Zidane's pace began to wane, he suddenly executed a sharp turn to the right, creating space. Bang! At the edge of the penalty arc, Zidane unleashed a stunning long-range shot. The brilliance of Zidane's strike was unmistakable. Who understands the artistry of such a shot? Swish! The ball nestled into the back of the net. Zidane's commanding goal. Zidane. 1-0. Su Heng and Zidane executed a wall pass, resulting in a header assist. Zidane surged forward, skillfully maneuvering into space before delivering a world-class finish. Su Heng achieved it. When he initially drew Zidane out, he must have been proclaiming, "I will assist you in scoring," and now, he has delivered. He is the sole player capable of harnessing Zidane's brilliance, the only one. Chapter 40. The Cad. He shares chemistry with Ronaldo. The camera captured Su Heng rushing toward Zidane, both of them celebrating joyfully. Zidane's pent-up fury was finally released. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to emotional turmoil and received yet another card, leaving Real Madrid a player short. A little-known fact. Zidane is not the player with the most red cards, but he is the midfield maestro with the highest tally. He holds the record for the most red cards among the world's elite. Throughout his career, he amassed a total of 14 red cards, with the most notorious being the one in which he headbutt Materazzi, thus relinquishing his status as the third-generation king of football. In the 21st minute, a rejuvenated Zidane proactively joined Raúl in defensive pressing, forcing the opposing midfielder into a mistake. After Figo intercepted, he surged into the edge of the penalty area to attempt a long-range shot, only for the goalkeeper to secure the ball. In the 29th minute, Su Heng repeated his earlier move, delivering a through ball after receiving a pass from Carlos. Zidane made a clever run, once again finding himself in a position for a long-range attempt, but this time his shot was blocked by a defender. Zidane subsequently gave Su Heng a thumbs up. In the 32nd minute, Zidane stretched wide on the left, received a pass from Carlos, and sent a through ball. Su Heng made his move in the channel, controlling the ball just before the byline. Lacking an angle for a shot, he attempted to chip the ball into the box, seeking to connect with Ronaldo. Ronaldo later acknowledged Su Heng's effort with a thumbs up. Regardless of the quality of the pass, Su Heng was at least making an effort to provide service. This was far superior to those players who, upon receiving the ball near the penalty area, only had eyes for the goal, determined to shoot. In the 35th minute, Albacete orchestrated a beautiful counterattack, but their final shot lacked quality, missing the target without causing any real threat in the 37th minute. Figo broke down the right flank, winning a corner. Beckham took the corner kick. In the box, Raúl, Zidane, Ronaldo, Woodgate, and Su Hang were positioning themselves. As Zidane moved back, he collided with Su Hang. An intentional maneuver. He gestured for the far post. Zidane whispered a signal and communicated with Beckham. Judging by the hand signals, he was instructing Beckham to find him at that spot, but his true intention was for Beckham to deliver to the far post. Su Hang understood the cue but did not immediately rush to the far post. Instead, he stepped out of the 6-yard box, appearing as if Zidane had pushed him out. Beckham noticed the far post was unattended, and Su Hang had evaded his marker. Clearly, this was a prime opportunity. Bang! Beckham delivered the corner, targeting the far post. The ball sailed over the heads of everyone, untouched. However, Su Hang, having exited the 6-yard box, suddenly sprinted toward the far post. Not a single Albacete player was marking him. Considering it was nearly the 40th minute, Su Hang had yet to attempt a shot, and everyone was close to forgetting he was even on the pitch. Bang! Su Hang leaped high. Ronaldo's iconic hairstyle was as steady as ever. Swish! The ball thundered into the net goal. Su Hang has scored. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, it was quickly silenced by the referee's whistle, signaling the goal was disallowed. The referee deemed that a Real Madrid player had been offside during the attack. However, in the next moment, the linesman communicated with the referee, asserting that no player had been offside. With the linesman positioned better than the referee to see the play, the referee ultimately accepted the linesman's judgment. The decision was overturned, and the goal was validated. The crowd erupted in jubilation. It was a close call. Su Hang's goal stood. Real Madrid led 2-0 against their opponents. The linesman demonstrated remarkable skill. The referee also showed the ability to correct a mistake, unlike those who stubbornly insist on erroneous calls despite knowing better. 1 goal and 1 assist. I believe Su Hang's talent no longer requires validation. He is indeed capable of bringing victory to Real Madrid. Such treatment left the substitutes, including Morientes, filled with envy and resentment. Oh Ronaldo, why do you dominate the center whenever I step onto the pitch? In the 43rd minute, Figo and Raúl combined skillfully, successfully reaching the byline and entering the penalty area before passing back. Ronaldo's shot was too close to the goalkeeper and was parried away in the 44th minute. Real Madrid won 2 consecutive corners. After the second corner was taken, the referee blew the whistle, indicating an attacking foul. It turned out that Woodgate had engaged in a push with an opposing player, and after being shoved down, he retaliated by tripping the opponent. Albacete, overwhelmed in every aspect, finally erupted, surrounding Woodgate and displaying heightened emotions. The Real Madrid players could only intervene to defuse the situation, adopting a relatively calm demeanor. This defused the tension. Woodgate consequently received a yellow card. With more space to operate, his roughness became apparent. When given the ball, you can let him clash with opponents. But put the ball at his feet, and he becomes flustered. In the second half, Albacete appeared to have been invigorated, eager to score at the Bernabeu. Thus they engaged in fierce challenges. However, after about 10 minutes, their initial momentum waned, and fatigue set in. Albacete's inability to capitalize on their sustained pressure left them fatigued. Zidane seized the opportunity to initiate a pressing play, assisting Beckham in regaining possession. Beckham delivered a through ball to Ronaldo. Ronaldo charged toward the penalty area, challenging 3 defenders. Bang! After drawing the defender's attention, Ronaldo passed laterally to Su Hang, who, without stopping the ball, deftly slotted it into the penalty area. The wall pass. Ronaldo accelerated, shouldering a center-back before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball struck the net. When describing a player's shooting prowess, people often say they rank among the top 5 in the world. Claiming the top spot is often contentious. However, during this period, and the next, most would agree that Ronaldo held the title as the best shooter in the world. This era's Ronaldo is the original Ronaldo. The next era's Ronaldo is Cristiano Ronaldo. The alien has sealed the match. 3-0. Ronaldo is in top form. Another assist from Su Hang. I have long stated that he shares chemistry with Ronaldo. He has chemistry with everyone. He is, in essence, a cad. Yet, I adore this kind of cad. Su Hang's sacrifice is truly immense. Some fans say he is the youthful version of Morientes, but from this match, we must concede that Morientes is merely the elder version of Su Hang. Chapter 41. Su's domination of the match. In the 61st minute, Carlos and an opposing player collided while contesting the ball. Another player from the opposing team kicked the ball away, inadvertently scraping Carlos's head with a cleat. Carlos was unharmed, but the situation was perilous. The hot-headed Brazilian promptly shoved the opponent down, sparking a new round of confrontation, with numerous players pushing and shoving one another. The Bernabeu erupted in boos as the Albacete players' mental state approached the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the referee issued yellow cards to both the player who kicked the ball away and Carlos. Following this altercation, both sides escalated their physicality, and the match grew increasingly intense and fragmented. In the 76th minute, Zidane, as the world's premier midfielder, astutely identified another moment of fatigue from the opposing side. It is well known that reckless, aggressive pressing inevitably leads to a fatigue phase. Yet, few can capitalize on this window of opportunity. Beckham launched a long ball, finding Figo on the right flank. Figo deftly maneuvered down the wing, successfully evading his marker. Concerned about Ronaldo's poor positioning in the penalty area, he hesitated to cross. Bang! Zidane made a clever touch, executing a wall pass to Ronaldo, who had drawn out of the penalty area. Ronaldo dribbled laterally, seeking a shot opportunity, but a clash with a defender caused him to lose control of the ball. The ball fortuitously rolled towards Su Hang, who was surging in from the left side. Bang! Su Hang struck the ball with ferocity. Inside the penalty area, chaos ensued. Everyone's attention was fixated on Ronaldo, yet it was Su Hang who ultimately made contact with the ball. Even the Albacete goalkeeper was caught off guard. After all, it was Ronaldo's ball. Could Su Hang dare to take it? The shot's angle wasn't particularly acute, but it was executed so unexpectedly. The Albacete keeper was a fraction too slow to react, and he missed the ball entirely. This is the Galactic Empire. Ronaldo reciprocated with a brilliant assist for Suong. Although it appeared to be an unexpected turn of events, Ronaldo's smile indicated his lack of concern regarding Su Hang's completion of the goal. Truly remarkable. Real Madrid is exceptionally strong. Suong is extraordinary. Thus far, all 4 of Real Madrid's goals have been orchestrated by Suong. With 2 assists and 2 goals, he has completely dominated the match. It is astonishing that such a player did not even make the squad for the first 3 games. It is no wonder that Simon is so furious. Anyone would feel similarly if they knew their team had such an outstanding player, yet they were sidelined to accommodate others. Only after achieving 3 consecutive victories did Simon gain the confidence to unleash Suong. Simon made a highly risky decision, but it has proven to be the right one. Real Madrid should show Simon more respect. There is no need to seek another manager. Some commentators have voiced sympathy for Simon's predicament. Following the goal, Simon began making substitutions. He replaced Woodgate, who had been underwhelming, with Pavin. He substituted Solari for the yellow-carded Carlos. He brought on Owen for the relatively uninspiring Raúl. Raúl was acceptable, but both Suong and Ronaldo were in stellar form today. If any forward was to be substituted, it would undoubtedly be him, and he was mentally prepared for it. However, Carlos was less than pleased. He felt that Simon was targeting him in previous matches. Aside from injuries, he had rarely been substituted. Previously, playing as a fullback, having a yellow card was inconsequential. Now, as a winger, it seemed even less significant. Carlos suspected that Simon was aware of his desire to have Luxemburgo as the coach. He viewed it as a personal attack. Consequently, Carlos and Simon's relationship became irreparably strained, as he did not even offer a handshake while leaving the pitch. A keen-eyed journalist noted and recorded this moment. In the 80th minute, Albacete was awarded a free kick. However, their set-piece taker clearly lacked the reliability of Beckham, as the ball soared into the stands. In the 88th minute, Solari executed a risky slide tackle, successfully dispossessing the opponent. Owen accelerated from 3 meters behind the opposing center-back, showcasing extraordinary speed, and seized the ball before the defender could react. Owen made no mistake, calmly slotting the ball home after a slight feint. 5-0, Real Madrid celebrated a monumental victory. Yet, this was not the final score. Due to goals and conflicts, there would be an extended stoppage time of 6 minutes. In the 91st minute, Beckham and Owen collaborated to press the opposition, forcing a throw-in deep in their half. Although possession lay with the opponents, the position was perilous for them. A mistake in the throw could allow Real Madrid to launch a direct attack. To play it safe, Albacete's players threw the ball towards Real Madrid's half, hoping to distance it from their goal. Suong leapt high, flicking the ball with his head. Ronaldo surged to seize the ball and attempted a long-range shot. The ball struck the opponent's leg and went out of play. Goal. Owen. The golden boy of England shines at the Bernabeu. The substitute Owen scored twice within 20 minutes, 6-0. This is Real Madrid's most significant victory of the season. The players jubilantly celebrated, especially Owen, who believed he had the quality to be a starter. Today, he proved that point. He hoped the team would continue with 3 forwards, believing he could secure a starting position over Raúl. In a 2-forward setup, he and Ronaldo did not quite complement each other. Owen required a playmaker, but Ronaldo clearly would not lower himself to fulfill that role. Thus, the coexistence of Owen and Ronaldo hinged on the presence of either Suong or Morientes. Based on personal statistics, Suong emerged as the optimal choice, as he did not hog the ball at all. Throughout the match, whether in terms of touches, dribbling distance, or shots, Suong's contributions were remarkably modest. Owen and Ronaldo thrived with such a teammate. Aside from aerial duels and tackles, it was best if he refrained from touching the ball. Look, even in the 95th minute, Suong was still contesting headers on the flank. Suong exclaimed, "Zidane, for heaven's sake, stop passing to me. I can barely jump anymore." Alas, upon landing, Suong's foot buckled, and he collapsed. The opponents consequently regained possession. Albacete launched one final counterattack, culminating in a cross and header that altered the score to 1-6. It was a mere consolation. Chapter 42. Ronaldo's backheel flick, however, following the goal, Albacete had no desire to celebrate. The Real Madrid players quickly gathered around Suong. Simon signaled for the team doctor to rush onto the field. As Suong lay beside him, after an examination, the seasoned physician informed Simon, "I believe it is nothing serious." Suong, in evident pain, retorted, "I believe it could be serious." The doctor replied, "Trust me, it is not a major issue." Suong insisted, "It absolutely should affect the next match. I feel we must not take injuries lightly. Sometimes, an injury may appear insignificant, yet it could conceal something deeper." Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle interrupted Suong's intense exchange with the doctor. The referee deemed it unnecessary to wait any longer and ended the match. 6-1. Real Madrid triumphed decisively over Albacete. Albacete almost fled into the player tunnel, escaping the nightmarish atmosphere of the Bernabeu. After the match, the young aristocrats forcefully dominated Real Madrid's forums, demanding justice for Suong. Major media outlets also supported Simon's tactical reforms. The 3-forward formation evidently rendered Real Madrid more threatening, crucially without sacrificing their prince. Marca, Suong started, and Real Madrid scored 6 goals. This is no coincidence. 2 goals and 2 assists once again earned him the title of man of the match. Real Madrid's bench is fearsome. With Prince Su resembling another Ronaldo, Daily Sports. Barcelona's youth academy produces midfielders, while Real Madrid's produces forwards. Unfortunately, Real Madrid's treatment of Suong pales in comparison to our reverence for Xavi and Iniesta. Sky Sports. From a tactical perspective, Simon's gamble was correct. He has found the optimal solution for Real Madrid. However, it is concerning that this may not be the best arrangement for the squad. Especially since, once Suong starts, he is unlikely to be substituted, as no one would dare replace such an outstanding forward. Even if he may coast through a half, he will undoubtedly surprise you. Kicker. Simon's approach may exacerbate conflicts within the Real Madrid locker room. Carlos has explicitly stated that Simon's methods have left many feeling uncomfortable. If wins can be achieved with 4 defenders, why switch to 3? Build. Perhaps the only silver lining for Simon and Real Madrid is that Suong, due to an ankle injury, will miss the next league match. The locker room tensions will therefore be delayed in surfacing. Indeed, Suong is injured. At his insistence, the doctor managed to secure him a week's rest on the grounds of a potential injury risk. This news disappointed many Real Madrid fans while exciting numerous Barcelona supporters. For the upcoming match is set to be the first Spanish derby of the season. Real Madrid will head to Camp Nou to challenge their long-standing rivals. Barcelona fans, while publicly declaring indifference to Suong's absence, seemed less than sincere, especially when their coach Rijkaard expressed regret over Suong's injury. They clearly did not wish to face Suong. This sentiment stemmed from the last derby, where the player named Suong had instilled fear in the hearts of the Barcelona players with a hat trick on Real Madrid's side. Even Ronaldo expressed disappointment upon learning that Suong would miss the next match. Ronaldo remarked, "I enjoy playing alongside Su. While people often associate Brazil with technically gifted players, they overlook that we also have many players with limited technical skills but rich imagination. They too can produce stunning football. Su's technical skills may not be exceptional, Yet he possesses the footballing intellect of Latin America, which resonates with me. Playing alongside him feels comfortable. Zidane also stated in an interview, Suheng possesses formidable mental attributes. He is sufficiently rational during matches that a player who can control their emotions on the field is inherently valuable. However, if his ball control matched his emotional regulation, it would be even better. Ding. Ronaldo acknowledges your footballing intelligence but believes you require a bit more technical skill to fully unleash your potential. Thus, he has bestowed upon you the backheel flick, a superstar-level skill. This technique, which requires a certain degree of difficulty, allows for rapid direction changes, enabling you to evade defenders more effectively. The wind chaser skill has been detected, and a synergy has emerged. Each time you perform a back heel flick, you have a chance to activate the wind effect, which lasts for 3 seconds. Zidane believes your ball control needs improvement, so he has imparted upon you the step-on-ball technique to enhance your touch. Step-on-ball technique, a player-level skill that by stepping on the ball, you enhance your control, aiding in subsequent dribbling and shooting maneuvers. Zidane, come look, see what Ronaldo has given, and compare it to what you have provided. It's a complete triumph over you, do you understand? Suheng gazed at the gifts bestowed by the two luminaries, lost in a comparison of exhilaration and delight. It must be said that Zidane possesses remarkable skills. The ball control technique, seemingly a mere player-level skill, is in fact an extraordinary ability. This skill enhances the legendary and elusive sense of the ball. With improved ball sense, dribbling, ball control, shooting, and passing all become seamless. This skill has directly elevated Suheng's ball control attribute to 70, while also slightly enhancing his shooting and short passing abilities. However, the skill lacks a certain expressive quality. What, then, constitutes expressiveness? A heel flick to change direction is a quintessential example of expressiveness. It is a distinct action with highly intuitive effects. This maneuver later became most famously associated with Cristiano Ronaldo, who executed it with great flair and effectiveness, leading to its moniker as the Ronaldo heel flick. Ronaldo? Cristiano. After all, he shares the name Ronaldo. The action itself is rather simple, a sudden stop followed by a heel flick to change direction and accelerate. Yet, both the initial stop and the subsequent acceleration require significant physical prowess. Without formidable muscle strength, executing a sudden stop is unfeasible, as it demands considerable force to counteract inertia. The acceleration in a new direction is even more challenging. Unexpectedly, this action has now formed a synergy with Owen's Speedy Boy technique. Originally, aside from being somewhat sturdy, Suheng possessed no remarkable advantages, even with the Speedy Boy skill. The activation conditions for the Speedy effect were exceedingly stringent. However, post-synergy, everything changed. This marked Suheng's first truly proactive offensive skill. This skill increased his ball control slightly and boosted his explosiveness by 2 points. His current attributes are as follows: offensive awareness, 76, ball control, 71, shooting, 74, short passing, 74, heading, 78, explosiveness, 77, strength, 83, jumping, 75, vision, 8. What? Indeed, Suheng possesses this skill. When forcefully applied, it often results in clumsiness. To reach the effortless level of Zidane, his fundamental attributes still require considerable improvement. On November 20, the 12th round of La Liga ignited with fervor. Featuring the Spanish national derby, Real Madrid had just trounced Albacete with a score of 6-1. Yet, currently, the team leading the league is none other than Barcelona. Due to Suheng's absence and the coaching staff's consensus that a cautious approach was prudent, Real Madrid ultimately deployed their most frequently used formation from the past 2 years, 4-2-3-1. Ronaldo, Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Guti, Carlos, Samuel, Pavon, Salgado, Casillas. Woodgate was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards, with stars like Owen, Morientes, and Solari poised on the bench. Conversely, Barcelona employed their favored 4-3-3 formation. Ronaldinho, Larsen, Eto'o, Deco, Marquez, Xavi, Van Bronckhorst, Puyol, Olger, Belletti, Valdez. Their bench included young talents like Iniesta and Messi. Initially, spectators anticipated Suheng's domination over former Madridista Eto'o, Barcelona's Prince Iniesta, and La Masia prodigy Messi. Alas, Barcelona narrowly escaped calamity. Especially as Messi had recently made his debut for the Barcelona first team, he was hardly comparable to Suheng. Even prior to last season, Messi's reputation and prowess far surpassed Suheng's. Yet now, the two players are no longer of the same caliber. Ultimately, Messi did not feature in this pivotal match. Rather, Iniesta took to the pitch as a substitute. The final score pleased the Catalans immensely. In the 29th minute, Eto'o struck against his old club, netting a goal from a Ronaldinho assist. In the 43rd minute, Deco set up left-back Van Bronckhorst for another goal. By the 77th minute, Eto'o again made his mark, drawing a penalty resulting in Ronaldinho's successful conversion, closing the scoreline at 3-0. This was the final outcome, with Real Madrid retreating from Camp Nou in disgrace. The previous 6-1 victory suddenly lost its luster. Catalan media celebrated the resounding triumph with fervor. Puyol, who had a vendetta against Su Heng, declared post-match, "This is it. This encapsulates our season. Barcelona will stride over the corpse of Real Madrid to claim the La Liga title. Marca, Real Madrid is nothing but a paper tiger. Who can they defeat aside from newly promoted teams?" The Catalans reveled in their glory, while the Madrilenians wallowed in disappointment. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the next Spanish national derby, determined to let the Catalans know who truly holds sway in Spain. Outside the Real Madrid training facility, throngs of fans gathered spontaneously. Su Heng, adhering to his usual practice, signed autographs for the crowd. However, today, they did not come merely for his signature. "Su, will you be back for the next match?" A young boy, no more than 6 or 7 years old and clad in a Su Heng jersey, interjected. "Su, he is your fan. We came specifically to see your match, but regrettably, you did not feature in the Spanish derby." After Real Madrid's defeat, the boy was inconsolable. He was a budding footballer, recently crowned champion of a local football tournament, and he wished for Su Heng to lead Real Madrid to victory. As the lady spoke, the little boy's tears welled up anew. Hey, young man." Su Heng lifted the boy into his arms. "We are young men. We must not shed tears easily, understand? Be strong. Failure is painful, but remember this feeling. It is this very sensation that propels us to improve, ensuring we never wish to relive it." Under Su Heng's comforting words, the child's emotions gradually stabilized, and he reiterated his earlier question. "Su, will you return for the next match? Real Madrid needs victory. Real Madrid needs you." After uttering this, the boy wriggled free from Su Heng's embrace and dashed to the side. Suddenly turning, and with a proud flourish of his hands, exclaimed, "Shu!" Gradually, applause erupted from the crowd. "Su Heng! Su Heng! Su Heng!" The Real Madrid fans began to collectively chant his name. The little fellow kept pumping his fists in excitement, and the atmosphere resembled that of a concert. Su Heng, amidst the crowd, was taken aback. He had never felt such a fervent desire to fight for these fans. His injury had long since healed. He could even have participated in the Spanish national derby. However, he feared revealing this. Thus, until that moment, a desire to take the field surged within him. He even felt a twinge of regret for not participating in the previous match. It was, after all, the Spanish national derby. Logically, his injury should have still been an issue. Su Heng raised his voice, cutting through the cheers. The boy's tears brimmed once more. "But," Su Heng pointed at the boy, "for you?" For the fans of Real Madrid, in the next match, Su Heng turned towards the training ground. Approaching the entrance, he suddenly accelerated, leaped high, and executed a mid-air spin. In the next instant, thousands of fans erupted with a roar. "Su!" The atmosphere was electric. Real Madrid fans seemed to glimpse victory on the horizon. Standing at the entrance of the training ground, Su Heng called out, "Tell me your name. If luck is on my side and I score, I shall dedicate it to you." The boy, exhilarated, jumped in place. Kylian Mbappe." Su Heng nodded. "All right, Ninja Turtle." The boy was taken aback. How did Su Heng know his nickname? He detested that nickname. Chapter 44, Mbappe. "You are lying. Su does not know you at all." Su Heng makes a valiant return for the young fan. Volunteers to play in the next match. A touching scene unfolds outside the Real Madrid training ground as Su Heng pledges to bring victory for the young fan. The young fan's live performance of Su moves Su Heng. The Bernabeu's ace pilot requests to take the field. Clara's exclusive interview. Su Heng deeply regrets not playing through injury in the last match. While he may not have changed the outcome for Real Madrid, he wishes to avoid regrets by giving his all in an instant. Su Heng became a symbol of resilience. Countless fans rallied behind him. Yet some urged him to prioritize his recovery and refrain from rushing back into play, ensuring his health remained intact. Seeing such comments, Su Heng felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had always been quite healthy. On November 28, in the 13th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Levante. The Levante players harbored a deep resentment towards Barcelona. "You forced us to endure this. Why must we suffer for your misdeeds? If you have the guts, come to the Bernabeu and face us." The Real Madrid fans appeared ravenous. Why was Levante so anxious? Because of Albacete's previous defeat, to be frank. While Levante currently boasted a commendable 7th place in the standings, far surpassing Albacete's 17th, Spanish media outlets had forecasted a bleaker future for Levante this season, predicting relegation. Levante's current points were largely due to their previous opponents being weak. However, starting from this round, they would encounter a series of formidable foes, which could severely impact their performance. On Real Madrid's side, Simon, concerned about Su Heng's physical condition, opted to place him on the bench. Yet, everyone knew that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Heng would undoubtedly take the field. At this very moment, Su Heng has transcended his previous self. He has become the sole bastion of support for Real Madrid fans, who still hold their heads high even after the team's crushing defeat to Barcelona. The starting lineup for Real Madrid included Morientes, Ronaldo, Raúl, Carlos, Zidane, Beckham, Figo, Woodgate, Samuel, Helguera, and Casillas. From Bondy, Saint-Denis, France, Mbappé pointed at Su Heng on the screen and exclaimed, "Look, that's Su. When I visited Madrid this time, I met him, and he even hugged me." Just like this, the other children were initially taken aback, then their faces lit up with envy, until one little friend asked, "Did he give you an autograph? My uncle got one from Lion star Benzema the last time he went to a match." That Benzema, despite being considered the least talented among the French four little swans, I believe he is no less impressive than Su Heng. Young Mbappé appeared struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded, for he had no autograph. The other children began to mock Mbappé. "Ha, you're lying. You don't have Su's autograph. You didn't even meet him. Liar, liar." The rest of the kids joined in condemning Mbappé. In the innocent yet cruel world of children, tears welled in Mbappé's eyes as he stubbornly replied, "I'm not lying. Su said he would gift me a goal. Just wait and see." When Su scores, the friends remain skeptical. Even if Su scores, how will you prove that goal was meant for you? This time, Mbappé regained his confidence, crossed his arms over his chest, and struck a cool pose. "We had an agreement. This gesture, Su will celebrate his goals this way." Mbappé was utterly earnest, leaving the other children unsure of who was right. The first child to doubt him muttered, "Whether he can score or not is still uncertain." Just then, the match began. Real Madrid, playing at home, undoubtedly held the upper hand and played more aggressively in the first few minutes. However, in the 4th minute, Woodgate made a mistake in the backfield, sending the ball straight to the opposing winger. The Levante winger attempted to thread a pass to the striker, but unfortunately, the ball was overhit and sailed out of bounds. The Levante players appeared visibly nervous, affecting their performance. As for Woodgate, Simon frowned from the sidelines. Nearly 20 matches in, Woodgate's performance still left much to be desired. With numerous errors, it seems this is not merely an issue of adaptation, but rather a question of capability. This central defender is mostly subpar. Not essentially different in quality from Real Madrid's own Pavón or Bravo, and certainly inferior to Samuel and Helguera in the 7th minute. Zidane delivered a brilliant pass, but Figo's shot was blocked by the opposing defender. Raúl followed up with another attempt, which also met the same fate in the 10th minute. Ronaldo was brought down from behind just outside the penalty area. The referee did not call a foul, as it appeared to be a normal challenge. However, the unfortunate aspect was that Ronaldo fell to the ground and could not rise. The team's medical staff entered the field, and after a brief discussion, Ronaldo indicated he could continue playing in the 12th minute. Ronaldo exacted his revenge on Levante. Carlos sent a pass down the wing to Morientes, who then played it through to the advancing Zidane. Without pausing, Zidane passed the ball to Ronaldo, who was positioned midway along the edge of the box. With a sudden stop, he received the ball, turned, and cut inside in one fluid motion. He shook off the defender and unleashed a curling shot from the left side of the penalty area. It was a seamless display of skill. Goal. 1-0. This is Ronaldo. This is the alien of Bernabeu. He punished those who attempted to harm him with petty tactics, doing so through the beautiful game. A relegation-threatened team, indeed, posed no challenge to Real Madrid in the 15th minute. Levante was caught on the counterattack by Real Madrid, who seized an opportunity. Carlos crossed the halfway line and attempted a long-range lob shot. But unfortunately, he misjudged it, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. Had he executed it properly, it could have been a classic goal. In the 18th minute, Figo was brought down while breaking through on the wing, resulting in a free kick. However, Zidane, ever the tactician, quickly took the free kick. Raúl received the ball and took a surprise shot from distance, catching the opponent off guard. Real Madrid led 2-0 in the 35th minute. A Levante winger penetrated the Real Madrid penalty area, feigned a simple body movement to evade Woodgate, and unleashed a powerful shot into the net. However, the linesman raised his flag for offside. Real Madrid narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, Woodgate's amateurish performance left fans unsatisfied. In the 40th minute, a Levante defender made a mistake under pressure from Real Madrid. Zidane seized the opportunity, lifting a pass to Ronaldo. The latter attempted an acrobatic volley, but failed to keep it down, sending the ball flying into the stands. Nonetheless, the overall atmosphere remained quite relaxed. Occasional sparks flew between the two world-class players, which fans relished. The score remained unchanged as the first half concluded. After the break, Real Madrid continued to create numerous opportunities. In the 57th minute, Carlos delivered a cross from the wing, but Morientes was positioned outside the penalty area, and Ronaldo lacked the height to reach it. The ball slid past the goal. Figo controlled the ball on the opposite side and sent in another cross. The opposing center-back managed to outmuscle Ronaldo to clear the ball. Ronaldo's aerial prowess was exposed. But he was merely not exceptional, not ineffective. In fact, his heading ability surpassed that of many ordinary forwards. However, after the aerial duel, Ronaldo occasionally rubbed his leg, seemingly still affected by the prior incident. Simon immediately signaled for Zidane to warm up on the sidelines. Chapter 45. The exuberant Zidane, the despairing Bap. The Real Madrid fans in the stands began to cheer, more fervently than when celebrating the previous goals. Zidane is warming up. If all goes as expected, he will take the field. Although the team currently leads, I believe there is not a single Real Madrid fan who does not wish to see Zidane play. Zidane's spirit invigorated the Real Madrid supporters. Whether Real Madrid can achieve a resounding victory in this match or whether Zidane can score will have crucial implications for the entire season. In the 63rd minute, Real Madrid earned a corner kick. Simon waved his hand, signaling Zidane to enter the game. As Ronaldo exited, the medical staff rushed over for further examination and to apply ice to his injury. He indeed had a minor injury, so he bore no ill will for being substituted. However, as the medical staff wrapped his leg, Simon exchanged a few words of praise with Ronaldo. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Ronaldo, Simon, and others looked up to see Real Madrid players congregating in Levante's small penalty area, celebrating exuberantly. After entering the field, Zidane sprinted into the penalty area. With the whistle from the referee, Beckham took the corner. The curvature was immense, creating significant interference. Yet, the landing point was exceptionally clear. Inside the small box, Real Madrid's number 24 player leapt skyward. The aerial dominance of Zidane was unleashed. With a thunderous header, he sent the ball crashing into the net. Goal. A goal. Zidane. Having been on the pitch for less than a minute, Zidane scored. So swift. If Zidane had participated in the previous match, could Barcelona have been so arrogant? Zidane would have turned the entire Camp Nou into ruins. Damn Barcelona. Why not challenge Zidane to a match? Damn it. The Real Madrid fans erupted in ecstatic expletives. The Levante players on the pitch became the most innocent victims, as they were mercilessly beaten by Real Madrid. What sin have they committed? Zidane's header was simply too powerful. Goal. Young Bap began to cheer. Zidane scored. Zidane truly scored. Zidane said he would, and he did. But soon, a friend who was not on good terms with him seemed to realize something. Zidane did not celebrate. Zidane, didn't he dedicate the goal to you? Kylian, you were indeed lying. Oh no, a liar. A liar. Bap is a liar. Once again, Bap became the target of scorn. I'm not a liar. There were too many people. After Zidane scored, he was immediately hugged by his teammates, so he obviously couldn't celebrate. Bap found the most reasonable explanation. After all, Zidane had promised him. Surely Zidane wouldn't forget, right? Zidane is not that kind of person. On screen, after finishing the celebration, Zidane felt as though something was amiss. Zidane called out to Zidane, interrupting his thoughts, then gave him a thumbs up, signaling well done. Zidane smiled and nodded. In the 65th minute, Zidane pulled on the offside line, allowing Morientes to slip into the central area, aiding Zidane in escaping the pressure. Zidane then delivered a through ball. Raúl made an off-ball inward cut. attempting a shot within the penalty area that went wide. On the sidelines, Simon made another substitution. Owen replaced Morientes. Both Morientes and Suhang served as pivot players, so it was unnecessary for them to be on the pitch simultaneously. Although Morientes had better passing, Suhang had just entered the game, so he was the one to be substituted. Raúl appeared quite relieved. After all, he didn't want to be replaced by Owen. In the 74th minute, Carlos sent in a cross from the wing. Suhang leapt high at the near post, redirecting a header, completely dominating the aerial space. Unfortunately, Owen, who had just come on, had yet to find his rhythm and ended up clearing the ball off the pitch with a clumsy attempt to shoot. In the 78th minute, Beckham fell to the ground injured during a challenge. Guti replaced Beckham, marking Real Madrid's third substitution. In the 81st minute, the newly introduced Guti brought a completely different experience to the Levante midfielders compared to Beckham. The conservative approach of Beckham in the holding role primarily focused on long passes to the wings. Yet, Guti is more audacious, favoring incisive through balls down the center. Although this approach can leave his team vulnerable should the ball be intercepted, the rewards of success are substantial. Indeed, Guti executed a piercing pass from the center circle. The football, akin to a sharp blade, swiftly tore through the opponent's defense. Guti, the Golden Wolf, with his dagger-like pass, Zidane, upon receiving the ball, can distribute it to the flanking players, Owen and Raúl, who are making inward runs. Zidane, he let the ball slip through his legs. Suhang surged forward, racing towards the ball. Alas, the opposing number 2 player positioned himself perfectly. This center-back has been outstanding today, thwarting numerous Real Madrid opportunities. Without him, Real Madrid might have scored 2 or 3 more. The Levante center-back chose a remarkably clever defensive position, just to step away from where Suhang received the ball. If Suhang were to dribble, this center-back could easily intercept. Should Suhang opt for a shot without controlling the ball, this defender could block nearly all angles of attack. He had previously thwarted attempts from Raúl and Figo. Clearly, he possesses considerable expertise in this regard. Zidane, observing the scene, had already begun to retreat, anticipating that Suhang would be dispossessed. Bang! Just as Suhang was about to make contact with the ball, he suddenly leaped forward. Using his heel to nudge it in that instant, Suhang and the opposing center-back were almost nose-to-nose. The defender realized what was about to unfold. Bang! Suhang deftly redirected the ball to the right, instantly accelerating. The center-back, who was mere inches away, reached out to grab him but couldn't even grasp a corner of his shirt. Too swift. Is Suhang really this fast? It seems implausible. Is this Ronaldo or Owen? Suhang smiled subtly, having guessed correctly. This was Ronaldo's heel flick, morphing into Owen's speed burst. Astonishingly quick, Suhang maneuvered past Levante's last defender. One-on-one. The goalkeeper charged out. The keeper dived for the save. Suhang's touch was exquisite. The football was entirely under his command, at his beck and call. A delicate chip. As the opposing goalkeeper dove, Suhang effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. The football floated in like a butterfly, gliding effortlessly into the goal. Suhang. 18 minutes on the pitch, and Suhang has scored twice. His efficiency is truly formidable, to be frank. Suhang himself did not anticipate that this goal would come so easily, primarily due to the burst of speed effect he exhibited. Not every heel flick can produce such an effect. It is a matter of chance. However, today, fortune was evidently on his side. Suhang dashed towards the corner flag, drawing circles with his finger, leaping high into the AIR.in the next moment. The 80,000 fans at Bernabeu, one and all, joined in a celebratory chorus with the divine Suhang. Chapter 46. Internal conflicts erupt. Did Su and Zidane fight for the penalty? A cacophony of cheers filled the stadium. The Levante players gazed at Suhang with envy. This is the Prince of Real Madrid. This is the influence of the world's premier platform. Having played less than 10 games this season after 3 matches last season, Suhang has already skyrocketed in Spain, exuding star power. Even across Europe, he has gained a modicum of fame. To have 80,000 fans partake in a personalized celebration is something neither Zidane nor Ronaldo accomplished. Suhang's impact and cohesion with the fans far exceed ordinary expectations. The atmosphere was jubilant. Yet, after the celebration, Suhang still felt an emptiness within. It seemed he had truly forgotten something. Beep, with the sound of a whistle, the match resumed, and Levante kicked off. Suddenly, Suhang slapped his forehead in realization. Goodness. I completely forgot about my turtle-like signature celebration. Oh no. What if Director Mbappé is watching the game? In a classroom in France, Mbappé was on the verge of tears, his eyes glistening. Nearby, the children mocked him. So what if you score? I told you. You're a fraud. Suong has never even seen you. Did you even go to Spain? Mbappé clenched his fists. Shut up. I went. I made a promise to Sue. He just got too busy and forgot. It must be that way. Next time, I will remind Sue. The children erupted in laughter. Is there going to be a next time? Will you keep deceiving us? Do you think we will believe you? Even if you really met Sue, he must have forgotten you long ago. Do you really think you're some football prodigy? Do you think you'll join Real Madrid in the future? Do you think you'll become the next Sue? This child's rapid-fire questions broke the young Mbappé's defenses. Yet, from his remarks, it was evident that jealousy was simmering beneath the surface. He had started playing football at the age of 4, with a father who was a coach, demonstrating extraordinary talent from a young age. Some even claimed that if Mbappé continued on this trajectory, he would surely make it into the Clairefontaine Training Center, the sacred hall of French youth training. In 1998, the French national team, under Zidane's leadership, departed from Clairefontaine to lift the World Cup trophy. Here, legends like Thierry Henry, David Trezeguet, and Nicolas Anelka were nurtured. The French were abuzz, asking, "Who is the next?" Beep. The voice from the television interrupted Mbappé's tears. On screen, shortly after the kickoff, Real Madrid launched another offensive. Figo sent in a cross from outside the penalty area, but he immediately raised his hand to signal for a handball by the opposing player. The referee whistled, pointing to the penalty spot without hesitation. In a moment of distraction, a Levante player committed an almost volleyball-like foul, conceding a penalty and receiving a yellow card. Ronaldo is the designated penalty taker for this team, but he had already been substituted. At this moment, Zidane should take the penalty. Zidane cradled the ball, preparing to approach the spot, when suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Zinedine. Suong spoke up. Zidane halted, frowning as he turned to look at Suong. Those unfamiliar would call him Zidane, while close acquaintances might refer to him as Zizou. However, very few addressed him so formally, creating a blend of intimacy and distance. This awkwardness couldn't be. Zidane almost preempted Suong's intention. "Could I take this penalty?" Suong asked. "I know this is inappropriate, but a brief silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was taken aback. I don't know. Is Suong really asking Zidane for a penalty? We understand Suong. He has already scored twice, and a third goal would grant him a hat-trick. However, penalties symbolize a player's status within the team, and one cannot simply demand them. This could sow discord in the locker room. Suong has been too reckless. How could this happen? Wasn't it said that Suong would even forego playing for team harmony? How could he now so thoughtlessly demand a penalty? It appears that the outside world has exaggerated Suong's character. He is not as great as everyone claims. He is just a young man of 19. His performance today deserves this penalty, yet it does not align with his status as the fourth team captain. Bang! Zidane tossed the ball to Suong. He understood Suong's age. If he had the chance, he too would have sought it. In fact, Zidane had just contemplated allowing Suong to take the penalty, but Suong's request had come too swiftly. This somewhat tarnished Suong's image in Zidane's eyes. Zidane felt a tinge of regret. Everything could have been perfect if Suong had demonstrated a bit more patience. "Zizou, thank you. I will set you up for many assists. Scoring numerous goals from your passes, I am truly grateful." Suong clasped Zidane in an embrace. "I promised a young French fan named Mbappé that after scoring in this match, I would perform our agreed celebration. He is a die-hard Real Madrid supporter, watching me on television right now. I was too exhilarated after scoring to remember this matter, but I cannot go back on my word. I cannot disappoint my fans. So, thank you, Zizou." Zidane's expression shifted suddenly, momentarily stunned. "Mbappé? Kylian Mbappé?" Suong was taken aback. "Yes, do you know him?" Zidane chuckled. "His parents were both athletes. I've heard he possesses remarkable football talent. He was named the best player at the U7 Cup in St. Denis this past summer. Had it not been for the preparations for the European Championship, I would have been the one presenting him with the trophy." Zidane is a staunch supporter of domestic football in France, and generally does not decline invitations to official events unless absolutely necessary. He has high emotional intelligence and grand ambitions. It would not be surprising if he were to run for the presidency of France in the future. "Phew." Suong exhaled in relief. "Then you can't hold this against me. I truly meant no disrespect. If I earn another penalty in the future, every single one will be yours." Zidane ruffled Suong's hair. No need for that, kid. This is your goal for our future French star? You better make it count. Otherwise, I won't have another penalty to give you. On the pitch, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The conflict that people had imagined did not materialize. Furthermore, it appeared that Zidane was not displeased at all. In the end, he even smiled as he nudged Suong into the penalty area. The journalists were left in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? How could Zidane permit such a thing? Chapter 47. He is the greatest idol in the world. Zidane possesses an exceptionally strong character. No one can usurp what rightfully belongs to him. He is wise, yet not overly diplomatic. He places immense importance on his status and treatment at Real Madrid. How could he possibly engage in an act that undermines his own authority? What enchantment does Su Heng possess? With a deep breath, Su Heng positioned the football on the penalty spot, taking a moment to ensure it was perfectly placed before stepping outside the penalty area. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Su Heng began his run-up, charging towards the ball. His shot was a powerful 74. That was certainly sufficient for a penalty, provided one did not seek extreme angles, excessive curvature, or perform any flamboyant maneuvers. Otherwise, even a shot rated at 99 could soar over the bar. When taking a penalty, maintaining a calm demeanor is paramount. Even someone as formidable as Cristiano Ronaldo understands that the key to a successful penalty lies in sheer power. Even if the goalkeeper anticipates the direction, as long as they lack decisiveness, they will be unable to reach the ball. Bang. Su Heng opted to strike towards the left side of the goal, the most conventional direction for a right-footed shot. Moreover, without pursuing an extreme angle, it theoretically should have been easy to save. Yet the opposing goalkeeper remained rooted to the spot. He had assumed Su Heng would execute a Panenka penalty. Given that Zidane is most renowned for such a technique. After all, Su Heng had exchanged so much with Zidane. Was he not learning the nuances of penalty-taking? Goal. Su Heng found the back of the net with his penalty. He did not let Figo's foul or Zidane's concession go to waste. 5-0, 3 goals in 20 minutes. Su Heng, having come on as a substitute, completed a hat trick. This was also the fastest hat trick in La Liga this season. Su Heng dashed towards the corner flag, searching for the cameras. Instead of performing his signature celebration, he executed a new one. He pointed at the camera as if to convey a message. On screen, Su Heng crossed his arms. Striking a cool pose, he kept repeating a name, but the cheers from the crowd drowned out what he was saying. However, in a distant classroom in France, the voices of students suddenly erupted. Mbappe. It is Mbappe. He is calling Mbappe, Mbappe, Mbappe. Other children in the classroom noticed that this voice matched Su Heng's lips on the television. They too began to chant, Mbappe, Mbappe. In the classroom, young Mbappe laughed and cried simultaneously. I told you. I wasn't he lying. I met Su. He promised me. He promised to score a goal for me. Mbappe was overwhelmed with tears. Su Heng makes a stunning return. Hat trick propels Real Madrid to a 5-0 slaughter of Levante. Barcelona narrowly escapes disaster. In the last match, had Su been present, Barcelona might not have secured victory. 2 matches, 5 goals, and 2 assists. Su Heng's form is terrifyingly hot. A lethal weapon. The Prince of Real Madrid scores a hat trick at home. In the new season, he has played 8 matches, starting 3 and coming on as a substitute 5 times, scoring 9 goals and providing 3 assists, 10%. Su Heng has played 10 matches for Real Madrid, with only 1 defeat. Yet again, he is the man of the match, coming on as a substitute, scoring 3 goals in 20 minutes, post-match rating of 9.7. Levante's coach. We have become Barcelona's scapegoat. I hope Barcelona can come to the Bernabeu and truly experience the fervor of Real Madrid. Especially Su Heng's passion, Levante's captain. This is terrifying. Real Madrid has acquired an alien. But now they also have the strongest human on earth. Su Heng's explosive performance swept across Europe instantaneously. The entire continent was buzzing about this match. Everyone was relieved for Barcelona. They had narrowly avoided the wrath of the Prince of Real Madrid. Naturally, the media was particularly intrigued by the penalty awarded at the end of the match. They first interviewed Zidane, eager to discern whether he truly exhibited such magnanimity on the pitch, or if he simply felt compelled to concede the penalty to Su Heng due to the presence of 80,000 fans. Zidane smiled at the camera. This is a touching story, and I believe it is best told by Su Heng himself. All I can say is that I am delighted for a certain young French fan. Your football idol is truly remarkable. He almost provoked my temper in fulfilling his promise to you. The audience was captivated by Zidane's teasing. When it comes to drawing attention, Zidane is indeed an expert. He possesses the poise of someone who has seen the world and knows how to let the suspense build. Following Zidane's hint, fans across Europe were eager to learn the full story, one that intertwined the lives of fans and players. Ultimately, Marca's beautiful reporter donned her most alluring attire and conducted an in-depth one-on-one interview with Su Hang. When the dust settled, Clara's column revealed a series of images. Prior to the match, Su Hang had announced his participation, leading to a series of photos released by the media. Among them, two images were juxtaposed. One of Su Hang at the training ground, arms outstretched, performing the Su gesture, and the other of a 6- or 7-year-old boy clad in a Real Madrid jersey, also striking the Su pose. His name is Kylian Mbappé, the best player of the U7 Cup in St. Denis, France. His prize was 2 VIP tickets to the Spanish National Derby, bestowed by the absent Zidane due to the European Championship in the previous match. Young Mbappé accompanied his mother to Camp Nou. But clad in Real Madrid colors, he witnessed a calamity. Barcelona triumphed over Real Madrid 3-0, a bitter pill to swallow for young Mbappé. On the day of their departure from Madrid, he stood outside the Real Madrid training ground, waiting for Su Hang, who was preparing for practice. Then, everything we have witnessed unfolded. Su Hang and young Mbappé had agreed upon a celebratory gesture. However, Mbappé could never have anticipated that Su would gift him not just a goal, but a hat trick. As news of this event spread, it garnered widespread acclaim across Europe. There are countless stars in European football, yet there are also many who are ungrateful. After being elevated by fans, they often ignore them or even go against them. Especially among English stars, many stray from the right path, excelling in everything except football. Compare this to the Prince of Real Madrid. Sky Sports. Su Hang's character should never be questioned. He not only sacrifices for the team but also continues to sign autographs for fans daily outside the training ground, French football. On the day of the match, after Su Hang completed his hat trick, his name resonated in the school where Mbappé studies, echoing for 5 minutes, Chapter 48. Gudi's generous instruction, the enigmatic through ball, German transfer market. Su Hang is a quality star in every conceivable aspect. Italian Republic. 70% of Real Madrid fans support Su Hang as the next leader of the club. Portuguese record. Real Madrid has contracted Su Hang syndrome, whether in scoreline or team image. This is a success for Su Hang, but perhaps not for Real Madrid. Ding. You have successfully received multiple passes from Gudi, resulting in a noticeable improvement in his personal statistics. He is very pleased with you and is eager to impart his knowledge, including his secret skill, the enigmatic through ball. The enigmatic through ball. A star-level skill. Gudi, also known as the enigmatic blade, when he delivers a through ball, it either slays the enemy or injures oneself. Your ability for through balls and long passes has significantly improved. The more opponents you bypass with your through balls, the greater your passing accuracy, making it easier for teammates to handle. As a result, Su Hang's short passing attribute increased to 75, and his long passing attribute was unlocked at 70. Gudi truly surprised Su Hang without making a fuss. Truly deserving of being the second captain. Despite frequently oscillating between starting and substitute roles, Gudi remains an indispensable member of Real Madrid's midfield. Handsome, fiery, and highly aggressive, he is a player with a strong personality. This directly led Su Hang to lavish praise on Gudi during training the following day. As the team's rising star, Su Hang showed such respect for Gudi. Doesn't that make you, as a senior, feel happy? This kid is truly commendable. In subsequent conversations with Raúl, Gudi mentioned Su Hang. Indeed, he is exceptional. With him around, we have no need for those stars from outside. Raúl glanced around and spoke softly. The ambitions of the South American contingent, or the so-called Brazilian clique, are now common knowledge. A few days ago, Luxembourgo's agent reached out to Carlos and Real Madrid. Although Simon has achieved decent results with the team, Florentino desires more than just victories. He wants everything to appear impeccable. Such a top-tier team requires a prestigious coach. Luxembourgo's arrival is inevitable. Raúl is the Prince of Real Madrid. Due to his Atletico bloodline, he faced Gudi's scrutiny upon his arrival, but he quickly endeared himself to Gudi, becoming close friends. They both joined the first team, alongside Morientes, Casillas, and others, becoming key figures at Real Madrid. Raúl later became the captain after Hierro's departure, the voice of the homegrown contingent. Furthermore, Raúl was the first to extend an olive branch to Figo when he arrived, leading to a profound friendship. Raúl's opinions represent those of the homegrown faction. While Su Hang is technically considered part of Real Madrid's youth training, Due to age and ability, he has never formally joined. Even Casillas only gained the true recognition of the homegrown contingent in recent years. However, at present, both the primary and secondary leaders are quite pleased with Su Heng's performance. Observing Su Heng engaging in conversation with the likes of Samuel, Owen, and Ronaldo, Raúl's mind was suddenly illuminated by a bold thought. If Su could become the team, but Raúl quickly shook off the notion. It seemed highly improbable. At the very least, the external world would hardly dare to entertain such an idea. No one would believe that Raúl, a prominent figure within the local contingent of Real Madrid and one of the key figures of the Spanish national team, would be reluctant to take on the role of the leading figure. Raúl is an exceptional player, well-connected, and enjoys the game immensely. However, upon assuming the captaincy of Real Madrid, he was compelled to accept numerous changes and endure considerable grievances. His close friend, Redondo, was sold off, and he found himself drifting further apart from his former friend, Carlos, due to various factions. Behind the annual emergence of a superstar at Real Madrid is Raúl's tireless effort to maintain harmony within the locker room. He even sacrificed his own dignity as a player, relinquishing various resources to Ronaldo and Zidane. He may not possess their caliber, but a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. As the leader of the local contingent, it was not beyond reason for him to seek equal treatment alongside Ronaldo and Zidane. Yet, he refrained from doing so. His sacrifices were indeed substantial. He yearned for someone to take up the mantle of courage. Allowing him to return to being the joyful Prince of Bernabeu, he did not desire to be a king. Regrettably, Gudi's character is even less suited for leadership than Raúl's. Casillas is too young to command respect. Helguera, Salgado, and others lack both the talent and renown. No one possesses the seniority to overshadow the likes of Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham. However, what corresponds with seniority is potential. If someone's potential convinces others that he will become the next top superstar, coupled with the support of the local contingent, that individual could very well unify the various factions within Real Madrid, steering the Galácticos towards true glory. And it seems that such a person has indeed emerged. He possesses remarkable leadership qualities and personal charisma, having managed to win over even the notoriously difficult Zidane. Raúl thought it prudent to seek an opportunity to converse with Su, hoping he would cease making sacrifices for the team. Raúl voiced that if he could render Ronaldo non-essential, the core competitiveness of the Brazilian contingent would dissipate. Gudi was taken aback, astonished by the high expectations Raúl had for Su Heng. I've had enough of this position. I do not wish to play in midfield. I absolutely do not want to play in midfield. Do you understand? Do you truly comprehend the game? A sudden eruption of conflict interrupted the exchange between the two leaders on the training ground. Carlos and Coach Simon erupted into yet another fierce confrontation. In terms of on-field conduct, Carlos's behavior was utterly excessive. It would have been one thing for him to disregard Simon's instructions, but to openly confront and insult him was simply unacceptable. A textbook case of Su Heng's behavior. Su Heng, Carlos, you have gone too far. Simon trembled with fury, his face flushed with embarrassment. You will face suspension from the team. You just try it. Carlos suddenly lunged at Simon, knocking him to the ground. The players of Real Madrid were left in stunned silence. Su Heng was the first to rush over. Carlos, stop, don't do this. This is the head coach. Su Heng tackled Carlos to the ground. The others quickly followed to separate the three. Ronaldo also attempted to urge Carlos to calm down. However, Carlos was incensed, determined to confront Simon. He broke free from his teammate's grasp and swung once more at Simon. Su Heng, who had a good relationship with Simon, could not stand idly by and watch Simon be assaulted. He pushed Simon aside. Bam! Carlos's fist landed on Su Heng, and he showed no signs of relenting. Su Heng was patient and forgiving, but he was not to be trifled with. His instinctive reaction kicked in. Bam! Su Heng blocked Carlos's second punch with his elbow, took a swift step forward, and grasped Carlos's neck with his right hand. Pressing him forward, Carlos fell to the ground, unable to move. Su Heng's right knee pinned Carlos's chest while his left knee pressed against Carlos's throat. In an instant, Su Heng subdued the fierce Carlos. Despite Carlos's relatively short stature, his musculature was well developed, and he possessed considerable strength. Su, let go of Carlos. Ronaldo and Samuel rushed over, trying to calm the situation. Yet when Ronaldo pulled Carlos, he did not exert such force. However, with a push of his left hand, Su Heng sent both Ronaldo and Samuel tumbling down. This strength, Su Heng showed no favoritism. He looked down at Carlos. Speaking slowly, I said, "Stop, do you agree?" Su Heng exerted pressure with his right hand. Carlos's face quickly flushed crimson, then even took on a shade of purple. Initially, he struggled and resisted, but soon panic filled his eyes. He truly could not catch his breath. Was he about to kill him? Su, let go. Su, don't do this. Su Heng, stay calm. Don't act impulsively. Everyone around shouted, but no one dared to approach, lest they too be knocked down by Su Heng, as Ronaldo and Samuel had been. Zidane remained silent, believing Su Heng knew what he was doing. Moreover, it was high time for Real Madrid to establish some order. The Brazilian contingent was indeed formidable on the pitch, playing beautifully, and everyone enjoyed it. However, their lifestyle and training habits were far too lax. For the sake of the team and their own careers, the Brazilian contingent should not proliferate within Real Madrid. At the very least, that negative influence needed to be curtailed. Although Zidane was perceptive, he understood that this was not a task for him to undertake. He was merely a transient figure. This matter needed to be addressed by someone from the local contingent. Unfortunately, Raúl, despite his kindness, had lost his edge. He was unaware that a balance of firmness and gentleness was the true path. Solely compromising had led to the current predicament. Carlos exhausted all his means, pleading for mercy, yet he found himself unable to utter a sound, unable to breathe, unable to move. In the end, he could only roll his eyes up and down, hoping Su Heng would perceive his silent acquiescence to Su Heng's demands. Su Heng released him and stood up. Huff. Cough. Huff. Cough. Carlos lay on the ground, gasping for air, curled up on the turf, coughing incessantly, even gagging. He appeared as if he had endured a severe illness. Su Heng turned to Ronaldo and Samuel. Both retreated in unison, fearful that Su Heng might strike again. I apologize. I momentarily lost control of my strength. It turned out Su Heng was there to express his remorse. It's fine. It's fine. Ronaldo and Samuel repeatedly assured, visibly anxious. Really, it's nothing. In their youth, they had witnessed chaotic scenes. Fights were quite normal in football. But truth be told, they had never encountered anyone like Su Heng. They swore that at that moment, Su Heng must have intended to kill Carlos. Su Heng glanced back at Carlos, who instinctively flinched, fearing Su Heng would strike again. Quickly help Carlos up, Su Heng instructed the surrounding teammates. Carlos, I simply hope everyone can calm down. This is a training ground. Is this a place for us to be fighting? We must at least refrain from brawling here, right? Carlos nodded in agreement. Su Heng then addressed everyone. I sincerely apologize for the occurrence of such an incident, but I hope this matter remains within the confines of the training ground. I do not wish to see any discord related to today's events in the newspapers. Such revelations would be catastrophic for the team and the fans alike. I do not intend to threaten anyone, but should a leak occur, I can identify the source. As long as the reward is sufficient, those reporters will divulge anything, you understand. The crowd nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the matter would be handled as it should as Su Heng expertly took command of the situation, and here, I would also like to extend my personal apologies once more to everyone for having subjected you to such a discordant event. Regardless, I did resort to physical action, and I bear responsibility. I accept any punishment the team deems fit, including suspension from the squad. The truth had been revealed as Su Heng acknowledged that he had not intended this from the outset. Yet as he spoke, inspiration struck him. Given that such an incident had occurred, today's training was undoubtedly to be concluded early. Simon would need to report this matter to Florentino in his office. Subsequently, everyone dispersed. However, as Zidane drove past Su Heng, he honked, signaling him to get in the car. The two remained nearly silent throughout the ride until they arrived beside a reservoir. Zidane exited and walked toward the lakeshore, with Su Heng following closely. Did you know that Luxemburgo will coach Real Madrid after the winter transfer window? Zidane's opening statement was a bombshell. This was news for over a month away. He was well informed. Simon is a good man. He should not be treated that way. Su Heng did not panic at Zidane's news, for he had been aware of it even before Zidane. Zidane noted this as well. If all goes according to plan, Real Madrid will bring in many players from Brazil next season. Do you realize what your actions imply? Simon will not be able to stay at Real Madrid. You made the wrong bet. Kid, Su Heng smirked. This is not about betting, Zidane. The reason Simon clashed with Carlos was that he altered the formation for my sake. I cannot let Simon feel disheartened. I understand that the Brazilian contingent will become a formidable force within Real Madrid. But that has nothing to do with me. I merely wish to train diligently with the first team. I don't even want to sit on the bench. Zidane shook his head, saying, "This matter is beyond your control. Once Luxemburgo arrives, the Brazilian faction will hold significant power, and you and Carlos, of course, Carlos isn't entirely at fault, but even if he doesn't trouble you, others surely will. Being of Chinese descent, you possess a deeper understanding of human nature, do you not? Now that you have been swept into this whirlwind, there is no escape. Go seek out Raúl. It is time for you to join the local faction." Suddenly, Su Heng's phone chimed. Guti was calling. Zidane's pupils constricted. "It seems Raúl is even more anxious than I anticipated. He has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Su Heng, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" Zidane replied, "Because Raúl simply wishes to play the game well. This serves as a word of wisdom for you. Do not become entangled in the factional struggles within the team. We are players, and our core competitiveness lies in our own abilities. Ronaldo may not be the leader of the Brazilian faction, but the leader must appease him. He is also not a member of the local faction in Madrid, yet Raúl must elevate him. You should aspire to become the next Ronaldo, not another Carlos or Raúl." Chapter 50. The Princess Su Heng seemed to grasp the meaning. He, the prince, appeared poised to ascend the throne. Raúl, the Lord of the Rings, awaited him, willingly abdicating. "Why can't I become the next Zidane?" Su Heng jested. Zidane shook his head repeatedly. "At my age, I doubt you would surpass my prowess on the pitch. However, despite your current age, you possess greater leadership qualities than I ever did. At times, I find myself a tad envious of you. Your luck in scoring is remarkable. In every crucial match, you have withstood the pressure and delivered the most extraordinary performances. Yet, you navigate life with such maturity, knowing that not contending is often a strategy for better contention, and that to contend is sometimes to avoid contention." Zidane sighed deeply. Had he possessed Su Heng's awareness years ago, perhaps he would already be the king of Real Madrid, with numerous league titles and Champions League trophies to his name. Who knows, in a couple of years, he might even retire as the king of football. "Let us depart. I shall escort you to the city center," Zidane said as he walked towards the car. "Yet, I can only take you as far as the city center. It is not prudent for me to associate with the local faction at this time." As they walked, Su Heng muttered, "You're still being timid, Zizou. What leadership do I possess? It's merely a matter of a good mindset and not wanting to play." The logic held, yet as players, who does not yearn to step onto the field? Bale. "What did you say?" Hazard. "Are you certain?" Zidane. "I refuse to be a pawn for the local faction." Su Heng exclaimed, "Be brave and be yourself. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others." Zidane retorted, "Leave." No one knew what Raúl and Guti had discussed with Su Heng, not even Zidane. However, the following day, Real Madrid's upper management took serious action regarding the recent brawl on the pitch. Carlos publicly apologized to Simon and Su Heng within the team, accepted a fine, and faced a 2-match suspension. Undoubtedly, Carlos emerged as the biggest loser in this affair. Furthermore, Real Madrid's official website announced the disciplinary measures to the world, meaning this incident would reverberate throughout the global football community, delivering a significant blow to Carlos. Rumor has it that Real Madrid initially did not intend to impose a harsh penalty on Carlos. After all, Simon was merely the interim coach, a figure of little consequence. The club's preferred coach was likely to be Luxemburgo, who was coaching in Brazil. Yet Raúl personally met with Florentino, and some media outlets even released Raúl's statements, including, as reported by AS, Raúl stands firmly behind Su Heng. He demands severe punishment for Carlos. Marca. Raúl originally did not wish to confront Carlos, but the situation involved Su Heng. If Carlos was not punished, it would imply that Su Heng was at fault, and Su Heng is Raúl's most favored successor. Daily Sports. The Real Madrid locker room is in turmoil. Carlos is compelled to apologize to his junior. Su Heng, losing face. He may seek a transfer during the winter window. World Sports. The internal factional strife at Real Madrid is intensifying, with the Spanish faction harboring animosity towards Latin American players. Sky Sports. True brotherhood or mere pretense? Su Heng announces his acceptance of the suspension alongside Carlos. Cough. Su Heng certainly could not forego such a fortuitous opportunity for leniency. With this suspension, he undoubtedly sought to enhance his reputation. Among the coverage, the German outlet Bild conducted an in-depth analysis of the event. Raúl may have made one of the gravest errors of his career. The incident arose from Carlos's defiance of Simon's authority, with Su Heng stepping in as the fourth captain to prevent the situation from escalating, only to be struck by Carlos. Su Heng retaliated. Morally speaking, Su Heng was justified. But why did Carlos so blatantly disregard Simon? Carlos is not foolish. His actions suggest he was aware of something beforehand. Therefore, we boldly speculate that during the winter window, Luxemburgo will take charge of Real Madrid, becoming the new head coach. Consequently, Su Heng, who chose Simon, and Raúl, who intervened to protect Su Heng, along with Guti and the entire Spanish faction, will all bear the consequences. This also presents Luxemburgo with an opportunity to undermine the local faction. The future dominant force within Real Madrid is likely to shift from the Spanish faction to the Brazilian faction. A transformation is imminent at Real Madrid. All players who previously chose the wrong side may find their careers adversely affected. The news from Bild was soon corroborated by Brazilian media. According to authoritative Brazilian outlets, Luxemburgo had informed his current team that he would not continue coaching for the second half of the season. Upon learning this, Real Madrid fans engaged in heated discussions. Everyone felt for Raúl, lamenting, alas, Raúl, with his kind-hearted nature, has repeatedly sacrificed his interests for team harmony. Just when he finally erupted, he chose the wrong side to support. It is painful to see Raúl, who has finally exercised his captaincy, inadvertently offend the future head coach and his inner circle. Raúl acted rightly. Su Heng is one of his own, and Su Heng stood for justice. Yet, Su Heng is still too young. I heard that he insisted Carlos apologize to Simon, and several people were unable to stop him. Did he not realize he was making an enemy of Carlos? Of course, they could not stop him. The seven wonders of Barcelona could not best Su Heng alone on the pitch. Su Heng is indeed loyal. Simon, aware of Su Heng's sacrifice, insisted on starting him, thus offending Carlos in turn. Su Heng acted out of loyalty to Simon. Unfortunately, Simon's foundation was still too weak, unable to secure his position as head coach. Su Heng's commitment was destined to go unrecognized. Most fans understood Su Heng's actions and sympathized with Raúl's situation. However, they were also fully aware that such actions would bring trouble to both Su Heng and Raúl in the future. With Luxemburgo's arrival, Carlos would become the locker room leader, and Su Heng would be the first to face repercussions. Raúl would also be sidelined, his captaincy merely a facade. Only a select few believed the situation would unfold differently, such as Zidane. At the very least, Zidane hoped for Su Heng's success. Otherwise, once the Brazilian faction dealt with the local faction, they would set their sights on the international contingent. Rumors already suggested that if Luxemburgo took over Real Madrid, he would seek to bolster the flanks with powerful players to enhance the midfield solidity. Brazil has several promising wingers and robust midfielders. Should they join, it would inevitably displace Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Guti, and others. Chapter 51. The Return of the War God Ding. Roberto Carlos extends his sincere apologies to you. You have gained the skill Aesthetic Violence Free Kick. Aesthetic Violence Free Kick. A legendary skill. Throughout history, there have been many great free kick takers, but Roberto Carlos is irreplaceable. His free kicks are executed with such ferocity, and the S-shaped curve he produces is unparalleled. Your free kick ability has significantly increased. When the ball is more than 30 meters from the goal, your free kick ability is enhanced by 30%. When the ball exceeds 40 meters, you have a chance to execute an S-shaped free kick. This is invaluable. Worth every penny. Carlos, I forgive you. Su Heng had a slight bruise under his right eye. He had not dodged Carlos's initial punch, resulting in a panda eye. However, it was merely a surface injury, appearing more severe than it was. Meanwhile, Carlos bore several alarming bruises on his neck, leading those unaware to believe he had painted his neck entirely in shades of purple and blue. Su Heng genuinely did not foresee that Raúl's insistence on Carlos's apology would yield such significant rewards. This sparked an audacious idea in him. What if he compelled the entire Real Madrid squad to apologize? Wouldn't that be cough? The players of Real Madrid began to cough, sensing a chill from the east. Yet, as much as they joked, they understood the gravity of friendship and would not jest with it. Su Heng was not foolish enough to pursue such a course. He could be the Prince of Real Madrid. But even if he were the supreme ruler, expulsion would be inevitable, thanks to Carlos's apology. Su Heng's set-piece attributes emerged, and they began at a remarkable score of 80. Additionally, the shooting attribute has increased, rising from 74 to 75. Su, would you like to train together? Besides Su Heng, his teammates Pavon, Borja, and others invited him to join their training session. Su Heng was more than willing to oblige. After all, Pavon and the others were relatively inexperienced. Training alongside them, although he might still be at the bottom, was far preferable to being mocked by a cadre of elite superstars, Pavon, Adadamimpi, Get Lost. Carlos, meanwhile, maintained a humble demeanor. He truly dared not to provoke Su Hang any further. However, he kept a mental note of those who were now on good terms with Su Hang and were currying favor with Simon. Did you really think Simon could establish a foothold at Real Madrid? Did you genuinely believe that Su Hang could dominate all matters at Real Madrid simply because he had Raúl's support? Such naivety! With Luxembourg's arrival, those who currently snub me would inevitably find themselves relegated to the sidelines. Bang! Carlos unleashed a powerful long-range shot that curled into the far corner of the net, the ball exhibiting a slight S-curve. The young goalkeeper Lopez remarked that this type of set piece was practically unsolvable. It was fortunate he failed to save it. Had he attempted, he could have sustained a serious injury. On December 5, 2004, during the 14th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced off against the formidable Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine, on Real Madrid's side. Su Hang and Carlos were serving suspensions and did not make the matchday squad. After a grueling 90 minutes, the match concluded in a disappointing 0-0 stalemate. This result was far from satisfactory, and even worse, Raúl was diagnosed with a thigh muscle strain post-match. Though not severe, he would certainly be sidelined for the next game. An absolute must-win for Real Madrid in the Champions League. As the group stage of the Champions League approached its final round, it was previously assumed that the so-called soft target, Dynamo Kiev, would falter. Instead, they emerged as the group leaders with 10 points. Bayer Leverkusen, from the Bundesliga, secured second place with 8 points, while Real Madrid languished in third, also with 8 points. The most disappointing outcome was for the Serie A powerhouse Roma, who accumulated a mere single point over 5 matches. Real Madrid's final group stage opponent was none other than Roma. Winning was the only way for Real Madrid to secure advancement, and they could only qualify as the second-place team. A draw would likely lead to elimination, while a loss would guarantee it. The Galácticos, boasting 4 Balon d'Or winners and 7 superstars, could not afford to be ousted from the Champions League knockout stage. It would be a source of great ridicule. Neither the players nor the coaching staff, not even club president Florentino Pérez, could bear the wrath of the furious fans that such disgrace would incite. Yet, at this critical moment, Raúl's injury was akin to being caught in a heavy downpour amid a leaking roof. If the team persisted with their highly effective 3-forward formation, they would lack suitable substitutes. The fans had even begun to lose faith in Ronaldo, plagued by injuries. They only trusted one individual, hoping the club would lift Su Hang's suspension. A message from a Real Madrid supporter on the official website quickly garnered 30,000 likes. Indeed, they yearned for Su Hang's return. Now was the time they needed him most. Real Madrid could not falter in the Champions League group stage. It would be an immense embarrassment. The team simply had to deploy Su Hang. Fans hoped he would not stubbornly adhere to the club's disciplinary regulations. Professional football, at its core, revolves around finding ways to secure victory on the pitch. Although Roma had performed poorly this season, they were still Roma, featuring players capable of single-handedly altering the scoreline, such as the legendary Totti and the notorious Cassano. When Simon approached Su Hang with a plethora of messages, Su Hang realized he could not evade this match. The public sentiment was overwhelmingly in his favor. A populace that supports flourishes, while one that opposes will perish. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This eternal truth remained unchanged. Ultimately, the media noted Su Hang's name on the passenger list of Real Madrid's flight to Rome. Outside Madrid airport, throngs of Real Madrid fans gathered, holding aloft enormous banners emblazoned with Su Hang's likeness. It was as if he had descended from the heavens, his iconic celebration captured in silhouette. Su. The gathered fans erupted in cheers, celebrating Su Hang's return. They firmly believed that if anyone could save Real Madrid, it was undoubtedly him. Upon arriving in Rome, Real Madrid promptly held a pre-match press conference. To instill a sense of unwavering determination in Roma, Simon publicly announced his starting lineup: Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Beckham, Figo. And Su Hang. A wave of applause and fervent discussions erupted as Simon uttered the last name. Major media outlets rushed to break the news. Thousands of Real Madrid fans bid farewell at the airport, requesting Su Hang to take the field. Su Hang travels with the team to Rome, likely to feature in the decisive Champions League clash. Breaking: Real Madrid's heir Su Hang starts. The white-clad Reaper descends upon Rome. Real Madrid's winning percentage skyrockets. In matches featuring Su Hang, the team has only failed to secure victory twice. Chapter 52. Captain Panda: A Duel of Geniuses. Who will prevail? Real Madrid's heir Su Hang or Roma's new King Cassano? Zidane versus Cassano. This is a preview of the striking rivalry between Spain and Italy for the next decade. The entire European football scene was electrified in the final round of the Champions League group stage. Many groups had already settled, but matches without suspense were undoubtedly more enticing. Over 50 media outlets broadcasted the match at Rome's Olympic Stadium, which boasted a maximum capacity of 100,000, an impressive 80,000 fans filled the stadium, a stark contrast to Roma's dismal attendance of fewer than 40,000 spectators per game this season due to their poor performances. Moreover, this match held no significance for Roma, as they had long been eliminated. Yet, an astonishing 80,000 Roma fans still attended. This was a testament to the influence of Real Madrid's Galácticos, as well as the excitement surrounding Zidane's return. Many Italians were eager to witness what this player, heralded by Spanish media as a near-divine talent, could truly offer. Could Spain really produce a superstar? Unlikely. Only Italy, only Serie A, could cultivate genuine stars. The current Ronaldo and Zidane at Real Madrid, after all, were both acquired from Serie A. Without Serie A, La Liga would amount to nothing. Yet, they dared to claim that La Liga had surpassed Serie A as the world's premier league, a mere dream. At the Olympic Stadium in Rome, the players lined up to enter the pitch. Without exception, the Roma players gazed at Zidane. For at his right, I still bore a hint of bruising. Go be honest. Zidane felt somewhat embarrassed. This was his first appearance before the Italian fans, and he was sporting a half panda it. Seemed he had indeed come to blows with Carlos, Cassano, and De Rossi. Nearby, were observing with amusement. Did this mean Zidane had won or lost? Pele inquired. Samuel remarked that Su had nearly taken down Carlos had Carlos not backed down. Totti shared insider information. Samuel, prior to transferring to Real Madrid, had been a Roma player? As Totti spoke, he glanced at Zidane's arm, his pupils dilating. That was the captain's armband. What was going on? Had Zidane clashed with Carlos or Raúl? Why was the captain's armband adorning his arm? Similarly, when the players took to the field, the commentators were momentarily stunned. Oh, we see that Zidane is wearing the captain's armband for Real Madrid. My goodness, he is the captain on the pitch for this match. Indeed, with Raúl sidelined, both Guti and Salgado were seated on the bench. Zidane was the only player eligible for captaincy on the field. This was poised to break the record for the youngest captain in Real Madrid's history. Zidane was only 19. From previous rumors, he seemed to possess commendable leadership qualities. This match, perhaps, would serve as a test of his leadership abilities. That said, few believed Zidane was truly capable of leading. 19. What could he possibly lead? It was inconceivable that Zidane could command this assembly of superstars at Real Madrid. Absolutely impossible. All right, esteemed viewers, with the referee's whistle, the match is officially underway. Roma approached this match with utmost seriousness, fielding their strongest squad. For them, this represented a matter of dignity. Up front, Totti partnered with Cassano. The midfield consisted of Perrotta, De Rossi, De Court, and Mancini from left to right. The defensive line featured Candela, De Rossi, Cuffer, and Panucci, while Pele guarded the goal. Real Madrid maintained their three center-back formation, which Simon had thoroughly studied. Up front, Zidane, Ronaldo, and Owen formed the attacking trio. The midfield comprised Solari, Zidane, Beckham, and Figo. Carlos remained suspended and was not included in the matchday squad. The three center-backs were Woodgate, Samuel, and Helguera, with Casillas in goal. Bang! Just as the commentators finished introducing the lineups, Totti suddenly launched a stunning world-class shot. However, Casillas was no ordinary goalkeeper and confidently secured the ball. Yet, playing at home, Roma's spirits were high. After Casillas distributed the ball to Woodgate, Roma immediately initiated an aggressive press. Totti and Cassano surged into the heart of Real Madrid's territory, leaving the defense in disarray. In his pursuit of a passing opportunity, De Rossi found himself at the edge of the penalty area, completely unmarked. With a thunderous strike, he unleashed a long-range shot. Casillas dove in an attempt to save it, but failed to make contact with the ball. Goal! Roma! This is Roma! De Rossi's spectacular strike pierced through the Real Madrid goal. With this kick, he has embodied the glory of the Romans. Today, Real Madrid must return in disappointment, for Roma will not allow them to take away even a single point. De Rossi has not let down the trust bestowed upon him by the team. Following the departure of the world-class midfielder Emerson, the 21-year-old De Rossi has become Roma's starting defensive midfielder. Yet, Many believe he has not performed adequately, attributing Roma's decline this season largely to his defensive shortcomings. Nevertheless, it must be said that De Rossi is undoubtedly a competent starting player. He proved this once again today. On the field, Zidane glanced at Woodgate, whose flaws have become increasingly evident. His passing abilities are woefully inadequate. Just moments ago, Zidane had clearly provided Woodgate with a promising passing lane, yet he failed to see it. Even if he had, he could not execute it. England has produced quite a few duds in recent years. In the 8th minute, Zidane delivered a through ball, leading to Ronaldo's long-range shot that resulted in a corner kick. Beckham took the corner, and Woodgate headed the ball towards the goal, but it sailed just over the crossbar. In truth, Zidane was in a better position just moments prior. However, Beckham, evidently influenced by his English compatriot, opted to prioritize Woodgate instead. Such instances, where national team teammates exhibit greater synergy at the club level, are quite common. This is also one of the reasons why Ronaldo tacitly approved of Carlos transforming Real Madrid into a Brazilian stronghold, allowing him to have more national team compatriots at Madrid. This camaraderie enables Brazil to dominate on the international stage, even against Zidane and his French squad. Chapter 53. Skill matters not. Goals do. Ronaldo was brought down in the penalty area by Delis. Yet the referee chose not to award a penalty. The referee deemed that Ronaldo had not yet made contact with the ball, thus had not gained control over it. Ronaldo protested, only to receive a yellow card in response. Hey, why did you give our player a yellow card? I don't believe his actions warranted such a response. Zidane rushed over, holding Ronaldo back while engaging in a debate with the referee. Do not treat this as an inconsequential match. This is a crucial game, and every one of your decisions should be made with utmost caution. Sir? Zidane reminded the referee, implying that while home advantage might sway your calls, do not forget the multitude of eyes upon this match. Every one of your actions carries weight in the post-match scrutiny. The referee shot a glare at Zidane, yet inwardly, he began to regret the hasty yellow card issued to Ronaldo. It indeed felt somewhat rash. Subsequently, the referee's whistle seemed to lean slightly more towards fairness, serving as a minor compensation for Real Madrid. Generally, casual fans may overlook such shifts, but those in the know pay close attention, as these nuances often serve as the hidden threads leading to a goal or a missed opportunity. Zidane's interaction with the referee proved effective. He had fulfilled the role of a captain thus far. In the 31st minute, Ronaldo, while dribbling past defenders, passed laterally to find Owen on the right flank. Owen's angled shot struck the side netting. In the 45th minute, Cassano delivered a cross from the left, which Casillas cleared. De Rossi, positioned outside the box, unleashed another world-class shot, only to be blocked by Samuel's outstretched leg. Shortly after, Roma's corner was headed away by Zidane, prompting the referee to blow the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Currently, Roma leads 1-0. If the match were to conclude with this scoreline, Real Madrid would face the embarrassment of finishing third in the group, relegating them to the UEFA Cup. During halftime, Simon attempted to rally the troops for Real Madrid, but the impact was uncertain. These seasoned veterans were not particularly swayed by motivational speeches. However, Zidane took the time to speak with Zidane, Ronaldo, Figo, and Beckham, unifying the team's spirit. They were willing to collaborate towards a common goal. In the 47th minute, Solari attracted defenders on the left before passing to Zidane. Zidane delivered a penetrating through ball. Zidane, on the left side of the penalty area, held the ball, opting for a cutback rather than an inward turn to evade Koufre. Initially intimidated by Zidane's reputation as the Prince of Real Madrid, Koufre anticipated an inward cut, only to be caught off guard by Zidane's choice to go wide, granting him an opportunity. Bang! Zidane, from a tight angle on the left side of the penalty area, unleashed a shot. Koufre, somewhat dismissive, thought to himself, is this it? The overhyped Prince of Real Madrid can't even cut in. His wide run is slow. His choice of shot is utterly unremarkable. I can easily predict his actions. And indeed, he executed a commendable defensive play, far surpassing Cassano. Had Cassano been in Zidane's position, he would have effortlessly maneuvered the ball and taken a shot. Bang! As Koufre's disdain lingered, Zidane leaped, redirecting the ball with his head back into the small box. By the time Koufre landed, he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over him. Though this prince may lack finesse, his jumping ability was commendable. In the next moment, Ronaldo soared, executing a volley that sent the ball crashing into the net. Goal! The difficulty of this shot was exceedingly high, and only Ronaldo could master it. Of course, Su Hang, who provided the assist, played an indispensable role. His header was pivotal. While Su Hang's performance may not appear flamboyant, it consistently proves effective, which is why Real Madrid fans advocate for his inclusion. Su Hang seamlessly adapts with any forward. The fans have long desired to see Su Hang, Ronaldo, and Raúl form a triumvirate. But now, the trio of Su Hang, Michael Owen, and Ronaldo is equally formidable. MRS, Mr. Su. I shall refer to it as the Su Trio. Goodness, just the naming alone, these commentators are quite capable. Perhaps they should consider a career in stand-up comedy. In the 58th minute, Figo dazzled on the wing before delivering a cross. Once again, Ronaldo fell in the penalty area, yet the referee did not award a penalty. Su Hang immediately rushed towards the referee. His gaze resolute. The referee repeatedly explained the contact was not severe. There are suspicions that Ronaldo fell voluntarily. Implicitly, the message was that Ronaldo had dived. In truth, there was some validity to this claim. Had it not been for the prior excessive penalty call against Ronaldo, the referee might have even considered issuing him a yellow card. He displayed the demeanor of a true captain. In the 64th minute, Zidane sent a through ball, but Ronaldo's powerful shot soared over the goal. It was evident that the alien had lost patience, especially since the other match's score remained at 0-0. If Real Madrid were to end in a 1-1 draw, it would be Leverkusen and Dynamo Kiev advancing from that match. The restlessness of Real Madrid was quickly sensed by the Romans. In the 68th minute, after an unsuccessful attack from Real Madrid, Roma seized possession. Totti, retreating to his half, launched a long ball, initiating a counterattack. Up front, the mischievous Cassano and Woodgate engaged in a fierce battle for position. In the clash, Cassano elbowed Woodgate, successfully gaining control of the ball before accelerating towards the penalty area. Ultimately, Cassano faced off against Casillas and scored with a deft finish. Oh, Cassano. This is the Prince of Roma. Cassano executed splendidly. 2-1. This is Roma's determination. They are resolutely targeting Real Madrid, intent on dethroning them from the Champions League. Hadn't Florentino expressed interest in Cassano previously? What about now? Would he still dare to express interest? The much-hyped Su Hang's performance in this match pales in comparison to Cassano's. Cassano possesses far more flair than Su Hang. When the two teams first clashed this season, Marca had reported Real Madrid's intention to sign Cassano. Clearly, this was a false rumor, as Real Madrid currently has no shortage of forwards. Why would they seek to acquire another? Chapter 54. A gamble on one's career, however. This rumor had sparked a rift between the Wolf King Totti and Prince Cassano. Roma's dismal performance this season has been significantly influenced by internal discord. Now, Cassano's goal serves as a punishment for Real Madrid. The camera panned to the Real Madrid stars, all wearing expressions of dismay. On the coaching bench, Simon furrowed his brow in concern. They could only gamble now. In the 77th minute, taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Real Madrid initiated substitutions. Morientes replaced Solari. The moment this substitution was announced, it became evident that Real Madrid was in a state of desperation. They replaced a midfielder with a forward, transforming their formation into a 3-3-4. In the 79th minute, Real Madrid pressed forward. Beckham passed to the advancing Helguera, who delivered a diagonal cross with pure emotion. In one word, smash it. Inside the penalty area, Ronaldo, Morientes, and Su Hang, three towering forwards, contested for the ball. An air raid alarm sounded above Roma's penalty area. Morientes outjumped Delis to connect with the ball, but it ricocheted straight up. Morientes leapt once more, but his strength had dissipated, and the ball limply bounced towards the goal. Ronaldo dashed towards the sphere. In a pivotal moment, Pelizzoli lunged forward, using his fists to clear the ball, only to inadvertently strike Ronaldo on the head. Ronaldo fell to the ground, clutching his head. The ball ricocheted to the penalty spot, where Su Hang and Roma's midfielder De Rossi rushed towards it in unison. Su Hang lifted his foot, preparing to shoot, while De Rossi executed a sliding tackle. Both players bore expressions of fierce determination, each intent on claiming possession. Should either falter, the opportunity to seize the ball would vanish. Ultimately, bang! The ball veered away as Su Hang and De Rossi collided, their shins clashing in a display of brute force. In the penalty area, the anguished cries of Ronaldo, Su Hang, and De Rossi echoed. The battle was fierce. Yet, Real Madrid's numerical advantage in attacking players began to show. Figo surged forward, delivering a decisive kick to the bouncing ball. Whoosh! Victory amidst chaos. Goal! Figo! Figo has struck. The collision between Su Hang and De Rossi had diverted the ball, allowing Figo to seize the opportunity and swiftly score. The intensity was overwhelming. The score stood at 2-all. Real Madrid had equalized. Oh, we see Ronaldo, still clutching his head, rising to his feet, while Su Hang and De Rossi remain on the ground. Could they be injured? Soon, the medical teams from both sides rushed onto the field. The doctor attending to De Rossi shook his head, indicating he could not continue. Meanwhile, the Roma substitutes quickly began their warm-up on Real Madrid's side. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Su Hang could persist in the match. Only then did Simon breathe a sigh of relief, though he still instructed Portillo to warm up. Considering the intensity of the game, it was plausible that someone might sustain an injury. Su Hang was relentless. That last clash was a gamble on both their careers. It was a perilous contest for possession. In another stadium, Bayer Leverkusen scored 2 goals within 5 minutes, all but securing the top spot in their group. Real Madrid needed only a draw to advance to the knockout stage. If they maintained the current score, their Champions League journey this season would still hold promise. Football is ever-changing. Real Madrid's fortunes, once dire, had suddenly brightened. As long as they refrained from conceding, they would secure their progression. But could the Romans allow that? Dragging Real Madrid down was their sole purpose in this match. In the 81st minute, Totti executed a wall pass with Mancini and surged forward. Beckham, caught out of position, resorted to pulling Totti down. Upon rising, Totti confronted Beckham. Su Hang quickly arrived at the scene, using his chest to block Totti while listening to the latter hurl insults. Shortly after, the referee arrived, issuing a yellow card to Beckham, while simultaneously warning Totti and Su Hang to avoid conflict. This warning was primarily directed at Totti, as Su Hang had remained composed throughout the ordeal. Real Madrid substituted Beckham for the seasoned Guti, who had frequently played as a defensive midfielder since the previous season, proving more adept at the role than Beckham this season. In the 87th minute, Su Hang executed a wall pass. Zidane surged forward, compelling a Roma centre-back to come out and cover him. Bang! Zidane threaded a pass into the penalty area. Ronaldo, holding off Kufr, executed a stunning scorpion kick. It was nothing short of spectacular. Unfortunately, today was not Ronaldo's day, as the ball grazed the far post and veered wide. Aside from that breathtaking volley, nearly all of Ronaldo's shots today had narrowly missed the mark. In the 90th minute, the fourth official displayed the stoppage time sign, 3 minutes. Real Madrid had merely 3 minutes left. Beep, the whistle blew. Zidane collapsed in the midfield. The referee pointed at Roma's midfielder de Court, having observed him deliberately collide with Zidane after the latter had played the ball. Zidane, seated on the grass, expressed his displeasure by slapping the turf, signaling his frustration at the lack of a yellow card. However, in this instance, a card was not warranted. As Zidane grumbled, he kicked the ball away, urging for a quick free kick. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly, indicating that such a quick take was not permitted. Zidane was incensed. He approached the referee, demanding, "Are you certain your decision is just? Why disallow this quick free kick? You clearly noticed my foul." His protests were laden with controversy. The referee unsurprisingly brandished a yellow card at Zidane. That temper of his, Zidane, Zidane. Su Hang intervened, holding Zidane back, urging him to remain calm. "We have a chance to advance. This scoreline works in our favor. As long as we don't concede, we will progress. Do you understand? You've done well. You just helped us waste 30 seconds. Under Su Hang's guidance, Zidane gradually regained his composure. Indeed, even at 2-all, Real Madrid could still advance. They simply needed to maintain the scoreline. Yet, this free kick posed a dilemma. The distance to the goal was approximately 36 meters, quite a distance. Traditionally, the taller defenders would position themselves at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, preparing for a header as Zidane sent the ball in, a method with a high probability of success for long-range free kicks. However, Chapter 55, The Shadow of Peach Blossoms Falls, the Divine Sword of Light chills 19 provinces. This method, however, leaves the team vulnerable to counterattacks, as the tall defenders would be advanced into the opponent's area, with most players congregating near the opponent's box. Should the opposition gain possession, a mere couple of long passes or a swift solo run could present a real scoring opportunity. Hold the fort for the last 2 minutes. They would not exploit this free kick for a long ball. Yet, to forfeit this precious opportunity, should Roma score afterward, would they not regret their lack of valor in seizing it? Su Heng's decisive action took Zidane and the others by surprise. Such a decision carried weighty responsibility. Should Roma score following this, and Real Madrid thus miss out on the Champions League knockout stage, the fans would undoubtedly unleash their fury upon Su Heng. Conversely, if Su Heng refrained from making this call, and the team were to concede during a counterattack, the blame would fall squarely on the defenders and goalkeeper, not a forward's fault. That fellow, Figo, retreated to the midfield line. Reflecting on Su Heng's responsibility on Real Madrid's side, only Ronaldo, Morientes, and Owen remained at the edge of the opponent's penalty area, poised for a header, while Roma had their entire squad, save for Cassano and Totti, positioned defensively. 3 against 8. A foregone conclusion that they had no real chance of scoring. Zidane stood behind the ball. Zidane, allow me. Su Heng gestured towards the midfield, indicating his intent to take the free kick, prompting Zidane to retreat for defense. This way, should the opposition counter, there would be an extra man to defend. After all, Su Heng joining the fray would only yield a 4 against 8 scenario. Still a daunting prospect. Zidane nodded and moved back to the center circle. From the stands, boos erupted. Coward, spineless. Is this how Real Madrid plays? Real Madrid. More like a yellow turtle. Just a circus act. How shameful. This is a complete insult to football. They dare to call themselves the Galácticos. I have never seen such a timid Galácticos. This team, this La Liga, dares to claim the title of the world's top league? Get out of this stadium. We do not welcome cowards here. The Roma fans were acutely aware that when Real Madrid opted for defense, they would not breach the Madrid fortress in the remaining 2 minutes. Their desire to drag Real Madrid down had been thwarted. The decibel levels surged past 100. All of it directed at the Madrid players. The stars of Real Madrid felt the weight of indignation. Those watching from afar in Madrid were equally disgusted. Yet, for the sake of progress, they supported the team's cautious approach. However, far away in Madrid, Florentino frowned. He had brought in so many superstars for Real Madrid, not to have them retreat into their shells. Real Madrid must embody the essence of nobility. They must exude the aura of a grand club. Even when aware of impending traps, they should trample over all schemes with iron resolve, not shy away from confrontation. Otherwise, how could Real Madrid distinguish itself from other elite clubs in the world? Su Heng, you are the heir to Real Madrid. You should understand what the club truly needs. Florentino muttered, Real Madrid demands not just a draw but a victory. Real Madrid would rather perish in pursuit of victory than survive by hiding. You'd have disappointed me greatly. Bang. Florentino hurled his cup to the ground, startling his nearby assistant and the renowned South American agent. Fire. The agent of Luxemburgo, understood Florentino's sentiments well. His rise to prominence among South American agents was no accident. Fire remarked, in fact, Su Heng's performance in this match surprised me. His maturity is far beyond that of an average 19-year-old. He is indeed qualified to captain most teams, however. Florentino turned his gaze towards Fire, but he lacks the youthful vigor and audacity that should accompany his age. Without that spark, no matter how well he performs, he will merely be the next Raúl. However, what Real Madrid evidently does not require is another Raúl. Tio put it bluntly, even Cristiano Ronaldo, whom Ferguson ardently champions, more closely aligns with the essence of Real Madrid. That aura of unrivaled supremacy is precisely what the club necessitates. It is this quality that distinctly separates Real Madrid from other teams. Moreover, Luxemburgo has consistently sought such a playing style and such players. Under his guidance, Real Madrid would undoubtedly triumph through an offensive strategy. There would be no need to retreat into a defensive shell at the last moment, only to be ridiculed by the entire world. Losing all dignity, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the television, interrupting Fidel. He turned to the screen, which was playing in slow motion. On the screen, Su Heng stood at a considerable distance from the ball. With the referee's whistle, he began his run-up and then unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared through the the edge of the penalty area. Ronaldo, Morientes, Owen, and others took a couple of steps before realizing something was amiss. This was not a pass. This was not a shot. Su Heng was actually shooting. No, this was not merely a shot. It was an explosive strike. The sheer force behind it felt as if Roberto Carlos himself had possessed him. A direct free kick from 36 meters out was aimed straight at the goal. Had he lost his mind? Could he possibly do this? Within the entire Real Madrid squad, only 2 players possessed the capability to attempt a free kick from such a distance, Beckham and Roberto Carlos. Yet, Beckham's chances of scoring from this position were nearly zero, thus, only Carlos had the ability to try for a goal here, and Su Heng. Whoosh! The ball sped past, soaring over the heads of Ronaldo and the others in the blink of an eye. They immediately turned towards the goal. Though they could not see the ball, they witnessed a white splash expanding like ripples. Only then did the ball come into focus. The Stadio Olimpico in Rome fell silent. Silence, silence, and more silence. It was not until Su Heng raised his arms in triumph and dashed towards the corner flag, where the few Real Madrid fans were located, that life seemed to return to the stadium. My heavens, a last-minute goal. Su Heng's free kick has sealed the fate of Roma. This was undeniably a match winner. 3-2. Su Heng has triumphed over Roma, with a flourish akin to the legendary swordsman. He scored from 36 meters out with a daring direct free kick. Chapter 56. The sound of shoe resonates throughout Italy. This was a bold choice even Zidane would not have made. Su has gone mad. He must be insane. Did you see that, Italians? This is Su Heng, the most radiant talent of Real Madrid. This is the player who strikes fear into the hearts of Barcelona. This is the one who has helped Real Madrid secure 2 championship trophies in just 10 matches. This is the 4th captain of Real Madrid. Look at the captain's armband on his arm. This is the strength of Real Madrid. Such a daring choice. No one could have anticipated Su Heng would do this. Such confidence. He is a true genius. To those who claim Real Madrid is conservative, who say Su Heng is timid, when Su Heng is directing his teammates to defensive positions, do you truly believe he is only thinking about defense? He is merely informing his teammates that defeating Roma is something he can accomplish single-handedly. On the pitch, as Su Heng raced halfway before suddenly losing his footing and tumbling to the ground, the jubilant cheers of the Real Madrid supporters fell into an abrupt hush. Was it truly that embarrassing? But in the next moment, the rolling Su Heng sprang back up and rushed towards the corner flag. He waggled his fingers, leaped into the air, and executed a 180-degree turn, showcasing the number 24 and the name Su Heng emblazoned on his back. Although there were not many Real Madrid fans present in Rome, every supporter knew precisely what to do at that moment. They joined Su Heng in a unique celebratory chant, Su. Following this, a flood of Real Madrid players rushed towards Su Heng, surrounding him in a fervent celebration. The atmosphere was electric in Madrid. Within the office of the Real Madrid president, Florentino suddenly broke into a broad smile. Splendid. I knew it, Su. I knew you would never let me down. Florentino clenched his fist in celebration, as if the teacup on the ground had not been hurled by him. His assistant, alarmed, promptly retrieved a quick-acting heart medicine. Fearing the old man might suffer a sudden collapse from excitement, Figel's pupils contracted as he watched the television, etching Su Heng's performance into his memory. During Luxemburgo's tenure at Real Madrid, this Su Heng could prove to be immensely significant. This young man not only appears to wield considerable influence within the team, but seems to hold a distinct position in the eyes of the club's hierarchy, particularly that of the president. This young man is indeed fortunate. Having scored such an outrageous goal, it is sheer destiny. At the Stadio Olimpico, all the players on the Real Madrid bench gathered around the corner flag, celebrating wildly. However, it was not long before the players at the back began to push through, especially Zidane, who, after clearing his teammates, gestured urgently to the team doctor. Doctor, come quickly, doctor. The Real Madrid players quickly dispersed, revealing Su Heng sitting on the ground, clutching his right leg, his expression one of profound pain. The team doctor hurried over. The hero of Real Madrid's goal, Su Heng, appeared to have injured his right leg. Was it from that recent long-range free kick, or from the earlier clash with De Rossi? The medical staff's expressions were grave as they examined him. In a wonder, Su Heng stumbled when he charged towards the corner flag. I initially thought he had stepped into a pothole, but in hindsight, his leg must have been bothering him then. This is dire. An injury severe enough to cause a player to fall mid-run could never be trivial. Moreover, Su Heng's celebratory leap and landing would only exacerbate the situation. Soon enough, the camera captured the doctor shaking his head in dismay. Su Heng could not continue the match. A stretcher was brought onto the field, and Su Heng was carefully carried off, with the medical staff not daring to delay even for a moment. The joyous atmosphere surrounding Real Madrid dissipated instantly. However, they managed to endure the ensuing minute. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded 3 times, signaling the end of the match. Roma's attempt to ambush Real Madrid had failed. Real Madrid advanced to the Champions League knockout stage with a second-place finish in their group. Yet, in the aftermath, the news concerning Su Heng overshadowed everything else. His remarkable strike had astonished all of Italy. He was awarded the man of the match for his goal and assist. Totti, in a post-match interview, expressed a hint of despondency. "It is quite unbelievable. We played a good match, and we even managed to contain Ronaldo and Zidane. But no one could have anticipated Su Heng's brilliance. I have seen numerous reports about Su Heng in the media. I know that Manchester United's HRR holds him in high regard. However, it was not until today that I finally witnessed the prowess of this player." Totti had a good relationship with Cassano, who once declared Totti to be his idol. However, following rumors of Real Madrid's interest in acquiring either Totti or Cassano this season, Cassano seemingly felt the impact. Subsequently, Roma's stance on renewing their contracts with the two players showed a marked difference. According to Cassano's team, Roma intended to offer an exorbitant salary to retain Totti. Yet, in doing so, Roma would lack the resources to meet Cassano's salary demands. The Wolf King and the Prince found themselves in an irreconcilable conflict of interests. Similarly, Cassano also gave an interview after the match. "That was nothing remarkable. I could score such a goal as well. It was merely an unexpected choice. If we were to play again, I am confident I could perform better than Su Heng. He is inferior to me in many aspects." Cassano was quite stubborn. Yet, while Su Heng may not have won over Cassano, he had undoubtedly conquered the Italian football scene. After the match, the Italian media was abuzz with praise for Su Heng's sensational free kick. La Gazzetta dello Sport proclaimed, "Real Madrid's number 24, Su Heng. Remember this player. He is the Ronaldo born from Real Madrid's youth academy." Corriere dello Sport chimed in, "Truly deserving of the title White Angel of Death." Su Heng's goal and assist earned him the Man of the Match award. His 36-meter free kick has vanquished Roma, the Italian Republic noted. The young captain strikes down Roma. The sound of sure reverberates throughout Italy. Even Roma's own mouthpiece, Illinois Romanista, conceded. Su Heng is indeed deserving of his reputation. He is worthy of the captain's armband. Cassano needs to learn from Su Heng's composure. This was, in fact, a veiled jab, subtly suggesting that Cassano should temper his salary demands and act rationally. What stature does Totti possess? He has served Roma for how long? When Manchester United courted Totti years ago, he remained loyal to Roma. So it is understandable that he seeks a top salary now. But to expect a higher salary than Totti, that is simply unacceptable. One must consider their current contributions. This infuriated Cassano. "Damn, do they really think I lack intelligence? Not offering a top salary is pointless. Otherwise, do they believe I won't join Real Madrid next season?" Chapter 57. The Career Death Sentence, Glass Su. Soon, the details of Su Heng's injury were revealed. Real Madrid officially announced that player Su Heng had suffered a severe strain of the biceps femoris in his right thigh, along with a hairline fracture of the tibia in his right leg. The expected recovery time is approximately 2 months. The esteemed sports medicine specialist from Germany, Bayern's physician Wolfarth, has provided a thorough analysis of the injury report. The injury sustained by Real Madrid's Prince, Su Heng, can be divided into 2 segments. The ailment in his calf likely stems from the clash with De Rossi. This is a significant injury, quite commonplace. It is reported that De Rossi has encountered a similar issue. Albeit less severe, it can only be said that both players were fiercely competing at that moment. However, the prognosis for Su Heng's calf injury is not optimistic. I do not mean to imply that a strain of the soleus muscle is particularly grave, although many athletes grapple with such injuries over extended periods. Yet given Su Heng's youth, recovery is certainly within reach. I have heard that he possesses a personal team that includes sports medicine experts. Thus, fans need not be overly concerned about his condition. Nevertheless, Real Madrid must reconsider Su Heng's role within the squad. Wolfarth's subsequent remarks have sent a chill through numerous European clubs. He stated that Su Heng's injury originated from a powerful direct free kick taken from a distance of 36 meters. This striking attempt was exceptionally remarkable, captivating onlookers. However, it also signifies the unattainable limits of Su Heng. His physique, particularly the muscles in his right thigh, are inadequate to sustain such a forceful strike. Perhaps he possesses the technique and awareness, yet he lacks the physical attributes. We are all aware of the paramount importance of a forward shooting ability, and a powerful shot is a skill every striker must master. However, Su Heng's body cannot endure prolonged and frequent powerful strikes. This implies he is ill-suited to play as a central forward. He must meticulously regulate his shooting frequency, distance, and power. Consequently, from this perspective, It is challenging for Su Heng to become a long-term primary striker for any team. His physique is inherently suited to being a substitute, and a substitute he shall remain. This is a cruel reality for him. This may relate to the physical constitution of individuals of East Asian descent. However, I do not advocate for racial determinism, hence I hope Su Heng can refute my conjecture through his professional journey. I shall closely monitor Su Heng's development. He is an exceptionally talented forward. Yet such forwards are all too common in Germany. As you well know, Wolfarth's assessment has awakened many to reality, and his words carry substantial weight. In recent years, Germany has witnessed the emergence of several gifted players. Yet most have been plagued by injuries. Therefore, Wolfarth possesses considerable authority on this matter. Various media outlets subsequently disseminated this analysis. Diario Sport. Is Real Madrid's prince made of glass? Barcelona fans need not worry. Real Madrid has no future. Mundo Deportivo. Bayern's miracle doctor has condemned Su Heng. His ceiling in life is merely that of a super substitute. As, behind the super free kick goal lies Su Heng's frail East Asian physique. Alas, if only he were Caucasian, Marca. No wonder Su Heng hastily assembled a personal medical team. He likely foresaw his physical condition. Sky Sports. A profound lament. A shooting star has fallen just as it began to rise. It may be difficult for Real Madrid fans to accept this. The Times. There are many intelligent players in this world, but physical prowess is the foundation determining their ability to shine. Gazzetta dello Sport. The two teams in Milan have scrapped their plans to scout Su Heng, no longer intending to recruit him. Manchester Evening News. Not signing Su Heng may prove to be a blessing. Though it may seem unkind to say so, Su Heng has lost his value as an investment, and he can no longer grow. This series of reports has cast Su Heng as a tragic figure. This stands in stark contrast to Florentino's vision for Su Heng. The leader of Real Madrid should be a heroic figure, not a disheartened individual tormented by fate. Hey, Luxemburgo, it's time for Vanderlei to come play in Spain. I've arranged the finest seaside accommodations for him to relax for a few days. Florentino dialed the agent of Luxemburgo. It was confirmed. Luxemburgo would take the helm at Real Madrid, after Zidane and Su Heng had led Real Madrid to advance in the Champions League knockout stage. Florentino had initially relinquished his pursuit of Luxemburgo. Zidane and Su Heng had shown him that even those of humble beginnings could achieve greatness, a narrative that resonated with Florentino's own past. However, regrettably, Su Heng's physical limitations are too significant. He cannot sustain enduring hope in others. He is unable to possess a future that allows for unbridled imagination. The entirety of Real Madrid resembles a giant. Continuing on their predetermined path, a single butterfly almost altered their course, yet they remained just shy of that changed. On December 18th, during La Liga's 15th round, Ronaldo delivered an outstanding performance, scoring twice to assist Real Madrid in a 3-2 away victory against Santander. On December 22 in the 16th round, Ronaldo failed to replicate his divine display, and in the absence of Su Heng, Real Madrid succumbed to Sevilla with a 0-1 defeat at home. La Liga entered its winter break. However, after the conclusion of this match, during the journalists' interviews, Zidane learned that Real Madrid had officially announced their new head coach at that very moment. Vanderlei Luxemburgo. Zidane's eyes reddened with indignation as he stormed out of the stadium, refusing any further interviews. This was unjust to him. It was profoundly disrespectful. At the very least, a prior discussion with the higher-ups would have spared him some discomfort. Upon hearing the news, the dejected Carlos was even more thrilled than he would have been had they won. He confidently declared to the cameras, "Luxemburgo will bring us everything. The league title, the Champions League title. I am extremely optimistic about Real Madrid's future. We are all filled with enthusiasm." Meanwhile, Zidane, amidst the journalists' enthusiastic inquiries, offered a few courteous remarks. "I know Luxemburgo. He is an excellent coach. However, I am not yet aware of the specifics. I can only hope we can enjoy working together at Real Madrid." Turning away, Zidane let out a slight sigh. "You have lost this time. Can you accept this blow?" As Zidane's most steadfast supporter, Su Heng would inevitably be sidelined with Luxemburgo's arrival. Chapter 58. He, with the body of a mortal, stands alongside the divine. Young, with a shallow foundation, injured, his future deemed bleak, of East Asian descent, a former supporter. These labels continually serve as reminders to Luxemburgo. Come swiftly to make an example. Su Heng, it is indeed challenging. Yet Zidane could never have anticipated that Su Heng, with his right leg encased in a cast, would emit one of his most relaxed and contented laughs in recent times. He shares a close relationship with Sim-in, but he genuinely does not wish to continue playing for the team. Sim-in has lost control, do you understand? Su-hang supported Sim-in in hopes that he would no longer need him. However, Sim-in, inspired by his charisma, is desperately striving to ensure Su-hang takes the field, that his talent is recognized by a wider audience. Real Madrid's decision to strip Sim-in of his coaching position serves to cool Su-hang's fervor. Yet, if he were to remain uncooled, it would be beyond his control. The assessment from the hospital indicates that Su-hang's injury will require 2 months of recovery. But for Su-hang, not completing this season without playing would be tantamount to defeat. Wishing for his recovery? It is far from simple. Su, why are you laughing? Do you not feel a sense of betrayal? Clara, the deputy editor of Marca, is conducting an exclusive interview with Su-hang. Indeed, the beautiful Clara has been promoted. Her column garners significant readership, having become one of Marca's flagship segments. This success is largely due to her knack for securing exclusive insights from Su-hang. Many of Su-hang's admirers ardently support Clara's column. The news cycle has become akin to a fan culture, you see? Betrayal? Su-hang shook his head. Not at all. Real Madrid seeks to find a better head coach, and that is perfectly acceptable. Fundamentally, it is in the best interest of the team. Clara inquired, but Sim-in's record as coach has been commendable. Isn't it rather callous to dismiss him now? Dismissed? Su-hang replied, not at all. It has been documented that Sim-in has been reassigned to the sports department as deputy director. In this role, he can still contribute to the team. Thus, Real Madrid now boasts both Luxemburgo and Sim-in, 2 coaches of elite caliber. Clara was taken aback. Is Su-hang's judgment impaired? How could Sim-in possibly remain with the team after such humiliation? We must introspect and ask ourselves what we truly desire, is it a dignified farewell for the team, or genuinely improving the team's fortunes? Or is it to ensure our abilities genuinely benefit the team, thereby realizing our value? If it is the latter too, then Sim-in should stay, continuing to assist the team in his own way and proving himself. I shall encourage him to make that choice. Clara seemed to grasp the essence of the matter. So, just as you have, although you possess the capability to be a starter, you can accept sitting on the bench for the sake of the team? Su-hang beamed with sunshine. Of course, but that is certainly not the case. Su-hang is not so naively idealistic. He wishes for Sim-in to remain with the team for one reason alone: to support Sim-in's ascendance to the position of Real Madrid's true head coach when his own prowess is sufficiently developed. Thus, Su-hang's status within Real Madrid would not merely be that of an ordinary starter, but rather that of a core player, akin to Zidane and Ronaldo. If one were to rely solely on Su-hang's skills and reputation, it could take 5 more years to attain such status. As long as the head coach is willing to heed Su-hang's insights, he can effortlessly achieve a position of central importance. Thus, the struggle is for the sake of avoiding conflict. Sometimes, the avoidance of contention is, paradoxically, a strategy for greater conflict. The interplay of truth and falsehood, illusion and reality. This encapsulates Eastern philosophy. Contemplate it deeply. Meanwhile, Real Madrid seeks only illustrious coaches. However, remaining at Real Madrid merely to build a reputation can still yield a fleeting trial period, leveraging emotional ties in the future. Traditionally, Real Madrid has a tendency to appoint familiar faces as interim coaches. The following day, Clara meticulously compiled and reported this exclusive interview, complete with a bold headline that would surely make Su-hang blush. Marca column by Clara. He, with mortal flesh, stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The 24, a number on the fringes of the footballing world. As a player of Asian descent, there has yet to be a successful precedent in the global football arena. Some proclaim him the Prince of Real Madrid, the white-clad executioner. Yet, a German physician has condemned his future to an indefinite sentence. His physique is remarkably fragile. Whether in physical assessments or on-field performance metrics, he appears rather ordinary. Yet, this very ordinary individual has repeatedly risen to the occasion. In the King's Cup, the Spanish El Clásico, the Spanish Super Cup, and crucial Champions League group matches, time and again. Amidst luminaries such as the alien, the French king, the Portuguese right-wing deity, the British star, the sole active Balon d'Or winner from England, the world's premier left-back, the defensive rock, and Spain's newly crowned #1 goalkeeper, he remains undaunted. I recognize that he is not a deity. He is merely an ordinary man. I am aware that he will ultimately fall, yet I shall forever cherish the days spent in his company. This is my first love in football, Su-hang. What captivates me is not his triumphant spirit after he has saved the day, but rather the image of him sitting on the bench, applauding his teammates, signing autographs for fans outside the training ground, and earnestly strategizing for the team's future from his hospital bed. This has brought tears to countless Real Madrid supporters, and why heavens? Is Clara confessing her feelings? Could it mean I am heartbroken? Not only is Clara experiencing her first love in football, but Su Hang is also my first love in the sport. No wonder I am so fond of him. He is so ordinary within Real Madrid that he reflects my own self. Alas, before U11, I was a standout player at the Madrid training camp, but due to a doctor's prediction that I would not reach a height of 1.7 meters, I was persuaded to leave the camp. At U16, I was still in Sevilla's youth training, but ultimately I did not receive a professional contract. My family disapproved of me playing in lower-tier leagues, leaving me to work at the family bank. Merely surviving. There are far too many ordinary people in this world. In any of the top 5 leagues, even a player on the bench possesses physical attributes that surpass many. I spent 2.5 years as a football trainee, but then I grew too tall, and the team urged me to switch to basketball. Now I have joined Real Madrid's basketball youth training team, yet I often watch them play football, as my heart still lies with the beautiful game. I thought you had ultimately chosen singing, dancing, and rap. You were fortunate. As an Asian, I was rejected upon my first visit to the training camp, denied even the chance to try out. Chapter 59. Do not guess the new coach's intentions. It seems that Su Hang is indeed rather ordinary in all respects. I recall that initially, many fans who were not fond of him shared his testing results to mock him, correct? I remember that his 100-meter dash was nearly 14 seconds, wasn't it? And his shuttle run seemed to be even slower. Moreover, his control, ball stopping, and dribbling metrics were equally dismal. Forget the numbers. Even if the statistics were impressive, his coordination and fluidity are significantly inferior to that of top-tier players. Those fans constantly mocked Su Hang for his lack of foundational skills and his mediocre physical attributes. Yet they overlooked the dazzling statistics and stunning performances he has achieved despite such a poor foundation. Truly, if only Su Hang were endowed with 70% of Ronaldo's physical gifts, I believe he could wield greater dominance in matches than Ronaldo himself. Let alone Ronaldo. Even if Su Hang were granted the physical prowess of a Portillo, he would dominate every opponent in La Liga. With a mortal frame, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the divine. My first love in football. His fanbase is rapidly expanding, leaving his competitors in despair. In January, as the winter transfer window opened, Morientes, feeling incapable of competing with Su Hang, proactively sought a transfer from the team, which Real Madrid granted. Ultimately, the Premier League club Liverpool acquired Morientes for a discounted fee of €920,000. Additionally, after discussing with Su Hang, Simon expressed his desire to remain at Real Madrid, taking on the role of deputy sporting director and technical director. Theoretically, he could contribute more to the team from a technical standpoint, provided that Luxemburgo is willing to heed his advice. Upon assuming his position, Luxemburgo promptly outlined his vision for Real Madrid. He intends for the team to adopt a 4-1-3-2 formation. The forwards would comprise Ronaldo alongside either Owen or Raúl, with the other serving as a substitute. The left midfielder would be Solari, the attacking midfielder Zidane, and the right midfielder Beckham, while the defensive midfielder would be Graveson, who has just been signed from Everton during the winter window. The defenders would include Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, and Salgado, with Casillas in goal. As for Figo, Luxemburgo will afford him opportunities, but he harbors doubts about Figo's ability to compete with the soon-to-be 33-year-old Beckham. Of course, this is all internal speculation and has yet to be concretely established. The players themselves may not even be aware. The outside world is even less informed. However, Zidane always seems to have an edge. Moreover, there are whispers regarding Raúl. After all, he is a leader of the local faction, and his influence extends beyond just the players. What are your thoughts on Luxemburgo's proposed lineup? Zidane, while peeling an apple at Su Hang's mansion, jested, "Should I call you a mortal, or should I refer to you as my first love in football? If I were you, I wouldn't wield a knife while pondering. It's easy to injure oneself that way." Su Hang cautioned Zidane. Luxemburgo's intentions are crystal clear. This season may be manageable, but next season, you might find it challenging. Zidane's pupils contracted. Do tell us. Su Hang pulled out a whiteboard from the side. The attacking midfielder position is the most suitable for you, as well as your preferred position. However, ever since the Galácticos were successfully established, you have played this position less frequently. The front line demands too many compromises. Now that this position has been returned to you, it appears respectful. But in reality.it is likely to incite conflict between you and Raúl. Over the past year and a half, Raúl has occupied this position for about half the time. Although your playing styles differ significantly, this position can only accommodate one player. Raúl's situation is precarious. He must contend with two Ballon d'Or winners, you and Owen. I believe Raúl will struggle in both positions. You are more adept in this role? While Owen is younger and faster, Zidane smiled silently, suggesting that Su Heng continue his musings. Su Heng nodded. I understand that this may seem like my petty conspiracy theory, but once can be a coincidence. Twice, thrice, and it becomes suspicious. Look at the right midfielder position. Beckham is the starter. Meanwhile, Figo must vie with Beckham and Ayew for a place. This is yet another international player showdown, is it not? Figo is bound to lose in this competition, becoming Beckham's understudy while also competing with Raúl for your backup position. Zidane furrowed his brow. Although it sounds disrespectful to Beckham, I believe Figo is more suited for the right midfielder position at Real Madrid. Su Heng nodded. Thus, I deduce that the right back will not be the original Salgado, but rather Bravo or Pavin, who were previously substitutes for center back. Without support from the fullbacks, a non-dribbling Beckham will remain unaffected. However, Figo will inevitably falter. His performance will naturally not match Beckham's excellence. Zidane pointed towards the left flank. What about the left side? Su Heng wrote Carlos's name in the left-back position. This depends on Carlos cooperating with the coach's intentions. As long as Carlos does not provide support for Figo, he too will find it challenging to perform well, especially since this is the left side, not the right. Moreover, even if Figo and Solari engage in fierce competition, that is precisely what they wish to see. A silence enveloped the living room. Zidane divided his apple, offering half to Su Heng. So why would Luxemburgo do this? To suppress the performance of international players and incite conflict between them and the local Spanish contingent? To undermine Real Madrid? At this moment, Su Heng switched to a red pin, circling several positions. If Figo underperforms, Real Madrid will not renew his contract but will seek to bring in a winger. Although Solari can also play on the wing, he is not a traditional winger. He will easily be displaced by incoming players. With Beckham primarily on the right flank, depending on his performance, Real Madrid will require a robust, aerially adept forward capable of serving as a focal point. Morientes has departed, and my career has once again been sentenced to death. Real Madrid also requires the acquisition of a pivotal striker. It is implausible to expect satisfactory performance from a substitute center-back playing as a right-back. Thus, this position should also see the recruitment of one or two reserve fullbacks, or even a starting fullback. Subsequently, Su Heng delved into the recent winter transfer window news and discovered some reports regarding Luxemburgo and Brazil, including which players he favored. Chapter 60. You set your trap. While I weave my net, Luxemburgo considers Santos rising star Robinho to be an exceptional winger. Even dubbing him Pele too, Luxemburgo praises Baptista. This beast can excel in any position across the midfield and forward line, and he may surprise as a center forward. Luxemburgo. Our encounter with São Paulo was the most challenging match of the season. Their right back, Chiquinho, caused us significant trouble. The performance of River Plate's right back prodigy Carlos Diogo has left Luxemburgo thoroughly impressed. Luxemburgo regards Uruguayan international Pablo Garcia, a former Atletico Madrid player and now a holding midfielder for Osasuna, nicknamed the Butcher, as the most defensively dominant player in the Copa América. The first three players are Brazilian, while the latter two hail from Uruguay. Su Heng remarked that they are all from the Americas. Additionally, there are several other players whom Luxemburgo holds in high regard. Luxemburgo's level surpasses that of Queiroz, Camacho, and Simon by a considerable margin. If he were to enter the political arena, I would even believe we might hear his name in the Brazilian elections. Zidane remained silent, as Su Heng's deductions closely mirrored his own, with the only distinction being Su Heng's superior precision regarding specific details. Zidane was aware of Robinho and Baptista, but not of Diogo, Chiquinho, or Garcia. Yet, that was of little consequence in Luxemburgo's vision. Apart from Ronaldo and Carlos, it was evident that the current Galácticos were not included. Even Zidane seemed to be overlooked. While it appeared Luxemburgo had no direct intentions against him, it was clear that his lineup did not necessitate an attacking midfielder. Particularly with his emphasis on Robinho, it was determined that the focus would be on wing attacks rather than requiring an attacking midfielder, needing only two defensive midfielders. Thus, it was likely that Zidane would find himself benched next season, with a complete reckoning awaiting him the following year. Zidane observed the composed Su Heng and inquired, "How can you remain so unfazed? He was unaware of the differences between Real Madrid and other elite clubs. Some teams pursue victory, while others seek not only victory but also aesthetic play. However, Real Madrid aims for victory, captivating play, and the presence of commercially valuable superstars. Luxemburgo mistakenly believed that the first two aspects outweighed the third. Yet, during the era of Florentino, the latter held greater significance than the former two. Should Florentino discern Luxemburgo's true intentions, he would not hesitate to dismiss this Brazilian. Furthermore, Luxemburgo overestimated the professional discipline of South American players from impoverished backgrounds. Once they reach their peak, they often struggle to maintain the relentless pursuit of excellence. Quickly succumbing to a life of indulgence, Zidane glanced around. "Your statement borders on racial discrimination." Souheng hastily waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. I did not mean that I detest those who harbor prejudiced views. But we must accurately recognize everyone around us. Only then can we make the most precise judgments. I believe among them are those with extreme self-discipline, resilience, and self-love. But I must first witness their performance. Zidane sighed deeply. "You are an excellent leader," Souheng replied. "You are as well," Zidane lamented. "It is a pity we have arrived at the wrong place at the wrong time," Souheng responded. "Thus, we have the obligation to make everything right." Zidane asked, "What do you propose?" Souheng suggested, "Why not play as a left midfielder? Leave the attacking midfield role for Figo. Raúl's character can accommodate being the first substitute for two positions. I will address Solari's issues." The local players and international contingent not only did not create discord but rather collaborated to achieve Real Madrid's best performance. I am confident that even if Luxemburgo were to acquire the players he desires, he would still be unable to unilaterally alter the starting lineup. The fans would not agree, nor would Florentino. Zidane, preparing to leave with his coat, remarked, "So let Luxemburgo set his trap. In the end, he will discover that beneath his layout lies your intricate web. The number of players he can bring in is inconsequential. What truly matters is that the superstars of the Galácticos can, under the pressure exerted by Luxemburgo, summon 200% of their ability and attitude to reclaim their peak performance and attain the accolades this team rightfully deserves." Zidane politely declined. "No need. I drove." Souheng urged him. "Driving a Mazda will lead to traffic." As Real Madrid swiftly executed their winter window strategy, the team immediately began practicing new tactics upon returning from their break. On the training pitch, the first team was engaged in a scrimmage against the youth squad. Figo sat on the bench, acutely aware of his precarious situation. In truth, Luxemburgo's strength lay in his prioritization of Figo. After all, Figo's contract with Real Madrid was set to expire at the end of the season. If Figo wished to remain with the club, he would inevitably demand a high salary. However, amid the luminescence of Zidane, Ronaldo, Beckham, and other superstars, Figo, once a revered figure, had begun to fade. Hence, Real Madrid would not offer him a maximum salary. Of course, even a secondary maximum salary would be acceptable to Figo. Yet, if the club were to deny him a starting position at this juncture, Figo would find such an insult intolerable. After all, he was a Balon d'Or winner and FIFA World Player of the Year, having played alongside Zidane and Ronaldo. While he could tolerate playing in conjunction with his old rivals, being relegated to the status of a substitute before them was a loss of face he could not bear. Luxemburgo, without conflict, subdues the opponent's will. "Ah, Sue, what brings you here?" On the bench, several individuals had risen. Surprised to see Souheng appearing on the pitch with crutches, he had just removed his cast, but full recovery was still a distant prospect. Shouldn't he be resting at home on paid leave? Look at the future Eden Hazard, growing plumper during his recovery, and I, Bale, have made tremendous strides in golf during my injury. This is what it means to be wise, isn't it? No worries, everyone play. Oh no? Everyone train as usual, don't mind me. After greeting his teammates, Souheng settled beside Figo. Chapter 61. I teach Figo to play football. Initially, Figo did not notice anything amiss with Souheng until the latter casually mentioned some sensitive topics. "Figo, your speed has noticeably declined, hasn't it? I feel you might not even be as quick as Beckham now." Beckham was never renowned for his speed. Figo frowned, wondering why Souheng had suddenly turned sour-tongued. Could it be that the debris from his tibial fracture had traveled to his brain, resulting in a decline in emotional intelligence? Figo chose to overlook Souheng's comments, deciding to forgive him. Yet, Souheng pressed further. "According to Mr. Luxemburgo's current arrangements, you and Beckham have become direct competitors. Luxemburgo places great emphasis on defense, although the roles of a winger and a right midfielder are quite similar. Beckham, being a traditional midfielder, is evidently superior in defensive capabilities compared to you as a forward. Moreover, due to the need to bolster defense, substitute center-back Bravo has become one of the options for the starting right-back position. He cannot provide support to the winger, leaving you to fight alone, which will undoubtedly yield less effectiveness than Beckham, who possesses exceptional crossing ability. Figo finally turned to face Su Hang, visibly irritated. His expression conveyed a silent reprimand as if to say, "Do you not understand the principle of striking without hitting the face, Su? That is quite offensive," Figo remarked. "You have indeed become a hero for Real Madrid, but remember, 5 years ago, I was also regarded as a deity in the hearts of Madrid fans. What you are experiencing now, I have also endured. As someone who has been through it, I advise you not to be arrogant, for the today you experience may very well become the tomorrow of someone else." Su Hang shook his hands in apology. No, you misunderstand, Luis. My discussion with you is in no way intended as mockery. The heights you once reached are unattainable for me in this lifetime. I would never, ever, have the right to ridicule a fallen deity. The phrase fallen deity struck a chord with Figo. It was a poignant depiction of his current state. "I apologize, Su. I overreacted," he said, his thoughts becoming tangled, his emotions fragile, revealing a tendency towards sentimentality, a classic symptom of one in decline. "It's all right, Luis. I failed to articulate myself clearly." Su Hang produced a monitor. A first-generation tablet developed by Microsoft. My team has gathered various match data from your past seasons. We must acknowledge that your physical condition has significantly deteriorated. You have become slower, and your confrontational abilities have waned. Figo's expression darkened. However, your dribbling and ball control remain intact, and in fact, your vision and passing are improving. Su Hang pivoted. You are no longer a standard right-winger. Your technical characteristics, along with your current capabilities and experience, are sufficient to assume the pivotal role of an attacking core in the midfield, the playmaker. Figo was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that I should compete with Zidane? That seems implausible. Anyone who played alongside Zidane during that era cannot deny his excellence." As a teammate, Figo firmly believed that his own abilities, talent, and statistics during his peak were unparalleled. Yet, he must also concede that Zidane and Ronaldo were a notch above him. Rivals such as Rivaldo, Nedved, Shevchenko, Owen, and Ronaldinho, all of whom have been recipients of the World Footballer of the Year or the Balon d'Or, must acknowledge this fact. Suang chuckled. "If it were you, Zidane could shift to the left flank." Figo's pupils contracted. "Is that Zidane's suggestion?" Suang nodded. "Indeed. Moreover, you are also capable of playing on the left side, even if it is not your preference. If you operate as a playmaker, theoretically, you could interchange positions with Zidane indefinitely. Just imagine, this would be nearly unanswerable. With your and Zidane's seamless collaboration, I cannot envision anyone being able to thwart you." Figo felt a surge of excitement. "Is it truly possible?" "This." Suang swiped his finger on the tablet. "Certainly. However, prior to that, you must resolve a particular issue. Otherwise, it would be challenging for you to deliver a convincing performance in the playmaker role." This statement left Figo somewhat dejected. The concept of stealing a step implies that while it appears you and your opponent initiate simultaneously, in truth, you have already taken a step ahead. This not only grants you an additional step, but also provides a faster initial speed. In the short term, this method of breakthrough can yield significant advantages. Of course, over time, the opponent will catch up. Thus, this tactic may not be suitable for prolonged pursuits, especially given your declining physical capabilities. I am confident that this will suffice to overcome the world's best defenders. Merely a 10-meter Figo would be ample. Excellent. Figo slapped his thigh, his eyes glistening with emotion. The adversary he sought to conquer was not another player but Time. He should not merely be a peripheral figure in the Galácticos. He is the first superstar of the Galácticos. It is because of him that the Galácticos exist. Ding. Your assistance has reignited Luis Figo's faith in football. He regards you as a close confidant. Based on your observations, he has granted you the moment card, Right Wing Master Figo 2000, along with foundational skills in crossing and ball control. Crossing foundation, player level skill. Your crossing ability has been enhanced. Ball control foundation, player level skill. Your ball control ability has been improved. Yyds. Figo is eternally flamboyant. What does generosity mean? This is what it signifies. The skills bestowed by Figo are tailor-made for Suang. What does the ball control foundation entail? It means that when Suang possesses the ball and contemplates his next move, he is less likely to be dispossessed by opponents. When Suang is subject to physical challenges or fouls, he is better equipped to protect the ball. This is an essential capability for a target forward. Coupled with physical advantages, it allows Suang to become a genuine focal point. As for crossing, Suang needs to create space for Ronaldo and frequently venture to the flanks. Chapter 62. Right-wing master Figo. A dream revisited at the pinnacle. It may even influence the performance of the playmaker. However, with a solid crossing ability, Suang will not be entirely ineffective on the wing. At the very least, if others dare to underestimate him, his crosses can certainly make an impact. And as for that moment card, it is truly generous. Right-wing master Figo 2000. The year 2000 is regarded by many as Figo's zenith. He was the world's premier winger, one of the finest players globally. That year, Figo made a direct transfer from Barcelona to Real Madrid, marking a historic moment in transfer history. He led Portugal's golden generation to the semi-finals of the European Championship, creating history, passing, shooting, dribbling, organizing. Figo was capable of it all that year. Zidane? Have you forgotten how eagerly you coveted this card? With Suang's assistance, Figo quickly regained his form on January 5th during La Liga's 17th round. Figo, who came off the bench, dazzled on the wing, providing an assist for Ronaldo to score, giving the team an early lead. In the dying moments of the match, Figo drifted into the center, seamlessly interchanging positions with Zidane, receiving a pass from Zidane, evading several defenders, and scoring the decisive goal. Figo was subsequently named man of the match, helping the team secure a 2-1 victory over Real Sociedad on January 9th in the 18th round of La Liga. Real Madrid faced their city rivals Atletico Madrid. The first half ended in a stalemate. In the second half, Figo once again came off the bench, this time on the left flank. He then provided 2 assists and scored, leading the team to a resounding 3-0 victory in the Madrid derby. On January 16th, in the 19th round of La Liga, Real Madrid triumphed over Zaragoza 3-1, with Figo contributing both a goal and an assist. On January 23rd, in the 20th round of La Liga, Real Madrid defeated Mallorca, with Figo assisting in 2 goals. The team embarked on a winning streak. Luxemburgo indeed brought a new dynamic to the team. Under his guidance, the South American contingent transformed from their previous laxity, displaying exceptional effort on the pitch. However, this was only half of the credit. The other half belonged to Figo. Various media outlets expressed astonishment at Figo's resurgence. Marca, lacking professional spirit, Figo was eager to demand a new contract from Real Madrid, which is why he finally exerted himself. Previously, he had been coasting. Sky Sports. Figo is in tremendous form. His breakthrough efficiency in January is the highest in all of Europe. Cristiano Ronaldo follows closely behind. The 2 Portuguese players occupy the first and second spots. Kicker. The 2004 European Championship was not a swan song. Figo's current form is exceptional, and he remains Portugal's most threatening player heading into the 2006 World Cup. Figo's recent performances have been nothing short of remarkable. Naturally, this has led to discussions in the media regarding his status as a substitute. Figo himself spoke out in an exclusive interview with Marca. Playing only 20 minutes each match is indeed somewhat distressing for me. Therefore, I cherish every opportunity to take the field. I will certainly accept Luxemburgo's arrangements, as it is my duty as a professional player. However, if possible, I would prefer to have more time to showcase my abilities. I am certain I can contribute more to Real Madrid. When asked about his ideal position, Figo expressed, Beckham has been performing admirably on the right flank. We are players of differing styles, and I believe there is no competitive relationship between us. I feel my current form is actually more suited for the playmaker role. Of course, I do not believe I can outshine Zidane in that position. I enjoy collaborating with Zidane. He is the best midfielder in the world and can excel in any position better than anyone else. Regarding this matter, we have discussed it, and Zidane also acknowledges my viewpoint. Figo's remarks in this interview were almost overtly suggestive. Firstly, though I did not express my anger regarding my status as a substitute, it is not far off. I have merely refrained from causing a scene out of professional ethics. Secondly, I wish to play as a playmaker. Thirdly, Zidane is also world-class on the left flank, and he is willing to relinquish the playmaker position. Do you understand? When Luxemburgo reads this interview, he will likely be infuriated. However, circumstances are stronger than individuals. He can set various strategies, but the ultimate outcome must be determined by effectiveness and the fans. Currently, the fans are clamoring for Figo to start. Naturally, Luxemburgo cannot go against the tide. On January 30th, in the 21st round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Numancia away. In this match, Figo finally started. Ronaldo, Owen, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Graveson, Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, Bravo, Casillas. The substitutes included Raúl, Guti, Solari, Salgado, Woodgate, and Pavon, among other talents. The fans were highly satisfied with this lineup. Raúl was placed as a substitute for the playmaker position. This lineup was nearly flawless. Ultimately, Real Madrid secured a 2-1 victory over Numancia. While the scoreline was modest, the match was entirely dominated by Real Madrid. Figo, playing in the playmaker role, indeed delivered a stellar performance, creating numerous opportunities alongside Zidane. It was as if Ronaldo, Owen, and Raúl had forgotten to wear their shooting boots. Otherwise, a significantly higher score would have been easily achievable. On February 5th, in the 22nd round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Espanyol. Figo and Zidane demonstrated that their brilliance in the previous match was no fluke, resulting in a resounding 4-0 victory. Real Madrid unleashed a tempestuous offensive display that left Espanyol in tears. Espanyol, often referred to as Little Barcelona, made it easy to imagine the joy of Real Madrid fans post-match. The team embarked on a 7-match winning streak, soaring to the top of La Liga. Moreover, fans were even more thrilled to see Suong, who had been injured, finally toss aside his crutches and step onto the training field. Prior to this, he had been arriving at the training ground daily with the aid of crutches. He needed to sign autographs for fans at the entrance, so everyone was well aware of Suhong's condition. They would even engage in casual conversations with him. Chapter 63. Stealing the Spotlight. Fan. Hey? Su, how's it going? Can you play yet? Suong. Not quite yet. I can't exert myself at this moment. Fan. Your recovery seems a bit slow. I remember someone who suffered a similar fracture and was back in a month. Suhang. Is it not the case that the sole soleus muscle has also been strained? If one does not properly recover, it is easy to leave behind hidden injuries. Fan. Is it true what Wolfhart said about your physique not being up to par? Suhang. I am uncertain, which is why I must avoid becoming fragile, ensuring that I recover fully before stepping onto the field. Fan. That is indeed prudent. Caution is of utmost importance. After all, the team is not in a rush, and they have recently enjoyed a rare streak of consecutive victories. Suhang. Indeed. Figo is simply magnificent, and then there's Zidane. They have both exhibited their peak performance. It is difficult to imagine such exchanges between players and fans. Yet, outside the training ground of Real Madrid, this scene unfolds daily. Luxemburgo drives into the training facility, catching sight of Suhang engaging in jovial conversation with the fans, and emits a disdainful grunt. Does he truly think that currying favor with fans is effective? Fans are notoriously forgetful. Is there a shortage of princes at Real Madrid? Aside from Raúl, who else is remembered? A remarkable 7 consecutive victories have firmly established Luxemburgo's position within the club. Everyone is proclaiming that Luxemburgo possesses the caliber of a top-tier coach. He nods in acknowledgement. Indeed, the prowess of these international superstars is formidable, although their presence has prevented any discord among them. Next, I would like you to call up a few South American players from the youth academy. I hope they can seize the opportunity to shine. Carlos's expression brightens. The more prot-gs he nurtures, the greater his influence within the team. Rest assured, I have several promising youngsters. On February 12th, during the 23rd round of La Liga, several unfamiliar faces appeared on Real Madrid's bench. These players are products of the club's youth academy and hail from South America. Luxemburgo's public rationale is that these players are sufficiently talented and that Real Madrid must provide opportunities for newcomers. He aspires to cultivate more stars for the club. With the team performing well, the fans naturally refrain from questioning this decision. As a result, Real Madrid, having established a 2-goal lead early in the match, substituted Zidane, Figo, and Beckham in succession. The performances of the 3 youth academy players were rather dismal, leading to a precarious situation in the dying moments. The team nearly saw their lead equalized, although they emerged victorious with a score of 2-1. The match left much to be desired. On February 19th, during the 24th round of La Liga, Luxemburgo not only failed to learn from previous mistakes but escalated matters by starting 2 of the youth players. One occupied the right-back position, while the other replaced Owen and Raúl. As the local representative, Raúl had to concede when the club decided to nurture young talent. To oppose this would not be prudent. If Raúl has accepted this, does Owen have any ground to object? Consequently, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating 0-2 defeat at home against Athletic Bilbao. The Bernabeu reverberated with jeers directed at the home team. They could not fathom how the illustrious La Liga leaders were unable to triumph over Athletic Bilbao. However, from Luxemburgo's tactical choices, Su Hang had already foreseen the outcome of the match. Athletic Bilbao's style of play is notably tenacious. Each player embodies the spirit of a Spartan. To this day, their recruitment criteria are exceedingly stringent, only enlisting players of Basque descent. While this narrows their selection pool, it guarantees the purity and cohesion of their spirit. Conversely, the youth players frequently deployed by Luxemburgo exhibit a tendency to falter when faced with adversity. In the face of a relentless battleground, they crumble utterly. This is also the reason for the fan scorn. Real Madrid is not incapable of losing, but such a disgraceful defeat is unacceptable. One must stand and face the music. On February 22, Real Madrid faced the match they cared about most. The club hosted Italian giants Juventus. Both teams boasted a star-studded lineup. Real Madrid needs no introduction. Juventus featured the likes of the Zebra Prince, Del Piero, the French sharpshooter, Trezeguet, the former Eredivisie Player of the Year, the new Juventus Prince, Swedish prodigy Ibrahimovic, the world-class defensive midfielder Emerson, the versatile wing dynamo Zambrata, the iron-willed winger Camoranesi, Italy's top central defender Cannavaro, and the championship-caliber beast of a defender Thuram. With the superhuman Italian goalkeeper Buffon, it was a veritable clash of titans. Regrettably, last year's Ballon d'Or winner Nedved was sidelined. Otherwise, the star power would have been even greater. At least the world could witness the clash of Zidane's successor against Zidane himself. The match nearly encountered an unexpected twist. Initially, Zidane and Figo executed a spectacular combination to put Real Madrid ahead. However, 70 minutes in, Luxemburgo introduced his South American youngsters once again. He seemed intent on proving that these young talents were dependable. Yet, Juventus retaliated fiercely. Were it not for Casillas' superhuman performance, Juventus would have equalized long ago. Ultimately, Real Madrid secured a narrow 1-0 victory at home. Yet, everyone knew that the next match would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. A loss does not count as a loss. Juventus confidently asserts their ability to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals at home. Ibrahimovic, Figo, and Zidane are indeed legendary, but aside from them, Real Madrid lacks any truly surprising players. They are not formidable. Juventus will be the ones to progress. Across social media, Real Madrid fans lamented. Those who celebrated the victory felt even more despondent than those who mourned the defeat. In the following 10 days, Real Madrid played 3 more league matches. However, the momentum from their previous 7 consecutive victories was nowhere to be found. With the frequent inclusion of youth players and the regular substitutions of key players, both the players' form and the team's performance exhibited marked fluctuations. Over 3 matches, they managed 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Chapter 64, Real Madrid versus Juventus. Real Madrid found themselves pursued closely by Barcelona. With only a 1-point gap separating the two teams, the top position was poised for a potential shift. Moreover, Owen sustained an injury in the previous match when a youth academy midfielder delivered a hazardous pass, resulting in a brutal collision with an opposing defender. Owen's fragile physique could hardly withstand such an impact, and he was promptly carried off on a stretcher. Clara was the first to publish an article in Marca, questioning Luxemburgo's missteps. Not every youth player at Real Madrid is a Su Hang. Queiroz liberated Su Hang, and in a bid to overshadow his predecessor, Luxemburgo has overly favored the young players. Unfortunately, there can only be one prince. Su Hang's ascension to the status of Real Madrid's prince is not because he is the sole youth player, but rather because he is the finest among them. It is hoped that Luxemburgo will cease to rotate youth players with the main squad, as this disrupts the team's chemistry. These players undoubtedly possess bright futures, but not at this moment. Such premature advancement is a disservice to them. Finally, I solemnly warn Luxemburgo. Su Hang's injury is nearing recovery, and for the sake of caution, you should bring him along to Juventus. He is a vital presence. He could save your career, you know? Clara's words were harsh, yet they resonated with the Real Madrid fans, who rallied in support. Even Luxemburgo, amidst his fury, could not help but contemplate this proposition. Real Madrid places immense importance on their Champions League performance. Should they face elimination? Even if Luxemburgo is not dismissed, the authority he established through his prior streak of victories may very well dissipate. Su Hang is undeniably central to this scenario. The fans, thus, refrained from further turmoil. Real Madrid departed for Turin a day earlier. Juventus's home ground, the Allianz Stadium, was constructed for the 1990 FIFA World Cup in Italy and accommodates approximately 70,000 spectators. However, this stadium is not exclusively a football venue. The presence of an athletic track between the stands and the pitch distances the audience, detracting from the atmosphere of the match. Furthermore, due to Turin's relatively sparse population, even as a prominent club, Juventus often struggles to fill the seats. Nonetheless, such a scenario would not occur today. Juventus versus Real Madrid. A clash of titans. On the scoreboard, Juventus trailed 0-1, hanging by a thread. However, following the last round, everyone believed Real Madrid was faltering, and Juventus's chances of victory appeared promising. Such matches, where either side could emerge triumphant, are the most captivating. From a narrative standpoint, one is the dominator of Serie A, while the other is the flagship of La Liga. One represents a former pinnacle of world football, and the other signifies a future leader. Real Madrid even poached Juventus's most illustrious star in history, Zidane. It is time to settle the score. The starting lineups for both teams were as follows: Trezeguet, Ibrahimovic, Zambrotta, Del Piero, Camoranesi, Emerson, Posado, Cannavaro, Thuram, Zabina, Buffon, Ronaldo, Raúl, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Graveson, Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, Bravo, Casillas. How fortuitous! Both formations were 4-1-3-2. However, the distinction lies in Juventus's two wide midfielders, who can actually be viewed as wingbacks. Their commitment to defense is uncompromising, effectively forming a five-defender setup, enhancing their defensive strength in attack. These two wingbacks also surge forward, capable of functioning as wide midfielders or even wingers. This is a hallmark of Serie A. Naturally, this places exceptionally high demands on the two wingbacks in terms of defense, attack, speed, dribbling, passing, and shooting. They must excel in all aspects. It is rare for a team to possess such a formidable pair of wingbacks. Yet, Juventus does. Both Zambrotta and Camoranesi stand out as exemplary figures. Conversely, Real Madrid's 4-1-3-2 formation is fraught with compromises. Right back Bravo is, in fact, a central defender, and in this position, he is unable to advance and assist the wide players in their offensive endeavors. This has rendered Real Madrid's right flank utterly devoid of any attacking threat. The only option for Beckham upon receiving the ball is to deliver crosses, which lacks variety. The likes of Carlos, Zidane, Figo, Ronaldo, Raúl, and even Beckham himself are all attacking superstars. Defensive duties in the midfield rest solely on the shoulders of Graveson, who is not an elite defensive midfielder by any means. In contrast, Juventus's Emerson is half a class above Graveson. Juventus merely needs to exploit the weaknesses of Bravo and Graveson, and it is only a matter of time before they crumble Real Madrid's defenses. Therefore, in this match, they would undoubtedly find a quicker breakthrough. Of course, following their last encounter, Real Madrid had nearly half a month to address this vulnerability, making it not as easily exploitable as it may seem. With the score at 0-0, the situation for Real Madrid did not improve in the second half. Rather, it grew increasingly perilous. Under Juventus's relentless assaults, Bravo and Graveson were on the brink of collapse. Real Madrid could hardly muster any offensive momentum. Luxemburgo found himself unable to substitute Graveson and Bravo, as those were the best players he could field in those positions. He repeatedly urged Zidane to organize the attack and push into the opponent's half, but Zidane chose to remain silent, as if to say, "What do you expect? Attacks cannot simply be executed at will. To launch an offensive, one must first withstand the initial onslaught from the opponent." At this juncture, any offensive move would merely gift Juventus a goal. The breakdown in communication was evident in the 74th minute. Luxemburgo made a substitution, bringing on the young Guti in place of the French maestro Zidane. Zidane, visibly displeased, could no longer contain his frustration. Zidane, observing Luxemburgo's early move towards Zidane, extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, sensing that something was amiss. Such audacity, to dare replace Zizou, and to expect a handshake? What a dream! Hey, Zizou, it's all right. The state of play is not your fault. Zidane dashed from the bench to intercept Zidane, perfectly positioning himself to shield him from Luxemburgo. Zidane remained silent, fully aware of Zidane's intentions. He did not wish for a rift between Zidane and Luxemburgo. Regardless, Zidane would inevitably bear the brunt of public scrutiny for being substituted. If the team were to lose to Juventus, Luxemburgo could easily shift the blame onto Zidane, claiming it was due to Zidane's poor performance. Conversely, should the team emerge victorious, it would be seen as a testament to Luxemburgo's tactical acumen, with his substitutions deemed impeccable. Even Florentino, after appointing Luxemburgo, could hardly impose too many restrictions on him. Devious, from the moment he took over at Real Madrid up to the present, Luxemburgo's maneuvers have been nothing short of masterful strategic plays. Even Zidane, who had anticipated his intentions, nearly fell into the trap due to his involvement in the situation. First Figo, now Zidane, Luxemburgo was systematically diminishing the influence of international superstars at Real Madrid. If not for Su Heng's interference, however, despite his intricately crafted schemes and considerable gains, his recent 2 attempts have not fully achieved their intended purposes. Luxemburgo chalked this up to mere misfortune, oblivious to the fact that such accidents were becoming increasingly frequent. Suddenly, amidst Su Heng's efforts to pacify Zidane's emotions, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the crowd. Su Heng and Zidane instinctively turned to the scoreboard. A row of red letters appeared. In the 75th minute, Juventus scored. The goal was netted by Trezeguet, assisted by Ibrahimovic. Juventus had leveled the playing field. Real Madrid was indeed in jeopardy. Luxemburgo's countenance darkened immediately. Yet, from the subtle expressions on his face, Su Heng discerned that he was not in the least flustered. His composure remained intact. For this burden, the newly introduced Guti would bear the brunt. The local Spanish contingent was once again in jeopardy. In the 77th minute, Luxemburgo made another substitution, bringing on Solari for Beckham. Beckham, who had been pondering how to utilize corner and set pieces to help his team take the lead, wore a grim expression. Normally indifferent, in such critical matches, these superstars loathe being substituted. Their distinction from ordinary players lies in their necessity to make an impact at pivotal moments, which is the essence of their star power. Now, both Zidane and Beckham had their contributions dismissed. Naturally, Beckham's temperament was not as volatile as Zidane's. He exchanged a perfunctory handshake with Luxemburgo before taking a seat beside Su Heng and Zidane. Luxemburgo's assistant approached Beckham, explaining that he had contributed significantly on the defensive end and might be fatigued, hence the substitution. Beckham nodded, feigning understanding. But once the assistant departed, Beckham covered his mouth with his hand. Does he not intend to win? In the round of 16, we will all become a laughingstock. No one will mock those few Real Madrid youth from the Americas. Nor will they deride Solari, Bravo, or Graveson, the ordinary players. All eyes will be on the superstars of Real Madrid. This posed a significant blow to the reputations of Beckham and his peers, which was precisely why he was reluctant to leave the pitch. He yearned to fight until the very end. Moments later, observing the unchanged circumstances, Zidane remarked, if Luxemburgo intends to rely on substitutes to change the game, he should have replaced Raúl, Figo, or Ronaldo after he took you and me off. Yet, he did not. This indicates that his aim is not solely to alter the game. Luxemburgo's words and actions did not align. This was a clear indication of trouble. He was merely seeking a scapegoat. Zidane had even prepared himself for a post-match confrontation with Luxemburgo. Fortunately, the newly introduced Guti and Solari did not lose their heads and charge forward recklessly. They focused on defense and held on until the 90th minute. Regular time concluded with a score of 1-1. With away goals also at 0, thus, the match entered extra time. Both teams were granted a brief respite. Juventus made some adjustments, substituting Tacchinardi for left-back Passato. A straightforward positional swap. On Real Madrid's side, Figo and Raúl were both utterly exhausted. Figo was in worse shape, yet performed slightly better. Raúl, as a shadow striker, thrived in favorable conditions. When faced with adversity, his effectiveness waned compared to that of the midfielders. Ronaldo approached Luxemburgo, stating, "Boss, I need a partner. I require a solid player by my side." Luxemburgo nodded. The core of the South American contingent was the Brazilian faction, with Carlos seemingly at the helm, yet the true soul was Ronaldo. Luxemburgo understood this well and was always responsive to Ronaldo's requests. He then signaled for Su Heng to warm up. The Real Madrid supporters finally stirred with excitement, chanting Su Heng's name. Regrettably, this was Juventus's home ground, and Su Heng's name was drowned out by the team's anthem. As the referee's whistle blew, Su Heng and Tacchinardi entered the field. Su Heng finally made his appearance. It had been a full 3 months since he last graced the pitch. Coincidentally, his previous injury had occurred in Italy. That was during a Champions League match against Roma, where Su Heng had first collided with De Rossi before scoring a stunning long-range free kick that secured victory for Real Madrid and propelled them into the round of 16. However, his leg could not withstand the immense strain, resulting in a soleus strain. This time, it was said that Su Heng had not fully recovered. Luxembourgo's decision to include him was largely driven by fan demand. And it was rumored that Florentino believed Su Heng's previous victory in Italy was an auspicious sign. Thus, for good luck, he included Su Heng once more. To everyone's surprise, he actually took to the field today. Just then, in a moment of bewilderment for the commentators, Raúl, who had already departed, suddenly called out to Su Heng from the sidelines. He pointed to the captain's armband on his own arm, then gestured to Su Heng. Raúl personally adorned Su Heng with the captain's armband. Wait a moment. This defies logic. Real Madrid's second captain is Guti, who was present on the field. Raúl should have passed the armband to Guti instead. Why did he give it to Su Heng? Oh, Raúl personally placed the captain's armband on Su Heng. As captain, Raúl has the authority to decide to whom to bestow the armband, and he chose Su Heng. Su Heng. Once again, he donned the captain's armband. This 19-year-old youth has once again become the leader of Real Madrid. The last time he wore this armband, he helped secure a victory against Roma. Could he possibly conjure another miracle this time? The Real Madrid supporters in the stands erupted with excitement, fervently chanting Su Heng's name. No one could drown it out. Su Heng, Su Heng, Su Heng. Amidst the cheers of the Real Madrid faithful, extra time commenced. However, Su Heng did not bring about any significant change for Real Madrid. In the first half of extra time, both teams largely floundered. Luxembourgo, exasperated, berated Su Heng as a softie. He constantly gestured for Su Heng to push forward. Yet Su Heng remained primarily in midfield, assisting his teammates in defense and ball distribution. Zidane, observing from the sidelines, finally relaxed, thinking, well done. This is what I taught Su Heng in the first half of extra time. Both teams primarily focused on disruption. With your ample stamina, you can exert yourself to assist the team in defense. The final 15 minutes, however, represent the truly decisive moment. Seize the opportunity, but do not rush. The best assassins often require only a single strike. Remember, this is the Alp Stadium. He practices with utmost seriousness, firmly believing that Zidane, the current best midfielder and the only coach destined to achieve a three-peat in the UEFA Champions League, is not a figure of mere reputation. There must be reason behind his legendary status. As the first half of extra time concluded, the score remained unchanged at 1-0, with the aggregate still at 1-1. Then, the last 15 minutes of the match commenced. In the 107th minute, Emerson displayed remarkable skill, elegantly maneuvering past Solari with a flick of his heel. As a defensive midfielder, his ability to execute such a flamboyant move is truly befitting of a Brazilian. Solari, in response, pulled Emerson down, knowingly seeking a yellow card. In the 109th minute, Su Heng received a pass at the edge of the penalty area, engaging in a back-to-back struggle with Thuram. As Thuram attempted to poke the ball from behind, he inadvertently struck Su Heng's ankle, causing him to tumble. The referee issued a yellow card to Thuram, and Real Madrid was awarded a free kick in a highly favorable position. However, the player most suited to take such a free kick, Beckham, had already departed, as had Zidane. Thus, the responsibility fell to Carlos, the third-choice free-kick taker. Yet, Carlos' technique was more suited for long-range strikes. From this close range, the lack of curvature made it prone to soaring over the goal. As anticipated, Carlos launched a high shot that sailed into the stands, wasting a precious opportunity created by Su Heng in the 113th minute. With only 7 minutes remaining, every chance could lead to a team's sudden demise. Hence, the players on both sides were on high alert. After receiving a pass from Figo, Su Heng held off Emerson with his back-end. Amidst Zambrata's encirclement, managed to pivot resiliently without losing possession. His foundational control was commendable. Bang! Su Heng executed a piercing through ball. The trajectory of the ball was alarmingly sharp, instantly tearing through Juventus' ironclad defense. With the agility of a golden wolf, he delivered a precise pass. Bang! Seeing the ball slip past, Thuram immediately lunged to intercept Ronaldo, knowing full well the consequences of allowing Ronaldo to advance. No one understands Ronaldo's terrifying scoring ability better than the Italians. Are you playing football? Do you wish to break my legs once more? Ronaldo sprang up and collided with Thuram, toppling him. Enraged, Thuram retaliated. No one intends to break your legs. You're merely fragile. Provoked, Ronaldo swung a punch at Thuram, igniting a brawl as players from both Juventus and Real Madrid rushed in. Emotions ran high, and Tacchinardi immediately attempted to shove Ronaldo. Everyone recognized Ronaldo as the most significant threat. Neutralizing him would stabilize Juventus. However, Suhang perceived Takanardi's intentions. He burst in from the side, shoving Takanardi aside, and forcefully wedged himself between Ronaldo and Thuram, separating the two. During this chaos, he was struck twice. But it did not hurt, rather, it activated his reflexes. Emerson, Zambrata, and others continued to surge forward, but Suhang exerted himself, pushing both players away. Heh, wanna fight? I'm a black belt in karate. The towering new prince of Juventus, Ibrahimovic, approached, attempting to grasp Suhang but was effortlessly shoved aside, his arms tingling with the force of the encounter. Stunned, Ibrahimovic realized the vast difference in strength. Enough. Stay calm. This is the pitch. Suhang positioned himself in front of Ronaldo, declaring, "We can play football, but if it's a fight, we are ready too." A few Juventus players who had been pushed back refrained from advancing, deterred by Suhang's tremendous strength, which rendered him akin to a human tank. The referee, after blowing his whistle repeatedly, finally arrived on the scene. He promptly issued red cards to both Ronaldo and Thuram. Ronaldo was the first to throw a punch, while Thuram's dangerous foul was intentional. Both deserved their penalties. Subsequently, the referee handed yellow cards to Zambrata, Takanardi, and Suhang. Especially Takanardi felt unfairly treated, as he had done nothing wrong and was unaware of who had knocked him down. Do I really deserve a yellow card for that? Yet, the referee gestured to his eyes, indicating, I clearly saw your intentions. Suhang then approached the referee, stating, I was maintaining order. I shouldn't receive a card for that. I was assisting you in doing your job. If it were you, would you have managed to control the situation this quickly? The referee nodded, yes, I appreciate your effort. I might even treat you to dinner post-match. However, you did resort to physical force to maintain order, which inherently violates the rules of the pitch. Thus, I'm afraid you must receive a yellow card. Suhang nodded, feigning a look of regret. Playing the part of the wrong party. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome but needed to engage the referee a bit longer. Merely a psychological tactic. Chapter 67. This is the Alp Stadium. Should he commit a foul subsequently, perhaps the referee might overlook it. What is this called? It is called management. Just as love requires management, so does a match. As Ronaldo and Thuram departed the field, the situation became slightly worse for Real Madrid, as they were now without a proper striker. What? Suhang. Isn't he a defensive midfielder? He has been operating in the midfield. The players on both sides retreated to their positions. The camera panned over the players who had just been involved in the scuffle. On Juventus' side, most players appeared to be blustering, including the notoriously brazen Ibrahimovic, whose gaze towards Suhang was laced with newfound caution. He surmised that the black belt in karate might not be someone he could easily best. This guy. What? He is of Chinese descent. That makes sense. The Chinese nation has three predominant characteristics: a long history, everyone knows martial arts, and pandas cultivate the land. Ibrahimovic was well versed in Chinese culture. In contrast, Suhang appeared entirely at ease. After all, if one were to call the previous altercation a fight, he had emerged victorious. Back home, winning meant hospitalization, while winning abroad equated to celebration. In the 115th minute, the aging Figo expended the last drop of fuel in his tank, surging forward in the center, dribbling through. This was a move he had learned under Suhang's guidance, the vertical dash. The breakthrough was remarkably effective. Emerson had no choice but to foul him, receiving a yellow card in the process. In the 117th minute, Juventus launched an attack. Zambrata advanced down the left flank and delivered a cross. The towering Ibrahimovic showcased agility that belied his height. Despite his massive frame, he had conserved energy to sprint after more than 100 minutes of play. Surprising everyone, bang! Ibrahimovic leaped high, delivering a towering header that overwhelmed Samuel in the next instant. The ball stirred up a wave of excitement. The Alp Stadium erupted. Goal! It truly went in. Ibrahimovic, our magnificent Ibrahimovic, he took a small step, yet it represented a monumental leap for Juventus. The new prince of Juventus clinched a last-minute victory against Real Madrid in extra time. This is Juventus. This is Serie A. After scoring, Ibrahimovic raised his arms high, embracing the cheers and celebrations from all around like a king. At this moment, he looked down upon the players of Real Madrid. This was the slight shock of a goal that the great Ibrahimovic brought to Real Madrid. It was over. Real Madrid would likely be eliminated in the round of 16 this year. They could not breach Juventus' defense. Oh, the Juventus fans in attendance began to taunt Real Madrid. Let us listen to their chants. This is the Alps Stadium? Indeed. This is the Alps Stadium. This is Juventus territory. The camera shifted to the Real Madrid players, all appearing quite despondent. Conceding a goal at this moment equated to losing the match. Everyone was acutely aware of this. Let us not forget, we are Real Madrid. Lift your heads up. We can win, understand? We can win. Finally, Suheng approached the referee. Are you truly going to allow them to celebrate until the match concludes? Sir, they have wasted far too much time. I believe all fans wish for the match to resume promptly. Furthermore, I hope you will account for the time they wasted in injury time. Fairness is essential. The referee shot a glance at Suheng. Yet, he had a point. After all, the match was not entirely over. Suheng's actions drew boos from the entire crowd at Alps Stadium, who believed this young prince of Real Madrid was merely dreaming. However, on the bench, Zidane's eyes sparkled. He had done it. He was a competent captain. Beckham inquired. He just glanced at you. Did you say anything to him? Zidane looked around. When I substituted, I told him to remember. This is the Alps Stadium. This is the Alps Stadium? Raúl furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly comprehended. You mean, exactly. The determined look in Suheng's eyes mirrored Zidane's. Here lies the Alpine Stadium. This is precisely what Zidane wished to convey to Suheng. The preceding sentence was, do not rush. Together, it becomes this is the opponent's home ground, and our goal counts as an away goal in the event of a tie. Away goals hold greater value than home goals. Juventus has yet to score an away goal. Thus, when the aggregate score stands at 1-1, if Juventus scores 1 goal and Real Madrid scores 1 goal, it is Real Madrid that progresses, unless Juventus can surpass Real Madrid by scoring at least 1 more goal. Therefore, Suheng has ample time to maintain his composure, as long as he nets 1 goal. Juventus must score 2 to overtake them. At present, Juventus has only managed 1 goal. After a prolonged silence throughout the extra time, Suheng has finally awaited his moment to strike. Among all the players on the field, his physical condition is currently the most optimal. Coupled with his continuous observations on the pitch, he senses the moment has arrived. 120 minutes in, upon receiving the ball, Suheng executes a precise through pass. Guti dashes past Suheng with perfect synchronization. Real Madrid earns a slightly distant free kick. Bang. Figo takes the free kick, lofting the ball into the penalty area, aimed at Suheng, and indeed, Suheng lives up to expectations, leaping high amid a double mark to successfully execute a header. However, Buffon is in exceptional form, positioning himself flawlessly to block Suheng's attempt with his body. The ball is cleared by Cannavaro outside the penalty area. Zambrotta initiates a counterattack. Oh no. Juventus is on the counter. Real Madrid might concede a goal. Trezeguet is sprinting, positioning himself ahead of Zambrotta. Griefson is momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to restrict the ball-carrying Zambrotta or to follow the unmarked Trezeguet. Trezeguet finds space, a golden opportunity. Zambrotta plays a through ball. Chapter 68. Chasing the wind. Chasing the wind. Bang. At this critical juncture, Real Madrid's unheralded centre-back Helguera decisively lunges in, successfully poking the ball away just before Trezeguet can seize it. For a long time, the defensive line of Real Madrid has faced criticism. Yet it must be said that since Makelele's departure, Helguera has shouldered the defense almost single-handedly. Real Madrid's performance over the past 2 years has been subpar. But without him, it would likely be even worse. His abilities have been woefully underestimated. Today, he once again proves this point. After clearing the ball, Helguera immediately rises to pursue it, effectively suppressing Trezeguet. Bang! Guti swiftly turns and delivers a precise through ball. The blade is drawn. This is a counterattack. Real Madrid counters Juventus's counterattack. Danger. Juventus's midfield is entirely exposed. Guti's through ball slices through Juventus's central defense like a surgical instrument. Figo has possession. After a feint, Figo suddenly accelerates. Is he going to take on Camoranesi? A feint. Figo opts for a sideways pass. He has exhausted his stamina. Indeed, Figo cannot push forward any longer. Otherwise, he would have attempted to break through and shoot. But now, he can only pass the ball to his most trusted partner, Suheng. Emerson swiftly moves in front of Suheng. Upon receiving the ball, Suheng executes a move he himself deems audacious. Bang. Suheng kicks the ball 10 meters ahead. Emerson appears stunned. This is an audacious attempt? Oh, has Suheng miscontrolled the ball at such a crucial moment? Wait, it shouldn't be a mistake. Suheng is charging forward. He intends to take on Emerson? My goodness. Suhong's audacity is remarkable. He dares to rely on speed to challenge Emerson. Although Suhong is a forward, most media categorize him as a target man, and his speed is not particularly impressive. However, while Emerson is a defensive midfielder, he possesses considerable speed. Brazilian players should never be judged solely by their positions regarding their speed and attacking prowess. Suhong has severely underestimated Emerson, a world-class defensive midfielder. He is likely to face difficulties. Despite Suhong being a substitute with abundant stamina, Emerson is also physically robust. Overall, no one believes Suhong can successfully outpace Emerson. Whoosh! Emerson barely has time to reach out and tug before Suhong has already whizzed past him. At that moment, he appears somewhat bewildered. When did Real Madrid bring on Owen? That speed. Are you sure it's not Owen? This is certainly not Owen. Rather, it is Owen's youthful doppelganger. Each match offers a chance to activate the speed boost in the last 5 minutes. This is what Suhong just referred to. The moment has come. Has it passed? What terrifying speed is this? Is Suhong truly this fast? My heavens! Suhong has almost instantaneously outpaced Emerson. Remarkably swift. The substitute Suhong is brimming with energy. Suhong has bypassed Emerson. Takenardi rushes over, initially intending to join Emerson in thwarting Suhong, but he clearly cannot keep up now. Indeed, Suhong does not even adjust his dribbling direction, but simply shakes off Takenardi. A long pass, a burst of speed, and Suhong has effortlessly bypassed two of Juventus's defensive stalwarts. Cannavaro charges out. He is now Juventus's last line of defense. He quickly approaches Suhong, for otherwise, Suhong could easily shoot near the penalty area. Juventus's players cannot underestimate Suhong. He is currently Real Madrid's most formidable star. Since joining Juventus, Cannavaro's reputation has soared. Discussions often arise regarding who is the best defender in Serie A. Cannavaro, Maldini, or Nesta. Though many dismiss Cannavaro due to his height disadvantage, it speaks volumes about his talent. Bang! Just before reaching Cannavaro, Suhong once again nudges the ball forward, charging resolutely towards Cannavaro. Maintaining his speed, he is going head-to-head. Yet, just as the two are about to collide, Suhong suddenly leaps. A vision flashes in Cannavaro's mind. This is Ronaldo's backheel flick to change direction. Cannavaro instinctively turns and reaches out. Suhong swiftly alters his course. Truly, as a world-class center-back, he cannot be easily deceived by ordinary technical maneuvers. However, bang! Suhong nudges the ball once more, driving it into the penalty area. The backheel flick has reactivated the speed boost. Cannavaro's pupils dilate. This is acceleration. Following the backheel flick, Suhong surges forth. My goodness. Does he possess such explosive power? Suhong's physique is larger than Cannavaro's, and despite equal explosiveness, Suhong's acceleration should not surpass Cannavaro's. Moreover, Cannavaro occupies the inside position, meaning Suhong's running distance is, in fact, greater. Suhong has gotten past. Suhong has outmaneuvered Cannavaro. Cannavaro attempts to grapple with his hands, trying to pull Suhong back, but Suhong deftly brushes him aside. The referee has the whistle poised at his lips. Cannavaro's actions are sufficient to warrant a foul. This is within the penalty area. Figo stands near the referee, seemingly reminding him that this is a penalty, but the referee gestures that the attack is favorable. Because the ball remains under Suhong's control, Suhong has been too honorable. Had he tumbled to the ground, he could have easily won a penalty. He has missed the best opportunity. Penalties are often viewed as the best chance for a goal. However, not everyone shares this perspective. The moment Suhong bested Cannavaro, Italy's premier goalkeeper Buffon could no longer remain passive. He decisively chose to advance. Because Suhong had struck the ball with such force, it penetrated the penalty area. Had Cannavaro merely impeded Suhong, Buffon could have intercepted the ball. Yet Buffon did not anticipate that such a formidable center-back as Cannavaro would be so swiftly outmaneuvered by Suhong. This striker is incredibly fast. Buffon exerts every ounce of effort. Although he is closer to the ball, Suhong surges toward it with greater speed. Ultimately, Buffon is forced to abandon his attempt to intercept the ball, spreading his arms and legs to widen his defensive area. Given their proximity, it is no more than a meter apart. Suhong actually has limited shooting angles. This is the essence of a goalkeeper's advance. But, bang! Instead of taking a powerful shot after catching up to the ball, Suhong suddenly lengthens his stride just before reaching it, executing a deft poke shot. This unexpected extension effectively creates a time difference. Chapter 69. Su. Seizing the moment. This is thanks to Su Hong's keen vision. He foresaw Buffon's advance and the pursuing Cannavaro behind him. He knew he lacked sufficient time to process the ball. He must race against time. At this moment, Buffon has yet to fully descend. His groin is still over 20 centimeters from the ground. The ball passes neatly beneath him, in the next instant. Suong finds himself tumbling. The pursuing Cannavaro has launched a tackle from behind. He would rather concede a penalty to Real Madrid than allow them to score directly. Yet in mid-air, both Suong and the grounded Buffon fixate their gazes on the direction of the goal. Only when the ball rolls in at a leisurely pace do they both safely land. Buffon collapses onto the pitch he is lost, and the felled Suong swiftly flips over, racing toward the corner flag. There, a sparse gathering of Real Madrid supporters await goal. The ball has gone in. Suong. Su Heng's stunning last-minute goal. This is the epitome of a true match winner. A goal as precious as gold. It is, after all, an away goal. The aggregate score stands at 2-2. Yet Real Madrid holds the advantage with one away goal, leading Juventus by a narrow margin. They are on the verge of entering the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. Real Madrid is about to eliminate Juventus. It feels like a dream. The Alpine Stadium is enveloped in utter silence. Juventus fans are in disbelief. In stoppage time, Su Heng, with unmatched speed, effortlessly bypasses Emerson, Tacchinardi, and Cannavaro before skillfully outmaneuvering Buffon. This was a goal that threaded through the legs. Both sets of posts were breached. Divine. The white-clad executioner of Real Madrid has risen. He has conquered the Alps. On camera, Su Heng shakes his finger and then leaps high, executing a spectacular 180-degree turn, proudly displaying his jersey number and name to the world. The entire Real Madrid fanbase erupts in the loudest cheer. Su. Soon after, countless Real Madrid players rush to surround Su Heng. However, this time they are cautious, fearing Su Heng might sustain another injury. Zidane even inquires early on about Su Heng's physical condition, especially after Cannavaro's reckless challenge from behind. Su Heng assures him he is fine. Cannavaro had indeed pulled back his tackle. His intention was to bring down Su Heng, not to injure his ankle, thus no excessive force was required. He even made a considerate move to ensure Su Heng did not fall hard to the ground. Nevertheless, this does not alter the fact that Cannavaro committed a serious foul. AS Real Madrid celebrates fervently. The referee approaches Cannavaro and shows him a red card. Cannavaro departs in disappointment. Moments later, as Juventus restarts the game, the referee blows the final whistle that in this match. Juventus triumphed over Real Madrid with a score of 2-1. Consequently, Real Madrid eliminated Juventus and advanced to the Champions League quarterfinals. The Del Alp Stadium is shrouded in a melancholic atmosphere. Their greatest ambition of the season has been shattered. Conversely, Real Madrid is filled with unparalleled joy. Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Raúl, Guti, and others share warm embraces. Luxemburgo, along with Carlos, Samuel, and others, celebrates enthusiastically but struggles to join Su Heng's circle. Moreover, Buffon approaches Su Heng. Congratulations, you performed exceptionally well in this match. Su Heng politely shakes Buffon's hand, replying, you too. Juventus is strong that I hope you can win the league title. Buffon, holding up his jersey, asks, shall we swap jerseys? I want to remember this painful goal forever. Su Heng begins to remove his jersey to hand it to Buffon, saying, of course I am fortunate to receive your jersey. After exchanging compliments, they gradually enter the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the media eagerly awaits. They interview numerous players. Zidane, do you have any thoughts on being substituted early? Zidane responds, that was Luxemburgo's decision, and as a player, I respect his choices. Zidane's direct mention of Luxemburgo's name indicates his stance clearly. Beckham, are you satisfied with being taken off early? Beckham replies, as long as the team wins, it's not an issue. But that I can only say, thank goodness we have Su. Figo, your performance today was outstanding. What helped you find your form? Figo replies, it was Su Heng. He discusses many dribbling techniques with me. He always brings fresh insights that are quite enlightening. The stars of Real Madrid shower Su Heng with high praise. Raúl states, Su Heng possesses remarkable leadership. Handing him the captain's armband was a wise decision, especially when the team is trailing. Guti adds, Su Heng undoubtedly deserves that captain's armband. In fact, his performance in the match surpasses the significance of that armband. However, the South American players, regardless of their opinions of Su Heng, attribute the victory to Luxemburgo. Samuel states, Su's performance was crucial to our victory. Of course, Luxemburgo's guidance was equally important. Carlos, visibly displeased with Samuel's rationality, expresses during his interview, "Luxemburgo is the sole reason we won. We played according to his tactical arrangement, and victory naturally followed." Graveson, favored by Luxemburgo, declares, "Luxemburgo is a great coach, and we have confidence in advancing further under his leadership." Bravo, the young local defender promoted by Luxemburgo, states, "Real Madrid is on the right path, and Luxemburgo knows how to lead us to victory. I am very confident in our season." Thus, sometimes, the attribution of credit cannot merely rely on one's own perspective. It must also consider the opponent's viewed. If the opponent displays poor character, the person they most despise will be your greatest benefactor. If the opponent is respectable, then the person they praise will be your hero. Juventus's stars have a generally good reputation. Buffon comments, "Su is the most opportunistic forward I've ever encountered. When he strikes, it's lethal. I don't feel unjust losing this time, but I won't lose next time." Cannavaro states, "When I lunged from behind, I knew I would receive a card. But I didn't expect Su to disdain the penalty I gifted him. I witnessed the true spirit of a striker in him." Emerson remarks, "I have never encountered such an arrogant forward. He dared to take me on, and he truly did." Tacchinardi adds, "Su's speed is astonishing. I even believe he is faster than Zambrotta. He gave me no chance to defend." Ibrahimovic concludes, "Power, speed, patience, and the ability to seize opportunities. I have a feeling that Su will become my greatest rival in my career." In reciprocation, Su Hang, named the man of the match, generously extends compliments in his post-match interview. "I have never faced a team as strong as Juventus. At times, we saw no opportunities at all. Buffon's saves were disheartening. Cannavaro and Thuram's defense was impenetrable. Emerson is one of the best holding midfielders I've encountered, excelling in both attack and defense. Zambrotta and Camoranesi are truly exceptional players. Del Piero, Trezeguet, and Ibrahimovic are all lethal attackers." Goodness, Su Hang seems to be extolling Juventus to the heavens. Yet conversely, Juventus, having reached such heights, was still defeated by Real Madrid. Understand? It appears as flattery, yet it subtly serves his own interests. The art of praise is indeed profound. As the team captain, Su Hang cannot allow his own teammates to feel disheartened. Fortunately, our goalkeeper Casillas is not inferior to Buffon. His saves preserved our last chance for a comeback. Helguera is undoubtedly the best player of the match in my heart. He and Samuel formed an impenetrable wall. They are the true unsung heroes. Remarkably, this so-called impenetrable wall conceded 2 goals, right? Bravo's performance exceeded expectations. He has done well for his position, especially for someone of his age. Carlos created enough trouble for Juventus's defense, alleviating much of our defensive pressure. Graveson executed the tasks assigned to him admirably, which is no small feat. Beckham played as if he were 2 players, providing us with an extra man. Otherwise, we could not have contained the Trezeguet, Ibrahimovic, and Del Piero trio. Gudi's passing was exquisite. Raúl wore down the enemy's energy. Figo played as if he were the world's best attacking midfielder. Was he truly a right-winger before? Ronaldo will always be our most reliable asset on the front line. As for Zidane, I must say, he will forever be my idol. He advised me on how to play before leaving the pitch. He is my football mentor. Even aboard the plane, Real Madrid players continue to discuss Su Hang's interviews with great enthusiasm. One cannot help but commend Su Hang for his social finesse. He has praised everyone he could, and even those he couldn't praise, he managed to do so in a roundabout way. Everyone feels comfortable, including the South American players. However, some have noticed that Su Hang seems to have not mentioned Luxemburgo. That is the boss, the big leader. In response, Su Hang has his own strategy. He does not require playing time like others do. While others must show respect to Luxemburgo, he need not. Moreover, expressing dissatisfaction with Luxemburgo can be beneficial for the entire team. Zidane will not have to confront Luxemburgo directly. This way, harmony is maintained within the squad. Furthermore, the discontent of Luxemburgo's supporters will be diverted to Su Hang, thus preventing any grievances towards Zidane and others. This maneuver, borrowing arrows from the enemy, subtly aids Su Hang in avoiding the starting lineup while preserving the peace within Real Madrid. It is a masterstroke, last-minute goals and counter-late goals. Real Madrid's overtime comeback secures their advancement to the Champions League quarterfinals by eliminating Juventus. Which rising star in European football reigns supreme? Su Hang. Indeed, is the one. In a spectacular clash, Ronaldo and Thuram engaged in a fierce altercation, both receiving direct red cards. The karate black belt Ibrahimovic, known for his penchant for avoiding confrontation, dared not challenge Su Heng. Tensions flared between Real Madrid and Juventus, as Su Heng single-handedly toppled 3 Juventus players, reminiscent of past glories. While it may be difficult to ascertain who is the stronger player, it is undeniable that in combat, Su Heng excels. This particular conflict concluded rather swiftly, with Juventus retreating in time to avoid following in Barcelona's footsteps. The head referee remarked, "Su Heng helped me manage the on-field turmoil, preventing further acts of violence. The yellow card was issued in accordance with the rules, but I must personally extend my gratitude to him post-match. He is truly commendable, a born leader." With the captain's armband, Su Heng boasts a 100 victory rate for Real Madrid. A genuine leader is emerging within the ranks of Real Madrid. When the team finds itself trailing, he inspires everyone, reigniting the players' fervor for victory. Real Madrid has triumphed over Syria once again. The entirety of La Liga rejoices, with the exception of Barcelona, who were eliminated by the wealthy English club Chelsea. This year, they must settle for a mere round of 16 in the Champions League. How ironic it is that without Su Heng, Real Madrid would have entered a period of mediocrity in the Champions League from this year onward. Yet, Su Heng's arrival has transformed everything. Ding! Your formidable performance has intimidated Cannavaro, who, despite unleashing his signature sliding tackle, was unable to thwart your goal. You have earned the Cannavaro slide tackle skill and the powerful throw-in technique. The Cannavaro slide tackle, a skill of superstar caliber, as the only defender in history to win the Balon d'Or. Cannavaro has crafted his own legend. Although he may be at a disadvantage in height, his resolute tackling compensates for this flaw to an extent. You will master the art of tackling with finesse. Your tackles will not easily result in personal injury or cards. Additionally, your tackles will have a higher likelihood of retaining possession of the ball, leading to successful interceptions. Powerful throw-in, a player-level skill. Your throw-ins will allow you to launch the ball farther and with greater precision. Su Heng could scarcely have anticipated that. Following this match, the most magnanimous individual would be Cannavaro, the one he had so severely outmatched. It is no wonder he could become the only defender to receive the Balon d'Or. Just look at his emotional intelligence. What a remarkable display. Unfortunately, these are skills that Su Heng may not find immediately applicable. Of course, in the conventional sense, they may not be useful. However, Su Heng, well-versed in the future trends of football tactics and techniques, understands that tackling ability will be essential, even for forwards. More lethal than a mere tackle is a tackle executed by a forward. For once a forward intercepts, they can often take a direct shot on goal. Thanks to the rocket-like passes from Cannavaro, Su Heng's interception statistics have soared, reaching a score of 75. Chapter 71. Defeat at Stamford Bridge on March 13. During the 28th round of La Liga, the situation has become increasingly clear. This season, Real Madrid and Barcelona are evidently superior to the other teams. Traditional powerhouses such as Valencia, Deportivo La Coruña, and Sevilla have fallen behind, theoretically lacking any hope of claiming the title. The gap between Real Madrid and Barcelona is quite narrow. In this round, Real Madrid executed a significant rotation, as the players from the previous Champions League match were utterly exhausted. Due to the high intensity and prolonged duration of the game, and following the medical staff's advice, it was imperative to rest the players to avoid a potential injury crisis. Real Madrid has been plagued by injuries to key players in recent years, and another injury wave would be disastrous. However, this rotation led to a surprising 1-2 defeat against the relegation-threatened Getafe. On March 20, in the 29th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Malaga. Su Heng started and scored the only goal of the match, securing victory for the team. Yet, aside from this solitary goal, Su Heng's performance was lackluster, rendering him nearly invisible throughout the match. Despite Figo and Zidane creating opportunities for him, Su Heng struggled to convert them. Luxemburgo has recognized the issue. With Figo's resurgence and the chemistry established with Zidane, the ball's distribution has predominantly fallen to Figo and Zidane. They seem less inclined to involve the Brazilian contingent, prioritizing passes to Su Heng and Raúl. Consequently, Su Heng and Raúl would then attempt to connect with Ronaldo, thereby diminishing the Brazilian trio's impact. Of course, this is also significantly influenced by the fact that Ronaldo is the primary defensive target for the opposing team. On April 3 during the 30th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Albacete away from home. This should have been a straightforward match, as Albacete had previously suffered psychological trauma at the hands of Real Madrid. Indeed, within the first 20 minutes, Ronaldo had netted 2 goals, one of which was assisted by Su Heng. Just as everyone anticipated Ronaldo to complete a first-half hat-trick, an unexpected turn of events occurred at the 26th minute of the first half. When Ronaldo collapsed and had to be assisted off the field by medical personnel, Luxembourgo's face turned ashen. Just 2 days later, the crucial Champions League quarter-final match awaited. He had only intended to rest Ronaldo at half-time to maintain his fitness for the upcoming clash. Now, with Ronaldo injured, the earliest he could hope for a return would be 1 week. This year's Champions League quarter-finalists include Liverpool and Chelsea from the Premier League, Inter Milan and AC Milan from Serie A, Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga, Real Madrid from La Liga, PSV Eindhoven from the Eredivisie, and Lyon from Ligue 1. Real Madrid's opponent is none other than the wealthy Chelsea from the Premier League. Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, had recently led Porto to the pinnacle of the Champions League, making him one of the most sought-after coaches in Europe. Real Madrid had considered Mourinho for their managerial position, but discussions ultimately fell through due to concerns over playing style and Mourinho's desire for excessive control over the team. Following the match, numerous media outlets inquired about Luxembourgo's upcoming plans and Ronaldo's injury status. Luxembourgo stubbornly asserted, Ronaldo's injury is not severe. He may very well appear at Stamford Bridge. When questioned about his thoughts on Mourinho's tactics, Luxembourgo scoffed, Mourinho's tactics represent a regression in football. I do not believe such tactics are worthy of encouragement. They diminish people's passion for the sport. We shall employ an attacking strategy to teach Chelsea what true football is. As a Brazilian, Luxembourgo certainly advocates for artistic football. To him, Chelsea's defensive counter-attacking style is nothing short of a disgrace to the sport. On April 14th, Real Madrid arrived in London, but Ronaldo was notably absent from the traveling squad. Clearly, Luxembourgo's smokescreen had failed. In an instant, the media began to express skepticism regarding Real Madrid's prospects. Sky Sports. Ronaldo remains Real Madrid's most formidable weapon. He is currently the most threatening forward in the world. BBC. The absence of Ronaldo, the team's leading scorer, could deliver a potentially fatal blow to Real Madrid. The Times. Chelsea's defense is exceptionally formidable. Only the most proficient attacking players can breach their defenses. Without Ronaldo, Real Madrid resembles a wooden stick devoid of a spearhead, making it exceedingly difficult to score at Stamford Bridge. Nonetheless, the Spanish media maintain their belief in Real Madrid. This is a golden opportunity for Zidane to demonstrate his worth. However, 90 minutes later, the air at Stamford Bridge was filled with unabashed cheers. Mourinho was seen wildly celebrating in front of the cameras. Chelsea's fans chanted, "We did it." The scoreboard glaringly displayed a 2-1 scoreline. With Chelsea triumphing over Real Madrid on their home turf, this marked one of the rare defeats for Zidane while representing the team. In this match, Zidane partnered with Owen in the starting lineup. At the 60-minute mark, Zidane was substituted for Raúl. Ultimately, after Figo's dazzling dribbling, he delivered a precise through ball to Owen, who scored on a breakaway, preserving a glimmer of hope for Real Madrid's comeback. This away goal proved invaluable. Consequently, some media outlets suggested it was time for Real Madrid to make a decision. Clara from Marca candidly stated, Real Madrid has now reached the most critical juncture of the season. In January, they were eliminated from the Copa del Rey. Now, they must choose between the Champions League and the League. It is impossible to pursue both simultaneously. Therefore, we believe that focusing on the Champions League is the better option. Even Barcelona's mouthpieces, Mundo Deportivo and Diario Sport, echoed support for Real Madrid to abandon the league, thus significantly enhancing Barcelona's chances of claiming the title. Chapter 72. The Blue Army strikes. However, Luxembourgo could not accept this suggestion, as Florentino would never agree. After spending so many years in Spain and investing so much money to acquire numerous superstars, you expect me to abandon the league? Florentino would undoubtedly be furious. Moreover, if they relinquished the league, could they ensure a Champions League victory? If not, why abandon anything? As a result, Luxembourgo had no choice but to continue striving for success on both fronts. On April 10th, during the 31st round of La Liga, Real Madrid fielded nearly their entire starting lineup at home against Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine, who possess formidable strength. Ultimately, thanks to Samuel's header and Beckham's direct free-kick goal, Real Madrid secured a narrow 2-1 victory over the Yellow Submarine. Their performance in the league has been commendable. However, concerns linger regarding Real Madrid's condition in the Champions League just 3 days later. As the players had no time to rest, on April 12, Chelsea's players arrived in Madrid, boasting excellent form due to their rotation in the previous league match. Following significant investments over 2 consecutive seasons, Chelsea's influence and fighting spirit have been on the rise. The starting lineup they announced is formidable, With each player deserving of respect up front, the duo of Gudjohnsen and Drogba takes center stage. The former, son of the Icelandic king, made his debut for the national team at the tender age of 16, replacing none other than his father in a heartwarming tale of the pitch. Indeed, Gudjohnsen's presence has been a constant in the Icelandic national team, embodying a footballing lineage. Presently, he has carved a niche for himself at Chelsea, earning the moniker of Iceland's sharpshooter. Even with the arrival of the highly acclaimed Drogba at a record transfer fee, Gudjohnsen remains a pivotal figure, frequently starting matches. His prowess is undeniable. As for Drogba, his explosive physical attributes leave many in awe, making him the ideal prototype for coaches seeking a perfect striker. If Suang possessed even half of Drogba's physical gifts, he would not be facing an indefinite suspension from professional media despite his stellar statistics and performances. However, Drogba has yet to fully meet expectations due to recurring minor injuries, remnants of old ailments from his time in League One, necessitating a period of recuperation. Once fully healed, he could truly become the beast everyone anticipates. Chelsea eagerly awaits that day. Their midfield operates in a diamond formation, featuring Lampard as the attacking midfielder, a core player for the England national team and the Premier League's finest midfielder. His long-range shooting instills fear across the pitch, a versatile warrior. Alongside him, the winger Duff possesses remarkable speed, ranking among the top dribblers in the Premier League, while right winger Joe Cole, equally swift, showcases excellent technical skills. Together, they form a devastating duo on the flanks this season. In the defensive midfield role, Chelsea boasts Mac LL, a player well known to Real Madrid fans. Last season, it was Mac LL's departure that led to the complete collapse of Real Madrid's defense. Highlighting his critical importance, he is now considered one of the top defensive midfielders in the world, known for his formidable defensive abilities and crucial role in the French national team. In defense, John Terry stands as a pillar for the England national team. Though not particularly tall, his speed, physicality, aggressive defending, tackling, and interception skills are commendable, making him one of Chelsea's most reliable players. The Czech goalkeeper has not disappointed, successfully showcasing his talent, earning accolades such as the best player at the UEFA U21 Championship and the best goalkeeper in League One for the 2003-2004 season. It is widely believed that, barring any surprises, he should be crowned the Czech Footballer of the Year in 2005, and he has nearly secured the title of best goalkeeper in the Premier League for this season. Additionally, Chelsea has performed admirably in the Champions League this year, with Cech playing a crucial role, and he is also a strong contender for the UEFA Goalkeeper Award. If Real Madrid represents the traditional aristocracy among the wealthy, Chelsea embodies the nouveau riche of the footballing world. This match signifies a clash of old versus new. In this encounter, Ronaldo made a timely return from injury, despite the reservations of Suang regarding this decision. Accumulated exertion had taken a toll on Ronaldo's knee, already plagued by issues, now compounded by several minor injuries that could potentially lead to more serious complications. Nevertheless, Suang understood the complexities of Ronaldo's situation. As a Real Madrid player, he could wait until fully fit to return, yet as the figurehead of the Brazilian contingent, he felt compelled to step up when the team needed him. The support he receives from fans is not without expectation. With Luxemburgo at the helm, Real Madrid must advance in the Champions League, and Ronaldo is called upon to showcase the significance of the Brazilian contingent. Partnering Ronaldo in the starting lineup is Suang, who has been in excellent form, especially in the Champions League, where his inclusion has become a consensus among fans. With an impressive record against Roma and Juventus, Suang has proven his mettle, relegating Owen to the bench. In midfield, Real Madrid also employs a diamond formation, with Zidane and Beckham as the wide midfielders, Figo as the attacking midfielder, currently in scintillating form, and Gravesen as the defensive anchor. While Gravesen's performance has been commendable, Suang believes his success stems from the resurgence of Figo and Zidane, which has bolstered the team's attacking prowess and alleviated pressure on the defense. In terms of pure ability, Gravesen does not match up to a world-class player like Mac LL. The defensive line, from left to right, consists of Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, and Bravo, forming Real Madrid's standard backline. In goal, Casillas stands as the epitome of the new generation of goalkeepers, boasting greater fame and accolades than Cech. Yet their skills are comparably matched. Cech's physical advantages, height, long arms, and legs, along with exceptional static attributes, are undeniable. The Bernabeu Stadium is packed to the brim today, with over 80,000 spectators gathered. The sea of white engulfs everything, marking the commencement of Real Madrid's life and death battle in the Champions League. Why is it that this season, Real Madrid finds itself in so many critical matches in the Champions League. The group stage against Roma and now this round against Chelsea. Chapter 73. The Captain's Duty. This scenario reflects certain issues. It indicates that Real Madrid is not invincible this season. Their strength does not rank among the elite. Consequently, they have often found themselves at a disadvantage in many encounters. Aligning with the internal dynamics of the team, which is rife with factions, local players, Brazilian contingent, international superstars, vying for influence, making flawless on-field performance nearly impossible. With the sound of the whistle, the match is underway. Real Madrid scores an away goal, needing only to net one more to take the lead. However, the most disheartening aspect of Chelsea is not merely their wealth or willingness to spend but their acquisition of the defensive mastermind from Porto. Jose Mourinho. A specialist in defense, he has taken defensive strategy to its zenith, particularly favoring the philosophy of winning 1-0. Generally, once his team gains the lead, opposing teams find it nearly impossible to score. Their defense is impenetrable, akin to parking a bus in front of the goal. Thus, despite both teams employing a 4-1-3-2 formation, Real Madrid is a quintessential attacking team, while Chelsea epitomizes the defensive counter-attacking style. Consequently, Chelsea's approach in this match is their preferred tactic of sitting back and defending. For a full 30 minutes, Real Madrid maintained a staggering 77% possession with 13 shots on goal, yet they failed to create a single genuine scoring opportunity. Alas, Mourinho's defensive tactics are truly formidable. Real Madrid struggles to find any openings. Despite numerous attempts, Real Madrid's effective attacks within the penalty area were non-existent, and this was against the backdrop of Chelsea missing their talented winger. Arjen Robben. Had Robben been present, Chelsea might have counterattacked successfully. Arjen Robben, the Dutch wing wizard. If Duff and Ashley Young represent Chelsea's devilish wings, then Robben and Duff are the high-end version of that duo. Unfortunately, his injuries have been too frequent. A true glass man, this could severely hinder his career's potential. Real Madrid once had a keen interest in this player, and should he overcome his injuries, they might very well pursue this star in the future. In the 37th minute, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Real Madrid's pass was intercepted, allowing Chelsea to launch a counterattack. Duff, with lightning speed, surged down the flank and delivered a cross. Drogba soared high, outpacing the advancing Casillas, and headed the ball into the net. The disadvantages of Casillas' shorter stature and shorter reach were glaringly exposed. Goal. The beast, Drogba. 1-0. The aggregate score now stands at 3-1, solidifying Chelsea's advantage. In the stadium, Drogba celebrated passionately, sliding on his knees and leaving 3 marks on the grass. Don't ask why there are 3 marks on 2 knees. It's a tale for the seasoned fans. Luxemburgo's expression was one of profound disappointment. The Bernabeu fell into a hush, and as the camera panned over Real Madrid supporters, disappointment and desolation were etched on their faces. This goal not only widened the gap but also granted Chelsea an invaluable away goal. What was once a scenario where Real Madrid could win with just 1 more goal now meant that even if they scored twice, they would only equal Chelsea's tally. For Real Madrid to advance, they must now score 3 goals without conceding, a task that seems nearly insurmountable. Due to the possibility of Mourinho's team conceding goals, it is absolutely unthinkable for them to allow 3 goals in a single match. Drogba has made his mark. His goal is worth its weight in gold. Many fail to comprehend why Real Madrid fans have suddenly plunged into despair. Yet, the commentator's explanation is succinct. Indeed, after Chelsea scored, they further entrenched themselves in defense. In the 41st minute, Beckham delivered a cross from the flanks. Aside from aerial balls, Real Madrid's football simply could not penetrate the penalty area. However, Ronaldo, nursing a slight injury, was reluctant to exert himself unless absolutely necessary. Beckham's previous exquisite passes had all gone to waste. Yet, Suong successfully contested for the ball, making a glancing header. Ronaldo's distinctive noodle hairstyle allowed Suong to outjump Chelsea's captain Terry. Suong intended to merely redirect the ball to create an opportunity, but under Terry's influence, this deflection unexpectedly turned into a direct shot on goal. Cech leapt to save, narrowly preserving the integrity of the net. Ronaldo surged forward for a follow-up shot, but the grounded Cech executed a remarkable dive akin to the iconic save performed by Wang Duayu in The Richest Man in Shihong City, clutching the ball before Ronaldo could capitalize. Even without a genuine opportunity, Ronaldo's foot made contact with the ball, forcing it into Cech's grasp. Admittedly, he did not apply significant force, yet this still incited a clash between the two sides. Ultimately, the referee issued a stern warning to Ronaldo. Ronaldo appeared somewhat agitated. Cech's performance was nothing short of superb. His fundamental skills and reflexes are exceptional. Suhong's header was the most threatening attempt from Real Madrid thus far. They must strive to create better opportunities. In the 45th minute, Figo's long-range shot won a corner. Beckham took the corner, and Samuel's header struck the crossbar. This attack replaced Suhong's header as the most menacing attempt for Real Madrid in the first half. It is, indeed, a bitter irony, as Samuel is a central defender, not a forward. With the referee's whistle, the first half came to a close. Chelsea, undoubtedly, would emphasize their defensive strategy further, especially in light of the vulnerabilities exposed during that corner. In the second half, they would likely not grant Samuel such favorable opportunities again. Meanwhile, in the Real Madrid dressing room, Luxemburgo was fervently reprimanding the players. His criticisms were undoubtedly warranted, for conceding goals without scoring indicates that their performance was inferior to that of their opponents. If they are outperformed, they deserve to be chastised. However, as the head coach, shouldn't it be more crucial to adjust tactics in an attempt to help the team gain an advantage? The current scene left Real Madrid's players, including Suhong, somewhat bewildered. He pondered how this differed from his debut in the first team under Queiroz during the Copa del Rey final. He glanced at the captain's armband on his arm. Raúl, Guti, and Salgado were absent from the field. Thus, this armband rightfully adorned Suhong's arm. The captain of Real Madrid. He bore the responsibility of guiding the team to victory. Chapter 74. Two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, even if. This might offend some. I think we could try substituting Guti for Bravo. Suhong spoke up. His voice rang out powerfully, interrupting Luxemburgo's incessant tirade. Everyone stared at Suhong in astonishment. Suhong extended an apologetic hand towards Bravo. Of course. It is not that Bravo has performed poorly, but rather that we need to attack now. Bravo is a central defender. While he can perform well in the right-back position defensively, he cannot fulfill attacking duties. Only in this way can we create more, better, and more direct offensive opportunities. Guti is versatile and can assist the team in any position. Upon finishing, Suhong noticed Luxemburgo's face turning a deep shade of crimson. Who do you think you are? Are you the head coach? You're merely a rotational player whose starting position is not even secure. What right do you have to critique the team's tactical approach and substitutions? Just as Luxemburgo was about to unleash his fury, Zidane suddenly raised his hand. I support Suhong's proposal. Zidane surveyed the room. Suhong is the current on-field captain. He has the authority to share his insights based on his experiences during the match. I believe his suggestion is valid, at least worth attempting. After Chelsea's goal, Gudjohnsen has completely transformed from a forward into a midfielder. We need to invest more attacking players in our offense. Everyone should be aware of Guti's potential contribution in attack. Luxemburgo's face turned pale with rage. Zidane, you've finally stepped forward. You're finally ready to confront me, aren't you? Good. I've been waiting for you to emerge. Next season, I can openly seek a replacement for you. I also support Suhong, Figo added. Many exchanged wary glances. The so-called international superstar faction was not a cohesive unit, but rather a collection of individual entities. They could not unify, thus lacking a foundation for power struggles. Yet each of them held a degree of influence. Zidane, as the de facto leader among the international stars, commanded significant authority within this loosely knit team. Figo's position had initially been high, but with the arrival of Zidane and Ronaldo, his status had markedly declined. Real Madrid had even considered not renewing his contract. However, in the latter half of this season, his form surged dramatically, establishing him as one of the core players in Real Madrid's offense. The club was actively negotiating a contract extension with Figo's team. His influence had risen accordingly. Moreover, note that Figo expressed support for Suhong. He supported this individual, not merely Suhong's suggestion. This is a fundamentally significant distinction. Yes, we cannot afford to remain passive, Beckham nodded. With three international superstars in the starting lineup voicing their support for Suhong, Luxemburgo's pupils contracted, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He glanced at Bravo, hoping this soon-to-be substituted Spanish domestic player could advocate for himself. Suhong's view aligns with mine, Raúl quietly interjected. The endorsement from the leader of the Spanish domestic faction signified that Helguera, Casillas, Guti, and others also supported Suhong's decision, including Bravo himself. Thus, he nodded. All right, let us follow Suhong's lead. Guti swiftly departed the dressing room, heading to warm up on the pitch. Suhong stood in the dressing room, momentarily embodying the true leader of the team. As the halftime break concluded, Real Madrid players gradually exited the dressing room. Luxembourgo's assistant, in a fit of frustration, lamented, "This is outrageous. They exhibit utter disregard for authority. Suang shows no respect for you." Luxembourgo interrupted his assistant's complaints, calmly stating, "Interesting.it is said that two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Raúl and Zidane are utilizing Suang to launch a counterattack against me. But has he considered how they will position themselves when Suang truly becomes the leader? Zidane may be excused. He is getting older and will not be around for many more years. But Raúl, a country cannot have two sovereigns. A reigning monarch and a powerful heir can never coexist harmoniously. If relinquishing control of this match leads to infighting within the Spanish domestic faction, I would be more than willing to facilitate that. I refuse to believe Raúl can genuinely tolerate someone usurping his position. I also do not believe that once Suang rises to prominence, he will not aspire to replace Raúl. Humans are inherently greedy. No one is exempt from this truth." As the second half commenced, both sides made adjustments, leaving many fans astonished. The commentators exclaimed in disbelief. Who would have thought Chelsea, leading the match, would make changes so early? They substituted right-back Grimy for Gudjohnsen. This clearly indicated their intention to fortify their defense further. Consequently, Chelsea transformed into a five-defender system, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Real Madrid fans were no strangers to Grimy, as he had once played for their club. However, he had failed to make an impact, overshadowed by Salgado, and later transferred to Chelsea. If Chelsea's adjustments were unexpected, Real Madrid's changes appeared somewhat reckless. They had substituted midfielder Guti for right-back Bravo after conceding a goal. It seemed Real Madrid aimed to bolster their attack. Yet, did they not worry about Chelsea's counterattacks? They had already struggled to contain Chelsea's counterplay. Now they were actively diminishing their defense, which could very well lead to further goals against them. Yet, people also understood Real Madrid's predicament. Trailing by an aggregate score of 1-3, they had to devise a strategy. Even if it was a misguided path, at least they were putting forth effort. As the whistle blew, the second half officially began. In the 47th minute, Guti, positioned as a right-back, received the ball. The team was transitioning to a new attacking flank. But who was Guti? The Golden Wolf Guti, the dagger of the throat, bang. Guti unleashed his dagger, executing a pinpoint through ball that sent the ball soaring to the far right. Ronaldo sprinted to the right, accelerating with full force, delivering a cross just before the ball crossed the goal line. Then rolling out of bounds. Chapter 75. The throw-in grenade. The ball traced a sharp arc, moving at great speed. Guti's through ball was precisely tailored for Ronaldo to intercept. Had it been Suang chasing after it, the ball would have long since sailed out of bounds. However, it is precisely because Ronaldo's kick appeared to be casual and imbued with uncertainty that Terry failed to anticipate the trajectory of the ball, thereby missing a golden opportunity to clear it. In the center, Suang collided with Portuguese international Ricardo Carvalho and then leapt skyward. The aerial pressure was immense. Carvalho, having just won the Champions League with Mourinho in Porto, subsequently followed Mourinho to Chelsea, forming a formidable central defensive partnership with Terry. Yet, he possessed a critical flaw. Standing at only 1.82 meters, aerial defense was his Achilles heel. Although Suang is also just 1.80 meters tall, his jumping and heading prowess, bolstered by Ronaldo's iconic hairstyle, meant that when he executed an aerial assault, it was nothing short of devastating. Bang. Suang perfectly connected with the ball, unleashing a forceful strike that shattered Chelsea's goal. Goal! The Bernabeu erupted in jubilation. A sea of white surged like a tidal wave. Suang had risen to the occasion. His header had detonated. Carvalho was utterly overpowered by Suang. He could not prevent the ascent of Real Madrid's prince. This was a spectacular goal. It was evident that Real Madrid's decision to substitute in Guti was astute. This enabled them to launch attacks directly from the backline, catching Chelsea off guard. Ronaldo's speed remained unparalleled. When he sprinted, no one could impede him. Ronaldo's cross found Suang, who finished with precision. This was a goal of great significance. The aggregate score now stood at 3-2. If Real Madrid could score once more, they would equalize. Oh, Suang refrained from celebrating. Instead, he dashed to the goal to retrieve the ball, eager for the match to resume swiftly. Cech attempted to obstruct Suang, but he deftly evaded him. Terry grabbed hold of Suang, leading to a confrontation. Suang's demeanor incensed Terry, who must have thought, does he really believe that Real Madrid can easily score again? Naturally, Suang's urgency was entirely justified. The referee promptly intervened, issuing warnings to both Terry and Suong. A skirmish that barely qualified as a conflict arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Both sides were merely striving for their own interests, which was not inherently wrong. This goal significantly uplifted the morale of the Real Madrid players. Anyone watching the match would understand this feeling. When you lead by 2 goals, you tend to relax. Chelsea was currently ensnared in this state. They were becoming somewhat anxious. In the 56th minute, Figo executed a dazzling dribble to evade Makelele before delivering a through ball to Ronaldo, who attempted a point-blank shot. It seemed a certain goal. Yet, Cech, the spider-like guardian, astonishingly deflected the ball away with his fingertips. In the 64th minute, after a seamless interchange with Zidane, Figo passed to Zidane, who received the ball with his back to goal, flicked it over Carvalho, and then lofted a pass into the penalty area. Suong and Terry engaged in fierce competition. As Suong attempted to leap, Terry obstructed his movement, preventing him from fully elevating. Although he managed to connect with the ball, his header was feeble, drifting towards Cech, who collected it easily. Suong cast an exasperated glance at Terry, silently chastising him for his excessive defensive tricks. Terry raised an eyebrow, implying that having multiple skills is advantageous. In the 69th minute, Roberto Carlos advanced down the flank, searching for a crossing opportunity, but his former teammate Grimy intercepted. Ultimately, the ball was kicked out of play by Grimy, granting Real Madrid a throw-in deep in Chelsea's half. Suong rushed over, indicating his intention to take the throw. Carlos left the ball on the ground and repositioned himself. This was rather illogical. Being taller and a forward, Suong should not be the one to take the throw-in. As it squandered an attacking player, a well-executed throw-in could create scoring opportunities. Many were perplexed by Suong's actions. Luxemburgo, standing nearby, wore a displeased expression. His tactical plan did not include allowing Suong to take throw-ins. No coach enjoys players arbitrarily altering their strategies. However, Zidane, who had gradually developed a rapport with Suong, glanced over at him. Suong's eyes darted toward the penalty area. Zidane understood, slowly moving closer to the box to exploit gaps between defenders. Chelsea's defenders, not paying much attention to Zidane due to his positioning far from the touchline, found themselves in a precarious situation. Suong's throw-in position was on the left flank. Unless he possessed extraordinary strength, it was implausible for him to reach Zidane with the ball. Thus, Zidane was largely disregarded. Instead, Ronaldo, drawing near to Suong, posed a significant threat. Suddenly, after attempting to throw the ball to Ronaldo, Carlos, and Figo, Suong retreated 2 steps and then unleashed a powerful throw toward the penalty area. It was akin to a grenade being lobbed by Cannavaro. Ronaldo and the others were momentarily bewildered. Where on earth was he throwing? Did he intend to send it directly into the opponent's goal? Could he possibly muster such strength? Everyone turned to follow the ball's trajectory. To their astonishment, it truly soared. The ball flew straight to the far post of the penalty area. Zidane, unmarked, leapt to connect with a powerful header, sending the ball into the far corner of the net. Cech dove but was helpless to intervene. The ball nestled into the back of the net. Zidane raised his arms and rushed toward Suong. Goal! The ball found the net. Zidane's header had scored. Suong had executed a throw akin to a hand grenade. It was utterly unexpected. Chelsea had certainly not anticipated Suong would handle it this way. They had completely overlooked Zidane. This was nothing short of a flash of genius. Suong and Zidane, 2 generations of talent, had synchronized their thoughts. Their chemistry was astounding. The score now stood at 2-1. The aggregate score was 3-3. Chelsea and Real Madrid each had 1 away goal, thus achieving a complete stalemate. Chapter 76. The True Face of Suong. Moving forward, if no further goals were scored, the match would proceed to extra time. Should extra time also yield no goals, a penalty shootout would determine the victor. Of course, there was still ample time left in the match, and both sides remained capable of scoring. Despite Real Madrid leveling the score, this was their home ground. Chelsea's goals would hold greater value than those of Real Madrid. To express it mathematically, if Chelsea's forthcoming goals were represented as X, then Real Madrid must score X+1 to remain competitive. Otherwise, if both teams scored X goals, Chelsea could triumph due to their greater tally of away goals. Yet, the situation still favored Chelsea. Moreover, Chelsea could defend comfortably without psychological burdens. In contrast, Real Madrid was compelled to dominate the attack, thus leaving openings for Chelsea's counterattacks. Being at home, Real Madrid could not afford to appear as timid turtles in front of their fans. Additionally, the The traditions, ethos, and pride of Real Madrid did not permit them to display a desperate defensive posture when the competition was evenly matched. As Real Madrid's players celebrated their goal, the camera panned to Mourinho and Luxemburgo on the sidelines. Mourinho's expression was one of dismay. To concede 2 goals under such favorable circumstances was, to him, tantamount to a grave sin. Their forte had always been defense, yet Mourinho's gaze fell upon Suong, who was tightly embraced by Zidane. 1 goal, 1 assist. This seemingly inconspicuous individual had been integral to all of Real Madrid's goals. He had clearly become the key to unlocking their success. Terry, you must contain him, keep a close watch on him. Mourinho summoned team captain Terry to his side, pointing at Suong. The moment he enters the danger zone, you must mark him closely, not allow him any space to control the ball. His footwork is lacking, maintain an aggressive defense, and he won't even be able to hold onto the ball. Terry nodded, then asked, what if he drifts to the flank? Should I follow him there? Many strikers, when closely marked, often retreat to the wings to evade their defenders. If the opposing center-back follows, it creates vulnerabilities in the original defensive structure. Conversely, if he does not follow, the previously marked player can engage in the attack from the flank, posing a threat. After a moment's contemplation, Mourinho shook his head. He is slow, lacking in technical skill. He can still contribute with his physicality and heading in the center. Occasionally, he might seize a scoring opportunity. But on the flank, he becomes ineffective. You need not follow him. Let the team's fullbacks defend as usual. The teammates nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Luxemburgo's expression was equally grim. This left some bewildered. After all, Real Madrid had just equalized. As the head coach, one would expect him to be elated. However, Luxemburgo remained silent. The goals scored by the team bore little relation to him. It was Suong who suggested substituting in Guti. Suong taking the throw-in was something Luxemburgo had expressly prohibited. In the aftermath, if anyone were to inquire, could Suong's contributions possibly be credited to Luxemburgo? It was obviously implausible. This Chinese player appeared to sacrifice his interests for the nation and the team, embodying a saintly demeanor. Yet, Luxemburgo had long seen through Suong's true nature. They were adept at employing such tactics. One might wonder why, despite Suong's numerous sacrifices, his standing within Real Madrid continued to rise. The influence within the fan community is growing ever more significant, and the authority within the team is becoming increasingly weighty. Can this truly be termed a sacrifice? Suong's brilliance is undeniable. A person of such caliber would never allow an adversary like Luxemburgo to seize the opportunity. Consequently, Luxemburgo found little reason for joy in the 72nd minute. The repercussions of Guti's actions became evident. Guti instinctively positioned himself in the midfield, a placement far too advanced for a right-back. Moreover, upon receiving the ball, he attempted a direct pass through the center, a dazzling maneuver indeed. Guti's flair is so captivating that even he cannot contain it. However, Mac LL successfully intercepted this audacious attempt and initiated a counterattack. Duff received the ball and surged forward with remarkable speed. Guti lunged towards Duff, but the latter deftly altered his course, propelling the ball ahead and outpacing Guti with sheer acceleration. What followed was an expansive verdant expanse, wide enough for anyone, including Miss Dong, to frolic freely. Duff has surpassed him. Guti's attempted interception was utterly ineffective. How would Duff respond? Samuel had no choice but to engage. Duff delivered a precise through ball. Drogba charged into the penalty area. Oh, Drogba has fallen? Helguera raised his hands in innocence, signaling his lack of involvement. The referee, blowing his whistle, approached amidst a chorus of boos from the Real Madrid supporters, promptly brandishing a yellow card and pointing to the penalty spot. A penalty kick? Casillas dashed from his goal, claiming Helguera had not touched him. He was merely diving. This was a blatant act of simulation. Naturally, Chelsea's players swiftly intervened to extricate Casillas. The referee stood firm in awarding the penalty. Meanwhile, Drogba, with a pained expression, rose from the ground. He had indeed feigned injury, but the previous act was executed with remarkable finesse, nearing that of Huazai's level. Subsequently, Lampard stepped forward to take the penalty. Bang! A clean, decisive strike. Casillas guessed the right direction but was a fraction too slowed. Lampard's shooting ability is exceptionally reliable. Goal. Lampard scores from the spot. The aggregate score stands at 4-3. However, it is crucial to note that this is an away goal for Chelsea. Henceforth, A draw is no longer a possibility in this match. Real Madrid must score twice to secure victory. One could argue that this penalty is equivalent to 2 goals, considering Chelsea's defensive prowess in the remaining time. This penalty has effectively sealed the match. Luxemburgo, recognizing the inevitable, waved his hand and signaled for Raul and Owen to warm up on the sidelines. Some Real Madrid supporters cheered, for substitutions imply new elements and signify that Real Madrid is striving. Yet, others contended that the strongest lineup was already on the pitch. Who would be substituted? Ronaldo was certainly not to be replaced. In such a life-and-death battle, as long as Ronaldo remains uninjured, he must play the entire match. Chapter 77. Focused intensity, level 10 vision. Thus, the only option left was to substitute Suong. But it is Suong. Rational Real Madrid fans are aware that Suong is not the strongest player on this team. Among the forwards, he is arguably the weakest. However, if Real Madrid fans were to choose a forward in dire straits, their answer would invariably be Suong. Suong. It must be Suong. Trust in Suong leads to victory. This is the essence of mysticism. Football itself is steeped in mysticism. Consequently, the atmosphere around the stadium grew increasingly tumultuous, leading to a rift among Real Madrid supporters. The 75th minute arrived, but this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was, Ronaldo, having taken a shot, sat on the ground, clutching his knee. The Real Madrid fans were left in stunned silence. Who among Suong's supporters had uttered such prophetic words? How could this be so uncanny? Oh, it appears Ronaldo's knee is troubling him. This is rather unfortunate. An injury sustained without contact with an opponent is likely to be serious. Ronaldo has endured a myriad of injuries over the years. Oh, the medical staff signaled for a substitution. Luxemburgo's expression darkened considerably. Real Madrid needed goals, yet their most potent scorer was to be replaced. How dreadful! Luxemburgo's assistant immediately contacted the fourth official to amend the substitution. Owen was originally slated to replace Suong, but now he must come on for Ronaldo. Meanwhile, Raúl took the place of Figo, who had performed reasonably well today. However, Chelsea's formation was highly compact, leaving little room for Figo to maneuver. The introduction of opportunistic forward Raúl may yield better results. AS Raúl entered the field. Suong approached him, removing the captain's armband from his own arm and placing it on Raúl. This gesture elicited applause from the crowd, a testament to Suong's respect for his captain. In truth, he could have easily justified not returning the armband due to the tense nature of the match, but Suong chose otherwise. In the 81st minute, Chelsea seized a dead ball opportunity to make a substitution, bringing on defensive midfielder Thiago Mendes for DROGBA. At this moment, Chelsea had 5 defenders, 5 midfielders, and no forwards on the pitch. One must question the audacity of such a decision. The commentator was left astounded. This is the quarter-finals of the Champions League. Has Chelsea truly disregarded the game? How could they make such an arrangement? This decision would surely invite scorn and ridicule from the footballing world in the aftermath. It is utterly disgraceful. Even if Drogba were to play in midfield, or even as a defensive midfielder, it would be more acceptable than outright indicating their intention to play defensively. Ding! You have activated Zidane's early game vision effect, focused intensity. For the next 10 minutes, your vision has increased to level 10. Suong's eyes lit up. As his perceptual landscape expanded further, he rarely activated focused intensity, as he often played as a substitute. When starting, he endeavored to avoid receiving passes from teammates while in an offside position. Thus, his passing and receiving attempts seldom met the activation requirements. However, with Chelsea now fully in a defensive posture, Suong had ample opportunities to participate in numerous passes. Initially, he believed there to be little difference between level 8 and level 10 vision. The sensation of having an awareness behind him was simply exhilarating. Moreover, the clarity was entirely different. It felt as though he was now viewing in 4K. What was previously level 8 vision was utterly inadequate. Zidane, where is the girls' dormitory? Ah, so you're using what I provided for such purposes. In the 86th minute, fully acclimated to the thrill of level 10, Suong astutely identified a non-opportunity that could be transformed into an opportunity. Zidane, Raúl, and Guti approached. Mendes' passing options were rapidly constricted. However, as he completed his pass, Suong anticipated it, pivoting seamlessly towards Lampard. Lampard could only let the ball pass, attempting to shield it with his body while trying to evade Suong's presence. Yet, he could only manage to hold on for a second. Just as Lampard aimed to redirect the ball and escape, Suong suddenly dove to the ground, executing a tackle. The close proximity of the two made such a maneuver particularly challenging. The risk of committing a foul was high due to their closeness, and the speed required for a successful tackle could easily be thwarted by an opponent's awareness. Nonetheless, Suong's actions took Lampard by surprise. And the quality of his tackle was remarkably high. Attentive fans might recall Cannavaro's performance when Real Madrid faced Juventus. It was of similar caliber. Suong, bingo. Indeed, it was Cannavaro's signature tackle bang. Not only did Suong execute the tackle, but he also retained possession of the ball, securing it firmly at his feet. Lampard tumbled to the ground. Rolling away, Chelsea's players immediately raised their arms in protest, claiming a foul. However, the referee remained unmoved. Positioned closely, he had a clear view. Suong's tackle was clean and executed with remarkable skill. Had he previously played as a central defender? Bang. Suong passed the ball to the nearby Guti and surged forward. Guti then found Beckham. After taking a couple of steps, Suong darted past him along the flank. Beckham promptly released the ball to Suong, who found himself in a prime position on the wing. Unmarked, Gallas, faced with the choice between defending Beckham, who lacked the ball, and Suong, who had it, opted for the former, believing Suong posed no threat. Bang. Suong delivered a cross that was surprisingly well executed. Terry, watching the trajectory of the ball, appeared bewildered. Wasn't it said that Suong couldn't cross? Mourinho, standing nearby, looked equally astonished. This technique might not be exceptional, but it at least resembled a standard cross. Why would a target forward practice crossing? To cross for himself? Oh, Suong's cross. Alas, it was overhit. Suong, after all, is not a winger, and his crossing still lacked precision. This delivery left spectators puzzled as to whom he intended to target. Owen at the near post was clearly out of reach, while Raul at the penalty spot was still far from the ball's trajectory. Wait. Chapter 78. Masterful reclamation. Extra time decider. The scene shifted to the back post of the penalty area, where Real Madrid's left-back Roberto Carlos surged forward. He emerged from behind the unsuspecting Grimy, racing towards the ball's landing spot. Bang! The ball arrived. Carlos, with his thigh as thick as a waist, unleashed a powerful strike. The angle was tight, yet none were prepared for such an assault. This was akin to a training session for shooting, and how could the world's premier attacking left-back falter at such a crucial moment? Whoosh! The football soared into Chelsea's net from a narrow angle. As the Chelsea players turned to look, all they could see was the white ripples in the net. Goal. 4-4. Real Madrid has done it. Just one more goal to go. Suong's cross was remarkably inspired. Apart from him, the other players in Real Madrid's front line were not particularly adept at heading the ball, so he did not pose a challenge to Owen and Raúl. Astonishingly, he spotted Carlos at the opposite end of the pitch. His vision was exceptional. Our wide-angle lens had failed to detect that Carlos had an opportunity. Carlos's shot was equally splendid, truly deserving of the title of the world's best left-back. Chelsea is now in a very passive position. If they concede another goal, they will be eliminated by Real Madrid. Yet, they find themselves without any forwards on the field to score. With no other options, they can only continue to defend. They hope not to concede in the final minutes. I understand that this statement may seem peculiar, as maintaining a few minutes without conceding should be a relatively simple task, especially since Chelsea is one of the best defensive teams in Europe. But alas, this is the Bernabeu. Chelsea's opponent is Real Madrid. They have already scored 3 goals in this match. At this moment, anyone would believe that Real Madrid might score again within a few minutes. It is exhilarating. This is a battle between the strongest spear in all of Europe and the strongest shield. To be honest, this statement somewhat flatters Real Madrid. In the past 2 seasons, their offensive prowess has not been the finest in Europe. Even this season, their goal difference in La Liga is fewer than their rivals Barcelona. However, from a stereotypical perspective, Real Madrid, boasting 7 superstars, can indeed be considered the strongest speared. No one in the midfield can match their luxury. In the 90th minute, the stoppage time board appeared on the sidelines. 3 minutes, a rather standard amount of stoppage time. This is not very favorable for Real Madrid. Most Real Madrid fans believe they would have 5 more minutes. Luxemburgo approached the 4th official to complain, only to receive a yellow card in return. In the 91st minute, the situation on the field began to reverse. Chelsea, previously in a state of anxiety, started to seize the initiative. Although they were still under siege by Real Madrid, every time they gained possession, they kicked the ball toward Real Madrid's half, thereby wasting time. If they managed to do this 3 or 4 more times, the The referee will blow the final whistle. Chelsea is on the cusp of entering the Champions League semi-finals. This holds immense significance for them. Chelsea is swiftly becoming a powerhouse in football. In the 92nd minute, Chelsea regained possession. Terry intended to clear the ball with a powerful kick, but Suong leapt directly in front of him. As a precaution, Terry retracted his foot. He anticipated Terry's actions. The ball sped toward Cech. Suong also dashed toward Cech. The ball was moving rapidly. Cech could have cleared it with a long kick, but due to the limited angle, it would likely result in a throw-in for Real Madrid. Thus, Cech feigned out a shot. He deftly redirected the ball in the opposite direction. This maneuver effectively left Suong behind. In that back and forth, at least several seconds were wasted. But just as his foot made contact with the ball, he caught sight of Terry's terrified expression. Cech realized something was amiss, but it was too late. He had already struck the ball, bang bang. The sounds of the two collisions almost melded into one, leading one to believe it was a single impact. Yet the footage captured every detail. As the ball flew away in that instant, Suong, who had just been evaded, turned, exerted force, took a step, and executed a flying tackle in one fluid motion. It was astonishingly agile. The ball soared into Chelsea's net behind Cech. It appeared as if Cech had kicked the ball, only for it to fly in the opposite direction. A hush fell over the crowd. But in the next moment, Suong rose from the ground and rushed toward the corner flag. He waved his arms, leaping high into the air. After a 180-degree turn, he descended like a deity. Suong! A resounding cheer awakened the slumbering white giant. The Bernabeu erupted. Goal! Suong! Suong has made his mark. Cech made a grave error. He thought he had evaded Suong. But after being deceived, Suong turned and instantly propelled the ball into the net. Cech inadvertently assisted Suong with a fatal pass. The aggregate score now stands at 5-4. Real Madrid has turned the tide. The atmosphere in the stadium reached a fever pitch. Not just the fans, but even the players were going wild. It was truly miraculous. Suong seemed to know that Cech would not clear the ball with a long kick from the outset. He turned in advance, almost synchronizing with Cech's movement to redirect the ball. The key was Suong's explosive power. After turning, he propelled himself with his right foot, executing a flying tackle that launched him into the air, completing the tackle mid-flight. Everyone can attempt this maneuver. Typically, when a person sprints and turns, most of the leg strength is expended countering inertia, making it difficult to achieve immediate explosive acceleration. Yet Suong accomplished it, because he possesses the effect of chasing the wind. Thanks to Owen, explosive power is the eternal virtue of frontline players. The Real Madrid players lifted Suong high. They tossed him into the air. Oh, everyone is celebrating. The Chelsea players didn't even attempt to halt Real Madrid's jubilation at first. Though there was still a bit of time left, they knew they had no chance. Indeed, Terry, regaining his composure, urged the referee to restart the match with a heavy heart. Yet, less than 20 seconds after the kickoff, with Lampard's long-range shot soaring over the bar, the referee blew the final whistle with 2 short and 1 long signal. Real Madrid defeated Chelsea 4-2 at home, overturning the aggregate score from 1-2 to 5-4. They eliminated Chelsea and advanced to the Champions League semi-finals. Mourinho stood on the sidelines, utterly disheartened, glaring intently at Suong. It was utterly uncanny. This fellow's vision surpassed that of the camera. Chapter 79. The triple savior, king of the last-minute goals. But the problem is, this fellow had previously been caught offside under Chelsea's defensive stance, indicating that his vision was not exceptional. Furthermore, his abilities were not particularly strong. Yet in this match, he scored 2 goals and provided 2 assists, contributing to all of Real Madrid's goals. This is truly bizarre. Mourinho now understands why, after defeating Queiroz' Manchester United in the league, Queiroz warned him to be cautious, claiming Suong would teach him a lesson. Now, that lesson has indeed arrived. The result of the match swiftly made headlines in sports media worldwide. Because after this match, this year's Champions League Final Four has been fully determined. Real Madrid's last-minute goal eliminates Chelsea, securing the final ticket to the Champions League semi-finals. AC Milan, Liverpool, PSV Eindhoven, Real Madrid. The Champions League Final Four is revealed, vastly differing from the media's pre-season predictions. This prince is truly remarkable. Suong of Real Madrid, with 2 assists and 2 goals, single-handedly defeated the Champions League's tactical genius, Mourinho. The true powerhouse defeated the false powerhouse. Suong was named the man of the match, delivering a fatal blow to the Russian oligarch Abramovich. This is the Galácticos. Real Madrid's last-minute heroics recreate the Champions League narrative. Mourinho's substitutions sparked controversy. Substituting Drogba too early allowed Real Madrid to shed all caution and focus entirely on their offense. Mourinho underestimated the array of stars at Real Madrid. These star players, once focused on a single task, are bound to succeed. For instance, scoring, turning the tide. The Prince achieves godhood. Zidane has saved Real Madrid 3 times in this season's Champions League, king of last-minute goals. Zidane is the player with the most last-minute goals for Real Madrid this season. Substitutions also involved Zidane. According to insiders, the decision to replace Guti in midfield stemmed from Zidane's suggestion. Raúl. Substituting Guti was indeed a controversial decision, but we fully support Zidane, and the results have proven Zidane correct. After the match, Chelsea players faced the media. Drogba. We made mistakes. We thought our biggest adversaries would be Ronaldo or Zidane, but unexpectedly, it was Zidane. He changed the course of the match. He is a player who can dictate the game. Makelele. I see similar qualities in Zidane as I do in myself. His defense is commendable. Did he previously play as a defensive midfielder or center-back? His tackles are exceptionally sharp, and we suffered greatly from them. He is also a kaleidoscopic presence on the offensive end. He can even deliver crosses from the flanks. I believe Zidane possesses the foundation to become a perfect player. I have high hopes for him. I hope Real Madrid can go further in the Champions League. Lampard. It's absolutely incredible. Zidane is undoubtedly the MVP of this match. I find it hard to believe that such a player is only 19 years old. Chelsea's players were indeed left in awe. They were utterly defeated. It was just uncanny. Yet the ever-arrogant Blues leader Mourinho remained true to his character, boldly stating, "There were areas in this match where we did not perform well. While Real Madrid excelled, thus they emerged victorious. We still need to familiarize ourselves further and refine our play. This is not a process that can be achieved overnight. Of course, we will not wallow in the sorrow of defeat. For next year we will be stronger, but Real Madrid may not be." Despite the emergence of promising talents like Zidane, the majority of the superstars within their squad have aged considerably. This presents an opportunity for us. If circumstances permit next year, we shall advance further in the Champions League, stepping over the fallen remains of Real Madrid. Furthermore, Luxemburgo is not an exceptional coach. The coach, the players, and the club are all lacking in their prime. Starting next season, they may find themselves long absent from the fierce competition of the Champions League's quarterfinals and semifinals. Every individual experiences their moments of glory, yet decades of coaching experience cannot be eclipsed by mere luck over a couple of years. Mourinho's defensive tactics are an affront to football. He is unworthy of the title of head coach. The players under his stewardship are also tragically hindered, forever unable to achieve commendable statistics. Their talents and gifts are being squandered by Mourinho. The two head coaches have exchanged sharp words. However, when the reporter inquired about Guti's substitution, Luxemburgo fell silent. He could hear nothing, absolutely nothing. As for Zidane, the undeniable hero of the match, he was surrounded by a throng of reporters. Reporter: Zidane, are you satisfied with your performance? Zidane: incredibly satisfied. Reporter: did you foresee such a performance beforehand? Zidane: I had considered it, but I never expected events to unfold in such a bizarre manner. Chelsea is a formidable opponent. Defeating Chelsea was already a significant challenge, and to find ways to score more goals was indeed a tremendous test. Yet, I am grateful to my teammates. They are the finest partners in the world, capable of transforming any situation. Reporter: it is said that the decision to play Guti as a right-back was yours. Zidane smiled slightly. Well, it cannot be said quite that way. I merely proposed a suggestion. But Zidane, Raúl, Figo, and Beckham all deemed it feasible. They are the ones who truly bore the pressure and made the decisions. So I believe they are the true heroes. Of course, including Guti himself, who demonstrated through his outstanding performance that he is always trustworthy. As for whose pressure was truly born, those who understand, understand. Reporter: we noticed that before the last 2 goals, you executed remarkably successful defensive plays. Your interceptions, tackles, especially your sliding tackles. How do you possess such exceptional defensive abilities? Zidane shook his head. No, please do not say that I do not possess exceptional defensive skills. I know what everyone wishes to hear, but that would be unfair to the true defenders. Helguera, Casillas, Carlos, Samuel, Graveson, Guti, even our midfield players have all contributed to the defensive effort. I am merely more fortunate, perhaps my actions are more eye-catching. However, we cannot assume that after consuming the 5th bun, The first 4 buns were of no use. Chapter 80. A rising controversy in the mainland. The reporters nodded. Indeed, Su Hong's sense of team honor is exceptionally strong. He never boasts about himself. He always remembers his teammates and is eager to share the accolades with them. Some Europeans and the vast majority of Americans find it difficult to grasp this mindset. Humility is equated with weakness in their culture. Eastern friendships emphasize giving, which fosters incredible loyalty. In contrast, the West prioritizes conquest, leading to more opportunistic behavior. Reporter: Suong, how do you feel about the new nickname given to you by the Real Madrid fans? Suong: new nickname? What nickname? Reporter: the captain who never loses. Suong chuckled. Captain of the Megua team. That pun could cost you. You're a domestic reporter, aren't you? The reporter was taken aback. Yes, we are special correspondents for Marca. Suong interrupted him, explaining in standard Mandarin. No, what I meant was, you are a Zhongguo reporter, right? The reporter was bewildered. That accent, he almost felt as if he were strolling the streets of Chengdu, greeting, hello. The reporter's eyes glistened with emotion. I'm a correspondent for the Sports Weekly stationed in Spain, currently assigned to Marca. I know you are of Chinese descent, but I did not expect you to mean our domestic scene. Moreover, your Mandarin is remarkably standard. Due to various familial issues, I may hold Spanish nationality, which cannot be altered. However, I am certainly not an ABC. You can consider me a domestic player who is unable to play for the national team. The reporter was ecstatic, almost at a loss for words. Suong discerned this and provided the reporter with a string of numbers. No worries, this is my contact information. Feel free to reach out for an in-depth chat whenever you have the time. By the way, what is your name? Xiaozhan? That name isn't quite suitable, you know. Suong nodded. This gesture earned him genuine admiration from several veteran reporters present. No wonder he could ascend the ranks so swiftly at Real Madrid at such a young age, becoming one of its prominent figures in just a year. This young man possesses extraordinary emotional intelligence. Su Hong's recent actions were, in fact, an attempt to assist the young reporter named Zhang Jun, who had monopolized too much of Su Hong's interview time. His peers were beginning to express their discontent. Do not underestimate the intricacies of such professional rivalry. As a foreigner, offending the Spanish media while on their turf could yield dire consequences. They possess numerous means to ostracize and undermine you. In recent years, the so-called mainstream society in Europe and America has exhibited severe disdain for other regions. Naturally, Suong did not anticipate that his kindness would yield unexpected rewards. You might find it hard to believe, but Suong has become quite a sensation in Europe. Yet, in his homeland, few are aware of him. At the beginning of this season, Zhang Jun reported on Suong, only to be met with a barrage of criticism from his superiors back home, who chastised him for fabricating news to deceive fans. An emerging Chinese player helping Real Madrid lift the Copa del Rey and the Spanish Super Cup, thrashing Barcelona, mercilessly beating the Catalans, the Prince of Real Madrid, the 4th captain in the club's history, previously inconspicuous, suddenly becoming a sensation. Are you watching too many melodramatic dramas? Zhang Jun attempted to explain, but all his justifications fell flat. Following 2002, the atmosphere surrounding domestic football plummeted. Basketball surged, overtaking football. Many football insights became outdated. Coupled with the chaotic state of European football information, the primary focus domestically remained on the Bundesliga, as well as Serie A, which is still regarded by many as the world's top league. Coverage of La Liga is significantly less. Since Suong has faced frequent suspensions, he has not participated in many matches this season. Thus, even if fans read Zhang Jun's report and sought further information, they often found nothing. They might have seen news in your Sports Weekly, but when searching on the Football Daily, nothing appears. Wouldn't that make you think this little Zhang Jun is just writing nonsense? Consequently, Zhang Jun had no choice but to suppress news related to Suong. Yet, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He continued to gather information on Suong, determined that one day, he would ensure the domestic audience knew of such an outstanding Chinese player overseas. He had captivated the world's most discerning fans, the merengues. He had conquered the star-studded Galácticos. He had won over all of Spain. Yet, he could not sway the editors and chief editors of domestic news media. This time, Zhang Jun believed he had amassed sufficient information. This report caused a stir within the Sports Weekly. The higher-ups, convinced by Zhang Jun's findings, quickly recognized the immense value of the information. They classified the content as internal confidential material for limited discussion. Once they learned that Zhang Jun had acquired Su Hong's contact information, they decided to release some of the content. They also urged Jeonjun to expedite his exclusive interview with Suong, if they were to do it. They aimed to make this topic top-notch. They even established a news column dedicated to Suong, primarily tasked with countering competitors' attempts to tarnish his reputation. This tactic is commonly employed among domestic media. One can recall the coverage history of prominent stars. It generally follows that one media outlet uncovers a promising or talented player, garnering attention. However, it is soon followed by another outlet claiming the story is fake news. If that fails, they resort to discrediting the player, asserting that while the player exists, they are not as formidable locally as claimed. This strategy is not to malign the player but to undermine the media that unearthed them. Once other media outlets acquire news on the player, they too will begin to sing the player's praises. Yet, the original media outlet that discovered the player loses the most significant traffic. News pursues authenticity. But how it is utilized can be interpreted in many ways. It resembles a weapon. The hottest superstar of the season, Prince Suong of Real Madrid. The youngest fourth captain in Real Madrid's history. The youngest on-field captain in Real Madrid's history. Chapter 81. The Mac LL moment and Drogba's superstar skills. Zidane's most promising young talent. Locally, they call him the white-clad god of death. This boy is known as Xiao Su. He is the player with the highest win rate at Real Madrid, bar none. The Sports Weekly has unleashed a significant strike. The entire newspaper solely reports on Real Madrid news. With 80% of the content related to Suong, domestic fans were left dumbfounded upon seeing this newspaper. And my goodness, has the Sports Weekly gone mad? Are we truly inhabiting the same planet? Did they recruit Jin Yong and Gulong as editors? This is utterly akin to fiction. It is preposterous. 19 years old, of Chinese descent. Can such labels genuinely be associated with a superstar athlete? The Sports Weekly has lost its mind. No, it is this Jeonjun who has gone insane. All these articles bear his name, Jeonjun. In his early days at Guangdong TV Sports Channel, he made enemies and was dispatched overseas, later switching to Sports Weekly, rendering his reports untrustworthy. Suhang. Is there a paradise above and Suhang below? This name seems far too casually fabricated, doesn't it? I would prefer to call him Lu Yong. Deng Kai could work as well. Anything is superior to Su Hang. However, there are indeed some knowledgeable fans who have unearthed pertinent details from Western media reports. Upon investigation, it appears that Real Madrid has a player named Shu, which could possibly translate to Su. Shu? Who is this player? Could any brothers who have traveled to Spain come forth to share their insights? I visited Madrid this year on a business trip. This Shu seems to be quite popular in Madrid. We spotted his giant poster outside a large shopping mall. I will upload it to the forum shortly for everyone to see. We were all quite intrigued, considering it is the capital of Spain, to have an Asian poster there. A friend accompanying me speculated he might be of Korean or Japanese descent. Due to a tight schedule, we did not delve deeper. However, he is undoubtedly a football player, and the Real Madrid emblem was prominently displayed. Soon after, this netizen uploaded the image to the Sports Weekly online forum. It was a dynamic snapshot of Su celebrating. Captured mid-air, looking exceptionally cool. The poster bore no information, merely an artistic representation of Shu. At the bottom, in small print, it read, Real Madrid Football Club. This must be an official promotional poster from Real Madrid. It belongs to a category of image promotion, rather high-end, devoid of commercial intent, purely aimed at expanding influence rather than typical advertising. Domestic advertisements are usually product-oriented, yet abroad, many commercials focus on such image promotion. I see now. It explains why I found it bewildering. A poster of such magnitude, yet devoid of any product, led my companions to comment on the wastefulness. Judging by this poster, it is clear that this individual holds considerable stature at Real Madrid. Aside from the joining of superstars, the promotional representation of players at Real Madrid entails high expectations. They must either have substantial renown, exhibit exceptional overall performance and statistics, or be extraordinarily talented players with significant local influence. For instance, Zidane, Ronaldinho, and Iniesta. As the discussion matured, a seasoned fan who had also visited Madrid finally spoke up in the forum. Wow, Su is of Chinese descent. This is the first I've heard of this. The brother above, what's the situation? Does Real Madrid truly have a Su Hang? Is this age indicative of a youth academy player, and is he remarkable? Is he as renowned as Messi from Barcelona? Messi is indeed quite famous within the Barcelona youth academy system. I have heard he is referred to as the next Iniesta. Iniesta, in turn, is regarded as an offensive enhancement of Xavi. Yes, it's quite the nesting doll of comparisons. Xavi is now a key midfielder for Barcelona. Iniesta has also begun to feature prominently this season, not lacking in starting appearances and performing commendably. Messi has likewise played several matches for the first team, demonstrating impressive form and boundless potential. Thus, some fans may be aware of them. However, due to injuries and competition within the team, his appearances have been limited, often leading to obscurity, thus resulting in fewer updates compared to others. Moreover, due to translation issues regarding names and nicknames, not many people domestically are familiar with Su Hang. Prince Su. He is undoubtedly a heroic figure in Madrid, a prodigious talent, one of the most formidable rising stars in this year's football scene. You know little Ronaldo, right? If Su were to play more often, his momentum would rival that of little Ronaldo. Everyone is still aware of little Ronaldo. Handsome, cool, with an appealing style of play, he is the only designated successor to Manchester United's number 7 by Ferguson. Naturally, there are many controversies surrounding him. Nonetheless, his fame is undeniably vast. The white-clad assassin, Prince Su. This season, Raúl and Owen are competing against each other, with numerous substitute appearances. Whenever Raúl is off the pitch, Su dons the captain's armband. Guti is the second captain, Salgado the third, but Su, as the fourth captain, has precedence over them all. A hat-trick of goals, a hat-trick of assists, consecutive last-minute winners. Su has been extraordinarily impressive this season. Is that really so? But why can't I find any relevant information? Oh, this might be due to Su's family background. They seem to be quite affluent. His father is a prominent businessman. For safety reasons, families like theirs spend money annually to delete any information related to themselves from the internet. Thus, it's rather elusive to find relevant content. However, regarding football, that is not an issue. It's merely due to translation and nationality, etc. Foreign media do not specifically report that Su is of Chinese descent. Meanwhile, our domestic media have not particularly focused on Su, and even if they did, they would be reluctant to believe he is of Chinese descent. After all, ISNT had often said that yellow-skinned individuals cannot play football. Gradually, Su Hang began to transform into a legend domestically. Yet, truly convincing content remains relatively scarce. Furthermore, with everyone having different narratives, there is no unified standard if one false report emerges among 9 true ones. The credibility of all 10 will significantly diminish. They differ in appearance, age, and experiences, and there was even one case of a celebrity fabricated by an entertainment company, claiming to have been a football trainee for 2.5 years. Upon investigation, it turns out he had hastily changed his name to Su Hang overnight. He didn't even have the surname Su before. Ding. Your performance on the pitch has reminded Makelele of his days at Real Madrid. And you have earned the moment card Makelele 2002. Ding. Your spirit of perseverance and fierce tackles on the field have instilled fear in Drogba, who believes that even in the face of brutal collisions, he may not be able to disregard your defense. You have received Drogba's brutal tackle, a superstar-level skill. The physical prowess of the beast, Drogba, has always been unparalleled among forwards. He excels at leveraging his physical advantages. Having developed the unique technique of brutal tackling, Chapter 82, the horn of championship contention sounds. Your strength, foot power, ball control, and attacking awareness have all been enhanced. During collisions, there is a chance to activate a long-range shooting bonus, improving your shooting ability from outside the penalty area. There is a small chance to activate collision immunity, rendering you completely unaffected by opponents' tackles. Su Hang has received blessings from Chelsea. Makelele and Drogba are both sincere individuals. Lampard, however, is not quite the same. While he praises Su, he doesn't offer any skills. Makelele's moment card is somewhat lackluster. After all, Su Hang is a forward. He will never play as a defensive midfielder. Drogba's brutal tackle is indeed powerful. This skill has directly enhanced Su Hang's foot power, starting at 70 points, which is quite commendable. This attribute will be a focal point for Su Hang's training moving forward, including violent aesthetics, free kicks, and shooting, all closely tied to foot power. Without sufficient foot power, not only will he fail to exhibit shooting standards, but he will also frequently sustain injuries to his ankles, knees, and thighs. Additionally, his strength attribute currently stands at 85, marking Su Hang's most formidable personal capability. Ball control has reached 75, while attacking awareness is at 78. Although all these attributes are valuable in comparison to this skill, they still fall short. This skill is particularly remarkable due to its 2 special effects. Point 1 is the long-range shooting bonus. Can you envision a player delivering a stunning long-range shot after battling with opponents? The majority of long-range shots are executed in open spaces, free from defenders or interference. Imagine doing so after a tussle. The collision immunity is even more impressive. Unaffected by tackles. Wouldn't that be akin to being invincible? Drogba, forever a legend. On April 17th, during the 32nd round of La Liga, Real Madrid fielded a semi-main squad after a grueling battle. Several key players, including the slightly injured Ronaldo and the unfit Zidane, were absent from the roster. Nonetheless, the remaining players did not disappoint, particularly Figo, who performed brilliantly away, assisting the team in a 2-0 victory over Levante. Consequently, Real Madrid trails Barcelona by 3 points, sitting second in La Liga, with a significant gap of over 10 points from the third place. Theoretically, this year's La Liga champion will emerge from either Barcelona or Real Madrid. At this juncture, one cannot help but commend the La Liga officials for their astute scheduling of matches. In the next round, Real Madrid will host Barcelona. This match will determine the champion of this season's La Liga. Should Real Madrid lose, they will fall 6 points behind Barcelona. 6 rounds, 6 points. Barcelona would be almost assured of victory. This year, Barcelona and Real Madrid are evidently a tier above other teams, making consecutive upsets improbable. Conversely, if Real Madrid triumphs, both teams will be level on points. Following that, it truly becomes a race where anyone could emerge victorious. Had the encounter been scheduled earlier, it would have lost its significance. The impact and reach of this match would undoubtedly diminish. If the meeting between both parties were scheduled later, it could very well result in someone clinching the championship prematurely. The originally anticipated El Clásico has been rendered utterly irrelevant, leading to substantial losses for both the team and the league. This situation is rife with complexities, necessitating considerable calculations. Concerning this match, there is a prevailing belief that it poses a greater challenge for Real Madrid. According to Marca, the moment of decision has truly arrived for Real Madrid. Champions League or League, the Times notes. Given the players' injury histories and ages, Real Madrid is not equipped to handle 2 grueling matches back-to-back, Mundo Deportivo asserts. Should both fixtures be required, it is highly probable that Real Madrid will miss out on both the League and the Champions League. Diario Sport opines, Barcelona's dominance in the league is markedly stronger, and given Real Madrid's previous thrashing by Barcelona, the odds of victory in this round are slim. It would be wiser to pursue breakthroughs in the Champions League. Media outlets affiliated with Barcelona subtly suggest that Real Madrid consider relinquishing the upcoming El Clásico, thereby solidifying Barcelona's claim to the league title this season. Conversely, English media fervently hopes for a fierce clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona, especially since Real Madrid's opponent in the Champions League semi-finals is Liverpool from the Premier League. In a single word, incitement. Meanwhile, Real Madrid has engaged in multiple discussions regarding this issue, from the upper management to the coaching staff and the team. Opinions vary widely. We are entirely capable of clinching both trophies. How long has it been since we achieved a double? The time has come, brothers. Carlos's speech stirred excitement among certain players, though he was dissatisfied with the response. He turned to Raul, recognizing the risk of this challenge. Carlos, as the leader of the South American faction, was questioning the local contingent, positioning himself on a moral high ground. If Raul were to disagree with Carlos's opinion, it could be perceived as a lack of ambition for the championship on Raul's part, significantly impacting both his image and the morale of the team and fans alike. Reluctantly, Raul could only say, "I find this somewhat inappropriate." Swung interjected, "Simply shouting slogans is certainly acceptable, but we know ourselves best. Since last season, many of us have been plagued by injuries. This season, the situation has not improved. Ronaldo, Owen, Raul, Figo, Zidane, and so many of us have suffered injuries. Now, as we approach the final moments, any injury could prevent us from contributing to the team for the remainder of the season. There are still 6 league matches left, and we are the ones chasing Barcelona. Frankly speaking, I find our chances to be slim." Chapter 83. The first unanimous resolution within the Real Madrid squad. The Champions League, however, consists of only 4 remaining matches, and all opportunities are equal. From an investment standpoint, the Champions League is clearly the more advantageous choice. In terms of benefits, the Champions League also outweighs the significance of the league title. Suang's intent was unmistakable: abandon the league and pursue the Champions League. Carlos forced a smile, wary of expressing anger, but the next round's opponent is Barcelona. We have no choice in this matter. If we give our all and still lose, as long as we do not appear too passive, the fans will not criticize us. However, if we rotate players leading to a defeat, the fans will not forgive us. Carlos raised a very pragmatic concern. Everyone understood the logic, but the truth is often unpalatable. Fans are not always rational. To forfeit a match in the face of an El Clásico requires immense courage, as well as someone willing to shoulder the blame. This explains why, at times, even when a correct path is evident, everyone in the team opts for a detour, collectively avoiding the responsibility. Many turn to Suong, as it was he who proposed this idea. Thus, if everyone agreed, he would be the one to bear the consequences. Suong spoke up, declaring that he could indeed shoulder this burden. The other players, including Raúl, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, and Carlos, were taken aback. Everyone felt somewhat dazed. "Su, this is not as simple as you imagine," Guti cautioned Suong, implying that there was still time for regret. "No worries, I understand what this entails." Suong looked at everyone, his gaze clear, stating, as the fourth captain of the team, "I have the obligation and responsibility to do this." The captain is the team's banner. Representing the spirit of Real Madrid, my role is to undertake the actions that others may find inconvenient, yet are right. Thus, I urge everyone to contemplate carefully. Are we willing to sacrifice our current glory, placing the team in a perilous position of potentially achieving nothing, or do we confront the challenges now, preserving our chance to ascend to the pinnacle of Europe? Once a decision is made, I can provide cover for everyone. If there are issues, fans can direct their concerns towards me, and the team can do the same. I will give everyone a minute to reflect. After 1 minute, we will vote. At that time, those in favor of fully preparing for the Champions League may raise their hands. Upon Suong's conclusion, the atmosphere in the locker room grew tense. The young players, like Borja, felt as though they were struggling to breathe. What an imposing presence! It was akin to a national assembly. Suong conducted himself like a principled speaker. Just as many were hesitating, Zidane raised his hand. This requires no contemplation. The team's condition and our own status are clear to everyone. I support Suong's opinion to pursue the Champions League with full vigor. In the next moment, Figo raised his hand. I support this. Beckham followed suit. I too support this. The international stars unanimously raised their hands. Only the local and South American factions remain silent. Raúl side. While the fans may be disappointed, I believe that when we lift the Champions League trophy, everyone will find solace. However, even if we falter in the Champions League and the fans do not understand us, at least we will have made the effort. As team captain, this proposal shall rest upon my shoulders. Carlos's pupils dilated. Raúl not only endorsed Suong but was also prepared to bear the burden alongside him. Luxembourg had suggested that Raúl would clash with Suong, but it now seemed there was a dissonance in that prediction. No, no, no. Suong shook his head repeatedly. Raúl, you cannot steal my thunder. I have finally managed to step into the limelight. As a senior, you cannot pluck the fruit of my efforts. Raúl himself was taken aback. Suong did not wish for Raúl to take the blame. Did he intend to shoulder it all alone? This lad, Raúl nodded, his eyes glistening. Suong was genuinely selfless. He was even upholding Raúl's leadership. How could such a person exist in this world? Raúl was completely won over. With a leader like Suong, they, the veterans, would surely be treated with respect. What hesitation could he possibly have? Raúl had made up his mind. Should the team truly fail and require a scapegoat, he would take the fall for Suong and subsequently elevate him. Everyone for me, and I for everyone. In that moment, Raúl was captivated by the traditional virtues emanating from the East. Once Raúl expressed his stance, Guti, Helguera, Salgado, Casillas, Solari, and others from the local contingent promptly raised their hands. Carlos, observing the eager expressions of his South American brothers, felt immense pressure and could only say, I have no objections. Soon after, the South American players raised their hands in agreement. Real Madrid's first team unanimously approved the plan to fully pursue the Champions League, an occurrence not seen in the past 3 seasons. The proposal was personally submitted to the coaching staff by Captain Raúl. Typically, such a unanimously endorsed plan would be highly regarded even by the club. However, the coaching staff led by Luxembourg made a starkly different decision from the players. This is impossible, Raúl. We cannot forfeit the El Clásico, Luxembourg furiously declared. How am I supposed to explain this to the media and fans? Are we conceding to Barcelona? Are we surrendering? Florentino has invested hundreds of millions for the image of Real Madrid. Do you not realize how detrimental this surrender would be to the club's reputation? Do not let me hear such talk again, Raúl. The team's objectives, rotation arrangements, and match rosters are the coaching staff's responsibility. You players should focus on performing well on the pitch. Do you understand? Raul nodded. I understand. Rest assured, we will approach every match with utmost seriousness. Luxembourg smiled and nodded. That's more like it. Even if you are the team captain, the golden boy of Real Madrid, and the fans' beloved figure, you must maintain respect in my presence. Remember who the true authority is. But, Raul interjected, if the team's performance falters, I will not allow any player to take the blame. Those who make the decisions must bear the responsibility for the successes and failures of this season. Bang! Raul slammed the door as he exited. Luxembourg, in the aftermath of his shock, felt a flush of anger. Arrogance. The players of Real Madrid are far too arrogant. As Raúl conveyed the decisions made by the coaching staff to the players and urged them to adhere to the directives, a palpable sense of disillusionment enveloped many of them. Indeed, within the hierarchy of the team, the players occupy the lowest rung. It is a rare occurrence for the squad to unite in their opinions, let alone unanimously endorse a particular resolution. Such an imposition severely dampens their enthusiasm. Chapter 84. Is Messi the most gifted player in the world? It is indeed challenging to commit oneself wholeheartedly to a destination that does not align with one's aspirations. Is it not? Beside the training pitch, a few senior figures gathered. Figo sighed, should we go and console Su? He must be feeling quite down right now. Beckham nodded in agreement. Yes, it's incredibly frustrating. Suddenly, Zidane couldn't contain his laughter. Really? You think Su would be disheartened? He has won everything. If the plan proposed by Suong were to unfold as intended, do you genuinely believe you would secure the Champions League title? It's a daunting task. Isn't it? And should failure ensue, Su would bear the brunt of the consequences, enduring the ire of fans. Even if we were to succeed, the accolades would be shared among Florentino, Luxemburgo, Carlos, Raúl, and all of us. We would inadvertently claim a portion of the credit that rightly belongs to Su. Yet now he bears no burden, assumes no responsibility, and has already emerged as a leader in a prior meeting. His stature within the team has soared significantly. Next time a similar situation arises, should he rise to rally the troops, do you not believe the majority would readily acquiesce? Figo and the others were taken aback. It seems that indeed could be the case. Hisses. Everyone turned their gaze to Suong, who was engaged in shooting practice on the training field. This lad, as dawn broke, golden sunlight bathed Suong, transforming him into a regal figure. Of course, the future king, Suong, acknowledged that from the outset, he understood the team would never relinquish its fierce rivalry with Barcelona. He was acutely aware that his suggestion would be dismissed, and no matter how many players expressed agreement. Luxemburgo would not concur. If Luxemburgo were to agree, Florentino would surely object. If Florentino acquiesced, the fans and media would not. Ultimately, after a series of maneuvers, Luxemburgo fell into the trap that in truth, reporting the team's consensus directly to Florentino would have been the wisest course of action. That way, if Real Madrid faltered in the league, the blame would not rest on his shoulders. Consequently, should any misstep occur, he would inevitably face significant repercussions. Breaking news. Luxemburgo boldly declares that Real Madrid will not abandon any pursuit in the Champions League or the league. 90% of Real Madrid fans express satisfaction with Luxemburgo's statements. They believe this is the essence of Real Madrid. Both the league and the Champions League are essential. Real Madrid embarks on a final assault for the treble this season. Champions League semi-finals, second in the league, Real Madrid will simultaneously vie for both trophies in the final month. Luxemburgo's confidence propelled Real Madrid back into the headlines of major European football media. His dashing image circulated widely, with some even superimposing him in front of the 7 great stars of Real Madrid. Donning sunglasses and smoking a cigar, captioned the godfather of Real Madrid. Luxemburgo has become a formidable force. Florentino also expressed satisfaction with Luxemburgo's confidence. This is the Real Madrid he envisions. The game is but one facet of football. Regrettably, there are too few players and even coaches who grasp this notion. Take Chelsea's manager Mourinho, for instance. Had he understood the necessity of commercial compromise, the head coach of Real Madrid would not be anyone else on April 23 RD in the 33rd round of La Liga. Real Madrid faced Barcelona. The Spanish national derby was about to ignite. The Bernabeu Stadium was packed to capacity, with countless Real Madrid fans congregating outside. All of Madrid had transformed into a sea of white. Earlier, Barcelona had unveiled their starting lineup: Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Messi, Xavi, Marquez, Iniesta, Van Bronckhorst, Puyol, Olger, Belletti, Valdez. Due to Saviola's injury, the young talent Messi was granted a starting opportunity in this national derby. This was a tremendous acknowledgement for him. Naturally, the pressure on him was immense, as the media often juxtaposed Iniesta and Messi against Real Madrid's Prince, Suang. Before the match, Barcelona's captain Puyol also represented the players in an interview. Reporter: with Suang's emergence, many claim that Real Madrid's youth training surpasses that of Barcelona. What is your perspective? Puyol: Suang is a player lacking in skills. He wouldn't even make it to the youth training ranks at La Masia. Reporter: as fellow forwards, who do you believe is superior, Suang or Messi? Puyol: without a doubt, it's Messi. Messi is one of the most gifted forwards in the world, while Suang is among the least talented players. Reporter: what are your expectations for the upcoming match? Puyol: certainly. We will once again shut out Real Madrid, making them relive the pain of a 3-0 defeat. Soon, the reporters relayed Puyol's words to Suang, who was also being interviewed, wearing the captain's armband, as Raúl would be seated on the bench today. In response to Puyol's skepticism, Suang smiled and remarked, Barcelona's youth training is indeed remarkable. They have Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi, but I'm afraid they collectively cannot measure up to Suang, can they? Or to put it differently, did they help Barcelona reach the Champions League semi-finals? The Catalan reporters fell silent. Every club is aware that the value of Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi undoubtedly surpasses that of Suang. Yet, based on this season's performances, particularly in the Champions League, Suang's individual contributions have outstripped that of the entire Barcelona squad. 3 times he has turned the tide. 3 times. This is truly extraordinary, Suang continued. As for the comparison between Messi and me, due to our differing styles, there is little merit in making one. However, I maintain that Puyol's assertion is still flawed. Messi is not merely one of the most gifted players in the world. Numerous reporters furrowed their brows. Could it be that Suang is implying his talent surpasses that of Messi? To be fair, Messi has yet to secure a stable starting position at Barcelona this season, but the skill, dribbling, and intuition he has displayed are universally acknowledged by the media. In contrast, Suang cannot rival Messi in those aspects. Should Suang adamantly refuse to acknowledge a widely accepted truth, it would only diminish his public favor, converting fans to detractors and vice versa. Suang asserted, in my view, Messi is the most gifted player in the world. Without exception. The entire room of reporters was left in stunned silence. This evaluation seems absurd, doesn't it? While Messi may be among the most talented, what justifies him as the singular best? What of Ronaldinho? Ronaldo and Zidane? Reporter: Suang, don't you think this might elevate his stature while diminishing your own? Or have Real Madrid conceded defeat already? Suang shook his head. Talent is talent, and skill is skill. Acknowledging Messi's gift does not imply I regard his current prowess favorably. I believe he will eventually become one of the best players in the world, but until then, he will likely need to progress gradually under my shadow. Chapter 85. The Sue of Real Madrid is indeed the Sue that Sports Weekly speaks of. No one believes in my talent, yet I have delivered those extraordinary performances. This is football. Football does not solely belong to gifted players. It can also belong to those like me, who may lack innate talent but exhibit greater diligence. Applause erupted continuously. Suang understood the importance of establishing a persona. It turns out the focal point lies here. In this instance, Suang has deftly leveraged Messi's status as a genius to cultivate an image of perseverance. Perhaps initially, people might assume that genius garners more admiration. Yet, only truly mature individuals recognize the immense inspiration and greatness in maintaining effort amidst despairing realities. Suang is exuding his unique charisma. Suang. As for Puyol's claim regarding shutting out Real Madrid, I merely hope that when I score over him, he doesn't soil himself in fear. Suang retaliated fiercely. The online sphere erupted with excitement. Wow! Suang is bold. Take down Barcelona. Suang is utterly overestimating himself. This season's Barcelona is not the same as before. This is the formidable Barcelona. Ha! Has everyone forgotten that last season? Suang managed a hat-trick against your little Barcelona? Real Madrid is left with mere bravado. Ha! We're tough too. Care to test it? Remember that 1-against-7? The fans from both sides engaged in a heated exchange online. Their words flying until the match commenced, shifting their focus from keyboards to screens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Spanish National Derby. The two competing sides are Real Madrid and Barcelona, with today's match being held at Real Madrid's home ground. Their starting lineup includes goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, Bravo, diamond midfield, Zidane, Graveson, Figo, Beckham. Forwards, Ronaldo and Suang? Holy moly, it is indeed Su Hang. In the domestic arena, the football commentator He Wei from China Central Television, donned in an emoji smiley face mask, excitedly gesticulates in front of the camera. He is the commentator for today's match and is fervently engrossed in the Su Hang incident, eagerly yearning to uncover every detail related to him. However, lacking acquaintances abroad and facing a deluge of unreliable information domestically, he finds himself in a quandary. Moreover, China Central Television does not broadcast La Liga matches, leaving He Wei unable to confirm anything through the games themselves. Consequently, he clandestinely discovers a pirated streaming website to commentate on the match. Should this be uncovered by China Central Television, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. Yet, he is simply too eager to know, and lo and behold, Su Hang truly exists. Real Madrid indeed has a player named Su Hang. This should be the illustrious you known throughout Madrid. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he is the same Su Hang referred to by journalist John June in Sports Weekly. If they indeed coincide, then even if he is merely of Chinese descent, it would be sufficient to genuinely exhilarate domestic fans. After all, people have cheered for Ronaldo, Zidane, and Beckham for so many years, despite them not sharing our nationality. Being of Chinese descent, at least in terms of relations, brings us closer. It could be considered as being one of our own in the international arena. Nevertheless, He Wei is still concerned. What if they merely share the same surname? And everything is just a misunderstanding, or perhaps a ruse by Jean June to garner views through sensationalized news? This would undoubtedly leave the fans disheartened. Equally as animated as He Wei are the viewers in his live streaming room. Everyone has gathered today with a singular purpose, fairness, or rather Su Hang. It truly is Su Hang. Su Hang really exists. The very name suggests an Asian heritage. Is what Sports Weekly claims about Su Hang genuine? Yet, the sports news has been relentless in scrutinizing their sources. It is all too unclear. We shall see as it unfolds. What number is he wearing? 24? An edge case number indeed. Goodness, look, there are Real Madrid fans holding up a number 24 jersey. And they are not of Asian descent, but rather Caucasian, local supporters. There are quite a few of them. It appears that Su Hang is not lacking in popularity. This is hardly surprising. It has been stated before that there are enormous posters of him outside major shopping centers in Madrid. The players have entered the field. Let us see if he truly possesses the black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. In the footage, both teams slowly make their way onto the pitch. The atmosphere is palpably tense. As the camera sweeps across Su Hang, He Wei's voice chokes with emotion. It's real. It is indeed the player depicted in the photograph released by Sports Weekly. This is Su Hang, the Prince of Real Madrid, Su. He is indeed one of us, the Chinese, La Liga, one of the most competitive leagues among the top 5. The Spanish El Clásico, one of the pinnacle confrontations in the top 5 leagues. We have a player who can step onto such a stage, even in the starting lineup. This serves as a tremendous boost to our national confidence. It significantly enhances the atmosphere of football across the nation. However, shortly thereafter, He Wei's commentary is interrupted. Even before the Spanish El Clásico has commenced, it is already rife with tension. After both teams line up to enter the field, they are to shake hands. Yet, when Su Hang approaches Puyol does not extend a hand. Su Hang, however, has already reached out. This can I, Su, endure? Figo, who is behind Su Hang, inadvertently collides with him. Subsequently, the entire line comes to a halt. Zidane, who had just passed, also turns to look this way. Su Hang's right hand remains poised for the handshake, standing in front of Puyol, motionless. Their gazes lock, sparks seemingly flying between them. All players are now watching. What the hell do you mean by that? Helguera speaks up from the back. Hey, show some respect. Xavi and Helguera begin to bicker. This is the Bernabeu. Put away your arrogance, Casillas interjects. What, are we going to fight? Eto'o stirs the pot, reveling in creating a ruckus for Real Madrid. Boo, boo, boo. The Bernabeu instantly ignites with fervor. The fans begin to unleash an uproar of boos. The scene is on the brink of chaos. The referee hastily approaches to control the situation. Yet the issue lies in the fact that Su Hang has done nothing. Thus, the referee can only direct his gaze towards Puyol. His eyes convey a silent message to Puyol. Don't make me show you a yellow card before the match even begins. Reluctantly, Puyol extends his hand to briefly touch Su Hang's. He never anticipated that Su Hang would employ such a tactic. How shameless! A smirk of derision plays at the corners of Su Heng's mouth as he turns to leave. Puyol's face flushes with humiliation, shame, anger, dignity, insecurity. A tumult of emotions clash within him. Puyol would rather annihilate Su Heng. Su Heng's insistence on the handshake, coupled with that final smirk, stands as the greatest affront Puyol has ever endured. Su Heng, don't speak so lightly. In our next encounter, this insult will not be the most significant one. The crowd erupts into jubilant cheers, akin to a victorious celebration. They begin to chant Su Heng's name in unison. Su Heng? Su Heng? Su Heng. Chapter 86. Is it Su or Siu? The Bernabeu has undoubtedly entered celebration mode. They are resolute in their pursuit of victory in this match. If this opening clash has instilled confidence in the Bernabeu and provided intrigue for European fans, it has rendered an endless shock to Hiwei and the domestic viewers tuning in to his commentary. The comments section fell silent for a moment, as if everyone had lost their internet connection. Yet, upon glancing at the viewer count, it has only increased. This Hiwei gathers his thoughts. I believe everyone, like me, finds this scene overwhelmingly hard to comprehend. A Chinese player, in Europe, dares to boldly compel a bona fide Spaniard to shake his hand. So resolute, so unyielding. It makes one reflect on how many compatriots, within our borders, flaunt their superiority, only to cower like dogs when abroad. Su Heng is exceptionally courageous. Although I have yet to witness his performance, just this moment alone has made me his fan. Well done, Su Heng. The comments section quickly follows suit, echoing sentiments of admiration for Su Heng. One commenter interjects, don't be too hasty. He could very well be a Neonjin or a Dahanran. Right? His name can indeed be translated as Su Heng, but this Su Heng may not necessarily be the renowned Siu in Madrid. Su and Siu are not the same, and there is no equivalent for Siu in Chinese. You know, remarkably, this individual raises a point that is difficult to refute. This was also the primary skepticism raised by the media prior. Su Heng may indeed be genuine, but Su Heng may not be the Siu. Yet, once skepticism is voiced, until a definitive conclusion is reached, all will remain doubtful. Moreover, some individuals seem to have achieved their objective. This tactic is quite perplexing. Hiwei even suspects whether this person is affiliated with the football newspaper. The focus is two-pointed. They simply do not wish for a Chinese player named Su Heng to excel at Real Madrid, solely because this player was not discovered by their own journalists first. It is utterly absurd. With the referee's whistle signaling the start of the match, the game officially commences. Due to the handshake altercation, both sides come out swinging from the outset. The tackles are fierce. To say the least. In the third minute, Ito'o takes a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. However, with obstacles in front and distractions from the side, Ito'o's attempt lacks quality, sailing high over the bar. In the early stages, both teams are still finding their rhythm. By the fourth minute, Barcelona launches a series of rapid attacks. Youngster Messi receives a pass from Iniesta, gaining an opportunity to cross from the right. A precise cross, bang. Samuel manages to head the ball out of the penalty area, successfully clearing the danger. In the sixth minute, Barcelona's relentless barrage is finally interrupted by Helguera. Helguera intercepts Xavi's through ball and then passes the ball to Carlos. Carlos spots Figo ahead and sends a long pass. Figo, swift as the wind, successfully controls the ball. Unfortunately, his long-distance sprinting ability has waned. While he excels in close-quarter dribbling and long distances, it ultimately comes down to top speed and physical fitness. Just before being caught by Marquez, Figo unleashes a long-range shot. Valdez dives to make a save, preserving his goal intact. Wow! Finally, Real Madrid registers their first shot on goal. Barcelona, placing a greater emphasis on teamwork, operates with seamless fluidity and maintains superior possession. Coupled with the unparalleled individual prowess of Ronaldinho, they are quite the conundrum. In the minutes that follow, Barcelona seems to be pushing Real Madrid back. Hiwei's commentary is exceptionally professional. Within the first 20 minutes, Barcelona is bound to score first. Goodness, it seems to have been confirmed. It turns out he is a Samuel fan. The camera reveals Beckham approaching the corner flag. He is set to take the corner kick. Samuel, Bravo, and Helguera are also joining in. Only Carlos remains in the center circle as a precaution. Su Heng feels a noticeable pressure in the penalty area. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed Puyol. Thus, Su Heng also exerts himself against Puyol. The two feign indifference, eyes averted, while fully engaged in a pushing match. Bang! Beckham takes the corner. The ball arcs with exquisite precision. Previously, when Woodgate was on the pitch, Beckham would deliberately seek out his English compatriot. However, not so with Owen, as his stature is too diminutive, making him an easy target during corner kicks. But now, who will Beckham aim for? Naturally, it has to be Su Hang. Yet, as the ball is delivered, Beckham furrows his brow. This is due to Su Hang suddenly altering his position. Initially, he was in a confrontation with Puyol just outside the small box. Beckham had faith that Su Hang would gain the upper hand. But who could have anticipated that Su Hang would suddenly take 2 steps forward, charging into the small penalty area? What could this mean? In the next moment, Su Hang leaped diagonally from inside the small penalty area towards the outside. This was not fundamentally different from his initial jump from a stationary position. In fact, due to a lack of explosive power, he might not have jumped as high. However, in reality, Su Hang had taken flight. He soared to an astonishing height, nearly obscuring the sky above Puyol's head. Rather than losing his vertical leap due to this maneuver, Su Hang had actually enhanced it, activating his aerial dominance. Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic hairstyle requires one to be within the small penalty area to activate this aerial pressure. This was precisely why Su Hang had taken those sudden steps forward. Thus, with a slight backward lean, he made contact with the football. Bang! The ball hurtled towards the goal. Vault S reacted swiftly. His footwork was impeccable, marking him as an exceptionally talented goalkeeper, currently holding a starting position at Barcelona. However, he had been overshadowed by another prodigious goalkeeper since his days in the youth academy, that being Pepe Reina, now of Villarreal. Rumor has it that Liverpool is keenly interested in Reina, preparing to invite him to Anfield. The notable advantage Reina possesses over Vault S is his height, standing at 1.88 m, whereas Vault S is only 1.83 m. The greatest flaw of shorter goalkeepers lies in their inability to defend against close-range aerial balls, especially in this current scenario. Thus, upon witnessing Su Hang's heading attack, Vault S attempted to make a save but was unable to fully leap in time. Chapter 87. The connection of Messi and Ronaldo. The clash of Su Hang and Ide, the football grazed Vault S's fingertips and soared into the net, striking the upper side netting and sending ripples through the air. After landing, Su Hang swiftly emerged from the crowd. Racing towards the corner flag, he shook his finger, then leaped into the sky, as if to proclaim to the fans, "Everyone, rejoice." After a complete 180-degree turn, Su Hang landed with a resounding thud. The entire stadium erupted in unison. Su'u. The live commentary was electrifying. Hiwei was so exhilarated that he lifted his hands from the keyboard. Shu. It's him. Su Hang is Shu. So that was it. Shu was not a name. It was Su Hang's celebratory gesture. It was the sound he made in jubilation. An onomatopoeia. Just like when we played games in our childhood and dubbed ourselves to Biu Biu Biu, Bong, Pong, Rumble, Jior, Kwong, Ta, Ti. Those in the comments who understood the meaning chimed in. Whenever the sound of Su resounded, it marked Su Hang's moment of scoring. Su Hang is magnificent. Su Hang is valiant. The comment section was flooded with likes. Everyone finally grasped the entirety of it. Whether it be Shu, or Su Hang, or the Prince of Real Madrid, the fourth captain, the white-clad killing god, the Chinese Su Hang, they all referred to one singular individual. Indeed, they were all one and the same, countless identities intertwined, with many moved to tears. Hiwei felt the same. I don't know why I'm crying. Perhaps it's due to my profound love for football and the land beneath my feet. A netizen in the comments remarked, "The commentary is so eloquent. Much better than Hiwei, who always recites irrelevant poetic lines." Indeed, Hiwei was rather awkward. Exactly. Hiwei is rubbish. Our commentator is the true poet of football. Hiwei's expression stiffened, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This is my primary work has gone unrecognized while my side gig has gained everyone's approval. The Bernabeu. After that goal, Real Madrid's morale surged. The dynamics of the match truly began to balance out. With both sides exchanging attacks and defenses, in the 11th minute, Carlos delivered a low cross. Zidane made a late run for a header but sent it wide. Had he connected well, it would have surely gone in. Barcelona has consistently faced a persistent issue from front to back, a lack of height, especially among the newly promoted players to the first team. Their talent is undoubtedly strong, but Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi all hover around 1.70 m. Center forward Eto'o stands 1.79 m, and defender Puyol is 1.78 m. Certainly a significant disadvantage. In the 23rd minute, The recently criticized Messi seemed to have heard the external commentary. After receiving the ball on the right flank, he executed a series of feints, ultimately maneuvering past Carlos. Bang! Messi delivered a sharp cross. Fortunately, Samuel was alert, leaping to clear the ball. Samuel is a member of the Argentine national team, and Barcelona's Leo Messi has long been renowned as a prodigious talent in Argentina. Some even consider Messi to be the next Maradona. Samuel is more familiar with Messi and thus more vigilant. In the 29th minute, the turning point of the match emerged. The Cheetah Eto'o displayed his tenacity, becoming increasingly aggressive against Real Madrid, engaging in tackles that were neither too soft nor too harsh, resulting in a yellow card. However, the problem arose when Figo was injured by Eto'o's challenge. The team doctor rushed onto the field, but ultimately declared Figo unable to continue. Upon hearing this news, the Real Madrid players wore solemn expressions. With Figo off the pitch, Real Madrid's strength would diminish by at least 30%. Subsequently, RAL appeared on the sidelines. When Figo left the field, RAL stepped onto the pitch, and Su Hang promptly removed his captain's armband, offering it to RAL. Su Hang was the fourth captain and could only wear the armband in the absence of the other captains. RAL being the main captain necessitated that Su Hang hand over the armband, Hiwei explained, but as a 19-year-old player, even being the fourth captain is quite astonishing. After all, this is Real Madrid. Returning to the match, Real Madrid indeed began to take a more passive stance. Without Figo, they struggled to connect the midfield and forward lines, resorting to reactive counterattacks. In the 33rd minute, Carlos controversially tackled Messi, completing a disputed interception before passing to Zidane. Zidane showcased his elite midfield mastery with a precise through ball directly connecting with Ronaldo. As Ronaldo charged into the penalty area, he fell. The referee signaled no foul. This was related to the opponent's defensive strategy, as well as Ronaldo's current state. In the past, when faced with challenges, he would push through with a physical shove and accelerate past. But now, upon exerting himself, he felt a slight pain in his leg, causing him to subconsciously hesitate to unleash his full energy. The more he tangled with opponents, the more he found himself brought down, leading him to resort to tactical dives for self-preservation. During the early stages of the match, the referee's leniency meant that such a penalty might have been awarded. It was not a guaranteed penalty, and referees generally hesitate to give them, especially in a Spanish El Clásico. In the first minute of first-half stoppage time, Messi once again received the ball on the right flank. He cut inside, went to the byline, cut inside again, and went to the byline. His movements were rapid-fire. Carlos, being a shorter defender, possessed commendable speed and agility, yet Messi still managed to outpace him. Ultimately, Messi cut inside once more, successfully shaking off Carlos. Bang! After drawing Helguera out, Messi executed a back pass. Ronaldinho arrived just in time, unleashing a powerful shot. Whoosh! The football flew into the Real Madrid net. Goal. Ronaldinho. This is the football wizard of Barcelona. This is the king of Barcelona. 1-1. Ronaldinho, in collaboration with the young Messi, brought the team back on level terms. Messi's ball control is indeed fearsome. His breakthroughs may not seem sharp, yet they are extraordinarily difficult to defend against. Amidst the cheers of the Barcelona players, the first half came to a close. Both teams retreated to their respective dressing rooms. That young lad seems quite challenging to defend against. Helguera noted Messi's performance in the first half. Samuel nodded. Indeed, he possesses the most uncanny ball control I have seen in a forward over the years. Everyone believes he is the next Maradona. Chapter 88. First comes the old Maradona, then the Brazilian Pele is still ahead. Carlos, somewhat unconvinced, remarked, I merely didn't pay attention in the first half. In the second half, I'll apply some pressure. That little body of his won't be able to withstand it. The next Maradona. So what? Are there not countless players dubbed the next Maradona? How many have truly made it? Moreover, barring any surprises, Luxemburgo is expected to bring in a Brazilian prodigy. That child not only idolizes Carlos but is also regarded by Brazilians as the next Pele. All are kings of football. Who fears whom? First comes the old Maradona, then the Brazilian Pele is still ahead. This is a fact that even Argentine fans must acknowledge. Su Hang listened to their conversation. Discovering that Carlos did not seem to take Messi seriously, Carlos nodded slightly. However, whether he genuinely absorbed any of it is debatable. After all, even if Carlos's defense is lacking, he is still a defender. What business does a forward have pointing fingers? Does he truly believe he is the leader of the team? A leader cannot lead an expert in their field without knowledge. Soon, the second half commenced. In the 48th minute, the Cheetah Eto'o leveraged his strengths, completing a forward interception. He is a forward with a highly aggressive style that Eto'o then passed to Messi, who immediately began to weave and jink. The football seemed glued to his feet. Carlos, initially intending to engage physically, found it impossible to approach Messi, because once he got too close, Messi could simply flick the ball and accelerate past Carlos. The dynamics of offense and defense are such that the attacking side holds the initiative, while the defending side merely needs to disrupt the football, which presents a lower level of difficulty. Both sides have their advantages. It all comes down to how one utilizes them. Messi's dribbling and ball control style epitomizes the mastery of possession, with every movement suggesting an imminent sprint, compelling defenders into a reactive state. Unable to launch proactive challenges against him. Bang! Just as Carlos steadies himself, reminding himself to contain Messi, the latter suddenly accelerates, executing a swift change of direction that leaves Carlos once again at his mercy. Messi successfully cuts inside. Bang! From the right side of the penalty area, Messi unleashes a curled shot. The football evades Samuel, soaring towards the far corner of the goal. Casillas is left helpless. Ding! Yet, the crossbar saves Real Madrid, deflecting Messi's attempt. Covering his face in disappointment, Messi's performance has already rendered the entire Bernabeu silent, unbeknownst to them. The last player to achieve such a feat was Zidane. The last non-Real Madrid player to accomplish this was Ronaldinho. In the 60th minute, Ronaldinho fires a long-range shot that reverberates through the stadium. Fortunately, Casillas bravely intervenes, parrying the strike. However, Eto'o is quick to follow up. Yet, under the pressure from Helguera, Eto'o's positioning falters, and his shot sails into the stands, failing to pose a threat. Nonetheless, Barcelona's offensive momentum intensifies. By the 73rd minute, Ronaldinho glides through Bravo and Son in the center, showcasing the footballing artistry that once again flourishes at the Bernabeu. Helguera is forced to engage. Ronaldinho delivers a precise pass. Messi, making an unmarked inward run, receives the ball and skillfully evades Carlos' challenge, charging towards the penalty area. Carlos pursues fiercely from behind, propelled by sheer determination, and collides with Messi. However, Messi deftly nudges the ball to the right, intertwining his right foot with Carlos' outstretched leg, and tumbles to the ground. Beep! The referee blows the whistle. Carlos, initially eager to protest, is taken aback by the referee's signal. Oh, a penalty. The referee's decision is remarkably accurate. Carlos has tripped Messi. The crowd erupts in disapproval, believing Messi has exaggerated the fall. Carlos, agitated, argues with the referee. Yellow card. The referee shows Carlos a yellow card. Samuel quickly restrains Carlos, whose temper is flaring. Players from both sides gather as tensions rise. Are they on the verge of conflict? From the display in this match, it is evident that Messi has thoroughly outclassed Carlos. The latter has been unable to exert any pressure on Messi defensively. The earlier assist and the resultant penalty are both creations of Messi's brilliance. This young talent is undeniably extraordinary. It is no wonder that the media in Catalonia extols him, as anyone who has witnessed his play can feel his overflowing talent. As players continue to chatter incessantly, the atmosphere becomes increasingly charged. Messi retreats to the side, shielded by Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Marquez, Puyol, and others who are fervently negotiating with the Real Madrid players. In stark contrast stands Zidane, the remarkable product of Real Madrid's youth academy. He is a player whose goal highlights would make you fall in love with him. However, when observing his performances devoid of goals, one might wonder how he even made it into Real Madrid. If Messi's talent is apparent to the naked eye, Zidane's is so subtle that it may not even be discernible under a microscope. Yet, paradoxically, his statistics are astonishing. He consistently finds the net, seemingly favored by fortune. Oh! Puyol shoves Raúl, who is attempting to mediate. Zidane collides with him. A fierce confrontation ensues between him and Puyol. The tension on the pitch escalates. These two longtime rivals are at it again. Yet, neither initiates the exchange, fully aware of the consequences. This brings me to my second point. Tio discern the differences between Messi and Zidane beyond their innate talents. Their types as players are markedly distinct. Messi embodies the archetype of a player destined to become the team's spearhead, possessing a unique status within the squad, enjoying special privileges while wielding no actual power. Conversely, Zidane is the antithesis. He possesses immense leadership qualities, eschewing special status, instead continually sacrificing his own interests to foster team harmony. Yet, in doing so, he also acquires significant influence. It is said that Suong once proposed a strategy concerning the team's approach to the league and the Champions League, which garnered unanimous support from the squad but was ultimately dismissed by the coaching staff and club hierarchy. Was it to abandon the league in pursuit of the Champions League? Following the revelation of this information, his personal image suffered a considerable blow, with his fan approval rating plummeting by over 30%. Nonetheless, this incident underscores his actual standing within Real Madrid. The Crown Prince of Real Madrid, without a doubt. Chapter 89. The pure style of Barcelona football. As tensions mount, a large-scale standoff ensues between the players. Yet, from the stands of the Bernabeu, the fans begin to chant, "Fight, fight, fight." Not fighting isn't Spanish. Not fighting isn't being a real man. If you dare, make a move. Come on, all 7 of you together. Upon hearing these taunts, the faces of the Barcelona players turn crimson. In contrast, the Real Madrid players gradually regain their composure, revealing mocking smiles. Indeed, if you dare, take action. After all, we have Su. Under the jeers of the Real Madrid supporters, the previously boisterous Barcelona players begin to falter. Many of them, once vociferous, now lack confidence. They frequently glance towards Suong, fearing he might truly retaliate. Yes, not that they are unwilling to fight, but they know that even 2 or 3 of them cannot best Suong. Thus, they must prepare for the possibility of being struck by him. This apprehension reveals their trepidation. Eto'o, with his fiery temperament, rushes forward, intent on confronting Suong. Yet, he is restrained by the nearby Xavi. Xavi. No, don't go. You can't win. Su is a demon. Others quickly intervene to calm Eto'o. Subsequently, with the intervention of the referee, both Real Madrid and Barcelona players gradually cool down. Puyol and Suong receive stern warnings from the referee once more. Ronaldinho steps up to take the penalty. 10 seconds later, Barcelona players erupt in jubilant celebration. 2-1. Ronaldinho converts the penalty, completing a brace. A single player has turned the tide, giving Barcelona the lead at the Bernabeu. The few Barcelona fans present attempt to celebrate, chanting Ronaldinho and Messi's names, for both goals were intricately linked to these 2 players. They have become the mute buttons of the Bernabeu. Yet, simultaneously, the celebrations of the Barcelona players appear somewhat awkward. Although they rejoice in their goals, they cannot help but recall the earlier standoff, where they were rendered cowed by Suong's presence. Each time they attempt to cheer, memories of that dark moment resurface, significantly dampening their morale. In contrast, Real Madrid, shamed yet emboldened, shifts their style in subsequent plays, becoming noticeably more aggressive. In the 78th minute, Barcelona attempts to utilize ball circulation from the back to drain Real Madrid's suddenly heightened morale. Yet, Real Madrid's formidable trio, the Rolls-Royce attack, relentlessly pressures them. Even Ronaldo joins the fray, leading by example. Tension mounts in Barcelona's defense. Bang. Suong seizes the moment, executing a precise slide tackle. Puyol stumbles, taken down along with the ball by Suong. The Barcelona players immediately raise their hands, signaling a foul against Suong. Yet the referee remains unmoved. Suong's tackle is as clean and precise as Cannavaro's. Ogletree retaliates with a slide tackle of his own, targeting Suong, as the situation is perilous. This is just outside their penalty area. Once Suong adjusts, scoring is merely a matter of moments. Bang! Suong delivers a deft lofted pass, only to be upended by Ogletree. In the next instant, Ronaldo bursts into the penalty area, confronting Vault S. Vault S rushes out. Ronaldo feints left and right, employing his ultimate weapon, the pendulum dribble. Vault S, without a doubt, is left on the ground, outmaneuvered by Ronaldo. Ronaldo then pushes the ball into the empty net. 2-2. The entire stadium erupts in cheers. Goal. The alien has arrived. Vault S appears as helpless as a child before Ronaldo. This is Ronaldo's most unanswerable move, the pendulum dribble. Of course, half the credit for this goal belongs to Suong, who provided the crucial assist. Suong's interception was lethal. Puyol has made a critical error, carelessly squandering the team's advantageous position. Suong hasn't he gotten up? Is he injured? The Real Madrid medical staff rushes onto the pitch. Fortunately, after on-site examination and basic treatment, Suong stands, indicating he is fine. Meanwhile, Ogletree, who tackled Suong, receives a yellow card for his reckless challenge. The Barcelona players seize the opportunity to question the referee's decision. After all, The previous second, Suhong's slide tackle on Puyol went unpunished, yet Ogletree's tackle on Suhong earns a card. Isn't this decision grossly unfair? Emotionally, it does seem so. However, from a legal standpoint, the situation is not as simple. It is not that a foul was overlooked. Rather, Suhong's tackle was legitimate, whereas Ogletree's was indeed a foul. Moreover, the referee's decisions throughout the match have been consistently applied, ensuring fairness for both sides. After the match, it seems that only the players from Barcelona may consider this segment to be highly contentious. Fans who witnessed the entire game would largely agree with the referee's decisions. In the 81st minute, the referee found himself in quite a predicament. As time progressed and the score remained tenuous, the tempers of both teams began to flare, and the physicality of their play intensified. It was then that Van Bronckhorst made a cross from the left flank, and Eto'o, fully aware of the improbability of winning the aerial duel, nevertheless leapt into a collision with Casillas, who had secured the ball in his grasp. Following their tumble to the ground, Eto'o continued to contest for the ball, rolling over and pinning Casillas down, which elicited Casillas's ire. In a swift reaction, Casillas shoved Eto'o aside, prompting the latter to rise and charge directly at him. The two were soon embroiled in a skirmish, leading the referee to brandish 2 yellow cards in quick succession, one for Eto'o and the other for Casillas, in an effort to assert control over the escalating situation. Had it not been for this timely intervention, the arrival of the steadfast Puyol and Suarez could have ignited an even greater upheaval. In the 83rd minute, Ariel passed to Suarez, and Zidane delivered an exquisite over-the-top through ball into the penalty area. Ronaldo, with extraordinary speed, surged into the box but missed the initial touch due to Olger's obstruction. The ball ricocheted high into the air, and as Ronaldo maneuvered to position himself for a volley, he collided with Puyol, who had come in to support Olger. Ronaldo collapsed within the penalty area, having been struck on his shooting leg by Puyol. Compounded by Olger's presence behind him, it was evident to the referee that Ronaldo was injured, prompting him to swiftly signal for the medical team to enter the field. It is indeed unfortunate that in recent encounters between Real Madrid and Barcelona, players often find themselves on the receiving end of injuries inflicted by the latter, whose playing style is remarkably pristine. In the 90th chapter, Messi soared into action, while Suarez appeared less hurried. The medical staff rushed onto the field, quickly calling for a stretcher as Ronaldo was carried off in evident pain, with Owen taking his place. Had the referee not promptly awarded a penalty, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Fortunately, Real Madrid boasted several level-headed players who understood the importance of converting the penalty to take the lead. Thus, the conflict did not erupt into chaos. Moreover, with Ronaldo, the primary instigator, now off the pitch, it was likely that he would have sought retribution against Puyol had he remained fit. Players are acutely aware of the dangers of such double-team scenarios. Being caught in the middle leaves one vulnerable to injury. Theo suggests Puyol's actions were unintentional would be met with incredulity, as he undoubtedly harbored a certain intent to inflict harm. Zidane stood over the penalty spot for Real Madrid. 10 seconds later, the Bernabeu erupted in jubilation. Goal. Zidane's penalty was executed with unwavering composure. 3-2. Real Madrid regained the lead. The Spanish national derby lived up to its reputation, with the action being utterly electrifying. Virtually every minute held a captivating moment. Barcelona now found themselves on the back foot, particularly as both of their central defenders bore yellow cards. As the match resumed, Barcelona had less than 10 minutes, even with stoppage time, to equalize. In the 85th minute, Iniesta and Messi combined brilliantly on the right flank, both displaying exceptional agility and technical prowess, as the ball appeared to adhere to their feet. Zidane, Vizan, and Carlos pressed relentlessly, yet they could not disrupt the duo's rhythm. Ultimately, Messi delivered a precise through ball, allowing Iniesta to surge forward and chase the ball. Almost simultaneously, Casillas dashed out to intercept. In fact, had the roles been reversed, the outcome might have been different. Iniesta's passing was superior, though he lacked Messi's explosiveness. The fledgling Messi's passing was not yet remarkable. In the 88th minute, Real Madrid launched a counterattack with Carlos advancing past the halfway line. While he may have struggled defensively against Messi today, Carlos was a formidable presence in attack. With a powerful cross, he set up Suarez, who leapt above Puyol in the box for a header. Real anticipated the play but misjudged the half volley, lacking the necessary power, leading to a save by Volt S. As the regular time drew to a close, 5 minutes of stoppage time were announced due to the earlier conflicts. Goals and injuries. Real Madrid's coach, Luxemburgo, believed this added time excessive, while Barcelona's coach, Rijkaard, deemed it insufficient, resulting in both receiving yellow cards for their complaints. In the 93rd minute, Xavi delivered a diagonal pass to Messi, who was promptly taken down by Beckham, earning Barcelona a promising free kick. With numerous proficient set-piece takers, the situation posed a dual threat, either a direct shot on goal or a cross for teammates to contest. The tension on the faces of the Real Madrid players was palpable, and the commentator, Hiwe, expressed his concerns. Subsequently, Ronaldinho stepped up to take the free kick, but Xavi positioned himself on the opposite side, hinting at a potential switch. Even Owen stood nearby, ready to participate in the defense. Ronaldinho ran past the ball, allowing Xavi to deliver a tactical cross into Real Madrid's penalty area. The wall was inevitably distracted by Ronaldinho's presence. Olger leapt high to claim the first touch, directing a header towards goal, but Casillas exhibited a phenomenal save, timing his leap perfectly to deny the effort. In the ensuing chaos within the box, players scrambled for the ball, which was ultimately cleared by Samuel. The ball fell to Messi, who, just outside the penalty area, lifted his left foot. Zidane and Raúl turned away, reluctantly attempting to block, as frontline players often lack the courage displayed by defenders in such scenarios. Many players choose to play forward precisely to avoid the discomfort of being struck by the ball. It is not a question of bravery, but rather a matter of where they choose to channel their courage, into scoring rather than defending. However, as Messi feigned a shot with his left foot, he then made a leftward dash, lifting his foot once more. Zidane collapsed to block, while Samuel attempted to thwart Messi's options. Yet, Messi, with a deft touch, shifted again, executing another feint. Oh, my heavens! Messi's agility is astounding. 2 consecutive feints. Has Newton's law failed him? Does he possess no inertia? Terrifying. The level of control he exerts over himself and the ball is truly extraordinary. No wonder he is often likened to the next Maradona. He embodies that resemblance perfectly. After 2 cunning feints, Messi found himself with an unobstructed path ahead. Even Casillas shifted his weight during the second feint, exposing a vast opening. Boom, Messi shot. No, not a shot. The sound. Suarez blocked. Suarez. Hiwe instantly leapt from his seat. Suarez blocked. He and Messi struck the ball simultaneously. My word, this was a head-on collision. Messi soared, not from the tackle but propelled as if he had struck a stone. An involuntary leap. Had he not reacted, his left leg might have been compromised. This was a display of resilience. In contrast, Suarez's right foot absorbed the full force of the impact. Remarkable. The ball remained under Suarez's control. A perfect sliding tackle. Barcelona's players protested, claiming a foul, yet Suarez continued his advance. In truth, Suarez had committed no infraction. As Barcelona players pursued him, Suarez, not overly swift, nevertheless, boom. He deftly flicked the ball several meters forward, pushing past Iniesta before launching it forward. After absorbing Suarez's momentum, Iniesta found himself several meters behind. Xavi, positioned laterally, attempted to intercept from a deeper position. Boom. As Suarez neared Xavi, he propelled the ball an impressive distance. Xavi's pupils dilated. Was this what he termed being slow? In the 91st chapter, the scene unfolded dramatically. Suarez dashed past Xavi, who attempted to pull him back, but to no avail. Suarez's speed exceeded Xavi's expectations. Furthermore, Suarez's strength eclipsed Xavi's. Without the ball, Xavi could not impede Suarez's advance. And why heavens? Suarez resembled a tank. He bulldozed past Xavi. This was a dual triumph of power and speed. Only Ronaldinho could keep pace with Suarez now. And so he did. Ronaldinho's explosiveness was unquestionable, undoubtedly among the world's elite. Positioned further back, he quickly surged ahead of Suarez, attempting to intercept. However, Suarez executed a sudden backheel flick to change direction, leaving Ronaldinho unprepared for such technical finesse from a seemingly clumsy player. Ronaldinho's dribbling is unparalleled, yet his defensive abilities, both in attitude and skill, often leave much to be desired. Thus, when Suarez accelerated after changing direction, the strain on his muscles became significant. Players with explosive power must exercise caution in their approach. Luo typically unleashes his talents with abandon only during offensive plays, opting for a more cautious approach in defense. Su Hang, while dribbling the ball, encounters numerous obstacles. His dribbling skills leave much to be desired. He can only manage to propel the football as far as possible, minimizing his touches. This deficiency emboldens Voltes to make early interventions. If it were a player like Messi, who frequently engages with the ball, Voltes would never dare to advance prematurely. Messi can strike at any moment, whether through a delicate lob or by seeking a goal-scoring opportunity. As each touch provides a chance for adjustment, the more frequent the touches, the greater the likelihood of exploiting a defensive gap. In contrast, Su Heng's sporadic touches of only 3 or 4 times over several dozen meters provide ample opportunity for the goalkeeper to disrupt the play. However, as Voltes and Su Heng draw near, Su Heng suddenly raises his foot, adopting a shooting posture. Voltes instinctively drops to the ground, feeling a sense of relief. Given the distance, his blocking area, Su Heng's technique and accuracy, it seemed likely that the ball would either strike Voltes or veer off target. Voltes retains a modicum of confidence. Bang! A lateral deflection, a feigned shot turned into a genuine breakthrough. Su Heng is capable of this. Bang! Voltes dives desperately towards the ball. The impressive aspect is that Su Heng's feint is quite rudimentary, allowing Voltes to successfully parry the ball. Su Heng laments, "There's nothing I can do. The conditions are what they are." Achieving dexterity while maneuvering is already quite a challenge. Even Ronaldo would struggle at this level. The unfortunate twist is that although Voltes deflects the ball to the right, Su Heng, despite stumbling, does not fall but instead scrambles to his feet, rushing towards the ball. If he can catch up, it would result in an open shot. Overall, despite Su Heng's clumsy feint, which pales in comparison to Messi's seamless artistry, his intent to evade the goalkeeper is realized. In-1 can impede Su Heng. In-1, bang. Su Heng reaches the ball and lifts his foot to shoot. Yet, before his foot connects with the ball, a tremendous force strikes from behind, colliding with his ankle and forcing it into the ball. From the broadcast angle, it appears as though Su Heng, akin to a mighty tree, has been suddenly felled from behind. Damn! It's Puyol. Su Heng is even sent flying. I swear, Puyol had no intention of holding back. He even executed a scissor kick. One might argue he aimed to touch the ball as much as possible. But the scissor kick poses a significant risk of injury to players. The ball continues to roll toward the bar goal. Voltes scrambles to pursue it. Su Heng's foot does make contact with the ball. Yet he cannot exert any force. Rather than Su Heng striking the ball, it seems Puyol has kicked Su Heng's foot, sending it toward the ball. The football crosses the goal line. Voltes fails to reach it. Puyol truly harms both himself and others. A cry of agony echoes through the broadcast. Hiwei is left dumbfounded. Puyol is inhuman. Su Heng must be severely injured. Otherwise, why would he scream so horrifically? The sound even seems altered. It hardly resembles Su Heng's voice. Wait. Could it be that the voice we hear isn't Su Heng at all? As the camera shifts, Su Heng prepares to shoot, only to be cleaved from behind by Puyol. Puyol's left foot strikes Su Heng's supporting left foot, while his right foot targets Su Heng's right ankle, employing a two-footed technique to ensure Su Heng cannot complete his shooting motion. Simultaneously, after contacting Su Heng, the two-footed maneuver morphs into a scissor kick, sending Su Heng flying. However, the issue lies in the fact that as Su Heng is airborne, Puyol is situated directly beneath him. Thus, despite Puyol's attempt to brace himself, Su Heng's weight proves too much. Moreover, as Su Heng ascends, he senses treachery afoot. His temperament is straightforward, humble, gentle, warm-hearted, and unassuming. Yet, should someone attempt to outshine him or engage in bravado, he too can rise to the occasion. Who cannot retaliate? Su Heng has not shied away from delivering slaps to the face when warranted. To repay kindness with kindness, to repay enmity with enmity. Thus, almost instinctively, Su Heng raises his left elbow and forcefully brings it down. Regardless of who it is, beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierces the air. First, he signals the goal is valid, then swiftly calls for the medical team to enter the field, clearly convinced that someone is injured. This reckless tackle occurred far too quickly and made solid contact with Su Heng. This child cannot have a broken leg, can he? This isn't the first instance of Puyol executing such a dangerous maneuver in this match. Ronaldo was taken down by Puyol too. This fellow is undeniably brutally dirty. Of course, for Bar A, this is termed iron-blooded in Hiwei's commentary booth. Amidst the uproar against Puyol's unethical tackle from behind, some Barca supporters defend Puyol. If it were indeed a foul, he would simply receive a card. Is it necessary to berate him so? Su Heng's performance in this match lacks any semblance of grace, casting a shadow over us. Don't tell me he is Spanish. You, as a person of Chinese descent, should be aware of the implications. If he were truly so fragile, he should not be playing football. Puyol merely executed what a center-back ought to do. I admire such an iron-willed captain. Listening to such outrageous remarks, Wei is left speechless. This mentality, this logic, is truly beyond comprehension. When it is known that Su Heng is Siu, you claim he is not of our nation. What excitement is warranted? When Su Heng displays toughness, flying tackles and interceptions, you label him as brutish and violent, tarnishing the image of our people? Yet Puyol's flying tackle is heralded as a paragon of iron will? Is the standard so malleable? Should Su Heng be bound hand and foot and forced to play against Puyol? However, before Wei can formulate a rebuttal, a new situation arises. Initially, Real Madrid players rush over to confront Puyol. Naturally, Voltes and the other Barca players intervene to shield Puyol. Once again, a massive conflict erupts on the field. Meanwhile, Real Madrid fans erupt in jubilant cheers the moment the goal is scored. Yet before their celebration can subside, the clash ensues, amplifying their cheers as they begin to jeer at the Barca players. The cacophony in the stadium undoubtedly exceeds 100 decibels. The terrifying pressure of this noise might even cause the weak and frail to faint. However, the conflict is swiftly quelled on the pitch. Su Heng is seen slightly curled up, cradling his right ankle with both hands. He does not exaggerate with wild rolls, yet his expression conveys a grim reality. Everyone can read his fury from Su Heng's gaze. However, when the camera shifts to Puyol, everyone is left in shock. Lying flat on the ground, Puyol coughs up blood. Real blood. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth. Even the cameraman appears stunned, his hand trembling. Moreover, Puyol's right hand is positioned in an oddly contorted manner. A normal person cannot achieve such an angle unless there is a fracture. Puyol appears to have been struck by a truck. Medic! Messi is the first to notice, his face pale as he jumps up, waving frantically at the sidelines. If he hadn't jumped, he wouldn't have seen. He is surrounded by towering figures. Initially, Barca believed it was Real Madrid in need of medical assistance. So when the referee signaled for the medical team to enter, they did not react. Now, it appears Puyol is injured too. The medical team rushes in with a stretcher, and upon witnessing the scene, they are clearly taken aback. Oh, my heavens! Puyol's right hand is evidently broken. Su Heng's attempt to raise his elbow was likely a reflexive action to brace himself. This is a natural response when falling. However, this maneuver is indeed perilous. Many individuals suffer arm fractures after falling due to this position. Of course, I personally believe this could be a blessing in disguise if your arm is not fractured. The part of your body making contact with the ground could very well be the back of your head. The violent impact to the back of the head is exceedingly dangerous. In severe cases, it could even result in death. However, Puyol has drawn the short straw. He could not support Su Heng, and instead, his right hand was fractured under Su Heng's weight. Additionally, Su Heng's left elbow did not strike the ground but instead collided with Puyol's chest. From this angle, Puyol's chest appears significantly concaved. I suspect Puyol's ribs might also be fractured. This is akin to being struck in the chest by a top-tier boxer. No wonder he is spitting blood. After an arduous effort, Puyol is finally lifted onto a stretcher, yet the referee pursues him, issuing a red card to the agonized Puyol. While words may be exchanged, do not jest with fouls. Lying on the stretcher, Puyol glares at Su Heng, who is also being carried away, feeling an intense rage. He has a premonition that Su Heng acted with intent. That elbow strike was undoubtedly not instinctive. This is akin to a KO move from WWE. He means to kill. Their gazes lock. Su Heng suddenly supports his left elbow with his right hand, feigning a pained expression. Yet, in truth, he is conveying to Puyol, indeed, I did it on purpose. Oh, and sure you understood. I even made a point of maintaining a semblance of combat style. Puyol, incensed, coughs up another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The medical team hastily rushes to convey Puyol down the players' tunnel. The atmosphere in the stadium grows peculiar. After deliberating for a moment, the referee blows his whistle 3 times, signaling the end of the match. Well, 4-2. Real Madrid emerged victorious in this edition of the Spanish El Clásico. Barcelona raised no objections, despite there being approximately a minute remaining in stoppage time. I believe both sides had little inclination to continue playing. They must have been deeply concerned about the injuries to their teammates, particularly Puyol, whose condition appeared rather grim. While this match signified a triumph for Real Madrid, it hardly qualifies them as true victors, as their key forwards, Ronaldo and Suong, both sustained injuries and had to leave the field. From the observations made during the match, it was evident that the injuries were quite severe for both players. Consequently, this leaves Real Madrid in a precarious position, whether in European competitions or the domestic league. Luxemburgo had just articulated grand ambitions for the team to compete on two fronts. Ironically, he now faces the prospect of worrying about the dismal outcome of simultaneous failures on both fronts. Reflecting on Suhong's previous assertion that Real Madrid should prioritize the Champions League, it seems he was indeed correct. The fierce contest has drawn to a close. Yet, in the aftermath, a plethora of news reports continues to circulate. Fans across Europe are keenly watching the developments following this match, as it directly impacts the race for the La Liga title and the progression of the Champions League semifinals. Is Puyol's injury severe enough to prompt retirement? What is the current status of Ronaldo's knee? Can Suhong's right ankle endure further strain? All remains uncertain. Conflicts abound. Red cards issued. Injuries sustained. The Spanish El Clásico is undoubtedly the most exhilarating derby in the world. Bar none, Ronaldo's brace fails to save Barcelona. Suhong's 2 goals and an assist dominate the match. The diminutive Maradona, Messi, dazzles with an outstanding performance, receiving the second highest rating in the team, with a bright future ahead. Overpowered, the Madrid Prince commands the match, while Barcelona's trio of La Masia graduates, Xavi, Iniesta, and Messi, prove no match. What does raw talent matter? The mortal Suong dismantles Barcelona's 3 prodigies. Strength reigns supreme. Majestic dominance. In the face of conflict, Suong single-handedly repels the Barcelona squad, forcing Messi to cower in Ronaldo's embrace. Chapter 93. Clara strikes back. Puyol deserves the harshest punishment, inflicting injuries upon Ronaldo and Suong. His intentions are undeniably malicious. Ronaldo's knee injury has relapsed. The prognosis appears grim. Suhong's right ankle suffers another severe blow, likely sidelining him for the remainder of the season. One must concede that media headlines can often be exaggerated. However, the predictions regarding the injuries to Real Madrid's players are strikingly accurate. Soon, the club officially announced with great dismay. Ronaldo's knee injury has exacerbated previous issues, necessitating surgical intervention. Thus, we regret to inform you that Ronaldo will miss the remainder of Real Madrid's season. The hearts of Madrid fans have been shattered. Ronaldo's season is effectively over. This, Puyol, how could you? Ogletree, you are inhumane. What utter treachery. Puyol deserves a lifetime ban. This pattern repeats. Puyol is nothing short of a butcher. He is the footballing equivalent of Bowen Spurs. Shortly thereafter, the assessment of Suhong's injury was released. At Suhong's insistence, the report was meticulously detailed, filled with technical jargon that bewildered the untrained eye. Yet, fundamentally, it simply described a soft tissue contusion of the left elbow and a minor tear of the right Achilles tendon. The former hardly qualifies as an injury. A mere bump could yield similar results. The latter, however, indeed requires rest for recovery, ruling him out for the next 2 or 3 matches at the very least. It may take a month for him to return, and whether he could participate in the final matches of the season remains uncertain. Even if Suong were to return by then, it would hold little significance. As the crucial Champions League clash looms just days away, Luxemburgo's reckless decisions have effectively sidelined 2 of the team's principal forwards. What recourse remains to confront Liverpool? Owen and Ral? Owen? Ral, do you have any manners? In light of these events, the ever-supportive Marca newspaper has taken the lead in criticizing Luxemburgo. Clara's column. We are all aware that matters within the players' dressing room should not be disclosed lightly. However, prior to this El Clásico, whispers emerged suggesting that Suong had hoped the team would forego the league in favor of the clash with Barcelona. Upon hearing this, over 40% of Real Madrid supporters declared they would no longer support Suong, causing significant damage to his personal reputation. I must inquire, who leaked this information? With the emergence of this news, related discussions proliferated. Some allege that Suong, leveraging his position as the 4th captain, imposed his views upon his teammates. Had it not been for Luxemburgo's brilliance, Real Madrid would have faced humiliation at the hands of Barcelona. So now, I ask Luxemburgo, did you foresee this current predicament, your supposed brilliance? Since someone has revealed the secrets of Real Madrid's dressing room, I may as well lay everything bare for public judgment regarding the true rightness or wrongness of this matter. Of course, do not inquire as to how I acquired this information. Should the original informant be willing to apologize, I too shall disclose my source. Clara, prior to her revelations, even defended Suang. In truth, her sole source of information was Suang himself. Clara, clad in her Friday black silk attire, has expertly ensnared me in her web. She is truly remarkable. Clara's column. Long before the Spanish El Clásico, an internal meeting was convened within the Real Madrid dressing room. Luxemburgo, prioritizing his own interests, explicitly expressed a desire for the team to exert effort in both the Champions League and the domestic league. However, the consensus among the players was one of disagreement, as they were more aware of their own capabilities. Yet, no one wished to offend Luxemburgo, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, it was Suang who spoke up for the players, advocating for the team to concentrate its limited energy on the Champions League, the most coveted prize, the one most desired by the fans, in pursuit of lifting the illustrious trophy. This decision received unanimous support from the players. Those who claim Suang coerced others using his fourth captaincy should engage their intellect. Who could Suang possibly coerce? A fourth captain holds little sway. Suang is a voice of consensus, reflecting the collective opinion of the team. Meanwhile, Luxemburgo disregarded the team's desires, opting to appease the fans by pushing Real Madrid to compete on both fronts. The result is the predicament we now face. If this match costs Real Madrid the Champions League, or even the league title, will he be able to shoulder that responsibility? Clara's confrontational stance resonated powerfully. The upper echelons of Real Madrid and the coaching staff found themselves in a precarious position. In the end, Luxemburgo feigned confidence, asserting the team's belief in defeating Liverpool. Despite the loss of two outstanding players, he claimed there remained many other talented individuals within the squad. Most Real Madrid fans maintained their composure this time, choosing not to blindly trust Luxemburgo, but rather awaiting the outcomes of forthcoming matches to determine their course of action. For Real Madrid, apart from securing victories, all other news is unwelcome. Yet fortunately, Barcelona also sent a message of joy. Puyol's injuries were confirmed, a fractured right arm and 2 broken ribs. His condition is quite severe, and he is expected to miss the remainder of the season. Concurrently, La Liga imposed fines and additional suspension penalties on Puyol for his malicious tackle. Coupled with the 1-match suspension from the red card, Puyol is set to face a total of 5 matches on the sidelines. Naturally, given his injuries, this suspension is inconsequential. However, it does serve to officially characterize the incident. Puyol was indeed in the wrong. Are you aware? Domestically, the Chinese player Suang is hailed as the Prince of Real Madrid, the white-clad Reaper, the Rolls-Royce Trident, the Mr. Su Trident. News of his exploits has begun to circulate. Program hosts and guest Han Xiaoxing expressed both surprise and delight. The influence of the sports channel has undeniably surged over the past 2 years. Thus, the name Suang rapidly spread among domestic fans. Yet, at this critical juncture, the Football Daily, while reporting on the Spanish El Clásico, expressed disappointment in Suang. Football Daily. Puyol accuses Suang of deliberately elbowing him. As an overseas Chinese, Suang's vengeful nature is regrettable. He tarnishes the positive image of our community in the international arena. In light of this, we must engage in profound reflection. We also extend sincere apologies on behalf of the public to Barcelona, to Puyol, and to all international football friends. Soon, several professionals within the football community echoed the sentiments of the Football Daily. Chapter 94. I am weak, yet resolute. Alas, Suang's actions may hinder future domestic players' aspirations to play in Spain. Not just Spain. Playing in Europe may become exceedingly difficult. All of this is Suang's fault. He is not even one of our own, yet his actions have repercussions for us. Damn it. This Spanish citizen is a disgrace. I despise him. A single rat dropping ruins the entire pot of porridge. One cannot fathom how such events transpired. In the future, it will be challenging for most to comprehend the stance of the Football Daily and the reasoning of its supporters. Yet, in this era, such occurrences and attitudes have manifested more than once. 500,000 thrives in the limelight. Many believe that humility can be the key to friendship, considering it a traditional virtue. However, our cultural heritage has long articulated the reality. Strength coupled with humility garners respect from others, while strength paired with rudeness commands mere obedience. Weakness accompanied by rudeness breeds apprehension, whereas weakness coupled with humility invites disdain. In the savage society of America, the third scenario is a lifeline for many in the lower districts. Observing Su Hang being criticized by some bewildered citizens, Wei staunchly defended him on his social media account. I see no fault in Su Heng's actions. If reflection is warranted, it should be directed towards the provocateur. Puyoel Besu Heng is the victim, not the perpetrator. Teo suggests that Su Heng has hindered our players' global prospects is utterly unreasonable. We cannot claim that Su Heng is not one of us while simultaneously asserting that he impacts us. The logic of those denouncing Su Heng is self-contradictory. I hope everyone can show more tolerance and understanding towards patriotic overseas Chinese like Su Heng, rather than extending more leniency and understanding to those foreign individuals who truly harm us. The following day, Wei was summoned to the office by his superiors. Due to inappropriate remarks, he faced suspension from his station. A transfer to the documentary channel, a notoriously niche sector, was not out of the question. Upon exiting his superior's office, tears of frustration streamed down his face. In this poignant moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to compose a poem. The Sports Weekly has published an exclusive interview. Su Heng's interview? Impressive, Han Xiaoxing exclaimed, holding the newspaper, praising the prowess of Zhang Jun for successfully reaching out to Su Heng. Wei hurried over, snatching the paper to discover the special edition of the Sports Weekly entirely dedicated to Su Heng's interview. The front page headline proclaimed, "He stands among the gods as a mere mortal." The subheading read, "Spain's most beautiful journalist, Clara. Su Heng is my first love in football." The secondary subheading stated, "Su Heng. In private, I am not assertive, yet in public, I cannot show weakness, for I carry the dignity of 1.3 billion people." Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. His superior emerged with a furrowed brow. Pondering how Wei could be so impulsive in the face of uncertainty, recklessly voicing support for Su Heng could jeopardize the station's credibility. How could he cry so uncontrollably over mere criticism? Unaware that after his suspension, he could quietly seek new employment? How could he aspire to become a key sports commentator at the station? However, when Han Xiaoxing handed the newspaper to the superior, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. Minutes later, the superior spoke gravely. "Wei, you need to contact Zhang Jun at the Sports Weekly and verify the content." Wei's mood transformed instantly. "Me?" the superior replied. "What? Do you not wish to do it? If not, then get lost." Wei exclaimed, I do. I dream of it. I will contact them right away." He bounded off with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, domestic football fans were swept up in a football frenzy originating from Spain. His fundamental skills were not exceptional, and his physical attributes were unremarkable, making his survival at Real Madrid quite tenuous. Yet, his dedication to rigorous training earned him a precious opportunity. That very chance saw Su Heng, as a substitute, lead Real Madrid to victory in the Copa del Rey. Every time he graced the pitch, he almost always contributed either a goal or an assist. Clumsy as he was, his number of offside calls in a single match often surpassed that of some forwards over an entire season. Yet, it was precisely his relentless efforts that allowed him to surpass himself time and again, delivering breathtaking performances, 2 goals, a hat trick, a decisive assist, a last-minute goal. He seemed capable of anything, with his mortal form. He secured his place among the stars at Real Madrid, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Many fans, upon encountering the Sports Weekly, were profoundly moved. In a way, is my Su Heng this inspirational? Previously, some media claimed he bought his way into Real Madrid's youth academy, leading me to believe he was merely playing around. Clearly, European youth training has its merits. With his talent, he would have only been able to carry bricks back home. God loves the clumsy child. Su Heng's diligence epitomizes our unique national spirit. I stand with Su Heng, first love in football. Clara stated that not only is he her first love, but Su Heng is also the ideal boyfriend for all the girls in Madrid. Indeed handsome, this quintessentially Eastern appearance is unexpectedly appealing abroad. To be frank, it surpasses by 1,000-fold the bizarre-looking supermodels often selected from abroad. I do not wish to insult those supermodels, but this is indeed a facet of certain Western individuals' peculiar tastes. They cannot bear to see us possessing beauty and excellence. This is a form of bias, a stereotype, casting us as ugly witches. How can we possibly maintain a positive international image in such a context? Su Heng's recent achievements have vindicated us in terms of appearance and aesthetic representation. On Friday, with each introduction, countless individuals in the country would become fans of the star in question. The influence is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. The latest episode of Ground Football bore the title I Am Soft, yet resilient. The program featured video clips from Su Heng's interview with Jean Jun dressed in a stylish tank suit. Su Heng sat before the camera. I am merely an ordinary person, in every aspect quite unremarkable. I feel fear. I harbor worries, and I wish to avoid unpleasant situations. Chapter 95. Becoming an idol through ground football. Though I possess Spanish nationality, everything I have experienced since childhood has made me acutely aware of where my roots lie. This is something no document can ever alter. Those familiar with my temperament know that I am quite amicable. Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Guti, Casillas, they all understand this. Yet in public, I must project great strength. I must make it clear to those who belittle, provoke, insult, or harm me that I am not to be trifled with. This may bring troubles, controversies, and countless difficulties upon myself. However, retreat is not an option, for each step I take back signifies a retreat for the 1.3 billion people behind me. When I am belittled once, it means that 1.3 billion people are belittled as well. The ideologies abroad and at home diverge significantly. I have lived here for nearly 20 years, and I understand everything about this place. I must defend the dignity of the 1.3 billion people behind me in the most appropriate manner, even if a portion of them may not comprehend. The scene then shifted to Zidane. Fans watching television were electrified. This is Zidane, the Balon d'Or winner and World Footballer of the Year. No domestic media has ever had the opportunity to interview Zidane. Who would have thought that he would appear in Su Heng's interview? This is truly success. Bonjour. Hey, Zizou. Su Heng interrupted Zidane. This is an interview for Chinese fans. Do you think they understand French? At the very least, you should greet them in Chinese, right? Zidane chuckled. And I am Zidane, Jean Jun responded. I never expected you to speak Chinese. I thought you would learn a few phrases on the spot. Zidane shrugged and fluently said in French, Su is a linguistic genius. He is proficient in multiple languages and can communicate with every player in their native tongue. However, he speaks Chinese most frequently. Chinese is incredibly expressive. Many players at Real Madrid now use Chinese to convey their emotions. Jean Jun beamed. Really? What phrases do they use? Zidane then attempted Chinese. What chow? Sha cha, chow and ima. A trilogy of unsophisticated expressions caused Jean Jun's face to stiffen, yet he managed to give a thumbs up. Indeed, quite authentic. I am thrilled that the entire world is speaking Chinese. Zidane then expressed in French. Su is incredibly kind. He is the glue that holds the team together, and the unity of Real Madrid relies on him. Yet he is certainly not a person devoid of brilliance. In fact, it is his firmness and charisma that earn him the respect of the players. Including Roberto Carlos, as you all know, he and Su previously had some conflicts. But now their relationship is quite good. At the very least, Carlos must hold Su in high regard if you have the chance. You may inquire with Carlos yourself. Zidane's interview content was brief. He was actually there to visit Su Heng, only to find himself roped into the interview. That night, after watching ground football, countless domestic fans found themselves unable to sleep. That night, many people gained a new understanding of Su Heng. That night, Su Heng became an idol for numerous domestic football enthusiasts, comparable to Baggio, Figo, Rivaldo, Zidane, Ronaldo. Real Madrid hosted the Premier League powerhouse Liverpool. After a grueling 90 minutes, the match ended in a 1-1 draw. Zidane scored the team's only goal with an assist from Figo. After the match, players, fans, and Luxemburgo alike expressed dissatisfaction with the game. Luxemburgo even criticized the starting forwards Raúl and Owen. Believing they had failed to fulfill their responsibilities, Ariel and Owen were filled with ire. Why don't you show us a glimpse of Su Heng? I could very well score a hat trick against you. Similarly, with Ronaldo's presence, we could have easily assisted him in achieving a hat trick as well. But where is he now? It is you who have squandered it all, Su Heng remarked. This statement seems rather peculiar. On April 30th, during La Liga's 34th round, Real Madrid faced Real Sociedad away. This time, both Figo and Ariel found the net, leading the team to a 2-0 victory over their opponents. However, Barcelona also triumphed against their adversaries. Currently, both teams are tied on points in the standings. According to La Liga regulations, goal difference is the decisive factor, and Barcelona holds a significant advantage in that regard. Thus, Real Madrid finds themselves in second place. On May 14th, the decisive UEFA Champions League clash for Real Madrid arrived. In the first half, Gerrard scored with a long-range shot, giving Liverpool the lead. In the second half, Xabi Alonso's cross led to a handball by Samuel, allowing Gerrard to convert the penalty, sealing the match with a brace. Ultimately, Liverpool triumphed over Real Madrid, advancing to the Champions League final. Meanwhile, the home crowd directed a chorus of boos towards Owen, who, after leaving Liverpool for Real Madrid last year, had expressed a desire to join a more competitive Champions League team. Ironically, Liverpool went on to eliminate Real Madrid. Owen's discomfort was palpable, especially since he had not secured a guaranteed starting position at Real Madrid. Had he remained at Liverpool, his status, achievements, and statistics might have been commendable, and if Liverpool were to clinch the Champions League title, Owen could very well have claimed another Balon d'Or. His historical standing would have been markedly different. Returning to Real Madrid, his circumstances were altered. Alas, Owen had joined Real Madrid a year too soon. Sometimes, that is simply fate. Surrounding fans brandished banners demanding the dismissal of Luxemburgo, labeling him as the culprit. Greed has caused Real Madrid to lose everything. A great warrior, undone by avarice. Luxemburgo sacrificed the future of the entire team for his personal promises. Real Madrid should have advanced to the Champions League final. If only we had Ronaldo and Sue. Sue is right. His long-term vision is what will lead Real Madrid forward. We need a healthy Sue back. Luxemburgo appeared utterly disheveled. The media soon approached Sue Hang, eager to hear his criticisms of Luxemburgo. However, Sue Hang's remarks were notably composed and rife with perspective. Although losing the Champions League is difficult to accept, we must come to terms with it. We must focus our full attention on the upcoming matches in the next league fixture. Real Madrid needs a victory, and a substantial one at that. We shall battle for the league title and hope that everyone supports our players, allowing them to feel your strength. As for other matters, we shall discuss them once we have lifted the league trophy. Sue Hang's statement was featured prominently on the front page of Real Madrid's official website. It was evident that Florentino was thoroughly pleased with Sue Hang's grand vision and perspective. Chapter 96. A glimmer of hope for Real Madrid. Yet the loss of Figo, this is precisely the way it should be. Everyone has witnessed the erroneous path taken by Luxemburgo. We can settle the scores later. But at this juncture, attacking Luxemburgo would only serve to provide him with leverage, as the team would seek to suppress such criticisms for the sake of future matches. Sue Hang understood this, which is why he refrained from confronting Luxemburgo directly, thus preventing a scenario where he and the team would be at odds with Luxemburgo. Luxemburgo is an astute individual. Thus far, whether in a position of strength or weakness, he has maintained his ability to retaliate, navigating each challenge with care. However, Luxemburgo also perceives Sue Hang as a formidable challenge. Sue Hang's ability to counter every move is exasperating. And his remarkable foresight only adds to the difficulty, as even a mastermind like Luxemburgo has repeatedly faced defeat at his hands. It's quite absurd. Luxemburgo does not boast, yet the team's internal leaders such as Raul and Guti cannot withstand more than 3 encounters under his guidance. They must either yield their authority and submit to him, or face disgrace and marginalization. Only this Sue Hang, his name perhaps Juga Sue Hang. On May 17th, during La Liga's 35th round, Real Madrid hosted Santander. Sue Hang appeared in casual attire among the fans. His injury required recuperation, yet it did not hinder his basic mobility. Encouraged by Sue Hang and bolstered by the support of Real Madrid's fans, the team unleashed an immense surge of energy. Zidane assisted in a hat-trick. Figo scored a hat-trick. These two veterans shone at the Bernabeu, leading the team to an astonishing 5-0 victory. This significantly narrowed the goal difference with Barcelona. Should Real Madrid secure 1 or 2 more substantial victories in the upcoming matches, they might even surpass Barcelona in the standings. Consequently, Real Madrid's fighting spirit soared. However, troubles swiftly followed in the final 3 rounds. 2 of their opponents were formidable teams. The next match against Sevilla has consistently placed them among the top 5 in La Liga in recent seasons, occasionally even contending for the top 2 positions. They are one of the few teams capable of challenging both Real Madrid and Barcelona. The subsequent match against Atletico Madrid is even more daunting. In this city derby, there is potential for on-field conflicts or player injuries. Atletico is known for their tenacity, and regardless of the outcome, Real Madrid could face a reduction in squad strength. Who on earth scheduled this fixture? The only piece of good news is that Barcelona's opponents in the final 3 rounds are also challenging. One is Valencia, the other Deportivo La Coruña, both of which are strong teams. Soon, the results emerged. Without Ronaldo and Sue Hang, Real Madrid initially took a 2-goal lead against Sevilla. However, against Atletico Madrid, they were unable to score, and the match ended in a lackluster 0-0 draw. Real Madrid accumulated merely 2 points over these 2 rounds. Yet, an interesting situation unfolded. Without Puyol, Barcelona faced Valencia and Deportivo La Coruña, managing only 2 draws. The race for the La Liga title extended to the final round. Barcelona found themselves slightly closer to the championship, currently holding the top position in the standings. Their last opponent ranked 13th. Real Sociedad. A victory would virtually secure their title. They held a 3-goal advantage in goal difference over Real Madrid. This season, Barcelona's offense has been formidable, and coincidentally, Real Sociedad's defense is not particularly robust. Should this match conclude, the goal difference could widen even further. On the other hand, Real Madrid's opponent is Zaragoza, who sits at 9th in the standings. Their ranking indicates that Zaragoza is a tougher opponent. The star forward, David Villa, is well known, being the same player who nearly eliminated Real Madrid in last season's Copa del Rey final. David Villa's goal almost brought Real Madrid down, had it not been for Zidane. Faced with such a forward, Real Madrid must brace themselves for conceding goals. Even if they manage to secure a victory, achieving a resounding win by 3 goals against Zaragoza would be a daunting task. No, it should be 4 goals. No, it should be 5. That if Barcelona wins, they will at least gain 1 goal in their goal difference, making it a 4-goal gap. For Real Madrid to triumph over Zaragoza by 4 goals would equalize their goal difference. They would then have to compare their head-to-head results. This season, both teams have 1 win apiece. However, Barcelona's victory was a 3-0 triumph, while Real Madrid's win was 4-2. In an instant, Real Madrid's fans found the outcome utterly ludicrous. Regardless of how they calculated it, a 5-goal victory. Unless they achieve an epic 5-goal triumph, it is unlikely that Real Madrid can seize the La Liga title from Barcelona. And now, is it possible for Real Madrid to achieve such an epic victory? Theoretically, it is feasible. Moreover, the chemistry between Zidane and Zidane has proven to be greater than the sum of their parts. However, in the previous match against Atletico, on-field conflicts transpired as expected. Figo was repeatedly taken down maliciously, leading to heightened emotions on his part, resulting in a shove that earned him a yellow card. Consequently, he accumulated the maximum number of yellow cards, 5, resulting in a suspension for the next match. This is a detail that some new fans may not grasp. Most are aware that a red card results in immediate expulsion and a 1-match suspension. Receiving 2 yellow cards in a single match leads to a red card, resulting in a 1-match ban. However, throughout the league season, accumulating 5 yellow cards across different matches results in a suspension for the following match. This serves as a penalty for excessive yellow cards. As such infractions are generally discouraged. Some leagues also combine yellow card accumulations from domestic cup matches and league play. In contrast, the Champions League, World Cup, and European Championship have stricter regulations regarding yellow card accumulations. Typically, a player is suspended after accumulating 3 yellow cards, with further suspensions for every 2 additional yellow cards. Given the fewer matches in cup competitions, it is crucial to manage yellow cards carefully. Yellow cards from the qualifiers generally do not carry over into the main tournament, resetting once the group stage begins. However, from the group stage onward, yellow cards accumulate without exception. In theory, a player could receive suspensions for their 3rd, 5th, 7th, or even 9th yellow cards. This has led to many players missing out on the Champions League semi-finals or finals, ultimately affecting the quality of the matches. There have been suggestions to reset yellow cards starting from the semi-finals, but UEFA has not adopted this proposal. After all this, Real Madrid finds themselves without Figo. In the final round, relying solely on Zidane, it would be exceedingly difficult for Real Madrid to secure a decisive victory. The media summarized Real Madrid's recent matches, noting that they had not exceeded 3 goals in goal difference or scored more than 4 goals in 2 years. Chapter 97. Florentino's promise. An astonishing discovery was made. Certain combinations frequently appeared in such matches. In other words, to achieve a significant victory, the prerequisites included Ronaldo. In these matches characterized by lopsided scores, Ronaldo was nearly always present, with a significant correlation to his goal tally. However, Real Madrid currently lacks Ronaldo, rendering all relevant combinations ineffective. Next in line are this year's Zidane and Figo, who could also make a remarkable impact. Yet the issue lies in the fact that Figo is also unable to participate. Consequently, the third potential combination is Zidane and Zidane. This constitutes the theoretical lineup capable of achieving significant victories for Real Madrid. The crux of the matter, however, is that Zidane has yet to recover from his injury. This effectively stifles all possible configurations for the team. Unless, Marca, Real Madrid is besieged by injuries, the championship will undoubtedly belong to Barcelona, Mundo Deportivo, Eto'o is thrilled to assist Barcelona in reclaiming the La Liga trophy. He believes this is the deserved outcome for Real Madrid, as finishing second is the greatest loss, and to Barcelona, no less. Real Madrid's performance this season has been even worse than the last. A veritable nightmare, Marca. Real Madrid fans congregate at the Goddess of Harvest Square to pray for their team. During this, some Barcelona fans intrude, igniting a clash between the two factions. Kicker. Barcelona fans boldly invade Real Madrid's stronghold. Mocking the club for their lack of trophies, tensions are escalating. Fans from both sides are becoming increasingly irrational. Barcelona supporters are instigating trouble in Madrid's territory, while Madrid fans retaliate by vandalizing Puyol's residence. The atmosphere grows ever more charged. The animosity between the two clubs deepens, or perhaps is reignited. In such circumstances, the pain of defeat extends far beyond the loss of a single match or the disappointment of a trophy. It could lead to upheaval within the upper echelons of both clubs, possibly even resulting in the ousting of club leadership. The situation is dire. Beep, beep, beep. Su Heng's phone rang. He gestured for Raúl and Zidane to remain silent before answering. Hello, Su Heng. How did you find the winery I recommended last time? Raúl's pupils dilated. It was Real Madrid's president, Florentino. Su Heng replied with a smile. Oh, it was quite delightful. They even had authentic 1982 La Fight. But I heard that my father secretly opened a bottle of Romanée-Conti with you the other day. Ha ha ha. You rascal. I'll have someone send you a bottle of Romanée-Conti in a couple of days. So you can't say I, as a team leader, neglected you. A hearty laugh echoed from Florentino. Yet, besides Su Heng, Zidane had already furrowed his brow. Such unsolicited kindness could not be without ulterior motives. Florentino's offering was not merely a bottle of wine, but rather a gesture of friendship and commitment. However, what would Su Heng need to reciprocate? Given recent events, the implications were rather apparent. Ronaldo had undergone surgery and was no longer in Spain. Only Su Heng remained, nursing a torn Achilles tendon, which could be severe or minor. Just a few days ago, he had been able to walk like a normal person. Thus, wonderful Su, I knew you would always be the staunchest supporter of Real Madrid. The future of the club is inextricably linked to you. Florentino clearly sighed in relief. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Really? Su Heng pressed. Florentino hesitated for a moment before affirmatively responding. Yes, indeed. Su Heng nodded. Then I shall contemplate carefully. Wishing you a pleasant evening, my dear Mr. Zusi. You too. Florentino ended the call. Raúl's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Florentino had actually made a promise. This was unprecedented. He rarely committed to anyone, yet when he did, it was nearly always fulfilled. Raúl had devoted years to Real Madrid without receiving a promise from Florentino beyond cars and houses. It is worth noting that Su Heng's situation could be perceived as an empty pledge. Even if he were to engage in tactical planning, coaching selections, or transfer decisions, Florentino would deliberate cautiously. Impressive. In response, both Su Heng and Zidane could only express, Raúl, you simply lack the finesse in negotiation. You must learn to bide your time. Raúl had been momentarily taken aback by Su Heng's subtle display of Florentino's influence. However, according to Su Heng's own team standards, he needed at least another week to recuperate. Otherwise, a relapse could occur. Many muscles appear to have healed externally, yet internally, the nerves might not have fully reconnected. Those familiar with deeper lacerations understand that even after 6 months or a year, pressure on the scarred area can still elicit pain. This is what is referred to as old or hidden injuries among seasoned experts. Raúl, being closer, exited the vehicle first. Once Raúl had departed, Zidane spoke up. No wonder you wanted to discuss tactical strategies with Raúl and me today. You aim to help the team secure a resounding victory, so you intended for us to overhear that phone call. What? Have you prematurely revealed your true intentions? Can't wait any longer? Yearning for a promotion? You let Raúl hear Florentino's promise to you. Coupled with Raúl's desire to step down, I suppose I should address you as the captain of Real Madrid next season, shouldn't I? I even suspect that the so-called winning combinations you devised were concocted by you. Zidane's displeasure was palpable. Su Heng's actions had disappointed him. If Raúl could not see through the facade, surely Zidane could. Su Heng was leveraging the situation to demonstrate his prowess, subtly encouraging Raúl to consider resignation. Raúl might believe that relinquishing the captaincy was his own idea, but in reality, many elements of that thought process were orchestrated by Su Heng. Although Raúl would not suffer any losses in this regard. As he had never wished to be captain, Su Heng's machinations were a betrayal of his own. Chapter 98. I fear it may be too late. How can one place trust in such a companion? Zidane felt he had misjudged Su Heng. Observing Zidane's angry departure, Su Heng sighed. Look, behold the streets of Madrid. Are you not increasingly nostalgic? When one begins to cherish their surroundings, it signifies impending departure. Zidane was taken aback, then abruptly turned to Su Heng. What did you say? Su Heng continued. I fear it may be too late. I worry that I have matured too slowly, that I might miss the final opportunity to collaborate with you and secure some meaningful championships. To leave a unique mark on the world of football. Zidane's eyes flared with confusion. What nonsense are you speaking? Su Heng, undeterred, pressed on. You have 2 years remaining on your contract with Real Madrid, yet you withdrew from the French national team last year. This past year, you have merely been coasting at Real Madrid. It was not until the latter half of this season, spurred on by Figo, that you truly exerted yourself in a few matches. I do not question your professionalism. I understand the reasons. When one has traversed countless mountains, reigniting interest in the repetitive nature of this endeavor becomes increasingly difficult. The accumulated injuries, the fraying familial bonds, those cherished friends and loved ones, and the myriad meaningful pursuits outside of football, these weigh heavily on you. At T33, Zidane's career is nearing its twilight, yet it is also the dawn of a new chapter in his life. You have new aspirations that lie beyond the realm of football. I can see it clearly. The French national team is in dire straits as they approach the next World Cup qualifiers. Based on their current performance, they may not even qualify for the upcoming tournament. They have reached out to you, haven't they? This uncertainty regarding your immediate retirement is likely the sole reason for your hesitation. Of course, if there exists even a shred of another motive, it would be the Champions League. You secured one during your inaugural season with Real Madrid, but if circumstances permit, you desire to claim another before your departure. You arrive like a gust of wind and depart like a wave. That is you, Zidane. This is also your commitment to this galactic ensemble. This lineup, having achieved a historic level of excellence, deserves to possess its most radiant jewel. And I share this sentiment. Zidane was deeply moved. He was at a loss for words. This Su Heng, he had managed to discern these intricacies. He understood Zidane's contemplation of retirement, the choices he faced, and even the lingering dissatisfaction within Zidane. Simultaneously, he foresaw the fate of the Galactic team. Considering Real Madrid's financial situation and Florentino's diminishing influence in Spanish football, it was evident that this illustrious lineup could not endure much longer. Although the decline in accolades since Ronaldo's arrival had become a source of ridicule, Zidane, having participated in this journey, could not attribute the blame solely to Ronaldo. So you intend to orchestrate next season's matches for Real Madrid in your own manner? Zidane inquired, a statement that could send ripples throughout European football. Should this information leak, the ramifications would be monumental. A mere Su Heng, aspiring to dictate the course of Real Madrid's future. This was a task even the club's management might struggle to accomplish. Yet the youthful and inexperienced Su Heng nodded earnestly. We possess the most elite players, and these superstars have collaborated for an extended period. Luxembourg will bring an ample supply of young talent to Real Madrid this summer, significantly enhancing the depth of our bench. With judicious rotations, strategic adjustments, and appropriate encouragement and guidance, we are poised to claim every title next season. Zidane is profoundly impressed, winning everything. It turns out that Su Heng's ambitions extend far beyond just the Champions League. He desires it all: the Copa del Rey, the League, the Champions League. This is a path that is both fortuitous and elusive. Yet, if there exists a club among European teams capable of realizing this goal, it must indeed be Real Madrid. This is the Galácticos. To achieve this, Su Heng must ascend swiftly. He requires the full backing of the team, solemn commitments from the upper echelons, and the passive cooperation of Luxembourg. Anyone daring to oppose Su Heng's vision will be dealt with decisively. It is no wonder that Su Heng exerted such effort to retain Simon. He is both astute and cunning, crucially on the pitch. Su Heng consistently manifests brilliance. Is he truly a mere 19-year-old? Is he not a once-in-a-generation prodigy? Had he been born in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a destined emperor, a figure of tremendous capability. He no longer harbors resentment towards Su Heng. Rather, he understands and supports him. As Zidane listens, his eyes gleam with admiration, nodding in agreement. Ultimately, Zidane departs Su Heng's Rolls-Royce Phantom with a smile. What significance is there in weeping in a BMW? To laugh in a Rolls-Royce is the mark of a true victor. As Zidane exits the vehicle, Suhang recalls something and declares, "The winning percentage combination was indeed reported by me, but it is not fabricated misinformation. It is data I meticulously compiled over 3 nights." Zidane is momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Suhang truly orchestrated this? Zidane shakes his head in astonishment. Thoroughly impressed, Suhang bids farewell to Zidane, exclaiming, "Our collaboration could indeed yield explosive scorelines. Truly remarkable." Suhang's personal team announces his recovery progress for the first time. Not yet healed, but under extreme circumstances. He may participate in the match in a special capacity, Clara's column. Suhang's team has prepared a closed injection. He might force his participation in the final league match, Zidane. It is difficult to predict what will transpire in the final round. However, if Suhang can return, it will undoubtedly be a tremendous boost for the team. Chapter 99. A Super Clash Florentino. The team is further confirming Suhang's condition. Everything in the future remains uncertain. Luxembourg. Suhang is not the only one. Real Madrid possesses the capability to achieve significant victories with the current squad. Apart from Luxembourg, everyone understands the stakes. Thus, when that moment truly arrives, it will deliver a sufficient shock. That shock serves as a motivation for weary players and fans alike. Real Madrid currently requires this spiritual force. I know not when it began, but Suhang has become the wellspring of motivation for Real Madrid. On May 25th in Istanbul, at the Atatürk Olympic Stadium, the Champions League final officially commenced. AC Milan led Liverpool 3-0 at halftime. It is said that they even celebrated with champagne during the break. However, in the second half, Liverpool launched a stunning comeback, scoring 3 goals to level the match and force extra time and a penalty shootout. Ultimately, Liverpool triumphed in the shootout, miraculously becoming the first team in history to win the Champions League after trailing by 3 goals in the final. They created a miracle. Despite finishing 5th in the league and missing out on the next season's Champions League, Liverpool secured their place in the tournament by winning this Champions League title, executing a strategic curve to salvation. Compared to their league failures, their success in the Champions League redeemed everything. The entire world cheered for them. Had Real Madrid relinquished that Spanish derby this season, they too might have had a substantial chance to emerge as the ultimate victors of the Champions League. After all, in the public's perception, neither Liverpool nor AC Milan compare to the grandeur of the Galácticos. The following day, the entire world buzzed with the Istanbul miracle. Yet, only Spain remained silent. The only story that could overshadow the news of the Champions League champions in Spain was, Marca. Suhang returns to the team. Suhang has cancelled his upcoming rehabilitation treatment and confirmed his participation in the team's final life and death match. As Real Madrid officially releases the squad list for the final round of La Liga, and Suhang is included, God, an eternal God. La Liga is in a frenzy. Throughout Madrid, the air is filled with fireworks, celebrations, and cheers from fans, more jubilant than the celebrations following last season's Copa del Rey victory. My dear Su, Real Madrid is saved. Whether last year or this year, Su is the salvation of Real Madrid. I will forever love Su. I will always support Su. Well done, Su. This is the true spirit of Real Madrid. Su will never disappoint the fans, never. I must go watch the match, Madrid. I must be there to support Su. Damn it. Why isn't this match being held at the Bernabeu? Fuck. Hurry and grab tickets in Zaragoza. Double? No. Triple. Whatever the cost, I want a ticket for the final round. The people of Madrid have gone mad. Zaragoza, Spain's 5th largest city, is 300 kilometers from Madrid. Countless Real Madrid fans drove to Zaragoza 2 days in advance, frantically waving cash. They searched everywhere for locals to buy tickets, no matter the price. Zaragoza currently sits 9th in the league. A loss would drop them to 11th, while a win would elevate them to 8th. With no significant repercussions, they are already devoid of ambition. Therefore, the tickets for the final round hold little value for them. Or rather, they are not worth much. So, when the Real Madrid fans offered their prices, they readily sold them. Yet, they had no idea that the later offers would escalate dramatically. Those who sold early ended up losing out. Ultimately, in Zaragoza's stadium, which has a maximum capacity of 30,000, nearly 95% of the seats were purchased by Real Madrid fans. Additionally, nearly 20 to 30,000 more Real Madrid supporters gathered outside the stadium, waiting for the final match and its outcome. It was as if they were on a pilgrimage. Never has there been such a fervent scene in world football. An away team occupied all the seats of the home side, both inside and outside, encircling the stadium in layers. This is the influence of the Galácticos, Barcelona. As matchday arrived, other European media temporarily set aside the story of the Champions League champions to recount the pilgrimage event that occurred in Spain over the past 2 days. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's bus finally made its slow approach into Zaragoza. As the bus neared the stadium, the players aboard appeared calm, yet inside, they were brimming with excitement. Along the route, they witnessed countless white flags. Real Madrid fans were everywhere. Of course, the players harbored some apprehensions. Faced with such fervent supporters, should they ultimately fail to win the match, or worse, fall behind Barcelona, they would become the greatest scapegoats of Real Madrid. These worries began to overshadow their exhilaration. Suddenly, the bus came to an abrupt stop. Many players were startled. Pavin even tumbled from his seat. What happened? Raúl stood up, but before he could inquire, he was met with a terrifying sight. The others quickly rose, equally stunned. Outside the bus, a torrent of blue jerseys representing Zaragoza confronted a wave of white jerseys representing Real Madrid, clashing just outside the stadium. These were Zaragoza's die-hard fans. The only ones who had not sold their tickets in the face of exorbitant offers. They were about to enter the stadium, leading to a confrontation with the Real Madrid supporters outside. The demeanor of the Real Madrid fans suggested a certainty of an overwhelming victory, which was undoubtedly an affront to Zaragoza. The standoff intensified, with the Zaragoza fans feeling somewhat overwhelmed, vastly outnumbered by thousands of Real Madrid supporters. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The stadium security tasked with maintaining order could not contain the situation. They had already called the police, but they would take at least half an hour to arrive. Such is the efficiency of the Spanish authorities. Even once they arrive, controlling the situation would still be exceedingly difficult given the sheer number of people present. This cannot continue. A violent incident may occur. RAI was deeply concerned. Should a fight break out, it could lead to casualties, and not just a couple. With so many people packed together, the risk of a stampede alone could result in countless fatalities. This would not only tarnish the image of both teams but also cost lives, as the captain, Raúl, after a brief moment of deliberation, instructed the driver. Open the doors. The driver hesitated. Raúl? But it could be dangerous if you go out. Raúl's lips trembled slightly, his face pale. But I am the captain of Real Madrid. No, you cannot go. Raúl. Luxembourg also intervened to stop him. Hey, you little rascal, fuck. Zidane's furious shout interrupted the preceding discussion. Everyone turned to look outside, jumped out of the window. No, this is dangerous, Su, Guti exclaimed. Facing his teammates, Su Heng shook his head. No, Raúl, you are a starting player. You cannot afford to get injured again. Just focus on playing well, all right. Moreover, do not forget I am also the captain of Real Madrid. This is my duty. With that, Su Heng turned and strode towards the area of conflict. Su, take this. Raúl tossed an item towards Su Heng. As Su Heng turned and reached out to catch it, he discovered it was a blue captain's armband. Their eyes met, and they both nodded in unison. Subsequently, Su Heng raised the captain's armband high in his right hand, resolutely advancing towards the conflict zone. Nearby, fans recognized Su Heng. That's Su? My goodness. It really is Su. He just jumped off the team bus. Su is coming. Make way. Su is here. Journalists covering the conflict also turned their cameras towards Su Heng, zooming in, closer, even closer. Today's match was highly anticipated, as it was the final game in all of Europe, and a match filled with suspense, determining the La Liga champion. Both Barcelona and Real Madrid had over 100 media outlets broadcasting the event. The attending media were all authoritative sources from across Europe: Bild, Kicker, France Football, Le Monde, Record, Mirror, Sky Sports, BBC, Tuttosport, Gazzetta dello Sport. Almost simultaneously, reporters covering the conflict began to exclaim, "Breaking news! We have just received word that a Real Madrid player has leaped from their halted team bus. He is making his way towards the site of the altercation. This player appears to be Su Heng." Meanwhile, the scene cut to live footage. The camera zoomed in. Number 24, Real Madrid player. Yellow skin? Black hair. It must undoubtedly be Su Heng. At that moment, Su Heng was already flanked by numerous Real Madrid fans. Move behind me. I need you to follow my lead. I require your cooperation. Promise me. All right. Su Heng directed the fans to orderly position themselves behind him as they complied enthusiastically. One fan even handed Su Heng a large megaphone. This was far too perilous. Su Heng's actions were exceedingly reckless. In the studio of CCTV 5, Hiwei was left dumbfounded. Commentators around the globe shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, the two opposing sides suddenly noticed a large wave of people approaching from a distance. Their numbers overwhelming. The Zaragoza fans began to panic, realizing that the newcomers were evidently also Real Madrid supporters. The Real Madrid fans were exhilarated, continuing to chant loudly. With so many people, emotions ran high, and they shouted all sorts of things. This fueled the Zaragoza fans, who had initially considered retreating, to become enraged once more, seeking tools to escalate the situation. "Let us do this. You can't kill me. I'll take you down instead." Soon, as Su Heng and his companions drew nearer, everyone began to see clearly. Su Heng raised the Real Madrid captain's armband high in his right hand, while holding the megaphone in his left, shouting loudly to the feuding sides, "Pause, look here, look here." But it was in vain. The opposing voices were too raucous. Su Heng could only turn to the fans behind him and say, "Let us chant together, Su Heng." "Su Heng," the crowd echoed. "Su Heng, Su Heng, Su Heng." Indeed, the two sides gradually quieted and turned their gazes towards Su Heng. Is it really Su Heng? What is he doing here? What is that in his hand? It looks like a captain's armband. Let us get him. Take down the Real Madrid guy. Come on, give it a shot. Do you think Su the God of War is afraid? Hold on, let us hear what Su Heng has to say. Su Heng gestured for those behind him to halt their advance, preventing a chaotic mingling with the unruly Real Madrid fans, which would make control more difficult. He stepped alone into the middle of the three factions, still holding the Real Madrid captain's armband aloft. "I understand what has transpired here. I know the sentiments within you all. Zaragoza fans, your commitment to be here today is commendable. Zaragoza is fortunate to have fans like you. I believe your players will give their all on the field for you. Do not keep your players waiting. The field is filled with Real Madrid supporters. Your players need to see you. They require your support. They need your encouragement. Quickly, to the stadium." The Zaragoza fans wavered, nodding in agreement with Su Heng's words. Simultaneously, Su Heng addressed the encircling Real Madrid fans. "Real Madrid supporters, I trust you all know me. I am Su Heng. What I hold in my hand is the captain's armband. It symbolizes the highest authority within Real Madrid. In the locker room, everyone must heed the captain's voice. This is not merely the captain's power. It is the power of this armband. It embodies the legacy of countless histories of Real Madrid. It is our tradition. It is our honor. Now, as the captain of Real Madrid, I demand that the fans over there disperse. Create a pathway for the Zaragoza supporters to enter the stadium. On the count of 3, please clear a bit of space." "Yes, just like that. Thank you all for your cooperation." At this moment, each of you is a member of Real Madrid. Under Su Heng's direction, the massive encirclement of Real Madrid fans created a passageway. The Zaragoza fans gradually moved through, and under the guidance of security, they entered the stadium. Thus, a potential conflict dissipated. Yet it was not over. Su Heng knew these fans still had demands. He continued, "All right, now, those remaining are all our own. Let me share my thoughts with you. I want every Real Madrid supporter to feel reassured. I know what you desire. That is why I have come. There is still an hour and a half until the match begins. The closing injection takes effect in 2 hours. I will administer the injection the moment I enter the stadium. When the team needs me, I will step onto the field to play and score for the team. We will secure victory in this match. I promise. We shall win the honor of the La Liga championship this season. If I fail to achieve this, I will voluntarily resign. I will never assume any position within Real Madrid again. I, Su Heng, swear this upon the captain's armband in my hand. We are champions, Shu." Su Heng raised his arms in exhilaration, unleashing his most fervent cheer. In the next moment, he lifted his arms high. Over 10,000 Real Madrid fans erupted in a deafening roar. Su. The resounding cheer shook the very ground, creating waves of sound that swept through the area. Numerous distant cameras shook in response. The sound reached the Real Madrid bus. Zidane finally exhaled in relief. "That kid?" Raúl wore a smile of satisfaction, feeling a weight lifted. He did it. The Real Madrid players nodded in agreement. Even Carlos and Luxemburgo, whose faces were usually stoic, showed a hint of color. The sound also reached the stadium. Within the stadium, some of the 20,000 fans were already aware of what was happening outside. But now it seemed the fans inside the stadium echoed the cheer in unison. Amid the cacophony of Su sounds, the bus slowly made its way into Zaragoza's home ground. The conflict had quelled, yet across the globe, The aftermath of this confrontation erupted instantaneously. Thousands of Real Madrid fans clashed with Zaragoza supporters. Zaragoza officials dispatched over 100 police to the stadium in a hurry. Kicker. Unbelievable. The Su chant resounded like scripture. Record. A single arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops converge. Su Hang commands tens of thousands with the captain's armband. Sky Sports. A thunderous roar in the sky. Su Hang makes a brilliant entrance. Su Hang single-handedly quells a multitude of conflicts, a rarity in football, France football. Breaking news. Su Hang promises that if Real Madrid does not win the La Liga title, he will resign from any position within the club. Gazzetta dello Sport. Are we champions? Why are Real Madrid fans prematurely celebrating outside Zaragoza's stadium? It turns out it was all due to him. Tuttosport. A commitment wagering his career. Su Hang declares he will receive an injection immediately and will substitute in the second half. Marca. A declaration of heroism. The spirit of Real Madrid. Su Hang fearlessly enters the fray, holding the captain's armband to quell the chaos. Daily Sports. Bold words. Su Hang is known for his deceit, fooling fans into believing Real Madrid can overturn Barcelona for the title. World Sports Daily. A monumental joke. Su Hang's career at Real Madrid has reached its end. Barcelona cannot possibly lose, and Real Madrid is even less likely to defeat Zaragoza by 4 goals. Sun newspaper. An in-depth analysis. Why Su Hang and not Raúl? Most media outlets were astonished by this event. The general sentiment across normal media was one of shock. Especially as images and videos from the scene emerged, everyone was left in disbelief at Su Hang's performance. What does it mean to stand firm against a multitude? What does it mean to be invincible? What does it mean to face 10,000 with just one? In the face of crisis, Su Hang exhibited the demeanor of a true leader, igniting the heroic sentiments within countless fans. Essentially, only media from the Jadai region could voice criticisms against Su Hang. However, the perspective of the Sun newspaper was indeed peculiar. They analyzed Su Hang's recent actions from the perspective of sunk costs. After all, Raúl is the starting player. If he were truly to face an assault from fans and consequently unable to take the field, it would spell disaster for Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Su Hang is already sidelined due to injury. Regardless of whether he plays or not, he certainly cannot appear in the first half. Even if he were to sustain injuries during the conflict, Real Madrid would still have a fighting chance on the pitch. The news quickly reached the domestic audience. Hello everyone, I am your commentator, Han Xiaosheng. Beside me is commentator He Wade. We have just received shocking news. Over an hour ago, more than 3,000 Real Madrid fans engaged in a fierce brawl with Zaragoza supporters outside the stadium. Despite the arrival of several hundred police officers from Zaragoza, they were unable to control the situation. In a crucial moment, the Real Madrid prince, the Chinese player Su Hang, leaped from a 3-story bus, brandishing the captain's armband, as if to vanquish all who opposed him. Ultimately, he quelled this grand melee. He Wei was sweating profusely as he listened. Han, perhaps you should review the script sent by the director? Is there any number you got right? Is this the Real Madrid prince or Harry Potter? Do you think Su Hang is the Terminator? Your commentary on sports truly is a waste of talent. You should be narrating science fiction films. It's a tremendous regret that Star Wars didn't recruit you for voice acting. They should enlist you for domestic sci-fi films instead. Why waste funds inviting Hollywood special effects teams? The domestic fans in front of their televisions were utterly captivated by those scenes. Wow, Su is incredible. Clad in white, is this Su Hang? This is Su Qi, isn't it? Su Qi'er? What is that reference? He was referring to the legendary general Bai Qi. How powerful! While I have never seen Elbu from nearly 2,000 years ago, I am fortunate to witness Su Hang nearly 2,000 years later, the Red Rabbit steed of Ma, the Ibrahimovic among men. One man holds the pass, and that man must be me, Shu. It is said that Juventus's Ibrahimovic looks down upon the world. But I feel that Su is the true invincible one in this realm. Do not seal him off. This could affect his entire career. Indeed, even if Su Hang were fit, it would be challenging for Real Madrid to achieve a 4-goal victory over Zaragoza. Alas, it is such a pity. We finally discovered a European player with whom we share a connection, only for him to face such a downfall. Amidst a chorus of sighs, the final round of La Liga commenced simultaneously across multiple matches. For Real Madrid, the starting lineup was Raúl, Owen, Solari, Zidane, Beckham, Graveson, Carlos, Samuel, Helguera, Salgado, and Casillas. This was the best lineup that Real Madrid could muster. From the very first minute of the match, these players left no room for doubt regarding their desire to score. However, equally, from the outset, Zaragoza made no secret of their intent to adopt a defensive posture. Their strategy was clear: a sniper's approach to victory. Zaragoza remained patient, naturally possessing the upper hand in this encounter. Chapter 102. A goal scored, yet more lost. Beautiful. Owen. Zidane's pass was exquisite. Owen did not disappoint Real Madrid. He calmly finished this one-on-one opportunity. 1-0. Real Madrid leads away from home, temporarily surpassing Barcelona by 3 points. Ascending to the top of La Liga, as long as Barcelona does not score. A regrettable report from Camp Nou. Almost simultaneously with Owen's goal, Real Madrid's assassin, Eto'o, also found the net. Thus, the points between Real Madrid and Barcelona were once again equal. However, Barcelona boasted a superior goal difference, bringing them one step closer to the championship. Heavens! 2 goals in 5 minutes. Ronaldinho is simply unstoppable. 2-0. Barcelona further extended their lead. Their advantage over Real Madrid in goal difference has now reached 4. Real Madrid may win this match, yet their gap with Barcelona has only widened. Zaragoza provided no further opportunities for Real Madrid, steadfastly defending their half, resolutely refusing to allow Real Madrid to secure a significant victory. Alright, the first half has concluded. Real Madrid put forth their efforts, yet regrettably, their aspirations were in vain. Unless Real Madrid can secure a 5-goal lead against Zaragoza in the second half, and Barcelona fails to score, the La Liga championship for this season will belong to Barcelona, and both scenarios are nearly impossible. Barcelona not scoring in the second half? Unlikely. Ronaldinho and Eto'o are too formidable. Real Madrid scoring 5 goals in the second half? Even less likely. Scoring 1 or 2 is believable, but 5. Please, this is a football match. 3 goals are already considered a resounding victory. Soon, even more explosive news emerged. AS report. Camp Nou prepares champagne to celebrate winning the league. It is said that the locker room even requested a bottle of champagne for an early celebration. Sky Sports. Is Barcelona pouring salt on AC Milan's wounds? Liverpool may have overturned a 3-goal deficit in Istanbul. But Real Madrid has absolutely no chance of reversing a 5-goal deficit at La Romareda. Corriere dello Sport. The Catalans are malicious, kicking a man when he is down. Not only are they not speaking of Milan, but they are also striking at Real Madrid. France Football. Barcelona's midfield celebrates with champagne again. They aim to prove they are even more formidable than the curse. Diario Sport. Cheers, Madrid. Why don't you come pay tribute to the champions? Marca. Barcelona is merciless in their ascendancy, lacking the grace of a true giant, as if they have never encountered a championship before. The second half commenced. In the 60th minute, the situation remained unchanged. Luxemburgo frowned, substituting Guti for the underperforming Beckham. In a defensive stance, Beckham's curling free kick would have been his weapon of choice. Unfortunately, without a central striker, frequent crosses instead provided ample counterattack opportunities for the opponents. Simultaneously, Luxemburgo replaced Solari with Soldado, shifting the formation from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3, intensifying their attacking prowess. However, if they were to bolster their attack, it would have made more sense to replace Graveson, not Beckham. Today, Real Madrid was on the offensive. What use was a defensive midfielder? To put it plainly, Luxemburgo was still fearful of being countered by Zaragoza. If Real Madrid and Barcelona finished level on points but lost the championship due to goal difference, it would be unfortunate luck. That would imply a lack of attacking strength. But if Real Madrid conceded a goal on the counter and ultimately fell behind Barcelona in points, that would reflect poorly on the coach's abilities. Unable to secure even a 3-point victory, what choice did Luxemburgo have? It truly was a situation where the knife was at their throat, yet they were still calculating trivial gains. Such a lack of accountability. Truly a model of indecisiveness. However, perhaps the heavens could not bear to witness this any longer. In the 63rd minute, Graveson collided with an opponent and was injured. Real Madrid had no choice but to utilize their final substitution. Luxemburgo instructed Salades to warm up. Yet Zidane approached Luxemburgo, stating, "My anesthetic has taken effect. I can take the field." Luxemburgo shook his head, "But you are not a defensive midfielder." Perhaps seeing Zidane rise, some fans mistakenly believed he was about to enter the match. Cheers erupted from the Real Madrid supporters. Zidane remarked, "Do you think what everyone wants to see now is a defensive midfielder?" Simon interjected, "Before departing today, Mr. Florentino told me he wanted to see a spirited Real Madrid. I believe bringing on another forward is far more spirited than a defensive midfielder." Luxemburgo's expression shifted. What Simon said may not have been entirely truthful, yet Florentino indeed cared deeply about Real Madrid's image. "Let me take the field," Su Heng stated directly to the assistant coach standing beside the fourth official. The assistant coach glanced awkwardly at Luxemburgo, who reluctantly nodded. In the next moment, the substitution was announced. Real Madrid made a change. Graveson was replaced, and Su Heng, wearing the number 24 jersey, entered the field. Su, it's Su. He's really going to play. Su truly received the anesthetic. Su is coming. Real Madrid, Real Madrid, Real Madrid. The atmosphere erupted. Real Madrid fans united in chants, rallying behind the newly entered Su Heng. Han Xiaoxing analyzed, if Su Heng also joins, Real Madrid may truly need to focus on defense. With Real Madrid employing Soldado as a dual striker alongside Su Heng, Raúl and Guti positioned as wide midfielders, and Zidane and Guti in central midfield, this could essentially be viewed as a 4-2-4 formation. Real Madrid was truly going all out. Hiway's expression was less than favorable. Neither Zidane nor Guti can really fulfill the defensive midfielder role, especially in defense. This could give Zaragoza opportunities to counterattack. It's very perilous. Regardless of how many goals Real Madrid may score up front, conceding a goal in the back renders their efforts futile. A 5-3 match result holds the same weight as a 2-0. In a similar vein, Su Heng was well aware of this. Offense in football is certainly not as simple as merely stacking forwards. Just like traditional Chinese medicine, if you wish to treat headaches and insomnia, sometimes you must address the kidneys. Su Heng dashed to the defensive midfielder position and gestured to his teammates, indicating he would play here. The wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was happening? Su Heng was taking the defensive midfielder position? Was this a joke? Su Heng is perhaps only suited to play as a forward, as his technical attributes are rather simplistic. Shouldn't he be scoring instead? Why is he being placed in a defensive midfield role? Is it the arrangement of Luxemburgo? No. Even Luxemburgo expressed his confusion, seemingly scolding Su Heng. Zidane also cast a glance at Su Heng. Chapter 103. It has been decided. You are the one, Makelele. This decision is truly hard to fathom. What difference is there between this and asking Ronaldo to play as a defensive midfielder? Ronaldo, the foremost striker of his era, would not even rank among the second or third tiers in such a position. This is reality, not a game. You cannot simply place high-rated players in any position and expect them to perform. Su, are you certain? Zidane approached Su Heng and inquired. I am absolutely certain. Su Heng nodded. Avoiding the bait, we will never score 5 goals in this match. Fortune favors the bold. Be ready to counterattack at any moment. Rationally, Zidane believed that if they were to play on the counter, it would be far more prudent to deploy Su Heng rather than a proper defensive midfielder like Escalates. Yet his intuition told him that since Su had made such a claim, perhaps there was indeed something to it. Meanwhile, a thunderous sound echoed in Su Heng's mind. Ding! You have activated the moment card. Makelele 2002. The big guy is online. Su Heng glanced ahead. The previously unremarkable positioning of his teammates suddenly revealed itself to him as a series of defensive vulnerabilities. The attacking Real Madrid had far too many gaps in their defense. It has long been believed that Makelele's departure deprived the Galácticos of their midfield backbone. Without a solid midfield, how can one exert force? And now Su Heng would make it known. Bang! Zaragoza would not afford Real Madrid a moment to ponder. Irrespective of how they arrange their formation, the more chaotic, the better. Ideally, let Su Heng play as a goalkeeper. No matter how they shot, it would find its way in. Of course, having Su Heng play as a defensive midfielder was equally advantageous. With a simple pass, they could slice through Real Madrid's defense. However, with Su Heng anchoring the back, Zidane and Guti advanced into the attack. Consequently, Real Madrid's offensive intensity surged, denying Zaragoza any opportunity to counter. It was not until the 70th minute that Zaragoza finally gained possession. The number 10 midfielder for Zaragoza sent the ball out of the encirclement. The number 7 player initiated a counterattack. Zaragoza's star player Villa executed a brilliant run to evade the offside trap. The number 7 for Zaragoza, inspired, delivered a precise through ball. This run and pass nearly pierced through Real Madrid's porous defense in an instant. With Villa's one-on-one capabilities, the likelihood of breaching Casillas's goal was extremely high. Yet everything hung in the balance, for that through ball never even reached its destination. Bang! Su Heng had been maintaining his vertical movement prior to Zaragoza's number 7 player attempting the pass. However, as the ball was played, he immediately shifted laterally, effortlessly executing the interception. It appeared as though the Zaragoza number 7 had merely passed the ball to his feet. Xu Hang intercepted the ball. By a twist of fate, the Zaragoza number 7's pass had gone awry. Xu Hang seemed a bit dazed. He likely never anticipated the turn of events. After intercepting, the ball bounced a meter in front of him, and he appeared somewhat at a loss. All players converged towards Xu Hang. Zaragoza aimed to snatch the ball from him and continue their assault. After all, Xu Hang's ability to retain possession was well understood. But in the next moment, bang! Xu Hang reached the ball and launched a powerful kick. The ball soared over the heads of the players, heading towards Zaragoza's penalty area. Was this not a pass? Xu Hang initiated a long ball from the back. Soldado. Seizing the moment of Zaragoza's defensive lapse, Soldado successfully evaded the offside trap. Xu Hang had been waiting for Soldado's run. Soldado successfully controlled the ball. It was a clear one-on-one opportunity. He struck. The ball found the net. 2-0. Xu Hang's interception and long pass set the stage for Soldado's goal. The goal difference between Real Madrid and Barcelona had widened to 3. They had not given up yet. Excited, Soldado wished to celebrate. As a substitute, his opportunities to play were exceedingly scarce, let alone score. However, Raúl cruelly snatched away his chance to celebrate. Raúl dashed into the goal to retrieve the ball. Real Madrid needed to cherish every second that remained. Such displays only served to infuriate Zaragoza. The few Zaragoza fans present began chanting Villa's name. Zaragoza needed a hero. It was time for Villa to showcase Zaragoza's prowess against Real Madrid. Neither side was in the wrong. With differing stances, some conflicts simply remained irreconcilable. After the kickoff, Zaragoza took the initiative to attack. Meanwhile, the defensively weakened Real Madrid found themselves unable to reclaim possession. Instead, they inadvertently granted Zaragoza an opportunity in the 77th minute. Zaragoza's number 10 and number 7 players executed a series of passes, cutting through Real Madrid's right flank, and delivered a ball to Villa. Villa, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, began to weave left and right. He may not be tall, but his technical skills are comprehensive, excelling in both shooting and ball control. This feint sent the tense Helguera tumbling. Villa then took his shot. Bang! At the moment Villa struck, a foot intervened to block. The ball deflected off Xu Hang's instep, losing power. Casillas securely embraced the ball before quickly launching it forward. Villa attempted to signal to the referee, claiming a foul by Xu Hang. But Xu Hang, rising, sprinted towards the front, racing against time. Xu Hang executed a world-class block. Xu Hang saved Real Madrid. At this moment, Real Madrid could not afford to concede any goal. Right back Salgado, upon his return, was not in good form, exhibiting significant defensive issues. Helguera had undoubtedly been the standout performer in Real Madrid's defense this season. Yet, that very excellence raised concerns about his fatigue. He had clearly struggled to keep pace with Villa. The commentary had yet to conclude when gasps erupted from the crowd. Casillas' long clearance was contested by Soldado, who reached the first point of contact. Zidane then controlled the ball, delicately flicking it to Raúl. Raúl, with his back to goal, received the ball without stopping, executing a beautiful wall pass with Zidane. As Zidane surged into the penalty area, he caught up to the ball and took a shot. The ball nestled into the net. Goal. 3-0. Zidane. Zidane. This is the prowess of the world's best midfielder, Zidane. Zidane and Raúl collaborated to breach Zaragoza's defense, securing Real Madrid's third goal of the match. Chapter 104. No more pretense. I am a defensive midfielder. The goal difference between Real Madrid and Barcelona is now just 2-0. Zaragoza's goalkeeper clashed with Zidane. Zidane attempted to enter the net to retrieve the ball but was pushed away by the goalkeeper. A confrontation ensued, prompting the referee to swiftly intervene. He cautioned both Zidane and Zaragoza's goalkeeper, deeming both parties at fault. Real Madrid's players were anxious, pressed for time. Meanwhile, Zaragoza's players reddened with indignation, having suffered a tremendous insult. Simultaneously, the focus shifted to the pivotal figure of this goal, Xu Hang. He had thwarted Villa's crucial shot. Had Villa successfully executed that shot, it would have likely resulted in a goal. With that goal, Zidane's subsequent strike would not have occurred. The math teacher, Xu Hang's contribution is undeniably significant. Could it be that Xu Hang is truly adept at playing as a defensive midfielder? Based on the data we currently have, Xu Hang's performance since his introduction has been remarkably commendable. He has participated in 12 passes, completed 1 tackle, 2 interceptions, 1 block, and 1 clearance. All of this matches precisely with what Griefson achieved in 60 minutes. If Souhang can maintain this level of performance, I believe that even if Real Madrid fails to secure the La Liga title this season, it would still be worthwhile. It is worth noting that Real Madrid has been in search of a reliable defensive midfielder, and Souhang currently fits that bill perfectly. Unbelievable. Could this be talent? Souhang not only shone in the forward position, but could also dazzle as a defensive midfielder. What a pity, between forward Su and defensive midfielder Su. Everyone would choose to have Souhang play as a forward. It is the most advantageous choice for the player. Real Madrid desperately needs a distinctive forward who can secure victories. People are left speechless by Souhang's performance. Yet, it must be said that Villa's competitive spirit was ignited by Souhang's display a year ago. It was Souhang's sudden emergence that led to a crucial goal that eliminated Villa's Spain in the Copa del Rey. Subsequently, Souhang flourished, garnering far more attention this season than Villa, a proven forward. Villa, of course, could not accept this. He was confident in his superiority over Souhang in every aspect, yet his path to fame had been far less smooth. This is not jealousy. Villa merely seeks fairness, and now, Souhang could even play as a defensive midfielder. Villa's previously unshakable belief in his superiority over Souhang began to waver. After all, he clearly could not play as a defensive midfielder himself. Currently, in La Liga, only the monster Baptista could perform exceptionally well in both attacking and defending roles. In the 81st minute, the undeterred Villa, aware of the risks ahead, charged directly towards Souhang. He intends to confront Souhang directly, to prove his worth. This is also because once he surpasses Souhang, Villa will find himself in an exceptionally advantageous position. Behind the defensive midfielder often lies the optimal scoring zone. Villa advances, boldly challenging Souhang with unambiguous intent. Can Souhang maintain Real Madrid's defensive line? Villa continues with his dazzling footwork. Souhang retreats steadily, lowering his center of gravity, yet remains composed and unyielding. No, the distance is too close. Villa fails to outmaneuver Souhang. He deftly touches the ball and accelerates. Villa prepares to break through from the right side, aiming to overwhelm Souhang. Anticipating Villa's movement, Souhang swiftly pivots and obstructs Villa's path. Souhang pushes past Villa, making first contact with the ball. Villa, undeterred, tugs at Souhang's side. Souhang crosses over the ball with his right foot, executing a full 360-degree turn from defense to offense. Villa is firmly held behind him. Villa tumbles to the ground. A Zaragoza player signals foul play against Souhang. Bang. Souhang touches the ball, instantly accelerating from the edge of the penalty area, ignoring the protest from his opponents. The referee, arms crossed, repeatedly signals that no foul occurred. He observes keenly. It was a legitimate challenge. Souhang spins continuously, denying Villa any chance to regain his balance. Ultimately, with a slight nudge, Villa falls. This showcases an adept utilization of physical strength. Many players, relying solely on brute force, often topple their opponents while committing fouls themselves. In contrast, Souhang employs an intelligent strategy, using minimal effort to yield maximum effect. AS Zaragoza's players complain. Souhang seizes the moment, advancing the ball from the backfield to midfield. Bang! Souhang slightly slows, colliding with an oncoming Zaragoza player, then resumes his dribbling unimpeded. His physical dominance is commendable. After all, he possesses the robust physique of Baptista and the fierce charge of Drogba. Only then do Zaragoza's players recognize Souhang's threat. This guy, he dares to embark on a solo journey? Typically, defenses are wary of forwards making such runs. However, no one anticipates a defensive midfielder advancing the ball from the backline to the front. If possession is lost, doesn't that leave the center wide open for the opponent? Unbeknownst to all, they have completely overlooked Souhang's forward potential. He performs exceptionally well in the defensive midfielder role. Could this not be the super defensive midfielder Real Madrid has long sought? He is unequivocally the bulwark of Real Madrid's defense this match. Who would have imagined this bulwark is armed? In Real Madrid's front line, Raúl, Owen, Zidane, Guti, Soldado, 5 arrows released together. All are calling for the ball from Souhang, providing him with numerous passing options. There is no doubt about the attacking prowess of these Real Madrid stars. They run with remarkable coordination. Left, center, right, forward, back, layered and distinct. Even if Souhang lacks passing finesse, the likelihood of him delivering a decisive ball is substantial. The Zaragoza defenders recognize this predicament, scrambling to keep up with the moving players. In an instant, their formation becomes disarrayed, revealing countless vulnerabilities. Yet, Souhang refrains from passing. Oh no, Su Heng's passing ability is not particularly stellar. The chaotic movements may prevent him from identifying a suitable target. At this moment, while a passing expert might see numerous passing lanes, Su Heng perceives only a tangled web.it. Must be said that the commentators possess some skill. They are partially correct. Su Heng has excellent vision, capable of spotting numerous opportunities. However, with everyone in motion, his current passing skills cannot adequately adapt to these dynamic changes. A misplaced pass, whether too long or too short, would be humiliating, and worse, it could lead to a counterattack from Zaragoza. Chapter 105. The defensive midfielder with a blade.at. This moment, 6 players are present in Real Madrid's front line. The defense is severely exposed. Thus, Zidane, while running, observes Su Heng's situation, anxious about why Su Heng has yet to pass the ball. He has deliberately fallen back to ensure that Su Heng could deliver the ball to him. Su Heng fails to seize the opportunity, but once the ball reaches Zidane's feet, he can effortlessly capitalize on such chances. In the midst of his run, Zidane suddenly realizes something. Could it be in an instant? Zidane darts to the left. Zaragoza's defenders immediately follow suit. Zidane has truly lost his mind. Luxemburgo complains from the sidelines. It seems he has created an open space, but even if he receives the ball on the far left, generating an attacking opportunity will be challenging. Such a golden opportunity, is he really considering crossing from the byline? Foolish. Moreover, without his support, should Su Heng be besieged, his abilities would surely lead to a loss of possession. Zidane has truly lost his wits. Bang! A dull thud resonates across the field. Luxemburgo looks up, his pupils dilating. In the center, 25 meters from the goal, Su Heng slows and touches the ball. Then, with his right leg like a whip, he unleashes a powerful strike. Is this a long-range shot? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they suddenly realize that, amidst the movements of the Real Madrid stars, a vacuum has formed within a 5-meter radius around Su Heng. This grants him ample time and space to adjust the ball, gather strength, and shoot from distance. The Zaragoza defensive midfielder, who could have posed the most interference to Su Heng, has just been drawn away by Zidane. Zidane turns to witness Su Heng's explosive shot. A smile creeping onto his face. This kid indeed had such intentions, truly, the seed of a great striker. His passion remains undimmed. Even while playing as a defensive midfielder, he does not forget his innate killer instinct. He remains unflustered. For Su Heng, this attempt is approximately 27 meters from the goal. In terms of long-range shooting, that is quite a distance. Such a goal would undoubtedly be hailed as a world-class strike. The difficulty is immense. It demands precision in shooting technique, foot strength, execution style, point of impact, form, and even a touch of luck. Even if Villa were to attempt it, the likelihood of being denied by the goalkeeper is substantial. In fact, the type of long-range shot that can make a goalkeeper appear godlike is precisely this one. Such shots may appear powerful, but due to the ample reaction time afforded to the goalkeeper, they are often easily saved. The so-called weak teams produce goalkeepers because they typically favor a defensive posture, with the opponent's primary offensive strategy being long-range shots. Consequently, these shots are easily intercepted. A goalkeeper may make several impressive saves in a match, igniting excitement, and by season's end, their market value rises significantly. Thus, whoosh, the ball travels at an astonishing speed. The Zaragoza goalkeeper leaps in front of the goal, and the spectators cannot ascertain whether he made contact with the ball. It is only when the black and white sphere ripples within the net that they realize it appears to have gone in. In the next moment, the crowd erupts. Goal. The shadow of the peach blossom falls as the divine sword flies. A single strike illuminating 19 states. Su Heng scores with a world-class strike. 4-0. Real Madrid continues to score. Madness. Su Heng is on fire. This is a super solo run, interception, advancement, world-class goal. Su Heng executes it all in one fluid motion. Everyone assumed Su Heng would pass, but only he knew that from the moment he intercepted the ball from Villa, he was destined to score. This is the Prince of Real Madrid, the 4th captain of Real Madrid, the super striker leading the resurgence of Real Madrid this season. In under 20 minutes on the pitch, Su Heng has 1 assist, 1 goal, and orchestrated the play. He has propelled Real Madrid to close the gap in goal difference. Now, only 1 goal separates Real Madrid from Barcelona in terms of goal difference. Although the road ahead remains arduous, this season will be etched in the memories of the fans, for they have discovered the cornerstone of the team's attacking line for the next decade. They have found the true leader of the next generation of Real Madrid. The players of Real Madrid immediately rush towards Su Heng. Soldado, initially eager to retrieve the ball, finds himself pushed aside. Everyone celebrates Su Heng's astonishing long-range shot. Even Carlos cannot help but concede. That shot was indeed magnificent. In truth, given Su Heng's capabilities, he should not have been able to execute such a world-class strike. However, Mac LL provided him with sufficient foot strength. Moreover, the collision with the opposing midfielder not only activated Baptista's physical dominance but also enhanced Drogba's long-range shooting ability. This enabled Su Heng to consider the long-range option. Otherwise, he would have needed to advance a few more steps. Su Heng. Su Heng. Su Heng. The name resonates throughout the stadium. Despite the dwindling chances of Real Madrid lifting the La Liga trophy as time passes, the fans increasingly believe that Su Heng can lead the team to victory. This defies logic. Yet, it is the genesis of all miracles. A miracle is, by nature, illogical. And when enough miracles accumulate, they become a belief. Over the past year and a half, Su Heng has created numerous miracles for Real Madrid. Returning to the match, Zaragoza resumes play. However, Real Madrid quickly regains possession. Zaragoza seems unwilling to attempt an offensive. Opting to defend, they have already conceded 4 goals. Yet, as long as they do not concede a 5th or 6th, they cannot be labeled losers. Push forward. I'm right behind you. Su Heng calls out to Carlos, urging him to move up, encouraging everyone to advance. Observing Su Heng's hands gesturing forward, Carlos inexplicably feels a surge of conviction within him. He surged forward with the ball, and on the opposite flank, Salgado joined the attack. The entire Real Madrid team advanced, as Su Heng had said, with confidence that as long as he remained at the back, the team would not concede a goal. Subsequently, Carlos and Zidane exchanged passes on the left wing, successfully provoking a foul from the opposition. Real Madrid was awarded a well-positioned free kick in the attacking third. Even Samuel, the centre-back, came forward. The players of Real Madrid lined up in the Zaragoza penalty area, preparing to contest the aerial ball. Carlos and Zidane stood on either side of the ball. Carlos initially feigned a kick over the ball, deceiving everyone momentarily, but to little effect, as all knew Zidane was most likely to take it. Bang! Indeed, Zidane struck the ball. Players from both Zaragoza and Real Madrid surged forward, ready to challenge for the header, but their movements abruptly halted. Zidane did not deliver a cross into the box. Instead, he executed a lateral pass to Su Heng, positioned just outside the arc of the penalty area. This was Chapter 106, the rampaging Villa Bang. Su Heng met the ball without taking a touch, launching a powerful shot from distance. However, the Zaragoza players were not naive. They would not repeat past mistakes. The Zaragoza centre-back stepped up, using his body to block the shot, collapsing in the penalty area. Yet, the crisis was not averted. The ball fell to the feet of Zaragoza's defensive midfielder in the box. This midfielder brushed aside Owen and attempted a clearance. He missed. The ball unexpectedly soared towards their own goal. While the pace was not rapid, it was the element of surprise that counted. By the time the Zaragoza goalkeeper reacted, the ball had already crossed the goal line. Bang! The Zaragoza goalkeeper furiously kicked the ball out of the net, but it was too late. This goal. The 5th goal. The 5th goal came in the blink of an eye. Real Madrid scored again. Su Heng. It was Su Heng. Su Heng netted his 2nd goal. He helped Real Madrid secure the 5th goal. After executing the long-range shot, Su Heng dashed into the penalty area, sliding in just before the Zaragoza midfielder could clear the ball. This mirrored his earlier tackle on Villa. Oh! The Zaragoza midfielder's foot collided with Su Heng. Su Heng raised his arms to shield his face, receiving a heavy kick. Had that kick connected directly with Su Heng's head, it could have been disastrous. The force behind that clearance was tremendous. Consequently, Real Madrid's goal difference was now on par with Barcelona's. Barcelona could only maintain their lead based on the goal difference from their encounters. With no more opportunities to face each other, this lead was unchangeable. However, the ranking based on goal difference in head-to-head matches was lower than the overall goal difference ranking. Therefore, should Real Madrid score again, they would surpass Barcelona in the standings. Only 5 minutes remained. Anything was possible. At this moment, all of Spain was ablaze with excitement. At Camp Nou. Although the Barcelona players had failed to score in the second half, they played with ease. After all, Real Madrid needed to win by 5 goals to merely equal the goal difference. But was that even feasible? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the stands of Camp Nou. The crowd was abuzz with speculation, clearly in a state of panic. What was happening? Eto'o glanced at Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho shook his head, uncertain of the situation. They looked towards the sidelines. Substitute Messi leapt from his seat and rushed to the edge of the field. They've scored. Real Madrid has scored again. 5-0. We must score. Real Madrid has closed the gap. Danger. Real Madrid is vying for the title. Messi's alarm was genuine. This was his first opportunity in the Barcelona first team to touch the league championship. It was the most significant trophy of his career, thus FARIT was within reach. Yet, Real Madrid's goals in the second half seemed to have surged as if under the influence of a stimulant, escalating rapidly. This was illogical. The Barcelona players were clearly rattled. It wasn't that they were making numerous mistakes, but rather that they were becoming overly eager to attack. Yet, the more one desires to accomplish something, the more elusive it becomes. Ronaldinho's earlier dribble failure was inconsequential, but now, another failure felt particularly disheartening. Eto'o's previous miss went unnoticed, but now, a miss felt like a curse. The players' mentality shifted. The situation became increasingly bizarre. Valencia, previously suppressed, seized the opportunity to counterattack. The area in front of the Barcelona goal was fraught with danger. In the remaining time, simply not conceding would be a victory. Scoring seemed a distant hope. However, as long as they did not concede, ensuring the score remained as it was would still allow Barcelona to claim the La Liga championship. They just needed Real Madrid to stop scoring. On the other side, Zaragoza was also in disarray. What a disaster. 5-0. This overwhelming defeat obliterated the joy of being ninth in the league this season. As last season's promoted team, they had almost clinched the Copa del Rey. This year, they had even reached ninth in La Liga. They had hoped to break into the top 3 next season and challenge for the La Liga championship. This was their ambition. Yet now, this 5-0 scoreline shattered their spirits. Had they truly fallen so far behind the championship teams? Frantic players disregard all consequences. They were no longer focused on thwarting Real Madrid. They simply wanted to score at least once against them, to prove that they were not completely incapable of posing a threat to a championship team. They were not. In the 88th minute, Zaragoza's number 10 initiated a through ball, but it was intercepted by Zidane. In the 90th minute, Zaragoza's number 7 delivered a cross from the byline. Zidane outjumped Villa to head it clear. In the 92nd minute, Zaragoza executed the most splendid team play of the match. They surged forward, embodying the spirit befitting a 9th-place La Liga team. The number 10 player of Zaragoza delivered a precise through ball, penetrating Real Madrid's defense. Zidane, hindered by an opposing player, missed the interception opportunity. He then rushed towards the ball. Simultaneously, Villa also charged towards it. The two collided fiercely. But this time, Zidane lost. Due to being tugged earlier, his balance was compromised, and Villa retaliated in kind, mirroring the way Zidane had previously taken him down. Bang! Zidane fell to the ground. Villa prepared to strike. Yet, as Zidane fell, he braced himself on the ground, thrusting his head forward, miraculously deflecting the ball out of play. Villa's shot passed dangerously close to Zidane's head. "Are you out of your mind?" Villa, missing the scoring opportunity, immediately yelled at Zidane on the ground. "That kick could have shattered your skull. Damn it, you lunatic. You insane freak. I'll kick you to pieces." Faced with Villa's frantic outburst, Zidane lay on the ground, smiling as he extended his hand to Villa, saying, "Help me up." Villa was taken aback. His breakdown was understandable. He was leaving. He was set to depart from Zaragoza. In fact, he should have left after last season. There were better teams vying for him. He had no reason to remain in a small place like Zaragoza. Yet, Villa was reluctant. He wished to achieve something for Zaragoza. The team had performed admirably this season, but alas, that was the extent of this small team's potential. They had no possibility of advancing further. Villa could only take this team so far. However, he hoped for a victorious farewell from Zaragoza. Chapter 107. The darkened strength of 3 points, the weakened 1/2 instead of a 5-0 thrashing. Villa's roar at Zidane was, in fact, a scream at himself. He cursed himself for not being more ruthless, for not being more aggressive. Why had he held back? Had he not held back, Zidane might not have touched the ball first. As the saying goes, those who embrace darkness gain strength, while those who seek redemption become half as strong. It was painfully true. Confronted with Zidane's outstretched hand, Villa gritted his teeth and pulled Zidane up. This left the referee, who had rushed over to intervene, dumbfounded. "What? No fight? No worries, we have no issues between us. After Su Heng stood, he also restrained the furious Casillas, Helguera, and other teammates rushing towards Villa. Han Xiaoxing sighed. Ah, heroes respect heroes. Su Heng's performance incited Villa's anger, yet simultaneously earned his respect, based solely on the friendship Villa extended to Su Heng. I dare say that this Villa will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. In the stands, Real Madrid fans applauded Villa's gesture. Of course, it was also an ovation for Su Heng's courageous clearance. That moment truly required immense bravery. Moreover, such scenes had already occurred multiple times today. Real Madrid's fifth goal was also a result of Su Heng blocking an explosive shot while sliding in. A player with weaker arms could easily have had their arm broken. After all, an arm cannot withstand a thigh. In the 93rd minute, the match at Barcelona had concluded, with the score remaining unchanged. Barcelona had successfully thwarted Valencia's last-minute attack. Meanwhile, Real Madrid still had 2 minutes of stoppage time remaining. The fate of this season's La Liga championship would be determined by the 22 players on this field. Subsequently, Zaragoza took a corner from Su Heng's header clearance. Helguera headed the ball away. In the ensuing chaos, the ball was cleared from the penalty area. However, in the next moment, Villa unleashed a powerful shot from the perimeter. Attempting a strike, bang! Su Heng instinctively positioned himself to block the shot. Unfortunately, Villa's kick was a driven half-high ball, striking Su Heng squarely in the face. It was as if he had been struck by an iron fist, causing him to collapse on the spot. The ball subsequently ricocheted towards Samuel, who headed it on to the waiting Guti at the edge of the box. Guti began to advance with the ball, while Su Heng, who had been knocked down, swiftly rolled over and sprinted towards the front line, gesturing to the referee to indicate he was unhurt and urging him not to stop the game. After all, this was a golden opportunity for a counterattack. Just as he passed the referee, Su Heng's nose began to bleed. Had the referee seen this, he would likely have halted the match to allow Su Heng treatment. In football, the well-being of players is paramount, especially in light of several tragic incidents in recent years where players unexpectedly lost their lives during matches. Su Heng pushed his limits, activating his speed boost, and quickly darted past Guti. Observing Su Heng's impressive pace, Guti passed the ball to him. Guti was beginning to tire, while Su Heng, the team's defensive stalwart, continued to charge forward. The Zaragoza players were determined not to let Su Heng through this time. Their number 8 player charged in from the side, colliding with Su Heng. Su Heng executed a clever heel flick to evade most of the impact, but still stumbled from the collision. Fortunately, this collision provided him with the physical momentum he needed, and with his speed boost activated, he surged forward, crossing half the field in no time. Su Heng was on the move. Soldado, Owen, and Raúl once again pulled away from the defenders. This scene echoed Su Heng's first goal. Oh, Zaragoza did not err. They kept a central defender on Su Heng. He was now closing in on the penalty area. The Zaragoza center-back lunged forward with a sliding tackle. This was a clear attack on the man. At the edge of the penalty arc, the opponent came flying in. Su Heng managed to flick the ball up, narrowly avoiding a complete clearance, but could not evade the challenge entirely. The opponent's tackle connected with his right ankle. Fortunately, Su Heng managed to slow down just in time. Avoiding a full impact, he heard a cracking sound, but it was not his ankle, it was his shin guard. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's sliding tackle occurred in an instant. Everyone witnessed the challenge on Su Heng. He stumbled but did not fall. Instead, he maintained his balance and nudged the ball forward. In the next moment, another figure came flying in from the opposite side, targeting the ball. However, at the critical moment, Su Heng managed to poke the ball away, resulting in a fierce challenge to his left foot instead. The studs dug into the side of his foot, lifting his left foot at an awkward angle. The impact tore into the inner side of his foot, leaving 2 deep gashes. This was a brutal challenge. Su Heng could no longer maintain his balance and fell forward. Yet, he used his hands and feet to delay his inevitable fall. In this chaotic scramble, he managed to catch up to the ball. The Zaragoza goalkeeper had already rushed out. Now less than 2 meters from the ball, it was hard to imagine such a scene. Su Heng seemed to be struck from both sides by 2 different vehicles. He stumbled forward, hopelessly. The despair was palpable among the Real Madrid fans. Ultimately, it was just a fraction short. Bang! As he moved with unyielding determination, Su Heng extended his left leg one final time, taking a large step forward. This meant he had completely lost his balance. Yet the toe of his left foot, which should have been white but was now stained with sweat and grass, made contact with the ball. The black and white sphere suddenly accelerated past the Zaragoza goalkeeper's ecstatic gaze. Slipping through his legs, the goalkeeper instinctively closed his legs but was too late. Seated on the ground, both the Zaragoza goalkeeper and the fallen Su Heng looked toward the goal in awkward positions. But neither could see the outcome. The Zaragoza goalkeeper's angle prevented him from spotting the ball, while Su Heng's view was entirely obscured by the turf as his face landed in the grass. Tasting the dirt before him, the world blurred into shades of black, green, and brown, his vision a chaotic swirl. He had no strength left to readjust his fallen body. After hitting the ground, he bounced slightly before his head struck the ground once or twice more. This was the law of physics. In that moment, Su Heng's mind went blank. He knew nothing. It was as if time had exiled him, leaving him in a state of chaos, cut off from reality. Until a rumble, the entire stadium shook. Su Heng felt the tremors of the world around him. Gradually, sounds began to penetrate his ears, though he could not discern them. Perhaps it was merely the collective roar of countless voices. Straining in a crescendo, the noise grew louder, transforming from inaudible to overwhelming, until it became a deafening clamor. Summoning every ounce of strength, Su Heng lifted his head toward the goal. In truth, he did not need to look, for the shouts had already conveyed everything. Yet, he still wished to catch a glimpse. Indeed, the black and white ball lay quietly within the net, just like Su Heng himself. Su Heng turned over, lying on the grass. Shouting, "Ah!" His voice melded with the chorus of La Romareda Stadium. Inside and outside, Zaragoza and Madrid, a frenzy of cheers erupted. Goal, goal, goal. A stunning last-minute winner. This goal was not merely against Zaragoza but against the distant Barcelona. In the dying moments of injury time, Su Heng embarked on a solitary journey, delivering a heart-stopping last-gasp strike. He had been struck in the face by the ball, blood streaming down, repeatedly fouled, and had fallen helplessly. Yet he never gave up, executing a stunning shot that culminated in the brightest goal of the summer. Istanbul witnessed a miracle. Liverpool overturned a 3-goal deficit against AC Milan. Spain, too, witnessed a miracle. Real Madrid, trailing by 3 goals, achieved a stunning 6-0 victory over Barcelona, becoming the La Liga champions of the season. Su Heng, with 3 goals and 1 assist, Su Heng was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to Real Madrid's championship triumph. Without question, the applause erupted. Even the Zaragoza players on the field joined in the clapping. Gazing at the white figure lying in front of the goal, both rivals and teammates could not help but admire him. This desire to win was simply too fervent. What kind of player deserves a championship if not one like him? The camera focused on Su Heng. His right shin guard and sock were shredded, stained with blood, but the wounds were not deep. His left shoe had been kicked off, revealing a deep gash on his ankle, blood flowing freely. Just 19 years old, he exuded the regal aura of a king emerging from a sea of corpses. Not only in the stadium but across all broadcasts of this match, viewers offered Su Heng their applause, including many critics back home. It was not until the referee's whistle that everyone realized the match had not yet concluded. The referee issued red cards to the 2 Zaragoza players who had committed fouls, sending them off without resistance. They received their just desserts. However, they did not expect Su Heng to approach them. Limping slightly, "Good game. You played a wonderful match. Although the score was not ideal, your spirit deserves the respect of all." After saying this, Su Heng embraced the 2 Zaragoza defenders. Their eyes reddened, unable to hold back tears. Rising from the lower tier, they had managed to remain in the top league and achieved a 9th-place finish. This accomplishment should have been their pride. Yet they had been ruthlessly defeated 6-0 by Real Madrid in this high-profile match. It was easy to imagine how Zaragoza would be ridiculed in the aftermath. This was unfair to these players. They should have been heroes. Yet now that their formidable opponents acknowledged their excellence, how could the Zaragoza players not be moved? Su Heng supported the 2 players, limping alongside them towards the tunnel, then raised his hands above his head to applaud. The Zaragoza fans showered their players with applause. The players on both sides' benches joined in the ovation. The entire stadium, both inside and out, saw all Real Madrid fans begin to applaud these 2 players who had received red cards. Su Heng had conquered La Romareda Stadium. Yet, the resilient Zaragoza had also earned the respect of the merengues. They may have lost, but they did so with honor. Su Heng was undoubtedly the most deserving player of a sportsmanship award I have ever seen. His legs were bloodied from the opponent's tackles. Yet he offered crucial applause to his adversaries. He ensured the heroes received their due recognition. This is what it means to be a Real Madrid player. This is the noble spirit of Real Madrid. Beep, beep, beep. After the two players left the field, the referee's 3 whistles brought the match to a close. This also signifies that a score of 6-0 has become the final tally of this match. As of now, all matches of La Liga this season have concluded, and the standings have settled. Real Madrid, tied on points with Barcelona, has ascended to the pinnacle of La Liga by virtue of a superior goal difference. This marks their 30th conquest of La Liga. In this moment, everyone on the Real Madrid bench rushed onto the pitch. I in the stands, Figo, dressed in a suit and unable to participate in the match, leaped onto the field to join his teammates. The Madrid supporters erupted into jubilant celebration once again. Journalists also entered the field to interview the players. Roberto Carlos exclaimed, "This is unbelievable, truly magical. Even we find it hard to believe we played such a match," Samuel added. "It feels like a dream. Even after waking up, I am still deeply moved. This Real Madrid is invincible," Owen stated. "As long as we remain healthy, we can overcome any opponent," Raúl declared. "This is a magnificent victory. Su is the primary reason for our triumph. He is simply extraordinary," Guti noted. "In the first half, we were engulfed in despair. However, in the second half, Su changed everything on the pitch," Casillas remarked. "Su is omnipotent. His performance today reminded me of Vieira and Makelele," Beckham asserted. "Su is the hero in all our hearts. He truly deserves the captain's armband," Figo recounted. "Before the match, Su told me we would win. He said he would not let Real Madrid's efforts throughout the season go to waste, and he delivered." Chapter 109. The awards ceremony without the Champions Trophy. Zidane proclaimed, "Su is the finest young player I have ever encountered, bar none. He will always surprise you and is eternally deserving of your trust. He is the future of Real Madrid and even the present." Meanwhile, the highly acclaimed Su Hang was receiving treatment on the sidelines. The team doctor swiftly attended to his legs, applying medication and bandages. His left foot bore a more severe injury, making walking quite challenging. Ultimately, the doctor provided Su Hang with crutches for support. Fortunately, they managed to tend to his nosebleed as well. Thankfully, the bleeding had ceased, or else the sight of him with 2 tissues stuffed up his nose would have been quite unseemly. It was then that the journalists seized the opportunity to interview Su Hang. "Su, you did it. You truly helped the team defeat Barcelona. Su, you completed a hat trick. You are simply marvelous. Can you share how you accomplished this? Su, you even played as a defensive midfielder. Your performance today was akin to that of La Liga's finest in that position." There were too many questions, as Su Hang ultimately had to gesture for quiet. "To be honest, I am astonished by this outcome." Su began, "But looking at our roster, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Ronaldo, Owen, Carlos, this championship was destined to belong to us from the beginning. We were somewhat unlucky with injuries, which gave Barcelona a false sense of security. I merely corrected that misconception." Su Hang remained humble, implying that the championship belongs to everyone. However, it is indeed his. His performances this season have justified that. He appeared in only 7 league matches this season, out of a total of 38. Yet, in the second encounter between Real Madrid and Barcelona, Su Hang was instrumental. That was a 6-point derby match. Had Real Madrid lost that game, there would be no championship now. Thus, Real Madrid triumphed over La Liga, and Su Hang triumphed over Barcelona. "By the way, where's the trophy? We should lift it to celebrate," Su Hang inquired of the journalists, curious about the whereabouts of the trophy. Just then, Zidane approached. "There is no trophy, hero." Su Hang looked at Zidane, who shrugged. "If no champion is determined before the final round of La Liga, for the sake of fairness, the championship trophy will not be transported to any stadium. Naturally, according to regulations from other leagues, the trophy would not be here but rather in Barcelona, as it must be delivered to the team leading the standings before the final round commences." "Oh, such a rule is indeed disheartening," Su Hang expressed to the journalists. "Is there anyone who can inform La Liga officials that regardless of the suspense, as long as Real Madrid is involved, the championship trophy should be brought to our stadium?" The journalist responded with good-natured laughter. Before this match, some may have deemed Su Hang arrogant, but after this match, what is there that Real Madrid and Su Hang cannot achieve? Subsequently, news outlets rapidly published related stories. Kicker, 6-0. Real Madrid creates a miracle, overcoming Barcelona to claim the title with a superior goal difference build. A promise kept. Su Hang's 3 goals and 1 assist helped Real Madrid secure the La Liga championship. Fulfilling pre-match vows, France football. The player with the colossal heart, Su Heng. A hat trick that captivated the entire stadium. Milan sports. Barcelona receives punishment. Those who sought to mock Milan with champagne fell victim to the champagne curse. They deserved it. Turn sports. The super lucky charm. Su Heng has played fewer than 20 matches for Real Madrid but has already helped the team secure 3 championships. Sky Sports. The strongest rising star. Su Heng becomes the player with the most championships in top leagues on last year's Football Rising Star list record. The creator of iconic moments. The average viewership for matches Su Heng participated in this season is the highest in all of Spain. Marca. The birth of a superhero. Madrid fans spontaneously gathered at the Goddess of Harvest Square to celebrate Real Madrid's championship. AS. The die-hard fans of Real Madrid have rushed to create a gigantic poster for Su Heng. Sports Weekly. The iron-blooded warrior, Su Heng. From this moment onward, I shall forever be his fan. Even the unfiltered news channel, Ahem. Channel 5, reported on this news. The next day at 7 o'clock, the news broadcast included several seconds of related coverage. Chinese player Su Heng's hat trick leads Real Madrid to a stunning victory over Barcelona, clinching the La Liga championship. He is the first player of Chinese descent to win a top league championship. Su Heng has become yet another Real Madrid youth training prodigy, following in the footsteps of Raúl and Casillas. He has undoubtedly become an indispensable player for Real Madrid. Next season, he may secure a starting position. Explosive, explosive, explosive. If last year's Copa del Rey final propelled Su Heng to fame in Spain, this year's La Liga title race has established him as a household name throughout Europe. Although he has already showcased impressive performances in the Champions League, Real Madrid has not yet achieved much in that competition. Ultimately, championships serve as the vital testament to a player's abilities. Football media have statistically deemed Su Heng one of the luckiest players in terms of championships this year. Soon, La Liga's official awards were announced. Barcelona's Ronaldinho claimed the honor of La Liga's assist king with 15 assists. His teammate, the La Masia product, Xavi Hernandez, secured second place with 12 assists. The third spot was occupied by Deco, the Portuguese player who joined Barcelona from Porto, with 11 assists. The sheer firepower of Barcelona this season is evident. Had it not been for their defensive issues, Real Madrid would not have come close to matching their goal tally. Fourth place went to Valencia's Argentine player, Aymar, who recorded 10 assists. The second award was for the La Liga Golden Boot. However, the so-called Real Madrid killer, Barcelona's striker Eto'o, also netted 25 goals, resulting in a tie for La Liga's top scorer. The Brazilian forward Oliveira, who was discarded by Valencia, made a remarkable comeback at Real Betis, scoring 22 goals to claim the La Liga Bronze Boot. His goal tally surpassed the combined total of Valencia's 4 registered forwards this season. Chapter 110. The La Liga Awards unveiled the extraterrestrial Ronaldo scored 21 goals this season. In fact, whether this season or the previous one, Ronaldo possesses golden boot level talent, even having the capacity to net 30 goals. His efficiency is at this level, surpassing that of other La Liga forwards. However, he has been plagued by numerous injuries, resulting in significant absences. Consequently, his overall efficiency has diminished. The Brazilian beast Baptista, playing for Sevilla, netted 18 goals, placing 5th on the scoring chart. Among these 5, 1 is Uruguayan, 1 is Cameroonian, and 3 are Brazilian. It is only in 6th place that a Spaniard emerges, Juan Roman Riquelme, also with 16 goals. Representing Villarreal, quite astonishing Spain. Do you have any misconceptions about Spanish players? Patience, patience. There is another player in 6th place, Fernando Torres, the young captain of Atletico Madrid, who also scored 16 goals. In this era, La Liga still recognizes a domestic top scorer, which is quite necessary. The gap between domestic and Latin American scorers is significantly vast. They are not even in the same league. Of the top 7 scorers, 6 are Latin Americans. This reflects the current level of La Liga. Overall, La Liga still does not possess the strength to be considered the world's top league. In fact, it may not even match the competitiveness of the Premier League. One could say that it was Real Madrid that elevated La Liga to a height that, at least for now, does not entirely belong to them. They truly became a powerhouse in the world of football during the Messi era. It could be argued that Real Madrid's lavish spending benefited both La Liga and Barcelona. Su Heng has also made his mark this season, scoring 10 goals and providing 4 assists in La Liga. One might wonder if this pales in comparison to Torres. However, it is noteworthy that while Torres has netted 16 goals, he has not provided a single assist. In contrast, Su Heng's combined total of goals and assists stands at 14. The disparity is evident. yet it does not reflect a vast chasm in terms of sheer goal count. Nevertheless, this season, it is widely acknowledged that Zidane is the standout performer among Spanish players, surpassing established stars like Raúl and emerging talents such as Villa, as well as supernovae like Torres. Remarkably, Zidane has only participated in 7 matches in La Liga this season, achieving an astounding average of 2 goal contributions per game. His efficiency is unparalleled in Europe. On the other hand, Torres has participated in 38 matches, managing to score just 16 goals. While the results may appear similar, they signify entirely different potentials for the two players. Considering Torres' age and developmental trajectory, it is likely he will score more goals in the future, with a strong possibility of evolving into a league-leading star with over 20 goals per season. That is indeed commendable. However, Zidane, I regret to say, no one can predict his future, for no one has ever produced such formidable statistics. If we were to follow Torres' growth trajectory, Zidane could potentially blossom into a phenomenal striker, scoring over 35 or even 40 goals in a season. The last player to possess such talent and successfully realize it was Ronaldo. Essentially, strikers like Henry, Shevchenko, and Van Nistelrooy are all in that same exceptional category. Zidane is truly a prodigy. Real Madrid has genuinely stumbled upon a treasure. This is no longer merely a cornerstone for the team. It represents the hope for the future of the club. He is a leader of the team's renaissance, a once-in-a-decade super talent. Yet, it is regrettable that such an outstanding player as Zidane has not been included in the La Liga Best 11 due to his insufficient number of appearances. This season's Best Player award went to Riquelme of Villarreal. In fact, Ronaldinho of Barcelona had consistently led in this category until Real Madrid ultimately surpassed Barcelona, leaving Ronaldinho in the club empty-handed, thus allowing Riquelme to claim victory. Therefore, Riquelme's score was merely half that of Zidane's. Of course, Zidane is not without accolades. He received the La Liga Sportsmanship Award, also known as the Best Ethical Conduct Award. While this accolade may not be of great significance, it has traditionally been awarded to teams. This is the first time it has been presented to an individual. Nonetheless, the disappointment from La Liga was compensated for in the Champions League. Zidane emerged as a savior on 3 occasions, leading the team into the quarterfinals. Consequently, he was selected for the Champions League Best 11 and also received the award for Best Young Player. Meanwhile, the Champions League Best Player award was bestowed upon Gerrard from Liverpool. Such individual accolades hold considerable weight. If there were a ceremony, Zidane would stand alongside Gerrard to accept the award and pose for photographs. A few days later, Real Madrid hosted a grand celebration for their championship victory. Indeed, Florentino believed that a single La Liga title did not warrant such extravagant festivities. However, celebrations often attract numerous sponsors and enhance the commercial value of the players, which is why Real Madrid staged the event with great fanfare. Consequently, Barcelona fans mocked Real Madrid, questioning how they could hold a celebration for merely one league title. As for the Supercopa de España at the beginning of the season, could that even be considered a championship? In response to such remarks, Florentino explained that while one La Liga title may not merit such a grand event, a player like Zidane certainly deserves it. This statement was nothing short of explosive. After all, Zidane consistently performs at an elevated level when facing Barcelona. To date, Barcelona has yet to secure a victory against him, not even in indirect confrontations. Is not this league title a testament to that? What began as a self-indulgent celebration for Real Madrid ultimately resonated across the globe. On the day of the festivities, team captain Raúl delivered a speech before nearly 100,000 Madrid supporters, during which he removed his captain's armband and stated, "In recent years, I have served diligently as the captain of Real Madrid. However, not everything in this world is achieved through effort alone. I know many people believe I am not a qualified captain, and I share that sentiment. Nevertheless, as a homegrown star from the academy, I feel an obligation to shoulder this responsibility. This has been a source of great anguish for me, both on and off the pitch. Until last season, one person caught my eye." Chapter 111. The Championship Parade, Raúl's abdication. As time passed, all of us witnessed his leadership qualities. He consistently rises to the occasion in critical moments. He is willing to sacrifice his position on the field to maintain harmony within the team. He is capable of making the right decisions when others are silent, even if it means confronting the coaching staff or management. He can stand firm amidst conflicts among thousands of fans, quell disputes, and fulfill his promises by bringing us championships. "Yes, I am speaking of you, Tsu," Raúl exclaimed, pulling Zidane to the forefront of the float. Zidane stood nearby, smiling silently. That moment it had finally arrived. Raúl displayed even more commitment than Zidane had anticipated. Perhaps this is the change that Su Hang has inspired in Raúl in the past. Raúl would not have chosen today to relinquish the captaincy. He would have privately approached Florentino. But now Raúl's inner strength has grown. This is the essence of what a leader can impart to others. Raúl placed the captain's armband in Su Hang's hands and declared loudly, "I hereby announce that I, Raúl González, will no longer hold any captaincy position within Real Madrid. Additionally, I will, as is customary, suggest my successor to the team. That I firmly believe that under Su Hang's leadership, Real Madrid will reach new heights. I hope Su Hang becomes the next captain. If you share this sentiment, please join me in calling out his name." Raúl directed the microphone forward, raising Su Hang's hand. In the next instant, the crowd in Madrid erupted. Su Hang! Su Hang! Su Hang! The scene left numerous broadcasting media in astonishment. Wow! This celebration was certainly worth attending. Those who missed it lost out. Raúl has voluntarily relinquished the captaincy, which is extraordinarily rare. How daring of Raúl! Remarkable job. However, this is not to say Raúl was lacking. Rather, Su Hang is simply too exceptional. Su Hang's performance has been nothing short of explosive. Amidst the cheers, Su Hang took the microphone. Grasping the captain's armband, he expressed that it would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited. Yet, he understood what he needed to do, as he had been drafting certain sentiments in his heart for quite some time. Thank you all. Su Hang managed the crowd, allowing the fans to quiet down. First and foremost, I would like to share a concept that I hold dear. I believe that the development of anything in this world experiences both ascents and descents. As a leader, no matter how capable you may be, there are times when you must wait for the right moment. Therefore, the success or failure of a team, its peaks or valleys, should not be the sole standard by which we judge a leader's excellence. The greatest success of a leader lies not in leading a team to its pinnacle but in identifying a worthy successor for the team. From this perspective, I believe Raúl is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding and successful captains in Real Madrid's history. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Raúl's eyes glistened with emotion, clearly moved. It was evident that Su Hang had spoken to Raúl's heart. In terms of achievements and honors, Raúl's tenure as captain could be deemed unsuccessful, even somewhat disheartening. His efforts have finally been recognized by everyone. Su Hang embraced Raúl, who then helped him don the captain's armband. Raúl subsequently stepped back, leaving the stage to Su Hang alone. Looking out at the multitude of fans, Su Hang began, "I have nothing of great significance to say, nor do I have any promises to make. Each individual in this position will give their utmost effort to excel. I will only say this. Our goal for next season is the Champions League." Su Hang shouted passionately. In an instant, the 100,000 fans in Madrid erupted. Su. This sound reverberated continuously, seemingly echoing across Europe and the entire footballing world. After 3 years, Real Madrid once again declared their intent to contend for the championship. Their objective is the Champions League. Breaking. Raúl announces he will no longer serve as captain of Real Madrid starting next season. Exciting! During the championship parade, Raúl endorses Su Hang as the new team captain, and the 100,000 fans cheer in approval. After Torres from Atletico, La Liga sees another young captain emerge. This time it is Real Madrid's Su Hang. Real Madrid issues a declaration for the Champions League. The new captain boldly proclaims, "Next season, we will lead the team to the pinnacle of the world." Real Madrid Fan Association. Thank you, Raúl, for your contributions, and we look forward to Su Hang's impact. At the tender age of 19 and with fewer than 20 matches under his belt, this new captain of Real Madrid has garnered universal respect. He evokes memories of Ronaldo, Zidane, and Pele. Raúl has certified it. Su Hang, the first Asian captain in the illustrious history of Real Madrid. The most formidable player of Chinese descent, Su Hang's leadership has impressed Raúl, earning him the honor of being the 20th captain in the annals of Real Madrid. The news of this captaincy change spread like wildfire across the globe overnight. It has proven to be even more shocking than Su Hang's assertion that Real Madrid would compete for the Champions League next season. After all, it is entirely reasonable for the Galácticos to aspire to any title. However, Raúl's abdication and Su Hang's ascension are nothing short of extraordinary. Such dramatic twists could not be scripted in a television drama. Raúl, at 28, is in the prime of his playing career, where skill, experience, renown, and ambition achieve a perfect equilibrium. This is indeed the ideal age for a captain. Yet, Raúl has chosen to step aside. it appears utterly irrational. What immense personal gain must he forfeit? Only those who truly understand Raúl can fathom the delight and ease he felt upon making this decision. Raúl's wife and family observed that they had not seen him wear such a relaxed and genuine smile in ages. As for personal interest within the team, Raúl's relinquishment of the moral shackles of captaincy only enhances his advantages. For instance, he is now free to compete openly for his position. Regardless of whether it's Owen or Totti, Raúl will no longer yield his place. Everyone must rely on their own merits, of course. Totti is unlikely to join now. In a flash, Su Heng's name has become a sensation across Europe. Major media outlets are simultaneously reporting this news while attempting to confirm it with Real Madrid's official sources. Yet, an interesting situation has arisen. The head of Real Madrid's sports department stated, "I am unaware of this matter. We were not informed in advance by Raúl or other team members," high-ranking officials at Real Madrid remarked. Raúl lacks the authority to determine who the next captain will be. As reported by AS, should Su Heng become the captain, the existing selection system for captains at Real Madrid would become obsolete, which is quite perilous. Chapter 112, Su, the 20th captain in Real Madrid's history. Marca contended, based on the past season, Su Heng's exceptional performance undoubtedly qualifies him for captaincy. However, the question remains whether he can maintain such brilliance over time. El Mundo Deportivo commented, "How can a substitute, merely 19 years of age, be made captain? Is Real Madrid truly devoid of options? This will barely suppress the ambitions of other players." Clara's column mused, "Whether Real Madrid is lacking in talent? Barcelona is well aware. Pray tell, how does it feel to secure second place in the league? If this constitutes a lack of talent, what then does Barcelona possess? The captaincy, according to some, is a role elected by the players themselves." Yet, not only was Su Heng's captaincy devoid of any election, even if it had been, one must question whether the club would approve. It is likely no one would believe it. Raúl likely harbored such concerns, fearing the club's disapproval of Su Heng as captain. Thus, he leveraged the witness of 100,000 fans to solidify this decision. Discussions must be underway within the team regarding this matter. To put it frankly, this development complicates Real Madrid's recruitment efforts. When potential players see a mere rookie in a leadership position, they might underestimate the club. Upon their arrival, they may assert their dominance, leading to discord in the locker room, unnecessary turmoil. However, with Raúl at the helm, any star players joining would likely adhere to a certain decorum. After all, those who might disregard Raúl's authority are already part of Real Madrid. Some may even eclipse Raúl in talent and stature, yet overall, they remain in the same tier. Far superior to Su Heng. It wasn't until Florentino personally called Su Heng to congratulate him on becoming captain, seemingly unaware of the news, that Su Heng felt assured of the decision's solidity. The management of Real Madrid must have approved Su Heng's captaincy resolution. As expected, the next day, Real Madrid's official website prominently announced Raúl lifting Su Heng's arm, with Su Heng proudly donning the captain's armband. A legendary handover, a look towards the future. The Ring King remains the golden boy of Real Madrid. The Prince of Madrid has now ascended to be the leader of the team for the upcoming season. Gratitude is owed to Raúl for his contributions to the team. We hope he continues to flourish on the pitch for Real Madrid. Welcome Su Heng as the 20th captain in the illustrious history of Real Madrid. He shall guide the Galácticos forward. The dust has settled. The captaincy of Real Madrid has been successfully transferred. If, upon this announcement, many were still anticipating a twist, expecting Real Madrid to reject Raúl's departure and Su Heng's promotion, they must now accept the reality. While many lament how a club of such stature could appoint such a young captain, they also acknowledge Su Heng's remarkable performance last season, which has elevated the criteria for recruiting young players significantly. Previously, enticing young talents merely required a promise of vague opportunities. Now, one might need to guarantee them a shot at captaincy. Is that not so? Arsenal, congratulations, Su. Guti raised his glass in a toast with Su Heng. This gathering was orchestrated by Su Heng himself. However, since most players have embarked on their vacation, the turnout was modest. The occasion was spurred by Zidane's visit to Madrid for business engagements. These stars, aside from their holidays, have numerous commercial matters to attend to. Not to mention, their schedules are meticulously divided by the hour. Zidane had just arrived from a late-night event. Welcome, Zizou, truly a top-tier global star. Only an hour and a half late. Su Heng jested about Zidane's tardiness. What? The new captain intends to assert his authority over me. What a dog and pony show. Have I gotten the idiom right? Zidane approached with a friendly demeanor, appearing somewhat restrained from his previous engagement. By the way, please prepare a signed jersey for me later, Zidane added while casually munching. What's this? I have fans now? Su Heng felt a tinge of pride. Zidane nodded. I just had dinner with the King of Spain. The atmosphere was rather too formal. Had it not been for the fact that the little princess happens to be fond of you, I wouldn't have known how to begin a conversation. I must send something over tomorrow. I truly cannot fathom what the little princess sees in you. Su Heng was taken aback. Goodness. Zidane's business ventures now extend to the Spanish royal family. This is what one calls influence, is it not remarkable that a player with abilities akin to Zidane's can share a meal with the King of Spain? Therefore, one must often look beyond superficial comparisons. Are behind-the-scenes resources not resources? Early on, the domestic scene deliberately overlooked this aspect, leading many young people to misunderstand it. However, as they navigate their paths and with the aid of the internet, a growing awareness has emerged. They have thus detached themselves from the paralysis of motivational platitudes. The vast majority of successful individuals within those inspirational narratives possess substantial foundations or robust financial backing. You might admire someone for their entrepreneurial success without considering how they acquired the necessary qualifications or overcame various challenges. My exceptional performance indicates an understanding of the game, Su Heng readily agreed. Luxembourg hasn't made much noise lately, Guti interjected. I sense he is genuinely displeased. That fellow seems intent on complicating matters for us. Now that Su has been appointed captain, should any disagreements arise with him, we will undoubtedly support you, Guti assured. Currently, both the club and the fans are on our side. He should not stir any significant trouble next season. Zidane shook his head. The situation may not be as optimistic as it appears. Florentino will not merely place bets from the sidelines. Having granted Su Heng the captaincy has unified the interests of the current players to some extent. He will certainly allocate sufficient transfer funds to Luxembourg, enabling him to assemble a squad of his choosing. Next season, it will be survival of the fittest. Those who can deliver victories will have the final say. Su Heng nodded in agreement, sharing this perspective. Breaking news, Real Madrid has just finalized a deal with Santos Football Club. Both parties have reached an agreement regarding the transfer of the player Robson de Souza. This player is more commonly known as Robinho, hailed as the next Pele in Brazilian football. Reports indicate that Robinho's transfer fee amounts to a staggering €24 million, currently the highest in the transfer market. Luxembourg has praised this transaction, believing Robinho will become a crucial member of Real Madrid in the upcoming season, capable of leading the team to victory and triumphing in the Champions League. Chapter 113. This player is named Ramos. Barcelona's young talent Messi is often referred to as the next Maradona. Now, Real Madrid boasts the next Pele, always one step ahead of you. Guti's knife and fork clattered to the floor. Indeed, Zidane and Su Heng's predictions came true. Florentino is ensuring that neither side is neglected. He is adept at managing both ends. The Brazilian contingent on its way? In reality, the arrival of the Brazilian contingent is more rapid than anyone anticipated. Florentino operates without hesitation. Even if you are a king of the pitch, if negotiations falter, he will sever ties without a second thought, not even a farewell required. Major transfer. The Brazilian beast Baptista has finally joined Real Madrid. The transfer fee is an impressive €24.5 million, Baptista declared. No player can refuse the invitation of Real Madrid. I aspire to help Real Madrid become even greater. Baptista revealed that he will be shifting positions next season, as Luxembourg has promised to position him as a forward. Luxembourg suggested that Baptista could contribute more to the team, asserting that his potential as an attacking midfielder was not being fully realized. When questioned by reporters about Real Madrid's seemingly bloated forward line, Luxembourg merely smiled in silence, indicating that the squad required fresh talent. This statement subtly implied that the older players were losing their effectiveness. However, Ronaldo's statistics and efficiency remained commendable, and the elder in question was evidently Raúl. Following Raúl's departure, Luxembourg displayed a blatant disregard for the customary gestures of false respect, openly expressing his intent to part ways with Raúl. In response to this situation, Suang promptly voiced his support, declaring that Raúl was still at the pinnacle of his career and that even from the bench, he would ensure that Raúl would not waste his years. We possess the finest version of Raúl, and we must cherish him, he proclaimed. Furthermore, as the captain of Real Madrid, Suang expressed his delight at Baptista's arrival, recognizing him as a formidable player and pledging to assist in his swift integration into the team. We are not strangers. We have faced each other numerous times and are well aware of each other's capabilities. Upon reading this news, Baptista appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, they were not unfamiliar with one another. Suong was undeniably strong, and when it came to physicality and confrontation, Baptista could not confidently claim victory over him. The past encounters between the two had certainly favored Real Madrid. Thus, despite Suong being merely a 19-year-old, Baptista was hesitant to provoke him. As captain, he had to yield. Subsequently, it seemed as though Real Madrid had stirred the hornet's nest of South American players as a series of announcements followed regarding new signings. For €6.5 million, Real Madrid has acquired the Uruguayan Carlos Diogo from Argentine club River Plate. He is capable of playing as a right or left back for €5 million. Luxembourg has purchased another Brazilian. The talented right-back Cicinho from São Paulo joins Real Madrid. Another €5 million. Pablo Garcia, the Uruguayan defensive midfielder from Osasuna, transfers to Real Madrid. He is known for his versatility and is dubbed the all-around substitute. Additionally, due to the lack of standout center-backs among the promising Brazilian talents, rumors circulated regarding Sevilla's rising star center-back Sergio Ramos and his potential move to Real Madrid. After conducting assessments, Luxembourg confirmed the player's commendable abilities and immense potential, advocating for his acquisition. Having already earned a spot in the Spanish national team, Ramos was first selected by Aragonés in March and made his international debut on March 26 in a friendly against China. Coming on as a substitute in the second half. 4 days later, he made his starting debut in a World Cup qualifier for Spain. Understanding the dynamics of football regulations, Luxembourg recognized that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ramos was likely to secure his place in the national team in the future. Such a player could pose a challenge to the local contingent at Real Madrid. However, Ramos's Sevilla origins presented a significant barrier, given Sevilla's Pro Barça stance and long-standing rivalry with Real Madrid. Following the rumors of Ramos's potential transfer, Sevilla fans expressed their discontent. The local contingent at Real Madrid would hardly embrace a player perceived as an enemy. Acquiring this player would not only counter the criticisms directed at Luxembourg for solely relying on Brazilians and South Americans, but also sow seeds of discord among the Spaniards, effectively planting a thorn in the side of the team. A multifaceted strategy indeed. According to Sky Sports, €27 million, Real Madrid has once again splurged to strengthen their center-back position. Sevilla's homegrown talent Ramos has betrayed his club by joining the rival Real Madrid, stirring controversy. The Sevilla fans have disowned Ramos. Ramos remained silent. This transaction came as a shock to him. He was uncertain how to respond, feeling as though the world was casting blame upon him. He had been sold by Sevilla. He vowed that he had exerted no pressure on the club, which could have easily chosen not to sell him, and that he would give his utmost effort for the team, aiming for a contract renewal in the future. Yet, the club had simply informed him, "You now belong to Real Madrid." What could Ramos do? Who would not desire to join the Galácticos? This included Ronaldo and Zidane. Ramos had not explicitly expressed a desire to leave his beloved club, so how could he refuse now? The decision had evidently been made for financial reasons, yet Ramos bore the brunt of the fans' fury. The 19-year-old Ramos drove to the Madrid reservoir, retrieving a craft beer from his trunk, contemplating a night of indulgence. However, another vehicle soon pulled up beside him. Initially suspecting it to be paparazzi, he felt a sense of relief upon recognizing the emblem of a luxury car brand. Knowing that no tabloid journalist would be driving a Rolls-Royce to snap clandestine photos. "Hello, Ramos," Suong greeted as he exited his vehicle, opening his trunk and gesturing for Ramos to lend a hand. As he was burdened with numerous bags, Ramos, of course, recognized Suong, the player who had dazzled during their last encounter, contributing 1 goal and 2 assists, earning the title of man of the match. That match had been monumental, as Suong had not only impressed Baptista on the pitch but also captivated the young Ramos on the bench. From that moment on, Suong, Ronaldo, and Raúl were collectively referred to as the HRR Rolls-Royce Trident. Chapter 114. Just call me Xiao Shui. At that time, Ramos was not yet a key player for the team. A year and a half had since passed, and Ramos had become a hot prospect in Spanish defense. Suong, meanwhile, had ascended to the role of Real Madrid's 20th captain. What was this? Ramos gazed at the trunk filled with foil-wrapped boxes. Barbecue. Naturally, there were also pizzas and pasta, but believe me, after tasting this barbecue, any Italian dish would pale in comparison. Suong was confident in the barbecue hailing from Sichuan. Although it was not as renowned as the future Zibo barbecue, in terms of flavor, it was truly exceptional. "What is this?" Ramos inquired, intrigued by the white bottle Suong retrieved from a red bag. "Mu Tai. White liquor. A traditional beverage from the East," Suong explained. 1 bottle invigorates the mind, 2 bottles banish fatigue, and 3 bottles grant immortality. Ramos was skeptical. 2 hours later, the two had devoured an array of barbecue and mutai, with Ramos confessing that he had developed a fondness for the drink. Yet, after consuming such liquor, one would inevitably be compelled to purge. Ramos lamented his plight, recounting the ordeal. The best approach is to remain silent, Suong advised. Anything you say could be misconstrued. Either you risk alienating those who previously supported you, or you jeopardize the goodwill of future allies. Even if you expose the club's true nature, it could lead to a messy fallout with your former team. If you trust me, I can assist you in handling this situation. Just wait for my signal. All right. Ramos, slightly intoxicated, nodded in agreement, uncertain if he had truly absorbed Suong's words. Despite his refusals, Suong managed to locate a mutual acquaintance, a young model, and used her phone to call Ramos. Baby, I'm not in great form lately. So let's postpone for today. I feel weak all over after consuming something called mutai, and I'm starting to suspect I was poisoned. Suong nearly burst into laughter on the other end of the line. Ramos? Mutai is a good thing. It's invigorating. That's not the point. But if you hang up now, Marca will immediately expose a certain player who recently joined Real Madrid for misconduct prior to reaching adulthood. I want to hang up. Whatever you say, just call me Xiao Shui. Ramos was now concerned about poor signal reception and the possibility of miscommunication with Suong. Have you considered what I mentioned yesterday? Suong inquired. Ramos feigned ignorance. What are you referring to? Suong continued. Hey, Clara, are you free for dinner today? I'm here. I accept. I'm in. Ramos was distraught. Oh, you're available? That's unfortunate. I'm not free anymore. Let us reschedule. Suong listened as Clara elegantly cursed and hung up the phone. Ramos, don't be discontent. I'm trying to help you resolve your issue. If I weren't the captain of Real Madrid, I wouldn't involve myself in your predicament. And no matter how adeptly I handle this matter, you might still end up resenting me for tarnishing your relationship with your former club. Ramos sighed, realizing the truth in Suong's words. Ultimately, he made a decision. Suong, you handle it. I can distinguish between right and wrong. I will remember this kindness. In the future at Real Madrid, I will follow your lead. Ramos understood why Suong was assisting him. Only a fool would fail to become a superstar. Both Ramos from Sevilla and Pique from Barcelona were far from ordinary. Wait. I've resolved the Sevilla issue for you. And now you're just going to get close to me? Everyone knows this is related to you. Suong shook his head. That my plan has contingencies. Have you seen Mission Impossible? Though Ramos was somewhat bewildered. He felt delighted to be compared to Tom Cruise. Don't you dare. You resemble an Irish leprechaun. Soon after, Marca revealed a piece of news disclosing Sevilla's recent financial predicaments over the past few seasons. Clara thus concluded that selling their valuable star players was the best course of action for Sevilla, and indeed, they proceeded to do just that. Baptista and Ramos were both sent away by Sevilla. Some labeled them as traitors, particularly Ramos, who was a product of Sevilla. However, in my view, this resembles more of a sacrifice made by the players for the club. To this day, Ramos remains silent regarding his transfer to Real Madrid. Clearly, even in the face of misunderstanding from Sevilla fans, Ramos does not wish to tarnish the reputation of his former club, despite being the one wronged. Meanwhile, Sevilla quickly asserted their innocence, repeatedly stating that they had no intention of selling their star players. They expressed confidence in their financial situation and a genuine desire to retain Baptista and Ramos. Yet Real Madrid swooped in and took them away. Shortly thereafter, the official responsible for managing the transfers of Ramos and Baptista at Real Madrid gave an interview, expressing that the acquisition of Ramos had left a profound impression on him, as Real Madrid had not anticipated being able to secure his transfer. However, through the transaction involving Baptista, they discerned Sevilla's sensitivity towards monetary matters. Consequently, they broached the subject of Ramos, only to find that Sevilla was almost eager to sell to the highest bidder. Ultimately, Real Madrid successfully acquired Ramos. There is no doubt that this manager had previously conversed with Suong. The captaincy of Real Madrid under Suong's guidance bore far greater significance than under Raúl's. This served as a stepping stone, allowing Suong a moment to garner attention within Real Madrid and even the broader Spanish football scene. This time was ample enough for Suong to persuade others. For instance, the emphasis on the difficulties and peculiarities surrounding the acquisition of Ramos showcased this manager's astuteness. It is precisely this transaction that possesses a legendary quality. Rendering it widely circulated, it could potentially become this manager's hallmark achievement, leading to promotions and salary increases. Why would one not relish such an opportunity? Otherwise, your boss might mistakenly believe that Ramos was the one who sought them out. The crux of an employee's role is not merely to fulfill the tasks assigned by their superiors, but to adeptly manage those that their superiors deem challenging. Chapter 115. A turbulent summer subsequently. Several media outlets and financial institutions issued related investigations and forecasts, further substantiating Sevilla's financial troubles. For a team with championship aspirations, selling their star players is a devastating blow that can severely hurt fan sentiments, potentially inciting unrest among supporters. Sevilla is a formidable force in La Liga, having repeatedly reached the top four and even claimed second place in recent seasons, thus undeniably possessing the capability to contend for championships. However, the club's predicament lies in the fact that their championship aspirations are rather elusive. If one were to assign a probability of championship contention, Real Madrid might be at 40%, Barcelona at 30%, Deportivo La Coruña and Valencia holding the remaining 25%, whereas Sevilla would be left with a mere 0.5%. Pursuing championship glory under such conditions could lead to dire financial consequences. Yet, fans are unwilling to accept any abandonment of championship aspirations, which creates an immense pressure on Sevilla. The financial troubles can no longer be concealed, and the fact of selling star players cannot be distorted. At such a juncture, the club has a self-preservation tactic to elicit sympathy by portraying the team's situation as perilous, necessitating the sale of star players fans might come to understand. Thus, Sevilla admitted that the sale of Ramos and Baptista was a result of a financial crisis, exaggerating their circumstances significantly. Some fans were swayed by this narrative, yet a portion remained disappointed with Sevilla. Just when Sevilla was in dire straits, the protagonist of this affair, Ramos, finally spoke out in an interview with Clara's column in Marca. Ramos stated, "I will never blame Sevilla. That is where my roots lie. The fans there supported and nurtured me. When the team needed me, I would do anything for them. If that means sacrificing myself for sufficient funds, I am willing to bear that responsibility and move on to the next chapter. I hope the Sevilla fans will not blame the club any longer. They have done their utmost under the circumstances. However, I can no longer don the Sevilla jersey. The next time we meet, we may be rivals. But I will forever remember that I was once a Sevilla player." Ramos's interview even featured an emotional background score, which was undeniably moving. That moment, Sevilla fans regarded Ramos as a hero of the team, a truly great player who dedicated himself, even at the tender age of 19. Sevilla reciprocated Ramos's goodwill, engaging in a heartfelt exchange that expressed their reluctance to part ways, dramatically claiming that Ramos's actions were worthy of being enshrined in the annals of Sevilla's history, entering the club's Hall of Fame. The club's narrative of hardship garnered understanding and continued support from fans. The player who was sold out became a hero of the team. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary influence of social media. Having arrived, he would give everything for this club. If Sevilla is his home, then Real Madrid is his second home. Moreover, he particularly expressed how thrilled he was by Luxemburgo's recognition of him. Hoping to play for Luxemburgo and prove his worth, AS anticipated, the situation unfolded similarly to his expectations. Ramos was deeply grateful, and he would become a crucial weapon in his confrontation against the Spanish contingent in Suwon. The key is that he is a defender as long as Luxemburgo does not wish for someone to appear in the starting lineup, Ramos can be assigned to mark them. Even players like Ronaldinho, Ronaldo, and Zidane would see their performance diminish significantly under close scrutiny. Luxemburgo felt very optimistic about the upcoming season. What difference does it make if Emir Suwon is made captain? The next season of Real Madrid would officially enter the Luxemburgo era. Florentino orchestrated a rivalry between Luxemburgo and Suwon, aiming for a balance of power, but it wouldn't be long before Luxemburgo would leave Florentino with no choice but to support him alone. Should Suwon become aware of Luxemburgo's intentions, he would certainly express his discontent, questioning, "Why can't I be the one with options?" In contrast to Real Madrid's incoming transfers, they actually saw more players departing this season. What truly pained Luxemburgo was Samuel. Samuel's performance last season was decent, yet it fell short of Real Madrid's expectations. The club had invested heavily in a defensive star, not merely seeking an average defender. Woodgate also failed to meet expectations. Florentino implied that one of the two must go. Ultimately, Woodgate was retained, as Real Madrid believed Samuel had participated in sufficient matches last season, allowing for a thorough assessment of his capabilities, confirming he was not the player they sought. Conversely, Woodgate had suffered from injuries, appearing in fewer matches, thus meriting further observation. Samuel found this situation exceedingly frustrating, so playing less actually becomes a bonus at Real Madrid. Does it? Suong. Apologies, this matter is on me. 17 million euros, and Samuel transferred to Inter Milan. He had arrived for 25 million euros. Within a year, Real Madrid suffered an 8 million euro loss. Owen's performance last season could be deemed satisfactory for a substitute. Yet Real Madrid does not require merely competent substitutes. They seek a striker who can rival Ronaldo. Furthermore, Owen had originally cost Real Madrid 12 million euros. Now they were selling him for 18 million euros, yielding a 6 million profit within a year. Additionally, Inter Milan also paid 2 million euros to take Solari, whose position in Real Madrid's midfield and attack was exceedingly precarious. He still yearned to prove himself. Of course, this also related to his low standing within the team. Had he enjoyed the same status as Guti among the Spanish contingent, he likely would not have departed, as both faced similar issues regarding playing time. The rest, such as Juanfran and Borja, were all loaned out, with the former heading to Espanyol and the latter to Mallorca. Raúl's successor, Portillo, joined Club Brugge in the Belgian league. With Raúl stepping down from the captaincy, it was only fitting that his successor follow suit. Otherwise, would he simply become Suhong's replacement? Chapter 116. Seasonal rewards, soaring statistics. Otherwise, how could Suong assert his dominance over the team? If there exists a successor of the same age or even older, I ask, would that not be a source of frustration? Moreover, Suong is merely 19. Selecting a prince to succeed him should ideally be a matter to be discussed when Suong reaches at least 25. Real Madrid's choice of Suong indicates that they would not intentionally create obstacles for him. This sweeping overhaul has rendered Real Madrid's roster remarkably streamlined. Even when accounting for the Brazilian contingent brought in by Luxemburgo, their numbers remain modest. Furthermore, considering their expenditures during this transfer window, it is decidedly uncharacteristic of Real Madrid. This year, their overall spending has significantly decreased compared to previous seasons. Most importantly, there have been no superstar signings for Real Madrid this season. Last year, Florentino's policy of acquiring a superstar annually was declared a failure. This year, his one-star per year policy has also crumbled. Those astute enough would realize that this spells serious trouble. Florentino's financial chain is finally beginning to fray. Under his leadership, Real Madrid has been borrowing year after year. Despite their strong commercial profitability, subpar competitive results have led to considerable financial losses. Adding to his setbacks in the political arena, bolstered by his supporters, Florentino's reign at Real Madrid has begun to wane in its solidity. In summary, this summer marks the most precarious period for the club since the inception of the Galácticos era. In terms of forwards, the roster has finally eased its congestion with only 4 players: Ronaldo, Raúl, Suing, and Soldado. In the midfield, however, the situation is less reassuring, featuring Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Baptista, Guti, Robinho, Garque, and Graveson. Considering the various roles such as attacking midfielders, central midfielders, defensive midfielders, and wingers, the numbers are hardly sufficient. On the defensive front, there are Carlos, Helguera, Woodgate, Salgado, Ramos, Pavin, Bravo, Cicinho, and Diogo. While a starting 11 can be assembled, fielding a solid second string proves to be a challenge. With several players lacking potential, such as Pavin and Bravo, the goalkeeping position is occupied by the youthful trio of Casillas, Elpez, and Cadena. All in their early 20s. In August, the players began returning to the squad, with Suing being the first to report, eager to set an example after an intense summer of scientific training. His attributes have significantly improved over the past season and summer, and he garnered some small accolades. Perhaps due to his inclusion in the UEFA Champions League Best 11. Liverpool, who eliminated Real Madrid in the Champions League, achieved the miraculous comeback in Istanbul, claiming the trophy. Their captain, Gerrard, once praised Suing, suggesting that had he been on their side, they might not have triumphed over Real Madrid. Initially, Suing thought Gerrard was merely being courteous, but to his surprise, Gerrard later gifted him a superstar-level skill through the system after the season concluded: the powerful shot. Many midfielders in England, such as Lampard, Scholes, and Gerrard, excel in long-range shooting. Suing's kicking power, shooting, and attacking awareness have all seen enhancement. His long shots now benefit from a ball speed boost, making them less susceptible to blocks. Additionally, he has a chance to activate the sudden drop effect on his long-range attempts. Furthermore, a moment card from Makelele granted him an interception skill while enhancing his stamina attributes. The various statistics are as follows: attack awareness, 82, ball control, 76, shooting, 80, long passing, 74, short passing, 78, heading, 81, set pieces, 81, tackling, 76, interception, 70, explosiveness, 80, strength, 88, jumping, 79, stamina, 71, kicking power, 74, vision, 80. Overall rating, 77. This represents a remarkable leap from a meager 58, an amateur level, to a commendable 77, placing him among the elite of the 5 major leagues within a year and a half, having surpassed youth, professional, and lower league standards. In other words, even with prolonged playtime, Suing's performance is unlikely to falter significantly. His attacking awareness, shooting, heading, set pieces, explosiveness, strength, and jumping capabilities grant him advantages compared to peers in his category, particularly his impressive strength rating of 88, which stands as a definitive edge. These attributes were the focal point of his summer training regimen. In terms of comprehensive scoring, his rating is still insufficient within the elite ranks of Real Madrid, where most forwards boast scores exceeding 90, with many reaching 95 or more. Key players in the midfield and defense also maintain scores above 80, qualifying them as stars or first-rate players. Only a handful of young players and newcomers, such as Bravo, Pavin, Soldado, Diogo, Elpez, and Cadena, fall below 80. From this perspective, Suing still ranks at the bottom of the squad, yet he has now reached the team's minimum standard, a significant improvement from his previous state. Suing is content, especially considering he possesses certain abilities that his peers lack, such as vision, superstar skills, and moment cards. From the following day, the training ground saw an influx of players reporting back. By August 5, the entire Real Madrid squad had assembled. During the fitness tests, Suing's data astonished everyone. His body fat percentage stood at a mere 7. This clearly indicated a summer devoid of rest. Many players fail to achieve such a low percentage even with continuous training. The average professional athlete hovers around 10. While testing bench press data, Suing engaged in a fierce competition with Baptista, with both surpassing their teammates' results. Ultimately, Suing conceded first, acknowledging he had reached his limit. This led him to deduce that Baptista, indeed, was a beast, with strength attributes likely exceeding 90. However, Baptista did not consider himself victorious over Suing. Having seen videos of Suing's fighting prowess, he believed that he could not match up. Suing is likely the strongest player in La Liga today, which endeared him to Baptista, who appreciated Suing's apparent concession, perhaps to spare Baptista any embarrassment. This reflects the qualities of a true captain, explaining why Carlos harbors such apprehension towards Suing. Baptista recalled their previous gathering of the America group in Brazil, where Carlos emphasized not to engage Suing in direct confrontation. Players like Cicinho, Diogo, and Garca were somewhat oblivious to the reasoning, but Baptista understood well in terms of performance on the field. Fan appeal, off-field strength, family wealth, and team status, Suing excels in every aspect. Even if Luxemburgo were to consider making changes involving Suing, he would need to bide his time. The America Group's current objective is to secure starting positions in other roles before contemplating a direct challenge with Suing. On August 8, Real Madrid participated in an internal training match, which often reveals player abilities and conditions more vividly than standard drills. For instance, while Suing had struggled in training drills, his performance on the pitch was quite striking. His physicality was apparent as he proved challenging to dispossess. Cicinho and Diogo, the two fullbacks, initially attempted to overpower him but quickly learned their lesson after a few collisions. Even Garca found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Suing. Meanwhile, Baptista also showcased formidable strength, akin to an upgraded version of Suing's offensive attributes, yet he lacked a certain finesse, often appearing out of sync with Real Madrid stars. It was akin to the difference between someone who says, "Wait for me on the playground after school," with some rushing off and others genuinely waiting. Baptista was the type who would wait. Under the pressure of these two formidable players, Ramos, the newly acquired center-back from Sevilla, performed exceptionally well, exhibiting strong defensive skills, aggressive tackling, and remarkable speed in lateral movements, turns, and recoveries. His willingness to tackle with precision quickly secured him a starting position. Additionally, Cicinho demonstrated his personal abilities with impressive speed and delivery. Following his injury return last season, Salgado's form has diminished, yet it appears Cicinho will soon solidify his role as the starting right back. Lastly, Robinho's dribbling skills were nothing short of spectacular, showcasing artistry that even a young Figo would envy. Given the current lack of wingers in Real Madrid, Robinho's role in the team is truly unique. From what Luxemburgo implies, He intends to build the attacking framework around Robinho, albeit subtly, as the primary offensive structure still revolves around Zidane and Figo. Ronaldo serves as the finishing touch, adaptable to any system. Overall, Luxemburgo's signings are of high quality, providing a scientifically sound reinforcement to the Galácticos. However, it is crucial to note that these are reinforcements. Should Luxemburgo aim for a complete overhaul, many of the aforementioned players' merits would fall short. Baptista's lack of finesse may limit him to being a top star, unable to touch the realm of true superstars. While Robinho is brimming with talent, his practicality remains uncertain, and his passing and shooting abilities will ultimately be judged by his performance on the pitch. Successors must prove themselves through their play, not merely through the coach's endorsement. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, whom Ferguson highly regarded, truly earned the iconic Manchester United number 7 jersey only after several outstanding seasons. Likewise, Lionel Messi, the prodigy of Barcelona's La Masia Academy, spent considerable time on the bench before occasionally earning a starting place. Rumors suggest that Barcelona recently renewed Messi's contract, imposing a staggering $150 million buyout clause, indicating that he is likely to become a key player this season, albeit not the core. This illustrates the audacity of Luxemburgo's intent to establish Robinho as a central figure. On August 13, Real Madrid faced their first match of the new season. Luxemburgo meticulously arranged the starting lineup without any surprises, patiently waiting for an opportunity. Ronaldo, Suing, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Graveson, Carlos, Woodgate, Ramos, Salgado, and Casillas took the field against their opponents, Real Betis, the reigning Copa del Rey champions, at the Estadio Benito Villamar and staggering 50,000 fans gathered at the venue. Currently, the most illustrious star of Real Betis is their right winger, Joaquin Sanchez. He is affectionately dubbed the Spanish Figo. However, in the future, he may well be known as the living fossil of the football world. A timeless legend of La Liga, having played until the age of 41, which will be in 2023, yet, at this moment, he is merely a youthful lad of 24. Prior to the match, Luxemburgo expressed his desire for a resounding victory to usher in the new season, urging the players to adopt a more proactive approach. The players, including Suong, were keen to test their abilities in a genuine match. Consequently, once the game commenced, the Real Madrid players exhibited a notably more assertive style of play. In the 7th minute, Ronaldo's long-range shot narrowly missed the target, almost altering the scoreline. 13 minutes in, Beckham's cross from the flank found Suong, who leaped to head the ball, but unfortunately, the attempt lacked quality. Soaring over the crossbar in the 28th minute, Figo skillfully maneuvered through the center, earning a free kick. Beckham's exquisite curling shot struck the crossbar, missing a golden opportunity to score. By the 35th minute. After a positional interchange with Figo, Zidane received a pass from him, resulting in another free kick. Beckham took the tactical free kick, but Woodgate's header went astray. From the 1st minute to the 40th, Real Madrid relentlessly attacked, showcasing the terrifying offensive prowess of the Galácticos with a staggering possession rate of 68%. Yet, sometimes, football can be an enigma. On this day, Real Madrid's players simply could not find the back of the net. Given their abilities and performance, they should have scored at least twice by now. Finally, in the 41st minute, the game saw a breakthrough. After Figo's advance through the center, he quickly shifted the ball to the flank, finding Suong, who was unmarked at the edge of the penalty area. With a powerful shot, the ball thundered into the net, igniting a wave of white euphoria. Goal. It was Suong, the captain of Real Madrid. At just 19 years of age, marked the first goal of the new season. This remarkable strike, a sensational world-class effort, was a testament to the burgeoning synergy between Zidane and Suong. Chapter 118. To secure the home front before facing external threats. It seems that Suong has indeed honed his long-range shooting skills this summer. Congratulations to Suong. Congratulations to Real Madrid. They finally broke the deadlock against Real Betis with a score of 1-0. Suong smiled, attributing his success to the powerful assist from Gerrard. He rushed towards the corner flag to embrace Zidane, the provider of the assist, naturally expressing gratitude for Zidane's unwavering support. The first half concluded with a score of 1-0, leaving the Real Madrid side in high spirits, reveling in their attacking football, searching for chemistry and collaboration. Ultimately, they found their rhythm and produced a goal. After a summer of rest, the Galácticos officially resumed their journey from this moment onward, embarking on their interstellar voyage for the season. What? In the away team's dressing room, Zidane, Figo, and Beckham were quite taken aback. No, No, coach, this arrangement. Suong interjected, looking at Luxemburgo. Just moments ago, Luxemburgo had audaciously suggested that Zidane, Figo, and Beckham should rest on the bench. Such a substitution during halftime is a rarity. While many might consider the Super Cup a warm-up match for new recruits, one must also consider whether the key players are amenable to such changes. At the very least, there should have been prior communication. It is rather unprecedented to replace 3 of the 4 most prominent figures in the team all at once. I have no other intentions. Luxemburgo explained, we have established a solid advantage, and everyone has performed admirably. Now, we can seize this opportunity to evaluate the performance of others. While we could certainly experiment during the league, every point in the league is crucial. Is it not? Surely, we all aspire to retain the La Liga championship? Suong furrowed his brow as captain. He felt obliged to advocate for his teammates, especially these veteran allies. It was not merely a matter of camaraderie, but rather a responsibility to ensure every championship for the team. At this juncture, with a mere 1-0 lead, what was there to boast about? All right, Zidane spoke up first. He did not wish for Suong to be at odds with them or Luxemburgo, particularly not during such a trivial moment. To have a conflict with the head coach in his first match as captain would not reflect well. The media would not criticize Luxemburgo's management, but rather castigate Suong as arrogant and overbearing. Observing the fleeting look of regret in Luxemburgo's eyes after Zidane acquiesced to the substitution suggestion, Suong suddenly realized the stakes. Well, here we are, he thought. Suong had fully embraced the role of captain, contemplating the team's collective glory. For a moment, he even forgot that Luxemburgo was a competitor for control within the squad. Suong envisioned a shared path to greatness, while Luxemburgo seemed more inclined to ensure internal stability before confronting external challenges. Suong noted this in his mind. Upon returning from halftime, Real Madrid's substitutions indeed garnered attention. Oh, Real Madrid has made 3 midfield substitutions. They appear quite confident in this match. Baptista replaced Figo, taking up the playmaker role. Garcia came on for Beckham, forming a double pivot with Graveson. Robinho substituted Zidane, moving to the left wing, which positioned Robinho, Ronaldo, and Suong as the 3 forwards. This formation resembled a 4-3-3. However, it is well known that Suong's technical attributes allow him to play as a striker or in a dual-forward setup, but not as a winger. Although Real Madrid had briefly experimented with 3 forwards last season, Suong had always occupied the left side, given his right-footed nature. Now, being placed on the right flank. Upon this arrangement, Zidane and Figo on the substitutes bench were visibly agitated. They had already taken a step back, yet Luxemburgo seemed to push further, placing Suong in an unfamiliar position. This directly elevated Robinho's standing on the pitch above Suong's. If this pattern persisted, Suong's performance on the right would undoubtedly suffer. As a right-footed player, his contributions on the right flank would be limited to crossing, and his passing ability could only be deemed adequate, far from exceptional. With Beckham already in the squad, was there truly a need for another player to deliver crosses from the right? If this continued, it appeared that Luxemburgo, under the guise of providing Suong with opportunities, would ultimately see him accumulate no statistics, leading to increasing mediocrity and scrutiny. Eventually, Luxemburgo would have no reservations about removing Suong from the lineup. Were it not for any ulterior motives, Luxemburgo should have positioned Suong on the left and Robinho on the right, as Robinho, being adept on both flanks, would likely perform better on the left but could still deliver a solid performance on the right. Regardless of respect for the captain or considerations for the team's overall combat effectiveness, Suong should not have been placed on the right side in the second half. After Robinho's introduction, he frequently challenged the opposing defense, indeed creating threats and showcasing his flair. This distinction illustrates the difference between a winger and a central player. The wing does not pose an immediate threat to the goal, thus allowing for more freedom to express oneself. Even if one reaches the byline, the cross may not yield results. However, the center is different. Once an opportunity arises, it could lead to a goal. Therefore, many players who excel on the wings falter when transitioning to the center in the 61st minute. Robinho was dispossessed on the flank, yet Garcia successfully intercepted the ensuing counterattack and launched the ball forward. Suong, finding it challenging to operate on the right, sought to drift towards the center. This presented a chance to contest the drop. After an intense battle for position, Suong leapt high, directing a header backward. Ronaldo, positioned behind him, received the ball and deftly laid it off. Robinho, cutting in from the left, surged into the penalty area and scored with a tight-angle shot. 2-0. Real Madrid extended their lead, and of course, during this sequence, Ronaldo had advanced to the edge of the small box, while Suang remained unmarked at the penalty spot. In hindsight, Robinho's pass could have been a better choice. Yet, as is often the case in football, a goal absolves all concerns. Thus, no one perceived any issue, including Suang, who applauded Robinho's splendid performance. However, the Latin American contingent celebrated with noticeably more fervor. In the 67th minute, Robinho's brilliant breakthrough earned a promising free kick. With most of the team's proficient free kick takers substituted, and given the proximity of the free kick making it unsuitable for Carlos to take, Baptista ultimately stepped up to take it. Chapter 119. No dignity left. Unfortunately, Baptista, also a power-oriented player, blasted the ball into the stands, lacking quality. In the 74th minute, Suang, meandering in a central area, sparked Robinho's frustration on the left flank. Suang failed to stretch the pitch, resulting in the opposition's defenders clustering together. This constrained the space available for Robinho to maneuver after cutting in, leading him to lose possession under sustained defensive pressure. Naturally, Robinho attempted to apply pressure, lest he lose face, which inadvertently forced the opposition to shift to the other flank. The left center-back passed to the left-back. Suang, fortuitously not obstructing the passing lane, reacted swiftly, moving into the path of the ball. The Betis defenders were left bewildered. Aren't you supposed to be drilling into the center? Why have you ventured to the wing this time? In response, Zidane could only express his gratitude for the assistance rendered by the interception and vision. A frontline interception. The Betis defense faltered. A penetrating pass. Zidane executed a precise through ball. This time, Ronaldo did not hesitate but seized the opportunity, striking with power. The ball found the net. 3-0. Real Madrid is poised to unveil the season with a resounding victory. Ronaldo's shot was remarkably steady. Real Madrid is becoming increasingly formidable. On the sidelines, Luxemburgo beamed with joy. Although he felt a tinge of regret that it was Zidane's assist, the team appeared even stronger after substituting Zidane and others, thereby validating the success of his tactics, direction, and signings. However, in truth, following the exhausting efforts of Zidane and his teammates, the Betis players were on the verge of collapse. Zidane remarked that he had learned another trick. No wonder Luxemburgo urged the team to play aggressively in the first half, allowing Zidane and his peers to act as expendable resources. What audacity! In the 82nd minute, Robinho executed a dazzling series of tricks. His signature move, to be fair, his finesse was sublime, far surpassing the electrifying skills of Cristiano Ronaldo at Manchester United. Even Messi's short stature could not match Robinho's display in this regard. Bang! After drawing defenders, Robinho finally remembered to pass. He sent a lateral ball to Baptista, who returned it to the approaching Zidane. Bang! Without pausing, Zidane delivered a stunning through ball, executing a beautiful wall pass with Baptista. Baptista surged into the penalty area and unleashed a thunderous shot. The ball pierced the net for the fourth time. Goal! The beast Baptista celebrated his inaugural goal since joining Real Madrid. A resounding triumph. This was indeed a resounding triumph. Both the new recruit and the seasoned players scored, rendering the outcome exceedingly perfect. After Baptista's goal, he immediately turned to embrace Zidane in celebration, expressing gratitude for the assist. In that moment, Zidane could have selfishly taken the shot himself, but he chose to pass. This was an act of goodwill, which Baptista duly acknowledged. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 4-0. Real Madrid had essentially determined the fate of the Supercopa de España in a single game. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Zidane, as the captain of Real Madrid, earned the title of man of the match with 2 assists and 1 goal. However, Robinho's post-match rating placed him tied for second with Ronaldo, just 0.2 points behind Zidane. Ronaldo had 1 assist and 1 goal, while Robinho had only 1 goal but showcased a compelling performance. After the match, Zidane was interviewed, displaying restraint, suggesting that the match felt more akin to a warm-up. Winning was positive, yet the team must not grow complacent. However, after finishing the interview, he passed by Robinho's interview area. The bicycle trickster Robinho joyfully declared, "Playing for Real Madrid feels incredible. I believe we can defeat any team. Ronaldo is phenomenal. He is the most versatile forward in the world. Baptista is undoubtedly the strongest midfielder I have ever encountered. Carlos tore through the left flank. No one could stop us. Garcia's interception was crucial." He spoke at length, yet made no mention of Zidane, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, or others. Zidane turned to leave the pitch. Yes, Real Madrid had won. But given Su Heng's understanding of Real Madrid and other La Liga teams, such intensity would be difficult to conquer in La Liga. If it were Barcelona, this match could have ended in a disastrous defeat. Luxemburgo. Robinho has proven with his actions that he is the next Pele. Luxemburgo. Baptista has successfully integrated into Real Madrid. His position could even be more advanced. Luxemburgo. Ronaldo is in excellent form. I have a feeling this year will mark another peak for him. As the captain of Real Madrid and the best player of the match, Su Heng's name was conspicuously absent from Luxemburgo's remarks, making it seem as though this victory had nothing to do with him. A week later, the match truly bore no relation to Su Heng. Ronaldo, Baptista, Robinho, Graveson, Garcia, Cicinho, Carlos, Woodgate, Ramos, Salgado, Casillas. In response, Luxemburgo explained, "Nothing hones a player's skills better than a match that can determine the outcome of a trophy. This is the best training for the new recruits." With a 4-goal lead, the players were free from heavy mental burdens. As for key players like Zidane and Figo, it was an opportune moment for them to rest and prepare for the league. That is our true battlefield, training the new recruits. I dare you to disagree. Even if Zidane and others found it hard to voice their opinions, they needed to rest. After all, they had taken the entire summer off. At the Bernabeu Stadium, 80,000 fans gathered, eagerly awaiting the team to lift the trophy. However, aside from Robinho's goal from a pass by Ronaldo, Real Madrid failed to score again. Instead, the Spanish Figo, Joaquin, dazzled with 2 assists and 1 goal, leading his team to a stunning 3-1 victory over Real Madrid. Although Real Madrid still lifted the Supercopa de España, the sensation of winning while losing was disheartening. This left the Bernabeu somewhat subdued. A considerable disappointment. It was neither awkward nor comfortable. Yet, when observing Luxemburgo's post-match interview while holding the trophy, one would hardly guess that Real Madrid had lost 3-1. His smile suggested the team had just triumphed 4-0. Chapter 120. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Some news outlets featured images of Robinho holding the trophy, as if he had made a significant contribution. His nickname, the next Pele, corresponded with Messi's moniker, the next Maradona, making it easy to create a star from such hype. On August 28, Real Madrid faced their first match of the La Liga season, away against Cadiz. Yet, Luxemburgo seemed to forget his previous statements, not including Zidane, Figo, and Su Heng in the starting lineup, relegating them to the bench. Consequently, the team drew 1-1 with Cadiz for over 70 minutes. In the 75th minute, Su Heng, Figo, and Zidane were substituted in the 83rd minute. Su Heng received a high ball and passed it to Figo. Figo danced past 2 defenders at the edge of the box, then unleashed a long-range shot that pierced the goal. 2-1. Real Madrid secured a hard-fought victory. On September 10, during the second round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Celta. Luxemburgo again claimed that veterans like Zidane and Figo needed rest to prepare for the Champions League group stage, leaving several stars on the bench once more. This time, the team lost their first home match of the season 2-3. On September 13, the first round of the Champions League commenced. Real Madrid flew to France to face Lyon. This match was nothing short of classic. Luxemburgo fielded a standard lineup: Ronaldo, Su Heng, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Garcia, Carlos, Woodgate, Ramos, Salgado, and Casillas. The first half ended in a stalemate at 0-0. However, during halftime, Luxemburgo made a bewildering series of substitutions. He replaced Figo with Robinho, positioning him as a left winger. Baptista came on for Su Heng, assuming a dual striker role. Cicinho replaced Zidane as a right winger. Beckham dropped back, partnering with Garcia as double pivots. This formation resembled a 4-4-2. The result, the absence of top players to balance Lyon's strength, allowed them to explode with a flurry of 3 goals in 15 minutes, leaving Real Madrid utterly disoriented. To defeat them, one must employ the finest players throughout the match. Luxemburgo's strategy of exhausting top players in the first half while allowing newcomers to reap the rewards in the second half was bound to backfire. In the 81st minute, Karim Benzema, a 17-year-old substitute, made his Champions League debut, filled with excitement. For him, this was a historically significant day, facing the illustrious Real Madrid. This was the Galácticos. Crucially, they emerged victorious. Ultimately, Real Madrid suffered a 3-0 defeat in the Champions League. Though it was merely the first match of the group stage, the fans were thoroughly incensed. What had happened to Real Madrid? We are the Galácticos. Why are we not deploying our best players? Why are Zidane, Figo, Su Heng, Beckham, and Raúl's playing time being minimized to this extent? Are we really going to spend an entire season nurturing newcomers from South America? When did we become so lenient with new recruits? What else does Robinho know beyond his bicycle tricks? Cicinho might perform adequately as a right back, but he falters as a right winger. Never mind Beckham, he should rank behind Guti in the pecking order. I have had enough of Luxemburgo's farcical substitutions. The best players should always grace the pitch. Confronted with such extensive criticism, Luxemburgo claimed he was playing a larger game. It's only been a few matches. Why can't everyone be more patient with the players? On September 17, during the third round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Espanyol away. Tio proved himself. Luxemburgo once again fielded the South American contingent. However, to alleviate the pressure, he included Su Heng in the starting lineup. Nevertheless, the team suffered a 0-1 defeat against Espanyol, a subordinate of Barcelona. This marked the team's third consecutive loss. Currently ranked 15th in La Liga, Ronaldo has once again succumbed to injury during this match, seemingly unable to embrace another peak year in his illustrious career. This incident has become the final straw for Luxemburgo. The Marca newspaper was the first to strike. With Clara launching a direct attack, Real Madrid has failed to score in 2 consecutive matches. In the first 4 games of the La Liga season, only 3 goals have been netted. Previously, they had scored 4 in a single match. Luxemburgo's substitutions have evidently led to a decline in the team's offensive performance, with both Ronaldo and Suong exhibiting a noticeable drop in form. In truth, Luxemburgo's intentions have become clear. He wishes for the players from the Americas to deliver commendable results and demonstrate commendable form, thereby securing their starting positions. Otherwise, if he confirms the lineup now, Suong, Zidane, Figo, and Beckham will remain as the starters, relegating his recruited players to the bench. This starkly contrasts with Luxemburgo's desire for complete dominance. However, his waiting game has come at the expense of Real Madrid's performance. Clara has hit the nail on the head. Luxemburgo, compelled to retaliate, stated in AS. Everyone wants Suong. I arranged for Suong, but as you can see, the team has indeed faced some issues, and certain players need to reflect seriously. I understand this team better than anyone else, and I firmly believe we can clinch numerous honors this season, provided everything aligns with my directives. Good heavens! Luxemburgo's blame shifting is quite direct. He seems unperturbed. As Suong, Zidane, Figo, and others had previously accepted being benched, so why the blame now? These players have long been subdued, already retreating, while Real Madrid. Who would have thought that the next day, Suong, in his capacity as captain of Real Madrid, would convene a press conference attended by over 30 media outlets? Suong sat centrally, flanked by Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Raúl, Guti, Helguera, and other players. This was a united front of the local contingent and the international stars. Regrettably, Mr. Luxemburgo has chosen to deceive the public in such a manner. Wearing the captain's armband, Suong addressed the microphone. Chapter 121. Returning to the starting 11, getting back on track. The current predicament faced by Real Madrid is a consequence of Luxemburgo's tactical errors. The team boasts the world's finest forwards and midfielders. Yet, if Zidane, Figo, and Beckham remain sidelined, who will create scoring opportunities for Ronaldo? Baptista is commendable, but he is not an organizing playmaker. Robinho dazzles with his dribbling. Yet he is an attacker, not a commander. To bench such versatile talents as Figo and Zidane is the utmost folly. Similarly, it is a colossal waste to prefer Baptista as a makeshift striker rather than granting Raúl ample playing time. Wastefulness is akin to a crime. As the captain of Real Madrid, I cannot stand idly by while the team's resources are squandered. Here, as the captain, I solemnly demand that Luxemburgo position the most exceptional players where they ought to be. This season, we shall mount a challenge for the Champions League, and we will not allow anyone to impede the team's progress. For the glory of Real Madrid. Suong raised his hand, lifting the captain's armband. In the next moment, Zidane and others echoed, for the glory of Real Madrid. This press conference sent shockwaves throughout the European football scene. A collective voice from Real Madrid's stars intervened in the coach's tactical arrangements. This is a grave taboo for the team. Suong has transgressed, yet. While the Monkey King may be suppressed for 500 years for his transgressions, now the Jade Emperor, Buddha, Erlang Shun, and Guanyin are also at fault. How do you account for that? Even a titan like Real Madrid cannot afford to fall out with so many superstars simultaneously. Moreover, this time, the grievances of these icons are not without justification. Such a captain, Suong defies authority, directly challenging Luxemburgo's command. For the glory of Real Madrid. Suong bravely speaks out. This embodies the spirit of Real Madrid. While Luxembourgo's signings are commendable, we already possess the strongest players. Age notwithstanding, Zidane and Figo still possess the prowess to start. Underestimating these once great players will bring repercussions. Florentino expresses dissatisfaction with the current internal discord at Real Madrid. How will this farce conclude? The management at Real Madrid intervened in this upheaval. Infuriated, Luxembourgo demanded that the team sanction Suong, strip him of the captaincy, and relegate him to the reserves. Zidane, Figo, and other stars refrained from pressuring the club. Yet a greater number of fans rallied behind Suong, their support unwavering. They could never forget last season's celestial Suong. At the very least, this time, they stood firmly with him. Ultimately, the management compelled Luxembourgo to heed the players' opinions. Initially reluctant, Luxembourgo relented when the club warned him that he would be dismissed if he did not acquiesce. On September 21 Luxembourgo issued a brief apology during a training session at Real Madrid. For the upcoming La Liga match, the starting players would be Suong, Raúl, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Garcia, Carlos, Helguera, Ramos, Salgado, and Casillas. Yet, for the first time, Luxembourgo found himself cursing his own team to lose. For if this lineup were to triumph, it would unequivocally declare his previous strategy erroneous, making it exceedingly difficult for him to assert authority henceforth. He conversed with Carlos, Baptista, Robinho, Garcia, and others, subtly hinting that they should perform adequately. On September 22 during the fourth round of La Liga, the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium was packed to capacity. Today marked a momentous occasion as Real Madrid faced Athletic Bilbao. Athletic Bilbao is a formidable team known for their aggressive style of play. This momentous occasion is not to belittle them, but rather because Real Madrid finally unveiled a lineup that satisfied expectations. The Galácticos were set to embark on a fresh journey. As the announcer introduced each player's name, the fans erupted in a fervor. Even before the match commenced, they reveled in the joy of football, a delight unimaginable for fans of teams lacking superstars. 45 minutes later, Luxembourgo entered the locker room with a smile. Was Real Madrid leading? No, not at all. It was a goalless draw. The match was fiercely contested, with Athletic Bilbao's pressing tactics proving successful. Real Madrid had scarcely created any opportunities in the first half. The circumstances mirrored those of previous matches. Luxembourgo even expressed regret for Athletic Bilbao, lamenting their missed counter-attacking opportunity, thwarted only by a miraculous save from Casillas. That detestable fellow. Within the locker room, many players remained silent, as the situation was indeed more challenging than they had anticipated. No worries, we performed quite well, Suong encouraged, clapping his hands, urging everyone to lift their spirits. Teams like Athletic Bilbao make attaining the first goal the most arduous task. Figo, in the second half, will work to create more opportunities for you. Make your way through the center. They are too eager to press. That is an opening you can exploit. You can do it, Beckham. Be ready to fire from the right at any moment. Do not fret about whether I'll be in position, for I will give my all to be there. Zidane, take it easy. You have the ability. You saved the French team. I cannot fathom what you cannot achieve. The expressions on the faces of the Real Madrid players brightened a little. This past summer, the French team had ranked fourth in their World Cup qualifying group, with their chances of progressing hanging by a thread in a critical moment. Zidane announced his return to the national team on social media. Suddenly, the morale of the French squad was bolstered. Subsequently, veteran stars like Makelele responded, expressing their willingness to return whenever the national team needed them. Old warriors do not perish or fade away. With the assistance of these seasoned players, the French team ultimately secured a spot in next year's World Cup finals, where Zidane would lead them, composing a final symphony on the world stage. Who, aside from Luxembourgo, would doubt such a Zidane? Chapter 122. Carlos's legs seemed to wobble. Observing the players regaining their fighting spirit under Suong's encouragement, the smile on Luxembourgo's face gradually faded. Winning solely through words is indeed possible for you. But unfortunately, right, Carlos? Just as they were about to leave the locker room, Suong suddenly called out to Carlos, urging him to be a bit more spirited in the second half, akin to how he played in his prime. Carlos's hair stood on end. He instinctively exchanged glances with Garcia. During this match, he had hardly ventured forward. He had played passively. Did Suong notice? What was Suong about to say to me? Am I suspected? We need your assistance. Suong patted Carlos on the shoulder before exiting the locker room. Inside, Carlos was drenched in sweat. At this moment, his thighs, broader than his waist, felt surprisingly weak. All right, the second half of the match commenced. In the first half, Real Madrid did not exhibit dominance. They appeared lost within Athletic Bilbao's muscular forest. It seems the issue with Real Madrid is not merely Luxemburgo. Indeed, their form is subpar. Suhang previously pressured Luxemburgo, stating that if the team fails to secure a victory in this match, his actions would warrant scrutiny. Indeed, when in poor form and not being fielded by the head coach, he still holds a press conference. Such behavior is utterly reckless. Since becoming captain, Suhang's temperament has evidently changed, and I find his character rather unappealing. Suhang has overstepped his bounds, engaging in conduct unbecoming of a player. He is not a commendable captain. I believe Real Madrid should reassess their choice of team captain. It must be said that Suhang's contributions pale in comparison to those of Raúl. Perhaps even Guti would perform better in such a role. In the midst of discussions, in the 49th minute, Figo received a pass from Zidane and suddenly surged forward, confronting the opposition directly. It had been a long time since he showcased such incisive dribbling. In a swift moment, he executed a brilliant maneuver through the center. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Bilbao center-back, this attack could have proven fatal. Figo earned a corner for the team. Beckham approached the corner area, observing the players jostling in the box, recalling Suhang's words in the dressing room. He raised 3 fingers, signaling a specific corner kick tactic aimed at the near post. However, there was no one there. Bang. Without hesitation, Beckham struck the ball in the next instant. Suhang pushed aside a defender, darting to the near post, leaping into the AIRD. He reached the apex of his jump. The ball struck his head perfectly. Whoosh. The ball slightly deflected, soaring over the goalkeeper and nestling into the far corner of the net. Goal. Suhang. 1-0. Upon landing and confirming the goal, Suhang immediately rushed to the corner flag, pointing at Beckham and leaping onto him. Beckham embraced Suhang, and soon, the Real Madrid players converged around them. Well done. Beckham's corner was indeed astonishingly accurate. Suhang's heading ability is nothing short of exceptional. Of course, they must not forget Figo, who created the opportunity for that corner. This is how football should be played. The crowd erupted in applause. The fans finally found a reason to cheer for their team. For this moment, they had waited through several matches. In the 52nd minute, Athletic Bilbao attempted to mount an attack. However, Real Madrid's players suddenly became invigorated, pressing aggressively in midfield. Out of nowhere, Suhang emerged, successfully intercepting the ball while on the ground. This was a decisive interception. Bang. Suhang remained on the ground, kicking the ball forward. Raúl adjusted slightly and, just before the defenders could close in, executed a curling shot. The ball sailed past the advancing goalkeeper into the far corner. This.its another goal. Athletic Bilbao conceded right after kickoff. Real Madrid scored 2 goals in 3 minutes. Suhang's interception led to Raúl's strike, 2-0. Real Madrid's momentum surged. Indeed, Raúl remains as sharp as ever. Who claimed Raúl did not deserve to start for Real Madrid? In this form, he is every bit as formidable as Ronaldo. The atmosphere in the stadium reached its zenith as fans chanted Raúl's nickname, the Lord of the Rings. The players of Athletic Bilbao began to sense the mounting pressure, not merely from the score, but from an intangible feeling. Football, at times, embodies a certain mystique. Many players instinctively know when a match is destined to be won. Often, they can sense that a strike will surely find the net. It cannot simply be dismissed as illusion. Scientifically, one's brain often operates with greater acuity than rationality. You gather ample information, yet your reason may yield no conclusion, while your brain preemptively analyzes potential outcomes from that information. This is a form of anticipatory judgment, and such premonitions frequently materialize. In the 57th minute, Figo once again dribbled through the center. He appeared to have regained 5 years of youth. Transforming into the Portuguese maestro, the king of the right flank, beep. The referee's whistle sounded as he issued a yellow card to a Bilbao midfielder. Figo won a strategically advantageous free kick for the team. Beckham and Zidane positioned themselves behind the ball. Beckham could take a direct shot, well within his range for a bending free kick, while Zidane might opt for a backpost delivery, executing a tactical free kick. The Bilbao wall faced a dilemma. Ultimately, Beckham charged towards the ball. The wall leapt. They dared not gamble. Beckham's reputation for free kicks is formidable, having scored several last season. Yet, Beckham merely feigned a strike. As the wall descended, Zidane curled the ball directly at the goal. The ball effortlessly navigated around the wall. Had the Bilbao players jumped again, they might have blocked it. but they lacked the time for a second leap. Whoosh! The ball nestled into the bottom corner of the net. Goal. 3-0. Zidane. Zidane's free kick found the back of the net. 3 goals in 8 minutes. Real Madrid was on fire. This is the Galácticos. This is superstar football. When they find their rhythm, they can end a match at any moment. Chapter 123. Robinho is terrified. Real Madrid is assured of victory. Zidane, Raúl, Figo, Beckham, Zidane. They have taken control of the match. Luxembourg. These are the players you relegated to the bench. 2 Ballon d'Or winners, a World Player of the Year, 2 second-place Ballon d'Or recipients, and 1 future Ballon d'Or winner. The atmosphere among the Real Madrid fans was jubilant. In the previous 3 matches, the team had only scored 3 goals in total. Yet, in this match, they netted 3 in just 8 minutes. The effect was truly instantaneous. There was no need for Robinho's tricks, nor Baptista's physicality, nor Sisinho's sprinting down the flanks in this attacking front. Anyone could unlock the goal in their own manner. This is the essence of stardom. In the 63rd minute, Garcia fouled a Bilbao player and received a yellow card. Luxembourg substituted Guti for Garcia. Initially, he intended to replace him with Graveson. However, Simon, who was sent by the management to oversee Luxembourg, strictly enforced Zidane's substitution strategy. In the 68th minute, Figo was dispossessed during an attack. His stamina appeared depleted. He could no longer play a full 90 minutes. Simon chose to substitute Baptista for Figo. Baptista was somewhat taken aback, as he did not belong to Zidane's circle and thought he would not have a chance to play. Yet, it seemed that Zidane was genuinely considering the team's needs rather than harboring personal grievances. In the 71st minute, Zidane received a cross from Zidane and unleashed a long-range shot from 20 meters out. The goalkeeper managed to deflect it out for a corner. The shot was slightly misdirected. Beckham subsequently took the corner, but a Bilbao player seized the first touch, clearing the ball to the other side. Roberto Carlos delivered a cross without hesitation. He had 2 options for his pass: the forward Baptista or the deeper Zidane. Logically, he should have sought out Baptista. Yet for reasons unknown, Carlos recalled the scene from the dressing room. "We need your help." Baptista and the defenders leapt in unison, but they failed to make contact with the ball. In the next instant, Zidane soared into the air. Bang, a resounding impact. The ball thundered into the net, sending a cascade of white foam into the air, and there's more. It's truly remarkable. Carlos's cross was exquisite, akin to unlocking a masterful puzzle. 4-0. Real Madrid continued to score. Zidane achieved a brace, and both goals were headers. Zidane emerged from the crowd, his right hand waving, establishing a connection with the entire Real Madrid fanbase. Here it comes. Here it comes. The moment they longed for. Zidane leaped into the air, performing a 180-degree turn in midair before landing heavily, like a deity descending. The 80,000 fans at the Bernabeu roared in unison. Su! At that moment, all of Madrid knew Zidane had scored. The synchronized shouts of Su hinted at more than just one goal. Could it be that Real Madrid was finally on the brink of victory? Could they be ending their 3-match losing streak? In the midst of the celebration, Simon utilized the final substitution. Robinho replaced Zidane, allowing the maestro to rest. Though both substitutions involved Zidane, their meanings were worlds apart. Luxembourg's substitution suggested, "Get out of here, old man. Let someone capable take your place." Simon's substitution signified, "Thank you, Zidane. The remainder is mere garbage time. Let the young ones experience it." This also placed immense pressure on Robinho. It was his first time witnessing the Real Madrid fans in such fervor. It was also the first instance he saw 80,000 supporters cheer for a single player. He had always considered Zidane to be an unremarkable player. In every aspect apart from strength and heading, Robinho could outshine Zidane. He held no respect for this captain. Yet now, he found himself unable to meet Zidane's gaze, confronted by those eyes filled with intensity, nearly palpable with dominance. Robinho couldn't help but feel compelled to say, "At your command." In the 75th minute, eager to impress, Robinho attempted a series of tricks but was dispossessed by a Bilbao player with precision and decisiveness. There appeared to be a foul on the play. However, the encounters between Athletic Bilbao, Atletico Madrid, and the Spanish national derby have always been intense, characterized by fierce confrontations. Robinho rolled on the ground for quite some time. Ultimately, it was Athletic Club that capitalized on this counterattack to score a goal. 1-4. Robinho, dissatisfied, pursued the referee. insisting that it was a foul and that the goal should not count, questioning the referee's professionalism. In response, the referee issued a yellow card to Robinho. Is this professionalism? Subsequently, Baptista and Carlos intervened to restrain Robinho, for provoking the referee was hardly wise. In the 83rd minute, the skilled Guti delivered a precise through ball. Creating a golden opportunity, Robinho, cutting inside without the ball, received it and performed a series of dazzling step-overs on the left side of the penalty area, captivating the audience. However, a simple square pass to the unmarked Suong at the top of the penalty area would have allowed him to advance into the box for a near-practice shot. Bang! After Suong's passing lane was blocked, Robinho took a shot that ricocheted off a defender and went out for a goal kicked. Suong's expression darkened visibly. Understanding Robinho's desire for individuality, Suong allowed him some leeway, recognizing that as a newcomer, one often seeks to prove oneself. This ambition is commendable. It reflects a drive for improvement. Yet, if such individuality disrupts the team's cohesion, that is unacceptable. What are you doing? Suong approached Robinho. Did you not see me? Or are you intentionally ignoring me? Are you playing this game alone? The opportunity belongs not to you or me, but to all of us. Has your coach never taught you how to collaborate with your teammates? He continued, if this happens again, you will no longer have the chance to play. Did you hear that? Standing at 1.8 meters, Suong's fury was palpable, causing Robinho, at 1.72 meters, to retreat several steps in trepidation. Baptista and other players hurriedly gathered around, fearing a conflict between the two. I heard. Robinho nodded vigorously, his face paling with fear, convinced that Suong might unleash his wrath upon him. Once Suong turned away, Robinho remained rooted, his face alternating between shades of blue and red, dissatisfied with his own reaction. Had he truly been frightened by Suong? How could this be? Robinho felt a sense of shame for his earlier response. In the 88th minute, Carlos advanced the ball down the left flank into the attacking third, where Raúl came to support him. Carlos passed to Raúl, who, with a casual flick of his outside foot, executed a backheeled pass reminiscent of the elegance of Zidane. The ball sailed directly into the penalty area, where both Robinho, cutting inside without the ball, and Suong in the center had opportunities. They both surged towards the ball, with Suong, as the center forward, having a higher claim to it due to his superior shooting angle and probability of scoring. Yet, Robinho never considered conceding to Suong. If you score, you're impressive. That if I score, I'm equally impressive. The only reason I faltered before was that I failed to find the net. Had I scored, you would have come over to congratulate me, Robinho, unwilling to admit his underlying fear of Suong, attributed it to the missed opportunity. He was determined to score. Bang. Suong and Robinho collided. Robinho, upon impact, missed the ball with his right foot, while Suong struck with ferocity. The goalkeeper of Athletic Club was nearly driven to madness. Is this how you play? If you both kick, at least tell me who is shooting. Swish. The ball soared into the net with tremendous force. Suong's resolute shot exhibited no hint of concession. As captain, he was indeed responsible for his teammates, yet he also possessed a fierce mode of leadership when his teammates ignored his directives, suppressing all opposition. This was where Suong differed from Raúl. You cooperate with me, and I will reciprocate, perhaps even sacrifice for you. If you do not cooperate, you will encounter a different Suong, one that instills fear in opponents. Goal, 5-1. Real Madrid would not tolerate provocation. The goal by Athletic Club infuriated Suong. Just look at the power behind that goal. Congratulations to Suong for completing a hat-trick. His performance today mirrored that of the young Ronaldo. Oh, Robinho lies on the ground, seemingly injured. Just moments ago, both Robinho and Suong had the chance to score, yet neither yielded to the other. Both players exhibited tremendous desire to find the net, and neither was at fault. They both deserved respect. The commentator defended Robinho's honor, explaining that he had merely been a step behind Suong, attempting to seize a goal with his speed. That was the truth. Soon, the Real Madrid medical staff arrived, confirming Robinho's injury and promptly calling for a stretcher. Robinho's expression was one of deep frustration. In response, Suong raised his hands above his head, urging the fans to applaud Robinho. Yet, to Robinho, that applause felt more like mockery. Ultimately, Real Madrid celebrated an epic victory at home. 5-1. They had turned the tide. With 3 goals and an assist, Suong was undoubtedly named the man of the match. In an interview, Suong addressed the situation with Robinho. He did nothing wrong. He fought tooth and nail for the team to score. Robinho's spirit is commendable. Coincidentally, I possess that same spirit. I will visit Robinho later. I trust he will understand me just as I understand him. Reporter, it seems there was a disagreement on the field. Suong, that was not a disagreement. I asked the team captain. I strive to communicate with all my teammates when the opportunity arises. Robinho is talented but has some issues that need addressing at the right moment to help him improve. Reporter, so you believe you have the right to guide Robinho? Suong smiled, pointing to his captain's armband. I am unsure of my qualifications, but I know that it is my right and duty. During halftime, I shared the same sentiments with Zidane, Figo, and Beckham in the dressing room, and they were all receptive. Such an atmosphere of mutual reminders and assistance is what our team requires. The reporters were taken aback. The implication was clear. If he could speak to Zidane, why not Robinho? However, some reporters immediately sought confirmation from Zidane and the others, eager to expose Suhong's hypocrisy. Did he dare to advise Zidane? Especially Zidane, known for his temper, many coaches tread carefully when communicating with him, unsure of how to approach him as a mentor. After all, Zidane is exceptionally skilled, with unique insights. If he were to become a head coach, everyone would believe he could be the best. Zidane, yes, Suhong's words in the dressing room motivated us. He pointed out some issues from the first half and reinforced our efforts during that time. His understanding of tactics is profound, and he indeed identified Athletic Club's weaknesses. Figo. In the second half, we played more according to Suhong's suggestions. He encouraged me to attempt more direct breakthroughs through the center, which I tried, and the results speak for themselves. Beckham. Suong instills confidence in his teammates. He told me to deliver crosses fearlessly, regardless of whether he was present, but assured me he would always arrive in time. The first goal we scored together came about this way. That goal was crucial. From that moment on, we had already dismantled Athletic Club. Is there anyone else? The reporters were left stunned. It truly was Suong. What about Will Luxemburgo feel a bit awkward? Luxemburgo declined to comment on the victory, appearing as if his team had lost. He genuinely could not muster a smile. After the match, Suong dominated the Spanish headlines. This is the captain. Suhong's hat trick leads the team to a resounding victory, showcasing his leadership qualities, ending a 3-match losing streak. The Galácticos set sail again, with stars singing Suhong's praises. Zidane, Figo, Suong, Beckham, Ral. This is the formula for Real Madrid's victory. Did Luxemburgo take note? Snape will be testing. Suong overshadowing Luxemburgo? The possibility seems slim, yet Suong is likely being positioned by Zidane and others to counter Luxemburgo's influence. True or false, Suong? Is he merely a puppet in the shadows or a leader at the forefront? The internal strife within Real Madrid continues, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 125. A series of stepovers and Rivaldo. Real Madrid's ranking skyrockets, ascending from 15th to 6th in the league. Refusing to reconcile, Suong visits Robinho in the hospital, but according to a nurse, Robinho discarded the flowers Suong brought after he left. Robinho, dissatisfied with Suong, he posted and then quickly deleted a message on social media late at night. This matter stirred considerable controversy. The management urged the team to resolve the issue promptly. After Robinho was discharged from the hospital, Luxemburgo invited him to the training ground. As for Suong, he was unconcerned. The goal was his, and the collision was incidental. It is said that if Robinho were to gain a bit more weight, his ribs would surely fracture. His apology is acceptable, especially since he is inherently magnanimous, being the captain who ought to shoulder additional responsibilities. Much like Raúl. Therefore, Suhang generously expressed his apology in front of his teammates. Suhang smiled, fulfilling his obligations, but whether others accept it is beyond his concern. Conversely, Carlos, the leader of the Americas gang, appeared somewhat anxious. In any situation that escalates, regardless of the justification, the party unwilling to mitigate the issue becomes a thorn in the side of management. Carlos patted Robinho on the shoulder, signaling him. Only then did Robinho reluctantly nod. Instantly, the Real Madrid squad erupted in jubilation, applauding that, of course. No one truly believed that Robinho had reconciled with Suhang. That was sufficient. In the realm of adults, sometimes the truth need not be delved into. His joyful demeanor suggests as if I had genuinely forgiven him. Watching Suhang practice passing with Zidane, Figo, Beckham, and Raúl on the training field, Robinho felt quite displeased. Even Raúl during the practice match held great admiration for Suhang. Suhang's magnanimity is evident. To be frank, had it been Raúl, he would also harbor resentment towards Robinho for competing for the right to shoot. Such behavior is a blatant disrespect towards leadership. Yet, how dare Robinho hold a grudge against him? Who does he think he is? Remarkably, Zidane bears no malice at all. Such a mindset and demeanor are the hallmarks of a person destined for greatness. However, unbeknownst to Raúl, after Robinho accepted Zidane's apology, Zidane received a notification. Ding! Robinho harbors resentment over your competition for the right to shoot, yet under pressure, he is compelled to reconcile with you, feigning generosity by gifting you the youthful bicycle as a token of peace. Your dribbling, agility, ball control, speed, and explosiveness have all been enhanced. When you execute 3 or fewer bicycles, your explosiveness further intensifies. When exceeding 3, the bewilderment increases significantly with each repetition. There exists a slight chance to activate the criminal-style dribble effect, causing the opponent to stumble. I ask you, how formidable is that? Do you think Zidane still bears a grudge against Robinho? Though Robinho may be petty, he is indeed generous when it counts. Consequently, Zidane's dribbling attributes were activated, and his ball control improved slightly, reaching a score of 79. The reputation and esteem of an individual are not built in a day or two. Actions speak, and everyone is watching Zidane's tolerance and generosity towards Robinho, his sense of responsibility on the field, his perseverance when the team is trailing, and his innate talent for scoring, along with his tactical fluidity, are gradually influencing the players and staff of Real Madrid. Perhaps many still do not recognize Zidane, the young captain of Real Madrid, but if he continues on this path, he will inevitably earn greater trust and respect. On September 25 in the 5th round of La Liga, Real Madrid faced Alaves away. Luxemburgo dared not alter the starting lineup. As a result, Zidane, Raúl, and Zidane all found the net. Figo and substitute right-back Sissinho provided assists. The match concluded with a resounding 3-0 victory for Real Madrid, instilling confidence in their fans for the upcoming Champions League match. Real Madrid's next encounter is the second round of the group stage in the Champions League against the Greek Super League powerhouse, Olympiacos. This team certainly cannot be classified as strong. Given that Real Madrid previously lost to Lyon, they must secure a victory against Olympiacos. However, there exists a player on that team whom Real Madrid greatly fears, Rivaldo, the core player of the Brazilian national team, who has once garnered the prestigious title of World Footballer of the Year and the Balon d'Or. In the future, Rivaldo will undoubtedly be regarded as a player whose fame does not align with his abilities. Many may not even recognize his name. Nevertheless, in those years when Rivaldo claimed the highest honors in the world, his competitors included Zidane, Figo, and Ronaldo. Judging by accolades, it would not be an exaggeration to state that they divided the world among themselves during those years. Rivaldo had long been a central figure at Barcelona, joining AC Milan in 2002 but failing to achieve success. Subsequently transferring to Olympiacos, it is entirely normal for a world-class player like Rivaldo to explode in exceptional performances on rare occasions. Never underestimate a descending deity. The match at the Bernabeu Stadium, with its 80,000 seats, was completely packed. Welcome to the Bernabeu. Today's Real Madrid is sure to satisfy the crowd, as they field the same lineup that previously achieved 2 consecutive victories. Up front, the new and old captains, Zidane and Raúl, partnered together. The midfield adopted a diamond formation, featuring left midfielder Zidane, attacking midfielder Figo, right midfielder Beckham, and defensive midfielder Garcia. The backline, from left to right, consisted of Carlos, Helguera, Ramos, and Sissinho. Real Madrid's right back, Salgado, has recently been in poor form, while Sissinho performed admirably in the previous match. The goalkeeper is Casillas. Soon, the match commenced. From the kickoff, Real Madrid clearly seized the initiative. Their players were indeed stronger. Garcia passed to Beckham, who delivered a right-wing cross that Zidane surged into the penalty area, leaping high to attract the attention of 2 center-backs. However, Zidane mistimed his jump. The Olympiacos defenders tracked the ball. On the left side of the penalty area, Zidane, unmarked, controlled the ball with his left foot, causing it to slightly bounce to the right. Then, Chapter 126, the America's battleship bang. Zidane's right leg whipped through the air. Striking the ball fiercely, the football shot into the net. Goal. 1-0, Beckham successfully connected with Zidane. Zidane deceived everyone. The Olympiacos center-backs leaped with him, also mistiming their jumps. Real Madrid is in excellent form. Some have suggested that Luxemburgo lacks the expertise of the fans. And it appears to be the case. This is the Galácticos. Luxemburgo's Brazilian America's battleship is merely a joke. What does it mean to win people's hearts? This is it. In the 10th minute, Figo carried the ball from the center to the right. This inward-to-outward cutting maneuver encounters less resistance. Bang! Figo made a direct pass as Zidane, also cutting inward to outward, sprinted towards the left front. After receiving the ball, Zidane made a horizontal pass. Unfortunately, the quality was subpar, too close to the goal, and the goalkeeper rushed out to intercept it. Raúl gave Zidane a thumbs up as Zidane's intentions of assisting were acknowledged by Raúl. In the 15th minute, Figo, still in the center, faked a move before taking a long-range shot. Unfortunately, he had yet to find his rhythm. The ball soared over the stands. In the 23rd minute, Olympiacos seized a precious attacking opportunity. Under Rivaldo's orchestration, they advanced past the halfway line. Rivaldo then held the ball in the channel. Ramos charged out to restrict Rivaldo. Who would have known that the Brazilian genius would sway left and right? Toying with Ramos effortlessly, ultimately, Ramos had no choice but to pull Rivaldo, or else he would have penetrated the penalty area. The referee immediately blew the whistle and showed Ramos a yellow card. This card was not a significant issue, but Zidane still approached the referee symbolically to express his thoughts. Essentially, he argued that the decision was too severe, suggesting that the player deserved a chance. It was unintentional, and so forth. The referee, dismissively, reached into his pocket, implying that should Zidane continue, he would be shown a card. Zidane obediently fell silent. Subsequently, Rivaldo executed a free kick that sailed over the wall and struck the back of Real Madrid's net. The Olympiacos players erupted in jubilant celebration on the field. They had scored at the Bernabeu. The feeling was exquisite. Rivaldo's skill remained unparalleled. Zidane, watching Rivaldo surrounded by defenders, reminisced about their past glorious days. Beside him, Figo was equally nostalgic, recalling their time as the dual cores of Barcelona. Yet, at the same time, the two had fiercely competed for top honors. It was generally believed that Zidane and Ronaldo were the rivals for the title of the world's best player, while the subsequent rivalry was between Figo and Rivaldo. Coincidentally, Zidane, Figo, and Rivaldo were all born in 1972. In the 32nd minute, Zidane delivered a through ball. Raúl received the ball on the right side of the penalty area, took a couple of steps, and attempted a shot from a tight angle. Unfortunately, the angle was too narrow, and the ball was blocked. In the 44th minute, Beckham sent in a curling cross from the right. This time, Zidane made contact with the ball, but due to the opponent's interference, he could not generate sufficient power, and the ball veered off target. Overall, Olympiacos' restriction on Zidane was not particularly strong. Zidane's physicality afforded him an advantage over them. Ultimately, the first half ended in a 1-1 draw. During halftime, Real Madrid emphasized the need to defend against Rivaldo. Olympiacos responded by addressing their struggles to contain Zidane. Naturally, both sides sought to devise targeted strategies. In the second half, the teams returned to the pitch. Real Madrid continued to dominate the attack, while Olympiacos waited for opportunities. In the 56th minute, Beckham made a wide transfer, delivering the ball to Zidane on the left. Raúl distributed the ball to Figo in the center. After receiving the ball, Figo feigned a pass towards Zidane ahead, only to execute a deceptive move. He suddenly accelerated, dribbling directly past the opposing center-back, charging into the penalty area. This impressive dribbling evoked memories for Rivaldo of their days fighting side by side. Bang! Figo surged into the box and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball found the back of the net. However, the Olympiacos players raised their hands, believing Zidane to be in an offside position. That goal should not count. After discussing with the linesman, the referee pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal as valid. Although Zidane was in an offside position, he did not touch the ball and had already positioned himself aside, neither obstructing the goalkeeper's line of sight nor hindering the defender's efforts. Real Madrid did not benefit from Zidane's offside. Thus, this goal stands as valid. 2-1. Real Madrid has taken the lead. In the stands, fans erupted in applause for Figo. At this juncture, all three Balon d'Or winners and world footballers on the pitch had scored. This was undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. Figo then embraced Zidane and whispered, "Thank you." Had it not been for Zidane sharing the scientific breakthrough methods with Figo, the latter's remarkable performance last season would have been improbable. Consequently, Real Madrid would not have renewed Figo's contract. By now, Figo might have been in Milan, joining Inter. In the 66th minute, Rivaldo broke through with the ball, but Zidane, returning to defend, fouled him and consequently received a yellow card. On Real Madrid's side, Luxemburgo immediately substituted Zidane with Graveson. Ultimately, he He is the head coach, and orchestrating tactics and making in-game decisions is his responsibility. Simon cannot manage everything indefinitely. Furthermore, considering the defensive aspect, bringing on Graveson was indeed a more prudent choice. Nevertheless, it was somewhat of a dampener. The three world footballers were enjoying themselves, and this was akin to flipping the table. Fortunately, Zidane had scored. Otherwise, he might not have shaken hands with Luxemburgo. After Graveson came on, he formed a double pivot with Garcia, allowing Figo to shift to the left flank, playing as a left midfielder. In the 71st minute, Figo was brought down during a breakthrough. His stamina was beginning to wane. Luxemburgo replaced Figo with the versatile Guti. Had Robinho been available, Luxemburgo would have undoubtedly chosen him. In the 79th minute, with Real Madrid having lost two key playmakers, the team momentarily lost their composure. Olympiacos began to seize attacking opportunities. Rivaldo, after breaking through on the left edge of the penalty area, delivered a cross. In the next moment, he raised his hand, for the ball had struck the arm of Real Madrid's right back. Chichinho, handball. The referee promptly blew his whistle, issuing a yellow card to Chichinho and awarding a penalty. Chapter 127. A dramatic turn. Oh, this penalty is quite troublesome for Real Madrid, with Figo and Zidane already substituted. If Rivaldo scores, it would be challenging for Real Madrid to catch up in a short time. 10 seconds later, Olympiacos players once again rushed to celebrate with Rivaldo. The blade has been drawn. The penalty is converted, a brace for him, just as he was familiar with the Bernabeu goal during his time at Barcelona. On the sidelines, Luxemburgo wore a grim expression. This was precisely why he held reservations about Zidane and Figo. Are these two players strong? Certainly, however, Figo's stamina likely dwindles after 60 or 70 minutes. Zidane's style of play allows him to endure longer, but once the second half of the season kicks in with its congested schedule, featuring matches twice or even thrice a week, Zidane would struggle. Yet, these two are the core orchestrators for Real Madrid. The team's attacks, tactics, and decisive passes primarily originate from them. Without their presence on the pitch, Real Madrid becomes a scattered entity, lacking the aura of a formidable team. At such times, scoring would depend solely on the individual brilliance of superstars like Ronaldo, Beckham, Carlos, Raúl, and, well, perhaps a little from Suong. Frankly speaking, Guti and others are not sufficient to dictate the outcome of a match. Thus, in choosing between a fully charged 60-minute player and an 85% charged 90-minute player, Luxemburgo opted for the latter. Many renowned coaches would favor the latter, for that 85% under their tutelage might gradually improve to 90 or 95. Hence, Luxemburgo sought to marginalize Zidane and Figo. After conceding this goal, Luxemburgo could only attempt to salvage the match with his strategies. He replaced Raúl with Baptista, having observed that Olympiacos defenders struggled against powerful players. They found it quite challenging to contain Suong. What if he introduced a beast? In the 85th minute, Guti's through ball was intercepted, and in an effort to defend, he fouled his opponent, receiving a yellow card. As the match neared its conclusion, Baptista's long-range shot earned a corner kick. Beckham glanced into the penalty area and subsequently took the corner. Targeting Baptista, the beast Baptista indeed managed to connect with the ball. However, he lacked the conditions to shoot and opted for a glancing header. Just a few meters behind Baptista, Suong leaped high, unseen. The ball, redirected by Baptista's touch, struck his head. This showcased the header sharpness akin to that of Ronaldo. A proficient header cannot afford to watch the ball before leaping. One must jump at the right moment. Otherwise, the players in front may obstruct the view, leaving one utterly bewildered. Ignoring the players ahead, one must envision the moment the ball arrives, then leap. Suong executed this perfectly. Otherwise, he would have missed the ball as it sailed over his head. Baptista's redirect had accelerated the ball. Whoosh! The ball struck Suong's head, veering towards the goal, stirring up white waves. Goal. A last-minute strike. A golden header. Beckham, Baptista, Suong. They united to rescue Real Madrid. 3-2. Real Madrid has taken the lead for the third time in the match. Given the time left, this should be the final score. Absolutely thrilling. Currently, there are only 4 active players who have won both the World Footballer of the Year and the Balon d'Or, excluding the injured Ronaldo. The other 3 started this match and scored. Yet, ultimately, it was the 19-year-old captain, Suong, who determined the outcome. Does this signify something in the grand scheme of things? Is it foreshadowing that someday, Real Madrid will welcome another superstar capable of claiming both the World Footballer of the Year and the Balon d'Or? If so, tell me his name. On the scene, 80,000 Real Madrid fans chanted in unison, "Shoo, shoo, shoo." The Bernabeu erupted with joy.in the 92nd minute, just as everyone believed the match was nearing its conclusion. Ramos, who had been toyed with by Rivaldo all match, executed a stunning tackle. Rivaldo was fatigued, while Ramos was still in his youth. Rather than saying Ramos tackled Rivaldo, it would be more accurate to say time and age had tackled Rivaldo. Helguera retrieved the ball and passed it to Guti. After glancing at Suang sprinting ahead, Guti delivered a precise through ball. Although Baptista was also playing as a forward today, he unconsciously positioned himself more as a shadow striker or even an advanced midfielder. Thus, Suang found himself alone in front. Suang received the ball with his back to the defender, nudged him slightly, and then turned to break through. With no teammates available, he opted to go solo. Suang charged towards Olympiacos' center-back. Is he attempting to bypass the opponent? Suang's dribbling. What? The entire stadium fell silent. Everyone was in disbelief, including Zidane, Figo, Raúl, and others on the bench, who rushed to the sidelines, unable to believe their eyes on the field. Suang charged toward the opposing center-back, who stood ready. As they rapidly closed in, Suang's legs danced over the ball without touching it. A bicycle kick. Suang can perform a bicycle kick. Historically, Suang has not been known for his ball control skills. His shooting is decent, his heading strong, and he excels in physical confrontations. Passing? Adequate at best. Ball control has always been average, and his dribbling skills were quite poor. Aside from kicking the ball forward during counterattacks and chasing after it, Suang rarely dribbled. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he had mastered the bicycle kick. Was it envy from watching Robinho? Would he fall? It would be disastrous if he stepped on the ball. The Real Madrid fans were apprehensive about witnessing the next moment. If he botched the bicycle kick, Suang would become the laughingstock of the world. Suang. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. As the two players drew closer, Suang's flurry of bicycle kicks showed no signs of stopping. His legs swiftly circled the ball, displaying a surprising level of proficiency, while the Olympiacos center-back's defensive steps grew increasingly erratic. Ultimately, Suang made his move. To the left, the Olympiacos center-back extended his leg to intercept. However, no. To the right, Suang's 7th bicycle kick still did not touch the ball, but he successfully misled the opponent's center of gravity. Thus, on the 8th attempt, he decisively tapped the ball and changed direction, effortlessly bypassing the defender. Chapter 128, Legendary Skill, the Left-Footed Prodigy. The Olympiacos center-back attempted to adjust his balance, but his interception leg was already halfway extended. This sequence resulted in a self-tripping spectacle. Bang! Suang's powerful shot from within the penalty area coincided perfectly with the sound of the Olympiacos center-back hitting the ground. The next moment, the ball found the back of the net. The Bernabeu fell into silence, until Suang sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping into the air, executing a 180-degree turn mid-air before crashing down. The Mellinger fans finally snapped back to reality from that unbelievable bicycle kick, erupting in the loudest cheer since the match began. Suang, with his back to the fans, stood like a deity. The camera shifts to the faces of a group of superstars. Rivaldo's eyes are filled with a mix of astonishment and disbelief, akin to the moment he first laid eyes on Ronaldo on the pitch all those years ago. Similarly, Zidane, Figo, Raúl, and others are equally incredulous. They are convinced that the previous Su Hang would never have attempted such audacious skills, let alone a series of stepovers. Yet this fellow's capacity for learning is astonishingly profound. In the eyes of these legends, Su Hang's abilities seem rather ordinary. However, these seasoned stars, now past their 30s, understand a crucial truth. An ordinary player who consistently progresses will inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of football. And in Su Hang, they witness this very evolution. He is not a born Ronaldo, Zidane murmurs, but he will surely become a true Ronaldo in due time. Perhaps even surpass Ronaldo. Marca. Real Madrid triumphs over Olympiacos with a score of 4-2. Marking their first victory in this season's Champions League AS. Rivaldo nets a brace, proving his enduring prowess, while Zidane and Figo contribute with goals, shining like Balon d'Or winners. Build. 3 Balon d'Or winners and the World Footballer of the Year all find the back of the net. With Su Hang sealing the game with 2 late goals, Sky Sports, a surprising revelation in the Balon d'Or race. Apart from Su Hang, every scorer is a world-class player. Gazzetta dello Sport. A miraculous second round? Lyons' young star Benzema scores his first Champions League goal, breaking the record for the youngest scorer. Real Madrid's captain Zidane also scores twice, netting 2 in his debut build. Not only Robinho can perform stepovers. Zidane dazzles with a series of them, showcasing a century-defining goal. Kicker. After altering their formation, Real Madrid secures a third consecutive victory. From a streak of 3 wins to 3 losses, people begin to grasp the essence of the Galácticos. The Galácticos do not merely refer to Real Madrid but to the squad featuring Zidane, Figo, Ronaldo, Beckham, Raúl, Carlos, and Zidane. In a post-match interview, Rivaldo praised Zidane effusively. Initially, when I saw the media proclaiming that Real Madrid's youth academy had produced the next Ronaldo, I scoffed. There can be only one Ronaldo. We all recognize that. Yet after this match, I must concede, Zidane is exceptionally talented. He possesses strength, speed, agility, and intelligence, coupled with the sharp instincts of a prolific scorer. While he may have numerous areas for improvement at his age, he embodies boundless potential. He is destined to become a formidable player. Naturally, as a Barcelona legend, reporters inquired about Zidane in comparison to Messi, who, in your opinion, will achieve greater heights, Robinho, Messi, or Zidane? Rivaldo responded. Robinho is impressive. He epitomizes the Brazilian flair, exhibiting a more flamboyant style than the other two. Messi, in my view, is nearly a flawless player. Blending the best of Latin American and European football, his innate talent unparalleled. Moreover, Messi has grown within La Liga, establishing himself as a starter for Barcelona since last season, giving him an edge over Robinho. However, I'm afraid Zidane does not belong in the same echelon as them. Zidane has already proven himself, contributing to multiple championship victories for his team and repeatedly turning the tide of matches. He is a matured star. To hastily compare newcomers like Robinho and Messi with Zidane is to show a lack of respect for him. Messi? Robinho? In a reciprocal gesture, Zidane also lauded Rivaldo's athletic condition in a post-match interview. Unbelievable. It's hard to fathom that a player of his age can maintain such form. Rivaldo, Zidane, Figo. These legends have completely reshaped my perception of players over 30. We often believe in the limitless potential of youth, but I now see that these veterans are the true treasures of a team. Frankly speaking, Barcelona should have spared no expense to retain Rivaldo. Just look at their performance since his departure, and you'll understand his immense worth. Rivaldo acknowledged this sentiment with approval. In recent years, Barcelona has faced a barren spell, while the Galácticos, despite not meeting expectations, have still managed to overshadow Barcelona. Post-match, Zidane's understanding of Rivaldo deepened, as this player not only speaks elegantly but also delivers reliably. Ding! Rivaldo applauds your performance and praises the insights you shared during the interview. He regards you as exceptionally talented, albeit with a need for more variety in your breakthroughs. Furthermore, he feels that compared to Messi, your left-footed capabilities are lacking, thus bestowing upon you the skills of Brazilian knee flick and left-footed prodigy. Brazilian knee flick, a skill of superstar caliber. Brazilian football, akin to the samba, is dreamlike and fervent, passionate and swift. Your dribbling, explosiveness, agility, and offensive awareness will all see enhancement. Within 3 seconds of utilizing this skill, your explosiveness will experience a further boost. Left-footed prodigy, a legendary skill. Rivaldo, a former World Footballer of the Year and Balon d'Or winner, was celebrated for his left foot, which astonished all. Your left foot will achieve 70% of your dominant foot's capability in a single match. Upon meeting the required number of touches with your left foot, you will have a certain chance to activate the golden left foot effect. Your next pass or shot with your left foot can randomly unleash between 100 and 150 to 300% of its potential. As a result, Zidane's offensive awareness, dribbling, and explosiveness have surged to 83, 72, and 82, respectively. His agility attribute has also been unlocked, reaching 70. Chapter 129. Su's first national team selection. Let us first address the agility attribute. This attribute does not equate to speed but is closely related to it, particularly concerning turning speed, lateral movement, continuous fakes, and shuttle runs. Many players may not possess absolute speed yet seem fast due to their high agility. Thus, we often refer to them as small, fast, and agile. Small denotes physical characteristics, fast signifies perception, and agile is the essence. If a smaller player is not agile enough, they are, for all intents and purposes, rendered ineffective. Conversely, many larger players may not be slow in absolute terms, sometimes even achieving higher top speeds than smaller players. yet they are often perceived as cumbersome due to their agility being limited by their physique. Currently, Su Heng's agility is average. However, should he train to achieve above 85, he could be considered nimble among players over 6 feet tall with considerable strength. If he manages to reach 90, his performance would be comparable to that of many who are 5 feet 7 but possess agility ratings of 95 or even 99. This attribute is truly formidable as agility, to some degree, defies the laws of physics. Among these rewards, the second most impressive is the left-footed prodigy skill. This is indeed a legendary skill. Presently, Su Heng's only legendary skill is the violent aesthetic free kick. However, there are limitations to free kick takers. With Beckham, Zidane, and Carlos present, free kicks rarely fall to Su Heng. Additionally, executing such free kicks places significant strain on the thigh muscles, knees, and ankles, if his physical strength, footwork, and shooting technique do not meet the requirements. The result could be self-destructive. Therefore, Su Heng tends to avoid utilizing it. The value of this legendary skill has not been fully maximized. Its cost-effectiveness is LOW. In contrast, the left-footed prodigy's cost-effectiveness is simply extraordinary. After a season and a summer of training, Su Heng's right-footed ability has risen from 4 to 5, which is considered average. Beckham's right-footed capability should be around 9 or even 10. However, Su Heng's left-footed ability is even more dismal. Standing at just 1. His right foot is already lacking, leaving no time to train his left, which is inherently difficult to develop. A weak left foot poses significant limitations during matches. This is not a simple addition. The effect is multiplicative. The left-footed prodigy skill elevates Su Heng's left foot capability to 3, and it will continue to improve as his right foot ability increases, making it an unparalleled asset. The golden left foot effect can also catch opponents off guard. If he unleashes 300% of his potential, then Su Heng's left foot could rival that of Carlos AS for the Brazilian knee flick. While it may appear the simplest, it is precisely the type of breakthrough skill that Su Heng currently lacks. Previous matches have shown that he possesses no significant breakthrough ability. The flashy step-overs may be eye-catching, but they can be overly extravagant and inefficient, requiring a considerable distance to initiate and sprint, making them suitable only for one-on-one situations. Otherwise, an opponent could easily catch up from behind during such maneuvers. Numerous requirements exist. The Brazilian knee flick, however, is centered around extreme simplicity and raw effectiveness. This technique involves using the knee to flick the ball away while lifting the foot, leading to an unexpected burst of speed. Once flicked, it's a race against the opponent. However, since the knee is used to touch the ball, it signifies that the foot has already been raised. Similar to Figo's lateral dribble, granting a slight advantage of a half step, on October 2 in the 6th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Mallorca. Beckham linked up with Raúl to score. Zinedine Zidane provided an exquisite assist for Luis Figo, leading Real Madrid to a comfortable 2-0 victory. Consequently, their position in the league standings ascended to 3rd place, with only a single match's worth of points separating them from the top 2 teams. While it is not guaranteed that they will remain at the summit of the league permanently, it is imperative to possess the capability to challenge for the first position at all times. The World Cup qualifiers and playoffs will conclude during this period, culminating in the revelation of the 32 teams that will compete in next year's World Cup in Germany. However, amidst this backdrop, there is a piece of good news. Marca, the Real Madrid captain, has returned to form. Su Heng has received his first call-up to the Spanish national team. Although Su Heng has yet to make an appearance for the national team, his selection nearly secures him a ticket to the World Cup in Germany. Sky Sports. The competition is fierce. Talented forwards such as Su Heng, Torres, Villa, and Reyes are vying for positions, alongside Raúl and Morientes, creating an unprecedented level of rivalry within the Spanish attacking line. France football. The issue of Spanish forwards' goal-scoring prowess may be resolved at next year's World Cup, as a plethora of new striking talents has emerged domestically. Marca. The 32 teams for the World Cup have been finalized. Traditional powerhouses have nearly all qualified, while dark horses have faltered. Sporting World. The previous World Cup bronze medalists, Turkey, have failed to qualify. The reigning European champions, Greece, have seen their fairy tale come to an end. Cameroon, Egypt, and Senegal have all been eliminated from contention. Catalan Daily. Eto'o does not weep. If we are unable to participate in the World Cup, we shall focus on our club matches and strive to reach the pinnacle of the footballing world with our club. In truth, a player's performance for their club can be influenced by the significance of national team matches. Players like Eto'o, who find themselves sidelined from national team duties, will channel all their energy into club competitions, much to the delight of their clubs. From this perspective, clubs may wish for all their players to miss out on national team selections, or for those players' national teams to fail to qualify for elite tournaments such as the World Cup or the European Championship. Especially in the upcoming half-year, as the World Cup draws near, selected players will become increasingly concerned about the risk of injury, as any injury could prevent them from participating. This concern will likely lead to a more cautious style of play, which could diminish the team's overall competitiveness. Moreover, such a cautious approach may inadvertently increase the likelihood of injuries, rendering the entire situation counterproductive. Why is there an increased risk of injury? From a physics standpoint, in a collision, the harder and stronger party is less likely to sustain injury, while the softer, weaker party effectively serves as a buffer, absorbing more force and sustaining greater damage. This is also why players are more prone to injury when fatigued. Excessive fatigue diminishes muscle strength, leaving only bones to bear the impact. That moment, the force from the opponent is directly applied to the bones, significantly raising the risk of fractures. Conversely, when players are in peak condition, taut muscles provide a protective layer for the skeletal structure. Chapter 130. The Madrid Derby on October 15, the 7th round of La Liga is upon us. Due to the national team fixtures and the associated travel, players' form is often less than optimal during this period. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as the FIFA virus, which encapsulates the negative impact of international matches on players. In this round, Real Madrid is set to face their city rivals, Atletico Madrid, in an away match. This time, Atletico has recently ascended from the Segunda División and is not particularly formidable. However, their young captain, Torres, has emerged as a prominent figure in European football, having scored 16 goals last season, placing him 5th in the La Liga scoring chart, a remarkable achievement. Hang, meanwhile, sat on the bench during that match for the national team, where the starting forwards were Raúl and Torres. A city derby, the contest for national team positions between the two young captains. This match is destined to generate considerable discussion. Prior to the game, the majority of fans believed that Real Madrid would ultimately secure victory, though they anticipated that Torres would outshine Hang. Marca, a preview of the city derby. In recent encounters between Real Madrid and Atletico, the former has achieved a victory rate exceeding 50%, with a loss probability of less than 25%. Torres has netted 5 goals in 6 league matches, showcasing exceptional form. Should he score in this match, he will set a personal record of 5 consecutive league matches with goals. Sporting Daily. To paraphrase Rivaldo, comparing Hang to Torres is a disservice to Torres. Torres is among La Liga's elite scorers, while Hang has yet to complete a full series of matches for Real Madrid. Before the match, both teams announced their starting lineups. For Real Madrid, Hang, Raúl, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Garcia, Carlos, Helguera, Ramos, Salgado, and Casillas. This is essentially their regular lineup, with only Helguera and Woodgate as potential alternatives, and Salgado and Cicinho as other options. The rest, including Garcia, have already displaced Gravesen to secure starting positions. Atletico's lineup features Torres, Kezman, Petrov, Zainov, Gabi, Rodriguez, Lopez, Ibanez, Pereira, and Velasco. Among them, Gabi and Torres are considered the twin stars of Atletico, with Gabi serving as an all-around midfielder with a highly proactive attitude. Notably, Kezman poses an even greater threat than Torres. He dominated the Eredivisie scoring charts for 3 consecutive seasons, clinching the top scorer title thrice. During his 4 years at Ajax, he made 176 appearances and scored an astounding 129 goals, an impressive feat. However, he did not meet expectations during his subsequent tenure at Chelsea, leading to his transfer to Atletico this season. Given that Diego Forlan, who transferred to La Liga from Manchester United last season, won the top scorer award with 25 goals, there is a similar apprehension regarding Kezman, who is regarded as being on par with Forlan. As the match commenced, Atletico endeavored to leverage their home advantage. However, the dynamics quickly shifted, falling under Real Madrid's control. Zidane and Figo orchestrated the midfield with finesse. In the 9th minute, Raúl displayed his ingenuity, executing a backheel flick to pass the ball to Hang, who was in an almost unmarked position at the edge of the penalty area. With a thunderous strike, Hang sent the ball crashing into the net. Goal. Hang has scored. In less than 10 minutes, Real Madrid breached Atletico's defenses. Hang's league tally rose to 5, equaling Torres' goal count. While many remarked on Torres' 16 league goals from the previous season, They overlooked the stark contrast in efficiency between the two players. I have stated before that given the same opportunities, Su Heng would not be outdone by Torres. Now, Su Heng has validated that assertion with his goal. Of course, 90% of the credit for this goal belongs to Raúl, whose backheel was nothing short of exquisite, slicing through Atletico's defense. Ever since relinquishing the captaincy, Raúl's performances have become increasingly agile, reminiscent of his former self, rather than the lethargic figure he once was. However, just 3 minutes later, many commentators fell silent in disbelief as Atletico executed a swift counterattack, astonishingly finding the back of the net. Torres surged forward, skillfully maneuvering past Helguera before unleashing a strike that resulted in a goal. He has now scored in 5 consecutive league matches, bringing his personal tally to 6. The Atletico players began to gain momentum. In the 18th minute, Petrov, having lost his position, fouled Beckham as he prepared to cross. In the 24th minute, Gabi collided with Figo while attempting to defend against him. The Atletico players frequently resorted to fouling tactics to disrupt Madrid's rhythm, which improved their ball possession statistics. This strategy benefited Atletico's counterattacks. But such tactics come at a cost. In the 31st minute, Su Heng received the ball with his back to goal, holding off Ibanez before attempting to maneuver past him. Ibanez, unable to regain his footing, resorted to a foul against Su Heng. The referee, having witnessed the persistent fouling, finally issued a yellow card to Ibanez, putting an end to Atletico's foul play. Real Madrid regained control of the match. In the 43rd minute, Carlos advanced down the flank, with Zidane making an inward run to create space. Carlos delivered a diagonal pass to Su Heng. Velasco, fully focused, anticipated that Su Heng would engage in a wall pass with Carlos to aid his advance. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Heng dribbled along Zidane's path, cutting inside. At that moment, Gabi, tasked with marking Zidane, instinctively abandoned his post to intercept Su Heng, extending his leg to tackle. Gabi was momentarily taken aback. He had failed to make contact. Su Heng deftly flicked the ball, leaning forward as if to sprint. With his right leg, he exerted force, and his left leg bent, propelling the ball forward with incredible speed. This was a direct breakthrough. Gabi quickly realized the predicament but could only attempt to retract his foot after his failed tackle. He was unable to position himself to impede Su Heng. In a flash, Su Heng darted past Gabi. Driving towards the penalty area, Zidane, aware of Gabi's decision to abandon him, chose to pull wide to the left, drawing the center-back Pereira with him and creating a clear pathway for Su Heng. Yet, before he could fully regain his balance, Su Heng turned his gaze towards Zidane. Chapter 131. With Su, why need Reyes? However, Su Heng directed the ball to the right, entirely dismissing any notion of passing to Zidane on the left. Su Heng, a forward, and Zidane, a midfielder, both found themselves within the penalty area. It is hardly conventional for a forward to pass to a midfielder in such a scenario. Meanwhile, the central defender Ibanez, observing Su Heng advancing with the ball, instinctively contemplated executing a tackle to dispossess him. Yet, such a maneuver carried significant risk. Should Su Heng release the ball prematurely, Ibanez's challenge would undoubtedly result in a booking. Not only would a penalty be conceded, but with a prior yellow card already to his name, a second would see him dismissed, leaving his team in dire straits. This illustrates the immense psychological burden borne by a central defender after receiving a yellow card. Ultimately, Ibanez refrained from the reckless tackle, wagering that his teammates would thwart Su Heng's shot, that Su Heng would misfire, and that their goalkeeper could parry the ball away. Bang! Su Heng unleashed a shot. A moment too late, Pereira dove in an attempt to block it. Alas, he was a step too slow. As he slid in, the ball had already departed. Whoosh! Franco, faced with such a close-range strike, attempted a save. But Su Heng aimed for the far corner. Unless Franco's fingers were to elongate by another 20 centimeters, he would stand no chance of reaching that ball. The football pierced the net, sending up a spray of white foam. Su Heng turned, racing towards Zidane and Carlos, exclaiming, "Goal! 2-1. Real Madrid regains the lead over Atletico. Su Heng had once again equaled Torres's tally of goals. The two Spanish forward prodigies were locked in a thrilling competition. Su Heng's breakthrough was remarkably incisive. We had never witnessed him play in such a manner before. This knee-lift maneuver was a quintessential Latin American dribbling technique, yet even Brazilian players seldom employ it. From whom did Su Heng acquire such skills? Robinho or Ronaldo? Su Heng. Why not Rivaldo? And thus, the first half concluded. Real Madrid led Atletico 2-1, thanks to Su Heng's brace. This also positioned Su Heng as the team's top scorer with 6 goals. I believe that even if Atletico adopted a defensive posture akin to that used against Ronaldo, it would suffice to counter Su Heng. As the second half commenced, Atletico indeed made adjustments, but not solely targeting Su Heng. They intensified their pressing, becoming quicker, stronger, and more aggressive. It was evident that Atletico aspired to secure a victory on their home turf. If Real Madrid was unafraid of injury, they were encouraged to continue their pursuit of goals. In the 48th minute, Lopez and Salgado engaged in a fierce contest for the ball. Ultimately, Lopez brought Salgado down. Although he initially made contact with the ball, he subsequently struck Salgado's ankle, prompting the referee to issue a yellow card to Lopez. The Real Madrid medical team entered the field, shaking their heads after assessing the situation. Consequently, Real Madrid was compelled to make a substitution, bringing on Chisinho. The atmosphere intensified due to this foul in the 56th minute. Petrov again grabbed hold of Zidane, infuriating him to the point where Zidane discarded the ball, turned, and shoved Petrov's hand aside, asserting his presence. When Zidane is calm, he is a saint. When angered, he transforms into a demon. A mass confrontation ensued between the players. Had it not been for Su Heng's efforts to restore Zidane's composure, a brawl might have erupted. Ultimately, Petrov received a yellow card, but Zidane also faced a stern warning from the referee. In the 62nd minute, Gabi fouled Figo from behind as he dribbled through the defense, leading to yet another standoff. Gabi was shown a yellow card, causing the Atletico players to jeer. Due to these two incidents, Real Madrid emerged unscathed, while Atletico players faced bookings. This was their home ground. Didn't the home referee understand how to officiate? If not, he should observe matches involving Barcelona to learn how to avoid embarrassment. The referee's pressure mounted, despite his decisions being largely accurate. He had already issued warnings to Atletico players. Otherwise, there would have been even more cards shown. However, it was evident that only Atletico players were receiving bookings. Creating an uncomfortable perception, in the 68th minute, tensions erupted into conflict. The catalyst was Ramos' tackle on Koeman, which led to a scuffle when Koeman retaliated with an elbow strike during a moment of calm. Players from both sides rushed in, and the confrontation escalated. The referee desperately blew his whistle, but to no avail. It was only when Su Heng intervened, pushing aside the players, that the situation began to de-escalate. His presence imposed a strong sense of order among the Real Madrid players. When he called for a ceasefire, his teammates complied. Naturally, he also pushed away Atletico players to prevent any potential attacks on his retreating teammates. In contrast, Atletico's young captain appeared somewhat impotent during the fray. This exemplified leadership beyond the pitch. Su Heng had decisively outperformed Torres. Following the confrontation, Real Madrid opted for a protective substitution, with Baptista replacing Raúl and Guti coming on for Figo. Had they not exhausted their substitution quota, they might have considered taking Zidane off, as the likelihood of injuries had significantly increased. During this altercation, Garcia of Real Madrid received a yellow card in the 76th minute. Ramos retaliated with a reckless tackle on Koeman, resulting in a yellow card. This was perilous, as Ramos was at risk of a second yellow, which could lead to a dismissal. The more sensitive the situation, the harsher the referee's decisions might become. Ramos was indeed pushing his luck. In the 81st minute, Su Heng drifted to the right flank. Lopez anticipated that Su Heng would attempt to cross, given that he is right-footed. However, to his surprise, Su Heng used his left foot to deftly cut inside, slipping the ball through Lopez's legs and successfully entering the box. Enraged by the humiliation and spurred on by the earlier conflicts, Lopez charged at Su Heng from behind, intent on demonstrating his prowess. Yet, the following moment revealed the referee's signal. Su Heng had entered the penalty area. A foul was called. The referee did not overreact. But Lopez had already received a yellow card. Thus, 2 yellows led to a red, and Lopez was sent off. Atletico was now down a player. Subsequently, Zidane converted the penalty, extending the score to 3-1. Atletico's chances of victory had all but evaporated. Chapter 132. Torres's acceleration path. In the 87th minute, Baptista received the ball on the right side just outside the penalty area, easily fending off an opponent's challenge. Baptista's physicality and ball protection skills were formidable. Despite a 2-man effort from Atletico, they could only succeed in stealing the ball as Baptista fell to the ground. The referee, however, signaled a foul against the defense. This awarded Real Madrid a promising free kick. Beckham, known for his exquisite bending shots, stood poised to either take a direct shot or deliver a pass. Atletico's wall anticipated a strike from Beckham. Given his high success rate with free kicks, there seemed to be no reason for him to pass. Yet, in a surprising turn, Beckham executed a stunning free kick. The ball did not soar towards the goal but rather arced toward the far post. Su Hang and Gabby engaged in a tug-of-war, both leaping for the ball, but Su Hang soared higher. Bang! The ball struck Su Hang's head, and he hardly needed to exert force. It ricocheted toward the goal. Beckham's trajectory was, as always, precise. All Su Hang needed was to provide a touch, allowing the ball to find its way into the net. Such an attack would easily elude not only Franco but even the likes of Real Madrid's Casillas. Goal, 4-1. Another for Su Hang. He completed his hat trick. Remarkable. His leaping ability and heading prowess were extraordinary. He utterly dominated Gabby. Indeed. As Beckham had previously stated, if your team possesses a header as skilled as Su Hang, failing to pass to him is tantamount to a crime. In the face of a goal, Beckham chose Su Hang. Su Hang sprinted toward the Real Madrid supporters, leaping high into the air. The divine presence descended. The Real Madrid fans erupted in cheers alongside Su Hang. The Calderon Stadium reverberated with the sound of joy.at that moment. The residents of Madrid knew the outcome of this derby. Real Madrid had undoubtedly triumphed. When the Su resounded, it signaled Real Madrid's victory. Moreover, this victory was unequivocally Su Hang's triumph. Time and again, this had become a pattern. People could already envision the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers. The stadium conquered by Su had gained yet another accolade. Inside the stadium, in the 93rd minute, Atletico continued their final struggle. Torres attempted to evade Ramos for a shot, but Ramos had displayed exceptional form throughout the match. Aside from a few impulsive moments, his defense was nearly flawless. Ramos intercepted Torres and launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Baptista shielded off Atletico's defender, chesting the ball down for Su Hang before turning to make a forward run. Su Hang met the ball with his left foot, executing a deft flick that pierced through Atletico's already fragile defense. Baptista, racing against time, leaped to meet the ball before Franco could intervene, making contact. Whoosh! The ball grazed Franco's fingertips but maintained its trajectory, finding the net point 5-1. The beast Baptista delivered another blow to Atletico. This goal was set up by Su Hang's assist. His unexpected left-footed flick had proven fruitful. He rarely utilized his left foot, yet today, he had created 2 goals for his teammates with it. This match was an excruciating defeat for Atletico Madrid. Whether it be Atlantico or Torres, as a team or as individuals, Real Madrid emerged victorious. Today, Madrid belongs to Real Madrid. The sky over Madrid is a pristine white. Ultimately, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match concluded 5-1. With this significant victory, Real Madrid solidifies its position in 3rd place in the league, narrowing the gap with the 2nd-place team. In the aftermath, Atletico players expressed their grievances vehemently. They accused the referee of bias towards Real Madrid and condemned the repeated fouls committed by the real players. Particularly, the yellow card incident involving Ramos was highlighted by Atletico fans as a prime example. This decision indeed sparked controversy, with many believing that Ramos should have received a red card. In response, Suang acknowledged that in such an intensely contested match, misjudgments are inevitable. Atletico feels they were wronged, while we too believe we were unjustly treated. Atletico contends that Ramos should have been shown a red card. Yet conversely, we argue that at least 3 of Atletico's players should have been sent off in this match. In truth, despite numerous such grievances, Atletico Madrid remains a commendable team. Torres is unmatched in his sharpness, and Gabi's attitude towards the game is one that all his peers should aspire to emulate. So, why can't Atletico's fans also recognize the prowess of the Galácticos? There exists a tangible disparity in strength between the 2 teams, making any scoreline conceivable. Zidane, Figo, Ronaldo, Beckham, Raúl, Carlos, Guti, Casillas, Baptista. Losing to such a Real Madrid is not a disgrace. Su Hang's remarks resonated with many neutral fans. Indeed, any scoreline against the Galácticos is reasonable. In fact, it is entirely justifiable for any team in the world to lose to the Galácticos, for they are the most luxurious team in existence today. The Atletico players chose not to voice further complaints. After all, they were the defeated side. The vanquished expressing their grievances is merely the impotent rage of the weak. However, the players of Atletico will remember this moment. One day in the future, they will surely triumph over Real Madrid. Undoubtedly, According to insiders, after this match, Torres changed his computer wallpaper to Su Hong's celebratory gesture, seemingly as a source of motivation for himself. When questioned by the media, Torres denied this action. Ding, your hat trick has evoked envy in Torres, who aspires to achieve such feats in the Madrid derby and, even more importantly, in greater matches, as if a deity had descended. He has set your celebration as his wallpaper, eager to learn from your strengths, while simultaneously recognizing his own advantages. His acceleration over longer distances far surpasses yours. Particularly during mid-long range sprints, you have acquired Torres's acceleration trajectory. Torres's acceleration trajectory. The holy infant Torres possesses incredible speed, and his vertical acceleration on either side of the penalty area is enviable. Giving him dominance in that position, your speed, explosiveness, and attacking instincts have all been enhanced. As the ball approaches the goal line, your speed increases. Thus, Torres' wallpaper is indeed Suong. Haha, Suong remarked that Torres has keen insight. This solidifies Su's status as a top-tier forward. Of course, Torres' acceleration trajectory is remarkably effective. Often, it is evident that certain passes are destined to roll out of play, with players unable to keep up. Suong encounters such situations more frequently, owing to his slower speed. Chapter 133, Kerala's all-night interview. The next day Suong caught a cold. However, now, he has the opportunity to surprise everyone. The goalkeeping god is Suong, indeed. This will introduce more variations to Real Madrid's attack. In fact, Real Madrid's acquisition of Robinho was precisely to fulfill this role. When top teams meet, achieving a one-on-one breakthrough is challenging. Relying on a playmaker to create opportunities is similarly difficult. Most chances are generated through movement. A seemingly harmless pass is given, and both teams engage in a race, with the one who outpaces the other creating better opportunities. Only through such indirect means can goals be achieved. When top teams find themselves directly confronted with chances to score, it is deemed a mistake. 5-1. Real Madrid triumphs once again in the Madrid derby. The strongest captain belongs to Real Madrid. Su Hong's 3 goals and 1 assist conquer the Alderaan Stadium. Entering the top 5 in La Liga's scoring chart, Suong is just 3 goals shy of last season's tally. The spirit of the scorer cannot be contained. From this moment on, when discussing La Liga's premier scorers, we must include Suong. Real Madrid's top scorer, Suong, with 7 goals and 2 assists, surpasses legends like Ronaldo, Raúl, and Zidane to reign as the top scorer for Real Madrid. Sitting third, looking up, Real Madrid embarks on a 5-match winning streak, relentlessly pursuing the top of the La Liga standings. In a heartbeat, Real Madrid is basking in glory. Everything is progressing in the most favorable direction. Once Ronaldo returns, the depth of Real Madrid's attack will increase, and the Galácticos will be ready to break through the atmosphere. On October 19th, in the third round of the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid hosted Rosenborg. 2-0. Real Madrid celebrated their 6th consecutive victory across all competitions. Surging with momentum, both Figo and Raúl scored, with Zidane providing an assist. However, in the 72nd minute, Zidane had to leave the field due to injury, casting a shadow over the Bernabeu Stadium. Zidane is different from Ronaldo. Ronaldo is younger than Zidane and Figo by nearly 4 years. At 29 this year, in previous years, he was merely 26 or 27. After an injury, returning to form is not difficult for him. In fact, regaining peak condition is entirely possible. However, for older players, once injured, their form often plummets dramatically. While Zidane still demonstrates the caliber of a world-class midfielder, following this injury, he may find himself reduced to a level akin to Gudi's. This also relates to the so-called FIFA virus. Misfortunes seldom come alone. Midweek, Clara, the beautiful reporter from Marca, now regarded as the most beautiful reporter in Spain, invited Suong to dinner and conducted an exclusive interview with him. Such matters cannot be disclosed amidst competition, but once the dust settles, they become part of the legendary narrative. Considering Clara's attire of black stockings, this interview extended throughout the night. The following day during training, Suong discovered he had caught a cold. He had long advised Clara to choose an orc, yet she insisted on a tauren. Consequently, they failed to clear a single instance throughout the night, leaving him exasperated. Suong sat on the sidelines, lamenting. He could not fathom the utility of Clara's extravagant gaming attire. Do black stockings confer magical powers? Do the black pouches on her thighs enhance health and mana? Does the choker increase attack speed? Moreover, it was evident that Clara harbored a strong desire to win. She had not smiled throughout the night. Surely it was due to her failure to clear the dungeon. Clara, in response, expressed that one truly cannot befriend fools. I dressed so alluringly and said I would accompany you in anything, yet you dragged me into a night of World of Warcraft? You utter loser. You are nothing but a disgrace to players. Look at other football stars, especially the English ones. While they may not have been as famous as you at your age, they had already amassed a collection of nightclub membership cards. You pathetic creature? Clara's tirade left Suong utterly speechless. The black stockings failed to charm the handsome and wealthy. What should she wear next time? A Christmas-themed outfit? A nurse's attire? A secretary's uniform? How about a referee's outfit? This could resonate with Sue's lifestyle and profession. As the saying goes, misfortunes do not come singly. Following Zidane's injury and Suhong's cold, during a training session at Real Madrid, Figo found himself fatigued due to the burden of consecutive matches, resulting in a significant decline in his performance. With the intervention of the team doctor, Figo and Luxemburgo reached an agreement for him to rest during the next match. Consequently, in the 8th round of La Liga on October 23rd, Real Madrid's starting lineup saw considerable changes. Several players from the South American contingent, including Baptista, Cicinho, and Diogo, were granted starting opportunities. However, Real Madrid lost the chance to ascend to the top of the league. Succumbing to a 1-2 defeat against Valencia at the Bernabeu. Ramos scored Real Madrid's sole goal during a corner kick. Baptista's lack of organizational ability was glaringly apparent in this match. On October 26th, during the 9th round of La Liga, Suong had recovered from his cold. In fact, Suhong's substitution was not an issue. However, it remains debatable whether Figo should still be placed on the bench after regaining form, as Real Madrid currently lacks players capable of orchestrating attacks in the forward line. Neither Baptista, Robinho, nor Cicinho are playmakers. Luxemburgo's arrangement seems aimed at proving that the Brazilian contingent can indeed lead Real Madrid to victory. This way, he might regain control of the team and suppress the local and international contingents led by Suong. Unfortunately, even though Robinho provided an assist to Ronaldo, Real Madrid still lost the match 1-3 against Deportivo La Coruña. Moreover, the recently recovered Ronaldo sustained yet another injury in the 61st minute. The expression of confusion and despair on Ronaldo's face as he left the field post-injury became the headline of major media outlets. The alien phenomenon of injuries continues to plague him. Considering his performance since joining Real Madrid, it is not unreasonable to label him as fragile. No one can deny Ronaldo's immense talent. However, charging for 2 hours only allows for 5 minutes of conversation, which is simply inadequate for a primary device. Real Madrid requires a healthy and stable starting forward, and that individual is undoubtedly Su Hang, who currently occupies the bench. Chapter 134. This lesson is called Perspective. On October 27th, a severe conflict erupted within Real Madrid. The cause lay in Luxemburgo's refusal to adjust the lineup despite the team's defeat, as he continued to train the main squad with players from the South American contingent, including Baptista, Robinho, Coutinho, and Diogo. This incited dissatisfaction in Su Hang. Of course, during training, Su Hang was part of the starting team, but he believed that several players from the bench deserved a place in the first team. Luxemburgo exploded in fury. You have no right to criticize my arrangements. I am the head coach of this team. Su Hang retorted, yes, your arrangements. Hence, after a 6-match winning streak, the team faced 2 consecutive defeats. Moreover, Ronaldo has injured himself once again. My team had warned you before the last match not to rush Ronaldo back, as his injury had not fully healed. But you did not listen. You have harmed Ronaldo and jeopardized Real Madrid. While this may have offended other players, Su Hang argued that apart from Zidane, Figo was the only one capable of orchestrating and initiating attacks in the front line. Luxemburgo's face turned pale with rage. So? You say it should be so? You think you know better than I do? Why aren't you the assistant coach then? The team should pay you 2 salaries. Who do you think you are? Su Hang pointed to the captain's armband on his arm. I am not anyone's subordinate, but I am the captain of Real Madrid. I have the right to offer suggestions for the development of this team. Since we are on this topic, may I ask, what credentials do you possess to determine the starting players? What justifies the starting positions of Diogo, Coutinho, Robinho, and Baptista? Their main squad has had a tough competition against the bench team led by Figo, Raúl, Guti, and Helguera. Yet why is it that, aside from Raúl, the others are relegated to the bench? Even Raúl is frequently substituted by you. Do you think you are playing a simulation game? Luxemburgo replied, so, you think if you say it should be so, it will be so? You are nothing but a bully. Su Hang countered, and what are you? A syringe. or perhaps modeling clay. The verbal exchange escalated to a boiling point, and had it not been for the intervention of the Brazilian players, Luxemburgo would have undoubtedly confronted Su Heng physically. Following this confrontation, the incident was reported extensively by various media outlets, leading to a disastrous fallout. That evening, Luxemburgo released a lengthy statement accusing Su Heng of being a tyrant within the team. Do not be fooled by his recent appointment as captain. He has already begun to enjoy privileges. He has his own personal entourage, and his presence is more extravagant than Ronaldo's. He never respects the training plans set by the team. His diet, schedule, and assessments all deviate from the team's requirements. He lacks basic respect for his teammates, forming cliques within the team and discriminating against players of African descent and South American players. He often disregards the team's tactics, believing the pitch belongs solely to him. Convinced that Real Madrid's victories are solely due to his efforts, this lengthy statement contained numerous accusations against Su Heng, portraying him as an atrocious and despicable player, utterly unforgivable. However, almost simultaneously, Su Heng released his own lengthy statement, which was essentially a thesis on the reform of Real Madrid's training and assessment methods. He outlined the training models of various teams and the criteria for determining the starting lineup, denying the potential of players like Robinho, Coutinho, and Diogo, while praising Baptista's abilities and training attitude. Su Heng emphasized the need for scientific evaluation standards to further enhance Real Madrid's performance in matches, maximizing the team's chances of victory in pursuit of various honors. In conclusion, he proposed a more rational scheme for selecting starting players. The current squad of Real Madrid is relatively balanced. We possess numerous superstars, among the strongest players in the world, who still stand atop the global stage. However, their age is an undeniable reality. At this juncture, our objective should not be to discard them. Only a fool would forsake these superstars, who remain core players in their national teams. Their competitive levels are unquestionable, yet they require ample rest. Young players necessitate extensive training to unlock their potential and develop chemistry with their teammates. However, scheduling strenuous training during non-competitive periods for these 30-something superstars is inequitable. It constitutes a futile drain on resources. Therefore, future training for Real Madrid should primarily focus on fostering synergy through possession-based drills, such as circle drills and small-sided possession exercises, rather than intense competitive matches and high-intensity training sessions that could easily lead to injuries among teammates. The two approaches are simply not on the same level, too insidious. Su Heng is truly despicable. The more severely Luxemburgo slandered him, the more it highlighted Luxemburgo's own pettiness and Su Heng's magnanimity. At this point, whether or not Su Heng is a tyrant became irrelevant, as he had already ascended to the moral high ground, establishing himself as a saint who solely considers the team's interests. This is an invincible position. Sure enough, the following day, media outlets widely circulated Su Heng's proposals to Real Madrid. Su Heng's suggestions are grounded in Real Madrid's actual circumstances and possess high feasibility. The Galácticos and stars like Zidane are two sides of the same coin. Without these superstars, Real Madrid would cease to be the Galácticos. Daily Sports. We must acknowledge that Su Heng's suggestions strike a chord. This is the best way to keep the Galácticos afloat. Otherwise, Real Madrid will face several years of turmoil, much like us at Barcelona. Chapter 135. The Countdown to Luxemburgo's Coaching Tenure Turn Sports. Su Heng's recommendations are suitable for all teams preparing for renewal. They achieve a balance between nurturing new talent and maintaining the team's competitive spirit. Juventus should consider adopting them. The Times. Wenger believes Su Heng is correct. While many veterans may have physical issues, their skills remain at their peak. To place them on the bench is a disrespect to their abilities. Kicker. Had Bayern realized this earlier, they would not be in their current predicament of an aging squad. Bayern needs a clear-headed captain like Su Heng. In no time, Su Heng's reputation soared. A tyrant? Nonsense. For the good of the team, he was even willing to bear the label of a tyrant. This is truly heartbreaking. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Marca's Clara column provided a counter-explanation to Luxemburgo's accusations. Su Heng does not disregard the team's training schedule. He is always putting in extra work. His training volume is the highest in all of Real Madrid, and any player, coach, or staff member can attest to this. His diet, schedule, and assessments are thus specially arranged. Indeed, they are far beyond the team standard. This season, reports indicated that Su Heng's body fat percentage was the lowest in the entire team and has remained so. From last season to this one, there have been numerous classic examples of this. Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Raúl, And others have mentioned this in interviews multiple times. Finally, regarding the allegations of Su Heng discriminating against players of African descent and South American players, such claims are nothing but malicious slander and false accusations. As an Asian, Su Heng has long faced discrimination. It would be a blessing not to be discriminated against, so how could he possibly discriminate against others? Furthermore, Su Heng has always respected all players and fans. Let us not forget that he once played through injury for a young black fan, Mbappe. How could such a player harbor discriminatory beliefs? In the face of such blatant defamation, Su Heng's personal team is already seeking legal support. Clara's report frightened Luxemburgo so much that he hurriedly deleted his accusatory statement, yet the content continued to circulate. Soon, in an effort to mitigate the adverse impact, Real Madrid directly intervened in this internal conflict. Florentino personally announced that the team would proceed as Su Heng suggested. If, at the beginning of the season, Florentino treated Luxemburgo and Su Heng equally, then the latter's 3 consecutive defeats under Luxemburgo's leadership tilted the scales in Su Heng's favor. Now, with Luxemburgo's latest mismanagement leading to another 2 consecutive defeats and his public attack on Su Heng, he lost the last shred of trust from Florentino. Rumors suggest that Florentino has already reached out to renowned Serie A coach Capello to inquire about the possibility of him taking the helm at Real Madrid. Considering Capello's stature, he is unlikely to step in as a temporary coach mid-season. However, he has a significant chance of taking over after this season. Despite Capello's current success with Juventus, the allure of the Galácticos remains highly enticing. Of course, aside from Capello, media reports indicate that Real Madrid intends to consult several world-renowned coaches. The countdown to Luxemburgo's tenure at Real Madrid has begun, and this internal conflict has further solidified Su Heng's position within the team. Even amidst the solidarity of the American contingent, Su Heng still managed to seize control of the team. On the surface, there were no players within Real Madrid capable of challenging Su Heng any longer. Once Su Heng's proposed training regimen was approved, the starting lineup for Real Madrid was swiftly established. Players such as Guti, Baptista, and Robinho became pivotal rotations for the squad. Chicharito and Salgado engaged in fierce competition for their positions. On October 29, Real Madrid faced Real Betis away from home. Figo contributed with a goal and an assist, earning the title of Man of the Match. Beckham provided an assist as well. Real Madrid comfortably defeated Real Betis with a score of 2-0. More astonishing than the scoreline was the dominance exhibited by Real Madrid throughout the match. They maintained a staggering 65 possession, thoroughly suppressing Betis. Aside from Su Heng's unfortunate streak of 3 matches without a goal, everything unfolded perfectly. Consequently, Real Madrid solidified their position in 3rd place in the league, and once again had the chance to challenge for the top spot. After the match, assistant coach Simon lauded Su Heng's training proposal, noting that to his knowledge, over 5 clubs in La Liga had adopted similar training schemes. Despite still holding the position of assistant coach, Simon had effectively become the de facto head coach following Luxemburgo's complete failure. Overseeing all training, starting arrangements, and substitutions. Apart from consulting Luxemburgo when necessary, Simon even took charge of press conferences. Having endured hardship and bided his time for over 6 months, Simon felt immense relief at not having left Real Madrid in a fit of frustration. Thus, it is indeed Su Heng who prevails. Trust in Su Heng shall endure eternally. Su Heng is forever the best. Simon had essentially become an ardent admirer of Su Heng. Su Heng. Were you not one before? Simon. I suppose so. I have long been an admirer. On November 1 during the 4th round of the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid played away against Rosenborg. In this match, Zidane made a return from injury. Su Heng earned a free kick, which Beckham executed flawlessly into the net. In the 75th minute, Baptista came on as a substitute for Figo, and shortly after, Carlos assisted Baptista in scoring. The match concluded with a score of 2-0. As Real Madrid once again claimed an easy victory, maintaining pressure on Luxembourg. Their form was evidently impressive. Following this match, Su Heng acquired the skill of lateral passing. This fundamental ability enhanced his lateral passing capacity. Essential for forwards who thrive on creating space, it is not about crossing the ball but rather executing ground-level passes. Crosses typically originate from the flanks, yet a center forward's lateral movement does not always necessitate extreme deviation to the wings. Often, they halt in the half-dash space. In such moments, aerial passes are not effective, difficult to execute and receive. Chapter 136. Su Heng encounters a 450-minute goal drought. On November 6, in the 11th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Zaragoza. Ronaldo, who had been nursing a minor injury, made his appearance as a substitute in the 76th minute and scored the only goal of the match, leading Real Madrid to a third consecutive victory. With the assistance of Zidane professional team, Ronaldo's playing time was strategically adjusted. Although starting was a matter of respect, being a substitute maximized the prevention of further injury to Ronaldo. Having grown wary of injuries, Ronaldo no longer aspired to be a starter. He genuinely wished to participate in a few matches without jeopardizing his career. As for his standing within the team, Ronaldo remained unconcerned. Regardless of who had come before or would follow, he would always be the most threatening player on the squad. He would not be overlooked. Thus, Ronaldo temporarily owed Luxembourgo an apology. His actions became the final straw that broke the American contingent. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The American contingent was left in disarray. Carlos's dreams of leadership were shattered, and his spirit waned. Although Baptista lost his starting position, Zidane still designated him as an important rotation player, even considering him for starting roles in certain matches. Given their amicable relationship, Baptista was essentially secured in his position. Robinho's playing time was significantly reduced, but based on both his experience and performance, he was only fit to be a substitute. If he viewed himself as a starter, he would suffer greatly. However, as long as he did not fixate on the starting position, he would consistently receive opportunities as a substitute. The two flanks of Real Madrid were willing to offer him chances. If he persevered for 2 years, becoming a regular starter on the wings would pose no issue. It ultimately depended on his mindset. Nevertheless, this narrow 1-0 victory was perceived by some media outlets as a sign of Real Madrid's fatigue. El Diario Deportivo proclaimed, "Without Ronaldo, Real Madrid would have lost this match." Thus, they deemed Real Madrid as a negligible threat. Mundo Deportivo further seized upon the opportunity, highlighting, Zidane has gone 5 consecutive matches without a goal or assist. Although the captain of Real Madrid triumphed in internal conflicts, it seemed he would not succeed in external battles. The 450-minute goal drought suggested that Zidane had lost his scoring prowess. Zidane had become an invisible presence on the pitch, lacking the qualification to start for Real Madrid. According to his previous assertions, he should sit on the bench for the next match. Why were the media affiliated with Barcelona so agitated? Because the next match was the season's first Spanish El Clásico. Real Madrid and Barcelona were set to clash once again. Based on past encounters, Barcelona hoped Zidane would remain on the bench and refrain from wandering about. Over the past 2 seasons, Real Madrid and Barcelona had faced each other 4 times in the league, with both teams claiming 2 victories each, resulting in a stalemate. However, in the 2 matches won by Barcelona, Zidane did not participate. In the 2 matches won by Real Madrid, Zidane played and dominated. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Zidane had triumphed over Barcelona twice in El Clásico. Therefore, despite Barcelona's recent attempts to amplify Zidane's goal drought, should they seek to eliminate a Real Madrid player? The entire Barcelona squad, along with the club and its fans, would unanimously choose to remove Zidane. On November 9th, the Balon d'Or unveiled its list of 50 nominees, with 10 players announced. Over the following 5 days, all nominees would be disclosed. Subsequently, the panel would select 5 players from the 50 for voting. The first choice vote was worth 6 points, the second 4 points, the third 3 points, the fourth 2 points, and the fifth 1 point, ranking players based on total points. In the case of ties, the player with the most first choice votes would take precedence. If the first choice votes were equal, the second choice votes would be considered, and so forth. During a day off, Zidane invited all his teammates to his home for a dinner gathering. After the meal, some teammates departed, while others formed groups to head to nightclubs for the second half of the evening. Zidane, Raúl, Figo, and Beckham remained until the end. They discussed Zidane's training reforms and commended his arrangements, deeming the chosen training model to be exceptionally scientific. In response, Zidane remarked that they were all beneficiaries of the system, hence their perception of its scientific nature. In reality, this possession-based training method bore significant flaws. Under such a model, players' synergy and passing abilities became critical determinants of performance. Older players generally possessed decent passing skills. Among seasoned players, the existing chemistry was undeniable. If any team relied on this training methodology to determine the starting lineup, positions would invariably be dominated by veterans. Thus, the selection process would prioritize experience over merit. Conversely, if the starting lineup emphasized speed and physicality, the chosen players would likely skew towards youth, as younger players inherently excel in these attributes and possess a greater drive to prove themselves. There are no absolute distinctions between good and bad. The pitch necessitates daring and tenacious players, as well as those capable of orchestrating the game. It is not a matter of black and white, but rather a question of balance. Different teams require different compositions. If a team leans excessively towards youthful talents, there is a risk of sidelining older players, whose performance may be significantly declining. Should Su Heng's plan be implemented, young players would be deprived of opportunities to ascend, leaving veterans to monopolize starting positions. Consequently, Barcelona's performance would inevitably suffer. The past 2 or 3 seasons had exemplified this predicament for Barcelona. However, Real Madrid's veterans remained at the peak of their abilities. The new young recruits appeared promising, yet their true capacities remained uncertain. In any case, Su Heng did not believe that any of the new signings could rival the talents of Messi or Iniesta. Thus, Real Madrid needed to allow older players to maintain more starting roles. As a result, this training proposal disproportionately favored veterans while amplifying the disadvantages faced by younger players. The training regimen was not particularly commendable. The true challenge lay in accurately assessing the internal dynamics of the team. In the subsequent days, Real Madrid conducted thorough research on Barcelona in preparation for the upcoming El Clásico at Barcelona's Camp Nou. Real Madrid had not secured a victory there in quite some time. Their last 2 triumphs over Barcelona had occurred at the Bernabeu. Chapter 137. The list of 50 nominees for the Balon d'Or. The media was already heating up for this national derby. Eto'o gallops ahead, leading the La Liga scoring charts. Real Madrid's attack falters, and Su Heng faces a dire goal drought. Ronaldinho, Eto'o, and Messi are in exceptional form. Real Madrid's recent form has evidently declined, managing to score only a single goal in their latest match. Barcelona, on the other hand, has completely put an end to internal conflicts this season, uniting in their pursuit of glory in both the league and the Champions League. Since Suang assumed the role of captain, Real Madrid has faced continuous turmoil, teetering on the brink of despair at any moment. The 4th round of the Balon d'Or nominations has been announced, featuring Ronaldinho and Eto'o among the candidates. Numerous media outlets predict that their rankings will be within the top 10. Ronaldinho stands a substantial chance of clinching this year's Balon d'Or. Over the past season, he led his national team to victory in the Confederations Cup. At the club level, he netted an impressive 30 goals for Barcelona across various competitions, bearing in mind that he is a midfielder. Ronaldinho's fiercest rival for the Balon d'Or hails from the Premier League. Lampard guided Chelsea to a season where they lost only once in the league, securing the championship. Gerrard led Liverpool to a remarkable comeback in the Champions League final in Istanbul. Indeed, this year's Balon d'Or sees Ronaldinho as a prime contender. Furthermore, not only is he backed by his prowess and statistics, but his flair on the pitch has garnered immense popularity. With Ronaldo in poor form, a vast legion of Brazilian supporters has rallied behind Ronaldinho, heralding his potential ascendance to legendary status this year. Additionally, Eto'o is widely regarded as one of the top 10 players. However, while Real Madrid may lack in quality, they surpass Barcelona in numbers. With the announcement of the 5th and final batch of Balon d'Or candidates, all 50 nominees have been revealed. Juventus astonishingly boasts 9 players on this list, resembling a Galácticos of Serie A: Buffon, Cannavaro, Ibrahimovic, Camoranesi, Nedved, Thuram, Trezeguet, Emerson, and Vieira. Chelsea, having clinched the Premier League title last year, also saw 7 players nominated: Lampard, Cech, Drogba, Essien, Makelele, Terry, and Robin. Alongside Chelsea stands last year's La Liga champions, Real Madrid, featuring Ronaldo, Beckham, Zidane, Figo, Ariel, Carlos, and Suang. In truth, apart from Ronaldo and Zidane, the inclusion of other players was questionable. Yet, Suang has instigated a chemical reaction within the team, particularly transforming Real Madrid in the second half of the season, leading them to secure the La Liga title that was rightfully Barcelona's. Real Madrid's players are already renowned, and as long as their statistics hold up, gaining a spot on this list is relatively effortless. Following closely are AC Milan with 5 nominees: Shevchenko, Dida, Kak, Maldini, and Pirlo. Barcelona also boasts 5 nominees. Besides Ronaldinho and Eto'o, Deco, Van Bommel, and Xavi have made the cut. Liverpool, however, has only 3 representatives: Gerrard, Carragher, and Luis Garcade. The remaining stars are equally illustrious, including Cristiano Ronaldo, Adriano, Diego Forlan, Henry, Rooney, Van Nistelrooy, Maklel, and Park Ji-sung, among others. This marks the 3rd consecutive year that the young Cristiano Ronaldo has been nominated for the Balon d'Or 50-man shortlist. It is also the first nomination for young talents like Suang and Rooney. They may not be the best among their youthful peers, yet platforms like Manchester United and Real Madrid have propelled them to fame and scrutiny at a quicker pace. On November 19th, an epic encounter looms. The Galácticos are set to visit the Bernabéu. The season's first Spanish national derby is about to commence. Prior to the match, Real Madrid announced their starting lineup: Ronaldo, Raúl, Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Garque, Carlos, Helguera, Ramos, Cicinho, and Casillas, with Suang seated on the bench. Salgado has temporarily lost out in his battle with Cicinho, who has been in better form lately. The bench also includes Baptista, Robinho, and Guti, forming one of the rare fully fit squads for Real Madrid in recent seasons. Consequently, the merengues are brimming with confidence. However, Barcelona's starting lineup is equally formidable. Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Messi, Deco, Edmilson, Xavi, Van Bronckhorst, Emmerquez, Puyol, Olger, and Vault S.I. In terms of core players, Barcelona undoubtedly boasts a significantly younger squad. Ronaldinho, Eto'o, Deco, and Xavi are all a tier younger than Real Madrid's Figo, Zidane, Ronaldo, and Beckham. Barcelona fans are optimistic about defeating Real Madrid on their home turf. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially begins. Both teams immediately exhibit high intensity, showcasing their desire for victory. However, in the 15th minute, Barcelona strikes first. Young winger Lionel Messi skillfully evades Carlos before delivering a diagonal pass. Eto'o makes a well-timed run into the box, receiving the ball and executing a shot from a tight angle. The ball ricochets off Casillas' leg and into the net. Barcelona takes a 1-0 lead. Eto'o's goal tally rises to 11, an astonishing feat considering this is only the 12th match of La Liga. His nearly 1 goal per match ratio is nothing short of phenomenal. This goal instills confidence in Barcelona. In the 21st minute, Messi once again penetrates the right flank, and after hitting the ground, he manages to deliver a cross. Fortunately, Helguera intercepts the ball. Otherwise, Eto'o would have been poised to score again. In the 29th minute, Figo, showing no signs of age, carries the ball through the center and tears apart Barcelona's defense with a penetrating pass. Alas, Puyol, ever vigilant, anticipates and intercepts the ball before Ronaldo can make a play. In the 33rd minute, Deco's long-range shot strikes the post, missing the goal by a mere centimeter. In the 41st minute, Deco takes a free kick, and Emmerquez heads the ball toward the goal. However, due to Ramos' interference, the header sails high, failing to pose a threat. Throughout the first half, Barcelona has largely dominated, with both Ronaldinho and Messi delivering dazzling performances. Is this it? Is this all Real Madrid can muster? It seems there's a reason they currently sit in third place in the league. This is the apparent disparity between the league leaders and those in third. Barcelona is treating Real Madrid like children. What does it matter that 7 Real Madrid players made the Balon d'Or shortlist? It is merely a hollow accolade. Chapter 138. The Spanish National Derby Revisited. Messi undoubtedly deserves a spot on the Balon d'Or list. His performance far surpasses that of Suang, who has yet to register any statistics this match. As a neutral fan, I must inquire, could Suhong's lack of statistics be due to the fact that he did not step onto the pitch? Not playing suggests he may not be up to par, right? Those who play are inherently superior to those who do not. Yet even those who take the field cannot measure up to Messi, let alone those who remain on the sidelines. Precisely. Relying on the aging Zidane and Figo, along with a Ronaldo who is merely a shadow of his former self, is the extent of Real Madrid's current predicament. Meanwhile, Barcelona's defense remains impenetrable. The few threatening attacks from Real Madrid are solely initiated by Figo. This Barcelona side excels at countering slower teams like Real Madrid. Only speed, incisive runs, and breakthroughs can pose a threat to them. Thus, Real Madrid is preparing to take a gamble, intending to substitute in players around the 70-minute mark for a final push. However, before that, they must not concede any more goals. Solid defensive work is imperative. Luxemburgo scoffs at the tactics devised for Simon and Suangid. It was ill-advised to start Zidane in this match. Robinho should have been the choice instead. As for Raúl, he has proven ineffective. And Baptista, a powerhouse, should have been brought in to challenge Barcelona's defense. However, after overlooking these 2 players, Real Madrid has lost the ability to initiate a counterattack. The pressing question remains: who will orchestrate the offensive revival? In the second half, at the 52nd minute, Luxemburgo displays a fleeting smile, quickly masking it again as Barcelona scores once more. Van Bronckhorst receives a pass from Deco and makes a triangular play toward Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho feigns a shot, deceiving Ramos, and charges into the left side of the penalty area before unleashing a stunning curled shot, marking it 2-0. Barcelona extends their lead. Real Madrid's strategy has clearly failed. Simon grows restless, glancing at Suong, inquiring whether an early substitution is warranted. Suong shakes his head, indicating that they must wait. Currently, Barcelona's players still possess ample stamina. If Real Madrid introduces a surprise player without a definitive advantage, it will no longer be a surprise. They must bide their time. The plan for Robinho to enter in the 70-minute mark absolutely cannot be expedited. Yet, misfortune strikes again. In the 56th minute, RAL drops back to assist Figo in a 1-2 play. Figo advances into the arc of the penalty area. The new and old kings of the Portugal national team face off. Deco has been exceptionally active in this match, and it is difficult to dismiss the influence of Figo as an opponent. Deco was once a Brazilian player. After being omitted from the national team, he chose to represent Portugal, becoming one of the most successful naturalized players in history. Together with Figo, he led Portugal to a runner-up finish in the 2004 European Championship and nearly clinched the Balon d'Or that year. However, before Deco's naturalization, Figo and the Portuguese golden generation vehemently opposed such policies and treated Deco with disdain upon his arrival. Thus, beyond succession, there exists underlying tension between them. Consequently, Deco's tackle carries a hint of personal sentiment. Had he shown respect for his national team predecessor, he might have refrained from such a challenge. The result is that Figo is unable to continue the match due to an ankle injury. A chorus of boos erupts from the crowd. The fans of Barcelona expressed their delight at Figo's injury, as this traitor to the club finally faced retribution at Camp Nou. The supporters began to chant Deco's name, praising the yellow card he received as richly deserved, viewing Deco as a hero of Barcelona. Deco appeared somewhat embarrassed. While he had intentionally tackled, he had not aimed to injure Figo. After all, Figo remained a crucial player for the Portuguese national team. Should he sustain a serious injury, Portugal's strength would be significantly diminished in the upcoming World Cup. Moreover, Figo's status in Portugal far surpassed that of Deco. This tackle would likely lead to Deco being denounced back home. Such are the drawbacks of naturalized players. Even if one brings glory to the national team, true recognition remains elusive. With Figo sidelined, Suong is warming up for Real Madrid. It seems he is about to take the field. Raúl had played numerous matches in the attacking midfield position over the previous 2 seasons, performing reasonably well. However, there is undoubtedly a vast disparity between his contributions and those of Figo and Zidane, who operate at the pinnacle of world class. The commentators' predictions proved accurate. Raúl moved to the attacking midfield position. In the 59th minute, Zidane sent a penetrating pass down the wing. Many believed Zidane had erred in his passing, as the forward on his flank was Suong, while Ronaldo had drifted to the right side. The positioning of the two forwards is deliberate. When Ronaldo and Raúl played together, Raúl was responsible for linking up and supplying Ronaldo with the ball. Zidane's direct passes would allow Ronaldo to either take a shot himself or pass to Raúl. Ronaldo was the focal point. With Suong paired with Ronaldo, he should ideally assume Raúl's role, dropping back to receive the ball. Of course, he had an additional responsibility: to receive high crosses and either pass to Ronaldo or directly connect with Beckham's crosses for a header. However, at this moment, Zidane seemed to mistakenly regard Suong as Ronaldo. This direct pass towards the byline. How could Suong possibly catch up? It was possible Suong lacked even the awareness to pursue the ball. Whoosh! Just as Puyol thought Zidane had lost his touch, Suong sprinted past him. Remarkable. His awareness was commendable, as he immediately chased after the ball. Puyol chuckled and turned to pursue the football. What? After exerting himself, Puyol realized that the gap between him and Suong had not narrowed. In fact, it remained a half-body length apart. Yet he had evidently given his all in the chase. No, the gap was not merely unchanged. It was widening. The distance between them was visibly increasing. Suong had outpaced Puyol. Chapter 139. Barcelona breaks the mental block, finally prevailing against Real Madrid with Suong. This, so fast. Suong's burst of speed down the flank was astonishing. Puyol had been completely outmaneuvered. Would he make it in time? It seemed rather unlikely. He caught up. Bang. Suong reached the ball just before the byline, striking it with his left foot before tumbling off the field. Rolling multiple times, it was an extreme last-ditch cross. Oh, what a pity. The ball was delivered too far. Ronaldo leapt but could not make contact. Marquez, who was notably taller than Ronaldo, also failed to reach the ball. The football soared towards the far post. Wait, is that Beckham? Beckham, unmarked. He dashed towards the back post and unleashed a shot at goal. A divine strike. Beckham scored with a spectacular world-class effort. Barcelona utterly failed to contain Beckham's unmarked inward run. Having long stood by the flanks preparing to cross, Beckham found himself in a position of absolute freedom. Moreover, this goal was not only brilliantly executed but also beautifully assisted. Su Heng's desperate save turned into an assist, as if he had intended to set up the open space from the very beginning. Merely 3 minutes after coming on as a substitute, Su Heng had altered the scoreline. Prior to this match, he had gone 5 consecutive games without a goal or assist. Regardless of the outcome today, Su Heng had at least changed that statistic. I dare say Barcelona must be Su Heng's favorite team. He consistently shines against them. The whistles of discontent echoed through Camp Nou. Damn. It's that Su Heng again. Why do we have an ominous premonition? Deco, you foolishly took out Figo but inadvertently released Su Heng. This seems rather unwise, Figo. What do you mean? Am I inferior to a mere Su Heng? Following that goal, Real Madrid's morale began to surge. The match grew increasingly intense by in the 67th minute. Ronaldinho once again transformed into a dancing sprite in the attacking third. Garcia, however, executed a brutal tackle, bringing Ronaldinho down. Typically known for his smile, Ronaldinho sprang to his feet and charged at Garcia, believing the latter's tackle was intended to cripple him. A fierce exchange of words ensued, heads nearly colliding, almost igniting a large-scale confrontation. Ultimately, the referee issued yellow cards to both Ronaldinho and Garcia. Barcelona fans expressed their dissatisfaction with this decision, believing Garcia should have been shown a red card. In the 70th minute, Barcelona sought to change the tide, substituting the more energetic young player Iniesta for the highly impressive young talent Messi from the first half. While Iniesta may not possess Messi's speed, his dribbling skills are comparable and his passing and organization surpass Messi's, he was actually better suited to replace Ronaldinho. They were true counterparts. Ronaldinho was simply too exceptional, as he was becoming the world's best player. In the 74th minute, the newly introduced Iniesta actively contested for the ball on the right flank, successfully intercepting it, and then delivered a direct pass. Unfortunately, Casillas denied Eto'o another opportunity, rushing out to claim the ball. Eto'o, having flown past Casillas, was tripped and cursed in frustration. After getting up, Casillas glanced at Eto'o, and it seemed both were ready to throw down. Fortunately, the referee intervened early, warning both men without issuing cards. In the 75th minute, Beckham, who had just engaged in a tussle with Iniesta and lost, raised his hand to signal discomfort before sitting down on the grass. The referee halted the match, and the Real Madrid team doctor entered the field. After an examination, he signaled for Simon to replace Beckham, who could not continue. Simon, as planned, substituted Robinho for Beckham, who took up the right midfield position to in the 77th minute. The newly introduced and lively Robinho attempted to dribble past Van Bronckhorst. To his surprise, Van Bronckhorst was no slouch. With a collision and a challenge, he executed a somewhat controversial tackle, teaching Robinho a lesson. Barcelona then organized an attack. Xavi and Iniesta combined on the right flank with a series of 1-2s, creating an opportunity. Iniesta delivered a cross to the edge of the penalty area. Deco, making a forward run, executed a deft flick. The ball sailed past Ramos' outstretched leg. Unless he reached out, he could only watch as it flew by. Ramos, located inside the penalty area, could not afford to extend his hand, as that would result in a penalty. Bang! Behind Ramos, Ronaldinho, positioned on the left side of the penalty area, struck the ball on the volley before it could settle. Whoosh! The ball nestled into the net. Even the formidable Casillas was powerless against such a superlative shot. Goal. It's secured. Ronaldinho once again. This is the caliber of the player most likely to win the Balon d'Or this year. The football wizard Ronaldinho dominated this match, 3-1. Barcelona extended their lead once more. Ronaldinho was invincible. The atmosphere in Camp Nou erupted with ecstatic cheers. Barcelona fans sang and danced in celebration. This was a self-transcendence for Barcelona. After 2 seasons, they had finally broken free from their mental block. They had triumphed over Real Madrid with Su Heng. Henceforth, who would dare to claim Barcelona is merely Su Heng's mascot? Would Su Heng still dare to say he favors Barcelona as an opponent? Bring it on. A hat trick. Annihilate Real Madrid. Barcelona fans rallied. demanding Ronaldinho to utterly shatter Su Hang and Real Madrid's confidence through this match. They wished for Ronaldinho to use Real Madrid and Su Hang as sacrifices on his ascent to the pinnacle of the footballing world. The players of Barcelona began to celebrate exuberantly. Captain Puyol even provoked Casillas during the festivities, seeking to defend his teammate Eto'o's honor. Casillas, furious, exchanged heated words with Puyol. A large-scale standoff ensued between the players. Casillas pushed Puyol, who was then shoved aside by Eto'o. The situation was swiftly brought under control. Yes, the situation was controlled, and it did not escalate further. The Barcelona players looked at Su Hang, momentarily at a loss. Step up? Of course not. That would invite trouble. Not stepping up seemed a bit awkward. Ultimately, under the yearning gazes of the Barcelona players, the referee approached the scene of the incident. He first issued a yellow card to Su Hang. Su Hang raised no objections, merely maintaining a fixed gaze on the referee, silently applying pressure. Chapter 140. Barcelona's midfield heir, Thiago Motta. The referee subsequently showed yellow cards to Eto'o, Casillas, and Puyol as well. Puyol's provocations were evident. Casillas initiated the altercation. Eto'o retaliated as Su Hang engaged as well. The referee's decisions were fair, but the situation was slightly unfavorable for Barcelona, as Puyol's card would have the most significant impact among the four players. A central defender receiving a card carries more weight than that of a goalkeeper or forward. Following this, Barcelona began to make substitutions, bringing on the recently recovered star player Motta, who was seen as a successor, in place of Edmilson. This move was met with rapturous applause from the entire Camp Nou. Due to the fact that Motta, although playing as a defensive midfielder, possesses passing, dribbling, and long-range shooting abilities that far exceed those of an ordinary holding midfielder, his presence on the pitch can enhance Barcelona's attacking prowess while still maintaining their fundamental defensive structure. This implies that Barcelona would not spare Real Madrid. They aimed to humiliate their rivals with a significant victory. Furthermore, Motta's height of 1.88 meters bolsters Barcelona's aerial defense. He is regarded as a crucial midfield cornerstone by Barcelona's coach Rijkaard. In Rijkaard's vision, Motta is set to evolve into a youthful version of himself, becoming an indispensable all-rounder in Barcelona's midfield. Similarly, Real Madrid took the opportunity to make substitutions, though their choices surprised many. They replaced the yellow-carded defensive midfielder Garcia. While replacing Garcia, who occupies a critical defensive role, is reasonable, Madrid opted for the Beast Baptista, renowned for his midfield prowess but frequently deployed as a striker this season, rather than another substitute holding midfielder, Griefson. In the 79th minute, Chiquinho combined with Robinho on the flank. The two young talents from the Americas, already sharing a good rapport, displayed remarkable chemistry. Robinho made a cross from the byline. But unfortunately, his passing was subpar, allowing Van Bronckhorst to intervene just in time. In the 81st minute, it was Motta who brought forth Rijkaard's strategic directive. One might question the subtlety of this approach. It appeared that they sought to intensify their attacking efforts, yet there was no sense of urgency. This created a profound sense of disorientation among the Real Madrid players, drawing them out before delivering a decisive blow. The idiom drawing the snake out of its hole may seem simple, yet its execution varies in efficacy. Rijkaard's brilliance lies in manipulating psychological disparity. Had Motta entered the fray with overwhelming force, Real Madrid would have been prepared, rendering Barcelona's attack ineffective. Advancing would risk losing control, while retreating would grant it. Such is the art of warfare. Press. Everyone, press, commanded Suong, urging Ronaldo, Raúl, and Robinho to initiate the high press. Although Robinho's anticipation may have faltered, his speed compensated for it. Under this intense pressure, Barcelona found themselves constrained. The ball arrived at Motta's feet, while Suong charged toward him. Motta gazed ahead, witnessing Real Madrid's formation completely unravel. Xavi found an excellent position to distribute, while Eto'o and Iniesta identified prime openings, preparing to launch their attack. In that moment, Motta aimed directly for Real Madrid's jugular. With a powerful kick, Motta launched the ball. His eyes fixed on the goal. Yet, in the next instant, as the ball rebounded behind him, he was caught off guard. Suong pressed on. Motta's long pass. Suong leaped. Motta, unresponsive, watched as Ronaldo dashed past. Ronaldo seized control of the ball. Motta committed a grave error. With no chance to shoot, Ronaldo executed a deft diagonal pass into the penalty area. Motta was left without opportunity. Valdez charged out. He and Motta converged on Suong. A deft poke shot. Suong withstood Motta and executed the poke shot. The The ball slipped through Valdez's legs. 2-3. My heavens! A monumental blunder from Barcelona's defense. Once again, it was Suong. This is truly surreal. Suong scored twice, preserving Real Madrid's hopes of equalizing. Barcelona's lead was anything but secure. Suddenly, Suong knelt on the ground. The camera focused on him, revealing Suong clutching his abdomen, writhing in pain. Ultimately, he even resorted to supporting his body with his head. Real Madrid's players rushed over. "Are you all right, Su?" Ronaldo inquired with concern, signaling for the team doctor to enter promptly. Such a display is often reserved for Ronaldo by his teammates, as they cannot afford to lose him. The team cannot function without Ronaldo. Yet now the most indispensable player for Real Madrid is Suong. At least in Ronaldo's eyes, it was likely the impact from Mata's earlier kick that inflicted a severe blow to Suong's abdomen, a pain that could render a person defenseless in a short span. Even the toughest of men would inevitably curl up like a shrimp in the face of such an assault. This is a physiological response beyond human control. Yet, astonishingly, Suong charged into the penalty area after landing, enduring the pain to take a shot before collapsing. His willpower is terrifying. I swear, I have never witnessed a player so desperate for goals. So yearning for victory, I now understand why he is always able to turn the tide and save Real Madrid. It is not due to any system or cheat, but because he is the one who perseveres until the final moment. Even in agony, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, he insists on finishing that one last kick. Suong lay on the ground for a moment, disregarding the doctor, as he had already recovered substantially. This pain is akin to a minor inconvenience. While it hurts, no matter what one does, it will continue to hurt, intensifying. However, time will gradually diminish it, and it is unlikely to leave any lasting injury if Barcelona, leading 3-1, intended to draw Real Madrid out. Then with a 3-2 lead and less than 10 minutes remaining, their focus shifted to merely running down the clock. Chapter 141. What kind of sorcery is this? Their technical prowess on the ball is indeed commendable, allowing for prolonged ball circulation. Yet, when Real Madrid players initiated their pressing, Barcelona was compelled to relinquish possession, hastily clearing the ball to avoid a repeat of the Mata incident. Consequently, both teams increased their attacking frequency. With goals seemingly imminent in the 87th minute, Ronaldinho contested a long pass from a teammate in the backfield, skillfully threading a precise through ball amidst the encirclement of Ramos and Baptista. Eto'o received the pass, but his shot was blocked by Helguera. Ramos regained possession, launching a powerful clearance toward the forward line. Suong, Ronaldo, Raúl, and others scrambled for the loose ball. Ultimately, Suong managed to make contact, allowing Ronaldo to take control. Yet, in the next instant, Mata lunged in and brought Ronaldo down. However, the referee did not blow the whistle, as Mata had indeed touched the ball first. Mata then sprang to his feet and dashed toward the ball. Suong, who had landed after contesting with Mata, also rushed toward it, albeit trailing behind. However, he hesitated, calculating his next move, assessing the situation. If no one pressed him, a simple turn would enable him to distribute the ball and orchestrate possession. After all, once the goalkeeper clears the ball, possession typically reverts to Real Madrid. However, Mata's control in the backfield aligned with Rijkaard's intention to run down the clock. Yet, upon Mata's left foot making contact, an astonishing event occurred. He suddenly let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. The ball rolled a few meters forward into the penalty area, but still far from Valdez's position. It was a performance akin to being cursed. Mata appeared as though he had been hexed, the one responsible for this. After Mata fell, Suong unhesitatingly surged toward the ball. Valdez also decisively charged out, both having the chance to reach it first. Yet, Suong's speed escalated rapidly, almost instantaneously shifting from a slow pace to a full sprint. In contrast, Valdez's movement seemed sluggish, akin to a snail's crawl. In truth, Valdez's pace was not as slow as it appeared. The reality was that Suong's speed was remarkable. His final velocity had reached that of a player renowned for their speed. Recognizing he could not beat Suong to the ball, Valdez made a swift decision. Spreading his arms and legs to prepare for the save, he was relying on his anticipation. He could almost block 90% of Suong's shot. Unless Suong, boom. Suong executed a delicate chip shot. The ball sailed over Valdez's head. Tracing a beautiful arc, this shot mirrored the decisive goal Suong scored during his debut in the Copa del Rey final. How could Suong forget his signature move? The ball nestled into the net. with Puyol and Marquez, who had been trailing behind, unable to perform a dramatic rescue goal. It is Suong again. Suong has transcended expectations. The score is level. Suong has scored twice, bringing the team back to a 3-3 draw. This is an equalizer, an inexplicable equalizer. What on earth is happening with Mata? In just 10 minutes on the pitch, he has committed 2 critical errors, leading to the team conceding 2 goals. I am utterly suspicious that this Barcelona heir is involved in foul play. Is he throwing the match? Oh, wait. Over by Mata.it seems he has sustained an injury. Soon, Mata's blunders were elucidated, in his attempt to tackle Ronaldo. His left foot collided violently with Ronaldo's. Ronaldo stood firm, resulting in a hard clash. However, the point of impact for Mata was his left big toe, which suffered a fracture during the collision. Due to the instantaneous severity of the impact, Mata initially felt no pain. Yet, after taking a couple of steps, as he instinctively attempted to control the ball with the inner side of his fractured big toe, excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to lose his footing and fall, unable to rise for an extended period. This led to the monumental mistake. The new camp fell into stunned silence. It is worth noting that Mata has already suffered an injury this season, and just as he made his return, he has unfortunately sustained another fracture. How is it that a towering figure at 1.88 meters is less robust than the likes of Xavi, Messi, and Iniesta? Moreover, Mata had a record of injuries and absences last season as well, which has undoubtedly hindered his progress toward becoming the next Rijkaard. What a pity! Barcelona started strongly but failed to maintain their advantage. From a 3-1 lead to a 3-3 draw, Barcelona could only secure a stalemate on their home turf. Consequently, while they remain firmly seated at the top of the league, they still find themselves just 3 points ahead of third-placed Real Madrid. Furthermore, should second-placed Villarreal emerge victorious in their match, they may surpass Barcelona to claim the top spot in La Liga. The fans at Camp Nou expressed their discontent with boos, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Due to Mata's injury withdrawal, Barcelona was forced into an involuntary substitution, utilizing their final slot. Van Bommel took the field as a substitute. The Dutch midfielder joined the team this season under the stewardship of his compatriot Rijkaard, yet Rijkaard has not fulfilled his promise of granting him a starting position. To date, he has remained a reserve for Barcelona, receiving limited opportunities to play. This has left Van Bommel feeling disgruntled. Reports suggest that Van Bommel's agent is actively seeking opportunities, and Bayern Munich is keen to bolster their midfield, making a negotiation between the two parties quite probable. In the 90th minute, Barcelona continued their offensive, unwilling to relinquish the hard-earned 3 points. Otherwise, they would have no explanation for their fans. Ronaldinho, entangled with Ramos, fell to the ground while delivering a cross. Although he toyed with the young Real Madrid defender for most of the time, Ramos's tenacious resilience created interference at the last moment. The pass was poorly executed, compelling Iniesta to adjust before taking a shot. Helguera successfully blocked Iniesta's attempt, sending the ball out of bounds. Barcelona earned a corner kick, and the atmosphere at Camp Nou surged. The fans began to sing the team anthem, but a corner kick is an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough. Deco took the corner, and Suarez, defending inside the penalty area, headed the ball out of bounds, granting Barcelona another corner. This time, more of Barcelona's players entered the Real Madrid penalty area to contest the ball. The cheers from the fans grew even more fervent, and the team anthem resonated. Deco once again delivered a corner, but Suarez, facing 2 opponents inside the 6-yard box, leapt high to clear the ball. Chapter 142. Criminal-style dribbling. The ball soared towards the sidelines. Carlos, upon receiving it, launched a powerful kick towards Barcelona's half. At this moment, Real Madrid no longer needed a victory. A draw would suffice. Although it seemed that a draw would yield 1 point for each side, media reports would inevitably proclaim Real Madrid's triumph, heralding Suarez as a divine figure while depicting Ronaldinho as a helpless savior, leaving Barcelona powerless. This highlights the disparity between expectations and outcomes. An overly high expectation can sometimes lead to suffering. Bang! On Barcelona's side, Puyol gained control of the ball and, upon seeing Ronaldo approaching, opted to boot the ball back into Real Madrid's half, striving to allow his teammates another chance to attack. He also aimed to prevent a third occurrence akin to the Mata incident. Should Puyol lose possession to Ronaldo, it would spell disaster. One mistake is unfortunate. A second mistake is careless, but a third is unforgivable. However, Baptista successfully suppressed his fellow Brazilian, Ronaldinho, heading the ball towards midfield. Yet, as he prepared to turn, Van Bommel seized his jersey, preventing him from escaping. In the next moment, Suarez surged past Van Bommel. Van Bommel abandoned Zidane in pursuit of Suarez. But Suarez's speed was already surging, and Van Bommel tore a piece from his jersey without diminishing Suarez's pace. Suarez advanced with the ball. This was Real Madrid's counterattack. Observing Suarez's advance, Ronaldo initially made a forward run, but found himself offside, so Suarez did not pass. There simply was no opportunity. Subsequently, Ronaldo drifted to the side, continuing to signal for a pass. Suarez glanced at Ronaldo, then executed a series of feints with his feet, accelerating the ball while not only withholding the pass but also intending to take on Puyol. The youth's mesmerizing dribbling, when performing a series of step-overs fewer than 3 times. The explosiveness is further amplified. Suarez's speed suddenly escalated, leaving Puyol behind. Puyol expected a pass to Ronaldo and had already shifted his weight accordingly. Even if his balance had not been disrupted, he would struggle to keep up with Suarez's newfound explosiveness, which already rated 83 points. Considered above average, Suarez charged directly toward the penalty area. Ronaldo, without the ball, cut inside, reaching out for a pass. Yet Suarez, once more, began his dazzling footwork, performing a series of step-overs. That moment, Ronaldo felt intense frustration towards Robinho. Are you kidding me? Is there no pass button? Don't you understand how to pass? Robinho retorted, brother, the one dribbling is Su. Ronaldo snapped back, aren't you the one who taught him? Once, twice, thrice, and beyond. Suarez sensed the impending pressure from Puyol behind him. He realized time was running out. He had no choice. Bang! Suarez nudged the ball to the right, away from Ronaldo. Van Bronckhorst assumed Suarez was about to pass to Ronaldo. After all, with a 2-on-1 situation, if Suarez passed to Ronaldo, it would present Ronaldo with a direct shot opportunity. Considering Suarez's role as a pivot forward, his lackluster dribbling skills, and his prior reckless passing mentality, Van Bronckhorst was confident. However, Suarez astonishingly chose to go solo. Van Bronckhorst recognized that the goalkeeper was right behind him. He could not allow Suarez to slip by. He desperately shifted his weight and then tripped himself, crashing to the ground. Suarez executed a series of step-overs, exceeding 3, before finally gaining the chance to unleash his shot, criminal-style dribbling. Following this, Suarez turned to look at the incoming Ronaldo. Bang! Suarez lifted his right foot. As Suarez dribbled past Van Bronckhorst, his speed momentarily slowed, allowing Puyol to nearly catch up. But Suarez suddenly nudged the ball to the right, evading Van Bronckhorst, and once again widened the gap between himself and Puyol. For Puyol to pursue Suarez, he would have to leap over Van Bronckhorst, which would waste precious time if Puyol were to shift left to cover Ronaldo's position. A spark of brilliance struck Puyol. He immediately dove forward, executing a slide tackle. He had noticed Suarez's gaze. Suarez was focused on Ronaldo. At that moment, Suarez and Ronaldo formed a dual threat before the goal. Suarez stood centered in front of the goal, while Ronaldo positioned himself to the left. Suarez, having drawn Valt's attention, sought to pass to Ronaldo, who was poised for an open shot. This was a foolproof plan. It was the quintessential template for a dual striker collaboration. What? Could Suarez possibly feign a pass? Absolutely not. Setting aside Ronaldo's status and team role, the probability of scoring dictated that Suarez must pass to Ronaldo. If Suarez attempted to shoot, there was a chance Valdes could save it. Conversely, passing to Ronaldo would guarantee a goal. You could label Suarez as a ball hog, a troublemaker, or an arrogant upstart. But you could not deny that he genuinely considered the team's best interests. For the good of the team, he could forego scoring, assists, or even a spot on the bench. He would always opt for the strategy most beneficial to the team. Puyol became Barcelona's captain a year before Suarez. In this regard, he and Suarez are identical. Thus, he understood Suarez's intentions. If Suarez were a captain wholly devoted to Real Madrid, he would undoubtedly pass to Ronaldo. This was the rationale behind Puyol's preemptive slide tackle. He was poised to execute a legendary interception. Saving Barcelona from the brink, he disrupted Real Madrid's inevitable counterattack, effectively defending against both Suarez and Ronaldo, the two super strikers. Long live Puyol, bang! The football rocketed into the net, nestling into the corner. Suarez's right foot struck the ball, successfully finding the far corner of the goal. Valdes focused on blocking the right side of the net, leaving the left side open for the far corner. Given that if Suarez aimed for the far corner, the angle would be narrow. The chances of scoring were not high. It would be more prudent to pass to Ronaldo, who was also positioned on the left, allowing him to shoot. If Suarez passed to Ronaldo, Valdes would have time to prepare for a new save. Both Valdes and Puyol made world-class defensive decisions. Alas, Suarez's actions diverged from their expectations. Puyol, sprawled on the grass, looked at Suarez, incredulous. You are not a true lover of Real Madrid. You are not a selfless captain. Chapter 143. From Bernabeu to Camp Nou, Puyol seemed to have uncovered a monumental secret. It was all a fade. The persona Suarez had constructed was entirely false. He was not the selfless captain he portrayed. Real Madrid had misjudged him. They had been deceived. Real Madrid had fallen for Suarez's ruse. The entire world had been misled by Suarez. Although they lost this match, Puyol believed that once this secret was unveiled, Real Madrid would face catastrophic repercussions. The youth captain, whom they revered, turned out to be a selfish and self-serving individual. This revelation would reignite turmoil within Real Madrid's locker room. Real Madrid was doomed. Not just in the present, but their future was bleak. They were about to enter a prolonged rebuilding phase, plunging into darkness. Long live Barcelona? Selflessness? Suarez shook his head. Did your parents never tell you as a child that one must first learn to love oneself before one can truly love others? I hold a profound love for myself, which in turn amplifies my affection for Real Madrid. In critical moments, I place my trust in myself more than my teammates. Puyol appeared as though he had been pierced through the heart. He shook his head repeatedly. No, on what grounds? What gives you the right to shoot? What gives you the audacity to shoot before Ronaldo? He is 1,000 times your superior. He is the world's foremost striker. While you barely register, what gives you the right? Suong unfastened the captain's armband that Van Bommel had twisted on his arm and rewrapped it firmly. What gives me the right? Because I am the captain of this team. It is my duty to bear the weight of all pressure during the team's most perilous moments and to decide the fate of the team. Even if it leads us to a dead end, I alone shall bear all consequences. This is the essence of being a captain. With that, Suong dashed toward the corner flag. He leapt high, executing a flawless 180-degree turn mid-air. His torn jersey danced in the wind, yet could not eclipse the unparalleled brilliance and flair of the number 24. Though few Real Madrid fans filled the stands, through the broadcast cameras, everyone could hear the seemingly deafening, unique celebration. Suong landed with an imposing presence, a celestial being descending. Real Madrid had conquered Camp Nou. It was only at this moment that commentators from nearly every television station reacted, exuberantly exclaiming, "My goodness." A last-minute victory, another last-minute goal. Once again, it is Suong with the decisive strike. 4-3. Suong's hat-trick has mesmerized Camp Nou. He has once more delivered a fatal blow to Barcelona. Ronaldinho clutched his head in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. Suong's counterattack was astonishing. With consecutive step-overs, he left Van Bommel and Puyol in his wake, sending Van Bronckhorst tumbling. The final strike, a feigned shot, erupted like thunder. The white-clad assassin wreaked havoc upon Barcelona. He stormed from Bernabeu straight to Barcelona. Throughout Catalonia, he was unrivaled. This is the captain of Real Madrid. Before celebrating, Suong even adjusted his captain's armband. He was reminding the world that it was Real Madrid who had triumphed at Camp Nou. This is the youthful captain of Real Madrid. This is the leader both on and off the pitch. Suong. Within the stadium, the Real Madrid players were utterly ecstatic. One by one, they rushed towards Suong, enveloping him in their joy. The substitutes, coaching staff, and everyone present could no longer contain their excitement. This is the Spanish El Clasico that has the power to transform an ordinary league match into a battle for survival. For Real Madrid and Barcelona, it holds greater significance than many finals. As they witnessed the jubilant celebrations of the Madridistas, it was particularly surreal that it was Suong, the player mocked for going 5 matches without any statistics, who delivered the last-minute victory. This truly felt rather magical. 4-3. Real Madrid claims their first victory in this season's Spanish El Clasico. The journey has been tumultuous. Ronaldinho faces his greatest defeat before his coronation. 2 goals are not enough to save him. As Suong's hat-trick seals the match in stoppage time, Suong, coming off the bench, scored 3 and assisted 1, dominating the match and earning the title of man of the match. Ronaldo, Baptista, Robinho. At this moment, I am inclined to call Suong a warrior. From Bernabeu to Camp Nou, this day has finally arrived. Suang leads Real Madrid to conquer Camp Nou. The false Real Madrid captain, who went 5 matches without statistics. The true Real Madrid captain. Coming off the bench to score 3 and assist 1 in a stoppage-time victory, Suang. I heard someone thinks I'm weak. The white-clad assassin. Well, I've just unleashed. A goal drought? Non-existent. Suang's hat-trick turns the tide against Barcelona. With 10 goals and 3 assists, climbing to second place in La Liga's scoring chart, closely trailing Eto'o. Mata becomes the scapegoat for Barcelona. Fans demand he be sold, no longer wishing to see him at Camp Nou. Barcelona officially announces, Mata has a broken thumb, expected to be out for 3 months. His playing time for the season will be limited. Breaking news. Barcelona is preparing to sell Thiago Mata, but currently, no clubs have shown interest. Real Madrid fans are immersed in a super celebration. The joy this match has brought them is akin to winning a championship. It is also the first victory for Real Madrid at Camp Nou in 3 seasons. Real Madrid has vanquished their mental block. Meanwhile, Suang remains a haunting presence for Barcelona. Moreover, there is more good news. Villarreal, originally second in the league, was surprisingly held to a draw, falling behind Real Madrid and Barcelona by a single point. Now ranking 3rd in La Liga. Real Madrid shares points with Barcelona, but due to superior head-to-head results, they ascend to first place in La Liga for the first time this season. After setting things right, Real Madrid begins to reveal its championship potential. Of course, this is merely what the media observes. Following a brief period of jubilation, 2 official reports from Real Madrid dampen the enthusiasm of fans. Both Figo and Beckham have sustained injuries. Beckham will miss the Champions League group stage match in 4 days, while Figo may be sidelined for an even longer duration. Barcelona has indeed inflicted some impact on Real Madrid. If one must be precise, this should be regarded as a hard-fought victory rather than a resounding triumph. However, the topics that emerged from this match continue to resonate with influence, and it is not instigated by outsiders, but rather by Luxemburgo, the Real Madrid coach. During frequent press inquiries about his satisfaction with Suang, Luxemburgo coldly responded, "I know you all wish to hear praise for Suang from me, but I am sorry. I shall uphold my views at all times. Suang is not an exceptional player, nor is he the team player that many perceive him to be. His individual abilities are not remarkable. His current accomplishments are solely due to the pressure alleviated by his superstar teammates. He is a result usurper. This is why, once others focus on him, he fails to register any statistics. In the match against Barcelona, the threat posed by players like Ronaldo was immense, compelling Barcelona to direct all their attention toward these players, thus allowing Suang to seize his goals. Take Suang's last goal, for instance. He should have passed to Ronaldo. Ronaldo could have easily resolved the situation, yet Suang nearly botched it, especially after Suang evaded Van Bronckhorst. Passing to Ronaldo would have been a risk-free goal choice, while his own shot held the potential for a save. True altruist would have opted to pass, yet he chose to shoot. I understand the theory of goals are innocent, but Suang has already begun to reveal himself. His facade will not hold much longer. Just watch, he will become more audacious, more voracious in draining the team's vitality. Luxemburgo has long known that his tenure at Real Madrid is destined for failure. Regardless of the team's performance, his record will always reflect a Waterloo in his coaching career at Real Madrid. Therefore, he does not intend to spare Suang any leniency. Some truths are clearer to Luxemburgo than to outsiders. While he refrains from openly confronting the matter, he is now preparing to turn the tables. He is set for a fierce confrontation with Suang. It will be either Luxemburgo's demise or Suang's survival. Suang. A deal is a deal. The coach's evaluation of his players holds considerable credibility. In no time, numerous media outlets approached Suang for his defense. In response, Suang directly recounted his dialogue with Puyol. I certainly know passing to Ronaldo is the better choice, but that does not guarantee a 100% success rate. I am aware of Puyol's presence behind me, and I believe he could intercept my pass to Ronaldo. However, once the ball leaves my control, what does it matter to me? If Puyol disrupts my pass to Ronaldo, both Ronaldo and I share the responsibility. If Puyol does not disrupt the pass, and Ronaldo receives it, can we be certain it will be a guaranteed goal? I do not think so. Even in the face of an open goal, even with the world's best striker, each shot carries the possibility of either scoring or missing. This is the reality. At that moment, we were presented with a last-minute opportunity to clinch a victory against Barcelona. Many only see the goal after the fact, celebrating us as heroes of Real Madrid. But what if we hadn't scored? What kind of scrutiny would the shooter face? How would he be ridiculed? Camp Nou would erupt in laughter. The whole world would blame the individual who failed to score. Do you not tell me it is impossible? Look at my current predicament. I even scored that goal. Yet there are still so many who harbor malice toward me, filled with suspicion and mockery. If scoring invites such scrutiny, I shudder to think what would happen if I failed to score. I recognize that Ronaldo, having become the world's finest striker, must have endured countless moments like this, experiencing both praise and criticism. His heart is as solid as rock. However, as the captain of Real Madrid, as the leader of this team, I will not allow any of my players to be bullied by others. As long as I am present, as long as I possess the capability, I shall resolutely stand before them at any cost. When there are contentious matters, I shall voice my opinions. When risks arise, I shall undertake them. For choices that bear responsibility, I shall be the one to decide. Should adverse consequences emerge, I shall bear the burden. In essence, whatever my teammates dare to undertake, I shall dare to pursue. And whatever they hesitate to confront, I shall still boldly face. Acting decisively and with authority, this is the essence of the captaincy. Pardon me. In conclusion, I am neither a saint nor a great figure. I am merely an ordinary player. However, the captain's armband upon my shoulder, signifying my role as the 20th captain of Real Madrid, compels me to act thus. If one day, Real Madrid is awarded a penalty, a free kick, or a shooting opportunity, winning would mean seizing everything, while losing would plunge us into despair. Even if I am not the designated penalty taker, the responsibility of executing that penalty must fall upon me. If we triumph, it is the collective effort of all Real Madrid players. If we fall into despair, it is the failure of this captain to uphold his duties. This is the lesson imparted by the captain's armband, the responsibilities of a Real Madrid captain. The media was left in a state of shock. All who witnessed this interview were momentarily stunned, feeling as though their hearts had been struck by a profound force. Responsibility, a sense of duty that stems from the very essence of the traditional Chinese ethos. This endows the captain of Real Madrid with a lofty significance. Previous captains of Real Madrid did not bear such expectations. Yet, everyone comprehends that from this moment forward, this is the standard for the Real Madrid captain. You may not enjoy all the accolades, but you shall undoubtedly bear all the consequences. The entire European football scene was captivated by Su Heng's words. Tuttosport. Su Heng is undoubtedly an idealist, and Real Madrid is the team with the most idealistic fans in the world. Su Heng is destined to become the captain of Real Madrid. Sky Sports. Su Heng embodies the sense of responsibility and conviction that is so scarce among the English. His unwavering spirit, his courage to act, can truly transform a strong team into champions. Kicker. In contrast to Su Heng's nobility, Luxemburgo appears more like a petty figure than a head coach. His understanding of Su Heng is overly one-dimensional and superficial. Aside from his biased views, we can think of no other reasonable explanation. Liverpool captain Gerrard. Su Heng's conviction has inspired me. He has illuminated my path as a captain. Chelsea captain Terry. Su and I are of the same ilk. Having faced each other, I can attest that his conviction is as strong as steel. He is the most responsible player I have ever encountered. Arsenal captain Henry. The departure of Vieira placed the captain's armband on my arm. Yet I was uncertain how to fulfill the role until I heard Su Heng's words. I do not know if he will become a great player, but I firmly believe he will become a great captain. Chapter 145. The Balon d'Or Ceremony. AC Milan captain Maldini. As a defender, my approach to captaincy differs from Su Heng's, yet I wholeheartedly agree with his philosophy. Were I a forward captain, I would reserve the most challenging shots for myself, as that is a burden I must bear. Inter Milan captain Zanetti. Su Heng is remarkable. Thus far, his words and actions have been in perfect alignment. I hope he continues to uphold this in the future. Numerous captain stars have rallied to support Su Heng. They share the same ideals and actions, yet their expressions lack the eloquence of Su Heng. Unable to articulate such moving oaths in a sense, Su Heng has elevated the image of these captains. Therefore, everyone is grateful for Su Heng's articulate representation. The name Su Heng has once again captured the spotlight, breaking through barriers and entering the lives of Europeans. Everyone is aware that Real Madrid boasts such a heroic and extraordinary captain. Even Ronaldo, who previously believed Su Heng should pass to him, acknowledged in an interview after hearing these remarks. Yes, that is precisely the kind of person Su is. He may be young, but his sense of responsibility cannot be measured by age. His choices are astute. It is evident that had he passed to me, Puyol would have become a hero at Camp Nou. Fortunately, Puyol's awareness did not match Su Hang's. This time, we have triumphed through our elevated stature. The fervor surrounding the captaincy at Real Madrid has persisted for quite some time. During this period, however, they experienced fluctuations in performance. On November 23, during the fifth round of the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid faced off against the League One giants, Lyon. Once more, a victory would secure Real Madrid the top position in the group. Otherwise, Lyon would take the lead. Ultimately, thanks to Robinho's assist and Ariel's goal, Real Madrid managed to draw 1-1 with Lyon, missing the opportunity to ascend to the summit. The El Clásico against Barcelona had drained too much energy from Real Madrid. Aside from the injured Figo and Beckham, players like Ronaldo, Zidane, and Ariel also faced fitness issues. Including Su Hang, who had exerted himself tremendously, they all entered a period of low form after the match. Consequently, their performance against Lyon was subpar. On November 27, during the 13th round of La Liga, Real Madrid challenged Real Sociedad away. Beckham made his return, having sustained only a minor injury that did not significantly hinder his play. Ronaldo and Baptista contributed goals. Yet, it was disheartening to note that Ronaldo suffered yet another injury. Over the course of this season, in just over 4 months, Ronaldo has faced injuries 4 times, missing more than half of the team's matches. Ronaldo's prowess is undoubtedly remarkable. In such circumstances, he still delivered 5 goals and 1 assist, second only to Su Hang's 10 goals and 3 assists. He outperformed the more frequently available Figo, who had 3 goals and 3 assists. Zidane with 4 goals and 6 assists, and Beckham with no goals and 4 assists. Of course, considering that these superstars have not enjoyed quality playing time this season due to Luxembourgo's issues. Several of their appearances have been as substitutes. Thus, Ronaldo, Figo, and Zidane currently occupy a similar tier of players, with efficiency and performance at the elite level but lacking consistency. Ronaldo's situation is primarily due to misfortune, while Zidane and Figo's issues stem more from preventable circumstances. Beckham's performance is understandably less dazzling due to his playing style and position. All 3 are core figures of the team, while Beckham serves as a crucial piece of the championship puzzle. In this context, Beckham's ability to perform comparably to the former 3 in match statistics and personal fame is nothing short of extraordinary. His legendary status can be likened to that of the later Messi and Ronaldo, surpassing even Ronaldo, Zidane, and Figo. The only fortunate aspect is that Barcelona and Villarreal also faced unexpected challenges. Real Madrid remains at the top of the La Liga standings by a narrow margin. On November 29, Real Madrid chartered a flight to Paris, France, as the prestigious Balon d'Or ceremony hosted by France Football invited several players from the team. Zidane and Figo were explicitly informed that they were among the final contenders for the Balon d'Or, meaning they were in the top 5. Real Madrid, of course, would not naively expect Zidane to win the grand prize. This year's Balon d'Or was destined to be fraught with controversy yet devoid of suspense. The controversy stemmed from the multitude of unexpected occurrences and miracles from the previous season. Nearly every nominee possessed an aura of legend. For instance, Lampard, who led the Premier League with only 1 loss. Gerrard, who experienced the miracle of Istanbul. Shevchenko, Maldini, Kak, all believed to be capable of lifting the Champions League trophy as AC Milan's runners-up. If you say they are weak, they are remarkably strong. If you say they are strong, they lose in a bizarre manner. Zidane and Figo's superlative performances in the second half of the season propelled Real Madrid to a dramatic comeback, culminating in a resounding victory in the final match, allowing them to surpass Barcelona and claim the La Liga title. Adriano, the rising star of Inter Milan, scored 28 goals throughout the season, while also earning the Golden Boot and Best Player awards for Brazil in the Confederations Cup. European Golden Boot winner Henry, Juventus Prince Ibrahimovic, Barcelona's Chita Ito'o, Chelsea's Iron Walteri. Among all these players, the most astonishing was Ronaldinho. As a midfielder, he scored over 30 goals and provided more than 20 assists, helping his national team secure the Confederations Cup. His playing style was extraordinarily flamboyant, epitomizing the artistry of samba football and reaching its zenith globally. This is where the lack of suspense lies. However, the controversy arises from the uniqueness of the statistics and honors of the aforementioned teams and stars. When will a team win the championship with just 1 loss again? In which league? When will there be another miraculous comeback from 3 goals down in a Champions League final? And Ronaldinho's club experience was indeed a year devoid of trophies. The Copa del Rey belonged to Real Betis, and La Liga was claimed by Real Madrid. This serves as Ronaldinho's Achilles heel. This is also the reason why the astute Florentino, fully aware that Zidane was unlikely to win the award, still insisted on having him attend the ceremony. Florentino even summoned all eligible players from Real Madrid, granting them leave. He treated it as a business mission for the team, for Florentino sought to make Barcelona feel uneasy. Ronaldinho could very well become the Balon d'Or winner. However, Barcelona should certainly refrain from boasting about this matter, and the fans of Barça ought not to entertain thoughts of using it as ammunition against the supporters of Real Madrid. Chapter 146. The shift at Real Madrid in summer. The legendary La Liga championship won by Real Madrid last season represents the only blemish on the Balon d'Or held by Ronaldinho. The more you flaunt, the more pronounced this blemish becomes. The more understated you are, as if Ronaldinho's award had never occurred, the less significant this blemish appears. If you forget your honors, you shall bear no stain. This is undoubtedly the most excruciating predicament for those in Barcelona who yearn to boast but find themselves unable to do so. Yet, they are powerless. Among them, Florentino earnestly instructed Zidane to ensure his attendance, assuring him of a prominent position. The Grand Avenue was arranged for Zidane by Florentino. The extent of his assent would depend solely on Zidane's own fortunes. Your uncle Florentino can only assist you thus far. A note of weariness unprecedented in Florentino's voice emerged. The key is that you must protect yourself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Do you know? Did your father inform you? No wonder your father's company began its withdrawal earlier this year. Zidane refrained from elaborating. In truth, it was he who had informed his father. Florentino sighed deeply. Your father gambled correctly. He made a wise decision, Zidane replied with a smile. That is his affair, but as I mentioned, you must safeguard yourself. Florentino chuckled. What? Are you intending to invest in me? Do you believe I still have a chance for a resurgence? Zidane. Absolutely. I eagerly anticipate that day. Florentino. Then are you not opposing your father? Zidane. One must invest in both sides to reap the benefits. Florentino. So what is your bet? Zidane. That Real Madrid will secure every conceivable championship this season. The more prestigious the titles, the more they will shield you come next summer. Florentino laughed. That is futile. Since I constructed the Galácticos, I have claimed 2 Spanish Super Cups, 1 UEFA Super Cup, 1 Toyota Cup, Club World Cup, 2 La Liga titles, and 1 Champions League. Your assistance, a title or 2, is of little consequence. Zidane countered. The Copa del Rey from 2 seasons ago, the Spanish Super Cups from last season and this season, the La Liga title from last season. These are by no means trivial. Moreover, this season, our prospects appear exceedingly optimistic. Whether it be the Champions League, La Liga, or the Copa del Rey, securing just 2 of those would enable you to exit triumphantly. Florentino laughed heartily. Then let me borrow your auspicious words. If you can achieve this, upon my return to Real Madrid, you shall gain everything that belongs to the club. Zidane. Apologies, but I have no interest in everything that belongs to Real Madrid. I am only concerned with what belongs to me. Florentino's demeanor turned grave. Do you mean, Zidane? Precisely, Florentino. Bold. That is an endeavor almost beyond reach, Florentino. Well then, I shall observe how far you can go this season. I hope your abilities are commensurate with your ambitions. Zidane. Let us await the outcome. Beep, beep, beep. Florentino terminated the call. Beside Zidane, a blonde beauty sat, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. To those unfamiliar with football, Zidane's recent conversation would sound like a riddle. Yet, even to those well-versed in the sport, it conveyed little information. This is precisely why Zidane felt no need to conceal his discourse from this rideshare companion, for what he discussed with Florentino had transcended the realm of football. This season, thus far, Florentino's position could be deemed secure, particularly following Real Madrid's dramatic triumph over Barcelona to claim the La Liga title last season. Florentino's urgency had been alleviated. Consequently, even though Real Madrid had not recruited any genuine superstars this season, the fans had remained placid. The policy of acquiring 1 superstar per season had landed discreetly, a veritable miracle. Under such circumstances, many believed Florentino would continue to preside over Real Madrid indefinitely. However, only Zidane, an anomaly, along with a select few prominent figures in Spain, understood that Florentino would likely not retain the presidency of Real Madrid after this season. This was unrelated to his performance at the club. The real crux lay in the campaign preparations of former Spanish Prime Minister Aznar, who stood behind Florentino. He had amassed considerable support. After his initial departure from office, many were merely cautious observers, unwilling to strike while he was down. Thus, his resources had not been significantly depleted, including those of Real Madrid. However, based on current circumstances, Osnar's situation appeared grim. In truth, Su Hang was aware that Osnar's plan for resurgence would ultimately falter. By next year, he would likely receive the discouraging news of his unviability in the elections. At that point, various factions would stir, initiating a division of spoils, with Real Madrid among them. Florentino would face a dismal exit. Earlier this year, Su Hang had advised his father to make some business transitions, placing substantial stakes elsewhere. This was also the reason Su Hang had not received any special privileges within the Real Madrid squad. Florentino's treatment of him was rather stringent, particularly this summer, as Florentino vigorously backed Luxemburgo, also taking the opportunity to educate Su Hang. This summer, Su Hang's father's withdrawal had become increasingly pronounced, effectively severing ties with Florentino's faction. Had it not been for the considerable influence Su Hang had cultivated, Florentino would not have permitted him to ascend to the role of captain under such circumstances. Of course, Florentino was not entirely passive. He ultimately consented to Su Hang's captaincy partly because this maneuver was akin to a proton entering the capital. Your son is thriving under my guidance. Shouldn't you, as his father, lend your support? Unexpectedly, Su Hang had today laid his cards on the table with Florentino. Their discourse revolved around the aftermath of Florentino's resignation next summer. Should Real Madrid's performance be woeful, Florentino would be ousted, a discarded dog. The difficulty and cost of a resurgence would be exceedingly high. Furthermore, this time, he would be uprooted entirely. Conversely, if Real Madrid fared reasonably well and Florentino's departure was due to other insurmountable factors, he would retain a degree of influence within the club. Chapter 147. The red carpet companion turns out to be my cousin. Thus, the championships represented Su Hang's investment, captaincy, tactical participation rights, transfer advisory rights, team construction authority, and even the management of stadium and team assets. None could deny the magnitude of this arrangement. Essentially, it positioned Su Hang as the de facto vice president of Real Madrid. Nevertheless, Su Hang declined. He favored that which belonged to him, and Real Madrid was ultimately someone else's. His desire was for a club that would wholly belong to him. The intricacies of this aspiration were profound. La Liga, Serie A, or the Premier League? Would a second-tier team suffice? What geographical considerations were necessary? After acquiring a team, how would Real Madrid assist with player resources, coaching resources, and facility resources? All of these factors held great significance. Moreover, many local clubs had stringent qualifications for capital entry. Su Hang and his father were unlikely to obtain such a ticket. This was not merely a matter of finances. It was about the opportunity to spend money being denied. However, if Florentino were willing to lend a hand, the situation would become considerably more manageable. These matters would require ongoing discussions with Florentino, contingent upon what Su Hang and his father could specifically offer him. Su Hang would be responsible for the team's performance, while his father would assist Florentino with financial resources and crucial decisions, enabling him to exit gracefully. This marked the most significant decision the Su family had made in the past decade, representing a chance for Su Hang to leverage all the credit he had amassed with his father. He had no retreat. He must succeed. My apologies for allowing some tedious matters to interfere with your journey. Had it not been for that wretched phone call, we should be toasting in this vehicle right now. Su Hang turned to the blonde beauty. I am Su Hang, a professional football player. A chuckle escaped her lips. The previously slightly displeased blonde beauty was amused by Su Hang's introduction. No need for modesty. I know you, Su Hang, the youngest captain in the history of Real Madrid. You are also the youngest player to be included in this year's Balon d'Or long list. To be honest, I expected that your initial introduction would prominently feature the words Real Madrid. Su Hang smiled slightly. Wouldn't that be rather off-putting? Although I do not believe that my identity as a Real Madrid player is something to flaunt, I am all too aware of how annoying those are who tout themselves as elite simply because they work in skyscrapers. The blonde beauty laughed again, covering her mouth to suppress her grin. You are the least annoying football player I have ever encountered. By the way, you mentioned toasting in the car. Do you have any wine? Su Hang pressed a button on the armrest point. 2 cup holders emerged from it, each holding a delicate wine glass. Meanwhile, from the central console, a small refrigerator slowly revealed itself, stocked with wine and beverages. In truth, whether it be Rolls-Royce or Mercedes, the wine they provided was rather cheap. Yet its inexplicable flavor suited my palate perfectly. Su Hang retrieved a bottle of wine, uncorked it, and poured a modest amount into each glass, just a sip or two. After all, they were to walk the Balon d'Or red carpet shortly. One mustn't indulge excessively. By the way, how should I introduce my red carpet companion to the media? Su Heng glanced at the blonde beauty, pondering that if any media were to interview him, it was likely but not in excess. He advised her not to be disappointed. The blonde beauty suddenly remembered she had yet to introduce herself. Hello? My name is Jennifer Lawrence, and I am an actress. I have just signed with an agency this year and am preparing to debut. It is an honor to walk the red carpet with you. Big cousin? Su Heng chuckled. Didn't he see that coming? You certainly embody the essence of the ugly duckling transforming into a swan, though this is primarily due to a change in demeanor, in terms of appearance. There is not much difference. Rather, there is simply more collagen. In Europe, prestigious sports events like the Balon d'Or and the World Player of the Year often see numerous entertainment figures attempting to gain entry, especially young models, who are traditionally seen as the ideal companions for athletes. Jennifer's agency possesses considerable influence, or perhaps it is sheer luck that she has been paired with a high-profile star like Su Heng to walk the red carpet. After all, if one were to walk the red carpet alongside seasoned veterans like Zidane or Figo, they would merely be regarded as a daughter figure, rendering any media hype utterly futile. However, walking alongside younger players, even mere romantic rumors could suffice for these emerging actors to secure several roles. Moreover, the spotlight invariably gravitates towards youthful stars. Currently, aside from the top 5 or 10 nominees for the Ballon d'Or, the most sought-after figures in European football include Cristiano Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, Kak, and Su Heng, among others. Players like Rooney, with less appealing images, or those like Xavi, who are simply too understated, and even Messi, who lack sufficient experience, tend to take a back seat. Athletes are permitted to bring family and friends, yet if they do not have anyone, the organizers will arrange female companions for them to avoid solitude. While this may imply a degree of objectification, at times, in certain contexts, women are indeed the most exquisite adornments for men, and vice versa. Soon, their vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the red carpet. The arrival of these cars was meticulously orchestrated, effectively managing the order and timing of everyone's entry onto the red carpet. It was evident that the organizers for this event were quite reliable, with arrangements being exceptionally thorough. Stepping out of the car, Su Heng moved to the other side to escort Jennifer out. Not yet 16, Jennifer presented an impressive image and demeanor, enhanced by her makeup, exuding the aura of a future star. She linked her arm with Su Heng's, her gaze slightly bewildered as she searched for the dedicated photographer arranged by her agency. Generally, lesser-known figures, even if they manage to make it to a grand red carpet event, do not attract much media attention. Those who are seen enthusiastically waving and pursued by countless photographers, with flashes incessantly popping, are invariably superstars. For lesser-known actors, walking the red carpet is akin to strolling down an ordinary street. No one would waste film capturing their image. Thus, they must locate the company-assigned photographer to strike a few poses, as the agency would later use these images for promotional purposes, crafting an image of their star as highly sought after. This not only impresses fans but primarily aids the star in competing for roles. However, Jennifer had never imagined such a scene on the red carpet. Yet, this epitomizes the standing of her agency and her status as an artist. Possessing such connections does not necessarily indicate one's prowess. Lacking them signifies that the agency cannot even afford such resources, suggesting that one is not a priority for development within the company. Hence, why would they choose someone like you for a role? Thus, red carpet photos serve, to some extent, as a ticket for a star's entrance. With this, one qualifies for selection by others. Otherwise, one might not even warrant a glance. Nevertheless, Jennifer soon found herself utterly bewildered. She could no longer locate the dedicated photographer arranged by her agency. From the moment she stepped onto the red carpet, the incessant clicking of shutters surrounded her. Flashing lights occasionally blinded her. Su Heng, over here. Look this way. Su Heng, come on. We are from BBC. Su. Please look this way. We are from Milan Sports. Su. Here. We are from Sky Sports. Su. We are from Build. Please, Su, look this way. Slow down, Su. Walk a bit slower. Jennifer was rendered completely speechless. The surrounding clamor and brilliance made her feel as if she were in a dream. Prior to meeting Su Heng, she had spent a few minutes gathering information about him. She generally understood that he was a promising newcomer in the football world, working for a major club, yet she perceived him merely as a third-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, akin to those dubbed the 5 Little Flowers or the 6 Rising Stars. Yet, witnessing the current spectacle, it seemed he was at the forefront of stardom. Was he akin to the Leonardo DiCaprio of the football world? And not just any DiCaprio, but the one fresh from starring in Titanic. In her days, Jennifer even heard the host's voice emanating from a nearby speaker. "Sue, could you please walk a bit slower? Sue, give our reporters a little more opportunity to capture your image. Otherwise, I fear the editors at their publication might call to complain. That would be quite the faux pas." "Yes, Sue, thank you very much. Let us communicate with the action team and have the next group come in 3 minutes later." "Walk slower." Jennifer swore this was something she would only expect to hear in the boastful tales of her senior colleagues. Most of those walking the red carpet were already well-known stars, many of whom were not insignificant and had considerable popularity. Yet, to not be told to walk faster by the host was already a blessing. Some would even stubbornly refuse to move, requiring security to drag them away. But here, Sue Hang was being asked by the organizers to walk more slowly. Jennifer turned back to Sue Hang, her perception of the man who had previously spoken in vague terms over the phone completely transformed. This was akin to being at a barbecue when a table of fools boasting about investing billions and losing millions suddenly revealed themselves as Wang Xikong, the milk tea girl, Zhong Fuli, Yu Jun, and Xiang Zhuo. Jennifer's intellect seemed to have short-circuited. Yet her professional demeanor kicked in, and she began to pose for the cameras, many of which required coordination with Sue Hang. He willingly played the part of a supporting pillar, recognizing that it was only for a few minutes, a small act of kindness. After Sue Hang and Jennifer completed their walk down the red carpet, Jennifer assumed it was all over. However, to her surprise, after Sue Hang finished signing autographs, he was retained in the interview area by the host. "Sue, you have finally arrived here. While you are not the youngest star in attendance, our statistics indicate you are the player with the least official matches played among all the nominees in the history of the Balon d'Or. What are your thoughts on this?" Sue Hang responded effortlessly, "Yes, I am grateful to football and Real Madrid. They have allowed me to be noticed by more people. Likewise, I am honored to be here and to receive recognition from the Balon d'Or." The reporter remarked, as expected of the captain of Real Madrid, "Your words always evoke an impulse to applaud. Who do you think will win this year's Balon d'Or?" Sue Hang smiled. "In fact, I have tremendous sympathy for the judges of this year's Balon d'Or, as I believe it is the most challenging year to determine a winner. Not every year sees the emergence of a king in world football. In some years, multiple players possess the competitiveness for first place. Anyone among them who wins would be deserving, and anyone who does not win would be a regret. The finalists for this year's Balon d'Or include Ronaldinho, Lampard, Zidane, Gerrard, and Figo. They fall into that category. I wish each of them the opportunity to lift the trophy that represents the best. But I also want to convey to them that not winning is not a reflection of their worth. Each of them was the best in the world over the past year. Does your blessing extend to Ronaldinho as well? He is a Barcelona player, your fierce rival. I hold great admiration for his football. He has brought something unique to the world of football. He is the only player capable of injecting joy into the game. He has made fans around the globe happier, a miracle in the annals of football. No one before him could achieve this, and it will be challenging for anyone after him to do so. Privately, I have no objection to becoming friends with Ronaldinho. On the pitch, however, I regard him as the most threatening player on the opposing team. But that only underscores his value. I hope my opponents can stand atop the world, as it signifies that my teammates and I are in the same realm." Sue Hang withdrew his arm from Jennifer's grasp and gently patted her shoulder. "I cannot say whether I will win the Balon d'Or, but I firmly believe my friend Jennifer will certainly win it in the future." Both the host and Jennifer were momentarily taken aback. "What?" Sue Hang clarified, "The Golden Globe Awards for film and television in the United States." The host quickly caught on, turning to Jennifer with a smile. "So this lovely lady is an American actress? May I inquire about your relationship?" Sue Hang responded graciously, "Of course. This is Jennifer Lawrence. We are quite good friends, and she is a remarkably talented actress." Chapter 149. Ronaldinho conquers the world. Her acting prowess is truly remarkable, although she has had numerous opportunities to showcase her talents. I aspire to leverage this event to provide her with greater exposure, thereby facilitating her quest for a truly exceptional film and television project that befits her. For those destined to become superstars, their inaugural work is of paramount importance. Much like how a player fated to be a football star cherishes their first official appearance, I also hope that the media friends present today will assist in promoting Jennifer Lawrence. Should you wish to uncover any insider information about Real Madrid in the future, I am more than willing to oblige. She hails from Sue Hang glanced at Jennifer, who promptly divulged the name of her agency along with her contact details. She swore she had never felt this fortunate in her life. She had encountered a genuinely good person. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a benefactor. In truth, this morning, Jennifer was quite disheartened, as her original red carpet partner had been snatched away by someone from a more prominent agency, a model who was already somewhat renowned. This individual had a higher ranking than Su Hang, indicating a more elevated status than Su in the Balon d'Or standings. Outside the top 5 players, the rest would walk the red carpet in reverse order of their rankings. Su Hang was ranked 47th. Considering that some lower-ranked players would not make the trip, and others could not attend due to competitions or injuries, coupled with the fact that they would be accompanied by friends and family, the resources available to Jennifer and her group were quite limited, essentially around 5 or 6th. Jennifer's agency had secured a decent position thanks to prompt payment, landing a spot at 22nd. What was that person's name again? Cristiano Ronaldo? Yes, that's it. In the end, the young model took Cristiano for herself, leaving the Su for Jennifer. It was apparent that she was likely of Asian descent. Jennifer held no prejudice against anyone. It was just that very few Asians thrived in these circles. Are there any famous Asian footballers? None, as far as outsiders in Europe are concerned. And then, just look at the service Su provide. The after-sales support is simply exceptional. Just as Jennifer was relieved that a cheerful girl's luck wouldn't be poor, Su Hang was equally pleased. The big sister would eventually make her mark in Hollywood. Early favors tend to leave a lasting impression on the young, etched in their memories for a lifetime. Su Hang's demands were modest, merely to invest in a few of the big sister's films for some pocket money. If he could also seize the opportunity to expand the entertainment and media sector of the family business, that would be even better. Within his capabilities, Su Hang was more than willing to contribute to the domestic economy through taxes, job creation, and meaningful content. Upon entering the venue, Jennifer's astonishment persisted. Logically, a player ranked 47th like Su Hang should have been seated quite far back, especially considering the presence of heavyweight guests and other award nominees. Players ranked beyond the top 10 typically began seating from the 3rd row, and Su Hang was expected to be in the 5th or 6th row. However, the staff astonishingly escorted Su Hang to the front row. Oh my goodness! To ensure there was no seating error, Jennifer even glanced at the nameplate on the chair. Hang Su. It truly was Su. How could this be? Jennifer was now certain that the young model who had usurped her 22nd partner would be heartbroken upon discovering that the 47th Su was in a prime seat. Soon, the players began to enter the venue. However, not many greeted Su Hang. In contrast, a few older players ranked similarly in the 40s were engaging in lively conversation. This is the disadvantage of youth. Of course, this was also related to the seating arrangements favoring those players. Who was that? The one in the front row? It's Su, the captain of Real Madrid. This guy is on fire, sitting in the front row in his very first year. Just a matter of popularity. No, his skills are formidable as well. He ranks 2nd in the La Liga scoring charts, with 10 goals and 3 assists in 13 matches, averaging a goal contribution per match. Extremely efficient. I heard Manchester United wanted to buy him. Now Milan and Bayern seem interested too. That's impossible. Real Madrid won't let him go. Su will become the face of Real Madrid. His luck is incredible. Many outstanding stars never got the chance to remain at Real Madrid. Just look at Owen. The key is that Raúl actually handed the captaincy over to him, which was the most unexpected twist. Jennifer perked up her ears and realized that although Su Hang was unfamiliar with this realm, tales of his exploits circulated widely. Soon, heavyweight stars began to arrive, which typically prompted nearby players to socialize. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Su Hang also took the initiative to engage with a few stars, such as Carlos and Raúl, given their status as teammates. Regrettably, both could only sit in the 2nd row, and after exchanging greetings, their interaction opportunities were limited. Then Jennifer spotted the young model. She was walking into the venue, clutching Cristiano's arm, expecting him to mingle with other stars for more camera time. To her surprise, this ice queen headed straight for his designated seat in the 2nd row, leaving the young model with no social interaction. Furthermore, on the red carpet, Cristiano walked briskly, as if rushing to be reborn. When faced with the host's inquiries, Cristiano was curt, offering minimal responses and failing to mention his companion. The exposure he garnered on the red carpet was negligible. However, the young model remembered one of the host questions. Cristiano? Many people are comparing you to Su. How do you view him? Cristiano Ronaldo, quite proud, replied, I have yet to pay attention to that player. I am ranked 22nd in the Balon d'Or, and my focus lies solely on the 21 players ahead of me. Huh? Cristiano glanced at the seat directly in front of him, his brow furrowing. The occupant of that seat was Xu Hang. Now, it was impossible for him to ignore Xu Hang. Xu Hang also turned around and brightened up. Cristiano. Oh no, Cristiano. I am thrilled to meet you in person. You are one of the finest players in my eyes. Xu Hang stood up and extended his right hand. Goodness, this was indeed Xu Hang's benefactor. No exaggeration, Cristiano's moment card was the strongest Xu Hang had ever utilized. Moreover, the heading skill of Noodle Ronaldo remains one of Xu Hang's core skills to this day. His playing style revolves around this aspect. Therefore, should I consider dropping a few more items? Chapter 150. The first encounter between 47 and Cristiano Ronaldo. Initially, Cristiano maintained an aloof demeanor. He even felt a bit irked by the media's comparisons with Xu Hang. Yet, upon meeting him in person, he was taken aback by Xu Hang's warmth. Did this not elevate Cristiano's status? Did he admire me? Could he be my fan? Cristiano could hardly contain himself, the corners of his mouth twitching as he nearly smiled. And he subsequently extended his hand, slightly tightening his bubble tone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard your name, Xu Hang. Thus, Xu Hang engaged in conversation with Cristiano, speaking at length. Rooney, who stood behind them, was bewildered as a fellow Manchester United teammate. Rooney knew that Cristiano was not easily approachable. Could it be that Cristiano was considering a transfer to Real Madrid? In fact, Cristiano himself was surprised by this. He had attempted to interrupt Xu Hang several times, but to no avail, as Xu Hang's eloquence flowed seamlessly. Your speed is astounding. When you run on the field, you resemble a bolt of lightning. Your dribbling is incredibly swift. This high-efficiency maneuvering is more essential than mere flair. Your shooting technique is exceptional. I believe it ranks among the top 5 in the world. Your physical condition is superb. I consider your heading ability to be world-class. Many claim I am a clutch player, but I believe you are as well. The moment I look into your eyes, I see that we are both resolute individuals. How could Cristiano refuse such compliments? In response, Cristiano simply wanted to say to Xu Hang, "Brother, if you can speak, keep talking." The first encounter between Xu Hang and Cristiano Ronaldo surprised many. They conversed as if they were long-lost friends. Xu Hang continuously expressed admiration, while Cristiano wore an ever-present smile. The anticipated cataclysmic clash of egos never materialized, as it did not align with the personas of either player. Xu Hang was notorious for being a team troublemaker, often clashing with the head coach and even threatening and assaulting some teammates. Carlos remarked, "Damn, who leaked this information?" Meanwhile, Cristiano was known for his high profile and arrogance, displaying a stubborn nature and a self-centered approach to life. How could these two individuals engage in such amiable discourse? Similarly, the young model felt a pang of envy upon spotting Jennifer's seat. Front row? This how infuriating. That was supposed to be her seat. However, the young model quickly adjusted her mindset, feigning camaraderie with Jennifer, and whispered, "It seems you've struck a stroke of luck." However, the significance of the first and second rows can sometimes be overstated. Cristiano enjoys immense popularity in England, and he is Manchester United's number 7, the successor to Beckham. Beckham will be here today, and I will become the center of attention. What the young model referred to as the center of attention primarily pertained to the fashion world. Beckham's status in both the fashion and entertainment industries is unparalleled among this group of football stars. While fans might tune in to witness Ronaldinho, Zidane, Ronaldo, and others at this award ceremony, those from the fashion sphere and entertainment enthusiasts primarily focused on Beckham. The two illustrious number 7s of Manchester United are destined to exchange pleasantries. The young model is poised to secure a photograph with Beckham, which will undoubtedly circulate widely within the industry. There is even a possibility that she could debut as a new Victoria. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the entrance becomes lively. The young model turns around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Beckham has arrived. Although Beckham's ranking this year is not particularly high, landing in the 18th position, it pales in comparison to his former peak as the second best. As he makes his way through the crowd, he greets numerous football stars before approaching Cristiano Ronaldo. "Hey, Chris," Beckham initiates the conversation. "David, good to see you," Cristiano responds, embracing Beckham. In truth, Cristiano and Beckham have never played on the same team. Beckham departed Manchester United for Real Madrid just as Cristiano joined the club. However, they had crossed paths previously, with Cristiano having received Beckham's jersey back in the day. Thus, in Beckham's presence, Cristiano assumes the role of a respectful junior. The young model seizes the moment, rushing over to shake Beckham's hand before casting a triumphant glance at Jennifer. Perfect! The young model's aspirations for today's event have been entirely fulfilled. Tomorrow, it is all but certain that the tabloids will feature photographs of her shaking hands with Beckham and linking arms with Cristiano. Moreover, Beckham approached my companion, Cristiano, while entirely disregarding your partner. Does this not affirm that my choice was indeed the right one? 47? Absurd 47? Nevertheless, Beckham does not take a seat in the second row, regardless of his ranking. His popularity ensures that the organizers would never place him there. Beckham strides to the front row, where Su Heng is engrossed in the red carpet proceedings on the big screen, oblivious to Beckham's presence. And there is no need for him to pay attention anyway. Hey, my captain, have you forgotten your teammate just because you're nominated for the Balon d'Or? Beckham playfully slaps Su Heng on the back, his face beaming with pride. Wow, who dares to lay a hand on the illustrious captain of Real Madrid? Su Heng reacts swiftly, momentarily taken aback before rising to greet the superstar Beckham, relieved that the encounter is nothing to be concerned about. Beckham's wife, Victoria, bursts into laughter. See, I told you, this guy is a commanding presence on the field, but off it, he is quite the entertainer. Beckham then introduces Victoria formally to Su Heng. That's Su, this is my wife. Victoria, Su Heng nods eagerly, shaking Victoria's hand. Of course, I'm aware that Beckham's greatest fortune in life is having met Victoria. Without her, you would merely be an ordinary footballer, much like myself, Su Heng expresses warmly. And who might this be? Victoria queries, glancing toward Jennifer. Oh, I almost forgot the introduction. Su Heng pulls Jennifer over, solemnly stating, this is my dear friend, Jennifer Lawrence. She is an actress, and though she has not yet amassed a significant body of work, her potential is truly remarkable. If you have any connections in the film industry, perhaps you could introduce them to my friend Jennifer. Jennifer looks quite flustered. Victoria, she is already a notable star within the entertainment realm. Although her portfolio may not be extensive, Beckham is undoubtedly her finest achievement. Oh, Sue, this is the first time you've introduced a female friend to me, Victoria teases, her enthusiasm evident as she turns to Jennifer. It's a pleasure to meet you. How about we exchange contact information after the event? Jennifer's hand trembles. Is this for real? Likewise, the young model behind them is utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why are Beckham and Victoria so much warmer toward that 47? Even Jennifer is receiving preferential treatment. They are actually exchanging contact details. Su Heng interjects, first and foremost, I do not go by 47. Chapter 151. Su Heng conquers Ronaldinho. Victoria finds this remark rather amusing. It seems I have become a friend of the Real Madrid captain. Su Heng shakes his head vigorously. No, what I meant is, you are a new friend. Jennifer is my true friend. Victoria appears momentarily flustered. However, this only signifies that you hold a reliable place in my heart. Does it not? Su Heng invites Victoria and Beckham to take their seats, adding with a playful tone, I'm not joking. Each time I see you, you seem younger and more radiant, making it difficult for me to regard you as an old friend. Ha ha ha, Victoria laughs heartily. Beckham rolls his eyes. I wish I could be as agreeable during a brawl. Soon enough, more prominent football stars begin to arrive. Most of them do not possess the same level of popularity as Beckham. Yet based on last year's performances, they are indeed more exceptional than Beckham. For instance, Chelsea's young captain Terry AC Milan's charming attacking midfielder Kak. The bitter rivals of Real Madrid. Barcelona's lightning-fast Eto'o. These players, seated alongside Cristiano, are all captivating talents, though they will not occupy the front row, which is reserved for the top 10 of the Balon d'Or. The 10th place goes to Juventus' new prince. The towering Swede, Ibrahimovic. This young, formidable forward boasts exceptional footwork, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters. If Lionel Messi, at 1.70 meters, is often compared to the legendary Maradona for his extraordinary foot skills, then Ibrahimovic is the Maradona among the players exceeding 1.85 meters. This marks the prince's first entry into the top 10 of the Balon d'Or, and he appears thoroughly exhilarated. In 9th place is the new emperor of Inter Milan, Adriano. Over the past season, he has demonstrated remarkable prowess, excelling both at club and national levels. With 6 goals in 7 matches, he claimed the championship and the Golden Boot at this summer's Confederations Cup. Once dubbed the next Ronaldo, he now possesses a staggering 90% of Ronaldo's ability. In fact, he may even surpass the current Real Madrid star, the glass-bodied Ronaldo. 8th place is occupied by AC Milan's captain, Maldini, who is among the world's finest left-backs and can also play as a center-back or right-back. 7th place belongs to the Ukrainian powerhouse Shevchenko, also from AC Milan. This year, AC Milan achieved commendable success in the Champions League, only to suffer a heartbreaking defeat to Liverpool, leaving the embarrassment of the Istanbul Miracle. If it were not for this, AC Milan's players would likely have ranked even higher. 6th place goes to the Arsenal's king of Highbury, Henry. In fact, based on last year's statistics, Henry should have secured a spot in the top 5. However, Real Madrid's miraculous league victory last season, which saw a stunning comeback against Barcelona, overshadowed him. Alas, standing ahead of Henry in the rankings is the 5th place winner, Luis Figo. As Figo enters the venue, applause erupts, a unique tribute to the veteran. Once a world king, World Footballer of the Year, and Balon d'Or recipient, although he is only ranked 5th this time. The impact he brings is akin to the moment he first claimed those accolades. After all, at 32, he is considered a veteran in the forward position, with little competitive edge left for awards. This esteemed veteran takes a seat beside Su Hang. Congratulations, thank you, keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Figo first embraces Cristiano, his fellow Portuguese, but does not greet the young model, as there are far too many people vying for his attention. However, once seated next to Su Hang, he is introduced to Jennifer. The young model is enviously gritting her teeth. The 4th place in the Balon d'Or goes to Liverpool's midfield maestro, Gerrard. This is also the reigning champion of the Champions League. Yet, it becomes evident how fortunate Liverpool was to achieve that title. With the Champions League trophy in hand, and with only one player from their squad making the top 10, it underscores that Gerrard's placement at 4th indicates a lack of dominance last season. They finished 5th in the Premier League, and had it not been for their Champions League victory, they would not have qualified for the tournament this season. The English media present are clearly dissatisfied, believing Gerrard should be in the top 3, if not crowned Ballon d'Or winner. At last, only Ronaldinho, Lampard, and Zidane remain. Remarkably, all 3 are midfielders. Alongside the 4th-placed Gerrard and 5th-placed Figo, that makes 5 midfielders. Figo, while playing as a right midfielder and attacking midfielder for Real Madrid in recent years, still occupies a midfield role. This reflects the decline of elite forwards in recent years. Ronaldo appears drowsy. Henry, in addition to his attacking role, must also fulfill tactical responsibilities and act as a pivot, preventing him from fully dedicating himself to scoring. Although Shevchenko has already shone brightly and won a Ballon d'Or, his future development indicates that he still has flaws, not being overwhelmingly dominant. These factors illustrate the current superiority of midfield quality over that of forwards. Ultimately, Zidane secures 3rd place, Lampard 2nd, and Ronaldinho, as expected, triumphantly claims the Ballon d'Or. This year's awards have sparked considerable controversy, as Lampard led Chelsea to a single defeat en route to the championship last season, providing an astounding 18 assists, nearly breaking the league record, while also netting 13 goals with staggering individual statistics. Conversely, Zidane triumphed over Ronaldinho in their direct competition, securing the La Liga title. Although Ronaldinho's statistics shine brightly and his playing style is beloved, with his national team winning the Confederations Cup and surpassing 30 total goals for the season, the fact remains Barcelona ended the season empty-handed. If one can win the Ballon d'Or without a single title, then can players in lower leagues who score 50 or 60 goals not also lay claim to the prestigious title? Regardless of whether in person, through media, or online, the public was abuzz with discussions and heated debates. The smoothness of the Ballon d'Or ceremony was disrupted, as the host had to repeatedly urge everyone to maintain silence. It was only when the host had a moment of inspiration and called upon Suong that the atmosphere shifted. The host inquired, "Suong, as the captain of Real Madrid, what are your thoughts on your arch-rival, Barcelona's Ronaldinho, being crowned the Ballon d'Or winner? Previously, you seem to have expressed your congratulations to Ronaldinho outside." To which Suong replied, "Indeed, if a problem cannot be resolved, then one must create another issue to overshadow the original." With a Barcelona player receiving the award, how does the captain of Real Madrid respond? At last, the venue fell silent, and all eyes turned to Suong. In that moment, Suong and his companion Jennifer appeared on the big screen, their images broadcast to fans in over 150 countries and regions. Suong took the microphone from the host and remarked with a smile, "I must admit, Ronaldinho has captivated the world over the past year." Everyone was momentarily stunned. The next moment, Eto'o and other Barcelona players erupted into wild applause. This was the greatest recognition from a rival. Even the proud captain of Real Madrid was left speechless in the presence of the Balon d'Or. Yet, this was not the end. Even Ronaldinho himself had to concede. Suong smiled subtly, for in the past year, he had conquered Ronaldinho. The championship belonged to Real Madrid. Chapter 152. Ronaldinho's dragon tail flick. The applause grew louder. Zidane, Figo, Beckham, Ronaldo, Carlos, Raúl, and other players joined in a frenzy of clapping. Real? Suong raised the microphone to the sky. Madrid. The stars of Real Madrid shouted in unison. Not only the real stars, but many players disgruntled with this year's Balon d'Or also echoed the call for Madrid. Lampard, Gerrard, Henry, Shevchenko. And of course, also included was Cristiano Ronaldo, standing behind Suong that night. Ronaldinho ascended to the pinnacle of the Balon d'Or. That night, Suong soared above Ronaldinho. Sky Sports. The Balon d'Or has become the water balloon. Ronaldinho's victory raises questions. The crowd chants Madrid. The Times. Lampard, Zidane, Gerrard, and Figo rightfully occupy the second, third, fourth, and fifth spots, while Ronaldinho's top position lacks public support. BBC. Premier League champions, La Liga champions, UEFA Champions League champions. How can they be overshadowed by Barcelona's empty-handed season? We acknowledge Ronaldinho's excellence, but if championships hold no merit, what are we competing for? Manchester Evening News. Ronaldinho has conquered the football world, and Suong has conquered Ronaldinho. Queiroz' vision was extraordinary. Manchester United nearly had shoe. The English media were on the brink of explosion. They believed Premier League players had consistently faced unfair treatment in this evaluation, and this year further proved that point. When we have team honors, you insist on individual statistics. When we present individual statistics, you demand to see personal performance and technique. When we demonstrate performance, you again refer to team accolades. Is this a perpetual cycle? However, one English media outlet diverted its attention from this fray to some entertainment news. The Sun. The Balon d'Or ceremony resembled Hollywood. Real Madrid captain Suong's companion Jennifer dazzled the crowd, being named the best female face of the Balon d'Or. The Sun. Apart from Clara, Suong's second rumored girlfriend has surfaced. Young actress Jennifer Lawrence is poised to become Hollywood's next star. The Sun. 36D captures Real Madrid captain. What charm does Jennifer Lawrence possess that can enchant Suong amidst a plethora of alluring models? Remarkably, after one Balon d'Or ceremony, the biggest beneficiaries turned out to be Suong and Jennifer. Jennifer's agency was nearly in a frenzy. Just a week prior, they desperately arranged a demeaning job for her as a mere arm candy for someone else. Now, they were inundated with offers for advertisements, endorsements, interviews, and drama productions. Even 4 or 5 film companies sought projects involving Jennifer. She became a rising star before even performing, a more explosive start than many established talents. Is this Suong's immense popularity? Jennifer's agency promptly adjusted her status, treating her as a hot celebrity rather than a newcomer, essentially elevating her to a second-tier star status. However, the agency also cautioned Jennifer to maintain her relationship with Suong, as he was her benefactor, and she should seize this opportunity. Jennifer felt particularly conflicted but ultimately did not heed her agency's advice. She would remember Suong's assistance, but she aspired to become a genuinely great actress rather than merely a desirable companion. For once one succumbs to such entanglements, there will be countless repetitions in the future. Meanwhile, in Madrid. Ding! Over the past year, you have managed to suppress the newly crowned Balon d'Or winner Ronaldinho, and as the loser, Ronaldinho has to concede his signature skill, the dragon tail flick. To you. Ronaldinho's dragon tail flick. A skill of superstar caliber. Left, right, left, right, right, left, left, right, left. Difficult to decipher. This is Ronaldinho. This is Ronaldinho's dragon tail flick. Your ball control, dribbling, and agility have all improved. Your dribbling now has a higher chance of drawing fouls from defenders. You have a chance to activate the criminal-style dribbling 666. This award ceremony was not in vain. Influenced by this skill, Suong's ball control improved from 77 to 79. His dribbling increased from 72 to 77, a significant enhancement. His agility rose from 70 to 73. This is perhaps the skill that augments a single attribute the most. The uniqueness of this skill is evident. Although it shares some similarities with the youth's chain bicycle skill, which also has a chance of activating the criminal-style dribbling, the chain bicycle has a relatively small probability. In contrast, Ronaldinho's dragon tail flick has a greater likelihood. Who is more formidable is self-evident. After all, Ronaldinho and Robinho are not players of the same caliber. Robinho, damn. This skill holds considerable significance for Suong. Currently, his capabilities are either passive, waiting for others to pass him the ball before he can take action, or he is a support-type player. Although he recently acquired several breakthrough skills, they also rely heavily on luck. Whether through a bicycle kick or a knee bounce, there is an element of chance involved. Left or right, if the dribbler guesses correctly, they can succeed. If they guess wrong, they can still rely on speed and explosiveness to overtake their opponent. Thus, most young players favor such maneuvers, as they relish the gamble and possess the speed to back it up. However, seasoned central midfielders prefer more certain dribbling techniques. The distinction between the dragon tail flick and standard dribbling techniques lies in the fact that the football is almost always under the dribbler's control. The dribbler kicks the ball to the left and, before it has completely left their foot, swiftly moves their foot to the other side to redirect it to the right. It appears as if the ball is going in the opposite direction of the dribbler. This contrast is something defenders find insurmountable. On December 2 in the 14th round of La Liga, Real Madrid hosted Getafe. The lineup chosen by Luxemburgo was somewhat unexpected. He opted for Baptista to partner Suang in the starting lineup, with Raúl positioned as the attacking midfielder. The recently recovered Figo was benched due to concerns over his form. Baptista evidently struggled to adapt to this position, despite his attributes being well suited for a forward. And his goal tally in previous seasons comparable to that of strikers, he simply could not play as a true forward. This issue was not one of ability. His personal statistics in PS placed him at 85 as an attacking midfielder, 84 as a midfielder, 86 as a defensive midfielder, and 86 as a center forward. This was likely related to his football intelligence and playing habits. This also implied there was no room for change. Chapter 153, Luxemburgo's dismissal. Real Madrid welcomes a new coach for individuals of this age. Altering their mindset is nearly impossible. The highlight of the match occurred in the 72nd minute. Suang successfully earned a penalty within the box and personally converted it, leading Real Madrid to a 1-0 victory over Getafe, securing precious 3 points. Suang's personal goal tally reached 11, officially breaking his record for the highest goals scored in a single season throughout his career. Each subsequent match now represented an opportunity for him to surpass himself. On December 5, in the 6th round of the Champions League group stage, Real Madrid faced Olympiacos. The two teams had previously clashed, with Rivaldo still demonstrating his prowess. Unfortunately for Olympiacos, Real Madrid's trio, Zidane, Figo, and Suang, combined their efforts to emerge as the ultimate victors. This time, with the stakes diminished, the match held no suspense. Luxembourg's squad finished 4th in the group, while Olympiacos secured 3rd place, allowing them to compete in the UEFA Cup. Lyon and Real Madrid advanced to the knockout stage of the Champions League. Currently, Real Madrid ranked 2nd in their group. However, if Lyon were to lose and Real Madrid were to win, they could potentially claim the top spot at the last moment. The distinction between finishing 1st or 2nd in the group is significant, as the group winners avoid facing other group winners. Should Real Madrid emerge as the group leader, they would bypass many formidable adversaries. Hence, the match against Olympiacos was deemed essential for Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Luxemburgo perceived this as his final gamble. Suang, Raúl, Robinho, Baptista, Beckham, Garcia, Carlos, Woodgate, Ramos, and Casillas. This starting lineup of Real Madrid is replete with Latin American flair. Luxemburgo clearly intended to utilize his compatriots to orchestrate a magnificent comeback. Should they secure victory in this match and Lyon fortuitously falter, Real Madrid would ascend to the top of their group. At that juncture, it is highly probable that Luxemburgo would be granted an additional half-season to prove his worth. At least, this is what Luxemburgo believed. However, in this match, Rivaldo taught the Brazilian compatriot a lesson in humility. The final score was 2-1. Rivaldo delivered a decisive assist, enabling Olympiacos to triumph over Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Lyon also suffered an unexpected draw against Luxembourg. Yet, Real Madrid squandered their opportunity, remaining in 2nd place within the group. As the upcoming Champions League knockout stage loomed, they were destined to face formidable challenges. Following the conclusion of this match, both Real Madrid fans and various media outlets expressed their criticisms regarding Luxemburgo's tactical decisions. Luxemburgo's mindset has evidently crumbled. In a bid to vindicate himself, he even relegated 2 top players, who finished 3rd and 5th in the Balon d'Or, to the bench. Kicker Robinho's performance in this match was nothing short of catastrophic, while the left flank, orchestrated by Zidane, served as the true engine of Real Madrid's offense. It is undeniable that the young prodigy Robinho requires more time to mature. He is not yet prepared to shoulder such responsibilities. Tuttosport. While Baptista's performance was commendable, He evidently falls short of Figo in creating opportunities. More often than not, he resembles a second striker, leaping to connect with Beckham's crosses, as Real Madrid necessitates the presence of dazzling superstars. It is the superstars who constitute the true fighting spirit of Real Madrid. Marca. In his quest to prove Souhang incorrect, Luxemburgo sacrificed the opportunity for Real Madrid to ascend to the summit. His selfishness is apparent. He is no longer suited to lead Real Madrid. The Clara column went so far as to state, perhaps having witnessed Sou's triumphant demeanor at the Balon d'Or ceremony, Luxemburgo yearns for the spotlight. Alas, not everyone possesses the ability to defy fate. Sou's ascension to the captaincy of Real Madrid was not a result of outlandish ideas, but rather of his genuine actions that materialized those seemingly inconceivable visions. Luxemburgo learned to gamble like Souhang but failed to acquire Sou's extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Ultimately, Real Madrid issued a dismissal letter, parting ways with Luxemburgo. The renowned Brazilian coach exited in disgrace. The influence of the South American contingent within Real Madrid suffered a significant blow. When Carlos received the news, he appeared to age a decade in an instant, for he understood that his dreams of leadership had been shattered. Real Madrid would forever remain beyond his reach. Subsequently, various media outlets praised the decision while speculating about the next head coach for Real Madrid. It became evident that the club required a top-tier manager with a proven track record of success. Indeed, one who had achieved accolades in one of the 5 major leagues, especially Serie A or the Champions League. Only a true master could effectively integrate Real Madrid's constellation of stars. Coaches with potential, like Queiroz, who had yet to establish themselves as renowned figures, were deemed unsuitable for the club. Similarly, celebrated managers from leagues outside the mainstream, like Luxemburgo, were also not considered viable options. The disparity between Europe and other regions is simply too vast. Several names were proposed: Italian coach Lippi, Capello of Juventus, Ancelotti from AC Milan, and the unemployed Ranieri. Among others, however, each presented its own challenges, particularly given the mid-season timing. Moreover, the Real Madrid management seemed disinterested in the search for a new head coach, which puzzled observers. Yet, Souhang expressed understanding. Furthermore, according to the agreement between Souhang and Florentino, the selection of Luxemburgo's successor could be arranged by Souhang, provided he could deliver the performance guarantees he promised to Florentino. Soon enough, Real Madrid officially announced their new head coach. "We have faith in Simon's capabilities and believe he can lead the team further this season." Simon, a seemingly inconspicuous Simon, notably, he was not an interim coach, but a bona fide head coach. Real Madrid extended a formal contract to him. Upon receiving this notification, Simon embraced Souhang, weeping for a considerable time. "Sou, you have not deceived me. This day has truly arrived. I, a mere nobody, have become the commander of the Galactic Armada. What more could I desire?" However, the general sentiment regarding this decision was one of pessimism. If established coaches like Queiroz and Luxemburgo could not succeed, Simon was unlikely to fare better. Compared to his 2 predecessors, Simon had not yet led a team to any honors. The Galactic Armada still lacked a commander of great renown, suggesting they had resigned themselves to the current season. Many believe that while Simon's brief tenure had shown promise, it was primarily due to the players' commendable performances at that time. Simon utterly lacked the ability to make adjustments when faced with opposition strategies.